In the world of Dragon Ball, on Earth, beyond a vast expanse of Bun Mountain, a tall and statuesque man stood vacantly on a precipice, beside a small puddle of water. Is this me? Who am I? Where am I? Leelin gazed into the reflection in the water, tracing the contours of the unfamiliar face, murmuring to himself in a low voice. He distinctly remembered staying up late, playing Honor of Kings, battling until the early hours of 3 or 4, only succumbing to exhaustion before drifting into a slumber. To his astonishment, waking up now found him in an entirely foreign realm. Not only was the surrounding environment alien, but his physical form had also transformed into that of a stranger. What on earth is happening? Having never encountered such a scenario, Leelin couldn't suppress his bewilderment as he muttered to himself. Just as he was grappling with confusion, a resounding voice echoed in his mind. The program is ready. The talent system is being activated. This voice, akin to a celestial melody, rendered Leelin's earlier perplexity into a moment of stillness. A system? Leelin's eyes widened, and his heart began to race tumultuously as he found himself both familiar and unfamiliar with this term. Familiar, as it frequently appeared in online novels, often serving as a pivotal key to the protagonist's ascent to greatness. Unfamiliar, for while he had encountered it in stories, he had never truly engaged with one, that he had fantasized about such scenarios countless times, yet never imagined that the scenes of his imaginings would manifest in reality. Gloop! Leelin swallowed hard and tentatively inquired, "Excuse me, are you truly my system?" After his question hung in the air, silence prevailed for a moment, and Leelin's expression faltered slightly. He pondered why the silence. Was that merely a figment of my imagination? As he continued to wonder, the system's voice resonated once more. The first stage of talent has been fully activated. Ah! Leelin exhaled, and upon hearing the system's voice again, the weight on his heart finally lifted. It appeared that this was not a mere illusion, but a tangible reality. Surely, one could not experience a second hallucination, could they? Having reassured himself, Leelin cautiously asked, System, can you hear me? Where am I right now? Could you enlighten me? As it was his inaugural encounter with a legendary system, he adopted an exceedingly humble demeanor. This hard-won advantage must not be trifled with. What if it decided to abandon him? Nevertheless, despite his inquiries, the system remained unresponsive. What is going on? Why the silence? Leelin scratched his head, exasperatedly lamenting. This system was not at all as he had envisioned. Was he not the host? Regardless of the system's temperament, it should at least acknowledge the words of its host. Suddenly, just as Leelin found himself at a loss, a refreshing sensation surged through his mind. His once sluggish brain sharpened with astonishing clarity, and his previously blurred vision transformed into vivid focus, accompanied by an ethereal white aura enveloping him. This phenomenon lasted for approximately 10 minutes. Who? Leelin instinctively inhaled deeply, then exhaled a cloud of stagnant air. He sensed an unprecedented transformation within his body, an inexhaustible power seemingly yearning to burst forth from his veins. Moreover, a series of lucid characters materialized in his mind. Leelin gazed at the abruptly manifesting text, beginning to articulate each word with deliberation. Stage 1 talent. 1. Restructuring of physical form strength. 2. Tenfold learning and comprehension ability. 3. Accelerated recovery of injuries and stamina. 4. Enhanced strength during combat. 5. Base combat power of Super Saiyan 2. The aforementioned are the talents of Stage 1. Upon reaching a certain level of power, Stage 2 talent will automatically activate. Upon reading this, Leelin slightly parted his lips, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Gulp! He swallowed hard. Although he was in a state of profound shock, he needed to analyze the meaning of these words. The first item, restructuring of physical form strength, was self-evident. He had undeniably transformed, likely due to this very effect. The second item, tenfold learning and comprehension ability, along with the third item, accelerated recovery of injuries and stamina, and the fourth item, enhanced strength during combat, seemed tailor-made for a protagonist from a novel. Truly the legendary system. Moreover, what astonished Leelin even more was the fifth item, the base combat power of Super Saiyan 2. While he did not indulge in many anime series, he was quite familiar with what Super Saiyan 2 entailed. Wasn't this the abbreviated term for Super Saiyan 2? Coupled with the phrase combat power, He could now confidently ascertain that this world was indeed the Dragon Ball universe. Contemplating this, Leelin could not help but draw in a sharp breath, striving to maintain his composure. However, even after several deep inhalations of fresh air, his heart continued to race uncontrollably. The little heart within his chest thumped vigorously. After all, transitioning into the Dragon Ball world was already unfathomable. Now, suddenly possessing the power of Super Saiyan, how could one not feel exhilarated? Approximately 10 minutes of excitement later, Leelin's heart began to settle. He recognized that this was not the moment for celebration, despite the sudden acquisition of Super Saiyan 2 strength. He was in the cataclysmic Dragon Ball world. The most pressing matter now was to ascertain the current timeline. If it were the early stages of Dragon Ball, the power of Super Saiyan 2 would be more than sufficient, even allowing him to stride confidently through this realm. However, if the current timeline pertains to the latter stages of Dragon Ball, then the situation would indeed be dire. Such meager strength would scarcely warrant attention. In the eyes of the formidable beings of that era, one would likely be indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Perhaps I should seek out a populated area to gather some information. Lin pondered aloud, stroking his chin. After all, this desolate region offered little in the way of enlightenment, and acquiring knowledge would prove quite challenging. It would be prudent to pursue the veins of civilization. Yet before he could make a move, several meteors suddenly streaked across the sky. Lin looked up, and to his astonishment, he observed that these meteors were traveling at an astonishing velocity. In the blink of an eye, those meteors abruptly veered downward, hurtling towards the ground below the cliff. Chapter 2. The plot unfolds. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Leelin felt a slight jolt of surprise. He recognized that the descending entities were far from mere meteors. They were formidable beings from the Dragon Ball universe. Regrettably, the distance prevented him from discerning their features. Could something momentous transpire here? Leelin pondered, stroking his chin, his brow furrowed. Although he had once watched Dragon Ball, it had been an age ago, and many specific plot details had faded from his memory. He found it challenging to envision what events might soon unfold in this place. As he was absorbed in his thoughts, the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. A colossal spaceship obscured the sun, casting a vast shadow over the ground below. Leelin's eyelids fluttered at this unexpected turn of events, as if a realization dawned upon him. At that moment, those gathered at the cliff's edge abruptly ascended into the air. Leelin swiftly turned to see familiar figures materializing before him. Vegeta, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and Gohan, Earth's warriors, had all converged at this locale. Vegeta and the others quickly recognized Leelin, yet they paid him little heed, their focus wholly consumed by Frieza's spacecraft. To them, Leelin, an ordinary Earthling, seemed utterly insignificant. Boom. As Leelin continued to observe the assembly, the spaceship descended gradually. Creak. The hatch opened, and a throng of extraterrestrial beings emerged, each possessing unique features that captivated Leelin's attention. After a steady stream of aliens, two figures, a large and a small one, finally appeared. Ha ha ha. It appears we have arrived, Father. The mechanized Frieza remarked with a sinister grin. Hee hee. King Cold, standing beside Frieza, offered a cold chuckle and a nonchalant nod. As Leelin gazed upon the two newcomers, a sudden clarity washed over him. He comprehended the nature of the unfolding narrative. The warriors of Earth, upon sighting Frieza and King Cold, felt an immediate wave of tension. Particularly Tien and Yamcha, who had never set foot on Namek, were now confronted with Frieza for the first time, compounded by the presence of the enigmatic King Cold, amplifying their anxiety. It's over. Earth is doomed. I never anticipated King Cold would also be here. Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. The thought of facing Frieza alone was already overwhelming. But the prospect of contending with King Cold alongside him was unfathomable. Who is King Cold, anyway? Krillin inquired nervously. Having witnessed Frieza's terrifying power, he understood the magnitude of courage required to confront him. Now, not only had Frieza appeared, but there was also an even more formidable version of him. Vegeta's eyes were keenly fixed ahead, his tone unnaturally explanatory as he stated, King Cold is the father of Frieza, and it is rumored that his power surpasses even that of Frieza. After uttering this, he cast a glance at the people beside him and continued. Earth is undoubtedly doomed this time. If you wish to flee, now is the time to make your escape. The others, upon hearing Vegeta's warning, exchanged glances, bewildered. Though they yearned to flee, as Vegeta had articulated, Earth was on the brink of destruction. Even if they attempted to escape, they had no idea where to go. And in the end, would they not still meet their demise? Frieza and his entourage had also taken note of Vegeta and the others. He surveyed the group with a cold gaze, failing to find Goku's presence. "Father, it seems the one who sought to kill me has not made an appearance," Frieza remarked icily. His purpose for today was to eliminate Goku, to avenge the grievances from Namek. The absence of Goku's whereabouts left him somewhat disheartened. "Humph." King Cold crossed his arms and snorted disdainfully, saying, "There is no need for such trouble. Simply eradicate all the inhabitants of this planet, and that individual will inevitably reveal himself." Upon hearing King Cold's words, Frieza nodded with a chilling smile. He and his father were entirely in accord. Even if they succeeded in killing Goku, they would not simply spare this planet. Since they had come, it would be prudent to eliminate all life here. Perhaps they could even fetch a handsome price for it. Krillin, witnessing the fierce expressions of Frieza and King Cold, was suddenly engulfed in panic. He hurriedly turned to Vegeta and inquired, "Vegeta, they seem poised to strike. What should we do?" Vegeta, upon hearing the question, remained silent, his own heart racing with anxiety, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Though he often exhibited arrogance, he was acutely aware of his limitations. The current predicament was far beyond his capacity to handle. Frieza, observing the current state of Vegeta and his companions, felt a sense of satisfaction. He relished the fear exhibited by the weak, particularly that of Vegeta. He intended to see this proud Saiyan prince grovel at his feet. Chapter 3. Is everything alright? Leelin sensed the starkly contrasting atmospheres surrounding both factions and felt slightly awkward. Standing between the two groups, he found himself at an impasse, unable to advance or retreat. He could only remain rooted in place with a foolish smile, maintaining an air of awkwardness. "Oh." Frieza naturally noticed Leelin, his brow furrowing slightly as he slowly raised a finger and declared, "Then let us start with you." This was the first time he had encountered someone before him who exhibited no fear, even managing to smile. Such individuals made him exceedingly uncomfortable, and since discomfort prevailed, he deemed it necessary to send this one to their demise. Leelin, seeing Frieza point at him, slightly parted his lips in surprise, never having anticipated that he would become the first target. Instinctively, a sense of panic washed over him. Though he possesses formidable strength now, he remains utterly clueless on how to harness it. The power within him lies dormant, unbidden. "Quickly get away," Krillin urgently called out, his voice a mix of fear and concern. Deep down, he was compassionate. Witnessing a vibrant life on the brink of demise stirred a profound sense of pity within him. "Fool." Vegeta scowled at Leelin, inwardly cursing him. Clearly, he regarded Leelin as an entirely powerless, ordinary earthling. He pondered why the humans on this planet exhibited such folly. Upon encountering such peril, should they not have fled immediately? Why linger in ignorance for so long? Now, he would have to pay the price for his stupidity. Tianjinhan, Yamcha, and the others shook their heads in resignation upon witnessing the scene. Though they yearned to save the young man below, their own strength rendered them powerless. It was highly likely that rushing in would only lead to their demise alongside his. "Huh." Leelin snapped out of his daze upon hearing Krillin's shout, instinctively attempting to evade. After all, he had yet to undergo systematic training and was unaware of how to wield his power effectively. The thought of perishing before even unleashing his potential was maddening. Yet, even in his desire to evade, it was already too late. "Heh." Frieza's cruel laughter echoed as a purple light flickered at his fingertips. Suddenly, a straight beam of purple energy shot forth, aimed directly at Leelin. "Ah!" Leelin's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the impending devastation. In a panic, he lowered his head and crossed his arms protectively over his chest just as the beam was about to strike him. Boom! An explosion erupted, shrouding Leelin's position in a thick cloud of smoke. "Damn it!" Krillin exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. The others felt a sense of sorrow for the young man. Although they were strangers to him, they knew the outcome would likely be the same for them. As expected, Frieza grinned with satisfaction upon witnessing his attack succeed, licking his lips in delight. "Haha. Now, back to you all." He directed his gaze toward Vegeta and the others, a sinister glint in his eyes. A chill ran down their spines at Frieza's malevolent gaze. Krillin, once filled with anger, found his rage swiftly eclipsed by a paralyzing fear, causing him to unconsciously retreat a few steps. "Die." Frieza's eyes glimmered with an unsettling light as a sphere of purple energy materialized in his hand. All present braced themselves, preparing for combat. However, just as Frieza was about to unleash destruction upon them, King Cold's voice interrupted him. "Frieza, wait." Frieza's brow furrowed slightly at the sound, a hint of displeasure evident on his face. However, he ceased his assault, turning his head nonchalantly to inquire, "What is it, father?" The Kurdish king did not meet Frieza's gaze. Instead, he remained fixated on the area where the explosion had occurred. Frieza, perplexed by his father's demeanor, followed his gaze. The onlookers on Earth, witnessing Frieza's sudden halt, exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Their curiosity piqued. They turned their attention to the unfolding events, eager to discern what had compelled Frieza to cease his aggression. Amidst their intrigued gazes, a calm voice resonated. "That was close. I nearly met my end at your hands." As the smoke gradually dissipated, it revealed none other than Leelin, the individual previously struck. The unexpected turn of events caused Frieza's pupils to constrict sharply. Not only Frieza, but also the formidable beings on Earth were momentarily taken aback by the current circumstances. "This fellow is unscathed?" Krillin uttered in disbelief. He was not alone. Even Vegeta displayed a hint of astonishment. The people of Earth, having endured Frieza's strike, had emerged completely unharmed. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would scarcely have believed it. Chapter 4. A Taste of Power. This time, there shall be no near misses, Frieza declared coldly, raising his hand. A purple energy sphere, reminiscent of his earlier attack, materialized in his grasp. With a swift flick of his wrist, the energy sphere shot forth like lightning. A resounding explosion followed, the force significantly greater than before. This time, it struck the man's body with unyielding force. Hence, the man who had narrowly escaped death was undoubtedly beyond salvation now. "Sorry to disappoint yet again. I am still alive," Leelin's voice echoed as the smoke cleared. He wore a composed expression, his eyes gleaming with mirth as he regarded Frieza. Initially, he had believed he was doomed when Frieza first attacked. However, to his astonishment, the blow had landed without inflicting any pain, feeling more akin to a massage than a lethal strike. "This is impossible," Frieza exclaimed, incredulously staring at Leelin. His recent attack had not only failed to extinguish this man's life, but had caused no harm whatsoever, merely soiling his garments. The shock that gripped Frieza was mirrored in Vegeta and the others, their astonishment equally profound. Who was this individual? I do not recall such a powerful being existing on Earth. The question arose from Piccolo. Though he was a Namekian, he had spent his entire life on Earth and was familiar with its formidable warriors. Yet, he held no recollection of the person before him. Tian Shinhan, Yamcha, and Krillin, upon hearing this, simultaneously shook their heads. They harbored no recollection of this individual standing before them. Let us set aside any notions of familiarity. This individual seemingly possesses immense strength, perhaps even capable of vanquishing Frieza. Krillin clenched his fists, his countenance radiating sheer joy. Upon hearing Krillin's words, the crowd's expressions shifted. However, at that moment, Vegeta doused their enthusiasm with a chilling dose of reality. "Stop dreaming. Do not presume that enduring a couple of attacks means you can defeat Frieza," Vegeta declared with arms crossed, his tone icily indifferent. His fear of Frieza ran deep. He believed that, aside from a Super Saiyan, no one could possibly challenge Frieza's might. The group's fervor was ruthlessly extinguished. Vegeta's assertion was undeniably accurate. The energy Frieza had just unleashed was certainly not his full power. If he were to unleash his full fury, it was likely that none present would stand a chance. It appeared that they would have to rely on Goku after all. "Kid, I concede that I underestimated you, but the game ends here," Frieza stated coldly. The ineffectiveness of his previous 2 attacks had thoroughly incensed him. He found the inhabitants of this planet utterly detestable. He resolved to obliterate this world, ensuring that all its life forms met their demise at his hands. "Oh, is that so?" Leelin replied with a calm smile. He then raised his finger and continued, "The attack you used against me earlier must have been this one, correct?" "What?" Frieza responded, puzzled by Leelin's words. Leelin had no intention of clarifying. He merely shook his head with a smile, and suddenly, a brilliant white light emanated from his fingertip. Whoosh! A beam of white energy surged toward Frieza's location, surpassing the previous attack in strength by a staggering magnitude. Not only was its power vastly superior, but its speed was several times greater as well. "No!" Frieza, sensing the overwhelming might of the incoming attack, shouted in terror. Yet, the beam was far too swift for him to evade. The white ray pierced through his body. In an instant, Frieza's form began to swell rapidly, akin to a balloon. Boom! An explosion echoed suddenly. Frieza's body disintegrated into countless fragments. In that final moment, he did not even utter a cry of anguish. The cosmic tyrant met his end on Earth. All transpired with shocking suddenness. King Cold witnessed Frieza's demise unfold before his very eyes, unable to intervene even for a moment. Frieza had been eradicated. Krillin seemed unable to fathom the reality of the situation, his eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, Piccolo affirmed with a nod, seemingly in agreement. Vegeta, now rendered speechless by the shock, was filled with disbelief. Just moments ago, he had asserted that Frieza could not be so easily defeated. To his astonishment, the individual before him had annihilated Frieza in an instant. Could the slap in the face have come so swiftly? His gaze toward Leelin had transformed. He no longer regarded him with the same disdainful attitude as before. To vanquish Frieza in a single strike, one must possess extraordinary strength. Chapter 5. Next. It is your turn. Leelin's lips curled into a subtle smile, his expression radiating joy as he nodded in approval. Truly, the prowess of a Super Saiyan is formidable. Simultaneously, he silently admired the system within. Merely glancing at the technique employed by Frieza, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, and astonishingly, he was able to extrapolate the method of its execution. With a casual counterattack, he unleashed a force even greater than the original. As this realization dawned upon him, excitement stirred within Leelin. He turned his gaze towards King Cold and, with an air of indifference, stated, "Next, it is your turn." Upon hearing this, King Cold felt a twinge of apprehension, his pupils narrowing. It was unexpected to encounter such a formidable opponent on Earth, a fact that both he and Frieza had underestimated. Now, with the focus shifted towards him, a sense of tension gripped him. "Young man, do not be too pleased with yourself. I possess the capability to match your previous display." King Cold composed himself and spoke with a chilling tone, devoid of rage at Frieza's demise. Although they shared blood, he was acutely aware of Frieza's ruthless ambition. Frieza, in his arrogance, would not have hesitated to usurp him had their powers been equal. He would never have shown the respect he once did. "Oh, is that so?" Leelin raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with skepticism. "Absolutely," King Cold replied, a confident glint in his eyes. He believed his combat prowess to surpass that of Frieza, albeit by a narrow margin. Even so, should Frieza have been caught off guard, he could replicate the same effect. Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others were taken aback by King Cold's proclamation. They had hoped that with Leelin's arrival as their savior, their plight would soon be alleviated. Little did they know that King Cold, too, possessed terrifying strength. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, he seemed to speak truthfully. Leelin, however, remained unfazed by King Cold's words. Such claims might intimidate others, but they held no sway over him. As a traveler from another realm, he was well acquainted with the narratives of this universe. King Cold might indeed be slightly superior to Frieza, but he was certainly not in the same league as Leelin. After all, within the established storyline, this individual was merely felled by a single blow from Trunks. Noticing Leelin's silence, King Cold's expression shifted to one of smugness. He extended an enticing offer, his voice dripping with allure. "Ah, a young warrior of your caliber is a rarity indeed. What say you? Would you be interested in usurping Frieza's position? I could take you under my wing as my adopted son, and together we could conquer this universe." Upon hearing King Cold's proposition, Leelin's expression momentarily faltered, and he blinked in surprise. He had merely lost his train of thought for a moment, never anticipating that this fellow would actually wish to adopt him as a godson. Wasn't that a flight of fancy? With a profound understanding of the plot and possessing the golden finger as his auxiliary, his current strength could indeed be considered formidable. How could he possibly be foolish enough to play the role of a godson? "I have absolutely no interest in being your godson," Leelin scoffed, his face adorned with a look of utter disdain, and raised his finger, continuing, "You should descend into hell and seek your own son." Upon hearing Leelin's mocking words, the expression on King Cold's face darkened. However, before he could utter another word, a flash of light emanated from Leelin's fingertips. Whoosh! A beam of white energy shot forth like a bullet, instantly piercing through his chest. The tremendous force caused him to stagger back several steps, his unsteady gait leading him to collapse onto the ground. Wow! King Cold clutched the wound, unable to suppress a spurt of blood. Simultaneously, the vitality within him began to dwindle rapidly. Indeed, he was slightly stronger than Frieza. "Having withstood my attack, he still clung to life." Leelin raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flickering in his gaze. However, this brief astonishment quickly dissipated as a white energy sphere appeared in his hand, a technique he had learned during Frieza's second assault. Aside from its differing hue, the energy contained within was astonishingly powerful. Upon witnessing Leelin preparing for a second attack, King Cooled was instantly struck with terror, repeatedly raising his hands in a plea. No, please, don't kill me. I will leave Earth immediately. I promise I will never return to this galaxy. Before he could finish his desperate plea, the energy sphere was released from Leelin's hand. No, King Cooled cried out in despair. He was gravely injured and completely unable to evade this impending attack, forced to watch helplessly as he was engulfed by the white light. Boom. The explosion reverberated through the heavens, a plume of azure smoke slowly rising as the entire mountain began to tremble violently. Massive boulders tumbled from the summit. After a considerable time, the aftershocks of the explosion began to wane, and the scene gradually returned to tranquility. The azure smoke dissipated, leaving behind only a pile of black remnants where King Cooled's massive form once stood. Chapter 6. The battle concludes. Trunks arrives in the aftermath. Aside from Leelin and the warriors of Earth, only the minions accompanying Frieza and King Cooled remained. These minions could scarcely fathom that the two mightiest monarchs of the cosmos had been reduced to mere ashes in the blink of an eye. After vanquishing King Cooled, Leelin turned his attention towards the minions. Please, do not kill me. I beg you, do not kill me. One of the minions, seemingly unable to withstand Leelin's gaze, fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Witnessing this scene, the others quickly followed suit, kneeling down and voicing their supplications. In that moment, the entire mountain was filled with their cries, interspersed with the sounds of sobbing. Leelin could not help but slightly furrow his brows, slowly gesturing with his hand. He was not a person who relished in slaughter and paid little heed to these foot soldiers. As long as they did not provoke him, allowing them to go free was certainly a viable option. Upon seeing Leelin's gesture, the soldiers' hearts filled with joy. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, they exclaimed, wiping their noses in tears, expressing their gratitude incessantly. Simultaneously, they dared not delay, as a throng of them rushed eagerly into the spaceship, fearful of being left behind. With a rumble, the spaceship powered up, gradually ascending into the sky. In a short span of time, it vanished above the Earth, venturing into the depths of the cosmos. The onlookers on Earth were left agape, their mouths slightly ajar. Their eyes were now filled with profound astonishment. The crisis on Earth had been resolved by this inexplicable individual, and with such swiftness, without any unnecessary fuss. Merely with a casual release of 3 waves of energy, he had dealt with Frieza and his father. What shall we do now, Vegeta? Krillin inquired, casting a glance at his companion and swallowing hard before speaking. Vegeta, being the strongest among them, was naturally regarded as their leader. Now that Frieza had been vanquished by this enigmatic figure, they needed to consult him regarding their next course of action. Vegeta, still reeling from shock, found himself at a loss for words. The imminent danger he had perceived was effortlessly dispelled by this person before him. He was unaware of when such a formidable individual had emerged on Earth. The last time he visited, this person had not made an appearance at all. I don't know, Vegeta finally uttered after much contemplation. At this moment, he was equally unsure of what to do. Although this individual had aided them in eliminating Frieza and his son, they were oblivious to his true nature. In the absence of discernible friend or foe, it would be wise to remain observant and refrain from provoking him hastily. After all, this was someone capable of obliterating Frieza with a single blow, and incurring his wrath could yield unimaginable consequences. The others exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say. If Vegeta himself was at a loss, they lacked the courage to approach and greet him. They all wished to live a few more years, not wanting to meet an untimely demise. However, while they preferred not to initiate any confrontation, this inclination was ultimately unilateral. Hello, how are you all? Leelin turned around, exuberantly waving his hand in greeting. His demeanor resembled that of a person joyfully reuniting with an old friend, his expression brimming with sincerity and excitement. After all, these individuals were once characters he had only encountered in films and animations. Meeting them in reality evoked a tinge of exhilaration in his heart. Yet, while he recognized everyone present, they, in turn, were unfamiliar with him. As he suddenly turned to face them, a shiver ran down their spines, and they instinctively took 2 steps back, their hair standing on end. Haha. Clin leaned back slightly, awkwardly waving his hand as he spoke. Had this been before, witnessing Leelin's enthusiastic demeanor would have compelled him to approach and engage in conversation. However, today, he had been subjected to an overwhelming amount of fright, remaining in a state of heightened tension ever since learning of Frieza's impending arrival on Earth. Although Frieza had now been vanquished, The sudden appearance of an unfamiliar figure still left them somewhat on edge. Yet amidst the crowd, one individual was an exception. Upon catching sight of Leelin's handsome visage, her fear dissipated instantaneously, replaced by a starry-eyed expression, as if hearts danced in her gaze. In her mind, how could someone so striking possibly be malevolent? She then cheerfully waved her small hand at Leelin. Sigh. Observing the peculiar expressions on the faces of the others, Leelin let out a helpless sigh, offering a knowing smile and a nod to Bulma. He understood their current sentiments, having experienced the tumult of joy and sorrow. Moreover, with a formidable stranger appearing so suddenly, it was only natural for their feelings to lean more towards trepidation than elation. Just as he prepared to continue the conversation, a mysterious flying vessel suddenly appeared in the sky. Oh, is that Trunks arriving? Leelin mused aloud, gazing upward. The aircraft resembled the one he recalled vividly. If all went as expected, it was indeed the time machine piloted by future Trunks. The unexpected arrival of the enigmatic craft captured everyone's attention, prompting them all to look up. The vehicle descended slowly and smoothly, landing directly in front of Leelin. Creak. The hatch at the top of the craft opened gradually, and a blue-haired youth leaped out. Clad in a work uniform and wielding a long sword at his back, the youth exhaled sharply, muttering to himself. I made it just in time. He surveyed his surroundings, seemingly in search of something. However, his search yielded no results, prompting a hint of confusion. This doesn't make sense. Frieza should have already arrived by now. Why is he nowhere to be seen? After scanning the area, the youth abruptly turned to look back. Leelin, noticing Trunks across from him, smiled and intended to greet him. Yet, Trunks' gaze bypassed him entirely, focusing instead on the people behind him. In that moment, Leelin felt a touch of awkwardness, his hand that was poised to wave reluctantly dropping back down. It was not that Trunks was impolite. He simply did not recognize Leelin, perceiving him as just another ordinary earthling. Trunks regarded the familiar faces in the crowd, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. His expression softened considerably upon seeing Bulma, and he lingered noticeably longer on Vegeta, lost in thought. The others maintained a heightened sense of vigilance towards the suddenly appeared unfamiliar youth. Uncertain of the day's significance, I cannot fathom the sudden influx of so many enigmatic strangers. Observing the young man's imposing aura, it is evident that he is no ordinary individual. And lo, another dashing figure appears. At this moment, Bulma is utterly captivated, her gaze fixed in awe. The earlier encounter with Leelin and now this youth, both are simply breathtaking. In her heart, she muses whether fate has recognized her boyfriend's inadequacies and has graciously sent her two handsome contenders for her affections. Leelin, having overheard Bulma's musings, cannot suppress a chuckle. Should she learn of the boy's true identity, one wonders what her reaction might be. Excuse me, Trunks scratches his head. Speaking up, have you seen Frieza? I'm here specifically to eradicate him. By my calculations, he should have landed in this vicinity. Upon hearing the youth's words, Vegeta's fists clenched tightly, a flicker of rage igniting within him. This anger, however, is not directed at anyone else, but rather at himself. After all, he has no familial ties to Frieza, nor is there any need to champion his cause, especially since Frieza is already deceased. His frustration is rooted in his own lack of strength. He feels woefully inadequate. Frieza represents an overwhelming force, a veritable nightmare in his psyche, one that sends chills down his spine at the mere mention of his name. Yet now, this formidable specter has been effortlessly vanquished by the mysterious stranger before him, and another youth boldly claims his intention to eliminate Frieza, his tone remarkably nonchalant, as if dismissing a trivial matter. The carefree demeanor of these two individuals deeply unsettles the proud Saiyan prince. He begins to berate himself internally, questioning why he is so feeble. Ultimately, he finds himself in a position where he must be saved by others. Why can he not transform into a Super Saiyan like Kakarot? Were that possible, perhaps his anger would not be so consuming. The others remain oblivious to Vegeta's inner turmoil. But upon hearing the youth's inquiry, they are taken aback. They did not expect this boy to seek trouble with Frieza so boldly. Clearly, he is no ordinary contender. Frieza has already been eradicated by this gentleman, Krillin stammers, gesturing towards Leelin. Trunks, upon hearing that Frieza has been defeated, is momentarily stunned. He ponders whether Goku has returned to Earth and preemptively dealt with Frieza. With a look of confusion, he turns to the direction Krillin indicated. As he looks over, he sees Leelin smiling and nodding at him. Realizing that Krillin was pointing at the individual he had inadvertently overlooked, Trunks' eyes widen in disbelief. What is the meaning of this? He questions himself repeatedly, striving to recall any information about this person. However, after much contemplation, he draws a blank. This individual does not exist in his memory. Trunks, with a perplexed expression, cautiously approached Leelin and inquired, "Excuse me, are you the one who vanquished Frieza?" The current situation had completely surpassed his understanding, and all he could do was seek confirmation once more. Leelin, seemingly aware of Trunks' confusion, remained silent, merely offering a subtle nod with a smile. Upon receiving this confirmation, Trunks felt an increasing sense of bewilderment. According to his knowledge, the historical Frieza should have been defeated by the returning Goku. The formidable warriors of Earth during this era should not have been capable of opposing Frieza. "May I inquire your name?" Trunks asked politely. "I am Leelin, a resident of Earth," Leelin replied nonchalantly. Chapter 8. Who are these people? Leelin, Trunks murmured, pondering this unfamiliar name and shaking his head slightly. "No, this is the first time I have heard such a name. If there were such a powerful individual on Earth, there should be historical records of him. Could it be that something went awry with the time machine, transporting me to an alternate timeline?" Observing Trunks' bewildered demeanor, Leelin chuckled and shook his head. He longed to elucidate matters, but reason dictated otherwise. Revealing his identity as a time traveler could invite unforeseen complications, especially in a world where higher entities exist. The gathering, having overheard the conversation between the two, was left in a state of confusion, oblivious to the topic at hand. It seemed that Leelin was the only one present who retained clarity amidst the uncertainty. Just as everyone was engulfed in their perplexity, a shooting star suddenly streaked across the sky. "It's Dad! Dad is back!" exclaimed Gohan, visibly excited as he looked upward. As the son of Goku, he remained acutely sensitive to his father's aura. The moment the meteor appeared, he sensed Goku's presence. Upon hearing Gohan's words, the crowd instinctively looked up, attuning themselves to the energy in the air. Indeed, as all felt the aura, smiles of joy blossomed on their faces. However, Leelin, in contrast, found himself somewhat disheartened. He was yet unable to perceive the presence of energy and could only observe a circular spacecraft approaching from above. He struggled to comprehend the sensation of sensing energy itself. With a thunderous roar, the spacecraft piloted by Goku descended directly onto the ground not far from the group. Their gazes were immediately drawn to it, and their expressions turned to excitement. After such a long separation since their encounter on planet Namek, they felt a genuine longing. Leelin, too, watched the circular spacecraft with curiosity, feeling a slight thrill at the prospect of meeting the protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe. With a creak, the hatch of the small circular spacecraft sprang open. From within emerged a rugged and oddly dressed muscular man, weary from his journey. Although it was Leelin's first encounter with a real person, he instantly recognized that this individual was none other than Sun Wukong. Indeed, he resembled exactly what he had seen in the anime. "Father!" Gohan could no longer contain his joy and exclaimed exuberantly, joyfully sprinting towards Sun Wukong with open arms. Upon seeing his son approaching, Sun Wukong beamed with delight, embracing Gohan tightly in a heartfelt reunion. He waved cheerfully at the group of people on the hillside, and with a gentle leap, he soared to stand before them. "Greetings, everyone. It's been a long time," Sun Wukong said with a smile gracing his lips. Krillin, Piccolo, and Tien gathered around him, and Tien playfully remarked, "It seems that during our time apart, you have grown considerably stronger." "Hee." Sun Wukong chuckled, scratching his head, accepting the compliment with a modest smile. The others chimed in with light-hearted banter, eager to share their tales from the time they had been apart. Sun Wukong responded in kind, expressing how, after wandering the cosmos for so long, nothing quite compared to the warmth of home on Earth. "It is truly wonderful that everyone is well," he said with a smile, but his expression suddenly turned serious as he continued. "I heard that Frieza had also arrived on Earth. Where is he now? Surely he hasn't yet made his appearance?" As the group prepared to explain Frieza's whereabouts, they were interrupted by a voice declaring, "Frieza has already been eliminated by me." It was Leelin, who stepped forward with a smile, expressing his happiness to meet Sun Wukong. Upon recognizing Leelin, the others parted to give him space. Sun Wukong's expression momentarily faltered upon hearing the voice, and then he grinned foolishly, saying, "Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you." It seemed to be his first encounter with Leelin, leaving him somewhat bewildered. He began to ponder how such a formidable warrior had emerged on Earth, capable of vanquishing Frieza. After all, he himself had defeated Frieza only after transforming into a Super Saiyan on Namek. "Trunks, Noticing Leelin's approach, suddenly recalled the mission that had brought him to this timeline. He had been momentarily distracted by Leelin's unexpected appearance and had forgotten his purpose. "Mr. Wukong, may I speak with you privately for a moment?" Trunks exclaimed, swiftly moving to stand before Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, taken aback by yet another unfamiliar face, pondered who these individuals were. After being away for so long, it bewildered him to encounter so many he did not recognize. Before he could think further, Trunks swiftly pulled him to the opposite side of the mountain. The others were left in confusion by this sudden turn of events, while Leelin remained calm, for his status was quite unique, belonging to the realm of the foreseen and the enlightened. Trunks sought out Goku for a purpose that he understood all too well. The two arrived at the precipice of a steep cliff on the other side of the mountains and commenced their conversation. Although the onlookers could see their figures, the substance of their dialogue remained a mystery to all but one, Piccolo. Thanks to his uniquely structured ears, he was likely privy to every word exchanged between them. What could this youth possibly want with Goku? Krillin pondered aloud, gazing into the distance with a furrowed brow. The rest of the crowd, shaking their heads in confusion, could only speculate, as the distance rendered them oblivious to the nature of the discourse. However, just as the spectators were engulfed in their uncertainties, two formidable auras erupted around the pair. Trunks and Goku simultaneously transformed into Super Saiyans, unleashing an overwhelming force that sent fierce winds spiraling outward from their center. "What is happening? That youth has transformed into a Super Saiyan," Krillin exclaimed, utterly astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. "This is impossible." Vegeta, too, was taken aback, feeling the greatest shock among the onlookers. He could not recall any Saiyan possessing such a youthful visage, and he was certain that all Saiyans had black hair. Yet, this boy's striking blue hair defied the very characteristics of their race. As the others marveled at the scene, the two warriors engaged in combat. Trunks brandished the long sword slung across his back, relentlessly striking at Goku. Yet Goku responded with ease, deftly parrying the blows with just 2 fingers. Their skirmish was brief, but it allowed them to gauge each other's prowess. After their exchange, Trunks' expression brightened, and he retracted his sword, resuming their conversation with a smile. Why? How could an inexplicable individual suddenly manifest the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta felt a surge of discontent welling up within him, the veins on his forehead beginning to throb. The others sensed Vegeta's agitation and instinctively distanced themselves, wary of his potential volatility. Heaven knows what might provoke this fellow into a frenzy. Meanwhile, the dialogue between Trunks and Goku came to a swift conclusion, with Trunks imparting all the knowledge of future events to Goku. Just as they were about to part ways, Trunks abruptly halted and pointed towards a figure named Leelin, inquiring, "Mr. Goku, do you recognize that person?" Goku, seeing Trunks point at Leelin, responded with a hint of exasperation, "I'm sorry, Trunks, but I am meeting him for the first time today." Trunks furrowed his brow slightly, nodding as if a thought had crossed his mind. "No matter, let us proceed." With that, Trunks eagerly soared into the air. Goku, scratching his head in confusion, followed suit, taking to the skies alongside him. Upon the return of Goku and Trunks, the inhabitants of Earth swiftly encircled the duo, clamoring with inquiries. Goku scratched his head, uncertain of how to articulate the situation. Noticing that Trunks had not yet departed, he wished for him to elucidate the matter. However, Trunks seemed disinclined to engage with the crowd, instead making his way directly to Leelin, greeting him with a smile. "Mr. Leelin, greetings. I am Trunks." Leelin, with a gentle smile, nodded politely and replied, "Hello, how may I assist you?" Without further ado, Trunks cut to the chase, stating, "If it is convenient, might we converse privately?" The onlookers were once again captivated by the youth named Trunks. "There is no need for a private discussion. I am already aware of the events that shall unfold in the future, and I will do my utmost in this timeline." Leelin responded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Trunks' eyes widened in astonishment. 2 others present, Goku and Piccolo, shared in his surprise, unable to fathom how Leelin could possess knowledge of future occurrences. "How do you know?" Trunks stammered in disbelief. Before he could finish, Leelin interjected, saying slowly, "As for how I know, I must refrain from disclosing that information. However, I assure you I will offer my assistance when the time comes." Trunks opened his mouth to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. Recognizing that others had their own secrets, he deemed it futile to press further. "In that case, I would like to thank you on behalf of humanity in the future," Trunks said earnestly, nodding. He then produced a capsule, revealing the time machine he had arrived in. Thus, Under the gaze of the crowd, Trunks boarded the time machine and departed from this timeline. Leelin, in his heart, shook his head, reflecting, "Poor Trunks. Even if our timeline has changed, your timeline still relies on you for salvation." He held a profound admiration for the future Trunks, who, living in such a desolate world, must possess immense courage. Regardless of the formidable foes he faced, he confronted them alone. This singularity of character set him apart from other Saiyans, embodying a decisive nature that would never be found in Goku or Vegeta. After all, it is the environment that shapes one's disposition. Chapter 10. Exceptional talent. After Trunks' departure, Goku began to explain the impending events to the gathered crowd. However, due to his difficulties in expression, he struggled to find a starting point. Ultimately, it was Piccolo who stepped in to relay the crisis conveyed by Trunks, skillfully omitting his identity. Upon hearing that, a year hence, they would be ravaged by two formidable androids, the crowd gasped in alarm. Thus, the matter stands. I shall commence my training. After Piccolo uttered these words, he elegantly flicked his white robe and turned away with a flourish. Vegeta, feeling profoundly disheartened, also desired to depart without further delay. He resolved to undertake his rigorous training, aspiring to transform into a Super Saiyan at the earliest opportunity. As this thought crossed his mind, he discreetly cast a glance at Leelin, silently vowing that during their next encounter, he would showcase his formidable prowess. Without exchanging farewells, he left the crowd with nothing but his retreating figure, declaring, "I must take my leave. We shall reconvene in a year." Tien, accompanied by Kaiatsu, began bidding farewell to everyone, heading towards the horizon. The scene was left with only Leelin, Goku, Gohan, Krillin, Yamcha, and Bulma. Although Goku had learned of the news, he did not exhibit the same panic as the others. After all, the warrior genes within him were exceedingly potent. Upon facing a formidable opponent, his initial reaction was not fear, but an exhilarating fervor. Leelin appeared quite composed as well, for he had already attained a strength comparable to that of a Super Saiyan 2. With a bit of foundational training, he was confident that even the androids, let alone the future threat of Cell, would not pose a challenge. "Let us return," suggested Krillin to the remaining group, since Frieza and his cohorts had been vanquished. Lingering here held little significance. It would be far more prudent to return and dedicate time to training in preparation for the impending android crisis in a year's time. Bulma, Gohan, and Yamcha expressed their agreement. "Leelin, where do you reside?" Goku inquired, turning to him. "If you have no objections, how about we train together over the next year?" He was eager to spar with a warrior of Leelin's caliber. Anyone capable of defeating Frieza surely possessed formidable strength. Training alongside such an individual would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Upon hearing Goku's proposal, Leelin nodded enthusiastically, replying, "Absolutely, I would welcome that." One of his innate talents was the ability to enhance his strength through combat. On Earth, Goku was the mightiest warrior. Training with him would significantly aid his growth. Simultaneously, he was eager to learn some fundamental combat techniques. Krillin and the others had no objections. From their previous discussions, they understood that although Leelin appeared somewhat enigmatic, he was likely not of a nefarious nature. With everyone in agreement, Bulma cheerfully suggested, "Let us head to my house for a meal and to unwind." Her gaze lingered affectionately on Leelin, as a young, handsome, and powerful man held an irresistible allure for her. Leelin chuckled, lightly touching his nose. If he surmised correctly, Bulma's current boyfriend was likely the nearby Yamcha. As for the matter of Vegeta's interference, it was likely to unfold over the course of the coming year. Regarding Bulma's suggestion, there were no objections from the assembled group. As they boarded Bulma's spacecraft, they set off towards the location of the Capsule Corporation. During the flight, Krillin, with curiosity, inquired of Lin, "Are you from Earth? How come I've never heard of you before?" Lin, upon hearing Krillin's question, smiled and nodded. "Indeed, I am a native Earthling," he added silently to himself. "Though not from this world's Earth. I previously lived in the deep mountains, away from worldly affairs, so it is understandable that you have not heard of me." Lin casually fabricated an explanation with a slight smile. "Oh, that makes sense," Krillin remarked, scratching his bald head thoughtfully. Gohan, overhearing their exchange, became intrigued and asked, "Uncle Lin, how did you train? You are incredibly strong. Even the formidable villain Frieza fell to you in a single blow." Goku, upon hearing his son's question, was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression transformed into one of excitement. Although he was aware that Lin had defeated Frieza, he was oblivious to the specifics. Hearing Gohan describe it as a one-hit defeat ignited a thrill within him. He had not anticipated that this mysterious and powerful individual they were meeting for the first time would possess such strength. While Goku could also defeat Frieza with a single strike at his current level, he was nonetheless eager to engage Lin in combat. Lin, upon hearing Gohan's query, hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to respond. His power did not stem from conventional training methods. Perhaps I possess a notable talent I did not intentionally train, and my strength naturally developed into what it is now, Lin mused, conjuring a somewhat plausible excuse. However, to the ears of the others, this statement took on an entirely different connotation. Gohan regarded him with an odd expression, Krillin's face twitched slightly, and even Goku unconsciously swallowed hard. Thankfully, Vegeta was not present. Had he heard this response, he would have undoubtedly been incensed. After all my arduous training, how could it be so effortless for you? No intentional training? Your strength simply evolved? These questions swirled in the minds of the group. Lin observed their varying expressions and helplessly shook his head, thinking to himself, haven't I already told you? It's all about innate talent. Why is it so hard to believe? Just as they were astonished by Lin's power, they landed at Capsule Corporation. Vegeta had returned early and immediately shut himself in the gravity training room, immersing himself in intense practice, showing no inclination to socialize. This is what made Bulma admirable. Yamcha, however, was somewhat intimidated by Vegeta. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely intervened and urged him to leave. Chapter 11. Striking after their meal, the sky was gradually darkening. Sun Wukong, accompanied by his son, prepared to return home and warmly invited Leelin to join them. After all, they had already agreed to cultivate together in the days to come. If the distance were too great, it might prove inconvenient. Leelin pondered for a moment before acquiescing to his proposal. As they departed, he specifically requested a residence capsule from Bulma. The following morning, after breakfast, Sun Wukong and Leelin were ready to spar. However, just as they were poised to begin, Leelin uttered a statement that left them both astonished. Wukong, hold on a moment. Could you first teach me how to control my energy, and then briefly show me a few techniques? Leelin sheepishly rubbed his head. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief as he stared at Leelin and asked, what do you mean? Are you telling me you can't control your energy? Leelin's face flushed with embarrassment as he nodded awkwardly. Although he could wield some energy-based attacks, he was utterly clueless about mastering energy control. Wukong swallowed hard and pointed at Leelin. Then why can't I sense your energy? Didn't you suppress it? Confusion clouded Wukong's mind. If Leelin was incapable of controlling energy, how could he not feel his potential? He recalled that even Vegeta, who had once been unaware of energy's existence, could be sensed from afar. Well, perhaps our physical constitutions differ, Leelin explained helplessly. He remembered that through the system, he had obtained a talent that allowed for a reshaping of bodily strength, which might be related to this phenomenon. Wukong remained puzzled by Leelin's explanation, but fortunately, he was not one to dwell on deep thoughts. After a moment's reflection, he decided to set aside his confusion. All right then, I'll explain it to you. It may not be perfect, so I hope you'll bear with me, Sun Wukong said slowly. Leelin smiled and nodded appreciatively, responding courteously, not at all. You are too modest. His mind was currently sharp, and he was confident that a general overview would suffice for his understanding. Seeing that Leelin was unperturbed, Wukong began his explanation. He spoke for nearly half an hour. It must be said that while Wukong excelled in battle, his teaching skills left much to be desired. Fortunately, he was addressing the exceptionally perceptive Leelin. Despite some stumbles, Leelin managed to grasp the concepts presented. Once finished, both men sighed in unison. Leelin, now that I've completed my explanation, you may need to practice for a few days. Shall we proceed with our sparring? Sun Wukong suggested, wiping the sweat from his brow with excitement. He recalled the hardships he endured with the KO in order to sense energy's presence. If Leelin wishes to truly master his abilities, it undoubtedly requires a considerable amount of time. Why not take advantage of the present moment to engage in a vigorous practice, as he has long felt an eagerness to do so? Leelin remarked with a smile, then closed his eyes, attuning himself to the energy within. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow slightly, opening his mouth as if to speak. Yet, in the next moment, his words caught in his throat. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura enveloped the entire earth. With a thunderous roar, a brilliant white light erupted from Leelin, soaring skyward like a celestial pillar piercing the clouds. The entire space trembled under the pressure of this formidable energy, as if on the verge of collapsing. This energy is terrifying, Sun Wukong shivered, clenching his fists and exclaiming with excitement. He had initially believed that Leelin would require some time to fully grasp this energy. To his astonishment, not only had he mastered it after a single attempt, but he also unleashed such a powerful aura. It is truly exhilarating yet fearsome, Sun Wukong continued. The hairs on his body stood on end, and he trembled, though his blood surged with intense exhilaration. Meanwhile, across the globe, this powerful aura resonated in every corner. Almost all the strong warriors turned their gaze towards a singular direction. Piccolo, meditating in midair, wore an expression of sheer astonishment, his eyes fixed on the distance. What is this? How can such terrifying power exist? At that moment, Krillin, training on Korin's tower, was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes wide with shock. Whose aura is this? This is utterly frightening. At Capsule Corporation, Vegeta was diligently training in the gravity chamber. Suddenly sensing this overwhelming aura, he was taken aback. And with a surge of energy, he shattered the gravity chamber to pieces. Who is it? Who could possess such strength? Vegeta's eyes widened, and he roared towards the heavens. This aura surpassed anything he could comprehend. While he was striving to become a Super Saiyan, this energy transcended even that. In his frustration, he could only roar in fury. In the heavenly palace, the servant Bobo supported the aged Kaioshin, whose round eyes reflected fear. The Kaioshin, observing the unfolding events below, exhaled deeply and spoke slowly. It is astonishing. Goku may not stand a chance against this individual. What shall we do? Bobo asked, his face a mask of terror and his voice tinged with trepidation. Since the Saiyans arrived on Earth, everything that has transpired has exceeded their control. Now, with such a powerful presence emerging, should it pose a threat to the planet? It seems no one could prevent it. Fear not. From this individual's past actions, it is evident he is not a malevolent being. There is no need for concern. The Kaioshin replied, leaning on his staff, his voice hoarse. He believed Leelin to be a good person, as evidenced by his vanquishing of Frieza and his choice to spare those from the universe, indicating he was not a villain. In other words, even if this person were a great foe, what could they truly do? Silently observing and fervently praying to the heavens. One finds themselves on a diminutive celestial body at the terminus of the serpent's path in the realm of the afterlife. The antennae atop the North King's head oscillate with increasing frequency, his visage etched with tension. Beads of sweat cascade down his forehead like large grains of mung beans. From whence does this individual emerge, possessing such terrifying prowess? The North King breathes with a hint of agitation, muttering to himself in disquiet. Chapter 12. The challenge. The inhabitants of Earth do not remain idle. They embark on a quest to uncover the source of the overwhelming energy. In an instant, the formidable beings of Earth materialize in proximity to Leelin. The magnitude of this energy is so immense that even those with a modicum of understanding can perceive it. The aura emanating from Leelin continues to surge, casting a radiant brilliance upon the land. Damn it, it is indeed him, Vegeta exclaims, his expression darkening. Prior to arriving, he had surmised that such a formidable presence could only belong to Leelin. Remarkable. This overwhelming energy is almost beyond belief unless one experiences it firsthand. Piccolo remarks gravely. He cannot fathom how this individual has cultivated such extraordinary strength. As Krillin absorbs the energy, astonishment fills his eyes, yet he is also overwhelmed with joy. Leelin's power is unprecedented. Coupled with Goku and the future emergence of androids, victory seems assured. Tian Shinhan, Yamcha, and others nod in silent agreement. If this is the case, Earth may indeed be saved. After all, Leelin had explicitly stated that he would do his utmost when the androids appeared. Bastard. Just as Krillin finishes speaking, a bellowing voice interrupts. It is none other than Vegeta, his face contorted with rage as he charges forward, seizing Krillin by the collar. What did you just say? Krillin, taken aback by Vegeta's fury, finds himself bewildered. He intended to provoke him. What is this man's issue? I said nothing. Krillin stammers in response. Humph. Vegeta snorts disdainfully, his ire palpable. Nothing. I perceive that your words completely disregard the presence of this prince. Krillin, caught in Vegeta's accusatory glare, feels a wave of despair wash over him. Internally, he curses himself, wondering how he could possibly overlook such a figure. Is this man deranged? Has his training rendered him foolish? Yet, these thoughts remain unspoken, confined to the recesses of his mind. I didn't he mean that? Krillin stutters, gazing at Vegeta with confusion. Didn't he mean it? Vegeta is relentless, his voice rising in indignation. Let me make it clear, the androids will surely be vanquished. But it will be I, Vegeta, who delivers the final blow. Do you comprehend? Vegeta's fervor intensifies, his neck veins bulging. Enduring the spray of Vegeta's fervent speech, Krillin suddenly realizes the source of his distress. It is indeed unfathomable. Due to issues of strength, Krillin could only nod vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. Humph. Vegeta snorted disdainfully and released his grip, crossing his arms over his chest as he cast a cold glance toward Leelin. The oppressive atmosphere surrounding Krillin dissipated, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He merely spoke the truth, yet he nearly faced dire consequences. Resolute in his decision, he vowed to keep a safe distance from this sensitive individual, lest he meet an untimely demise without explanation. Piccolo observed the scene with a detached demeanor, remaining silent. Tien and Yamcha, while seething with indignation at Vegeta's actions, dared not voice their concerns. At that moment, Goku was captivated by the aura emanating from Leelin. Entirely oblivious to the unfolding events around him, he felt as if the blood coursing through his veins was boiling, ready to erupt at any moment. Leelin, oh, how formidable he is! Goku gazed with sparkling eyes, akin to admiring a beautiful woman. As time ticked by, the intensity of Leelin's presence reached its zenith in an instant. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and the overwhelming aura that enveloped the earth abruptly lifted. The white luminescence surrounding Leelin vanished, and he slowly opened his eyes, murmuring to himself, "So this is the perception of energy? How wondrous!" He had finally gained the ability to control his power at will. Even with his eyes closed, he could sense the slightest rustle of the wind nearby. Seeing that Leelin had concluded, Goku resembled a ravenous wolf, eager to pounce. However, before he could make his move, another individual intercepted him. Leelin regarded the newcomer with curiosity, eager to discern the nature of this interruption. "Hey!" Vegeta's gaze was fixed intently on Leelin as he boldly declared, "I didn't expect you to be quite strong. Are you daring enough to spar with me?" The onlookers shook their heads slowly at Vegeta's challenge to Leelin. It was evident that they did not perceive the two as equals. Before Leelin could respond, Goku interjected, "Hey, Vegeta, you sly character. I'm the one who should be fighting Leelin, so kindly step aside." The gathered crowd nodded in agreement, believing that these two were indeed on the same level, while Vegeta would likely end up as the one being thoroughly defeated. "Quit your chattering, Kakarot." Vegeta retorted with a sweeping gesture, unwavering in his focus on Leelin, showing no inclination to debate. Observing this exchange, Leelin chuckled softly, stroking his nose. It appeared that Vegeta could serve as an excellent training partner, his enthusiasm for battle rivaling that of Goku. Unfortunately, he was still somewhat lacking, not yet having attained the level of Super Saiyan. Even a fight with him would likely yield minimal enhancement to Leelin's prowess. "Vegeta, perhaps you should return to your training for now. At this moment, you are not my equal," Leelin spoke slowly. After a brief pause, he continued, "Once you transform into a Super Saiyan, we shall have our match." His words were laced with concern for Vegeta's safety. After all, his own combat experience was still quite limited, and should he misjudge his strength, he could inadvertently cause harm. It was akin to the incident with Frieza and his son. He had merely imitated a technique, yet its overwhelming power had resulted in a swift defeat. Although he had now grasped the manipulation of ki, he still required time to become accustomed to it. "Indeed, Vegeta, it would be prudent for you to observe for the time being. Once you achieve your Super Saiyan transformation, we can engage in battle," Goku added with a slight frown, supporting Leelin's suggestion. He understood Vegeta's desire for combat, yet recognized the futility of the situation. The immense energy radiating from Leelin was formidable. Even with his utmost effort, Goku doubted he could withstand a blow from him. Chapter 13. The first encounter with Vegeta. These words struck a blow to Vegeta's pride, igniting an uncontrollable fury within him. "Silence yourself, Kakarot." He seethed, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. The fact that Goku could transform into a Super Saiyan while he could not was a deep-seated pain for him. The two seemed to revel in this fact, rubbing salt into his wounds. Goku, witnessing Vegeta's fury, opened his mouth to offer an explanation. However, Vegeta would not grant him the opportunity. Instead, he turned his ire towards Leelin. "And you, are you merely afraid of my challenge, terrified of being bested by me? Why do you concoct so many excuses?" Leelin furrowed his brows, his expression growing somber. He held a certain fondness for Vegeta, but that was a sentiment reserved for the later stages of Dragon Ball. At this point, Vegeta's arrogance was quite off-putting. Very well, let us settle this swiftly, Leelin replied, his gaze steady and his tone calm. Huh? Vegeta smirked coldly. What, are you angry? Leelin yawned, replying nonchalantly. Anger is hardly the word. I did not concern myself with insects. He was indeed not angry, but he sensed that if they did not engage in battle today, Vegeta would cling to him like a persistent leech, hindering his training. Upon hearing the term insect, Vegeta's fury reached its zenith. He had never been referred to in such a manner, not even under Frieza's command, when he had always been regarded as a formidable threat. Through gritted teeth, Vegeta exclaimed, Fool, I shall show you the true power of an insect. Huh? A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as an immense power erupted from within. Waves of energy crashing outward in every direction, enveloping his form in a white aura. The onlookers, sensing this formidable presence, instinctively retreated a few steps, fearful that a confrontation might ensue, drawing them into its chaos. Ah, Vegeta's strength is quite impressive, Goku remarked, gazing ahead with admiration. Back on Namek, this individual had not possessed such prowess. To think that in such a brief span, he could elevate himself to this level. Observing Goku's astonishment, Vegeta felt a modicum of satisfaction. Yet, he was acutely aware that this level of strength was inconsequential in the face of Lin Li, whose aura was far more menacing. Indeed, quite remarkable, Lin Li nodded, speaking with an air of indifference. He could discern that apart from himself and Goku, any other formidable warrior on Earth would pale in comparison to Vegeta. Thus, it was no wonder he bore the title of Prince of the Saiyans. His innate talent was indeed exceptional. With Lin Li's approval, a flicker of pride crossed Vegeta's countenance. Fixing his gaze, he proclaimed, Prepare yourself. In the next instant, he unleashed a powerful punch. The sound of explosive impacts echoed relentlessly, with the force of his strikes laying waste to everything in their path, stirring dust and smoke into a swirling tempest. Witnessing the ferocity of Vegeta's assault barreling towards him, Lin Li chose to forego any pretense of restraint. Steeling himself, he focused intently and countered with a punch of his own. A thunderous crack resounded as their energies collided, unleashing a fierce gale that sent debris soaring into the air. As the dust settled, Vegeta felt a tingling sensation in his arm, marveling at the overwhelming strength he had encountered. After their initial exchange, both combatants staggered back. Lin Li silently acknowledged that his control over his power was commendable. Had he been reckless, Vegeta might have faced a dire fate alongside Frieza and his father. Though a flicker of fear coursed through him, Vegeta refused to yield, charging once more at Lin Li. His pride forbade him from conceding. A victor must emerge from this clash. Lin Li, undeterred, assessed his strength once more before launching another punch. A violent explosion reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves across the terrain. The ground trembled beneath them, and Vegeta was propelled several meters away by the force. After tumbling several times, he barely managed to halt his momentum. Lin Li wasted no time, teleporting directly in front of Vegeta. Thuds resounded as his fists, akin to massive sandbags, rained down upon him. Blood erupted from Vegeta's mouth as he bowed his head, clutching his chest, his expression wrought with agony. Observing Vegeta's plight, Lin Li raised an eyebrow, realizing he had perhaps been too gentle, as the Saiyan had not lost consciousness. His intention had been to render Vegeta unconscious, not to take his life. Thus, he struck with measured precision. Though somewhat clumsy, his punches failed to achieve the desired effect. Leelin shook his head, gazing down at him from a superior height. With a swift motion, his leg lashed out like a whip. Ack! Vegeta cried out, taking the brunt of the kick and rolling twice on the ground. The blood that flowed from his mouth traced a beautiful and elegant arc through the air. He felt his head swell, darkness enveloping his vision, and he truly lost consciousness. Leelin nodded with indifference and slowly remarked that it was finally over. The onlookers, witnessing the conclusion of the battle, were filled with myriad emotions. They had barely comprehended how Leelin had struck before Vegeta was left bloodied and sprawled on the ground. Although they had anticipated that Vegeta was no match for Leelin, they were astonished by how swiftly he had been defeated, utterly unable to retaliate. If I were to face Leelin, I can hardly imagine the outcome, Krillin exclaimed, patting his chest and shaking his head in amazement. Piccolo shot him a sidelong glance, retorting without mercy, "Do not flatter yourself." Leelin had already significantly restrained himself. If he had fought with the full force he displayed earlier, even Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan would likely not have fared much better, let alone you. Chuckling awkwardly, Krillin rubbed his bald head. He was merely jesting. Someone as powerful as Leelin would likely have him fleeing, rather than provoking him. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Goku exclaimed, his fists clenched tightly, nearly leaping with excitement. Having encountered such a formidable opponent for the first time, he could hardly contain his exhilaration. Leelin, it is our turn now. Chapter 14. A sparring match. Leelin smiled and nodded at Goku's exuberance. Simultaneously, he began to quietly assess the energy residing within him. As expected, although his battle with Vegeta had been fleeting, his internal energy had increased slightly. It appears that the talent for enhancing strength through combat is indisputable. Unaware of Leelin's thoughts, Goku was simply thrilled at the prospect of facing this elite fighter. He restlessly moved his body, eager to warm up. Are these two finally about to begin? Piccolo murmured to himself. He was indeed looking forward to their duel, curious to see how much Goku had progressed. Previously, he had theorized that even Goku in his Super Saiyan form might not achieve a favorable outcome based on Goku's displayed power on Namek. Now, however, determining who was stronger between the two was not so easily discernible. At that moment, Krillin and the others felt their hearts race, their breaths held tightly in their throats. Although they understood that this was merely a normal sparring session between the two, their excitement and tension were palpable, beads of sweat forming in their palms. Before them stood two of the most formidable individuals on Earth, their impending clash igniting a fervent anticipation among onlookers. As for Vegeta, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness, he would regrettably miss this spectacle. In contrast to the palpable tension surrounding them, the two participants exuded an air of calm and composure. Son Goku, having concluded his warm-up, spoke with a slight smile, then let us commence. Leelin, acknowledging with a nod, beckoned with his hand. Go ahead, I permit you to strike first. A chuckle escaped Son Goku upon hearing this, and he promptly relinquished his politeness. A surge of white energy erupted from within, enveloping his form with an overwhelming aura that radiated outward. In the blink of an eye, his figure appeared directly before Leelin. The spectators held their breath, eyes wide and fixated, fearful of missing any thrilling moment. With a powerful punch, Son Goku unleashed an unstoppable force aimed squarely at Leelin's face. Leelin, however, deftly tilted his body aside, feeling the rush of Goku's fist graze past his nose. Remarkably swift, Leelin thought, astonished by Goku's explosive prowess in his normal state. As he marveled, he retaliated with a fierce kick directed at Goku's abdomen, his speed undiminished, perhaps even accelerated. Having missed his initial strike, Son Goku swiftly displayed his seasoned combat experience. He abruptly ceased his advance, legs propelling him backward with the agility of a spring, evading Leelin's assault. Yet, Leelin was undeterred. After missing, he pressed forward with remarkable speed. Incredible, Goku mused silently, realizing he could scarcely react to such swiftness. True to form, Leelin's right hand shot toward Goku's left shoulder with immense force, capturing him in a vice-like grip. Goku winced slightly, furrowing his brow. Now, you cannot escape, Leelin remarked, observing Goku's discomfort with an unaffected tone. Goku, suppressing the pain, flashed a grin and replied, that may not be the case. With a swift motion, he turned his left hand upward, seizing Leelin's wrist that held him. Before Leelin could react, a massive orb of energy coalesced in Goku's right hand. With a thunderous roar, a golden wave of energy erupted from his palm, surging forward like a bolt of lightning. The energy struck true. Leelin, caught unawares at point-blank range, was propelled backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing into a nearby mountain. The impact was monumental, as boulders tumbled and enveloped him, raising a cloud of dust. Krillin, witnessing Goku's successful assault, erupted with excitement, raising his arms high and exclaiming, Goku, well done. Well done. You certainly did not disappoint us. Yamcha shouted exuberantly, seemingly more thrilled than the person himself. Although Tianjin Fan remained silent, his expression mirrored the excitement of the moment. Upon hearing the cheers of the crowd, Sun Wukong did not exhibit much joy. Instead, his gaze remained fixed on the distant, collapsed mountain peak. Piccolo observed the celebrating group with a hint of disdain, dousing their enthusiasm with a cold remark. Are you all rejoicing too soon? With such a level of attack, not only is it uncertain whether you can defeat Leelin, but whether you can even injure him remains questionable. The crowd, undeterred by Piccolo's words, seemed to dismiss his concerns. While Leelin was indeed formidable, Wukong had yet to unleash his full power. Once he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his energy might even surpass Leelin's, suggested Krillin with a confident smile. Others nodded in agreement, seemingly reassured. "Oh, you fools," Piccolo muttered under his breath, feeling somewhat exasperated, and chose not to continue the debate. He recognized that Leelin's recently unleashed power was considerable. The advantage that Wukong held was merely due to a lack of combat experience on Leelin's part. As the battle continued, that disparity would soon be rectified, and Wukong's edge would dissipate. Nevertheless, he harbored a belief that Wukong could triumph. After all, the transformation into a Super Saiyan resulted in exponential growth and strength. And if Wukong could catch Leelin off guard, victory might still be within reach. As for Krillin's assertion that Wukong's energy could surpass Leelin's, Piccolo found that utterly absurd and had no belief in such a possibility unless Wukong could achieve further exponential growth beyond his Super Saiyan form. One must commend Piccolo's intellect. If Leelin were to hear this analysis, he would undoubtedly appreciate it. Just as the crowd was reveling in the moment, the earth suddenly began to tremble. With a thunderous roar, debris from the collapsed mountain rose into the air. A shockwave surged skyward, and Leelin's figure stood defiant in midair, a powerful aura enveloping the ground, as the floating debris instantaneously disintegrated into dust. Chapter 15, Super Saiyan in an instant. Leelin reappeared before Sun Wukong. Observing Leelin in scathe, Wukong smirked and remarked, "Ha, I knew you wouldn't be harmed. You're quite impressive." Leelin chuckled, brushing his nose thoughtfully, and calmly replied, "Now, I shall begin to take this seriously." After the recent skirmish, he had gained a clearer understanding of combat techniques, and the previous scenario was unlikely to occur again. That's just what I wanted." Wukong responded with a grin. They had barely scratched the surface of their true capabilities, and to conclude the battle so soon would indeed be a pity. "Then let us fight," Leelin exclaimed with a hearty laugh, charging directly at Sun Wukong. As Leelin suddenly launched his attack, Sun Wukong momentarily froze, astonished by the swiftness of Leelin's movements, which surpassed his previous speed by several folds, reaching him in an instant, leaving him no time to react. Bang! In that fleeting moment of distraction, Leelin's fist collided with his face, sending him flying, crashing violently to the ground, disoriented and bleeding from his mouth and nose. Goodness gracious! How did he strike so swiftly? Why could I not perceive his actions? At that instant, everyone present was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Leelin's rapid and decisive strike, which rendered them unable to catch a glimpse of his movements. Hiss! Klin gasped in shock, having failed to comprehend the recent attack. All he knew was that Leelin had suddenly darted in front of Wukong, who then soared backward. "Ow! It hurts so much." Sun Wukong clutched his face, slowly rising to his feet, grimacing as he spoke. Were it not for his slightly superior baseline strength, his fate would likely have been no better than Vegeta's. Despite this, an inexplicable sense of relief surged within him. Ahahaha! With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Sun Wukong erupted into laughter. The surrounding onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, beginning to wonder if Wukong had been stunned by that last blow. Hee. Leelin seemed to be affected by the atmosphere, offering a faint smile in response. "Marvelous. Simply marvelous," Sun Wukong declared with exuberance, wiping the blood from his lips before continuing, "Now, I shall unleash my full strength." Leelin smiled faintly, nodding, "Very well. Let me witness your true prowess." Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as a magnificent aura erupted from within Sun Wukong. Ripple-like shockwaves emanated from beneath his feet, spreading outward. "Huh!" With a thunderous shout, Sun Wukong's eyes widened, flames of golden fury igniting within his gaze. Roar! Another resounding cry echoed, altering the very fabric of the heavens. As fierce winds swirled around him, a brilliant light flashed as golden flames enveloped his form, his hair standing on end, transforming into a radiant golden hue. His once black pupils became a striking azure, and the muscles on his arms took on a more defined shape. "Is this the Super Saiyan?" Leelin scrutinized him closely, speaking calmly, "Truly remarkable." Although this was not his first encounter, it was the first time he observed it from such proximity. With his newfound ability to sense energy, he could clearly discern that Sun Wukong had undergone a qualitative transformation. Boom! Sun Wukong propelled himself off the ground, creating a thunderous sound. He surged towards Leelin like a bolt of golden lightning. Yet, Leelin maintained a serene smile, seemingly unperturbed by Sun Wukong's approach. Swish, swish, swish. Sun Wukong's fists rained down upon him like a tempest, relentless in their assault. Leelin merely shook his head with a gentle smile, as if he had no intention of evading the onslaught. At the very moment the fist was about to make contact, the previously chilling and formidable aura reemerged. The white essence surrounding him surged violently, resembling a blazing white flame. Bang, bang, bang. The fist struck Leelin from all directions, unleashing a series of resounding echoes. At this juncture, Leelin had summoned every ounce of his strength. Amidst the frenzied assault, his body swayed only slightly, his feet remaining steadfastly anchored. Sun Wukong, increasingly astonished, recognized the disparity between himself and Leelin, yet he never anticipated such an overwhelming gulf. Boom, boom, boom. He relentlessly swung his fists towards Leelin. However, no matter how forcefully he struck, he could not budge his opponent an inch. Leelin maintained an expression of serene indifference, as if he were impervious to the onslaught. Incredible. The onlookers were now utterly dumbfounded, unable to articulate their astonishment. Krillin shook his head with a rueful smile. Having naively believed that once Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, he could contend with Leelin, perhaps even rival him. It was evident now that he had indeed been foolish, as Piccolo had previously remarked. Others bore similar expressions of bitter realization, having been filled with confidence just moments ago, only to be abruptly disillusioned. They glanced at Piccolo, their eyes betraying a hint of admiration. Truly remarkable. Piccolo had seemingly foreseen this predicament. Tien Shinhan shook his head, feeling a sense of inadequacy. Clearly, we had been too superficial, Yamcha remarked self-deprecatingly. Krillin lowered his head in shame, recognizing that aside from Leelin, Wukong, and Vegeta, Piccolo was the strongest on Earth. Reflecting on the past, he acknowledged that Piccolo indeed possessed unique insights in combat. Coughing lightly, Piccolo placed his fist to his mouth and cleared his throat. He felt a touch bashful under the praise from others, a faint blush gracing his green visage. In truth, he had not anticipated the current situation. He had previously believed that Wukong still had a chance of victory. Fortunately, he had refrained from voicing such thoughts. Otherwise, he would have appeared as short-sighted as the others, failing to grasp the reality at hand. Sun Wukong's assault continued, the sound of flesh meeting flesh reverberating through the air. This cannot continue. I fear my stamina may falter first, Wukong mused inwardly. Each punch he delivered was executed with all his might, and such relentless aggression was unsustainable for anyone. After delivering a futile blow, Wukong decisively created distance. He raised both hands, and two beams of golden light erupted from his palms. Chapter 16, Time has arrived. Whoosh. Whoosh. The two beams of golden light transformed into energy spheres, accelerating to their utmost, directly hurtling forward. Leelin, however, remained unfazed, casually waving his arm, unleashing a formidable and terrifying aura that radiated in all directions, creating a powerful shockwave. A low hum reverberated as two golden energy spheres suddenly hovered in the air, spinning incessantly. With a resounding explosion, the spheres burst forth, transforming into two magnificent blooms of fireworks. The fireworks blossomed in midair, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Yet, at this moment, Leelin stood steadfastly in place, a serene smile gracing his features. The onlookers, witnessing Leelin effortlessly neutralize Wukong's assault, were left in utter astonishment. How incredibly strong! How terrifying! What level of power must one possess to achieve such a feat? The crowd murmured in disbelief, unable to fathom the extent of Leelin's prowess. Even more perplexing was the nature of his cultivation, which had led him to such a formidable realm. Undoubtedly, the most astonished of all was Wukong on the battlefield. His mouth agape, he bore a profound expression of shock. "Shall we continue, Wukong?" Leelin inquired with a tranquil smile. The spectators, snapping back to reality upon hearing his words, couldn't help but feel a tinge of reverence in response to his calm demeanor. Wukong, awakening from his daze, displayed no hint of the other's awe. Instead, a glimmer of admiration shone in his eyes. "Of course, we must continue. We have yet to determine a victor," he replied with a grin. Although he understood that he could never match Leelin's strength, he would never concede defeat without uttering the words himself. Leelin seemed to anticipate this, nodding with a smile. He greatly admired Wukong's indomitable spirit and humility. "Very well, let us settle this in one round," Leelin declared nonchalantly. No sooner had Leelin spoken than he flickered and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before Wukong. Without a moment's hesitation, Wukong responded by launching a punch, and the two collided instantaneously. A thunderous explosion echoed as blinding light erupted, waves of shock radiating forth, making it nearly impossible to see. The tremendous force emanating from their bodies caused the very space around them to tremble. At that moment, It seemed Wukong struggled to withstand such power. His complexion paled, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow. With a series of rapid punches exchanged, the sheer ferocity of their strikes sent nearby trees crashing to the ground. A cloud of yellow dust obscured the sky, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. Huh! Leelin bellowed with immense force, his voice resonating powerfully. He tightened his grip, augmenting his strength. At last, Wukong could no longer endure, and was propelled several hundred meters away by the overwhelming force. His body carved a deep furrow in the hard ground before he lay there, exhausted and disheveled. Cough! Wukong struggled to expel blood from his mouth, his expression growing frail. Defeated, he gazed up at the sky, murmuring softly, "I have truly lost." Leelin was overwhelmed by an unparalleled strength, finding himself utterly powerless to resist. It had been a considerable time since he had experienced such a dismal sensation, or perhaps it was the first time he had tasted the bitterness of being trampled upon. Despite this, a subtle smile curved at the corners of his weary visage, for he was aware that a person of such formidable prowess existed in this world, and they would cultivate together in the future. The mere thought of this filled him with exhilaration. Taking a deep breath, Leelin gazed at the fallen son Wukong and exhaled slowly. This battle marked his inaugural true confrontation, illuminating the deficiencies that lay within him. Had son Wukong been at the same level as he, the outcome of their contest might have been starkly different. After all, the current son Wukong had yet to reach the full power of Super Saiyan 1. Contemplating this, Leelin examined the energy within him and was soon overcome with joy, for he discovered that his internal energy had significantly increased after the clash with Wukong. Should this progress continue, by the time the androids appeared, his strength might very well reach the level of Super Saiyan 3. In high spirits, Leelin turned to the onlookers nearby and cheerfully declared, "Friends, if anyone wishes to spar with me, you are most welcome." The crowd, upon hearing this, could only manage wry smiles and shake their heads. After all, if someone as formidable as Wukong had been so effortlessly defeated, how could they dare to showcase their own meager abilities? Thus, after a few polite exchanges, everyone gradually departed the scene. The severely injured and unconscious Vegeta was carried away by a few individuals, while Wukong, though appearing somewhat disheveled, was evidently in a significantly better condition. Apart from feeling weak and a bit sore, he was still able to walk and converse normally, as Leelin had been exceedingly cautious in his approach. Over the course of the following year, Leelin and son Wukong devoted their time to mutual training and sparring whenever possible, resulting in substantial advancements in both of their strengths. Notably, son Wukong's current prowess exceeded even that depicted in the original storyline. After yet another day of combat and training, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the two weary figures reclined on the grassy expanse. "Wukong, have you taken your heart medication?" Leelin inquired curiously. He recalled that in the original plot, Wukong had suffered an episode during battle due to neglecting his medication. "Oh, that matter." Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. "I haven't taken it yet, but I feel perfectly fine, no issues at all." Leelin raised an eyebrow upon hearing that Wukong had not taken his medication, realizing that events were unfolding as they had in the original narrative. Heart disease was not to be trifled with, he advised. "I suggest you make time to take your medication." Having spent a year in close companionship, Leelin had come to regard Wukong as a dear friend. Although he was fairly certain that Wukong would ultimately be fine, he felt compelled to offer a reminder. "All right, I understand. I'll take it as soon as I get back," Wukong replied with a cheerful grin. Leelin gazed at his carefree demeanor, shaking his head in resignation, hoping that would indeed be the case. Days passed by one after another, and the time for the arrival of the android drew ever closer. Finally, the year had come to an end, and unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the android would be unveiled today. Leelin had long been prepared, fully aware that the androids in this timeline would exhibit a relatively benevolent nature. Chapter 17, Arrival at the Destination, Anxious Anticipation. Therefore, if they refrained from malevolence, he would not inflict harm upon them. Among them, Android 18 was the embodiment of his dreams. Within the entire Dragon Ball universe, she was his favorite, and barring any unforeseen events, he would not relinquish her to Krillin. At that moment, Goku's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Leelin, it's time for us to depart." Accompanying him was Gohan. After a year of training, Gohan's strength had significantly improved. Bringing him along would certainly provide an advantage. Suddenly, without waiting for Leelin's response, a figure descended beside them, Piccolo. He had previously visited this place for sparring and training. Not only Goku, but even Piccolo's strength had grown considerably compared to the original storyline. All right, let us set off. Leelin nodded in acknowledgement as Piccolo arrived. With that, the four of them soared into the sky, heading towards the island where the androids would manifest. Their speed was remarkable, and in no time, they had covered a distance of over 100 kilometers. During their flight, they encountered Krillin, and the group continued together. Before long, they arrived at a small island teeming with human residents and a bustling city. Upon their arrival, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Bulma had been waiting for quite some time. They waved from the air, calling out, "Hey, over here, right here." Upon spotting them, the group descended in that vicinity. Once Leelin landed, his eyes were immediately drawn to Bulma, who cradled a baby in her arms, a smile tugging at his lips as he glanced at Yamcha beside her. He mused to himself, "It seems nothing has changed." Vegeta certainly acted swiftly. Upon seeing Leelin, Bulma's eyes lit up. She had been deeply influenced by this powerful and handsome man. Regrettably, their relationship had not progressed further, and now she had a child. Goku, noticing Bulma holding a baby, furrowed his brow and approached her, saying, "Bulma, this is quite reckless. It's dangerous here. Why bring a child?" Bulma, unfazed, replied with a smile. "I was simply curious to see what the androids look like. I'll leave right after taking a glance." As she spoke, she cast a tender glance at the infant in her arms. Leelin lifted his gaze slightly and caught a glimpse of the baby, whose sparse blue hair and eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to Trunks. "Is this Yamcha's child? So adorable." Gohan stepped forward, joyfully teasing the little one. He was unaware of the child's parentage, mistakenly believing that Bulma and Yamcha were still together. Upon hearing this, Yamcha's expression soured, and he candidly declared, "This is not my child. We parted ways long ago. If you knew who the father was, you would be utterly astonished." After saying this, he chose not to elaborate further and silently walked away, distancing himself from the crowd. Goku, possessing some knowledge of future events, recognized the child's father. Without hesitation, he remarked, "Could this possibly be Vegeta's child, Trunks?" The others, taken aback by Goku's words, exchanged startled glances. Bulma, her curiosity piqued, inquired, "How did you know?" It dawned on Goku that he had inadvertently let something slip, and he appeared somewhat flustered. Piccolo, noticing Goku's inability to explain himself, interjected, "Where's Vegeta? It's unusual for him to miss such an occasion." "I'm not certain. It seems he has gone off to train alone," Bulma pondered, slowly elaborating. "I feel he should return. After all, with such rigorous training, it would be a waste if he did not show up." The group nodded in understanding, convinced that a warrior like Vegeta would never miss out. As they awaited the androids, a flying vessel approached from a distance. It was a stout figure wielding a katana, who tossed a bag of senzu beans to Goku before departing without a backward glance. Goku wished to persuade him to fight alongside them, but his request was swiftly declined. What a conundrum, Goku mused, scratching the back of his head while holding the senzu beans. Leelin observed the unfolding events, recognizing the stout figure as Yachirobe. Nevertheless, his attention was primarily fixed on the senzu beans in Goku's grasp. These were miraculous healing herbs, as long as one had breath left. Consuming one would guarantee a full recovery. If given the chance, acquiring a few would be prudent for unforeseen circumstances. After this brief interlude, the group continued to wait. "What is taking so long? Why haven't the androids appeared?" Piccolo inquired, his brow furrowed. "According to our agreement, they should have shown up by now." The others looked bewildered, unsure of the situation, as they were not future Trunks and had no insight into what was occurring. Just then, a blinding light flashed. Boom! A tremendous noise resonated through the air. The group looked up to see that Yachirobe's vessel had suddenly erupted in an explosion in the distant sky. "What is happening?" Goku exclaimed, shock evident on his face. Yachirobe was a dear friend, and the sudden explosion of his vessel suggested dire consequences. Piccolo, gazing at the smoke billowing from the explosion, suddenly shouted, "There are two figures in the sky." His keen eyesight and acute hearing were exceptional. The others turned their attention to the sky and, through the haze, indeed discerned two silhouettes. However, it appeared that the two individuals sensed the gazes of the crowd, swiftly descending and, in an instant, vanished into the city. Tianjin Fan approached the edge of the cliff, gazing down at the buildings below, and lamented, "Alas, I cannot perceive the presence of their energy." Upon hearing this, Wukong and the others began to attempt sensing, but to no avail. "What is the meaning of this?" Krillin inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Leelin stepped forward, calmly elucidating, "It is likely because they are androids, rendering us incapable of sensing their energy. The group was taken aback by this revelation. If that is indeed the case, locating them will prove to be quite challenging, Piccolo remarked in a low tone. Wukong furrowed his brow and promptly suggested to the group, "We cannot simply sit idly by. Let us split up and search for them. Upon discovering any trace of the androids, we shall immediately release our energy as a signal, and upon sensing it, we will rush to their aid." Leelin nodded slowly in agreement with this proposal. It must be said that while Wukong could sometimes appear foolish in critical moments, especially during battle, his intellect shone remarkably bright. Chapter 18. Dr. Gero. With no other option, the group dispersed, each searching the city for suspicious targets. Leelin, however, proceeded with a calm demeanor, showing no signs of urgency. "Leelin, you seem rather unperturbed," Yamcha remarked, having just finished searching an area and landing nearby. Leelin smiled and shrugged, responding, "Why should I be anxious?" Upon hearing this, Yamcha paused momentarily, then smiled in understanding, saying, "Indeed, a powerhouse like you likely does not regard the androids as a threat." Leelin chuckled in agreement. Subsequently, Yamcha swiftly darted off to search another location. Watching his departing figure, Leelin silently prayed, "God, please be cautious." After uttering this, he too departed, wandering alone through the city. As fate would have it, approximately 10 minutes later, a large truck suddenly crashed into a gas station, resulting in a deafening explosion. The sound immediately drew the attention of the crowd, and simultaneously, they sensed Yamcha's energy beginning to wane. Realizing something was amiss, they hurried toward the location where Yamcha's energy had diminished. Upon their arrival, they found Yamcha in the grasp of an elderly man, a gaping wound piercing his body, rendering him unconscious and his energy alarmingly faint. He was on the brink of death. The old man, upon noticing the group, carelessly discarded Yamcha onto the ground. Witnessing this scene, Wukong's heart ignited with fury. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Krillin, take Yamcha and flee to Bulma. I left some senzu beans with her." Without hesitation, Krillin rushed forth to assess Yamcha's injuries. Finding that he was barely clinging to life, he swiftly hoisted him onto his back and departed the scene. "It appears that the two of you are indeed artificial beings," Bick remarked, gazing intently at the stout and slender figures before him. The elderly man, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of surprise and slowly replied, "Oh, how did you come to know this?" The others did not respond to his inquiry. They were focused solely on swiftly resolving the confrontation. Leelin observed the pair with an air of calmness, slightly raising an eyebrow as he spoke softly, "Gentlemen, they are indeed artificial beings, but they are likely not the two that emerged from the future." The individuals who had initially prepared to attack suddenly paused. "Leelin, what do you mean by that?" Wukong inquired, perplexed. The others mirrored his confusion. Were they not the artificial beings responsible for calamities in the future? The elderly man noticed Leelin and saw a glimmer of insight in his eyes as numerous pieces of information began to surface in his mind. However, after searching for a while, he was astounded. Why was there no information on this individual? He had gathered data on all the powerful beings on Earth, renowned or obscure. Yet the details of this young man eluded him. Though they lacked any discernible aura, he could sense that their strength was remarkably feeble, posing no threat to the future. Thus, there could only be one conclusion. There existed another, stronger artificial being. Leelin stated with unwavering certainty. He had no time to waste on these trivial entities. His primary objective today was to pursue the woman of his dreams. What? Wukong and the others gasped in astonishment. Not only were they shocked, but even the elderly man was taken aback. For Leelin's assertions were entirely accurate. He was none other than the renowned Dr. Gero, who had indeed created more than one artificial being. "Who are you, and how do you know this?" Dr. Gero inquired, his brow furrowing as he spoke in a hushed tone. "So it is as I suspected," the group thought, their hearts growing heavy as Leelin's words were confirmed to be true. "Hee," Leelin replied with a nonchalant smile, seemingly uninterested in providing further explanation. "I suggest you bring forth your other artificial beings. Your powers are too insignificant." "Humph." Dr. Gero scoffed defiantly, unwilling to back down. He had transformed himself into an artificial being to enhance his own strength and believed there was no creature on Earth that could rival him. Even if this young man had uncovered his secret, it mattered little. He could simply eliminate him. "Very well, then let me escort you on your way," Leelin stated, no longer wishing to engage in idle chatter as he prepared to strike. "Wait, Leelin," Wukong interjected urgently. Hearing Wukong's plea, Leelin turned his head with curiosity and gradually lowered his hand. Leave these two to us. Your power is too formidable. I fear that if you unleash even a fraction of it, our fun will be over, Wukong explained with a grin. Upon hearing this, Dr. Gero's aged visage twitched slightly. The words were undeniably harsh, akin to describing them as two ants, susceptible to being crushed at any moment. Leelin gazed into Sun Wukong's sincere eyes and, with a resigned sigh, conceded, "Very well, I shall leave it in your hands. I will merely observe from the sidelines." Dr. Gallo, unable to contain his fury any longer, exclaimed indignantly, "How arrogant you are. Truly, how egregiously arrogant." With that, beams of energy erupted from his eyes. Sun Wukong and the others hastily dodged, yet it seemed Dr. Gallo was not targeting them, but rather the surrounding structures. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions reverberated, and in a mere moment, the entire city was reduced to ruins. The inhabitants were nearly all casualties. The scene before them could only be aptly described as a hell on earth. Scoundrel, unforgivable. Sun Wukong, witnessing the devastation, charged forward in rage. With a resounding punch, he struck Dr. Gallo squarely in the face. The impact sent Dr. Gallo staggering back, his hat falling off to reveal a translucent brain beneath. At that moment, Leelin noticed something unusual about Sun Wukong's condition. That punch had seemed unremarkable. Yet beads of sweat began to form on Sun Wukong's brow, and his complexion turned abnormal. This fellow has yet to take his medication, Leelin thought helplessly. Sun Wukong's current physical state was evidently unfit for continued combat. However, Leelin had no intention of dissuading him, for he knew all too well Sun Wukong's stubborn temperament. To deny him the chance to fight would likely be more unbearable than taking his life. Dr. Gallo had repositioned his hat, now observing Sun Wukong with a calm demeanor. "If you're eager, we may commence at once." Chapter 19. Sun Wukong's unusual condition, then let us begin. Sun Wukong declared in a grim tone, seemingly genuinely enraged. His expression shifted, golden flames erupted around him, and his hair transformed to a brilliant gold. A powerful aura emanated forth, causing the entire island to tremble. Upon witnessing Wukong's transformation, Dr. Gallo's eyes flickered with surprise, though it was fleeting. He coolly remarked, "I did not anticipate your strength to have surged so dramatically, but that is of no consequence. Even if it exceeds our expectations, it poses no issue. Number 19, why don't you test him first?" Dr. Gallo commanded. One of the rotund figures beside him stepped forward at the sound of his voice. Sun Wukong, his expression impassive, addressed the others, "Do not interfere. I alone shall handle them." The others nodded slowly in agreement, possessing unwavering confidence in Sun Wukong post-transformation. Leelin observed with a hint of concern, barring unforeseen circumstances. This battle would likely be a tremendous challenge for Wukong. After his declaration, the golden flames surrounding Sun Wukong surged dramatically. In an instant, he dashed forward. And just as he neared, he deftly maneuvered behind number 19. As the battle commenced, number 19 instantly reacted, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle. The sound of their clashes echoed through the air with each collision. After several exchanges, the artificial being found itself at a disadvantage, completely suppressed by Goku. In a sudden movement, Goku dashed behind him once more. This time, number 19 failed to respond in time, and Goku delivered a powerful elbow strike, sending him hurtling into a nearby hill. With a resounding crash, the hill crumbled, burying him beneath a cascade of rubble. "Well done, Goku. Finish him off," Tien shouted enthusiastically from the sidelines. Goku was currently in a dominant position. With a few more exchanges, he could eliminate this artificial being. Meanwhile, Piccolo remained silent. Moving closer to Leelin, he inquired if Goku was experiencing any issues. Despite being in a dominant state, Goku's moves appeared slightly distorted. Given his vast combat experience, it was unusual for him to be performing like this. Leelin glanced at Piccolo and slowly nodded. "You are correct. Something seems off with Goku today. If I am not mistaken, it likely pertains to that heart ailment." "What?" Piccolo frowned, his dissatisfaction evident. "That fool. Surely he hasn't forgotten to take his medication?" "Most likely," Leelin replied calmly. He had previously mentioned this concern and had not anticipated that Goku would neglect his medication. It seemed this battle would unfold in a manner consistent with the usual narrative. On the battlefield, number 19 rose from the debris, his body ascending into the air, and suddenly launched himself at Goku. Goku intercepted him with one hand and delivered a kick to his face. Number 19 was sent soaring, and before he could regain his bearings, Goku soared upward, circling behind him. Once number 19 stabilized himself, he began to retaliate. But Goku adeptly dodged his attacks, while seizing the opportunity to land an uppercut to number 19's chin, followed by a knee strike to his abdomen. Goku unleashed a flurry of combination punches, leaving number 19 utterly defenseless. Goku remains the same. The artificial being is no match for him, Tien exclaimed, witnessing the one-sided battle. However, Piccolo's expression grew increasingly grave, as he noticed Goku's energy becoming erratic, with beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. The battle in the sky raged on, not so much a fight as a one-sided thrashing. Dr. Gero, observing the scene, felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated Goku's strength to be so formidable. At this rate, number 19 would be reduced to scrap. Anxiety began to creep into his mind, realizing that the two of them alone could not possibly defeat Goku. This had been a hasty assumption. Just then, Yamcha, Krillin, and Gohan arrived on the scene. At that moment, Gohan did not follow the main force, but instead ventured into the sea in search of a Kai rope. "Let us unite and vanquish them," Gohan exclaimed, eager to assist upon witnessing his father's battle. Tien Shinhan turned his head, smiling confidently. "Do not worry, Goku should be able to handle this. Look, isn't that fellow being thoroughly bested by Goku?" However, Gohan, observing the conflict in the sky, held a different opinion. For some inexplicable reason, he sensed something was amiss with his father today. No, it was clear that Goku's current state was not right. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power could not possibly be this diminished. Gohan voiced his concerns, stating that Goku's current fighting capability was barely a third of his usual strength. Upon hearing this, the others began to realize that he might indeed be correct. Previously, when Goku battled against Lin, the intensity was earth-shattering. After enduring such extensive training, he should have made significant progress. Yet, the strength Goku displayed now was far inferior to that of his fight with Lin. Just as the group was engulfed in confusion, Goku landed a heavy blow, sending Android 19 crashing to the ground. Boom! Dust billowed from the impact. Witnessing this, everyone felt a wave of relief. Believing Goku was merely toying with his opponent and had not exerted his full strength from the outset. As the dust gradually settled, Android 19 stood up, gazing skyward. At that moment, Goku was panting heavily, an unprecedented weariness washing over him. "I must end this quickly." Goku was acutely aware of his physical condition, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. If he did not conclude the battle soon, he would surely collapse. With this thought, he held his breath, gathering energy in his hands, a brilliant white light bursting forth. Kamehameha. The Kamehameha wave surged toward Android 19. Dr. Gero and Android 19 were elated at the sight. With a swift motion, Android 19 caught the energy wave with one hand, absorbing the powerful Kamehameha effortlessly. Is this actually being absorbed? The onlookers gaped in disbelief at the scene before them. Simultaneously, they noted the exhaustion etched on Goku's face. He seemed to be approaching his limit. Chapter 20. The pursuit continues. After absorbing the Kamehameha, Android 19 was rejuvenated with energy. In an instant, he appeared before Goku. Without uttering a word, he struck a hammering blow to Goku's head, sending him crashing down. Goku, enduring the pain coursing through his body, managed to steady himself, avoiding a direct fall to the ground. He turned, preparing to retaliate with another Kamehameha. "Fool, don't use the Kamehameha. He will absorb it," Piccolo shouted, his anxiety reaching a peak. Hearing Piccolo's warning, Goku quickly retracted his attack. Gasping heavily, he pressed a hand against his heart, feeling immensely distressed. The 19th clearly did not wish to relinquish the opportunity to press the advantage. With swift movements and graceful gestures, he unleashed a relentless barrage upon Wukong's form. Alas! Son Wukong cried out in agony, rendered defenseless in this dire moment. Bang! With a powerful punch, the 19th sent him sprawling to the ground. Wukong's physique now lay in utter weakness, unable to rise from the earth. The golden aura and shimmering hair faded, reverting to his usual appearance. The 19th rushed forward, seating himself upon Wukong, one hand gripping his throat as he commenced the extraction of Wukong's energy. Sighing in resignation, Leelin murmured to himself, "It appears I must intervene." Observing this scene, the onlookers swiftly prepared to rush to the rescue. However, Dr. Gero ascended from the ground, placing himself in front of them in the sky. He smirked, declaring, "If you wish to rescue Son Wukong, you must first defeat me." "Humph, is that so?" Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him. Dr. Gero spun around in shock, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of Leelin. "How could you arrive so swiftly?" Leelin chose not to respond, as he had no desire to engage with that question. In truth, he could have easily dispatched Dr. Gero in an instant. However, he refrained from doing so, as eliminating Dr. Gero might prevent the emergence of Android 18. After all, they were unaware of the secret location of the androids. Leelin swiftly darted to the side of the 19th, who remained oblivious to his presence. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, the 19th continued to absorb Wukong's energy. Hey, that should suffice. You no longer require such an abundance of energy. Leelin's calm voice reached his ears. Startled, the 19th turned to retaliate, but Leelin offered him no opportunity, swiftly placing a hand atop his head. With a simple lift, he hoisted the 19th's bulk into the air. Panic flooded the 19th's eyes as a flash of light sparked within them, unleashing a laser aimed at Leelin. Boom. Yet, as the smoke cleared, it became evident that the attack had no effect whatsoever. Leelin gradually elevated his hand, a white radiance shimmering forth. Bang! A ki blast struck the stout form of the 19th, and in an instant, his body vanished, leaving only his head, which Leelin casually held in his grasp. Casting a glance at the semi-conscious 19th, Leelin unceremoniously discarded him aside. Thud! Dr. Gero swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He had not anticipated the immense power of this young man, who not only knew their secrets, but had effortlessly eliminated the 19th. The sudden turn of events left him bewildered and at a loss. Krillin, Leelin called out loudly. Upon hearing his name, Krillin shot a wary glance at Dr. Gero. Noticing the latter's stunned expression, he deftly circumvented him and soared towards Leelin's position. What now? What should we do? Must we truly release the two of them? Doctor. Gallo began to wrestle with his thoughts. At this moment, Krillin had approached Leelin, his gaze filled with concern for Goku. Krillin, Goku is on the brink. You must take him home at once and get him his medicine, Leelin commanded gravely. Observing the critically endangered Goku, Krillin hesitated no longer. Remaining here would be futile. Saving Goku was of utmost priority. Very well, take care, Krillin said, hoisting Goku onto his back and soaring into the sky towards Goku's home. After witnessing Krillin's departure with Goku, Leelin nodded subtly. His actions were somewhat self-serving. Once Krillin left, the ensuing events would no longer concern him. Noticing that Sun Wukong had departed, Dr. Gallo wasted no time. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight, rapidly flying towards the horizon. Damn it! Don't let him escape. Piccolo snapped back to reality, cursing under his breath. The others, upon hearing this, prepared to pursue. However, before they could act, a figure suddenly descended beside them. It was Vegeta, now capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. His purpose for being here was clear: to eradicate the androids. Where are the androids? Come forth and meet your demise. The crowd observed Vegeta's self-assured demeanor, uncertain of how to respond. Suddenly, he spotted Leelin not far away and charged towards him. I can transform into a Super Saiyan now. Let us have another match, Vegeta proclaimed with utmost confidence. He yearned to redeem himself, and even if he could not defeat Leelin, he would not suffer the same humiliation as before. Leelin glanced at him dismissively and replied, If you wish to fight me, I am more than willing. However, our immediate priority is to defeat the androids. Leave the androids to me, Vegeta declared, brimming with arrogance. Eager for a battle, Leelin pointed to a severed head nearby. I've already dealt with this one. There's another that fled. He gestured in a specific direction. Vegeta, witnessing that Leelin had dispatched one, felt a surge of discontent. He boldly declared, the remaining one is mine. With that, he unleashed his energy and darted off towards the horizon. Leelin shook his head in resignation as Piccolo, Gohan, and the others gathered beside him. Casting a glance at Gohan, who was by Piccolo's side, Leelin couldn't help but smirk internally, thinking, Piccolo is undoubtedly the father. Goku is on the verge of collapse, yet he remains by his father's side. Piccolo approached Leelin and inquired, What shall we do now? Unbeknownst to them, they had unconsciously begun to rally around Leelin as their focal point. With a calm smile, Leelin responded, Let us pursue them and strike with unwavering momentum to eliminate them. After speaking, he was the first to take flight. The others, seeing this, said little and followed Leelin into the fray. With such formidable combat prowess at his disposal, there was no need to worry about the threat posed by the androids. The group continued their flight and soon spotted Vegeta, who was peering downward from the sky. What is the matter, Vegeta? Why have you stopped pursuing? Leelin inquired with a faint smile as he hovered beside him. Vegeta scoffed, gesturing towards the range of mountains below. That old fool is far too cunning. Just when I was about to catch up, he hid away here. Due to the absence of energy signatures from the androids, he was unable to pinpoint Dr. Gero's location. At that moment, Dr. Gero was concealed within a crevice of the mountains, quietly observing the group above, careful not to reveal himself. Vegeta was growing increasingly agitated. He had intended to transform into a Super Saiyan and display his might, but now, he found himself in this frustrating predicament, feeling powerless. Damn it! The more he pondered, the more impatient he became. With a fierce roar, his golden aura erupted, and he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Upon completing his transformation, a sphere of golden energy coalesced in his palm. With a resounding blast, Vegeta unleashed a golden energy wave. Since I cannot locate that old man, I shall obliterate this entire region. Leelin observed the golden energy released by Vegeta, internally lamenting the predictability of his approach. Unfortunately, this tactic proved ineffective. Dr. Gero, ever the schemer, had anticipated the energy wave and revealed himself just in time to absorb its power. Seething with rage at the sight, Vegeta felt as if he might explode. He unleashed several more energy waves in quick succession, but alas, Dr. Gero was too cunning. He absorbed each one effortlessly. At that moment, the energy within Dr. Gero surged, significantly enhancing his strength. Do you need assistance? Leelin asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression darkened. The comment implied doubt in his abilities. No need. This prince has his own methods. Vegeta retorted coldly, dismissing the suggestion. He refused to believe that, as a Super Saiyan, he could not handle a mere nuisance. With a determined gaze directed at the mountain range below, Vegeta's aura intensified dramatically, and he gathered radiant golden energy in both hands. Accompanied by his battle cry, countless golden energy waves rained down like a barrage from a machine gun. Leelin marveled at this technique, exclaiming, "Now this is truly the legendary prince's combat style. Who would have thought this would be his approach?" Dr. Gero's eyes widened in astonishment at the sheer speed and density of the incoming attack. He could no longer absorb it as he had before. The sound of explosions echoed through the mountainous terrain, flames leaping high into the sky, turning the mountains crimson. Forced into a corner, Dr. Gero had no choice but to retreat back into the sky. Vegeta, witnessing the effectiveness of his moves, allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips as he disdainfully remarked, "Old man, aren't you fond of retreating like a turtle? Why not hide now?" The crowd, upon seeing Dr. Gero finally emerge, surged forward en masse. Dr. Gero, feeling the predatory gazes of those surrounding him, was engulfed by a wave of despair. Cold sweat streamed down his back. Is this the power of the androids? One cannot fathom how we, in the future, could possibly be vanquished by such trivial beings. Vegeta continued to amplify his taunts. Dr. Gero, bewildered by the mention of the future, found himself at a loss for words. However, he had no time to ponder such matters. His sole focus was on how to escape the encirclement. Seeing his opponent fall silent, Vegeta shook his head in disappointment. It seemed this was the end. He raised his hand, poised to extinguish the man's life. Just then, a figure abruptly entered the fray. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Leelin smiled gently and said, "Trunks, you've arrived." The moment Vegeta heard that name, his movements froze. He lifted his gaze to the mysterious youth who shared his son's name. Momentarily lost in thought, as if a realization dawned upon him. Trunks, frowning as he regarded Dr. Gero, slowly inquired, "Who is this person?" Vegeta, startled by the question, snapped back to attention and demanded, "What do you mean? Isn't he merely an android?" Before Trunks could elaborate, Piccolo interjected. Leelin mentioned before that he is indeed an android, but not the same as the two from the future. Trunks turned his attention to Leelin, his curiosity regarding the latter's identity intensifying. Why did this individual possess such profound knowledge about the androids? Leelin, sensing the focus of attention upon him, raised his hands in explanation. "I previously stated that these two androids are far too weak to pose a threat to the future. Thus, the real danger must lie elsewhere." Upon hearing Leelin's explanation, Trunks nodded slowly, finding it quite plausible. Indeed, Mr. Leelin is correct. This individual is certainly not one of the androids from the future. Trunks clarified to those around him, while simultaneously providing a brief description of the android's physical characteristics. At this moment, Dr. Gero was wholly uninterested in their discussion. Seizing the opportunity while their attention was diverted, he suddenly waved his hand, unleashing two energy beams that swept across the surroundings. The crowd, realizing the impending danger, hastily dodged. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted wherever the beams struck, shattering surrounding rocks and sending clouds of dust into the air, obscuring the vision of most onlookers. As Leelin evaded the chaos, his gaze remained fixed on Dr. Gero. At that moment, the villainous figure was shrouded in dust. But a faint smile crept upon Leelin's lips. Had he intended to eliminate Dr. Gero, he would have already made his move. He refrained from taking action solely to facilitate the departure of the individual, thereby activating Android 18. Even if that old fool did not intervene, Leelin would certainly orchestrate some unforeseen circumstances for him. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the crowd realized that Dr. Gero had vanished without a trace. Infuriating, he managed to escape. Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. However, the thought of the other two formidable androids reignited a spark of excitement within him. Allowing that old man to flee may not be such a dire misfortune after all. Chapter 22. A final encounter upon discovering Dr. Gero's escape. The group did not remain idle. They began to search separately and, indeed, in the far northern region, Piccolo stumbled upon a rather concealed cave. To ensure discretion, he refrained from making any noise and instead unleashed his energy. Upon sensing his aura, the others hastened to his location. Inside the cave, Dr. Gero hesitated over whether to awaken androids 18 and 17. Although they possessed immense power, their instability posed numerous risks. He feared they might disregard his commands and act independently. However, upon sensing Piccolo's energy, he cast aside his doubts. The group would arrive imminently. Should he delay any longer, his life would be forfeit. Dr. Gero approached the two capsules and retrieved a remote control from his person. After taking a deep breath, his withered fingers pressed the button on the device. Creak, creak. The two capsules before him slowly opened. The first to emerge was a young man with black hair styled in a center parting, Android 17. Following him, from the other capsule, stepped a strikingly beautiful young woman with golden hair. 17, Dr. Gero murmured softly. Android 17 turned to glance at Dr. Gero, his eyes subtly surveying the remote control in the scientist's hand. Good morning, Dr. Gero, he said with a gentle smile, appearing quite amiable. Dr. Gero felt a flicker of surprise at 17's words. He had not anticipated such a warm greeting from him. Why have you become so courteous? You were not like this before, Dr. Gero inquired, recalling the considerable effort he had invested in modifying the siblings. After successfully enhancing them, they had once sought to eliminate him. With no alternative, he had to seal them temporarily. Yet, he never imagined that awakening them would yield such a transformation. Noticing Dr. Gero's incredulous expression, Android 17 replied with a calm smile. Of course. You are the one who created us. You are like a father to us. So we must show you respect. Hearing such a response, Dr. Gero's heart swelled with secret delight. It seemed he had indeed succeeded in reforming them. This would certainly make things much easier. A powerful aura enveloped the surroundings, drawing in an abundance of energy. What is happening, Dr. Gero? Inquired number 18 with curiosity. Observing that the two individuals appeared to be free of significant issues, Dr. Gero's demeanor grew haughty. Outside lies our adversary. When the time comes, I will signal you. You shall act accordingly, do you understand? Number 17 and number 18 exchanged glances and replied in unison, understood. Dr. Gero nodded in satisfaction, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. However, just as he prepared to open the door and take the initiative, an unforeseen event transpired. Seizing the moment while Dr. Gero was distracted, number 17 snatched the controller from his grasp. Dr. Gero gasped in horror. What are you doing, number 17? The remote was his means of controlling these two androids. Without it, he would lose dominion over them. Huh. Number 17 chuckled coldly. Did you truly believe we were obedient to you? With that, he crushed the controller in his hand. You transformed us into this abominable state. I haven't sought retribution yet. So consider yourself fortunate. Number 18 tossed her hair back disdainfully. At that moment, footsteps approached from outside. What is going on in there? Leelin asked. Glancing curiously at Piccolo, beads of sweat began to form on Piccolo's brow. He had been stationed there, listening intently to the conversation within. The androids have been unleashed, Piccolo declared through gritted teeth. Faced with the unknown enemy, a flicker of fear stirred within him. Even the former Demon King Piccolo was not immune to such trepidation. Upon hearing that the androids had been released, Vegeta felt a surge of exhilaration. Spotting a steel door blocking his path, he wasted no time and aimed to blast it open. Trunks hurriedly intervened. You can't do that. Since the androids have been released, we should retreat and devise a strategy. Leelin observed Trunks' actions and smiled faintly. It was evident that Trunks exhibited a level of prudence far surpassing that of his fellow Saiyans. Had it not been for Goku's sudden ailment, he might have been even more anxious than Vegeta. Let go of me. What nonsense about a strategy. I can obliterate them right now. Vegeta was unwilling to heed any caution and insisted on breaching the door. However, due to Trunks' obstruction, he found himself unable to unleash his power. Leelin, feeling increasingly impatient, sought to act, but his urgency stemmed from ulterior motives rather than a mere desire for combat. Boom! An explosion reverberated through the scene. The sound drew Vegeta and Trunks' attention, halting their familial squabble. A smile crept onto Vegeta's lips as he witnessed the steel door being blown apart. Mr. Leelin, you. Trunks gazed at Leelin in confusion, unable to comprehend the rationale behind his actions. Did he not realize the peril posed by the androids? Leelin observed the perplexed expression on Trunks' face. Yet he had no intention of elucidating his actions. After all, one could hardly articulate that his motivation was the desire to reunite with his beloved wife. The remnants of the explosion gradually dissipated, revealing androids 17 and 18 standing at the cave's entrance, awaiting the others. Leelin's gaze was immediately captivated by the figure of android 18, and he inwardly marveled, truly deserving of the title goddess of my dreams. For her beauty was even more striking in reality. The others remained oblivious to his thoughts. Dr. Gero, witnessing their pursuit, became flustered in the face of such a multitude and barked orders. 17, 18, eliminate them. Android 17 scoffed. We can handle our own affairs. It is not your place to dictate. Dr. Gero's face contorted with irritation upon realizing that his commands were being disregarded. Android 18 approached another massive chamber and calmly remarked, "What is this? Another one, number 16? Alarmed by her proximity to the chamber, Dr. Gero shouted, "Do not approach number 16. Come back." With a disdainful huff, Android 18 retorted. As a fellow android, she resented the perpetual confinement of her companions. The more you protest, the more curious I become. I shall not only approach, but also unlock it. Chapter 23. The Birth of the Androids. Furious, Dr. Gero could hardly contain his rage upon witnessing the scene. Trunks stood nearby, utterly astonished. He never anticipated that history would indeed be rewritten in this timeline. Not only were there androids 17 and 18, but also a number 16 of which he had previously been unaware. It seemed he would have to create a new controller. Left with no alternatives, Dr. Gero resorted to threats. Upon hearing this, Android 17's expression suddenly shifted, and a sly smile graced his lips. In an instant, he dashed behind Dr. Gero, piercing his chest with a single hand. You! Dr. Gero stared in shock. Before he could utter another word, Android 17 delivered a vicious kick that sent his head flying, rolling to the entrance. Yamcha, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, nearly lost control of his bowels. Trembling behind the others, he suggested, "Perhaps we should retreat." Vegeta shot him a disdainful glance and replied, "If you wish to leave, then do so quickly. I alone can handle this." Vegeta's arrogance caused Trunks to furrow his brow, eager to interject. However, before he could step forward, Leelin grasped his arm, shaking his head with a smile. "Your father is in high spirits. Reasoning will be futile." Trunks sighed in resignation upon hearing Leelin's words. He had come to understand his father's temperament. Feeling increasingly restless as powerful foes emerged one after another while he remained inactive. Though Dr. Gero's head was severed from his body, his consciousness lingered, yearning to utter more. But before he could voice his thoughts, Android 17 crushed it beneath his foot. Number 17 cast a detached glance at the crowd before him, uttering not a word. At that moment, number 18 discovered the button for the hatch and pressed it without hesitation. Trunks, unable to contain himself any longer, realized that with number 17 and number 18 still at large, he could not afford to face yet another adversary. With a roar, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. The moment his transformation was complete, he unleashed a powerful energy wave. Boom! The cavern erupted with a thunderous explosion, propelling everyone into the sky. Vegeta, witnessing his son's reckless assault, remarked indifferently, "Don't waste your effort. With an attack like that, all you've accomplished is to obliterate the cave." Trunks, disinterested in conversing with him, was determined not to remain idle. It was simply against his nature. As anticipated, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing three figures standing atop the mountain. It appeared that Trunks' attack had wrought no effect whatsoever. The trio exchanged glances with the onlookers and engaged in brief conversation before departing. A sense of perplexity washed over the group as they noted that the androids had not launched an attack against them. Surely they are not heading off to wreak havoc on the city? Piccolo mused gravely. Leelin, observing the retreating figures, chuckled. Who knows? Perhaps they are intent on eliminating Goku. The others, upon hearing this, nodded in understanding, finding the notion quite plausible. Vegeta, however, was consumed with rage. After waiting for so long, he felt utterly disregarded. Damn it, he bellowed, transforming into a Super Saiyan, preparing to give chase. Seeing this, Trunks rushed forward to intercede. Don't act impulsively. We must locate Mr. Goku first. There are 3 of them. Rushing in alone is tantamount to seeking death. Mentioning Goku only fueled Vegeta's ire further. With my current strength, am I truly inferior to Kakarot? With that, he landed a punch into Trunks' abdomen. Trunks staggered back in pain, clutching his stomach, while Vegeta, without a backward glance, pressed onward. How infuriating. Trunks gritted his teeth, not truly blaming Vegeta for striking him, but lamenting his own inability to effect change. He had only succeeded in complicating matters further in this timeline. Don't be discouraged, Trunks, Leelin said, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. As long as I'm here, your father will be fine. Trunks paused, looking up at Leelin, who exuded an air of mystery. He didn't seem malevolent. But Trunks was uncertain about his true strength. After all, he had once dispatched Frieza with a single blow. Suddenly, Trunks had an epiphany, his eyes widening in surprise as he inquired, Mr. Leelin, why can't I sense your energy? Leelin, upon hearing the inquiry, offered a nonchalant smile and replied, it's nothing. Perhaps it's due to my unique constitution. As long as I do not deliberately release my energy, even in battle, others will be oblivious to my presence. Trunks, astonished by this revelation, pondered, is there truly such a person in this world? Then, as if struck by a thought, he hesitantly asked, Mr. Leelin, you wouldn't be. His sentence trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakable. Leelin, perceptive as he was, instantly grasped Trunks' meaning. With a resigned smile, he clarified, I am not an android. I have already mentioned that unless I intentionally release my energy, it remains undetectable, even during combat. The underlying implication was clear. If he wished to emit his energy, it could indeed be sensed, something not applicable to androids. In that moment, Leelin's immense energy began to manifest, causing the very currents of air to quicken as if in response. Trunks, feeling this overwhelming aura, beamed with joy, for it surpassed his expectations. He had presumed that Leelin, no matter how formidable, would not be vastly superior to himself. Clearly, he had been mistaken. The intensity of Leelin's energy exceeded his by several magnitudes. No wonder Leelin had maintained such a calm demeanor throughout their encounters. I apologize, Mr. Leelin. I did not mean to cast doubt upon you. Trunks quickly lowered his head in contrition. Meanwhile, his heart swelled with exhilaration. With Leelin's assistance, the threat of androids seemed trivial. Leelin chuckled softly, gesturing dismissively. No harm done. Let us hasten our pursuit. Otherwise, Vegeta may find himself in peril. Trunks nodded vigorously, right. With that, the two transformed into streaks of light, soaring swiftly into the distance. Observing this, the others quickly followed suit, advancing rapidly in their wake. Chapter 24. Android 18 takes action. Vegeta flew with remarkable speed, soon catching up to the androids. The trio appeared unhurried, ambling leisurely along a narrow path. What are you lot planning to do? Vegeta inquired brusquely. Android 18, unfazed by the sudden appearance, replied candidly, naturally, we are here to eliminate Son Goku. That is our intended purpose. Just as I suspected. Vegeta scoffed, nodding with a cold smile, and clenched his fists. There's no need for such elaborate plans. I will take you down right here. Exchanging glances, androids 18 and 17 shared a knowing smile. They were aware of Vegeta's Saiyan heritage, stored in their databanks. You seem overly confident, android 17 remarked lightly, his demeanor relaxed. After a brief pause, he continued, Son Goku appears to be cut from the same cloth. But those who are only half-hearted often meet swift ends. Vegeta, upon hearing this, was instantly infuriated. Veins bulged on his forehead as he ground his teeth and declared, You are merely puppets, yet you chatter incessantly. I shall dismantle you. Tell me, who shall be the first? As he surveyed the three, he began to name them one by one. You, the woman, you, the oaf, or shall all three of you come at me together? Upon hearing this, The smiles on the faces of number 17 and number 18 grew even more pronounced. Number 18 stepped forward from the trio, stating, "To deal with you. There's no need for the three of us. Allow me to entertain you." Upon noticing a woman approaching, Vegeta felt a surge of disdain. However, number 18 wasted no time. She launched an immediate attack. Vegeta, transforming into a Super Saiyan, felt a significant boost in power. Though he remained dismissive, he was fully alert for this first battle post-transformation. The two engaged in fierce combat, exchanging blows with rapid ferocity. The air crackled with the intensity of their struggle, the sound of their clashes echoing, leaving bystanders bewildered as to what transpired. Suddenly, Vegeta seized number 18's arm and hurled her skyward, following up with a punch that connected with her face. Number 18, unfazed, brushed her hair back nonchalantly, smirking. "Is that all you've got?" Vegeta, brimming with arrogance, retorted, "I didn't even use my full strength just now. Had I been serious, you would have been finished." He felt a sense of satisfaction from his successful strike, albeit it had little effect. However, he was confident that if he exerted his full power next, he could vanquish these puppets. Number 18 scoffed. She too had not fought with her full might, merely testing Vegeta's strength. To her surprise, he had turned this into a point of bragging. She then decided to stop holding back, closing the distance in an instant, and headbutt Vegeta. He was caught off guard by her swiftness, sustaining an injury as blood trickled down his brow. "You dare to hurt me?" Vegeta growled ferociously. With a surge of anger, he fortified himself, preparing to retaliate. Yet, number 18 was quicker still, delivering a knee strike to Vegeta's abdomen, followed by a palm strike to his chest that sent him crashing into the rocks. The ground trembled, sending dust swirling around as Vegeta was engulfed by debris. At that moment, reinforcements, albeit belatedly, finally arrived at the scene. Leelin assessed the situation and showed no intention of intervening. However, Trunks could hardly contain himself. How could he remain indifferent while his father was being assaulted? With that thought, he stepped forward to join the fray. Sensing Trunks' energy, Vegeta burst forth from the rubble. "Do not act recklessly. Whoever dares to strike, I shall eliminate first." With these words, he charged once more at Android 18. The two engaged in a fierce struggle once again. Boom, boom, boom. In that moment, they were locked in a relentless battle, neither able to gain the upper hand. Trunks, witnessing the spectacle, was utterly astounded. He had not anticipated that his father would prove to be so formidable, capable of holding his ground against Android 18 without yielding an inch. However, this equilibrium seemed to be temporary, for the android possessed boundless energy. Thus, if the battle were to drag on, it would inevitably disadvantage Vegeta. As expected, after a grueling exchange lasting several minutes, Vegeta's strikes noticeably weakened, while Android 18 showed no signs of fatigue, her attacks growing increasingly ferocious. Suddenly, Android 18 leapt high into the air, executing a lightning-fast sidekick that struck Vegeta's arm. The impact deformed his arm, revealing a broken bone. Vegeta let out a piercing scream. The spectators were left in shock, unable to fathom the terrifying prowess of the android. Even someone as powerful as Vegeta was unable to prevail. Among the onlookers, only Leelin wore a smile, admiring the scene with silent praise, thinking, "Indeed, she is my wife. Her excellence knows no bounds." Unconcerned by the unfolding drama, Trunks drew his sword and charged forward, realizing that his father's life was in jeopardy. Sensing the rush of wind behind her, Android 18 slowly turned her head. She raised her arm to shield herself. Crack! Trunks's sword struck her arm, yet she remained unscathed, while his blade suffered a chip. What? Trunks could hardly believe his eyes. This sword was known for its invincibility, capable of slicing through anything with ease. Yet now, it had been damaged. Bang! Android 18 delivered a punch to his abdomen. Spurt! Trunks coughed up blood, his eyes filled with disbelief as he gradually collapsed to the ground. The androids of this world were astonishingly powerful. In the future, while their counterparts were formidable, he could at least contend with one. But now, he found himself utterly helpless, incapable of even blocking a single blow. "Trunks!" Piccolo called out softly. Without hesitation, he surged forward. Observing Piccolo's charge, the others followed suit, ready to join the fray. Android 17 regarded the approaching group with a glimmer of disdain, positioning himself directly in front of Piccolo. With a swift kick, he sent the advancing Piccolo flying. Simultaneously, he deftly evaded the simultaneous attacks of Tien and Yamcha. Boom! A flash of light erupted from his hand as a ki blast struck Yamcha. sending him crashing to the ground. With a swift turn, he found himself behind Tianjin Fan, his arms suddenly exerting force as he tightly gripped the latter's neck. Tianjin Fan gasped for air, his 3 eyes filled with crimson veins. What a bunch of fools. Vegeta, dragging his weary arms, surveyed the unfavorable battle unfolding in the sky. He pushed off the ground, preparing to ascend for assistance. However, before he could ascend too far, Android 18 seized his foot with a firm grasp. Struggling to rise, Trunks witnessed his father being pulled back, readying himself for another assault. Android 18 keenly noticed this and with a powerful flick of her hands, sent Vegeta crashing directly into the newly risen Trunks. The father-son duo was thrown into disarray, Trunks losing his fighting spirit as his Super Saiyan form dissipated in an instant. Damn it! Vegeta spat blood from the corner of his mouth, his anger boiling over. He had not anticipated such a devastating defeat in this battle, nor that he would be utterly overpowered by a woman. What a disgrace! Fueled by frustration, Vegeta raised his hand to unleash a ki blast, but Android 18, ever vigilant, leapt high and effortlessly evaded the attack. Oh, you possess some skill, do you? But this is where it ends, she remarked with a casual toss of her hair and a serene smile. In the next moment, she stood before Vegeta, and with a resounding thud, her foot came crashing down onto his chest. Ugh! Vegeta's eyes widened as he coughed up a significant amount of blood. His aura abruptly weakened. The golden flames surrounding him vanished, reverting him to his normal state. In the air, Leelin silently observed the unfolding scene. With a slight raise of his brow, he decided to intervene. Enough, both of you. Please release them now, Leelin stated in a calm, yet commanding tone. Android 17 and 18 turned to look at him. Even Android 16, not far away, glanced up at the sky. Who is this person? Android 18 thought, her eyes betraying some confusion, as she had no record of him in her memory. Hey, who are you? I advise you not to meddle, Android 17 warned, his tone heavy with seriousness. He sensed no energy from Leelin, yet an instinctual awareness of danger surged within him, a threat potent enough to endanger his life. More alarmingly, he found himself devoid of any information regarding this individual. Just as his words settled in the air, Leelin appeared behind him in an instant. I have no intention of interfering, but I kindly ask you to release the individuals in your grasp, he said. A shiver ran down Android 17's spine, his hair standing on end. What? How could this person's speed be so incredible? He dared not remain so close to Leelin. Loosening his grip on Tianjin Fan and swiftly retreating to the opposite side of the sky, his gaze wary and alert. Gasping for fresh air, Tianjin Fan took deep breaths after being freed. Android 18, too, was left in a state of astonishment. As she stood below, she had a clear view of the situation. Yet, in that fleeting moment, she failed to perceive how Leelin had moved behind number 17. Or perhaps, Leelin's speed had become so astonishing that it eluded her senses entirely. Not only was she taken aback, but even the usually taciturn number 16, who had been standing nearby, displayed signs of agitation. No longer composed, his eyes were now filled with vigilance, as if preparing to strike at any moment. Who are you? Number 17 inquired, his tone sharp. Leelin smiled and replied, I am merely an ordinary earthling. An earthling? Number 17 momentarily faltered, then furrowed his brow. Speaking with a hint of disdain, do you take me for a fool? He certainly did not believe that Leelin was just a common earthling. After all, which earthling possessed such formidable prowess? Observing number 17 confronting Leelin, number 18 disregarded the injured Vegeta beneath her and soared into the sky, standing shoulder to shoulder with number 17 as they both fixed their gaze upon Leelin. Huh. Leelin chuckled lightly at number 18's arrival, calmly addressing number 17. I assure you, I am indeed a native earthling. There is no need for deceit. Number 17 and number 18 exchanged glances, clearly unconvinced. Leelin, shaking his head in resignation, continued, enough of this futile argument. Release my companion and depart. The two were momentarily taken aback by his words. Number 18, frowning, cautiously inquired, Aren't you going to kill us? Leelin, finding humor in her question, slowly shook his head and replied, You haven't committed any wrongdoing. Why would I wish to harm you? But your companion has been injured by us. Number 18 questioned, perplexed. Number 17, observing his sister's inquiries, felt exasperated. They had been spared, yet she could not pose a single reasonable question. This enigmatic individual possessed profound strength. It would be wise not to engage. As the opportunity to depart presented itself, it was indeed the prudent course of action. Leelin, unperturbed by number 18's inquiries, casually remarked. It was Vegeta who provoked you first. Your response was entirely justified. Surprised by this answer, number 18 hesitated, asking, You truly won't take action against us? I am neither a virtuous savior nor a malevolent villain. At least for now, you do not appear to be wicked, so I shall refrain from hostility. However, the future remains uncertain. Leelin elaborated, adding, Furthermore, should you wish to eliminate Son Goku, I will not interfere, provided you can best him. Number 18 nodded slightly, eager to say more, but number 17 tugged at her clothing, signaling her to remain silent. At this moment, lingering would only lead to further complications. Very well. You may leave. Otherwise, I may reconsider my stance, Leelin proclaimed, feigning an air of profundity. Without a moment's hesitation, number 17 seized number 18 and fled. As the figure known as number 18 departed, she glanced back one last time, noticing Leelin smiling and nodding at her. Alas, she realized she had forgotten to inquire about his name. Number 16, observing the successful retreat of the two, felt a wave of relief wash over him, and his vigilance considerably diminished. The trio exchanged a fleeting glance at Leelin above before soaring together into the distance. Chapter 26. Another time machine. Once the androids had departed, Leelin began to assess the injuries of his companions. He retrieved some magical beans from his person and fed them to each individual in turn. These beans had been acquired after he had dispatched Krillin, and now they were proving to be quite useful. After consuming the beans, everyone gradually began to regain their strength. Ah, how infuriating! Vegeta exclaimed, rising and shouting at the sky. He had anticipated showcasing his formidable prowess after transforming into a Super Saiyan, but found himself utterly defeated in this initial battle. His pride could hardly endure such a humiliating setback. After venting his frustration, Vegeta felt that remaining in this place was beneath him, and he departed without a second thought. Trunks, witnessing his father's demeanor, felt a strong urge to follow him, but ultimately decided against it. He realized they were not yet familiar enough for him to offer any counsel. Instead, he turned to Leelin, expressing his discontent. Mr. Leelin, you possess the power to defeat the androids. Why did you let them escape just now? Though Trunks had been bested by number 18, his injuries were not severe. He had overheard the conversation between Leelin and the androids, and in his eyes, allowing them to leave was an utterly foolish decision. Had he possessed such power, he would never have made that choice. Leelin, observing Trunks' disgruntled expression, chuckled softly and replied with calm assurance. Have you not noticed that the androids in this timeline differ significantly from those in your own? Trunks paused momentarily, puzzled, and inquired, In what way are they different? They are not as cruel and bloodthirsty as you perceive. Rather, they resemble humans more closely, or perhaps, they are human in essence, Leelin patiently elucidated. Indeed, the androids in this timeline bore little resemblance to their ruthless counterparts from Trunks' world. Perhaps due to his journey from another dimension, the androids here were not as merciless. At least, from what he had observed thus far, they had caused no destruction or taken any lives. However, Mr. Leelin Trunks began, wishing to voice further concerns. But Leelin interjected with a dismissive wave of his hand. Of course, should they commit any egregious acts in the future, I will not stand idly by. But for now, I choose to believe in their inherent goodness. Realizing that further persuasion was futile, Trunks ceased his attempts to argue. He too had begun to recognize that the androids in this timeline indeed differed from those in his own world, exhibiting a remarkable strength without the accompanying ferocity he had come to expect. Allow me to make myself clear, regardless of your opinions, should I encounter them. I shall exert every ounce of my strength to obliterate them, Piccolo declared, his fists clenched and teeth gritted. He had recently suffered a blow, losing his combat prowess after a mere strike from the androids. Yet, his pride would not concede an inch to Vegeta. Just moments ago, he had received a notification from the Supreme Kai, indicating that he could assimilate with him to enhance his power. Without hesitation, Piccolo accepted, convinced that once he assimilated, he would no longer fear the androids. With that thought, he unleashed his energy and soared towards the Supreme Kai's sanctuary. What should we do now? Yamcha inquired, turning to Leelin. Leelin, smiling, replied, There is nothing pressing at the moment. Let us return. After all, as long as the androids do not cause any disturbances, we can treat them as ordinary individuals. Tianjin and Yamcha nodded in agreement. They still harbored some trepidation regarding the androids. But as long as they did not confront them directly, all would be well. The prospect of returning was indeed a welcome one. At that moment, A spacecraft approached from the distance, and the pilot was none other than Krillin. Goku had already been returned home, had taken his medication, and was in a stable condition. They simply needed to wait for his recovery. Concerned that the others might not be able to handle the androids, Krillin had hastily piloted the ship over. "Where are the androids? Is everyone all right?" he asked as he disembarked from the craft. Upon seeing Krillin, Leelin smiled and reassured him, "Everyone is fine. The androids have departed and pose no immediate threat. Let us head back." Krillin, scratching his bald head in confusion, felt as though he had missed something significant, though he could not articulate what exactly that was. Thus, the group boarded Krillin's spacecraft, preparing to depart. Suddenly, during their flight, Bulma called in, exclaiming, "Can you hear me? I have breaking news that you should hear." The group gathered around, eager to learn the latest developments. On the other end of the call, Bulma, looking at a series of images, explained, "We have just discovered a peculiar spacecraft on a mountain. The patrol informed the Capsule Corporation that the craft bears our company's insignia and requested our intervention. However, upon examining the images sent over, I noticed that while the craft does indeed display our logo, the signal it emits is not one we developed." The group was left perplexed by this revelation. What relevance did this have to them, as they were not involved in such matters? Only Leelin, leaning against the side of the spacecraft, wore a mysterious smile. If all proceeded as expected, this craft must have traversed from the future, and its occupant was likely the future Cell. "Bulma, are you certain? What does this have to do with us?" Krillin asked, bewildered. Bulma spoke calmly, urging everyone not to rush and to let her finish. "Although this aircraft was not manufactured by our company, I have seen Trunks use it before. It must be his time machine." Upon hearing this, Trunks felt a wave of confusion wash over him as he activated his portable device. He retrieved a capsule, frowning as he said, "Wait a minute. My time machine has always been with me. That one cannot be mine." Bulma was unfazed, knowing that the time machine in question had likely been abandoned there for quite some time. She transmitted a photo to the craft where everyone else was aboard. Upon seeing it, Trunks' expression shifted to one of surprise. "This is indeed my time machine. How could this happen?" Bulma nodded in response, assuring him, "It's all right. We'll find out what is going on when we get there. Hurry over, let us go together." Chapter 27. When installing something, could you please consider the feelings of others? Upon receiving the news, the group wasted no time and made their way to the Universal Capsule Company. After picking up Bulma, they headed to the base of the mountain where the time machine was located. Trunks, upon seeing the dusty time machine, took out his own and placed it beside it. "Ah, they are indeed identical," exclaimed Krillin, gazing at the two spacecrafts in astonishment. "What on earth is happening?" Trunks felt bewildered. There should only be one time machine from the future, so how could there be another? It appeared to have been sitting there for quite a while. Trunks' confusion deepened as he jumped into the time machine to check the travel logs. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. He realized that this time machine had been operational 4 years prior to his own journey. While the group remained puzzled, Krillin suddenly spotted a mysterious shell nearby, which startled everyone. "It seems history has truly been altered," Trunks murmured to himself. He understood that even if this artificial being from another timeline were eliminated, the future world would remain unchanged. Nevertheless, he had resolutely crossed over, driven by Bulma's wishes from the future. As the group continued to examine the shell, a small television in the craft abruptly activated, broadcasting an urgent news report. The report stated that residents of a small town had suddenly vanished, and investigations were underway. Citizens were urged to minimize outdoor activities in order to avoid danger. Following the report, the television displayed live footage from the scene, revealing an empty town, with only discarded clothing left behind. The whereabouts of the missing individuals remained unknown. While the group focused on the news, an overwhelming force suddenly surged from the sky. Leelin looked up and murmured, "It seems that Piccolo has completed his assimilation." "Leelin, what should we do now?" Krillin inquired of Leelin, as they found themselves aimlessly adrift, compelled to heed the directives of the strongest among them, Leelin. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Leelin articulated that the mysterious disappearances of these individuals were likely intertwined with the presence of the creature that had traversed from the future. The group nodded in agreement, for even without Leelin's insight, they could surmise the connection. Furthermore, since this creature had emerged from the future, it implied that it had yet to reach its full potential in this timeline. Thus, he instructed them to investigate Dr. Gero's laboratory, where they might uncover some vital clues. Should they encounter the creature, they were to eliminate it on the spot. With a calm demeanor, Leelin assigned the tasks and continued, "I will search for the whereabouts of this creature. If I locate it, I shall deal with it personally. The others exchanged glances, signifying their acquiescence to Leelin's plan. With that, they dispersed to commence their respective missions, while Bulma piloted the craft back alone. Leelin began to roam the skies aimlessly, for he understood that Cell had amalgamated the powers of virtually all the formidable beings on Earth and was adept in the manipulation of energy. Consequently, as long as he concealed his own presence, he would remain undetectable. Piccolo, having fused with the Supreme Kai, had experienced a significant enhancement of his power, now rivaling that of the androids. Through the memories of the Supreme Kai, he had become aware of Cell's existence and was now informed of his hiding place, heading there with the intent to eradicate the creature. As time elapsed, Leelin continued to wander the skies, cognizant that Piccolo would soon engage Cell in combat. He realized that a thorough search on his part would likely be futile. It would be wiser to await their confrontation, as it would naturally reveal Cell's location. Indeed, after approximately half an hour, a tremendous aura suddenly emanated from the southeastern sky. Leelin sensed the powerful energy signature of Piccolo, while another, more chaotic aura bore traces of Goku, Vegeta, and even Frieza. If all went as expected, this individual would indeed be the future Cell. Meanwhile, Krillin and Trunks had arrived at Dr. Gero's laboratory, where they discovered a mysterious incubation chamber hidden beneath the surface. It appeared that Leelin's deductions were astute. They had indeed found the embryo of this creature. Clenching his fist, Trunks spoke gravely, and with a wave of energy he shattered the chamber, following up with another blast that reduced the embryo to mere dust. Let us depart. There is nothing more to be gleaned here. A powerful energy signature just emanated from this direction. It must be Piccolo, likely confronting that creature, Tien Shinhan suggested. The group offered no further words and swiftly took to the skies, following the trail of energy. Leelin, too, accelerated towards the site of the battle, fortuitously encountering the others along the way. They relayed to him the secrets of Dr. Gero's laboratory, praising his perceptiveness in the matter. United, they continued their flight without pause. Suddenly, just as they were about to reach their destination, the aura of battle abruptly dissipated, leaving only Piccolo's presence. Whoosh! Figures descended from the sky, surrounding Piccolo. TCH. He got away. Piccolo expressed his frustration. No worries, we'll take him down next time just the same, Leelin replied nonchalantly, his demeanor exuding an air of ease, as if nothing could astonish him. Piccolo nodded, feeling empowered and unafraid of any being on Earth. He then shared the intelligence he had extracted from Cell, revealing to the group that this creature from the future was named Cell. It was clear that finding Cell's whereabouts would not be easy. According to Piccolo, he would undoubtedly seek out the androids to absorb them. Our immediate plan should be to locate the androids, as long as we protect them or eliminate them. This monster will pose no significant threat, Piccolo asserted with great confidence. Leelin shot him a sidelong glance, hesitant to endorse his suggestion. After all, one of the androids was his own wife. If they were to be destroyed, what would become of him? Thus, he stated, even if he absorbs the androids, what of it? We can deal with him later. The others stood by, momentarily stunned. How impressive it was that he considered himself the strongest among them. Could you be a bit more sensitive to others' feelings while posturing? Chapter 28. In search of clues after deliberation, the group commenced their separate pursuits. The priority remained to locate Cell. Each day lost could lead to countless innocent suffering. Just then, Vegeta arrived, having sensed the energy in the vicinity. What transpired here? He inquired, surveying the scene. His gaze fell upon Piccolo, astonished to discover that his power had surged several-fold, now far surpassing his own. How did your strength suddenly escalate so dramatically? Vegeta questioned Piccolo, incredulity etched on his face. He had believed that after transforming into a Super Saiyan, he would be invincible, with only Kakarot, another Saiyan, as his rival. Yet, he had not anticipated that first Leelin, then the androids. And now even the Namekian he once deemed inferior had eclipsed him. Oomph. Piccolo crossed his arms, haughtily snorting in response. His pride was no less than Vegeta's. Leelin chuckled softly to himself, pondering that the storyline involving the androids marked Piccolo's moment of glory. Trunks, noticing his father's perplexity, stepped forward to provide a thorough explanation. Fusion? Yes, Mr. Piccolo has fused with Kami. The current situation stems from his confrontation with the creature known as Cell, Trunks elaborated piece by piece. Upon realizing he had been surpassed, Vegeta stood frozen in disbelief. As Piccolo stepped forward before the assembly, he spoke with deliberation. articulating that the immediate priority was to eliminate the immature Cell or one of the androids. He urged them to search for their whereabouts and to inform him at once upon discovery, for he would take it upon himself to vanquish the threat. With that, he boldly departed, brimming with confidence in his own prowess. The crowd, however, did not spring into action immediately. Instead, they turned their collective gaze towards Leelin. Piccolo is correct. Let us split up and search, Leelin declared with a smile. Everyone, please exercise caution. With those words, he soared into the sky. Though his thoughts diverged from his outward demeanor, whether it be the androids or Cell, if they chose to conceal themselves, locating them would prove arduous. Rather than engage in futile efforts, he resolved to return home for a restful slumber. With that thought, he quickened his pace, hastening towards his residence. The remaining individuals, witnessing Leelin's departure, also felt inclined to leave. I concur with Piccolo and Leelin. Our foremost concern is to find the androids and Cell. Eliminating either side could turn the tide, Tien Shinhan stated slowly. The others nodded in silent agreement. However, at that moment, an incongruous voice broke through the tension, declaring, I dissent. The group turned in unison to find Vegeta, who had remained silent until now. His face was a mask of fury, fists clenched as he bellowed. A pack of cowards. Are you afraid of this minor crisis? Let me assure you, even the perfect Cell poses no threat. He will inevitably fall to me. With a fierce proclamation, Vegeta unleashed his energy, soaring into the skies, vanishing from sight. The others exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had provoked Vegeta this time. Yet, they were aware that his outbursts often preceded unfavorable outcomes. The uncertainty lingered regarding the potential ramifications of his latest declaration. Then we must hasten our search. With each passing day, Cell grows stronger. Krillin urged the group. Upon hearing this, they wasted no time in taking flight towards various destinations. As Krillin prepared to depart, he noticed Trunks standing motionless. What's the matter, Trunks? Aren't you coming with us? Krillin inquired with curiosity. Trunks slowly shook his head, his tone somber. I intend to train with my father. What? Krillin responded with confusion. By now, everyone was aware of Trunks' lineage as Vegeta's son, but none had anticipated that he would choose to train alongside his father. It was well known that Vegeta was currently in a volatile state. Should he lose control, he might inadvertently harm his own son. Trunks nodded seriously. Indeed, I will train with my father. Krillin, I entrust the search for Cell to you all. After speaking, he soared into the air, pursuing the direction in which Vegeta had departed. His thoughts were straightforward. Even if the issues of this timeline were resolved, the crisis of the future timeline would persist. Only by becoming immensely powerful, transcending even the Super Saiyans like his father, could he hope to alleviate the dangers facing his own timeline. Sighing helplessly as he watched Trunks vanish into the distance, Krillin felt a wave of resignation wash over him before he vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, Leelin had returned to his residence, conveniently located beside Goku's home. However, Goku had now relocated to Master Roshi's island, leaving the place entirely empty. At least I can enjoy some peace for the next 2 days, Leelin said with a yawn as he stretched. Before long, he lay down in his room and drifted into a restful sleep. 3 days later, a violent earthquake erupted on Kame House. Master Roshi, engrossed in a magazine, was so startled that his glasses fell off. Trembling, he exclaimed, What on earth is happening? Are the androids attacking? Chi-Chi, Goku's wife, had been tending to him and felt a surge of panic upon experiencing the tremors. However, as she stepped outside to investigate, a wave of relief washed over her. Goku, she cried, rushing into his arms. Goku, smiling, embraced her. The recent earthquake had not been caused by the androids, but rather by his own sudden awakening, as he found himself brimming with power and could not resist testing his abilities above the ocean. On the other side, the group had been searching for Cell for 3 days. They had encountered him several times, only to be outmaneuvered by his cunning escapes, leading to their growing frustration. Just then, they sensed Goku's energy. After concluding their last search, they regrouped at their departure point. Our situation has become quite dire. Cell's strength should now rival my own. Piccolo spoke gravely to the others. He realized that with each encounter, Cell's power had surged significantly, likely having caused considerable harm to many innocent humans during these 3 days. What should we do now? Krillin asked, panicking and at a loss for guidance. It's all right. Goku must have recovered by now. You can all sense his energy, can't you? Piccolo reassured them. They nodded slowly. The only encouraging news was that Goku's recovery should uplift their spirits. As they discussed Goku, two figures, one large and one small, descended from the sky. It was none other than Goku and his son, Gohan. Everyone, it's been a while. How are you all? Goku greeted them with a smile and a wave. Goku, it's really him, they exclaimed, their spirits lifting as if a cloud had been lifted. While Goku greeted the group, his gaze continually scanned the surroundings. Where's Leelin? Where did he run off to? Furthermore, I have heard from the venerable Master Roshi that a formidable adversary has seemingly re-emerged. Goku, brimming with curiosity, posed a flurry of questions. As he faced this barrage of inquiries, Krillin stepped forward, playfully delivering a light punch to Goku, and chuckled in response. That rascal, Lin, has vanished somewhere. We haven't seen him for 3 days. After your fall, 3 remarkably powerful androids appeared, quite formidable indeed. Piccolo interjected, getting straight to the point. After a brief pause, he continued, however, as it stands, they have yet to commit any malevolent acts, so for the time being, we can set them aside. Goku nodded slowly, acknowledging, I am aware of this. Gohan has informed me. What is the origin of that creature named Cell? Piccolo, with arms crossed, began to quietly elucidate. Upon hearing this, Goku's expression diverged from the others, displaying a hint of excitement. It seemed that the combative genes within him were stirring to life at that moment. What? Even you, with such strength, cannot contend with him? Goku exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Piccolo's current prowess had indeed surpassed his own. If he could not face Cell, then Goku feared he too would struggle. It's true, Piccolo replied with a hint of resignation. The only course of action now is to locate these androids and eliminate them to prevent Cell from growing even stronger. Goku, however, paid little heed to the last statement. He was merely cognizant of Cell's current formidable nature. Observing Goku's demeanor, Krillin approached him, tugging at his clothing with a quizzical expression. Goku, what is the matter? You seem rather pleased. Huh. Goku snapped back to reality, scratching the back of his head. Do I? The others shrugged, indicating that he indeed appeared quite cheerful. Hee. Perhaps so. Goku conceded without contesting, for he was indeed feeling that way, and continued to inquire, what about Vegeta? Why haven't we seen him? He is off training, reportedly seeking to surpass Super Saiyan and attain a higher realm, Piccolo replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Goku's interest peaked further. Surpassing Super Saiyan, if possible. He too wished to pursue this path, for he was quite dissatisfied with his current strength. Moreover, aside from Cell, there was also Lin, whose true power remained an enigma. Although Lin was a friend, Goku did not wish to remain in the shadows. All right, everyone, I too shall commence my training now. I entrust the situation here to you for the time being, Goku declared to the group. With Lin's whereabouts currently unknown, he could not rely on anyone else and would have to depend on his own efforts to vanquish the foe. Krillin stroked his chin, pondering. Where do you intend to train? Given the urgency of our situation, how much can you truly accomplish in your training? Our circumstances demand immediate action. Even though Goku possesses exceptional talent, significant improvement is unlikely to materialize in such a short span. I know of a place where a year of training equals merely a day in the real world. Sun Wukong smiled faintly and spoke with an air of tranquility. As he contemplated his cultivation, he had already devised a solution. As long as nothing catastrophic occurred on Earth during his training, upon his return, he would no longer need to fear the crises that plagued the planet. The others, upon hearing this, were momentarily taken aback. A year of cultivation equated to merely a day in the realm of reality. Could such a wondrous place truly exist on Earth? Piccolo, unfazed, directly inquired. Are you referring to the hyperbolic time chamber? Sun Wukong nodded with a smile, affirming that was indeed the case. Given another year, he believed he could face any adversary. I plan to train with Gohan. I believe his potential surpasses my own. Perhaps in the end, I may even rely on him, he said, affectionately ruffling Gohan's hair. The others exchanged amused smiles, not taking the matter too seriously. Only Piccolo held a firm belief in his son's extraordinary potential, convinced he could surpass Sun Wukong. Very well. You all proceed with your training. I shall take care of affairs on Earth, Piccolo stated with a nod. He understood that, despite his formidable strength, defeating Cell alone would prove exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, this did not diminish his resolve. He would continue to seek out Cell, aiming to eliminate him at the earliest opportunity. Until we meet again. Sun Wukong waved goodbye to everyone before using instant transmission to depart. As they watched him leave, a profound silence enveloped the group. Eventually, Krillin broke the stillness, saying, I wonder where that guy, Leelin, has vanished to. If he were here, we wouldn't have to struggle so much. Piccolo concurred with Krillin's sentiment. He had never thought much of it before, but now, with his significantly enhanced strength, he realized just how formidable the aura Leelin had emanated truly was. With Leelin present, even the androids and Cell together would stand no chance against him. Forget it, we must rely on ourselves. That guy may possess incredible power, yet in the end, he was the first to hide away. Piccolo remarked indifferently. Do you think he might be at home right now? Krillin speculated. Meanwhile, several hundred miles away, in a modest capsule house on the plains, Leelin lay on the sofa, unable to suppress a sneeze. Is someone talking about me? He complained, comfortably watching a program on television. A half-finished glass of orange juice sat on the table before him. His plan was simple, since there was currently no pressing matter. It was better to wait for the adversaries to reveal themselves rather than search aimlessly. Cell's evolution required him to absorb the androids, and Leelin only needed to appear at that moment. Emerging prematurely would serve no purpose whatsoever. Chapter 30. A bath suddenly exploded. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong had arrived at Vegeta's location. Vegeta stood motionless on a cliff, gazing into the distance. Trunks stood silently behind, gazing at his father's silhouette. Trunks, how has your training been progressing? Goku suddenly inquired as he approached them. Trunks quickly turned around, and upon seeing Goku, a look of joy instantly brightened his face. Father thinks I am too much of a hindrance and is unwilling to train with me, Trunks explained helplessly, then cast his gaze towards Vegeta, who had been standing on the cliff for 3 days and nights. Observing Vegeta's unwavering dedication, Goku felt a flicker of admiration and remarked to Trunks, "It's all right. I shall go and persuade him." With that, Goku leaped lightly and positioned himself behind Vegeta. Noticing Goku's presence, Vegeta did not turn around immediately. He was deep in thought, contemplating how to train effectively to surpass Super Saiyan, and he knew time was of the essence given the current dire circumstances. Vegeta, I know of a place where 1 year of training equates to a single day in the outside world. Would you be interested in going? Goku stated directly. Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a slight stirring of interest. He turned to face Goku's smiling visage and coldly asked, "Where is this place? Take me there." "I knew you would find this intriguing," Goku replied with a light smile, pointing towards the heavens. "That place is the hyperbolic time chamber." After hearing this, Vegeta's previous gloom lifted slightly, and his expression softened. Before he could inquire further about when they could leave, Goku continued, "However, I do not intend to train with you, as only 2 individuals can enter the chamber at a time. I would like you to enter with Trunks." Though Goku appeared somewhat foolish, he always had a solution ready in critical moments. His intention was to mend the relationship between father and son, allowing them to share a year of training together, which would surely alleviate the current tension. "Fine, I agree," Vegeta replied without hesitation. He then added, "But we must enter first." His desire for strength was palpable. He wished to waste not a single moment. Given a year, he was confident he could defeat both the androids and Cell. If Goku entered first and emerged to eradicate Cell and the others, what significance would remain for his own training? Seeing Vegeta's agreement, Goku cheerfully responded, "It matters not who enters first. If you wish to train, you may take the lead." Thus, they finalized their training plan. Meanwhile, the androids, after several days of travel, finally arrived at Goku's residence. However, upon pushing the door open, they found the room completely empty, leaving them at a loss. "Damn it, there's no one here." Android 17 kicked the door in frustration, frowning. They had gone through considerable effort to venture out, only to waste time on the journey rather than arriving promptly. To their surprise, Sun Wukong was absent from his dwelling, leaving them somewhat disheartened. Could it be that he has gone to Master Roshi's place? According to my records, Master Roshi, as Sun Wukong's mentor, is someone he frequently associates with, stated number 16 with an air of calm. Number 17 nodded in agreement, finding the assertion reasonable. His memories corroborated this, recalling how Sun Wukong had trained under Master Roshi during his youth. At this juncture, it seemed most plausible that he had taken refuge on Kame House. "Hey, look over there. There's a small house. Why don't we go in and inquire?" Number 18 suggested, pointing towards a nearby modest structure. The surroundings were desolate, devoid of life, making it evident that anyone residing near Sun Wukong must have a significant connection to him. Rather than make a futile journey, it would be prudent to ask, as there might be some leads. Number 17 surveyed the area and remarked coolly, "All right, let us go ask." Number 16 had no objections and silently followed behind the siblings. As they approached within a few steps of the modest house, Number 17 raised his hand, and a purple beam of light flashed forth. Whoosh! A ray shot from his fingertips. Boom! Without a doubt, it struck its target, and the house was instantly reduced to ashes amidst flames and explosions. Number 18 furrowed her brow at this scene. Number 17, how could you do that? We were supposed to ask questions. What if you've killed someone? With a slight smirk, Number 17 nonchalantly replied, I have excellent control over my strength. I won't harm anyone else. You're impossible. Number 18 shook her head in exasperation. Turning to gaze at the sight of the explosion, her eyes widened in shock, and a flush crept across her face. After a few seconds, she regained her composure, covering her face and turning away. Curious about Number 18's unusual reaction, Number 17 glanced over, and upon seeing the scene, he was taken aback. What a shock! How could it be this person? Meanwhile, Number 16 had already assumed a combat stance, his eyes filled with gravity. The source of their altered demeanor was none other than Leelin, who had been at home all along. Hiss! Huh! Leelin took a deep breath and coldly remarked. So it's you lot. I was wondering who would attack me while I was bathing. Quite the skill indeed. Moments ago, he had been in the shower, brushing his teeth, singing, and playing with a little bird, having just applied shampoo to his hair without starting to rinse. He was startled nearly to death by the sudden explosion. Now, with his house in ruins, his clothes gone, and nothing but a mound of bubbles atop his head, he found himself in quite a predicament. I'm terribly sorry. We didn't mean to. We had no idea that was your residence. Number 17 quickly apologized. Sensing that Leelin was on the verge of an outburst, Leelin's frustration surged, and the water droplets and foam on his head were washed away. However, he remains exposed, the cold wind howling as the hair above and below dances in the breeze. He slowly parts his lips and coldly remarks, Do you think an apology is of any use now? Furthermore, what do you mean by not knowing it was my residence? Can you truly destroy someone else's abode without consequence? The fury within Leelin escalates with each word as he strides forward, declaring, I tell you, no one has ever ignited such rage in me. You are the first. Are you prepared to bear the brunt of my wrath? Chapter 31. Do not approach. The aura emanating from Leelin intensifies, and the surrounding winds rage, creating shockwaves that ripple outward. The grass and trees in the vicinity are uprooted in vast swathes. My heavens, this power is astonishing. Number 17 raises an arm to shield himself, exclaiming in astonishment. Simultaneously, he reflects on how fortunate he was not to act rashly during their initial encounter. Otherwise, he might have met his demise. Yet, the current situation is hardly any better, as now it is Leelin who seems poised to strike. This strength exceeds any normal calculations. On Earth, there is no one who can rival this force. Number 16's eyes flash with intensity as he continuously assesses Leelin's current prowess. On the other side of the Earth, Piccolo and his companions sense this overwhelming presence and look up in astonishment. Is this the aura of Leelin? Has he encountered an enemy? Krillin gazes skyward, wide-eyed. Upon sensing it, Piccolo's heart sinks. It seems this aura is even more terrifying than a year ago, indicating that this individual possesses a truly formidable strength. But who is this adversary? Is it Cell? Or perhaps an android? Yamcha's legs tremble as he anxiously inquires. Such power is beyond the reach of someone like him. Regardless of who this foe may be, he will not engage. If possible, he intends to vacate the area immediately. Let the true warriors handle this struggle. Piccolo, discerning the aura, makes a quick assessment and concludes that they must be facing an android. If it were Cell, his presence would also be felt. Yet, now, only Leelin's energy is apparent. The group nods in agreement upon hearing this explanation. Androids inherently lack a discernible aura, thus remaining undetected even when present. Cell, on the other hand, possesses a palpable energy that can be sensed with a mere flicker of awareness. There is no time to lose. We must hasten towards the source. Piccolo speaks with a grave tone. After days of searching for Cell, he finds himself increasingly unsettled and yearns for a vigorous battle. With that, he swiftly flies in the direction of the aura. The others hesitate momentarily before deciding to follow Piccolo. In the celestial realm high above, Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, and Trunks have yet to enter the hyperbolic time chamber when they too become aware of this powerful presence. Is this the aura of Mr. Leelin? He is incredibly powerful, Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. It is the first time he has felt such an overwhelming aura. Were he to possess such strength, the future would never be ensnared in any crisis. Simultaneously, he lamented the absence of someone like Leelin in his time. If such a being existed, he wouldn't be so burdened and the world wouldn't resemble an apocalyptic scene. Has Leelin finally decided to take action? Goku remarked with excitement on his face. He vividly recalled Leelin's formidable prowess. As long as that extraordinary individual intervened, the threats to Earth could be resolved in an instant. However, amidst his excitement, a flicker of hope lingered. He wished Leelin would not eliminate all the adversaries at once. It would be preferable for him to wait a couple of days. Otherwise, if the enemies were vanquished, what would he have left to engage with? That insufferable guy? Vegeta clenched his fists and entered the room of spirit and time, silently vowing that upon his emergence, his strength would undoubtedly surpass Leelin's. Trunks, still enveloped in disbelief, noticed his father had already entered and hastily snapped back to reality. Hurriedly following suit, the Supreme Kai's attendant, Bubbles, observing that both had gone inside, casually closed the door behind them. "Dad, should we go check it out? The energy seems to be emanating from our home," Gohan exclaimed with delight. He had observed countless battles between his father and Leelin, each one igniting his excitement. For Leelin's strength was unparalleled. Hearing his son's words, Goku began to ponder. Although he longed to witness the battle, reason dictated that they had more pressing matters at hand. "Gohan, remain here. We will not venture over. Vegeta and the others may emerge at any moment. Our primary objective is to enhance our own strength," Goku stated slowly. His reasoning was simple. Rather than rely on others for assistance, it was more reliable to cultivate their own power. This time, they might overcome the crisis with Leelin's might. But what about the next time? What if Leelin were to leave and no longer assist them? What then? Gohan felt a tinge of disappointment but nodded, murmuring, "I understand, Dad." On the ground, Leelin unleashed a tremendous aura, causing the clouds above to seemingly lose their color at that moment. Androids 16 and 17 were engulfed in anxiety, fervently hoping Leelin would halt his advance. Please, don't come any closer. Can you at least put on some clothes first?" Android 18 shouted, covering her face in embarrassment. However, her hands did not completely obscure her gaze, leaving a small gap through which she could faintly see Leelin's blurred figure. This caused her cheeks to flush even more. Leelin paused, his aura slightly diminishing. The anger within him was significantly quelled by her flustered exclamation. Observing Android 18's bashful demeanor, he glanced down at his own form, suddenly gaining a deeper understanding of the situation. Moments ago, I was engulfed in anger and completely oblivious to my surroundings, particularly at Station 18. Suddenly, clarity washed over me, and upon reflection, it seemed she had always been there, and I had unwittingly been the subject of her scrutiny. Exhaling slowly, I halted my advance as I regarded Leelin. The pressure I had felt was overwhelming, nearly suffocating. "Clothing? My home has been obliterated by your actions. Where might I procure attire?" Leelin coldly addressed them. However, the fury that once consumed me had dissipated, replaced by a flicker of delight. I had not anticipated that 18 would witness my imposing physique, and an inexplicable thrill coursed through me. "I will compensate. I will compensate," 17 exclaimed, waving his hands frantically. At that moment, it was imperative to placate the situation. After all, having just emerged, he was not eager to meet an untimely demise. As he spoke, he carefully scrutinized Leelin, feeling a surge of astonishment at the remarkable physique before him. What had this individual consumed to achieve such a form? Chapter 32. Rounded to 100 million with arms crossed nonchalantly, Leelin remarked, "Very well. If compensation is to be discussed, let us proceed." Upon hearing this, 17 felt a weight lift from his chest. It appeared that the individual before him was not unreasonable. It merely remained to be seen how the reparations would be addressed. "Consider this," Leelin began, counting on his fingers. "My capsule home is valued at approximately 350,000, along with various household appliances totaling around 100,000. Furthermore, the garments I wear are worth several thousand." He calculated meticulously, adhering to market standards. 17 nodded in acknowledgement. Although the sums were considerable, they paled in comparison to the value of his life. Yet, what came next rendered him speechless. "Including miscellaneous expenses, rounded up, you owe me 100 million. Leelin declared with indifference. 17's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. He had never encountered such a staggering calculation. Moments ago, the figures were in the thousands, and now they had escalated to 100 million. Dumbfounded, 17 could scarcely articulate his thoughts. However, 18 was instantly displeased upon hearing the figure. For reasons unknown, she possessed an innate sensitivity to financial matters, bordering on avarice. "Hey, what kind of person are you? Is this extortion?" 18 retorted. lowering her hand to gaze directly at Leelin. She could no longer afford to feel embarrassed. Despite a flush on her cheeks, she began to argue her case vigorously. Leelin, undeterred, countered, "How can this be deemed extortion? This claim includes substantial compensation for emotional distress, something that cannot merely be purchased with money. Asking for 100 million is a modest request." Upon hearing this, 18 grew increasingly irate, her cheeks puffing with indignation. "I see you as quite normal. Even if emotional distress is a factor, you cannot demand an exorbitant sum." They had just emerged and possessed neither the means nor the funds to meet such a demand. "Even with such a substantial sum of money, I would never simply hand it over to this fellow. Humph, I shall not concern myself any further," Leelin remarked coolly. He had no intention of extorting them. He merely sought to impart a lesson. Realizing they could not possibly muster such an amount, wouldn't it suffice to give them a good thrashing? Huh. Number 18 chuckled coldly, pridefully asserting that since they were devoid of funds, it was settled. She was not unreasonable. It was entirely normal to compensate for the destruction of another's property. Even offering a bit more in compensation was perfectly reasonable, and she would not bat an eye. It was simply that this fellow was utterly unreasonable, akin to taking advantage of a calamity. Observing number 18's obstinate demeanor, Leelin found it somewhat amusing. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but he felt a slight response in his physiology. He quickly sought to control, and control again, then feigned an expression of indignation, stating, "In that case, prepare to bear my wrath. Who shall face me first, or shall you all come at once?" Number 17, witnessing his belligerent posture, suddenly felt an intense surge of anxiety. The strength of this individual was terrifying. Who would dare to bear his wrath first? However, he had no money at all, let alone a billion. Even if he were to venture out and rob, it would take an eternity. Number 18, sensing that Leelin was serious, quickly hid behind number 16. Number 16, too, found himself in a predicament, as he was originally created to defeat Sun Wukong. Now, instead of encountering Sun Wukong, he faced such a perverse individual. Leelin took a step forward, causing numerous cracks to form on the ground, and the birds that had just settled in the trees took flight in a frenzy. Time and space seemed to freeze at that moment, creating an oppressive atmosphere that rendered breathing difficult. Hundreds of miles away, in an expansive city, the green, speckled figure of Cell gazed up at the sky. "This aura has returned? Who is this? How can such a formidable presence exist on Earth?" He trembled as he spoke. He had believed that his current strength made him invincible to anyone on Earth. By absorbing numbers 17 and 18, he could become unparalleled. Yet, the current situation far exceeded his expectations. This power was terrifying, and even in his perfect form, he might not stand a chance against this individual. "No, this place is far too perilous. I must keep my distance." Cell decided to retreat for now before contemplating the absorption of the androids. However, just as he took a couple of steps, he abruptly halted. It struck him as peculiar. The one emanating this energy was undoubtedly engaged in battle, for such overwhelming energy would not arise without reason. Yet, throughout the ordeal, he sensed only this overwhelming aura, without perceiving any other presence. Wait, could it be? Cell suddenly entertained a dreadful thought. Could those reckless beings, numbers 17 and 18, be clashing with this monster? As Saryu pondered, an unsettling realization gripped him. Intensifying with each thought, he resolved to mask his presence and sneak a glance, for the very purpose of his arrival was to absorb the artificial beings. He could not afford to let them perish before he had completed his task. Meanwhile, on Leelin's side, just as he was preparing to take action, a multitude of figures suddenly appeared in the sky. "Leelin, we have come to assist you." It was Piccolo, and before he had even finished speaking, he had landed beside him. However, upon seeing Leelin, he was utterly astonished. His mind raced with curiosity, wondering why Leelin was without clothing. Clin and the others arrived a moment later, and their expressions transformed dramatically upon their first glance at Leelin. "What is going on?" Tianjin Fan exclaimed, observing Leelin's muscular physique with bewilderment. Ahem. Leelin, noticing the peculiar gazes directed at him, felt a bit embarrassed. He cleared his throat and said, "This is a long story. I didn't intend for it to be this way. It is primarily due to the artificial beings." Only then did the others realize that this was not the time for sightseeing. The artificial beings were still present, and their immediate task was to confront them. It appeared that the artificial beings were indeed formidable adversaries. Even someone as powerful as Leelin was struggling against them, to the extent that his clothes had been destroyed. Yamcha murmured quietly. The group nodded slowly, but they were puzzled as to why Leelin had lost his clothing while the opponents seemed unscathed. Could it be that the strength of the artificial beings was so overwhelming that even Leelin could not contend with them? Chapter 33. It's up to you. Leelin recognized the thoughts swirling in their minds and, with a sigh, said, "Let us not dwell on that. Who among you has spare clothing? Please lend me an outfit." At that moment, the tension between the two sides was palpable, and Leelin felt conspicuously exposed standing there in his birthday suit. Clin rummaged through his belongings and produced a universal capsule, which contained the previously used flying apparatus. "Here, take a martial arts uniform from inside. See if it fits." Leelin snatched it eagerly and opened the capsule, stepping inside to search for clothing. Just as he entered, he poked his head out again and directed his gaze at Piccolo. "Your strength should be more than sufficient to handle the artificial beings. Make sure to teach them a lesson." Upon hearing Leelin's words, Piccolo was momentarily taken aback, but then a slight smile crept onto his face. His original intent was to assist Leelin, and now he would finally have the opportunity to unleash his full power. He had been itching to fight for days. The expressions of the artificial beings darkened considerably. They had already been stymied by Leelin, and now a group had arrived to reinforce him. While they may not possess the strength to rival Leelin, this new development was undoubtedly a dire complication. "Oh, by the way," Leelin suddenly re-emerged from the capsule. "If you can defeat Piccolo, I will consider our previous matters resolved." With that, he dove back into the capsule, resuming his search for clothing. Upon hearing this, Number 17's face lit up with ecstatic joy. In his heart, he began to feel an overwhelming gratitude towards Leelin, believing that he had granted them an opportunity. As for Goku, he had encountered this fellow before, easily defeating him with a single strike. What suspense could there be in their confrontation? Wasn't this merely an invitation for him to seize the moment? After the initial excitement, Number 17 gazed at Goku with an air of nonchalance, reassuring him, "Rest assured.
I shall be gentle. I won't inflict any harm upon you." In response, Goku let out a cold chuckle, scoffing, "Hurt me? You think you have the right?"
Number 17 dismissed his words, convinced that Goku was merely engaging in empty bravado. After all, just days prior, he had been left incapacitated by a single blow. Even if he had devoted these past few days to relentless training, how much could he truly improve? "Since you are so confident, let us commence. Let us make it swift." Number 17 lowered his stance, preparing for an attack. Goku, however, regarded him with indifference, his tone grave as he suggested, "We should find another location. We mustn't disturb others." Though this area was sparsely populated, there were still a few households nearby. Having fused with the Supreme Being, Goku had developed a more compassionate disposition. He wished to avoid involving innocent bystanders in their conflict. "Very well," Number 17 agreed, eager to resolve matters quickly and depart from this place. With Leelin also present, he felt restrained in his movements. Without further delay, the group swiftly departed, their figures vanishing in an instant. In less than a minute, they had traversed nearly 100 miles to a remote island. "Will he come?" Number 18 gradually descended, gazing in the direction of their departure, contemplating silently. Today held significant meaning for her. It was the first time in her life that she had encountered a man standing before her in complete nudity. Number 16 stood calmly to the side, maintaining an unyielding composure, especially when not facing Leelin. The inhabitants of Earth slowly descended before them, Goku's piercing gaze fixed on Number 17, one hand grasping his collar and forcefully tearing it away. The weighty white garment he wore was flung heavily to the ground. Number 17 chuckled lightly as he observed Goku's dramatic display, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes as he remarked, "You seem quite impressive. Come forth." He beckoned Goku with a subtle gesture, inviting him to attack. Goku, far from being enraged, glanced at Number 18 and Number 16 behind him. Noting their lack of intention to intervene, he allowed a faint smile to creep across his lips, thinking to himself, "Excellent. If I can dispatch this brat, Cell will be unable to evolve into his perfect form. The remaining tasks can then be entrusted to Leelin or Goku." With this thought in mind, Goku resolved not to delay any longer. With a mighty roar, he unleashed a surge of white energy that erupted dramatically. An intense shockwave rippled across the ocean's surface, causing the island to tremble. "Is this the extent of Goku's power?" Krillin exclaimed, feeling the tempest of energy surging around them. The others also keenly sensed the overwhelming force emanating from him. Having just donned a vibrant red martial arts uniform, Leelin felt a surge of energy that filled him with astonishment. So this is the aura of Piccolo. It is indeed remarkable. After a brief moment of contemplation, he reduced his flying device to a capsule and secured it on his person. With a swift turn, he ascended into the sky, heading toward their battleground. On the small island that served as the battlefield, Number 17 was taken aback by Piccolo's strength. Although the androids themselves lacked a discernible aura, they could perceive the energy of others quite clearly. The power Piccolo was now emitting was several times greater than what he had displayed during their encounter a few days prior. How has he managed to achieve this? As he continued to ponder in disbelief, Piccolo intensified his energy to the maximum. In an instant, he appeared behind Number 17. With a powerful elbow strike aimed at his back, Piccolo delivered a decisive blow. Bang! Number 17, caught off guard by the sudden attack, nearly collapsed to the ground. Just as he turned his head, Piccolo's relentless assault left him no chance to react. A fierce punch landed squarely on his face, sending him staggering back several paces. Taking advantage of this momentum, Piccolo unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, gaining the upper hand. Gradually, however, Number 17 began to adapt, regaining his rhythm. As Piccolo swung a punch, Number 17 deftly seized his wrist and whispered, "Do not let your pride cloud your judgment." With that, he retaliated with a powerful punch to Piccolo's chest, propelling him backward. Piccolo steadied himself in midair and accelerated once more. The two engaged in close-quarters combat. Bang, bang, bang. The sky reverberated with the sound of thunderous clashes. Piccolo's strikes were ferocious, while Number 17 struggled to defend himself. Yet, it appeared that Piccolo held a slight advantage, exerting a measure of dominance. In the next moment, Piccolo unexpectedly delivered a kick to Number 17. Caught unprepared, he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Piccolo descended, his palm aimed directly at him. As Number 17 rose to his feet, he saw a golden glow emanating from Piccolo's palm. A formidable energy wave burst forth. Boom! The island trembled violently, debris scattering as dust and smoke billowed into the air. Following the explosion, Number 17 was nowhere to be seen on the ground. He had managed to evade the attack by taking to the sky, but the injury was evident on his face, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 34. Piccolo's moment of glory wiping the blood from his lips. Number 17 smirked and remarked, "It seems I truly underestimated you." Piccolo, quick to react, turned and flew upward to continue his offensive. The two engaged once more in an intense struggle, but this time, Number 17 appeared significantly more at ease. It was clear that he was now exerting his full strength, prepared to take this battle seriously. With a swift exchange of punches, the two fighters quickly separated. Piccolo seized the opportunity, raising his right hand to unleash a golden energy wave. With a faint smile, Number 17 slightly tilted his body and effortlessly evaded the attack, taunting, "Such an assault cannot bring me down." Piccolo, undeterred, remained silent. If one was ineffective, then let there be a multitude. He waved his hands, golden light continuously flashing from his palms. Tat tat tat. The energy waves cascaded towards Number 17 like raindrops, a technique reminiscent of royal combat, rich in essence. Number 17 moved leisurely, maneuvering through the air as if dancing in the sky. TCH. Piccolo, witnessing his multiple attacks being deftly avoided, felt a twinge of frustration. "Let me see how you evade this." Clenching his right fist tightly, he suddenly unleashed a more rapid and powerful wave of energy. Seeing this wave, Number 17 realized evasion was futile, so he decided to brace himself instead. Crossing his arms in front of his face, he prepared for impact. Zing! The energy wave was halted, and with a sudden forceful thrust of his hands, boom! The golden energy wave was deflected, exploding above him. Hee, this is quite interesting. Number 17 exclaimed, seemingly beginning to relish the battle. Piccolo coldly retorted, "The real excitement lies ahead." With that, both combatants surged towards each other once more. Bang! They collided again, sending massive waves crashing upon the sea and even painting rainbows across the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Their attacks intensified, the previously clear sky now echoing with thunder. After yet another clash, they separated momentarily. Piccolo was taken aback by the resilience of the android, yet he felt exhilarated. For it had been a long time since he had engaged in such an exhilarating fight. It's hard to imagine how you have trained to improve so rapidly in such a short time. Number 17 remarked in awe. This time, he had underestimated his opponent. But what puzzled him more was Piccolo's strength. A slight smile crept onto Piccolo's lips. "Oh really? Thank you for the compliment. I shall respond appropriately." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand to attack, and energy waves surged forth once again. Number 17 nimbly dodged, frowning. Is that all? Such attacks are ineffective against me. Piccolo did not respond, continuing with his royal combat technique. Number 17 stood his ground, choosing not to evade this time, as he noticed that although the attacks were numerous, they all veered off course. Sensing something amiss, he quickly turned around, only to find himself encircled by these energy waves. Glancing upward, he saw the air above filled with golden spheres. Just as he was observing, he found himself surrounded by these energy waves at his feet and in front of him. So this was your intent? Number 17 exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that someone could manipulate energy waves in such a manner. Today had truly broadened his horizons. Piccolo smiled calmly, bringing his hands together. Countless energy waves surged towards the center where number 17 stood. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of an explosion erupted instantaneously, illuminating the sky as if it were day. Mushroom clouds appeared one after another, with smoke billowing into the air. With a sigh, Piccolo gazed intently at the haze. Due to the lack of breath from the android, he remained uncertain whether Android 17 had been vanquished. Thus, he could not afford to let his guard down. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a figure emerged, causing a slight heaviness in Piccolo's heart. He had not anticipated that such a formidable attack would yield no results. Android 17 stood with arms outstretched, enveloped in a shimmering blue force field. This was an inherent ability of their kind. Without this protective barrier, he might have been reduced to ashes in an instant. Impressive, not only was he powerful, but his tactical intelligence was equally commendable, Android 17 remarked with a smile. Piccolo felt indifferent to such praise. After all, without truly defeating his opponent, all was but an illusion. Meanwhile, in a corner of the city, countless garments lay scattered at Cell's feet. Sensing the distant energy fluctuations, he deduced that Piccolo was engaged in battle with the androids. Yet, he found himself in a state of inner conflict, uncertain whether to intervene. He still harbored a lingering fear from the prior encounter, wary of the possibility that his attempt to seize the advantage might backfire. Forget it. I shall take the risk. Cell lowered his head, resolved to act. He had journeyed from the future to absorb the androids and achieve his perfect form. Such an opportunity should not be squandered. Moreover, he had not sensed that previous formidable energy. Perhaps they had already departed? With these anxious thoughts, Cell commenced his stealthy approach towards the battlefield where Piccolo and Android 17 clashed. On the island of combat, the others remained oblivious to Cell's advance. Leelin had arrived at the scene of the conflict, opting to remain hidden for the moment. Positioned high above, he knew that as long as he concealed his energy, the others would remain unaware of his presence. That move you just executed was commendable, but I shall not grant you such an opportunity again, Android 17 stated calmly. Gazing at Piccolo. Piccolo scoffed dismissively, retorting, is that so? Even without that trick, you are still no match for me. With that, the two began to descend. Landing on the ground, their footsteps drew closer, indicating an impending melee. Suddenly, Android 17 feigned a move before swiftly advancing, landing a punch squarely on Piccolo's face. Piccolo staggered back 2 steps before retaliating with a punch of his own, but alas, it missed its mark. Seizing the opportunity, Android 17 delivered another blow to Piccolo's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. Android 17 then circled behind him, striking with an elbow that left Piccolo sprawled on the ground. How do you like that? Android 17 chuckled triumphantly. In a swift motion, Piccolo sprang to his feet, brushing off the dust from his attire. Not bad speed. Though the power leaves much to be desired, it's akin to a mere massage. Chapter 35. The emergence of Cell upon hearing this remark. Number 17 felt a twinge of displeasure and retorted without reservation. It seems your tongue remains quite defiant. With that, he launched himself forward, executing a spinning kick that struck Piccolo at the neck. After enduring the blow, Piccolo retaliated with a slicing strike to number 17's face. Simultaneously, he attempted a high sweeping kick, but alas, it missed its mark. Seizing the opportunity, number 17 delivered a punch that sent Piccolo reeling, causing him to spit foam and collapse heavily onto the ground. Number 17, sensing victory, propelled himself forward with a powerful thrust of his legs, akin to a bolt of lightning. Piccolo, regaining his footing, countered with a headbutt that collided with number 17's skull. The impact left number 17 slightly dizzy, forcing him to stagger backward several paces before regaining his balance. Thus commenced a back-and-forth exchange, each combatant landing blows upon the other. The intensity of their clash reverberated across the small island, causing it to tremble and fracture. Leelin, observing the fierce combat below, could not help but feel compelled to applaud, for the spectacle was nothing short of exhilarating. The two fighters were evenly matched. Yet, amidst his observation, he suddenly sensed a faint aura approaching. Ah, is it from that direction? He murmured to himself, glancing towards the southeast. If his instincts were correct, this subtle energy belonged to Cell. He intended to exploit the ongoing battle between Number 17 and Piccolo to absorb the android and complete his fusion. On the battlefield, the two adversaries ascended from the ground into the sky, the sounds of explosions echoing incessantly. After an arduous exchange, both were battered and bruised, their garments tattered beyond recognition, with blood trickling from their lips, never fully drying. Yet, even in this state, neither could claim a definitive advantage. However, as an android, Number 17 possessed boundless energy, maintaining a steady aura, while Piccolo, gasping for breath, felt his stamina plummet. With the prolongation of the fight, it was evident that Number 17 would eventually gain the upper hand. Wiping the blood from his lip, Number 17 smirked and said, "You are indeed formidable. But continue this way, and victory shall elude you." Observing Number 17's confidence, Piccolo's heart began to race in turmoil, his mind racing for solutions. He even pondered, why is Leelin taking so long? Is changing clothes truly such a lengthy endeavor? Just as he was deep in thought, a slight turn of his head revealed Cell standing ominously beside him. What? When did he arrive? Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. He had been so engrossed in his battle with Number 17 that he had completely overlooked Cell's presence. Cell. The onlookers from Earth, upon witnessing Cell's arrival, felt a wave of dread wash over their faces. To my astonishment, before the androids could be dealt with, Cell had already arrived. Piccolo, having just engaged in a fierce battle with Android 17, was clearly exhausted. At this moment, aside from the arrival of Leelin, no one would be able to thwart him. Cell licked his lips and exclaimed, "Wonderful. Both Android 17 and 18 are here. Fortune truly favors me." Surprised, Androids 17 and 18 turned to glance at Cell, questioning the nature of this creature, as they had never encountered anything like him before. Android 16, with an expression of serene indifference, displayed no reaction whatsoever. Cell noticed 16, perplexed, for this particular android did not exist in his timeline. However, this fact held little significance for him. He regarded 16 merely as an ordinary android, dismissing any deeper concern. Excellent. It appears that the formidable warrior is absent today. Truly, this is my fortunate day. Cell scanned the surroundings, relieved to find the threatening presence he had sensed earlier was not among these individuals. With a surge of exhilaration, he gradually descended before them. Clenching his fists, his body began to radiate a golden aura. With a thunderous shout, he transformed. Enveloped in golden flames, an unmistakable sign of his Super Saiyan form. Ignoring Piccolo entirely, Cell sauntered past him, mockingly taunting, "What will you do now? If you wish to stop me, you must act swiftly." Piccolo, feeling powerless and frozen in place, was overwhelmed by the immense pressure Cell exuded. His energy was entirely depleted, and even at his full strength, he doubted his ability to confront Cell. The onlookers on Earth trembled at the sight, lamenting their own inadequacies in the face of such overwhelming odds. After finishing his taunt, Cell did not pause, striding directly toward Android 17. The latter, bewildered, pondered the origins of this creature, noting Piccolo's apparent fear. He found no records of Cell in his memory, assuming he was merely an unknown adversary. Suddenly, Piccolo turned to Android 17, urgently shouting, "Run. This fiend intends to absorb you." 17 was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. Absorb me? What does that mean? As he contemplated these questions, Cell's tail, resembling a syringe, elongated and lunged toward 17. Reacting swiftly, 17 evaded the attack. Seeing his strike miss, Cell's tail launched several more assaults. 17 adeptly dodged each one. Seizing an opening as 17 maneuvered, Cell swiftly ensnared his right hand and, with force, slammed him into the ground. With Cell's foot pinning him down, rendering him immobile, the tail began to move once more. Realizing the gravity of the situation and the imminent danger, Piccolo understood he could not allow Cell to succeed. In a flash, he appeared before Cell and delivered a powerful kick. Cell was sent flying by a kick from Piccolo, and taking advantage of this moment, no. 17 swiftly rose to his feet, standing shoulder to shoulder with Piccolo. "What do you mean by absorbing me?" Number 17 inquired in a low voice. Piccolo, Unable to divert his gaze from Cell for even a moment, succinctly explained that this creature was created by Dr. Gero and that he was not yet in his perfect form. You and number 18 are merely his nourishment. Once he absorbs you, he will grow stronger and evolve into his complete state. Cell gradually stood up, a sinister smile creeping across his face. You should feel elated. Once we become one, we shall be invincible. Surely, this is something you desire? Upon hearing this, number 17's expression darkened. Who would wish to merge with this grotesque being? His resentment towards Dr. Gero intensified. Even in death, the old man had orchestrated schemes against him and number 18. Chapter 36. The appearance of number 16 become one? You think you are worthy? Number 17 scoffed, gesturing to himself. I'm the mightiest warrior. Do I need to merge with you? Upon hearing this, Cell chuckled darkly and shook his head. He had never intended to absorb them peacefully. It appeared that violence would be necessary. In that case, I shall take matters into my own hands. Cell declared openly, unfazed. Number 17 beckoned him with a finger, then come and try. Piccolo, witnessing number 17's refusal to flee and his taunting demeanor, mentally chastised him for being a fool. Cell was now fully prepared for battle, confident in his ability to defeat number 17 and absorb him. Just as tensions escalated, number 16, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Number 17, you must flee. According to my calculations, this being known as Cell is immensely powerful. You are no match for him. Moreover, I perceive that his intentions extend beyond merely killing Goku. He aims to annihilate the Earth. Number 17 dismissed number 16's warnings with arrogance, for he was a proud warrior. Anyone with a modicum of strength harbors a proud heart. It was entirely against his nature to retreat. Is that so? I do not believe this hideous creature is stronger than me. Number 17 declared defiantly, charging forward and launching a massive punch at Cell. Cell leapt upward, evading the attack, and then descended with an elbow strike that sent number 17 crashing to the ground. Piccolo rushed forward to assist, first throwing a punch that Cell blocked, followed by a kick. Yet, these assaults proved utterly ineffective. They merely grazed Cell without inflicting any pain. Cell retaliated with a swift kick that connected with Piccolo's chin, sending him flying backward. At this moment, number 18 could no longer remain seated. She stood up and asked number 16, what has happened to number 17 and Piccolo? They are both so powerful. Why can't they harm this monster? Number 16 calmly gazed forward and explained, it is because this creature's strength has surpassed that of both of them. Seize the moment while this creature remains oblivious and flee. Seek out that individual we encountered previously. Only he possesses the capability to vanquish this monster. Even if he is reluctant to assist, remaining by his side will render you impervious to harm. Upon hearing the mention of that individual by number 16, number 18's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson, murmuring to herself, is that so? Meanwhile, Piccolo laboriously rose to his feet, inhaling the fresh air with great effort. It appeared that Cell was not inclined to confront number 17 first. Rather, he aimed to eliminate the persistent annoyance that Piccolo represented. Channeling his energy, Piccolo positioned his hands before his chest, and suddenly a brilliant golden light erupted. A powerful energy wave was unleashed instantaneously. Sensing the impending danger, number 17 turned and fled. A thunderous explosion ensued as the immense golden wave detonated, causing half of the island to vanish. Witnessing this spectacle, number 18's expression brightened. Had they succeeded in defeating Cell? Number 16, keenly observing the battle, slowly shook his head and murmured, do not speak of victory. He has not even sustained a scratch. Indeed, the next moment, Cell soared from the ocean, his body enveloped in golden flames. Superficially, he appeared unscathed. Now, both the androids and the gathered humans were rendered utterly helpless. Gasping for breath, Piccolo watched as Cell approached him step by deliberate step, then suddenly shouted, number 17, run. Cell delivered a punch that connected squarely with Piccolo's face. He collapsed heavily to the ground, and as Cell lifted him, he realized that his neck had already been broken. Huh. Cell chuckled coldly, raising his other hand to unleash an energy wave that pierced through Piccolo's body. He then casually discarded him into the sea. With Piccolo dealt with, Cell turned his attention toward number 17, preparing to absorb him. Number 17 began to fight back valiantly, charging forward with a punch. However, Cell's speed was astonishingly swift, allowing him to evade effortlessly. For a moment, number 17 lost sight of his opponent, uncertain of his whereabouts. Suddenly, Cell descended from the sky, striking no. 17 down to the ground. He then pinned his head, commencing a brutal assault. Witnessing number 17's utter defeat, number 18 felt a surge of anxiety. It seemed they truly had to flee. Without looking back, number 16 calmly stated, "Once you escape, Cell will be unable to transform into his perfect form, rendering him incapable of reigning supreme." "What about you?" Number 18 inquired with concern. Number 16 replied confidently with a smile, "I shall confront him." Alarmed by number 16's declaration, number 18 pressed, urging, "Let us rescue number 17 and flee together. We are no match for him." This situation could no longer be resolved through individual efforts. Their only recourse was to join forces to rescue number 17, then devise a longer-term strategy. Number 16 slowly shook his head, stating, "My primary purpose in creation was to restrain you both." It was only later, after Dr. Gero transformed himself into an android, that he sealed me away. Throughout this journey, I have come to realize that both of you are, in fact, good people. Now, before I confront Sun Wukong, I must first deal with this Cell. With that, number 16 stepped forward deliberately. Number 18 stood frozen in place, astonished to discover that number 16 was created by Drive Gero to control both herself and number 17. This implied that his strength surpassed that of both herself and number 17, did it not? Cell, at that moment, had seized number 17 by the collar, lifting him up as his tail unfurled, revealing a gaping maw, poised to strike. Number 17 struggled desperately, his hands pressed against his head. "Heh, number 17. Do not resist, it is futile. Submit and merge with me." Cell cackled wickedly, sensing that he was one step closer to achieving his perfect form. However, just as he reveled in his triumph, he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder from behind. "Huh." Cell turned slowly, perplexed, only to find number 16 standing there. With a slight smile, number 16 delivered a powerful punch directly to Cell's face. Cell was sent flying, stars dancing in his vision. "Damn it." Cell quickly regained his footing, sneering at his assailant. "Another fool who doesn't know when to quit." Number 17, lying on the ground, looked at the approaching number 16 and urged, "You must take number 18 and flee. You are no match for him. Continuing this fight is tantamount to seeking your own demise." Above in the sky, Leelin silently observed the unfolding events. Upon seeing number 16 make his entrance, he murmured to himself, "It seems my moment to act is drawing near." Chapter 37. Evolution. With an impassive expression, number 16 regarded the flung Cell and remarked, "Based on my calculations, my strength should be on par with his." Number 17, hearing this, felt a surge of astonishment. Typically, number 16 appeared unassuming, his powers seemingly comparable to theirs. Who would have guessed he claimed to be equal to such a monstrous foe? "So, I will hold him off while you and number 18 seize the opportunity to escape. We must not allow him the chance to achieve his perfect form," number 16 stated calmly. With that, he advanced alone, gradually escalating his pace until he propelled himself forward like a bullet. "Humph." Cell scoffed at what he perceived as number 16's reckless endangerment. The two engaged in combat, but this encounter only served to astonish Cell further. Number 16's strength proved remarkably formidable, allowing him to match Cell blow for blow. The battle raged from the ground to the sky, with a thunderous clash echoing as the two exchanged blows, neither side yielding an inch. Cell's astonishment deepened, marveling at the fact that Dr. Gero had managed to create such a powerful android in this world. Upon this contemplation, a flicker of intrigue stirred within him. What if I were to absorb this individual? Suddenly, Cell became animated, resolute in his decision. He exerted his strength, pivoted, and delivered a powerful kick to Android 16. The latter staggered back a couple of steps, and as he raised his gaze, Cell's tail, resembling a whip, pierced through his neck with precision. With a sinister chuckle, Cell reveled in his success, proclaiming, "Let me absorb you first." A smirk graced Android 16's lips as he tilted his head, seemingly inviting Cell to proceed with the absorption. However, after a prolonged attempt, Cell realized, to his astonishment, that he had extracted not an ounce of energy. You're a robot?" Noticing Cell's dawning realization, 16's grin widened as he seized Cell's tail and yanked it from his neck. With sudden force, he slammed Cell into the ground, causing a resounding crash that left Cell disoriented and nearly broken. Seizing the opportunity while Cell gasped for breath, 16 stepped on his tail and yanked it forcefully. With a sharp sound, Cell's tail was ripped away, and 16 cast it aside, watching as the severed appendage flopped helplessly before falling still. "Now you can no longer absorb energy, can you?" 16 remarked coolly. Cell, lying on the ground, gritted his teeth in a fierce grimace, yet soon regained his composure, a hint of a smile returning to his face. He rose slowly, facing 16, and inquired, "Is that so?" Following his words, the severed end of his tail began to writhe, and with an unexpected flourish, a new tail sprouted forth. 16 raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting as he muttered, "It seems the only solution is to defeat you." Cell scoffed dismissively, "Then come and try." Suddenly, he radiated a golden aura, unleashing a surge of energy. With a high kick, he sent 16 staggering, swiftly following up with a punch that landed squarely on his face. 16 was knocked to the ground, unable to rise. Without granting him a moment's reprieve, Cell charged forward. In a sudden turn, 16 extended his fist, a flash of light emanating from it as he unleashed a projectile punch. Boom! Cell was struck directly by the forceful blow. As 16 retracted his arm, he prepared for another assault, lunging at Cell with a powerful punch that sent him crashing down. With both hands, 16 grasped Cell and hoisted him high before slamming him into the unforgiving ground. 16 then separated his arms, transforming them into dual cannons aimed at the buried Cell. "Hell's flash," he intoned softly. Instantly, brilliant golden light erupted from his cannons. Boom! Two formidable beams of energy surged forth, targeting the earth below. A golden radiance surged into the sky, transforming the surrounding colors into a resplendent hue of gold. The ground began to fracture in all directions, resembling a spider's web. Before long, the island became riddled with wounds, as columns of energy erupted from the earth incessantly. Eventually, after an indeterminate span of time, the terrifying energy began to dissipate gradually. Android 16, unfazed, calmly reattached his arm. Androids 17 and 18 stood, stunned and bewildered, unaware of the immense power possessed by 16. Under such a cataclysmic impact, even Cell would likely have been reduced to mere fragments. Observing the dazed expressions of the two, 16 spoke up, urging, "Do not remain there in a stupor. We must flee at once." Responding to the admonition, 18 regained her composure and remarked to 16 with a sense of ease, "Surely, there is no need for such haste. With energy this formidable, it is likely that this creature cannot survive. That is utterly improbable. Do not be foolish. Such a monstrous being would merely sustain injuries." 16 retorted with a hushed tone, fully aware of the extent of his assault. He understood that an entity like Cell could not be vanquished by such an attack. As 18 pondered 16's words, unease began to take root in her heart, prompting her to persuade 17 to retreat. However, 17, undeterred by the recent brutal confrontation, was resolute in seeking retribution. "If he is injured, then he is no longer my adversary," 17 proclaimed dismissively, continuing to taunt, "Cell, are you not formidable? Come forth. Come and absorb me." He resolved that should Cell dare to reveal himself, he would deliver a severe beating. Yet, his provocations went unanswered, as Cell's presence had vanished from the scene. While 17 scanned the surroundings in search of any sign, Cell emerged slowly from a subterranean cavity behind him. His eyes glowed with a menacing red, and his tail expanded dramatically, lunging towards 17. In an instant, 17's upper body was ensnared, rendering him voiceless. Witnessing this, 16 rushed to the rescue. But he was too late. 17's entire form had already been consumed by Cell. In that moment of devouring, Cell trembled violently, and a flash of light enveloped him. His entire visage underwent a drastic transformation, most notably marked by a large black nose and a mouth reminiscent of a sausage. Realizing it was too late, 16 halted abruptly, then turned to grasp 18's hand, desperately fleeing backward. Chapter 38. Apologies for my late arrival. Cell observed the two fleeing past him, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, he surged forward, blocking their path. "You shall not take 18. Abandon your efforts," Cell declared with unwavering confidence. Now enhanced in power, he was in high spirits. After speaking, he turned to gaze at his reflection in the sea, nodding slowly, seemingly quite pleased with his current strength and appearance. When he turned back once more, Android 16 had already surged forward, delivering a colossal punch directly to his face. Thud! Cell did not flinch, a smile gracing his lips as he absorbed the blow. However, his body remained steadfast, unwavering. "Too weak, Android 16. Your strength is utterly insufficient," Cell declared, shaking his head disdainfully. Simultaneously, he raised one hand, and a brilliant beam of energy surged forth, sending Android 16 hurtling away. Being a robot, 16 felt no pain, but half of his head had been obliterated. Android 18 quickly glanced at 16, but before she could rush over to assess the damage, Cell had already closed the distance between them. Come now, Android 18. It is your turn. Cell spoke malevolently, inching closer. Alarmed, 18 retreated 2 steps, placing her right hand over her left chest, warning, do not approach, or I shall self-destruct. Clearly, her threat had the desired effect, as Cell halted his advance. Yet, a smirk crept across his face as he mimicked the voice of Android 17. Hurry over, 18. The fusion is exhilarating, devoid of any pain. Let us conquer this world together. Android 18 was not naive. She recognized that these could not be the words of 17. Stepping back another 2 paces, she retorted angrily, do not deceive me further. I will never allow you to absorb me. Realizing his ruse had been uncovered, Cell abandoned his pretense, revealing a ferocious expression. In that case, I shall be compelled to utilize force and absorb you by force. He was unconcerned about 18's potential self-destruction, knowing it would require time. His current speed was beyond 18's capability to react. As long as he succeeded in absorbing her before the countdown to self-destruction reached its end, he would prevail. Hovering above, Leelin observed the unfolding chaos, noting 18's precarious situation and preparing to intervene. He could have descended when 17 was absorbed, but he refrained, wishing to teach this destroyer of his home a lesson. Just as he was ready to strike, Tianjin Fan suddenly leaped into action. With his hands clasped together, he aimed at Cell below, bellowing, new spirit bomb. Caught off guard, Cell had no time to react before a golden light descended upon him. Ah! He cried out, plummeting deep into the earth. Curse you! He shouted in fury, quickly readjusting to ascend rapidly. Panting heavily, Tianjin Fan was left breathless after unleashing the spirit bomb. The technique demanded immense stamina and drained his own vitality. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, he could afford no further hesitation. Huh! Another roar erupted, as golden light flared once more. Just as Cell emerged, he was thrust back underground once again. Wretched creature! Cell seethed through gritted teeth. Striving desperately to ascend, Tian's Kikaho, though not overwhelmingly powerful, exhibited a remarkably potent control effect. Before he could rise, his entire body began to descend once more. This cycle repeated several times, causing him to plummet continuously into the abyss. We must flee. 16 called out to 18 ahead. Regaining her composure, 18 hurriedly assisted 16, preparing to escape from this perilous place. Although Cell was submerged underground, he inherited the lineage of Piccolo, granting him exceptional auditory perception, and he vaguely perceived 18's intent to flee. Quickly summoning all his strength, he withstood another Kikaho blast and swiftly soared out of the pit. Panting heavily, Tien, now gravely exhausted, witnessed Cell's resurgence and concentrated his energy once more, shouting, new Kikaho. Yet, as Cell emerged from the pit, he barely took 2 steps before being forcefully driven back underground again. At that moment, Tien found himself on the brink of collapse. He could no longer endure and fell heavily from the sky. Cell, rising once more, saw that 18 had already escaped, and an overwhelming fury ignited within him. Raising his hand, he bellowed, damn it, perish, Tien. The terrified inhabitants of Earth cried out in horror. Alas, they were far too weak to intervene. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a figure suddenly descended. It lifted Tien's unconscious body and retrieved Piccolo from the sea, vanishing from sight. What? Cell exclaimed, taken aback. The figure was none other than Goku, though Cell remained oblivious to how he had suddenly appeared and disappeared. Leelin, initially prepared to join the fray, decided to wait, observing Goku's remarkable speed. He contemplated how invaluable instantaneous movement would be and resolved to request Goku to teach him this skill at the first opportunity. Fools, you shall perish. Cell seethed, redirecting his wrath toward Krillin and Yamcha, who were both filled with dread. What do we do? What about Krillin? Yamcha exclaimed. Fear etched on his face, unwilling to face death. Krillin's mind was blank. It seemed they could only await their doom. However, just as Cell was about to strike, an immense aura enveloped the area. Krillin's eyes widened in astonishment, a smile breaking across his face. Leelin, it's Leelin's energy. He has arrived. Cell, sensing this incredible presence, hesitated to continue his assault. Despite having evolved into his second form, he could not contend with such power. Understanding that a wise warrior avoids immediate danger, he resolved to pursue 18 instead. With that thought, he transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the horizon. At the very moment Cell departed, Leelin materialized before the others. As Krillin witnessed Cell's departure and the arrival of Leelin, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. With a voice tinged with emotion, he exclaimed, "Leelin, you have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, we would have met our demise at his hands." Leelin surveyed the surroundings and feigned remorse as he responded, "I apologize for my tardiness. I assumed that Piccolo could easily handle the android, which is why I arrived a bit late. I had no idea that Cell would follow us here. This time, I was careless." Yamcha, observing Leelin's pained expression, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "It's all right. If it weren't for you, we would have been doomed." Indeed, Leelin nodded slowly. His absence was strategically calculated to create a heroic moment in front of Android 18, thereby winning her heart. Just when he had the perfect opportunity, Tien Shinhan intervened, allowing 18 to escape. It seemed that he would have to wait for another chance. As for the people on Earth, as long as they weren't in immediate danger, he would turn a blind eye to their suffering. For the sake of his own happiness, they would have to endure a bit of hardship. After all, it was a trial they were destined to face. Chapter 39. Aren't you coming to take a look? Leelin, what shall we do now? Cell has escaped. Should we pursue him? Krillin asked anxiously. He still felt shaken from the recent events and wished to avoid confronting that monster again. Such matters were better left to Goku or formidable warriors like Leelin. Not at all. Leelin waved his hand dismissively, responding calmly, "Do not approach. It is too perilous. I will go and put an end to that creature myself." He perceived the apprehension in Krillin and Yamcha's expressions. The situation had progressed sufficiently, and it was time to conclude this matter. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "All right, take care," Krillin urged. "Indeed," Leelin replied nonchalantly before swiftly vanishing from the island. At the sacred temple, Goku had rescued Tien Shinhan and Piccolo. After visiting Korin Tower to procure 2 Senza beans, he fed them to his companions, restoring them to full health. The 3 of them then made their way to the sacred temple. Before long, a shadowy figure named Bobo approached Goku and announced, "They have completed their training." "Oh, is that so?" Goku raised an eyebrow, expressing his delight. As he spoke, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber slowly creaked open, revealing a glimmer of light within. 2 figures emerged, Vegeta and Trunks, their clothing tattered yet their presence exuding newfound strength. "Wow, you two have truly become much stronger," Goku exclaimed with excitement. Trunks nodded with a smile and recounted the arduous trials he faced during his training in the hyperbolic time chamber. The others listened intently, nodding in acknowledgement of his struggles. "All right," Goku declared with determination, "now it's our turn." Vegeta gazed at Goku, who was brimming with excitement, and with an aloof expression, declared, "Your presence has become inconsequential, for I have ascended to unparalleled strength." His prowess had surged immensely, leading him to believe he had surpassed even the Super Saiyan level. He was confident that he alone could vanquish any adversaries on Earth. TCH, Piccolo, observing Vegeta's arrogance, felt a wave of disdain wash over him. He had no desire to offer guidance at this point. He merely hoped to deliver a thorough lesson to him once they encountered Cell. After donning a new outfit, Vegeta prepared to embark, boasting, "Now is the moment for me to showcase my might." With that proclamation, he unleashed his energy and charged toward Cell. Trunks intended to accompany him, and after Goku handed him 2 Senza beans, he hastily followed suit. Watching the duo depart, Goku turned to Gohan and said, "It's our turn." "Gohan." "Yes." Gohan nodded, and the two soon entered the hyperbolic time chamber. On the vast ocean, Vegeta sensed Cell's energy approaching at full speed. Cell, in pursuit of Android 18, had arrived at a cluster of scattered islands, incessantly searching for her whereabouts. Given the urgency of the situation, he could not afford to be leisurely. The energy he had sensed moments ago might arrive at any moment. Furthermore, 2 additional formidable energies were rapidly making their way toward him. If he failed to locate her soon, he feared he would lose his chance entirely. "Android 18, come out immediately. Otherwise, I shall obliterate this place." Cell bellowed through a loudspeaker, his impatience palpable. Seeing that his cries went unanswered, he ceased wasting breath and unleashed waves of energy blasts toward the nearby islands. Boom, boom, boom. The area erupted with explosions, smoke billowing as numerous islands were reduced to mere dust in an instant. Vegeta, not far away, felt Cell's energy and smirked, thinking to himself that Cell was hardly a worthy opponent. In a flash, his white aura transformed into a golden flame, propelling him directly in front of Cell. By now, the islands had been ravaged, leaving only one remaining. If all went as expected, androids 16 and 18 must be concealed there. Cell squinted at the approaching Vegeta and remarked coolly, "If memory serves, you are Vegeta. Why do you seek your own demise?" Vegeta scoffed, retorting, "Die? I believe you have it wrong. I am here to send you to your end." Haha, excellent. Cell chuckled, recalling that he perceived Vegeta's strength as inferior to that of the androids, thus not a match for him. With only one island left, it was certain that Android 18 was hidden there. However, while Vegeta might be easy to deal with, an incredibly powerful being lurked nearby, so this encounter must be swift. The two gradually descended onto the island. At this moment, number 18 was hiding behind a rock, astonished to see Vegeta approach. Leaning against the stone, number 16 looked up at number 18 and inquired, "Who has arrived? Is it that one?" "No, it's Vegeta," number 18 responded, fully aware of whom number 16 referred to. She slowly shook her head, expressing her bewilderment. "I truly do not understand how this guy has come back. Just a few days ago, I gave him quite a beating. What purpose does his arrival serve now?" Number 16 remained silent, his thoughts unclear, whether he concurred with number 18 or was lost in contemplation of something else. As they discussed Vegeta, a familiar and magnetic voice echoed in their ears. "Do not underestimate the current Vegeta. Cell is no longer his match." No sooner had the words been spoken than a figure appeared beside them. Startled, the two instinctively became vigilant, though they restrained their movements due to Cell's presence nearby. Number 18 turned to see the newcomer, and her expression of fear quickly transformed into a blush. It seemed she had realized something, her gaze flitting around as she asked, "How come it's you?" The newcomer was Leelin, who had intended to intervene when Cell destroyed the small island. However, with Vegeta's sudden appearance, he decided to seize the opportunity to find their hiding place. "Why can't it be me? I noticed that you were in danger and came specifically to protect you," Leelin said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing his words, number 18 felt her cheeks grow even rosier. For a moment, she was at a loss for words, her heart racing as she began to wonder if he might harbor feelings for her, leading him to say such things. Leelin, unaware of her thoughts, playfully leaped onto the rock where they were concealed and invited, "Aren't you curious to come up and take a look? The show is about to begin." Chapter 40. The urgency of Vegeta feeling bolstered by Leelin's confident demeanor, number 18's fear began to dissipate. "All right," she exclaimed, and she jumped onto the rock, sitting shoulder to shoulder with Leelin. Number 16, having sustained injuries that hindered his mobility, opted to remain behind, resting against the stone. "By the way, I haven't asked your name yet," number 18 turned and queried. Leelin smiled lightly and replied nonchalantly, "My name is Leelin." Number 18 repeated the name silently in her mind, gazing at Leelin with curiosity. Raising an eyebrow, she asked, "Do you think Vegeta can defeat Cell?" This question weighed heavily on her mind, recalling how Vegeta had been bested by her just days prior. Could he truly handle a battle against Cell? Certainly. The Vegeta you see now is vastly different from the one you encountered a few days ago. Unless something unexpected occurs, Cell will face a severe defeat, Leelin replied with a calm smile. Having spent considerable time in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had not achieved Super Saiyan 2 strength. Yet overpowering the current Cell should pose no challenge. As they conversed, Trunks descended from the sky, having followed Vegeta to the small island. As number 18 observed the crowd gathering around them with a hint of concern, she inquired, "Is it truly safe for us to remain here?" Leelin chuckled softly and shook his head, assuring her, "Of course, we are at a considerable distance from them, and they cannot sense our presence. So there is no cause for alarm." The stone upon which they sat was not situated on level ground, but rather in a depression, such that even while seated, only the upper halves of their heads were visible. Unless one were to actively observe the area, it would be nearly impossible to discern their presence. Moreover, at that moment, both Vegeta and Cell were entirely engrossed in one another. It would not be particularly easy for them to notice the pair hidden away. Noticing the furrowed brow of number 18, Leelin surmised that her concern for her own safety lingered, and he softly murmured, "Even if they were to detect us, what of it? Should anyone wish to harm you, they would have to step over my body first." Indeed, upon hearing this, number 18 felt a wave of relief wash over her, her furrowed brow smoothing somewhat. She cast a glance at Leelin, though she did not voice her thoughts. She felt a stirring of emotion within her heart. The notion that someone would have to overcome him to reach her was a sentiment she had never encountered before, and it struck a chord deep within her. Turning back, Vegeta and Trunks stood side by side, gazing ahead. Ah, another one approaches, Cell remarked with a cold smirk. He was keenly aware of the energies surrounding him, and the earlier sensation that had unsettled him had vanished without a trace. This revelation brought him a sense of relief, leading him to ponder whether the pressure had simply conjured illusions in his mind. Regardless, Cell resumed his arrogant demeanor, declaring, "You two can come at me together." Vegeta, with an air of haughty confidence, retorted, "Dealing with you requires only my strength. He is merely a spectator." With that, a tremendous golden aura erupted from him, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. Huh! Vegeta unleashed an enraged roar, his body crackling with an array of lightning. Suddenly, the lightning dissipated, and his muscles swelled to nearly double their size. Leelin observed Vegeta with keen interest, silently acknowledging that Vegeta's innate talent was commendable. He seemed to have grasped the threshold of Super Saiyan 2. However, the distance to truly attain Super Saiyan 2 appeared to remain vast. On the battlefield, Vegeta had optimized his state to its peak. Suddenly, he launched a punch that struck Cell squarely in the abdomen. "What?" Cell exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide as he stumbled backward a few paces. "And there's more." Vegeta surged forward again, delivering an uppercut that sent Cell flying. Before Cell could fully comprehend the situation, Vegeta leapt into the air and followed up with a knee strike. Cell's mouth fell agape, bewildered by the ferocity of this timeline's Vegeta. Unfortunately, this question remained unanswered, as Vegeta seized Cell's ankle and hurled him forcefully downward. Cell crashed face first into the ground, exclaiming, "Curse it!" Sheru lay on the ground, his hands gripping a handful of sand with great force. Suddenly, he soared into the sky, continuing the battle. In his fury, Sheru transformed his hands into fists, relentlessly attacking. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, Vegeta effortlessly evaded each blow. As Vegeta deftly dodged the strikes, he gradually closed the distance toward Sheru. In an instant, Sheru, who had been the aggressor, found himself unable to land a single hit, and was instead forced to retreat repeatedly. "Damn it," Sheru muttered in frustration. After throwing a punch, he quickly created distance between them. With a swift motion, Sheru opened his grotesque mouth and unleashed a crimson energy wave. Boom! The attack struck true. Had he succeeded? Sheru, elated at having finally landed a hit, reveled in his moment of triumph. However, before he could bask in his joy, Vegeta's body moved like lightning, delivering a punch to his face. "Ah!" Sheru cried out in pain, crashing to the ground. Vegeta hovered in the air, arms crossed, descending slowly with a disdainful smile. "What other tricks do you have? Show them all." Sheru, feeling indignant from the blow, rose again, gathering his energy. Instantly, his power surged to a new level. With renewed vigor, he charged forward, landing a punch on Vegeta's face. Vegeta stumbled back a couple of steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Heh!" Vegeta wiped the blood from his lip, still wearing a contemptuous grin. Sheru, trembling in fear, retreated a few steps. He had poured all his strength into that punch, yet it had only managed to push Vegeta back slightly, drawing just a trickle of blood. "Are you truly Vegeta?" Sheru stammered, astonished. This power was far beyond his recollection of the Saiyan Prince. Vegeta, with an air of arrogance, pointed to himself and declared, "Indeed, I am not merely Vegeta. I am Super Vegeta." From a distance, Leelin, seated on a stone, could not help but chuckle at this proclamation. What a name! Is this the legendary Speedy Vegeta? Sheru, unwilling to accept defeat, recalled that in the future, Vegeta had been slain by Android 17. Now, having absorbed 17, why could he not overcome Vegeta? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, his fists clenched so tightly that purple blood began to seep from his palms. Chapter 41. Discovering the target. Seeing Vegeta's arrogant demeanor pushed Sheru to the brink of rage, and he unleashed another energy wave. "Oomph!" Vegeta scoffed, standing his ground without flinching. Boom! Despite being struck, he remained unscathed. Observing this, Sheru lashed out with his tail. Vegeta leaped high, swiftly positioning himself behind Sheru, and delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. Before Sheru could touch the ground, Vegeta pursued him with incredible speed, sending him soaring into the sky. With precision, Vegeta soared above him, hands pressed together, and brought them crashing down onto Sheru's head. Bang! Sheru fell to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Trunks, witnessing this scene, began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. If the battle unfolds without any unforeseen events, it is evident that his father would emerge victorious, and without a hint of doubt. Vegeta descended beside him, observing Cell's disheveled state, and once more delivered a stinging remark. Is this truly your limit? You have utterly disappointed me. Cell, stung by the derision, felt a surge of indignation within. As Vegeta pointed toward the distant Trunks, he continued, Do you see him? Though his strength may not match mine, it far surpasses yours. I never anticipated you would be such a pitiful creature. It truly vexes me. Cell found himself at a loss for words, as Vegeta's verbal onslaught was far more painful than a physical beating. Within him resided the essence of a Saiyan, his pride rivaling that of Vegeta. However, being subjected to such relentless disparagement was undoubtedly intolerable. Cell's unwillingness to accept his plight manifested as cold sweat trickled down his brow. Yet he stubbornly retorted, What a shame, what an utter shame. I was so close to achieving my perfect form. If only I could transform. You would be no match for me. I would annihilate all of you. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's interest was momentarily piqued. Nevertheless, he swiftly kicked Cell away, sending him crashing into a nearby mountain. What use is it for a wretch like you to attain perfection? Vegeta proclaimed arrogantly, tilting his head back with a sense of superiority. He was convinced that even if Cell achieved his perfect form, he would still be no match for him. Thus, uttering such words was utterly futile. Refusing to concede, Cell persisted, If I could just attain my perfect form, that so-called Super Vegeta would be nothing but a mere speck. Hardly worthy of comparison to even my finger. Are you courting death? Vegeta's eyes glimmered with cold intensity at those words. With a hand raised toward Cell, a formidable energy wave was already coalescing, poised for release. Cell, gripped by fear, feigned composure. It appears your abilities are only this much. You lack the courage to let me grow stronger. If it were Goku, he would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to battle the strongest version of me. Having absorbed the essence of many powerful warriors, he embodied their traits. Mentioning Goku's name was undeniably a potent weapon. Humph. Indeed, Vegeta's expression soured upon hearing this. He retracted his hand, revealing a smug smile upon his face. How true. You are simply too weak now. There is no challenge in this. Go ahead and grow stronger. I am eager to see just how formidable you can become. Cell, witnessing Vegeta's concession, was overwhelmed with elation. He had not expected Vegeta to be such a fool as to acquiesce to him. However, it boded well. He could now ascertain that Android 18 must be on this island, and once he located her, he would absorb her. That so-called Super Vegeta would be nothing more than a mere insect before him. Absolutely not. I cannot agree. Trunks shouted vehemently at Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta did not even spare him a glance, his thoughts plagued by the realization of having such a cowardly son. Fortunately, my son has just been born. I must ensure he is not raised in the same manner as the present. Trunks, realizing his words had no impact, grew increasingly anxious as Cell ascended from the ground, intent on searching for the whereabouts of the androids. In a flash, Trunks propelled himself forward, placing himself defiantly before Cell. I never implied I would spare you. If that is the case, allow me to eradicate you, you monstrous being, Trunks declared with conviction. He had grown weary of the bleakness of his future. If possible, he would extinguish all threats before they could blossom. Given that Cell's power was now inferior to his own, why should he not eliminate him at this moment? He could not fathom his father's foolish reasoning. Meanwhile, from a distance, Android 18 observed Cell's intent to depart, her brow furrowing slightly. What on earth was Vegeta doing? He could easily defeat Cell, so why allow him to escape? Lin, watching her, smiled and explained, Did you not hear? Vegeta aims to confront the strongest version of Cell. Hence he wishes to wait until Cell absorbs you before engaging him once more. Upon hearing this, 18's expression froze momentarily, then morphed into one of profound fear. She had no desire to merge with that abomination. Will you protect me? She inquired softly. Lin patted his chest, affirming with unwavering resolve, of course. Despite receiving Lin's assurance, 18's heart remained heavy with unease. Vegeta's displayed strength was formidable, and she feared that Lin might not be able to contend with him. Although Lin's energy had seemed immense, no one had witnessed him in action. In another part of the sky, Cell had begun to engage with Trunks. Just as Vegeta had predicted, Trunks' power far surpassed that of Cell. Within a few exchanges, Cell was left battered and bleeding profusely. After all, Trunks fought without restraint, favoring swift resolutions. At this rate, Cell would likely be defeated before long. Seething with rage, Cell thought to himself how troublesome this father-son duo was. Once he achieved his perfect form, he would make sure to torment them thoroughly. However, the immediate concern remained. He needed to shake off Trunks first. Hey, Vegeta, Can't you control your son? How am I supposed to become my perfect form like this? Cell shouted down toward Vegeta. Yet, the moment he turned his gaze, he found himself immobilized, as if ensnared by a spell. His eyes fixated, almost like a lovesick fool, upon a figure resting upon a large rock in the distance. Android 18. Cell muttered to himself in disbelief. Lin, standing nearby, was completely disregarded by him, as Cell sensed no energy emanating from Lin at all. Why 18 chose to sit openly on the rock without concealing herself was beyond his concern. All he knew was that he was on the cusp of transforming into his perfect form. Chapter 42. A glimpse of filial piety. Vegeta inwardly cursed. What a useless fool. He did not notice any peculiar behavior from Cell. Trunks, on the other hand, cast a glance at Vegeta, seemingly gauging whether he would intervene. At that moment, Cell, as if driven mad, abruptly turned and flew away at full speed. Upon witnessing this, Trunks assumed Cell intended to flee, and he would not allow that to happen. With a burst of acceleration, he positioned himself directly in front of Cell. Don't interfere, get out of my way. Cell shouted impatiently. Trunks disregarded his words and launched a flurry of punches. Bang, bang, bang. Cell was instantly pummeled, the scars on his body multiplying once more. Trunks was determined not to let him escape. A glimmer of energy appeared in his hands as he sought to eliminate Cell right then and there. Seeing this, Cell was consumed by urgency. The perfect form was within reach, and he could not afford to perish here. In desperation, he shouted to the ground, Vegeta, are you going to do anything or not? I'm about to be beaten to death. TCH. Vegeta's contempt for Cell grew, thinking to himself that such a creature, even in its perfect form, would hardly amount to anything significant. Nevertheless, having resolved to battle his perfect form, he certainly would not allow Cell to perish just yet. Just as Trunks was about to unleash his energy wave, Vegeta suddenly appeared in front of him and delivered a swift kick. The energy wave shot straight into the sky. What an opportunity! Seeing that Trunks had been thwarted, Cell felt a surge of elation and summoned all his speed toward Android 18. As he approached, 18 began to feel uneasy and grabbed the hem of Leelin's shirt. What should we do? Cell seems to be coming this way. Leelin gently patted her hand and replied with a calm smile. Don't worry, just watch me. Before long, Cell stood before Android 18. A chilling smile adorning his face. The scene before him seemed to transform into a vision of his dominion over the entire universe. My dear 18, I have finally found you, Cell exclaimed, nearly unable to contain his grin as he spread his arms wide. Come, let us complete our final fusion and conquer the world together. 18, witnessing Cell's malevolent demeanor, instinctively recoiled, hiding behind Leelin. Oh, Cell remarked, eyeing Leelin, whom he had never seen before, and curiously asked, who are you? Just an ordinary person? Given that Leelin emitted no energy, Cell naturally assumed he was merely an ordinary human. However, he found it puzzling that 18 would seek refuge behind such a person. Furthermore, while 18 displayed fear, she showed no inclination to flee. Yet, this was not the time for such thoughts. As long as he could achieve the fusion, all irrationalities could be cast aside. While he was still contemplating, Leelin interrupted his thoughts, responding to him. Who am I? You need not concern yourself with that. You only need to know that you are already dead. Oh, Cell raised an eyebrow at this statement. He did not anticipate that this ordinary individual would speak so arrogantly toward him. Very well, let me deal with you first. Sheru cruelly laughed, his tail raised high behind him as he lunged toward Leelin. Meanwhile, the air was filled with the thunderous sound of fists colliding. Trunks was filled with immense fury at seeing Vegeta in such a state. Each strike he delivered grew heavier, and he vociferously questioned, Why? Why do you seek to hinder me? Vegeta, nonchalantly deflecting Trunks' attacks, replied, Why? Do you not wish to witness the true power of the perfect Sheru? The two of them were operating on entirely different wavelengths. Trunks aimed to swiftly eradicate the threat to Earth and safeguard the lives of its inhabitants. He found it perplexing that Vegeta, a fellow Saiyan, would choose to put Earth in jeopardy rather than resolve the crisis. Conversely, Vegeta was equally bewildered, by all accounts. Trunks was also a Saiyan. Why was his demeanor so timid and cautious, devoid of ambition? He even began to question whether this individual was truly his son, as he seemed to have inherited none of his father's spirit. I do not wish to see this, not at all. If you are intent on obstructing me, then I shall have no choice but to defeat you first. Trunks roared, having endured enough of the hardships of the future. He was determined to eliminate every enemy with his own strength. Upon hearing Trunks' declaration, Vegeta's blood pressure surged, veins bulging on his forehead. Damn it, Then come and try? Bang. Boom. Thud. The two engaged in close combat, exchanging blows and energy waves in a relentless clash. However, just as they were embroiled in this father-son struggle, a sudden, thunderous sound of a massive physical collision erupted. A green object, accompanied by a sonic boom, hurtled toward them. They both noticed simultaneously and quickly separated, the green entity whizzing past them. The powerful gust of wind ruffled their hair. That green mass was none other than Sheru, who, emitting a pitiful cry, crashed into a distant mountain. Rumbling, the mountain collapsed with a resounding crash. After shattering the mountain, Sheru's face was pressed against the ground, sliding for over 100 meters, leaving a deep trench in his wake, before gradually coming to a halt. At that moment, he appeared utterly wretched, with a significant portion of his body obliterated. His facial expression was grotesque, as copious amounts of purple blood seeped from beneath him. It was at this moment that Trunks finally comprehended the gravity of Sheru's condition, and a look of delight crossed his face. However, Vegeta's countenance darkened. He bellowed toward the direction of the recent disturbance. Who dares to show themselves? Sheru was his target. He had refrained from killing him in hopes of battling the strongest version of him. Yet, it seemed that another formidable opponent lurked on this island. One who had reduced Sheru to such a pitiful state. His anger was not directed at Sheru, but rather at the interruption of his own enjoyment. Leelin heard Vegeta's voice and furrowed his brow slightly, grasping 18's hand as they ascended slowly into the sky. At that moment, 18 was utterly astonished. Her rosy lips parted in disbelief, rendered speechless as she allowed Leelin to lead her. The recent spectacle had completely surpassed her understanding. Such a formidable cell had been effortlessly sent flying by a mere punch. As she gazed at Leelin, a flicker of admiration sparkled in her eyes, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of pride. After days apart, you still managed to be insufferable. Leelin descended gracefully, addressing Vegeta with a calm demeanor. Upon the sight of Leelin, Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply, his inner fury dissipating significantly. Chapter 43. Let us see who can pretend. Trunks, observing the slowly emerging figure, felt a surge of joy. It was Mr. Leelin. This enigmatic man had finally chosen to intervene. It's you. Vegeta fixed his intense gaze upon him. Leelin smiled nonchalantly, releasing 18's hand and walking toward him, affirmatively stating, "It is I." Vegeta felt discomfort at Leelin's composure, reminiscent of the fear he once experienced under Leelin's dominance. Despite his significantly enhanced power, he hesitated to provoke Leelin. "What are you doing here?" Vegeta inquired bluntly. Without any preamble, Leelin replied with a smile, "Naturally, I am here to eliminate Cell." Hearing this, Vegeta's heart sank, and he muttered, "I can handle Cell myself. Your assistance is unnecessary." He had finally attained strength worthy of recognition and refused to allow his hard-won victory to slip away. "Oh, is that so?" Leelin observed him with an indifferent gaze, raising his hands in a gesture of acquiescence. "Very well. I have no objections to you taking on Cell." Vegeta was initially taken aback, but then a smile spread across his face, his lips curling upwards. His demeanor towards Leelin grew somewhat flippant. He did not believe that Leelin was relinquishing Cell out of kindness, but rather out of a recognition of his own strength, lacking the confidence to contest. In Leelin's presence, he felt a long-lost sense of assurance returning. "Mr. Leelin, this cannot be." Trunks exclaimed loudly from behind Vegeta. "We absolutely cannot allow Cell to achieve his perfect form, or else the Earth will be doomed." Leelin remained unfazed by Trunks' words. "I can hold your father off. You can take care of Cell," Trunks urged desperately, raising his voice. He seemed to believe that Leelin's reluctance to act was due to a fear of Vegeta's newfound prowess. Resolutely, he decided to shoulder the responsibility of restraining his father, leaving Cell for Leelin to confront, for it was evident from the earlier encounter that Cell was no match for him. Vegeta's anger flared further upon hearing this. "By the heavens, you truly are intent on opposing your father. How dare you assist an outsider in battling against him?" He truly wished to loudly inquire. "Are you my son or his?" Leelin gently shook his head and spoke to Trunks with a calm demeanor. "There's no need for haste, Trunks. Since Vegeta wishes to confront Cell alone, let him do so. I shall not intervene." Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression softened slightly, yet he felt no gratitude towards Leelin. Instead, he regarded him with increasing disdain. He had initially perceived this individual as a serene and powerful ally, only to discover he was a timid coward. Android 18 felt a tightening in her chest at Leelin's words, fearing he might abandon her. Indeed, upon hearing him declare he would not take action, despair enveloped her. She realized too late how naive she had been to entrust her safety to someone she barely knew. Trunks, too, felt a surge of anger at Leelin's response, lamenting internally about this individual's lack of courage to stand up to his father. However, Leelin shifted his tone, addressing the somewhat smug Vegeta. You may handle Cell without issue, but I shall protect 18. Should anyone dare to harm her, they will face my ruthless wrath. As he spoke, he surveyed the surroundings. Although his tone was neutral, an icy malice glimmered in his eyes. In that moment, it felt as if the very temperature of the space around them had plummeted. Upon hearing this, Android 18's negative emotions dissipated instantly. Though his words were chilling and laced with menace, they resonated within her as a profound warmth. And she felt tears welling in her eyes. Vegeta, initially taken aback, soon wore an exceptionally grim expression. What did you say? Leelin replied coolly. I shall not repeat what I have already stated. Scoundrel. Vegeta clenched his fists, teetering on the brink of eruption. His desire to confront Cell stemmed from the need for accomplishment, and if 18 were to leave, what would be the point of battling Cell? After all this, it became evident that this individual was toying with him, inciting his anger. Trunks, having clearly heard Leelin's declaration, felt a wave of relief. Indeed, if his father wished to confront Cell, let him do so. As long as 18 was safe, Cell could not attain his perfect form. This way, he would neither compete with his father for glory nor allow Cell to reach his full potential. If Vegeta were not present, he would have applauded Leelin. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave, Leelin stated indifferently, his words carrying an air of finality rather than soliciting opinions. After speaking, he turned to take 18 away. However, Vegeta was not one to permit their departure easily. His anger surged, and he swiftly positioned himself to block Leelin's path. You may leave, but she cannot, he declared, pointing at 18 with an authoritative tone, as if issuing a command. Leelin furrowed his brow and coldly addressed him. It is not me who shall depart, but rather we must leave together. Do you comprehend? Vegeta, absorbing the chill in his words, displayed no sign of fear and arrogantly retorted, she must remain here, otherwise, you shall not leave either. He had come to realize that no one could thwart the battle between him and Cell. Additionally, he recalled that both Leelin and Android 18 had previously bested him. Thus, they could not be allowed to leave unscathed. Very well, Leelin scoffed, turning to Vegeta. Let us see who prevails in action. He then instructed Android 18. You descend and await my return. Grant me a few seconds. Understood. She nodded obediently, her voice soft. Do take care. Following his command, she gracefully descended back onto the rocks. Vegeta, upon hearing Leelin's words, felt his forehead throb with rage. You truly are audacious. A few seconds? Are you implying that it would take merely that long to defeat me? I have already shown you considerable leniency. Dealing with someone of your caliber hardly warrants such time. Leelin replied coolly. If you fancy yourself so formidable, let us test our mettle and see who can outshine the other. Chapter 44. My trials. Vegeta's face flushed crimson with fury, his golden aura erupting violently as he grit his teeth, declaring, Do you think I am still the same as before? His power had surged to heights unimaginable since their first encounter. Back then, he could not even transform into a Super Saiyan. Leelin maintained a serene demeanor and slowly spoke. To me, you are no different than you were then. Infuriating. Vegeta's pride could not bear the insult as he shouted, Then let us see. With that, he charged at Leelin, unleashing a ferocious iron fist aimed directly at him. With a resounding crash, they collided. Vegeta felt a tingling numbness in his arm as he was forced back several steps, appearing quite disheveled. What is happening? This was the sole question in his mind. However, Leelin showed no signs of pausing, surging forward with remarkable speed. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of impact echoed as Vegeta felt a sharp pain in his chest, sent flying through the air, landing heavily upon the ground, blood trickling from his lips. Leelin descended gracefully, looking down upon him. You have lost. Vegeta was utterly stunned, muttering to himself in disbelief. I have lost? Is it truly so? Leelin was right. It had taken scarcely a few seconds to subdue him. The entire exchange had transpired in less than a second. Trunks, standing at a distance, witnessed the scene with astonishment. He swallowed hard, murmuring, Is this the strength of Mr. Leelin? It is truly terrifying. Leelin gazed at the beleaguered Vegeta and spoke calmly. If there are no further matters, may I take my leave? Impossible. This cannot be. How could I possibly lose? Vegeta retorted, his voice tinged with desperation. He was on the brink of collapse, stubbornly refusing to accept the grim reality. I refuse to accept this. Let's go again. With that, he rose and charged at Leelin once more. Leelin shook his head in resignation as he observed the frenzied Vegeta. In such a state, he was clearly no match for him. Leelin had attained the Super Saiyan 2 level long before stepping into this world. After a year of rigorous training, devoid of any reference points, his prowess had undoubtedly surpassed the Super Saiyan 2 standard. Even if Vegeta were to achieve Super Saiyan 2, he would still be outclassed, especially considering that he had yet to reach full power in Super Saiyan 1. As Vegeta approached, Leelin coldly advised, "I suggest you surrender. It might just save your life. If you persist, your demise is inevitable. Enough talk. Watch how I bring you down." Vegeta exclaimed as he lunged forward, his fist poised to strike. However, before he could deliver the blow, Leelin delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. With a resounding thud, Vegeta was propelled away like a cannonball. "Father!" Trunks gasped as he witnessed his father being launched into the air and immediately flew towards him. To his astonishment, he realized he could not match Leelin's speed. The force of that kick was staggering. With a splash, Vegeta plunged into the sea. Trunks quickly dove into the water, eager to rescue him. Leelin, feeling that the ordeal had concluded, decided it was time to depart. He approached Android 18 and stated nonchalantly, "It's resolved. We can leave now." Android 18 nodded slowly, her eyes filled with admiration for him. The formidable opponent, Cell, had been effortlessly dispatched with a single blow. While Vegeta was capable of overpowering Cell, he had still been sent tumbling into the ocean by Leelin's kick. The extent of this man's strength was indeed astonishing. Leelin moved behind a rock and addressed Android 16, who was seated on the ground. "Are you able to fly?" 16 nodded in response. "If the distance isn't too great, I believe I can manage." Thus, Leelin led Androids 16 and 18 away from the island. Their first destination was the Capsule Corporation in West City, where he intended to have 16 repaired, knowing that Bulma would be intrigued by his mechanical structure. As for himself and 18, they had decided to spend some time together on Earth. After all, feelings had begun to blossom between them, and with a bit more time, they were hopeful for a happy resolution. On the island, Trunks had managed to retrieve a drenched Vegeta from the sea. The salt water had washed away much of the blood from his face, but his breath was faint. Without prompt medical attention, he could be at risk of losing his life. "Mr. Leelin, you truly are ruthless." Trunks lamented helplessly. Fortunately, he had brought the magical beans that Goku had given him before departing. Otherwise, Vegeta might have truly faced his demise. Unbeknownst to him, when Leelin struck, he had held back considerably. Had he not, Vegeta's fate would scarcely differ from that of Cell. After all, although Cell had lost half of his body, he possessed Piccolo's cells, allowing him to regenerate completely. In contrast, Vegeta lacked such abilities. Losing half his body would likely result in his immediate death. After a while, upon consuming the magical bean, Vegeta instantly returned to his normal state. However, his countenance remained dark, and his fists clenched tightly, producing creaking sounds. Suddenly, Vegeta let out a piercing scream, clutching his head as a golden aura erupted around him. Even in his restored state, he could not accept the harsh reality of his defeat. An overwhelming presence spread across the small island, causing the ground to tremble violently, and the air became frenzied. Trunks raised his hand, intending to offer some words of comfort, but after opening his mouth, he found himself at a loss for words and chose instead to remain silent, observing his father. While Vegeta was still seething with rage, a figure emerged from a nearby mound of earth. It was Cell, who had been reduced to half his form by Leelin's punch. However, due to his unique biological structure, as long as his core remained unharmed, he would not perish. In a brief moment, he restored his body to completeness. Simultaneously, Cell confirmed that Leelin was indeed the formidable presence he had sensed earlier. He felt an overwhelming sense of difficulty. In the future, he had aimed to absorb the androids, but instead, he had been subdued by Trunks and forced into this timeline. He had planned to develop his strength, yet was relentlessly pursued by Piccolo along the way. After barely surviving, he had been unexpectedly assaulted by the newly emerged Android 16. He had believed that absorbing Android 17 would render him invincible, only to be brutally beaten by Vegeta. Just as he was about to persuade Vegeta to absorb Android 18, he found himself nearly at death's door from yet another punch. Reflecting on this, Cell's eyes grew misty. The beginning of his journey in this timeline had proven exceedingly arduous. Why couldn't it be simpler? Chapter 45. A heavy blow. Vegeta was engulfed in a state of fury. his energy surging to unprecedented heights, and his senses sharpened. He immediately detected Cell's movements and cast a murderous glare in his direction. Cell, meeting Vegeta's gaze filled with lethal intent, could not help but shudder. Though he had just been repairing his body, he was acutely aware of the events unfolding around him. What did this man intend? Surely he wasn't seeking to vent his frustrations on me, was he? A sense of foreboding gripped Cell's heart. Indeed, his suspicions were entirely accurate. Vegeta harbored a torrent of anger, and aside from roaring, he found no outlet for his rage. Upon encountering Cell, it was only natural for him to bear the consequences. Suddenly, Vegeta appeared beside him, his gaze as venomous as that of a serpent. What do you intend to do? You promised not to kill me, and that you would allow me to transform into my perfect form. Do you remember? Cell stammered, retreating in trepidation. Vegeta, dismissing Cell's words with indifference, coldly inquired, "Are you prepared to endure my wrath?" Hearing this, Cell was drenched in cold sweat, his mind racing with curses. If you cannot defeat him, then so be it. Why must I be ready to face your fury? I refuse to comply. I am not prepared. Just as he opened his mouth to protest, Vegeta's fist struck his face. "Ah!" Cell screamed, a rush of purple blood appearing on his visage. The island echoed with his cries of anguish. Vegeta's blows were unrelenting. While they would not kill him outright, the pain inflicted was undeniably severe. Trunks furrowed his brow, supporting his forehead as he observed the scene before him. In an unexpected moment, he felt a flicker of sympathy for Cell. Quickly, he shook his head, casting aside the thought. Though Vegeta's actions were brutal, they were justified. After all, Cell had taken countless lives. Allowing him to perish instantly would be a mercy. A measure of punishment was certainly warranted. Meanwhile, Leelin had successfully delivered Android 16 to Bulma for repairs. True to her scientific nature, she exhibited great interest in the structure of 16. However, Leelin refrained from disclosing the incident of beating Vegeta, considering their marital bond. Revealing such a matter would only invite trouble. After arranging for 16's repairs, Leelin departed with Android 18. As they wandered through the bustling city, he held her delicate hand, his face adorned with a cheerful smile. Android 18 showed no resistance, allowing him to grasp her hand. Having faced life and death choices, her feelings for Leelin had deepened significantly. "Why did you save me?" she asked, gazing up at him, towering over her. Deep down, she already knew the answer but sought confirmation from his lips. Leelin looked down at her, a gentle smile gracing his features. "It's simply because I like you," he stated plainly, without embellishment. As she met his soft gaze, warmth surged within her, evoking a sense of comfort and tenderness. "Yes." Leelin nodded earnestly. "From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated. The instant you were in danger, I resolved to protect you, to be the one who safeguards you for a lifetime." The atmosphere between them shifted to one of palpable intimacy. Android 18's heart raced, and she quickly averted her gaze, fearful that Leelin might notice the blush creeping onto her cheeks. After a considerable interval, perhaps after much contemplation, number 18 softly uttered, "I believe in you." Her eyes sparkled with a tender affection. Upon hearing her response, Leelin realized that she had accepted his love, and a wave of exhilaration surged within him. Their gazes intertwined, transmitting unspoken messages akin to electric currents. Despite the bustling street around them, the atmosphere between them grew increasingly fervent. Leelin released her hand, instead enveloping her waist with both arms. Number 18 stiffened, her heart racing, and her breath quickened. She could feel the warmth of Leelin and the rhythmic beating of his chest. The distance between them diminished to a whisper. They remained in that quiet embrace for what felt like an eternity, until Leelin reluctantly loosened his hold on number 18, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. Although a flicker of panic danced in her eyes, she did not shy away. Leelin understood the importance of moderation. They had only just begun to connect, and haste could ruin everything. He tenderly tousled her hair and suggested, "Let us take a stroll, and then grab a bite to eat." "All right." Number 18 replied with a sweet smile, following Leelin with light steps, a hint of shyness gracing her face. On the island, the presence of Vegeta was palpable. The colossal waves crashed against the sea, causing the entire island to tremble incessantly, devoid of any moment of tranquility. The anguished screams of Cell echoed relentlessly. One must admit, this creature's vitality was remarkably resilient. Unless the core within him was destroyed, he would never perish. If it were anyone else enduring such relentless assaults, even 100 lives would not suffice to survive. "Vegeta, you bastard!" Cell spat out blood, cursing incoherently. His body had undergone countless rebirths, and now he was subjected to excruciating torment, both physically and mentally. With a thud, Vegeta delivered a punch that sent Cell crashing deeply into the ground. "Shut your filthy mouth, you piece of trash," he bellowed. Thud, thud, thud. He continued to rain down blows, questioning amidst the strikes. Why? Why are you so weak? Why do you lack the strength to fight back? Cell, on the verge of tears, lamented. "You ask me? Who the hell should I ask? If you have the capability, let me transform into my perfect form, and then we can converse." In the face of that previous adversary, why did you not strike with full force? Though Vegeta directed his words at Cell, most of them were inquiries aimed at himself. Trunks, observing the situation, quietly approached Vegeta and said, "It's enough. Continuing this is futile. Let us finish him off." Vegeta shot a glare at his son, who seemed to have discerned the truth. Whether he was truly his son was open to debate. However, seeing Cell's defeated demeanor extinguished his interest. Since he could not achieve his perfect form, he held no significance. With that, Vegeta raised his hand, golden light shimmering, as he prepared a powerful energy wave. However, before he could launch, Cell, in his battered form, suddenly exhibited a distortion. Chapter 46, Complete Evolution. His entire being radiated with brilliance, and the clouds in the sky were swept away by an immense shockwave. Vegeta was oblivious to the transformation that Cell was undergoing. Yet the energy wave in his hands gradually dissipated. With his arms crossed, he observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. It was evident to him that the energy within Cell was surging inexorably. Trunks, with a piercing gaze, focused intently, uncertain of what was transpiring with Cell. Yet, an ominous premonition gripped his heart, a feeling not born of mere fantasy, but forged through years of life and death experiences. He understood that if Cell were allowed to continue this trajectory, Earth would likely face dire peril. "Die!" Trunks exclaimed, unleashing several energy waves. Boom, boom, boom. Cell remained motionless, allowing the energy blasts to strike him, yet these assaults seemed to have no effect whatsoever. Gradually, his body began to restore itself, with his muscles swelling. Lightning crackled around him, and the sky turned overcast. Seeing his attacks yield no results, Trunks was filled with dread. He could not permit Cell to progress any further. Resolute in his thoughts, he charged forward. However, before he could close the distance, he was repelled by the immense aura emanating from Cell, unable to advance even a step. Cell's eyes gleamed with a strange light as he roared towards the heavens. In an instant, the energy within him surged to a new level. The very earth began to tremble. Anyone, regardless of their location, could feel this overwhelming presence. In West City, on a bustling commercial street, Leelin held the hand of Android 18. They had just finished a meal and were contemplating a leisurely stroll when they, too, sensed this aura. The ground quaked violently. "Is that Cell?" Android 18 inquired, looking at Leelin with confusion. Leelin concentrated intently, then nodded and replied earnestly, "Yes, it must be." This energy was significantly stronger than what he had faced previously. If there were no unforeseen circumstances, it should be comparable to the power of his complete form. Doubts began to form in his mind regarding what Vegeta had truly done to Cell. Since his departure, he had constantly felt Vegeta's brutal aura. Just moments ago, Cell's faint presence had nearly vanished, only to be replaced by this overwhelming force. Could it be that he has attained his perfect form? Android 18 speculated uncertainly. This energy was many times stronger than when they had left. Such a rapid escalation could only be achieved through attaining perfection. Leelin nodded thoughtfully, responding calmly. That possibility cannot be ruled out. If the narrative were to follow its usual course, by the conclusion of the Cell saga, he would have been defeated by Gohan, who had expelled androids 17 and 18. Yet, at the last moment, after his self-detonation, he was able to restore his body through a core revival and transform into his complete form. How could this be? Wasn't it said that he needed to absorb me and number 17 to achieve his complete state? The incredulous number 18 remarked. The overwhelming energy was so astonishing that anyone who felt it was gripped by fear. Leelin pondered for a moment before slowly explaining. It is likely that he possesses Saiyan blood within him. Each time he revives from the brink of death, his strength is significantly enhanced. Once his power reaches a certain critical point, he naturally transforms into his complete form. He glanced into the distance, paused briefly, and added, "Just now." Vegeta's aura was continuously in a state of explosion, likely due to him relentlessly overpowering Cell, while Cell was incessantly reviving. ultimately resulting in an exponential increase in his energy. His explanation seemed quite logical. As long as Cell's core remains intact, possessing the regenerative bloodline of Piccolo along with his Saiyan heritage, he is capable of infinitely augmenting his power. Given this premise, it would not be surprising if he ultimately transformed into his complete form. What should we do? Will he pose a threat to you? Number 18 expressed her concern. After all, Leelin had previously inflicted severe damage upon him. If he sought vengeance, he would undoubtedly target Leelin first. Simultaneously, she chastised Vegeta internally for his foolishness, wondering why he did not simply eliminate Cell instead of allowing the situation to escalate to this point. Leelin smiled faintly, shaking his head as he stroked her silky hair. No need to worry. Even if Cell transforms into his complete form, he is still no match for me. If we were to engage, his outcome would not be significantly better than last time. Upon hearing Leelin's unwavering confidence, number 18 felt a sense of relief. Leelin was indeed not speaking boastfully. His strength was incomparable to Cell's. In terms of the Super Saiyan ranks, he had long surpassed the Super Saiyan 2 level. Any slight advantage was more than sufficient. Moreover, Cell was still far from reaching Super Saiyan 2. So what shall we do now? Do you intend to confront him? Number 18 blinked at him. Leelin smiled gently and shook his head. Let Vegeta handle him for now. We shall enjoy ourselves for a few days first. Number 18 nodded gracefully, while everyone else lamented whether the apocalypse was upon them. The two of them roamed about like an ordinary couple, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events. In the room of spirit and time, Son Goku and Son Gohan continued their training, entirely unaware of the happenings outside. However, at the edge of the divine realm, Piccolo was vigilantly observing the world below. Upon witnessing Cell unleash a formidable aura, his face turned a shade of green with alarm. That foolish Vegeta, why did he not just kill Cell? Out of personal vendetta, he allowed the situation to spiral out of control. Piccolo huffed in frustration, gritting his teeth. When he saw Leelin take action, he believed that the matter was finally settled. Indeed, it is true, Cell's power is utterly feeble in the presence of Leelin. However, it was unexpected that, despite Cell being severely weakened, Vegeta refrained from unleashing his fullest strength to annihilate him. Instead, he incessantly delivered blows, resulting in Cell now exhibiting signs of advancing towards his perfect form. Piccolo, infuriated and pacing back and forth, was utterly exasperated. Had it been in the past, he would never have reacted this way. Yet, after merging with the Supreme Kai, his heart had softened considerably. His anger stemmed from the fear of potentially causing irreversible consequences for humanity on Earth. Chapter 47. The disparity on the small island. Cell's transformation continued unabated. Observing this, Vegeta felt no sense of alarm, a smirk gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. What on earth is happening? Trunks, unable to approach Cell, was filled with rage. He began to concentrate a formidable energy wave in his hands. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of golden energy waves struck Cell's form, yet they dissipated without consequence. Like a cow entering the sea, completely nullified by the energy barrier surrounding him. Cell let out a thunderous roar. His body underwent a complete transformation, a radiant light shooting into the heavens. The surrounding debris was crushed to dust, and the ground around him sank by 2 feet. After approximately 5 minutes, as the dust settled, Cell's physique had diminished to that of an average adult. His grotesque visage now bore sharp, defined features, and upon closer inspection, there was a hint of a sinister charm. Is this what you call evolution? Vegeta, arms crossed and smirking, expressed his delight. He had not anticipated Cell's resurgence in strength. Nevertheless, this was well. Let him endure the humiliation he had suffered once more. Damn it! Trunks, witnessing Cell's complete transformation, realized he had achieved evolution, and in frustration, he struck the air with a punch. Cell's demeanor had become remarkably serene. His eyes fixated on his hands, seemingly attuned to the power coursing within. Is this the perfect form? The sensation is indeed different, Cell mused, examining his body, though he sensed something was still lacking. Although his strength mirrored that of a perfectly evolved being, he had lost much in terms of infinite energy. After all, he possessed only one Android 17, lacking the infinite energy core provided by Android 18. Relying solely on one energy source rendered it impossible to sustain such a formidable physique in a perpetual state of infinite energy. Vegeta approached him slowly, disdain evident in his voice. Is this what you consider perfection? It appears rather unimpressive. Cell slightly moved his newly transformed body and replied nonchalantly, I must thank you. Without your assistance, I might not have achieved evolution in the absence of Android 18. He then beckoned Vegeta with a finger. How about you help me warm up a bit more? Vegeta observed his calm demeanor, convinced that it was merely a facade. Since the opponent wishes to warm up, it is no trouble to indulge him. Moreover, not only has Cell experienced a surge in power, but Vegeta has also undergone a significant enhancement. After all, the Saiyan trait is to grow stronger after the brink of death, with Leelin reducing him to a mere breath away from defeat. Consuming a Senzu naturally resulted in a remarkable increase in his strength. In a flash, Vegeta erupted in fury, launching himself forward. With his fists flying, he commenced a fierce assault on Cell. This time, however, Cell did not merely endure the onslaught. He adeptly parried each of Vegeta's strikes. As Cell delivered a powerful kick, Vegeta deftly rolled aside, creating some distance between them. Seizing the moment, Vegeta unleashed his signature technique, the Prince's fighting style, and engaged in a fierce exchange. The rapid succession of energy blasts erupted like a torrent, as Cell nimbly evaded, darting from ground to air. Countless spheres of light detonated mid-air. Vegeta's energy waves poured forth relentlessly, akin to a machine gun unleashing an infinite barrage. The cacophony of explosions filled the air, but Cell, observing the relentless assault, chose to cease his evasions, allowing the attacks to strike him directly. Instantly, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the sky, concealing him from view. When the dust settled, however, Cell had vanished. Vegeta's eyes darted around, desperately searching for any trace of his opponent. Just then, Cell's voice echoed behind him. Vegeta swiftly turned, only to see Cell wearing a sly, sinister smile. To be honest, your performance as a sparring partner leaves much to be desired. Your attacks are merely ticklish. A flicker of anger ignited within Vegeta upon hearing this. His aura flared, and he raised his hands to unleash another barrage of energy blasts. The explosions resounded, filling the air with smoke that lingered ominously. Frustrated to see Cell unharmed, Vegeta charged into the haze for close-quarters combat. Yet, as Cell grew accustomed to his own body, he effortlessly dodged every strike. Suddenly, with a swift maneuver, Cell disappeared from Vegeta's line of sight. Now on the ground, he stood with arms crossed, looking down at the disoriented Vegeta like a headless fly. Their power levels had diverged immensely, placing them in entirely different realms of existence. Dad, he's below. Trunks urgently called out, astonished by the vast chasm between his father and Cell. While Vegeta exerted every ounce of his strength, Cell appeared to be toying with him. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Vegeta surged downward. The two clashed once more, but Vegeta's iron fists yielded no effect. Witnessing Cell's ease, Vegeta felt his pride wounded and growled through clenched teeth, "You bastard, unleash your full power." With a dismissive smile, Cell replied slowly, "As you wish." Suddenly, in a swift motion, his body vanished before my eyes. In the next instant, he reappeared behind Vegeta. Sensing the presence of Cell, Vegeta retaliated with a kick aimed at Cell's head. Cell merely smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed by the attack. Realizing that his strike had been ineffective, Vegeta quickly distanced himself. Acutely aware of the disparity between their powers, a tremor of anxiety coursing through him. Trunks observed this from the sidelines, his heart heavy with concern. He yearned to assist, but hesitated, fearing it might bruise Vegeta's pride, for he had come to understand the nature of his father. It seemed he would have to wait until his father lost consciousness before confronting Cell. Trunks thought silently to himself. His training in the hyperbolic time chamber had not yielded the results it appeared to, as he subconsciously believed his strength had surpassed that of Vegeta, yet he held back, mindful of his father's arrogance. On the battlefield, Vegeta stood frozen. Seizing the opportunity, Cell lunged forward, delivering a kick that sent him crashing into the ocean. Damn it! Vegeta emerged slowly from the water. Trunks, witnessing this, felt a surge of anger as his muscles tensed. Yet he resolutely maintained his decision to wait until his father was incapacitated before engaging in battle. Chapter 48. Weakness. Cell looked at the disheveled Vegeta and calmly remarked, "Ultimately, I must thank you. Without you, I could not have achieved my perfect form." Vegeta glared at Cell, not blaming his own choices, but lamenting his own weakness. Realizing he could not even contend with someone as trivial as Cell, once he regained his composure, he ascended into the air. "It seems you possess great confidence in your abilities." Cell chuckled lightly, stating, "It's acceptable. Then come and experience my ultimate technique," Vegeta declared, his voice resolute. His arms spread wide, radiating golden light as his energy surged, the surrounding air seemingly retreating from him. In an instant, he was enveloped in lightning, the edges of the island and the sea forming a circular crater. Vegeta gathered his hands, directing his energy towards Cell, exclaiming, "This move is my strongest attack. If you truly are invincible, do not evade. Face it head-on and see what you can withstand." As he spoke, a pulsating ball of golden light manifested in his hands, crackling with energy. Such tiresome provocation, Cell scoffed at Vegeta's words, yet out of confidence in his own strength, he responded, "Very well, unleash all you have." Trunks, observing the accumulating energy enveloping Vegeta, felt a surge of urgency and shouted into the sky, "Stop, father. This could destroy the Earth." But Vegeta, fully charged and consumed with the singular thought of defeating Cell, was oblivious to the outside world. As he completed the gathering of energy in his hands, he proclaimed loudly, "Super Ultimate Flash." Whoosh! A colossal golden column erupted forth. As the light waves were unleashed, the surrounding seawater instantaneously evaporated into vapor. At that moment, mountains and trees seemed to defy the very pull of gravity, soaring skyward, only to disintegrate upon contact with the light waves, vanishing into nothingness. Upon witnessing the immense light wave, Cell's smile faded, his expression shifting abruptly. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He discerned that the power of this attack was beyond his capability to withstand. If he were to endure this assault, it would surely spell his demise. He began to evade, desperately throwing himself to the side. However, the onslaught of the energy wave was far too swift. He could not entirely evade the attack and could only watch helplessly as the light wave bore down upon him. With a flash, a vast expanse of golden radiance enveloped the Earth. The tremendous energy wave grazed the planet, soaring into the cosmos. A thunderous rumble echoed through the dark void of space, marking the impact on some unfortunate celestial body. This technique, given its overwhelming force, could not simply dissipate. It would only explode upon colliding with another object. On the island, clouds of smoke billowed, gradually dissipating with the passage of time. Half of Cell's form had been obliterated, yet he cackled maniacally, "Ha ha. Thankfully, I dodged in time, otherwise I would have met my end. Curse it." Vegeta lamented as he observed that his attack had failed to vanquish Cell, a twinge of regret gnawing at him. In that very moment, he beheld as Cell's other half reformed instantaneously. It had truly been a perilous situation, had his reaction been any slower. It would not have been merely half a body. Nevertheless, this fortunate turn had propelled his fighting prowess to a new height. Vegeta, now seething with indignation, concentrated energy into his palms and unleashed a barrage of energy waves. With a thunderous roar, Cell remained unfazed, charging headlong into the energy waves. A punch landed squarely on Vegeta's face, swiftly followed by a kick that sent him soaring into the air. In an instant, Cell appeared above him, delivering a devastating elbow strike. "Ah!" Vegeta cried out in agony as he crashed to the ground. The golden glow faded, leaving him battered and devoid of color. Unable to maintain his Super Saiyan form, he had become exceedingly weak, his consciousness blurring. "Haha," Cell sneered, striding towards Vegeta, one hand raised, intent on ending his life. At that moment, Trunks could no longer contain himself, releasing a massive aura. His hair stood on end, muscles swelling anew. The clouds in the sky transformed into a swirling vortex, continuously spinning. Cell sensed this surge of energy and quickly turned to face it. Trunks' eyes glimmered with a fierce light as he coldly regarded Cell before declaring, "Now, allow me to eliminate you." He chuckled ominously. With a cold sneer, Cell stepped forward without showing any signs of weakness. "You two are quite amusing, both wishing to eradicate me. Let me witness your true strength." The two had closed the distance, their gazes locked. Cell was the first to strike, delivering a swift kick. Trunks, prepared for the assault, deftly evaded with a roll. Cell quickly closed in, unleashing a whip-like kick from midair. Trunks crouched low, his arm extending horizontally to easily block the attack. After exchanging a few blows, their figures suddenly vanished, shifting into the sky to engage in high-speed combat. The air crackled with the sound of muscle colliding, raising the temperature around them. Suddenly, Trunks intensified his power, landing a punch squarely in Cell's abdomen. Cell plummeted from the sky, but before he could reach the ground, Trunks followed up with a knee strike. Thud! Cell crashed heavily into the earth, creating a sizable crater. Trunks descended slowly, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Debris from the crater erupted skyward as Cell ascended unscathed. a cold smile gracing his lips. Not bad. Your strength is indeed impressive. Trunks, unfazed by the praise, maintained his icy demeanor, replying, there is even greater power to come. Prepare to meet your demise. With that, he surged forward. Cell, grinning mysteriously, met him head-on. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of blows. In a mere second, they had unleashed hundreds of punches. When they finally paused, Trunks had seized both of Cell's wrists, pinning him to the ground as golden light enveloped his hands. Whoosh. Thud. Trunks executed a move that pierced through the small island, sending Cell deep into the ocean. However, his focus remained unyielding, for he understood that such an attack would not harm Cell. As expected, in the next moment, Cell soared into the sky, indifferently stating, your power is indeed terrifying. In terms of raw strength, you surpass Vegeta. Yet, you possess a fatal weakness. After a few exchanges, having surpassed the battlefield intelligence of Piccolo, he astutely discerned Trunks' vulnerabilities in this state. Chapter 49. Dialogue. Trunks' expression shifted slightly before he relaxed, sneering, do you think such bluster is effective? He did not consider himself to have any weaknesses in this state. Rather, he felt an explosive power surging within him that Cell could not withstand. Hiya! With a fierce roar, he unleashed his energy once more, his muscles swelling with renewed strength, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Heh! Cell observed Trunks' escalated might, mockingly retorting, your power has indeed surpassed mine, but that alone will not secure your victory. Trunks, disinterested in further banter, sought to conclude the battle swiftly. He charged again, and the two resumed their fierce struggle. In this instance, Cell evaded with remarkable agility, while Trunks found himself striking air with countless attacks, appearing exceedingly cumbersome. With a swift movement, Cell exploited an opening and delivered a punch to Trunks' abdomen. The latter coughed up blood, staggering back 2 steps, his eyes filled with confusion. Clearly, he was unaware of the situation's dynamics, why he couldn't land a blow on Cell, only to be caught off guard and struck himself. Frustrated, Trunks intensified his energy, arcs of lightning crackling around him as he ascended to a formidable level of power. Cell, observing the spectacle, shook his head mockingly, asserting, it seems you still fail to grasp that in your current state, you are utterly unworthy of my full strength. Taken aback by the derision, Trunks momentarily faltered, still oblivious to the source of his predicament. Seizing the opportunity, Cell lunged forward. By the time Trunks regained his senses, it was too late. A flurry of punches and kicks rained down upon him, rendering him defenseless. With a resounding thud, Cell's fist connected with Trunks' chest, sending him hurtling away. Immediately rising, Trunks harbored a deep-seated unwillingness to concede, preparing to engage once more. Yet, the outcome mirrored their previous encounter. His strikes failed to connect with Cell, who adeptly capitalized on Trunks' offensive openings, leaving him utterly defeated. With a thunderous blast, Cell unleashed a wave of energy. Trunks hastily raised his hands in defense, his footing faltering as he stumbled back several paces. The relentless combat had drained his stamina, and he remained perplexed as to why, despite his newfound strength, he was still unable to prevail. Observing Trunks' bewilderment, Cell seemed disinclined to conclude the battle swiftly, and with a hint of provocation, remarked, in fact, I can adopt your current state as well. With that, debris lifted around him, energy coalescing as his muscles expanded instantaneously. Trunks was rendered speechless, for Cell's transformation mirrored his own. Taking pleasure in Trunks' astonishment, Cell continued to taunt. This transformation is futile. It merely augments power without enhancing speed, and may even diminish it. No matter how great the strength, if one cannot land a blow, it is all in vain. I trust Vegeta understands this as well, which is why he refrained from fighting in your form. Upon hearing this explanation, Trunks was left in utter disbelief. He had believed himself to have surpassed his father, concealing this transformation out of fear of undermining Vegeta's pride. Little did he expect that the jester was, in fact, himself. He had now lost the will to fight, for this transformation represented his most formidable state. If he could not defeat Cell, he would be at the mercy of his adversary. Observing Trunks' despondent demeanor, Cell shook his head slightly and remarked, to be honest, I am profoundly disappointed in both you and your father. I had anticipated a worthy challenge. Yet this is the outcome. Witnessing Trunks' expression of helplessness, it seemed he had forgotten the prior humiliation he had endured. Trunks remained unresponsive to Cell's words. The outcome was already sealed, rendering further discourse unnecessary. Nevertheless, Cell persisted with his inquiries, saying, I am genuinely curious about how you managed to improve so rapidly within such a brief span. Given more time, do you believe you could enhance your abilities further? Trunks slowly lifted his head, his tone devoid of emotion as he replied, I am uncertain if I can continue to grow stronger. Cell appeared dissatisfied with this response, but already possessed an inkling of the answer. If granted additional time, they might indeed take another step forward. What of Goku? Why has he not arrived? Cell continued his interrogation, resembling an interrogator seeking the truth. He had yet to lay eyes upon Goku since his arrival in this realm, and was now intensely curious about how this individual compared to Vegeta in terms of power. Clenching his fists, Trunks retorted vehemently, Mr. Goku is still training. When his training is complete, that will be your end. At this, Cell's eyes lit up. Perhaps due to the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins, he suddenly found himself intrigued by the notion. Excellent. Cell nodded in satisfaction, extending a finger. One last question. Who was the individual that took away Android 18, and what is his name? Trunks, upon hearing Cell mention Leelin, instantly regained his composure. He had been so engrossed in his battle with Cell that he had completely overlooked the existence of such a formidable ally on Earth. Leelin's strength was unfathomable. No one had ever witnessed the full extent of his power. However, should he intervene, there remained a glimmer of hope to vanquish Cell and save the planet. He is Leelin, the strongest person on Earth. He has been living in seclusion for many years, only recently emerging. Trunks declared solemnly, a flicker of confidence rekindling in his eyes. Humph, the strongest, you say? Cell scoffed derisively. If you manage to find him, do inform him that the true strongest on Earth is I, Cell. He harbored some doubts regarding Leelin's identity. If he were indeed a hermit of great prowess, why had the future world succumbed to the devastation wrought by the androids? However, he chose not to ponder it further. Fueled by confidence in his own strength, he felt no fear, regardless of how powerful Leelin might be. Trunks, momentarily taken aback, pondered the implications of Cell's words. Did this mean that Cell was suggesting he convey a message to Mr. Leelin, perhaps indicating a desire to spare him? Before he could ponder deeply, Cell continued, I am preparing to host the world's foremost martial arts tournament, commencing in 10 days. The rules will be a wheel battle, and you may challenge me in turns. Chapter 50, Live Broadcast. Trunks, upon hearing this, felt a sense of confusion. However, before he could voice his questions, Cell had already departed from the island. Cell's intentions were quite straightforward. He harbored no particular desire for murder or world domination. Instead, he craved combat with the strong, wishing to instill fear among humanity on Earth. This inclination was likely linked to the cells of Goku and Vegeta that resided within him. As Trunks watched Cell fade into the distance, a tumult of emotions stirred within him, leaving him at a loss for thoughts. After a considerable time, he remembered that his father was still lying on the ground. He hurried over, relieved to find that he still had a senza bean on him. Once Vegeta consumed the bean, his consciousness began to awaken, restoring him to a state of health. He surveyed the surroundings, finding himself alone with Trunks, and quietly inquired, where is Cell? He did not believe that his son could defeat Cell. The only possibility was that Cell had chosen not to eliminate them, but had left on his own accord. I'm sorry, I couldn't defeat Cell. He has already left. Trunks spoke with his head bowed, filled with guilt. Vegeta crossed his arms and gazed into the distance, coolly remarking, I knew it. With your meager skills, how could you possibly triumph over Cell? Hearing his father's words, Trunks lowered his head even further, consumed by shame. He had thought he had surpassed his father, but it turned out he had been overly presumptuous. Where did he go? Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at him, stating blandly. Trunks shook his head, unaware of Cell's current whereabouts. He then revealed Cell's plan to host the world's greatest martial arts tournament, challenging all the strong warriors on Earth. Damn it! Upon hearing Trunks' account, Vegeta did not feel grateful to have survived. Instead, he was overwhelmed with a profound sense of shame. After a long pause, Vegeta uncrossed his arms and spoke solemnly. I must enter the hyperbolic time chamber once more. If only I could go in again, I would surely defeat Cell. Trunks, inspired by his father's determination, felt a glimmer of hope ignite within him. He resolved to train alongside his father, facing Cell together. In West City, Leelin gazed at the sky, observing the dissipating energy, and smiled softly. It seems the battle over there has concluded. Android 18, watching him intently, inquired curiously, who won? Trunks' energy surged earlier, surpassing Cell's. It should have been him, right? Leelin smiled and shook his head. Were he unaware of the plot? He might have shared the same belief based solely on the energy readings. It was likely that Cell had emerged victorious, although Trunks had shown considerable vigor. Cell was not easily vanquished. I tend to believe that Cell chose not to kill them, but rather left on his own accord, Leelin explained with a calm demeanor. On the 18th, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Ever since the emergence of Cell, a gnawing unease had settled within her. As long as this creature remained unvanquished, true peace would elude her. What, after all, were its intentions? She voiced her concerns. Leelin opted not to divulge any information, shrugging as he remarked, "Who knows? That being has assimilated the cells of so many individuals. Its thoughts may diverge significantly from those of a normal person." Upon hearing this explanation, the 18th shook her head in resignation. Nevertheless, she remained by Leelin's side, trusting that this man would steadfastly protect her. As dusk approached, the streets grew increasingly deserted. With no particular destination in mind, they chose to take refuge in a luxurious hotel. However, when Leelin proposed sharing a room, he was met with refusal. She explained that she was not yet prepared and needed time to come to terms with it. Leelin had no choice but to acquiesce. Indeed, it had only been half a day since they had truly gotten to know one another, and the pace of their relationship was undeniably swift. She certainly required time to process her feelings. Unfortunately for Leelin, he found himself in close proximity to a beautiful woman, yet unable to touch her, leaving a restless yearning within him. Sighing, he mused that this night, he would have to settle for the company of his fifth companion. Meanwhile, in the Celestial Palace, Sun Wukong and Gohan were engrossed in intense training within the hyperbolic time chamber. Outside, Piccolo wore a worried expression. Aware of Cell's intention to host the World Martial Arts Tournament, he resolved that once Goku emerged, he too would enter the chamber to train. Regardless of his own progress, he was determined to lend a hand when the time came. The following morning, Cell discovered a desolate wilderness. With a slight wave of his hands, an explosion erupted, flattening a chaotic heap of rubble. He then arranged several massive stones, creating a makeshift arena in under a minute. "Yes, this will suffice," Cell declared, nodding in satisfaction with a cold smile. "Now, it is time to spread the word." Within the world television station, people bustled about, preparing for the morning news and subsequent programming. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air. Boom! The emerald-hued cell burst through the wall of the building. Concurrently, viewers across the globe tuned in to the unfolding events on their screens. On Turtle Island, Master Roshi watched the fitness program intently. However, the broadcast suddenly flickered, and Cell's visage appeared. Standing confidently before the camera, he addressed humanity. "Greetings, people of Earth. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cell. I am the one who previously claimed many lives across various cities, as I once required human essence for my evolution, but that is no longer the case." He proceeded to announce the details of the martial arts tournament, inviting those watching the live broadcast to come forth and challenge him. "Oh, by the way," Sheriff shifted his tone and continued, "this competition follows the same rules as your esteemed martial arts tournament, with one notable exception: participants may be killed. I invite everyone to participate vigorously. There is no admission fee for this event. However, should one meet their demise, there will be no compensation. Furthermore, it is essential to note that should I emerge victorious, there will be no rewards for me. If no champion among humanity can defeat me, I shall eradicate mankind." As he spoke, he unleashed a wave of energy that shattered the wall behind him. The shockwave cascaded into the city beyond the television station, resulting in a cacophony of explosions, transforming a once thriving metropolis into a desolate ruin. "Huh." Sharu chuckled cruelly, and after completing his malevolent display, he departed through the gaping wall. Meanwhile, panic ensued across the globe. Various aerial vehicles sped away, desperately seeking refuge from their homes in search of safety. Transportation systems collapsed as individuals fled, burdened with their belongings. Leelin watched the news report detailing the chaos unfolding worldwide, shaking his head in resignation. This must be what they refer to as the ostrich mentality. Chapter 51. Why not attend for free? At that moment, the opulent hotel was devoid of guests, leaving only Leelin and Android 18. Leelin pondered, feeling speechless. Sharu had clearly stated that if the strongest on Earth were to lose, he would annihilate all of humanity. What was the point of fleeing now? Android 18 picked up a glass of juice and placed it beside Leelin, smiling as she inquired, "Will you attend the competition?" "Of course. They said there's no ticket fee, so why not go?" Leelin replied playfully, lifting the juice glass. His lightheartedness amused Android 18, bringing her some comfort in this dire situation. In the sacred hall, most of Earth's warriors had gathered. Through live broadcasts, they were informed about Sheru's martial arts tournament. Anticipation bubbled as they awaited the emergence of Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan, eager to witness the results of their training. That Kakarot is taking too long. Why hasn't he come out yet? Vegeta remarked, arms crossed, his tone laced with impatience. Hearing this, Piccolo approached the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber and calmly stated, "Once Goku emerges, I need to enter for my training." Vegeta glanced at him dismissively. "You still want to go in? I find that entirely unnecessary. It would just be a waste of time." Piccolo remained expressionless, unfazed by Vegeta's disdain, as if he was determined to enter regardless. Observing Piccolo's stubborn demeanor, Vegeta ceased the argument and smirked, "Very well, if you wish to enter. I shall concede a day to you. However, for the subsequent 8 days, this chamber is mine to utilize." Piccolo's lips curled into a slight smile. "Unfortunately, each individual may only enter the hyperbolic time chamber for a total of 2 days or 48 hours. Exceed that limit, and the door vanishes, leaving one trapped indefinitely." Vegeta's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. He originally thought he could continue using it indefinitely. If that were the case, 8 days would equate to 8 years. After 8 years of rigorous training, it would be trivial to confront anyone, be it Cell or any other adversary. Especially against that individual, he would feel no trepidation whatsoever. After a lengthy wait, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber finally creaked open. All eyes were fixed upon the entrance. Out stepped 2 figures, one tall and the other short, Son Goku and Son Gohan. Their attire was tattered, and they emerged in their Super Saiyan forms. Upon seeing Vegeta and Trunks, Goku inquired curiously, "What are you two doing here? Was Cell not defeated?" "Humph." Vegeta scoffed, turning his head away, unwilling to elaborate further on the matter. Trunks approached and gradually recounted the events concerning Cell to Goku. As Goku listened, he nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Cell truly is a genius. I fondly recall the World Martial Arts Tournament." As he spoke, his stomach began to rumble audibly. Rubbing his head, he grinned at Bulma, asking, "Could you prepare some food? I'm feeling rather hungry." Before long, Bulma had laid out a generous spread of food on the ground. The father and son showed no restraint, diving into the feast. Vegeta observed Goku's transformation. Though his expression remained inscrutable, he felt a profound shock. Could a Super Saiyan be wielded in such a manner? After satisfying their appetites, they changed into fresh garments. Vegeta approached and inquired, "Do you have confidence in defeating Cell, Kakarot?" Goku chuckled and shook his head, without having seen Cell's perfect form. "I cannot be certain." The group fell into a contemplative silence. If even Goku could not claim to defeat this foe with absolute certainty, who could possibly emerge victorious? Suddenly, nearly everyone arrived at a shared conclusion. Goku evidently had a thought as well. He turned to Vegeta and asked, "What about Leelin? Can he not handle Cell? Why haven't we seen him?" TCH. At the mention of this name, a flicker of annoyance crossed Vegeta's eyes, and he turned away, choosing to isolate himself. Goku, observing Vegeta's displeasure, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He was uncertain whether he had misspoken, as the atmosphere had suddenly shifted. Coughing softly, Trunks approached him and quietly recounted how Leelin had effortlessly knocked Cell down with a single punch and had overwhelmed Vegeta in less than a second. "Wow, no way!" Goku exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Leelin is that strong?" Even Vegeta, such a formidable opponent, was taken down in just a second. Trunks had intended to share this information discreetly, but Goku's sudden outcry ensured that everyone present heard about Vegeta's defeat at the hands of Leelin. As the crowd engaged in animated discussions, one prevailing sentiment emerged. Leelin was extraordinarily powerful, perhaps even capable of defeating Cell. Truly, Leelin was remarkable. In but a second, he astounded Vegeta and Krillin. However, upon detecting the disapproving glare from Vegeta, Krillin promptly halted his remarks. Vegeta, brimming with indignation, vehemently retorted, "Shut your foul mouth, Kakarot." Such comments were already irksome, and now Goku had brazenly voiced them, as if to ensure that everyone was aware. Vegeta felt his pride severely wounded. "Oh, Vegeta, it's all right. One must have the courage to acknowledge defeat. You have lost this time, but there will be opportunities to reclaim your honor," Goku offered with a cheerful smile. Yet, a person like him, devoid of sensitivity, could hardly grasp the concept of embarrassment. "Humph," Vegeta scoffed. Resolutely, he decided that once he entered, he would diligently train to surpass that detestable rival. Seeing that the conversation had reached a natural conclusion, Piccolo stepped forward and spoke calmly. I shall now assign the order of entry into the hyperbolic time chamber. Does anyone have any objections? He surveyed the group, and no one voiced dissent. After all, there were still 9 days remaining, ample time to spare, making any contention over the order of entry unnecessary. Goku waved his hand with a smile. There's no need to include Gohan and me. We want to be entering. In the coming days, we will train independently. They had already attained the full power of Super Saiyan 1, and further rigorous training seemed futile. What was needed now was to seize the moment to relax, followed by engaging in a vigorous battle, which would undoubtedly foster growth more swiftly than relentless training. With that, he and Gohan soared towards the temple below. Upon witnessing Goku's confident smile, Vegeta realized that Goku had undoubtedly surpassed him significantly, which explained his reluctance to train. This thought further demoralized Vegeta, fueling his resolve to train diligently and ultimately surpass those insufferable foes. Chapter 52. The countdown. The 10 days swiftly passed, and the time for the Cell Games had arrived. Leelin rose early, stretched languidly, and after attending to his morning routine, prepared to set off. Android 18 had also risen early, ready to accompany Leelin. A kilometer away, in the desolate wilderness, Cell stood silently on the arena, eyes closed. At this moment, the warriors of Earth had yet to arrive, but unexpectedly. A challenger had already stepped forward, Mr. Satan, the bearer of the hopes of the entire planet. He cast a derisive glance at Cell on the stage, while cameramen and reporters crouched on the cliffs. Mr. Satan beckoned them closer, indicating that such distance would not allow for an adequate view of his triumph over Cell. Bolstered by courage, the cameramen and reporters cautiously approached and posed a question to Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan, what are your thoughts on this battle? Humph. Mr. Satan scoffed, crossing his arms defiantly. As long as I am here, I will defeat this monster. The reporters, relieved by this response, exhaled deeply. Satan now stands as the most formidable force on Earth, exuding confidence that alleviates any tension. However, what transpired during the recent military siege on Cell, resulting in the explosion? The reporter, microphone in hand, posed the question earnestly. Satan shook his head, already harboring the answer within, and nonchalantly replied that it was merely a trick. Bombs had undoubtedly been pre-purchased, and the military, failing to conduct proper reconnaissance, recklessly advanced, thus falling into an ambush that led to the explosion. Ah, so that is the explanation. The reporter nodded slowly, finding this rationale rather acceptable. Viewers sitting before their televisions, engrossed in the live broadcast, also nodded in agreement upon hearing this logical and reasonable explanation. The reporter then began to extol Satan's prowess, recounting the numerous adversaries he had vanquished. As long as he remained, Earth would face no peril. Just as they were engaging in this grandiloquent praise, a figure suddenly descended from the heavens. It was Vegeta, who had awaited this day for an extended period. Both the reporter and Satan turned their gazes towards him. How could this individual be flying? The reporter inquired, casting his doubts. Satan slowly elucidated that it was merely an illusion, nothing remarkable. Oh. The reporter nodded and hurried to Vegeta, directing his microphone towards him. Pray tell, are you also participating in this competition? Do you not fear for your life? In his view, Vegeta, being diminutive compared to the towering Satan, was no match at all. Vegeta's attention, however, was entirely fixated on Cell, and he muttered a single word, scram. Recognizing the fierce demeanor of Vegeta, the reporter understood that this individual was not to be trifled with and retreated in dismay. Shortly thereafter, Android 16 arrived on the scene, restored to his former glory thanks to Bulma's repairs. Gradually, a multitude of figures appeared in the sky, Goku and the warriors of Earth. This battle was pivotal for the safety of the planet. Regardless of their individual strengths, they were determined to lend their support. The reporter gazed skyward, observing the descending group, and could not resist asking, Mr. Satan, why are all these individuals flying? Satan feigned calmness, at a loss for an explanation, as he too was unaware of how they could fly. Ahem. He could only clear his throat and blandly state, illusions. Mere illusions. These individuals must be in cahoots. At that moment, Cell, with his eyes tightly shut, finally opened them. His gaze slowly swept across the crowd, finally resting upon Goku. He discerned that the strongest among them was undoubtedly this individual. However, as he surveyed the assembly once more, his brow furrowed. Has that fellow not arrived? Cell murmured to himself. On the ground, Android 16 approached Goku, speaking in a low, serious tone. Goku, is it? Goku, hearing 16's voice, Promptly affirmed, yes. On the 16th day, number 16 nodded slowly and spoke with an air of indifference. I was created by Dr. Gero to defeat you. Therefore, once this competition concludes, I shall fulfill this task. I hope you are mentally prepared. Sun Wukong responded with a confident smile. All right, I am ready anytime. While they were still conversing, Leelin arrived at the scene with number 18. Upon seeing Leelin, Cell narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked nonchalantly, You have finally arrived. Sun Wukong, upon noticing him, joyfully approached and greeted, Long time no see, Leelin. Leelin smiled back, playfully punched him, and said, It hasn't been long. Just a few days. It's you who has spent too long in the hyperbolic time chamber. Sun Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. Indeed, from a normal perspective, they had only been apart for a few days. However, for him, an entire year had passed. Trunks felt a significant relief seeing Leelin's arrival. If anyone in attendance could potentially defeat Cell, it would most likely be Leelin. Vegeta turned his head away, unwilling to gaze upon that face. While the others continued their chatter, Cell noticed that everyone had gathered and decided not to wait any longer. He clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Very well. It seems everyone is here, so let us begin, Cell sneered, surveying the audience. Who shall be the first? You, or perhaps you. He pointed at Leelin, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta, seemingly dismissing them entirely. Sun Wukong was already eager to engage. He had been longing for a fight after spending so much time in the hyperbolic time chamber. Although his battles with Son Gohan had been intense, they were still father and son. Even in the heat of battle, it was impossible to go all out. There had always been a degree of restraint. I'll go first, Sun Wukong shouted, anxious that someone might contest him. He then looked at Leelin and Vegeta, asking, Is it alright if I take the first shot? His only concern was Leelin, fearing that if Leelin were to strike, his chance for battle would be lost. After all, they had fought countless times, and he was more aware of Leelin's strength than anyone else. Even though he had reached full power in Super Saiyan form, he felt that such power was utterly insufficient against Leelin. Leelin nodded with a smile. All right. As friends, he was happy to let Sun Wukong take the lead. Vegeta spoke in a low voice. I have no objections, but when it comes time to determine the victor, I must be the one to fight. Under different circumstances, he would never concede. Yet, he was genuinely curious about the extent of Sun Wukong's progress. To satisfy this curiosity, he might as well play the role of a spectator. Chapter 53. Sun Wukong vs. Cell. Seeing that Sun Wukong was preparing to step up first, a faint smile crept across Cell's lips. He had no objections to the order of combatants. It mattered little to him who went first. Furthermore, he had yet to engage in a formal battle with Sun Wukong, and he was quite eager for the encounter. Satan stood upon the arena. Incensed by the fact that both the formidable Cell on stage and the multitude below seemed to completely disregard his presence. His ire surged as he noticed Sun Wukong preparing to enter the fray, prompting him to rush to the edge of the platform. You imbeciles! This is perilous. Do you think this is merely childish play? Satan bellowed, asserting himself as Earth's mightiest protector, a mantle he felt was his to bear in safeguarding the planet. Meanwhile, a reporter, accompanied by a cameraman, hurried to Sun Wukong's side, inquiring, Are you certain you wish to engage in this battle? It could be fatal. Sun Wukong, with a calm smile, replied nonchalantly, Of course. This response irked Satan further. He could not fathom how anyone could be so reckless. He forcefully shoved aside the cameraman and reporter, vociferously declaring, Young man, you are far too inexperienced. You do not comprehend the true danger posed by Cell. This battle is perilous, and a moment's lapse could lead to your demise. Krillin, unable to bear the sight, interjected, We have come to accept the challenge, fully aware of the risks involved. In essence, their purpose was to protect humanity on Earth. Yet, it was maddening that there were still those who, in their ignorance, attempted to dissuade Wukong. Krillin looked at the older man with disdain and asked, And who might you be? Upon hearing that someone did not recognize him, Satan straightened his posture, launching into an elaborate self-introduction, boasting of his titles, World Champion and Earth's Strongest. The live broadcast continued, with humanity captivated by the unfolding drama. To his surprise, Satan's introduction elicited a significant cheer from the crowd, revealing his unexpected popularity. However, in the next moment, what transpired left them utterly astonished. Cell, who had been poised for battle, grew increasingly vexed by Satan's incessant prattle. I am here to fight, not to listen to your blather. With that, he unleashed a powerful energy wave, striking Satan and causing him to evaporate into a pile of charred remains. "Enough of your incessant rambling," Cell coldly remarked. The reporter was left dumbfounded, the cameraman equally bewildered, and the viewers at home were left in shock. They could hardly fathom that Satan, heralded as the strongest human, had been so effortlessly obliterated, seemingly leaving no trace behind. Across the globe, those who witnessed the event were plunged into despair. If their savior could be so easily vanquished, who then could stand against Cell? Panic ensued, and a mass exodus erupted across the planet. How infuriating! Sun Wukong seethed at the sight. While Satan may have been verbose, he had not committed any wrongdoing. Regardless of his power, his willingness to confront Cell demonstrated a commendable courage, a desire to contribute to the defense of Earth. Viewed from another perspective, he embodied a greater sense of justice than most on the planet. Why was this so? Why have you taken a life before the competition has even commenced? Son Goku inquired, his voice laced with fury, innately benevolent. He could not bear witness to such a scene. Although he was a Saiyan, his upbringing on Earth had led him to regard its inhabitants as his kin. Umph. Cell scoffed with disdain. As the initiator of this contest, I possess the authority to establish the rules. The moment one steps onto this stage, the challenge officially begins. Whether one lives or dies is entirely contingent upon one's own capabilities. The reporters and cameramen, upon hearing this, glanced nervously at the stage, now devoid of all but Cell and themselves. Terrified, they hastily descended from the platform, fearful that lingering too long might render them the next victims. Though Leelin felt a pang of sympathy for Satan, he acknowledged Cell's reasoning. This world, after all, operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest, where strength reigns supreme. Only those with sufficient power can dictate absolute rules. Little did they know that in the future, Beerus would annihilate an entire planet, leaving the beings inhabiting those worlds utterly blameless. Yet, no one dared utter a word of dissent against him, let alone the Omni-King, whose mere gesture could obliterate the universe. With countless lives extinguished under his hand, unquantifiable. Still, many revered him. Why? Simply because of his overwhelming might. Thus, in this realm, the maxim holds true, might makes right. With a deep exhalation, Son Goku attempted to quell the tempest of anger within him. He chose not to continue the argument, for verbal sparring was not his forte. Gradually, he ascended the platform, prompting a slight smile from Cell. "I've heard you are well versed in everyone's techniques, and quite formidable. Let me witness your true prowess." Son Goku replied calmly, assuming a combat stance. Haha. Cell grinned wickedly, adopting a battle posture himself. The arena fell into an eerie silence, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Vegeta watched with anticipation, eager to discern the extent of Goku's current power, pondering whether his own time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber had allowed him to surpass his rival. For approximately 10 minutes, the two faced off, until Son Goku made the first move. Cell, not daring to be complacent, swiftly prepared to defend. They clashed at the center of the stage, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows. Observers could discern that neither was exerting their full strength. They were merely probing each other's abilities, as this was their inaugural encounter, necessitating an understanding of one another's combat styles. After a prolonged skirmish that, while appearing intense, was merely a prelude, the two fighters separated after 3 minutes of mutual testing. Cell, observing Goku standing resolutely, coolly remarked, "Is it time to unleash your full power? I have no interest in indulging in such trivial games." Goku chuckled, his hands clenched tightly. "Indeed, I was just thinking the same." With that declaration, a radiant golden aura enveloped him, his immense energy causing arcs of electricity to dance around him, and the ground trembled slightly beneath their feet. Sun Wukong raised his hands high, an astonishing aura soaring into the heavens, his body radiating brilliant golden light after unleashing his energy. "Huh, now this is more like it," remarked Cell, a smirk gracing his lips, clearly pleased that Sun Wukong had not disappointed him. Cell unfurled the wings on his back and clenched his fists, letting out a furious roar. In response, a tempest erupted, the powerful shockwave rendering those nearby unable to maintain their footing. Cell's current state mirrored that of Sun Wukong, both gleaming with radiant energy, though his glow was a deep purple, while Sun Wukong's shone golden. Yet, in terms of their auras, they appeared nearly indistinguishable. Chapter 54. A dazzling battle. Vegeta looked on in astonishment, unable to fathom the sheer terror of Sun Wukong's strength. Just the aura alone surpassed his own significantly. Leelin nodded subtly, The two warriors on the stage had evidently ascended to a tier far beyond the others. As this thought crossed his mind, he discreetly glanced at Gohan. If anyone here could surpass these two, it would undoubtedly be Son Gohan. His training talent was nothing short of exceptional, having already eclipsed both Son Wukong and Vegeta. Had he not neglected his martial arts in later stages, his prowess would surely have outstripped everyone else's by a considerable margin. Of course, such matters were for another time. Android 18 observed the formidable presence of the two fighters with incredulity. She tugged at Leelin's sleeve, inquiring, "Who do you think will emerge victorious?" Leelin affectionately ruffled her hair and replied with a smile, "At present, they appear evenly matched. However, if the battle continues, Cell is likely to gain the upper hand." His words were diplomatically phrased. In truth, while these two fighters seemed evenly matched, it was only a temporary illusion. Cell was not yet exerting his full strength. He was still engaging in the fight with a playful demeanor. "Oh." Android 18 was surprised by Leelin's high regard for Cell. Her curiosity piqued as she continued, "How do they compare to you?" Leelin chuckled, touching his nose thoughtfully before responding, "In comparison to me, they can only be described in 4 words. "What 4 words?" Android 18 pressed. "Mediocre and insignificant." Leelin replied candidly. After all, in the presence of his girlfriend, there was no need for excessive modesty. A little boasting was permissible. Moreover, he was not entirely exaggerating. Although the two were not utterly incompetent, they certainly could not match his current capabilities. Haha. Android 18's laughter chimed like silver bells as she remarked, "Then I can rest easy." Her inquiry was more rooted in concern for Leelin, given that Cell's displayed power had already exceeded most people's expectations. She had not anticipated such a confident response from him. As they conversed, the duel on the stage escalated into a fierce confrontation. The figures of the two combatants moved with such swiftness that the ordinary eye could no longer track them. Were it not for the continuous sounds of their clashes echoing throughout the arena, one might hardly believe a battle was unfolding. Bang, bang, bang. The two combatants on the field engaged in a relentless exchange of offense and defense, their swift movements creating a dazzling spectacle. Initially, they exchanged blows, but as their speed increased, they found themselves unable to land a hit on one another. The sounds of impact faded away, replaced by a continuous hum of rushing air and occasional sonic booms. "This is too fast. I can hardly keep up," Krillin lamented, rubbing his eyes in frustration. Tien and Yamcha shrugged, sharing a similar sentiment. Their own abilities were insufficient, rendering them spectators struggling to comprehend the battle unfolding before them. In contrast, Vegeta, Trunks, Gohan, and Piccolo were able to discern the dynamics of the fight clearly, their superior strength allowing them to follow the action without difficulty. Among them, Android 16 had the clearest view. As a machine, his eyes functioned like cameras, capturing every detail of the battle, which he could then analyze frame by frame with ease. On the battlefield, the duel continued, having persisted for half an hour without a clear victor. Suddenly, Goku seized an opportunity, delivering a knee strike to Cell's abdomen. Cell winced momentarily but quickly recovered, retaliating with a punch aimed at Goku's face. With 2 muffled thuds, the fighters momentarily separated. As the spectators exhaled in relief at the brief pause in the fierce contest, Cell expressed his satisfaction, stating, "Your strength is quite impressive. This is what a battle should be, unlike that dull encounter with Vegeta." His voice, though not loud, reached everyone's ears clearly. Vegeta's expression darkened at the remark. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, he found such an assessment intolerable. Goku, now bearing numerous wounds and drenched in sweat, did not feel fatigued. He proclaimed, "I enjoy this battle as well, but I must eliminate you for the lives you've taken on Earth." Cell chuckled coldly, beckoning him to continue. "Then let us proceed." Instantly, the two resumed their intense exchange of attacks, ascending from the ground into the air. The tremors from their conflict had not ceased since it began, leaving the onlookers both exhilarated and anxious, concerned that Goku might falter at any moment. At that moment, it was clear that aside from Goku, no one else present could rival Cell. Even with Leelin still in the arena, uncertainty loomed over whether he could defeat Cell, who had transformed into a far more formidable opponent than before. Watching his father battle, Gohan remained calm and steadfast. His strength has undergone a remarkable transformation. Even if his father were to falter against Cell, he would step in. The sound of collisions reverberated continuously. The two combatants descended from the sky to the ground. Goku unleashed a wave of energy with a swift motion. Cell, caught off guard, raised his arms to shield his chest. The force of the energy wave was immense, propelling him backward several meters. Had he not twisted his body to deflect the energy blast, he might have found himself falling off the edge of the arena. According to the rules he had established, falling from the arena would result in a loss. Goku harbored a flicker of hope that Cell would adhere to the rules and, upon defeat, spare the lives of the humans on Earth. However, he was overly naive. Cell, sensing this folly, smirked slightly and said, "This arena is quite the hindrance. I cannot fully unleash my potential." With that, he strode to the center of the arena and declared, "Now, I shall alter the rules and remove the constraints of the arena." With a flash of golden light, an immense energy erupted from his being. Boom! A mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, and the shockwave radiated outward. The onlookers instinctively crouched down, shielding their eyes with their arms. Android 18, witnessing the shockwave approaching, hastily protected herself. Leelin spoke calmly, "Do not worry." With a casual wave of his hand, he unleashed a counter shockwave of equal pressure, neutralizing the two forces in an instant. While others were left disheveled and unable to open their eyes, the air around them remained perfectly normal, demonstrating Leelin's remarkable precision in controlling energy. Chapter 55. I yield. As the echo of the explosion subsided, the massive storm dissipated. The crowd, shielding their eyes, slowly opened them to find the arena had vanished, reduced to rubble. Cell nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Now I can truly showcase my abilities." Goku's gaze was fixed intently on him, displaying no sign of anger at the sudden change in rules. In truth, he had been prepared for this. Facing such a merciless demon, he had never expected him to abide by the rules. "Here comes my attack," Cell exclaimed, his eyes narrowing. With his palm directed at Goku, he relentlessly fired energy blasts. Goku dodged left and right, continuously evading Cell's onslaught. Seizing an opportunity, he raised both hands against the energy waves, simultaneously launching several blasts. The two began to exchange blows in a fierce duel. The tremendous impact caused the onlookers to struggle to maintain their footing. After the exchange, Goku initiated his assault, while Cell adeptly defended himself. The two ascended from the ground to the sky and then descended once more. Nearby rubble, disturbed by their fierce combat, seemed to defy gravity, floating in the air. "Huh! Huh!" Each of their strikes landed with resounding force, their shouts growing louder with each exchange. Goku felt his stamina waning. If this continued, he feared he might face defeat. With a resolute determination, he summoned all of his strength and propelled Cell into the air with a fierce burst of energy. Following this, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Cell soaring upwards. As Son Goku witnessed Cell being launched into the sky, he did not immediately pursue. Instead, he clasped his hands together and bellowed, "Kamehameha!" A brilliant beam of light erupted from below. Cell, confronted by the overwhelming wave of energy, felt an intense dread surging within him. He had not anticipated that Son Goku would unleash such a formidable attack with such sudden force. Boom! The Kamehameha struck Cell with precision, causing violent tremors in the air. The very fabric of space seemed to destabilize, manifesting small cracks. Gasping for breath, Son Goku's sweat fell like beads. Had he succeeded? Krillin clenched his fists, gazing intently at the sky. All eyes were fixed in anticipation, unwavering in their focus. Thud! Cell's lower half plummeted to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As for the upper half, it had completely vanished. "Wonderful! Cell has been eliminated," Tien shouted with joy. With such a devastating blow, there was no way he could survive. Even if some consciousness lingered in his lower half, it posed no threat. Nonetheless, Son Goku remained vigilant, for he sensed a potent aura emanating from Cell's remaining half. Suddenly, an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. Cell, with only half of his body, sprang back to life in a fluid motion. This is bad. Cell is not dead, Piccolo realized. Indeed, before their very eyes, the flesh at the severed point began to quiver. In the next moment, Cell's upper body regenerated from the wound. "Huh, impressive. You nearly had me." Cell twisted his head, testing the mobility of his newly formed body. This revival had drained much of his energy. However, due to the Saiyan's unique traits, his strength had further increased. In contrast, Son Goku had exhausted his energy with that last attack. He was now at his limit. "Can you continue?" Cell sneered, recognizing that Goku had reached his breaking point. Even if the battle persisted, defeat was merely a matter of time. "Of course," Son Goku replied, forcing himself to appear at ease. With that, the two resumed their fierce confrontation. Bang! Bang! The sounds of their clashes echoed continuously, reducing the surrounding mountains to rubble. Son Goku finally reached his limit, his movements growing increasingly sluggish. The force behind his punches began to wane. Seizing the opportunity, Cell struck Goku with a punch, sending him flying, and followed up with a ki blast. Boom! Goku crashed into the ground. Though he survived, his aura was no longer as formidable as it had once been. As the dust began to settle, Son Goku struggled to crawl out of the crater. Gasping for breath, he fought to rise from the earth. His body, in fact, did not suffer any grievous injuries. It was merely the prolonged and intense combat that had drained his stamina. Observing Goku's state, Cell disdainfully remarked, "It appears you have reached your limit." Goku, rather than forcing himself, calmly nodded in acknowledgement. He was indeed at the end of his strength. Continuing the fight would inevitably lead to his demise. To be honest, I'm quite exhausted myself. Why not consume a senzu bean? After restoring your energy, you might stand a chance against me, Cell suggested with a sinister grin. It seemed he was not wholly satisfied with the prospect of simply eliminating Goku. Trunks, upon hearing Cell's suggestion, suddenly regained his composure. Yes, they still had senzu beans. If Goku ingested one, perhaps the tide of battle could turn. Krillin, when you descended from the temple, did you not bring some senzu beans? Hurry and give one to Goku. He might just defeat Cell. Trunks urged eagerly. Krillin, however, was momentarily at a loss. He understood Goku well enough to know that, despite the merit of the suggestion, Goku would undoubtedly refuse it. Trunks, noticing Krillin's silence, grew anxious. Vegeta, overhearing his son's words, could not contain his fury and bellowed, "Are you still a proud Saiyan? Kakarot will never accept such an offer. Abandon that notion." Trunks, chastised, appeared despondent. He glanced at the expressions of those around him. They seemed to hope for Goku to consume the senzu bean and continue the fight. Yet none dared to voice it. They all recognized the futility of the suggestion. Goku regarded Cell's proposal, while it was indeed a viable option. He was resolute in his decision not to accept it. With a gentle smile, he shook his head and said slowly, "You are truly formidable. I have exerted all my strength. I will not consume the senzu bean. I concede. You have won." This response took many by surprise. Kakarot has conceded, Vegeta exclaimed, astonished. He had anticipated that Goku would stubbornly battle until the very end, yet he was met with words of surrender. This revelation filled him with rage. As he wondered where the pride of the Saiyans had vanished to, had it all been devoured like so much refuse? To concede on the battlefield, was this an act befitting a Saiyan? Chapter 56. I am contemplating how to defeat him. Cell was somewhat taken aback. He had presumed Goku would choose to fight on, even without the senzu bean. To his astonishment, Goku truly surrendered, seemingly without a trace of regret. Goku's reasoning was quite simple. He was utterly spent, and there was no merit in needless resistance. The only one present capable of overcoming Cell was Gohan. As for Leelin, Goku had never witnessed his true prowess, so he was not a consideration at this moment. He genuinely wished to see the outcome of a battle between his son and Cell. Goku has actually conceded, Android 18 remarked, frowning. Leelin smiled gently and remarked, "If you concede, then concede it is. Now, prepare to witness my performance." He was aware of Sun Wukong's intentions to have his son fight in his stead. However, he was not inclined to wait any longer. He had just witnessed the fierce clash between Sun Wukong and Cell. A restless energy surged within him, compelling him to take charge of this contest. As for Son Gohan, should the opportunity arise, he would grant him a chance to showcase his abilities. Cell, observing Sun Wukong's nonchalant demeanor, coldly stated, "Since you have surrendered, step aside. Who will take the stage next?" The onlookers exchanged glances, pondering who among them could possibly stand a chance if even Wukong was bested. Sun Wukong offered a faint smile, preparing to speak, when suddenly a figure stepped forward. "Allow me to engage you," Leelin declared, fixing his gaze on Cell. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Cell's pupils constricted sharply. "Ah, yes, I almost forgot about you." He had longed to personally eliminate the one who had caused him significant distress. To his surprise, that very individual had emerged. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow slightly. His intention had been to allow Gohan to take the stage. Yet, he quickly found solace in the fact that Leelin would step up instead. Eager to witness the true extent of his prowess, the crowd felt a measure of relief upon seeing Leelin ascend the arena. Can Leelin secure a victory? Krillin inquired, filled with uncertainty. He recognized Leelin's strength, yet this opponent was far more formidable than those previously encountered. Son Gohan, observing Leelin's ascent. Shook his head slowly. I don't know. His own power had surpassed that of Sun Wukong, granting him a clearer perspective on the situation than the others. Yet, Leelin remained an enigma. Few had witnessed his battles, and those who had invariably noted his victories were executed with remarkable finesse and seemingly minimal effort. Leelin, do you feel confident? Sun Wukong asked, his concern evident. He understood that Cell possessed immense strength and, from their recent skirmish, he realized he was outmatched. Although he had sparred with Leelin several times, he had never seen him unleash his full potential. The fear of an unforeseen catastrophe loomed large. Thus, he preferred Gohan to take the lead, confident in his son's ability to defeat the current Cell. If these thoughts were overheard by others, they would likely scoff, questioning Sun Wukong's paternal instincts. If it were Piccolo, he would undoubtedly refuse to let Gohan step into the fray. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Leelin pondered briefly before shaking his head slowly. This reaction sent a wave of anxiety through Wukong, who felt apprehensive at the unfolding scene. The spectators, too, began to feel a sense of unease. Since Leelin's appearance, he had seemed like a savior. Yet now it appeared that Cell's power had escalated to a level that even he could not confidently confront. Android 18, witnessing Leelin's gesture, furrowed her brow in concern. She could not comprehend why he shook his head, as he had previously asserted that Cell was not a formidable adversary and could be easily dealt with. As Sheru observed Leelin shaking his head, a faint smile emerged at the corners of his lips, and a sense of pride swelled within him. It seemed this fellow was not as formidable as he had presumed. Perhaps it was indeed the case that he, Leelin, was exceptionally skilled. If you are unable to contend with Sheru, it would be best for you to withdraw. I have already made my decision regarding the contender, Son Goku declared kindly, though he harbored concerns for Leelin's safety. After all, they had shared a period of coexistence and training, forging a strong friendship. Should any misfortune befall him, it would cause Goku considerable sorrow. The spectators, upon hearing that Son Goku had selected a fighter, shifted their gaze towards Vegeta. Among the gathered crowd, only Vegeta possessed the strength to stand alongside Goku. If anyone were to take the stage next, it was undoubtedly him. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, beads of sweat began to form on Vegeta's brow, and he felt a sense of foreboding. He too believed he was the chosen one Goku had in mind. Yet, he was far from prepared, particularly in light of Sheru's overwhelming power. He was acutely aware of his inferiority and perceived Goku's actions as akin to throwing him into a blazing fire. While you worry for this fellow's life, can't you spare a thought for me? Vegeta mused, though in truth, he was overthinking the situation. Goku had been referring to his son, Gohan, not him. Leelin, upon hearing Goku's advice, was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the tension in the faces around him and realizing their misunderstanding. With a gentle wave of his hand, he smiled and said, I am not without confidence. I am merely contemplating the most effective means to defeat Sheru. After all, there are numerous methods, and it may take a moment to devise the best one. Son Goku, hearing his words, opened his mouth in surprise. He wanted to respond, but found himself at a loss for words. What method to defeat Sheru? There are so many. Could he truly be so confident? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Surely he did not mean to imply that vanquishing Sheru was as trivial as slaughtering a chicken. Did he truly need to deliberate on the manner of his demise? Sheru's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a stormy expression of anger. His face turned a shade of green with fury. He could hardly fathom Leelin's audacity in contemplating various strategies. Hence, he resolved to demonstrate through sheer power that Leelin would not have the luxury of employing any tactics. The outcome would invariably be his demise. Therefore, there is no need for concern. You may take your leave and observe. Leelin continued with a smile. Against an opponent like Sheru, he need not exert his full strength. Although Sheru was on the verge of surpassing Super Saiyan 2, the disparity in their power remained as profound as an abyss. Even should Sheru break through, Leelin would not be daunted, for his own strength had already eclipsed that of Super Saiyan 2. Engaging in combat would undoubtedly prove somewhat taxing, but manageable. Observing Leelin's unwavering confidence, number 18 finally felt a sense of relief. After all, she had come to regard Leelin as her partner, and the thought of any misfortune befalling him was deeply unsettling. That would truly break her heart. Chapter 57, I Surrender as Well. Sun Wukong wisely stepped aside. Leelin stretched his body, his expression radiating an extraordinary calmness. He gestured with his hand towards Cell, saying, You may strike first. I fear you might miss your opportunity otherwise. Upon hearing Leelin's words, A flicker of malice crossed Cell's face as he coldly retorted. You remain as arrogant as ever. However, it is only by defeating someone like you that I shall feel a sense of accomplishment. After uttering these words, he vanished, reappearing before Leelin in an instant. His right fist swung forward violently, generating a fierce gust of wind, imbued with immense destructive power. Heh! Leelin observed the approaching punch, chuckling lightly. He slightly tilted his body, making a minimal movement that perfectly allowed him to evade the strike. Leelin chose not to counterattack. He yearned for a genuine battle, recognizing that his combat prowess needed enhancement. As Cell's blow missed, his expression darkened instantly. He then launched a second wave of attacks, his fists igniting the air with friction, targeting Leelin from various angles. Unperturbed, Leelin moved with agility, blending seamlessly with the air. Each of Cell's tempestuous assaults met with failure. What? Cell thought, astonished. His current attack frequency surpassed that during his battle with Wukong. Yet how was he unable to land a single hit? Can you not move any faster? Leelin remarked nonchalantly, casually slipping his hands into his pockets, clearly retaining considerable strength. This statement and gesture pierced Cell's heart like a thorn. Fool, do not underestimate me. Cell growled in a low voice. Instantly, his golden aura doubled in intensity. At that moment, he unleashed all his power, the crackling lightning surrounding him resonating fiercely. This state was perilously close to Super Saiyan 2. But that final step to surpassing it remained exceedingly arduous. Behold, this is the full extent of my might. Cell proclaimed with a triumphant smile, as if showcasing his prowess. Huh. Leelin raised an eyebrow, smiling as he replied, Is this truly all you have? Can you not elevate yourself further? Cell, infuriated by this dismissive remark, believed that his opponent was merely posturing, attempting to psychologically undermine him, provoking him into error during combat. However, possessing the cells of many, his intellect was sharp. He would not fall prey to such a basic mistake. Then let me see what emboldens you to speak thus, Cell said, furrowing his brow with a solemn tone. He then propelled himself forward like a cannonball, launching from the ground. Leelin bent slightly to evade Cell's oncoming charge. Cell hurtled forward, then abruptly halted, pivoting to dash again like a phantom. Just as he was about to make contact, an explosive force emanated from Leelin, sending him hurtling backward. The onlookers were left in astonishment, rendered speechless by the spectacle. They had presumed that Cell was formidable enough that even Leelin could not sway him. However, it became evident that they were mistaken. Leelin's strength far surpassed their expectations. With merely a surge of energy, he had flung the menacing Cell away. What would the outcome be if he were to strike? As Cell soared through the air, a look of growing terror began to manifest in his eyes. He hesitated to charge forward, a hint of trepidation evident in his demeanor. What is the matter? Why the hesitation? Leelin inquired with a smile, observing Cell's indecisiveness. Gulp. Cell swallowed hard. Indeed, he was reluctant to advance further. From the very beginning, Leelin had approached the confrontation with such nonchalance that the prospect of engaging him seriously filled Cell with uncertainty. His mind raced as he contemplated a strategy. He no longer wished to continue the fight and sought an opportunity to retreat, intending to train further before challenging him once more. I concede. The match is over. You have won, Cell proclaimed, his words struggling to escape his lips. The Saiyan blood coursing through him urged him not to yield, to fight until the very end. Yet, reason prevailed, urging him to withdraw while he still had the chance to escape unscathed. Upon hearing these words, Leelin furrowed his brow slightly. Clearly taken aback by Cell's concession, he had not yet tired of the contest. He sought to seize this opportunity to further enhance his abilities. The spectators exchanged bewildered glances, incredulous at what they had just heard. Did Cell just admit defeat? Did you hear that? Krillin asked those around him. The responses were unanimous. Although Cell's voice had been low, they had all clearly understood. It was confirmed. Cell had indeed chosen to concede. Damn it! Vegeta clenched his fists, having just been intimidated by Cell's prowess. To his astonishment, this individual had chosen to surrender in the face of Leelin. Was Leelin's strength truly that formidable? Oh, he surrendered? Goku scratched his head, displaying a hint of disappointment. I wasn't finished watching. Piccolo and Trunks, however, remained cautious. They were both surprised yet relieved by Cell's voluntary concession. The pressing question now was what would happen next. After all, Cell had previously declared that if the powerful beings of Earth were to lose, he would annihilate humanity. Yet now that he had lost, he remained silent on the matter. Surrender, Leelin murmured softly. Cell nodded earnestly, a smile creeping onto his face as he replied, "Indeed, I concede. You have won. As a consequence, I shall not harm humanity in the future. May I leave now?" He felt a sense of satisfaction, commending his own cleverness. From the very beginning, he had ensured an escape route for himself. After a few years of dedicated training, he would be able to handle any insignificant foe like Leelin. "Fine, I concede." Leelin pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. A smile blossomed on Sheru's lips, but in the next instant, that smile froze on his face. However, the price of surrender was not so simple. For a monster like you, choosing to concede only leads to death. Leelin's eyes narrowed, his voice cutting like a blade. He had intended to engage in a fair fight, not to kill him outright, for he believed that Gohan would ultimately resolve the situation. Yet, the sudden decision to surrender felt like an insult to his intelligence, a slight he could not tolerate. Upon hearing those words laced with murderous intent, Sheru panicked and hastily waved his hands. No, that is not part of the rules. Leelin had no intention of granting him the opportunity to explain. In a heartbeat, he was already before him. Bang! A punch landed, penetrating his chest. Sheru coughed up a mouthful of purple blood, his aura plummeting. He had not anticipated that Leelin would strike so suddenly, nor that his strength would be so formidable. Leaning close to Sheru's ear, Leelin spoke with a calm demeanor. "I thought you had prepared yourself for death by hosting this competition." Chapter 58. Playing dead. Sheru's face was a mask of terror. It was evident that Leelin truly intended to kill him. Enduring the excruciating pain, he forcefully retreated. A stream of purple blood gushed from the gaping wound in his chest. "Ah!" Sheru cried out. In an instant, the gaping hole in his body miraculously healed itself. However, he had lost all desire to continue the fight, for Leelin's displayed power far exceeded his expectations. His attacks were futile, while a single punch from Leelin could pierce through him. The disparity in strength was so evident that even a fool would recognize the futility of opposition. "I must flee. As long as I survive, I can conceal my presence and train diligently for a few years. I can return for vengeance later," Sheru thought to himself. In an instant, he vanished from sight, intent on escaping. Yet, Leelin had already discerned his intentions. There was no way he would let him flee so easily. Suddenly, Leelin also disappeared from his position, and within less than a second, Sheru's body crashed heavily to the ground. Leelin descended slowly, his demeanor calm as he remarked, "What is this? Still contemplating your escape?" He then sighed softly, adding, "But I advise you not to waste your efforts. No matter how fast you are, you remain utterly insignificant in my eyes." As he spoke, Leelin raised his hand gently, a white glow sweeping past. Upon seeing the energy emanating from Leelin's hand, Sheru's heart raced. For reasons unknown, he was suddenly reminded of the moment when Leelin had shattered half of his body with a single punch. That sensation was all too familiar, and the memory was vivid enough to make his body tremble involuntarily. Though he was uncertain of the true potency of the technique, it was evident that it was not to be trifled with. If struck, he feared for his very life. As thoughts raced through his mind, an idea suddenly struck him. This adversary likely remained oblivious to the core within him. As long as it remained intact, he would not truly perish. When the blow landed, he would feign defeat, collapsing theatrically and playing dead. Perhaps this ruse would allow him to escape with his life. Resolute in his scheme, he adopted a fearful demeanor, pleading, "Please, do not kill me. I assure you, I shall not commit any more wrongdoings. I will be a better person and start anew." Leelin chuckled lightly, finding the plea eerily reminiscent of words once uttered by Frieza's father, King Cold. However, the time for mercy had long passed. He understood that such beings were incapable of transformation. "Perhaps in your next life," Leelin remarked calmly, denying him any chance for rebuttal as the energy he had summoned coalesced, ready to strike. In an instant, the energy transformed into a beam, striking like a meteor straight into Sheru's heart. How devoid of compassion! Sheru inwardly cursed, though he complied with a dramatic scream, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth as he was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground not far away. He lay there, motionless, as if a lifeless corpse, exuding not a breath of life. Eyes firmly shut, he appeared to depart in tranquility, secretly reveling in the belief that his performance was flawless, without a hint of flaw. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, bewildered by Sheru's sudden downfall. After what felt like an eternity, they regained their senses. "Is Sheru dead?" Son Goku inquired, gazing at the unmoving form on the ground with uncertainty. "It seems so. I can no longer sense his energy," Trunks replied, his eyes fixed intently on Sheru's lifeless body. Krillin and the others, witnessing this scene, were overwhelmed with joy. This fiend, who had haunted their thoughts and dreams, was finally vanquished, though the process had been rather swift. The crisis that loomed over the earth had been resolved. Let us not celebrate just yet. My instincts tell me that the matter may not be so straightforward. Piccolo cautioned the group in a grave tone. While Leelin's displayed might was indeed formidable, the ease with which he had subdued Sheru left many feeling uneasy. The others, however, were pulled back into reality by Piccolo's words, yet their expressions were no longer tense. Relief and ease replaced their earlier apprehension. They believed Piccolo was merely overly anxious, making a mountain out of a molehill. If it were that simple, we could just go check for ourselves, Vegeta remarked nonchalantly, crossing his arms. With that, he soared toward Sheru's corpse. The rest, feeling no trepidation now that Sheru was defeated, followed suit, gathering around the fallen figure, gesturing and whispering among themselves. Upon witnessing this, Leelin's lips curled into a slight smile. He did not believe that Cell would perish so easily. When he struck Cell and saw him fall, he was taken aback. However, upon reflection, it could very well be a ruse, a clever escape plan that seemed rather naive in his presence. It appeared that Cell was truly dead, devoid of any signs of life. Sun Wukong gazed at Cell and slowly spoke, feeling a twinge of frustration. He had intended to leave this individual for Gohan. Yet unexpectedly, Leelin had obliterated him. Mr. Leelin truly is formidable. Such a powerful adversary was dispatched with remarkable ease, as Trunks lamented. He pondered why there was no one as powerful as Mr. Leelin in the future. If there had been, the future would not have been so grim. Unconsciously, he had begun to idolize Leelin, aspiring to become as strong as him to better protect his own world. Wow, look at this guy, even in death. His skin is so tough. I wonder what material it's made of. Krillin exclaimed excitedly, reaching out to touch Cell's surface. Sun Wukong nodded with a smile, acknowledging the truth in Krillin's observation. Indeed, this fellow's skin is remarkably resilient. Perhaps we should skin him and let Bulma examine it. She might be able to create an exceptional battle suit. He said this in jest, as he had no intention of undertaking such a gruesome task. The others chuckled, taking his words lightly. However, Cell had a different perspective, internally cursing Sun Wukong for his inhumanity. To suggest skinning me, does that even sound like something a human would say? Vegeta, watching Cell, felt a pang of disappointment, not expecting that Cell would meet his end so soon. He had yet to settle the score with him. Unable to contain himself, he kicked Cell, pressing him into the ground. Cell suppressed his pain, refusing to spit out the blood pooling in his mouth. While he cursed Vegeta once again, I've realized that you lot are truly barbaric. When I stood, I offered you the chance to challenge me, yet you hesitated. Now that I feigned death, you all begin your theatrics. The thought sent his blood pressure soaring, and he yearned to dismantle them piece by piece. Chapter 59. The Great Transformation. What shall we do with this guy's corpse? Just leave it here? Vegeta said, stepping on Cell. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment before replying. Perhaps we should bury him. Leaving him here isn't ideal. The others nodded in agreement. After all, he was dead, and there was no need to dwell on past grievances. Burying him would serve as a mark of respect for a powerful foe. Hearing this, Cell's heart eased slightly. Now that sounds acceptable, to rest in peace. Once you all depart, I shall break free from the earth. In a few years, I shall surprise you all. He thought to himself, feeling a sense of freedom. Vegeta stepped heavily, nonchalantly stating that if they were not bothered, they might as well bury it. After all, he had no intention of getting his hands dirty. Meanwhile, Android 18 approached Leelin with a beaming smile. What has got you so cheerful? Leelin inquired with curiosity. With a radiant smile, 18 explained slowly, it's nothing. I am simply delighted by your strength. She had already regarded Leelin as her man. It was only natural to feel joy when one's partner was so formidable. Wasn't he it? Ah, I see. Leelin chuckled, scratching his nose. He happened to overhear the discussion about how to dispose of Cell's body. He stepped forward and casually remarked, why bury it? That seems rather troublesome. Upon hearing Leelin's voice, everyone quickly turned to him, their gazes filled with immense respect. The troublesome Cell had been easily subdued by him, undoubtedly the strongest on Earth. What does Mr. Leelin suggest? Trunks inquired curiously, his demeanor entirely deferential towards Leelin. Vegeta, observing this, felt a pang of discomfort. His own son had never shown him such respect. However, it was not the time or place to voice his feelings. Wouldn't it be better to just incinerate it? Leelin said with a gentle smile. He had already deduced that Cell was merely playing dead. Since he enjoyed feigning death, it was the perfect opportunity to deal with him. Indeed, burning it is simpler and avoids the hassle of digging a grave. What a splendid idea. No wonder it's Mr. Leelin. Trunks replied, his face alight with unwavering respect and admiration. Leelin had completely won him over with his strength. Everything he did appeared filled with wisdom and uniqueness in Trunks' eyes. Vegeta felt embarrassed and humiliated to see his son acting like a sycophant. What kind of brilliant idea was burning the body? Did it really warrant such praise? Well, I must say, Leelin's suggestion is quite commendable. I concur. Sun Wukong nodded slowly. Now that Cell was defeated, he was indifferent to how the body was handled. He merely echoed Trunks' approval of Leelin's idea. Vegeta's facial muscles twitched in irritation. Good grief, you can make a spectacle out of body disposal. How impressive. Meanwhile, Cell was cursing Leelin inwardly, questioning the humanity of this individual. Now that he was dead, could he not at least be left with a complete body? However, it mattered little. His body was resilient enough. Merely flames would not pose a significant issue. A mysterious smile crept across Leelin's lips. He then blew gently, creating a spark that ignited upon contact with Cell's form, engulfing him in fierce flames. Damn it! Cell cursed internally. Though his body remained intact, the searing heat was unbearable. Yet, he gritted his teeth and endured, managing to stifle any cries of agony. The flames flickered for several seconds before gradually extinguishing. Upon examining Cell's body, it was evident that aside from its charred exterior, no harm had been inflicted. Vegeta could not suppress a scoff, asserting that this creature possessed an extraordinarily resilient physique and that mere flames could not possibly incinerate him. The others present felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing Vegeta's words. Trunks, gazing at Leelin, slowly remarked, Mr. Leelin, you see. Vegeta, observing his son's unwavering loyalty, felt an irritation rising within him. Before Leelin could respond, Vegeta interjected, if you can't handle such a trivial issue, where has your intellect wandered off to? Although directed at Trunks. This remark subtly alluded to Leelin as well. Oh, Leelin raised an eyebrow with a smile, replying, it appears that Prince Vegeta possesses considerable insight into the handling of the deceased. What would you suggest, then? Vegeta, sensing the veiled jab in this statement, felt a pang of discomfort. Was the implication that he could not manage the living, only the dead? Humph. With a snort, Vegeta extended his palm downward, declaring, watch as I unleash a ki blast that will leave nothing but ashes. A massive sphere of energy began to coalesce in his palm. Cell, sensing the surge of energy, could no longer contain himself and suddenly opened his eyes wide. This is no way to dispatch someone. If that strikes me, I would truly perish. At that moment, all gazes shifted toward Leelin, who remained unfazed. However, Krillin had been fixated on Cell's body, and upon witnessing his eyes open, he thought he was hallucinating and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Gulp. Once he confirmed he was not imagining things, he exclaimed, he is faking death. The sudden shout startled everyone, causing Krillin to tremble as he pointed towards Cell. The others quickly turned to look, only to find Cell glaring at them with palpable fury. A wave of shock coursed through the group. What the hell is this? Cell roared, suddenly rising, his voice resonating through the air, audible for miles around. It was evident that he was incensed to an unbearable degree. Goodness, Cell is alive again, Yamcha shouted, quickly retreating to a safe distance. The group, now fully aware, hastily backed away. Vegeta had already distanced himself by 100 meters, yet he remained in a state of astonishment and confusion, pondering how this creature had returned to life. Goku, however, did not flee, his mouth agape in shock, unable to close it. He glanced at Leelin and stammered, what is happening here? What else could it be? This creature has merely been pretending to be dead. Did you not perceive it? Leelin explained with a smile. Upon realizing that Cell had been feigning death, the group felt an unsettling chill. They had been in dangerously close proximity, and had Cell suddenly attacked, their fate could have been sealed. It was an exhilaratingly perilous experience, akin to a brush with death. So you were aware all along. At this moment, a forbidding expression clouded Shiruru's face, as the wound on his heart began to mend. He felt a profound sense of humiliation, having been toyed with as if he were but a puppet. Had he foreseen this predicament, he would have risen earlier, launching a surprise attack before these individuals could react, taking a few of them down with him. Chapter 60. The end. Are you only just realizing this? Leelin remarked with a smile. Had it not been for his awareness, he would not have resorted to such a foolish method as setting fire. Damn you, you scoundrel. Shiruru seethed, utterly exasperated. The pallor of his face even hinted at a flush of indignation. With no options left, surrender was not an option, nor was feigning death. It appeared that only the path of combat lay before him. Yet, Shiruru was unwilling to meet his demise so readily. After all, they bore no personal grudges. Did Leelin truly intend to annihilate him? Leelin shook his head with a smile, acknowledging that he indeed held no animosity toward Shiruru. He could easily eliminate him, as per the natural course of events, but the narrative had seemingly shifted. Allowing someone like Shiruru to survive would surely lead to vengeful repercussions. Leelin was not afraid for himself, but he was no longer alone. He had Android 18 to consider. He could not afford to neglect her safety. How could there be no grievances? You sought to harm Android 18 and intended to kill me. That enmity has long since been established. Surely you haven't forgotten? Leelin stated calmly. Shiruru furrowed his brow, recalling his initial encounter with Leelin. What he said seemed to hold truth. Is there truly no room for negotiation? He asked, his tone dark and heavy. Leelin, observing Shiruru's demeanor, felt a flicker of alarm. Was this individual contemplating self-destruction? If that were the case, he could not be allowed to live. Even if Leelin could withstand the explosion, survival in the void of space was another matter entirely. In truth, Shiruru was indeed contemplating such an act. With no escape in sight, he believed it wiser to fight with abandon. He could self-destruct, preserving his core, allowing for eventual resurrection. Moreover, possessing the bloodline of Frieza, he was fully capable of adapting to the conditions of space. If I were to deny it, would you then proceed with self-destruction? Leelin boldly articulated his thoughts. Shiruru was momentarily taken aback, having not expected his intentions to be unveiled. However, he had no reason to hide any longer. Indeed, I do plan to self-destruct. I possess a core within me. As long as it remains intact, I can regenerate. At this juncture, there was no need for subterfuge. He laid bare his intentions, resigned to the possibility of mutual destruction. The moment he mentioned self-destruction, the atmosphere grew tense among the onlookers. If someone as formidable as Shiruru were to explode, would he not have the power to obliterate the entire solar system? Sun Wukong's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. Astonished that matters had escalated to this extent, it appears that conventional methods have proven ineffective. Should the situation become truly dire, I would resort to instantaneous relocation, transporting Cell to another location at the moment of explosion. Observing the disconcerted expressions of those around him brought a sense of satisfaction to Cell, who continued to threaten. Some of you may withstand the force of the explosion, but what about the inhabitants of Earth? Once the planet is obliterated, how will you survive in the void of space? One question after another struck at the hearts of all present, causing them to regard Cell with caution. At that moment, Leelin erupted into hearty laughter. Cell, confronted with this buoyant mirth, felt a tinge of displeasure. What could possibly be amusing? Leelin composed himself and remarked with poise. I find it amusing that you fail to discern the gravity of the situation, or rather, that you have yet to truly comprehend the chasm that separates us. What do you mean? Cell, momentarily lost in thought, struggled to grasp the implication of Leelin's words. However, Leelin would not afford him much time for contemplation. In an instant, he was at Cell's side, asserting, what I mean is, you have no time for self-detonation while you stand before me. What? Cell's expression shifted to one of alarm upon seeing Leelin. Yet, he could no longer afford to hesitate, hastily channeling his energy in preparation for self-destruction. However, as Leelin had foretold, he was denied that opportunity. With a swift motion, Leelin seized Cell by the neck, rendering him unable to escape as his body began to swell ominously. Huh! Leelin bellowed, casting Cell high into the air, while simultaneously calling out to the others, everyone, aim at Cell above and unleash your full might. With that, he was the first to act, channeling all his energy to unleash a devastating wave of light. In truth, his single effort would suffice to vanquish Cell, yet to ensure absolute certainty, he deemed it prudent to involve everyone, lest any unforeseen circumstances arise. The crowd momentarily stood astonished, but upon witnessing Leelin's world-shattering wave of energy, they quickly sprang into action. Kamehameha. Goku released the last remnants of his energy, casting forth a brilliant beam of white light. Krillin and Yamcha followed suit, joining forces to amplify the Kamehameha. Final flash. Vegeta raised his hands to the heavens, transforming into a Super Saiyan, unleashing a golden wave that soared skyward. Masenko. Gohan crossed his arms upon his forehead, releasing a wave of energy second only to Leelin's. Piccolo and Trunks likewise summoned their full strength, launching dual assaults akin to artillery shells. Android 16 spread his arms wide towards the sky, invoking the Hell's Flash. Huh! Exclaimed Android 18, echoing the call as she too unleashed an attack. A myriad of beams shot heavenward, propelling cells formed beyond the atmosphere. The interwoven colors erupted in a cacophony of explosive sound amidst the dark expanse of space. Boom! A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, generating immense waves of fire that swept through the starry realm, obliterating everything in its path, leaving naught but annihilation in the depths of the universe. The solar system, and indeed the entire Milky Way galaxy, began to tremble, teetering on the brink of collapse. Under the immense shock, Sheru was reduced to minuscule remnants, even smaller than cosmic dust. On Earth, the vibrant explosion illuminated the sky, drawing everyone out to witness this astonishing spectacle. The radiant sun appeared dim in comparison to the brilliance of the explosion. Phew, it's over. Leelin exhaled deeply. It was not that defeating Sheru was particularly arduous, but rather his fear of suffocating in the vacuum of space alongside Android 18 after the explosion. Is it truly over? Krillin uttered weakly. The recent assault had drained him of all his strength. It seems to be, Tianjin Han murmured, gazing at the aurora-like colors in the sky. Wonderful. We have finally vanquished Sheru. Trunks sighed in relief, the threat to Earth finally eradicated. No, it was Leelin who defeated Sheru. We merely contributed a finishing touch. Vegeta remarked, his brows furrowed in discontent. He sensed that the energy wave they had unleashed was potent enough to obliterate Sheru. Yet the force they produced was barely half of Leelin's. Even more astonishing was Gohan, who had unleashed an incredibly powerful aura moments ago. Chapter 61. Plain and simple. Leelin gently exhaled. The recent attack had required all his strength, leaving him somewhat fatigued. Just as he was about to depart with Android 18, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking the second stage of your talent. Upon hearing this, Leelin's mouth fell slightly agape. He had not anticipated that the destruction of Sheru would yield such an unexpected reward. He had assumed it would take a considerable amount of time to unlock the next stage of talent. Following the voice, a plethora of text appeared before him, reminiscent of the initial display. Unlock second stage talent. 1. Survival in any environment. 2. Significant increase in lifespan. 3. Fundamental battle power of Super Saiyan 3. After reading these words, Leelin took a moment to compose himself. While these abilities appeared commendable, they felt somewhat insubstantial compared to the first stage of talent. Moreover, this time he had only received 3 talents, unlike the initial 5. Why has the system become increasingly stingy? Leelin silently mused. To be frank, only the first talent piqued his interest. Perhaps it would prove useful in the future. The second and third talents seemed rather superfluous. A substantial increase in lifespan could easily be achieved with Dragon Balls. Although the Dragon Balls cannot grant immortality, they can certainly extend one's lifespan. As for the third talent, the foundational strength of Super Saiyan 3, it appeared even less useful. His ability to enhance his power through combat rendered the breakthrough to Super Saiyan 3 merely a matter of time. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it too much. After all, any gain was preferable to having nothing at all. The crowd remained oblivious to Leelin's unusual demeanor. Having just vanquished Cell, spirits were high among everyone present. With Cell defeated, one could argue that it was a collective effort, so why not find a place to gather and celebrate this victory? Sun Wukong proposed to those around him. While the initial part of the conversation was inconsequential, the prospect of a feast was paramount. After such an extended battle, he was already quite famished. Absolutely. Trunks responded with a smile, contemplating that the crisis on Earth had been averted and his mission was effectively accomplished. He merely needed to return and eliminate the android from his timeline. A moment of relaxation seemed entirely justified. The group expressed their agreement, though Vegeta stated his disinterest. Leelin, would you join us? Sun Wukong inquired with a smile, turning to the most significant contributor of the day. Leelin snapped back to reality and replied with a grin. Of course. Thus, the group departed from the battlefield. The venue for their celebration was the Capsule Corporation, familiar territory that made gathering convenient. After the group had been gone for some time, the original reporter and cameraman cautiously returned, emboldened by the absence of energy fluctuations in the area. Upon finding the site deserted, they exchanged puzzled glances. Could Cell truly have been defeated? The cameraman questioned. his equipment in hand, and uncertainty lacing his tone. The reporter pondered briefly, recalling Cell's declaration that if no one on Earth could overcome him, humanity would face annihilation. With the group now safe and Cell nowhere to be found, it seemed plausible that they had indeed vanquished him. Yes, it must be so, the reporter exclaimed, clapping his hands with conviction. He then instructed the cameraman, "Quick, start recording. I must broadcast the news of Cell's defeat." Without hesitation, the cameraman hoisted his equipment, activated the lens, and resumed the live broadcast. "Dear Earthlings, Cell has been defeated by the valiant warriors," the reporter proclaimed with his resonant and captivating voice. On Earth, the previously panicked populace fell into a sudden silence, each person grappling with a mix of apprehension and skepticism regarding the authenticity of this news. However, Leelin and the others remained unaware of these developments. They were already indulging in a hearty meal, contentedly burping from satisfaction. Once everyone had feasted, Leelin turned his attention to Wukong, who seemed disinclined to move. Noticing Leelin's gaze, Sun Wukong smiled and asked, "What is up, Leelin? Do you need something?" "Not much. I just want you to teach me instant transmission," Leelin stated candidly, expressing his desire. Instant transmission was an impressive skill, one he had long coveted even before his journey across dimensions, envisioning its utility for delivering goods. Just imagine the earnings one could rake in. Of course. Sun Wukong chuckled, patting his chest. "This is a trivial matter. When do you wish to begin your training?" "Right now?" Leelin suddenly stood up and earnestly declared. "As long as you teach me the principle and guide me through the experience, I shall master it." The crowd was taken aback by his words, utterly astonished. Could the art of instant transmission be so easily grasped? Just a brief explanation and a moment of sensation, and one could learn it? That seemed implausible, after all. They had attempted it countless times without success. Sun Wukong opened his mouth, ready to interject, but recalling how Leelin had unexpectedly mastered the energy technique last time, he refrained from continuing. After all, the talent of this individual transcended human comprehension. "All right," Sun Wukong replied without hesitation, then began to slowly elucidate the principles of instant transmission. Vegeta, initially disinterested in joining the gathering, found himself drawn in, thinking that since he had nothing better to do, he might as well partake. Upon hearing Leelin inquire about the technique, his curiosity piqued. Perhaps he too could learn this highly practical skill. However, half an hour later, everyone was left feeling dazed. Sun Wukong's ability to convey information was woefully inadequate. His explanations were convoluted, often substituting one term for another, leaving the listeners bewildered. "Well, that's the gist of it. Despite my poor delivery, you should be able to understand," he chuckled, scratching his head. He believed that even if his explanation was lacking, the essence could be grasped, and though they might not be able to execute it, they would likely comprehend it. Though directed at Leelin, the others were listening intently and, upon hearing his words, instinctively shook their heads in unison. It was somewhat comprehensible. "I think I grasped the main idea," Leelin said, stroking his chin and nodding. His capacity for understanding was unparalleled. Despite Sun Wukong's chaotic delivery, he managed to piece together the information coherently. The vague aspects could be deduced with a bit of contemplation. Chapter 62. A home without a fixed abode. The crowd was left speechless by this exchange. Trunks, looking bewildered, asked, "Mr. Leelin, do you truly consider that to be simple and comprehensible?" "Indeed," Leelin responded earnestly, observing the perplexed expressions of the others, and furrowed his brow, questioning, "Is there an issue with that?" The group exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. It wasn't merely a minor issue. It was a significant one. "Huh?" Vegeta scoffed, his lips barely moving. Though no sound emerged, his lips clearly formed the words bragging. Leelin shook his head in resignation and remarked, "Perhaps people simply differ in their perspectives." Sun Wukong nodded vigorously in agreement, feeling reassured by Leelin's words. He had felt a hint of self-doubt. But after hearing Leelin's affirmation, he concluded that his explanations were indeed sound. Any lack of understanding was solely their own shortcoming. "Let us depart then. We'll find a suitable location, and you can place your hand on my shoulder," Sun Wukong said, rising with a smile. Just as they were about to set off, Piccolo interrupted, calling out, "Wait a moment, Goku." Leelin and Sun Wukong turned simultaneously to gaze at him, eager to hear what he was about to say. "The souls claimed by Cell have yet to be resurrected, and now that I have fused with the Supreme Kai, the Dragon Balls are rendered useless," Piccolo articulated slowly. "Oh, right. I almost overlooked that." Sun Wukong scratched his head, acknowledging the grim reality of the numerous lives lost at Cell's hands. Surely, they must be revived, Piccolo continued, fixing his gaze on him. If you are to utilize instant transmission, could you perhaps journey to Namek and seek a Namekian to serve as the new Supreme Kai on Earth? This was his intent, despite having softened from his earlier malevolence. He still held little regard for the lives lost. However, now, with the fusion with the Supreme Kai, his compassion grew increasingly profound. He yearned to save those who perished at Cell's hands. All right, no problem. Sun Wukong nodded earnestly. He then closed his eyes, heightening his senses to their utmost capacity, embarking on a quest through the vast cosmos to locate the energy signature of a Namekian. Approximately 10 minutes elapsed before Sun Wukong suddenly opened his eyes, exclaiming, "I found it." He turned to Leelin and said, "Let us depart." Leelin nodded slowly. In an instant, their figures vanished without a trace, leaving no remnants of their presence on Earth. As time ticked away, half an hour passed. With a flash, two figures re-emerged, accompanied by a significantly shorter Namekian. Indeed, it was Leelin and Sun Wukong, albeit with their positions reversed. As they departed, Leelin had placed his hand on Wukong's shoulder. Now, it was Wukong who rested his hand upon Leelin's shoulder, indicating that it was Leelin who executed the instant transmission on their return. This observation did not escape Vegeta's notice, who was taken aback, contemplating the extraordinary nature of this individual. Could it be that he grasped Sun Wukong's nonsensical theory and learned it through mere experience? Surely, this cannot be true. Yet, no one paid heed to his musings. For the group had recognized the Namekian they brought back, an old acquaintance, Dend. Krillin and Gohan rushed forward, eager to reconnect after a prolonged absence. Recalling their shared tribulations on Namek, Piccolo offered Dend a warm smile, having initially intended to recruit any Namekian for the role of Supreme Kai, only to find himself fortunate enough to have found Dend. Well then, esteemed friends, I shan't impose any longer. We shall take our leave. Leelin approached Android 18, taking her hand as he bid farewell to the gathering. As he prepared to depart, everyone waved their goodbyes. Sun Wukong stepped forward, grinning, "Let us train together sometime." Leelin replied with a gentle smile, for he was merely seeking a place to reside with Android 18, not departing from Earth entirely. After exchanging farewells, Leelin executed the instant transmission he had just mastered and vanished from the scene. On the 16th, after bidding farewell to Leelin and Android 18, he too rose to take his leave. Initially, he intended to engage in another battle with Sun Wukong. However, upon witnessing the harmonious atmosphere, he chose not to disrupt it, agreeing to a rematch at a later time before departing. Leelin and Android 18 exited the Universal Capsule Company, strolling along a deserted street. This place, which should have been bustling with crowds, was eerily empty, likely due to the chaos instigated by Cell, causing people to flee and not yet return. "Where shall we stay?" Android 18 suddenly paused. Leelin's cheerful stride faltered, and the smile on his face froze. Indeed, where would they reside? Their previous residence had been destroyed, and it was impractical to remain in a hotel indefinitely. "I overlooked this. I should have brought several universal capsules." Leelin sheepishly scratched his head. Their funds were already scant, making it difficult to find suitable accommodation. "What shall we do? We can't just end up homeless on the streets." Android 18 lamented. To be frank, besides their formidable skills, they possessed little else. If not for the enemies they faced, their abilities would remain untapped. In this world, while strength held paramount importance, financial resources were equally vital. "Wait a moment, let me think of a solution," Leelin pondered, realizing that even a hero could be stymied by a lack of funds. He had initially considered returning to Bulma to request a universal capsule for a modest dwelling. However, with two of them, such living arrangements seemed rather meager. "What if you find a job? Perhaps work part-time?" Android 18 jestingly suggested. Upon hearing this, Leelin immediately shook his head, resolutely declaring, "Working is out of the question. Look at my status." After all, he was no ordinary individual. He was indeed a formidable force, unfit for menial labor. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. "If we lack a place to stay, why not construct one ourselves?" Leelin exclaimed, clapping his hands. Android 18 smiled and nodded. "All right, I'm with you." Thus, they soared over the ocean and discovered a picturesque island. The island was reminiscent of Master Roshi's turtle house. Amidst the tranquil sea, with its breathtaking scenery and gentle sea breeze, it felt like a paradise. With a resounding crash, Leelin began constructing his new home, unleashing waves of energy blasts. Small hills vanished, transforming into a flat expanse. The stones morphed into neatly arranged bricks, forming a grand castle. With a clap of his hands, Leelin completed the process in under 5 minutes. Now, only the furnishings remained before they could move in. Chapter 63. The prophetic dream in the depths of the universe, within the enchanting realm of the destroyers. The god of destruction, Beerus, lay soundly asleep on his bed. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, drenched in cold sweat that soaked the sheets. Whis, where are you? Come out quickly, Beerus suddenly shouted. In another room, Whis, holding a delicacy and preparing to enjoy it, was abruptly interrupted by the urgent voice. He furrowed his brow, gazing at the delectable delicacies in his hand, and reluctantly placed them on the table. With a soft tap of his staff against the ground, he vanished in an instant, reappearing in the expansive bedroom of Beerus. Lord Beerus, your awakening this time has come much earlier than in previous years, Whis remarked, his tone laced with a hint of displeasure. After all, disrupting one's enjoyment of food is hardly a pleasant experience for anyone. Oblivious to Whis's dissatisfaction, Beerus continued, Whis, I just had a dream. Oh, Whis raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at him. May I inquire when you have ever slept without dreaming? This statement held truth. As long as he was not disturbed, Beerus rarely awakened naturally. He typically roused from slumber only when his dreams came to an end. Upon waking, he often spoke of trivial matters. Whis had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences. Yet, as the guardian angel of the destroyer god, his duty was to be ever-present and responsive. Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus slowly waved his hand dismissively. This time is different. Is it ever the same when you dream? Whis countered. As a destroyer god, if he were to dream the same dream repeatedly, it would surely herald significant events. In contrast, the occurrence of varied dreams was entirely normal. I say, Whis, can we not engage in a civil conversation? Beerus replied, somewhat irked. He sensed a peculiar tone in Whis's voice. Had he inadvertently disturbed something? Noticing Beerus's displeasure, Whis instantly donned a smile, saying, Lord Beerus, please continue. His demeanor was one of utmost reverence, reminiscent of a devoted servant. In truth, Whis was meant to embody this role. The responsibilities of a guardian angel encompassed being the servant of the destroyer god, as well as his mentor, and above all, to assist and oversee the work of the destroyer god. Beerus snorted heavily, feeling his previously organized thoughts disrupted, unsure of where to begin. After a considerable pause, he recalled the images from his dream. I was defeated by a powerful being, and even Lord Zeno demanded that I relinquish my position as a destroyer god, Beerus said, his gaze downward and eyes distant. The dream encompassed many details, including the battle with that formidable opponent. However, the specifics eluded him. The general essence remained. Excuse me? Whis's interest was piqued by Beerus's words. Are you suggesting that someone has defeated you and seeks to usurp your divine position? Beerus nodded solemnly, but after a moment's reflection, he added, in the dream, I was defeated. He felt it necessary to clarify the situation, emphasizing that it was merely a dream and not reality. If his words were misunderstood and reached the ears of other destroyer gods, he would be the subject of ridicule. After all, what manner of destroyer god could be bested by another? Whis slightly furrowed his brow, not paying heed to Beerus's subsequent clarification. This dream is not merely an ordinary one. The destroyers are sovereigns of the universe, and their dreams revolve around trivial matters. Even if they were to be vanquished in a dream, it would only be by those of superior realm and status. In such a case, it hardly warrants concern. Lord Beerus, the formidable individual you dreamt of, is not someone from the divine realm? Whis inquired with a solemn tone. Beerus cast him a sidelong glance and replied with a chuckle, I am not a fool. I know the beings of the divine realm well enough. If it were indeed someone from there, it would be a typical dream. Why would I be so perturbed? Whis's calm demeanor shifted, revealing an inscrutable blend of emotions as he paced the room. Hey, Whis, can you stop dawdling? I summoned you to share your insights. Beerus remarked with impatience as Whis ceased his movements and slowly articulated. If that is the case, what you experienced was likely a prophetic dream. A prophetic dream? Upon hearing this, Beerus leapt from his bed in astonishment. He had heard of such a concept before. A prophetic dream, as the term suggests, allows one to foresee the future, indicating that this dream may one day manifest in reality. Reflecting on the scenario where the Omni King requested him to relinquish his position, a shiver coursed through him. The thought of someone threatening the tenure he had held as destroyer for so many years filled him with dread. Gulp. Beerus swallowed nervously and inquired, Whis, do you truly believe this prophetic dream could materialize into reality? His uncertainty lingered, for no one had genuinely encountered such phenomena. The veracity of whether they would indeed become tangible remained unproven. Whis pondered for a moment before responding methodically. As for whether it will come to fruition, I cannot say for certain. However, the fragments of the dream will undoubtedly replay in reality one day. Whether the outcomes align with those in the dream remains unknown. Upon hearing this, Beerus felt a wave of despair wash over him. Could it be that his tenure as destroyer was truly nearing its end? Observing Beerus's troubled expression, Whis continued, But, Lord Beerus, you mentioned a segment of the dream. Do you recall the outcome? Beerus paused, murmuring to himself, The outcome, yes, the outcome. Whis stated earnestly. Observing Beerus lost in thought, he gently prodded, You previously mentioned that the Omni King asked you to cede your position as destroyer. Did you indeed relinquish it, or not? Did that powerful being accept, or did they not? Are you still the destroyer? Whis, with his vast experience, discerned the essence of the situation. The process may hold little significance. The future will undoubtedly unfold. What is paramount is the outcome, and if it can be contemplated, one might devise strategies to navigate it. As Beerus delved deeper into his thoughts, the scenes from his dream seemed to replay vividly in his mind. Oh, I remember now. His eyes suddenly sparkled, and a look of joy illuminated his face. Whis observed the corners of Beerus's mouth lifting and nodded slightly, muttering to himself that the outcome should be quite favorable. However, at that moment, Beerus's joyful expression abruptly froze, his purple visage twitched, and an odd look crept over him. Whis, noticing the change in Beerus's expression, felt a sudden flutter in his eyelid and pondered anxiously what was transpiring. Was the outcome good or bad? After a couple of minutes had passed, Beerus exhaled slowly and directed his gaze towards Whis. Yet, when he looked at him, his expression had morphed into something even more peculiar. Whis felt a sinking sensation in his heart, sensing that something was amiss. Goodness, could this dream possibly involve me? Lord Beerus, what is the situation? What is the outcome? Whis inquired cautiously. Ahem. Beerus cleared his throat and hesitated, saying, Well, how should I put this? Just say what you saw, and that should suffice. Whis, slightly exasperated, replied, This is driving me to distraction. There's nothing wrong, yet your demeanor is so concerning. Well, I suppose I'll just say it, Beerus finally conceded. Whis nodded in encouragement. Beerus gazed deeply at him, then began, It is as follows. The Omni King indeed appointed that powerful individual to take my place. But it appears he has not accepted the position. I remain the god of destruction. Whis nodded in a measured manner. Isn't that rather fortuitous? Haha. At that moment, Beerus chuckled mischievously, his eyes gleaming with schadenfreude as he looked at Whis. Seeing that smile and gleam, Whis felt an unease creeping in. It seemed that indeed, this dream did involve him. Lord Beerus, could you refrain from looking at me like that? It frightens me, Whis said, frowning and speaking softly. Given the circumstances, it seemed unlikely that anything good awaited him. Otherwise, Beerus would not be grinning so widely. Fear not, you are not featured in this dream. Beerus appeared to sense Whis's thoughts, waving his hand dismissively to reassure him. Upon hearing such words, Whis's anxiety only intensified. If I am not involved, then why are you looking at me in that manner? Surely, something else awaits me, or else you wouldn't be acting this way. However, Whis, although you are not present in this dream, the Grand Priest certainly is. Beerus continued, and his smile seemed to widen uncontrollably. Whis frowned. Since the Grand Priest is present in your dream alongside the Omni King, that should hardly be surprising, right? As the Grand Priest, he is always by the Omni King's side. It is quite common for the other gods to encounter him when they pay their respects to the Omni King. There is nothing extraordinary about that. Upon reflecting on this, Beerus couldn't help but chuckle, yet the words spoken by the Grand Priest held a certain intrigue. As Whis listened to Beerus, his curiosity grew more intense. The Grand Priest, typically composed and commanding, was capable of uttering what words? After some contemplation, Whis found himself at a loss for words. Lord Beerus, please do not keep me in suspense. Whis, now somewhat anxious, was accustomed to toying with Beerus, yet today he found himself on the receiving end of this teasing. Beerus, no longer withholding, recounted the visions he had experienced in his dream. It appeared that the Grand Priest took a particular interest in a certain powerful individual, insisting on forming a brotherly bond. Upon hearing this, Whis felt a sudden buzzing in his mind. Forming a brotherhood? Surely, that cannot be right. The Grand Priest has existed for eons. What grand adventures has he not witnessed? How could he possibly forge such a bond? It is utterly absurd. In truth, Beerus found the notion equally preposterous. However, this was indeed the scenario he had witnessed in his dream. Ignoring Whis' current state of mind, he continued to describe how the Grand Priest affectionately referred to the individual as little brother, while the individual, without hesitation, called the Grand Priest big brother, exuding an apparent camaraderie. If one were unaware, one might genuinely believe they were true siblings. After finishing his tale, Beerus could no longer contain himself and erupted into laughter. Whis, however, wore a rather grim expression, his mouth agape in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that such an absurd story could follow. Doubts began to creep in, and he questioned whether Beerus had fabricated this tale, as it was simply too surreal. The Grand Priest was akin to a father figure, and if he referred to that person as little brother, would that not imply that Whis must address him as uncle? Goodness gracious, this was hardly amusing. After all, he was a guardian angel, having existed longer than the god of destruction. The prospect of calling a human warrior uncle felt fundamentally wrong. Lord Beerus, are you quite certain you are not jesting? Whis inquired, furrowing his brow. Beerus, still chuckling, paused upon hearing Whis' words, the remnants of a smile lingering on his lips as he replied slowly, why would I jest? I truly saw this in my dream. If I were to deceive you, may I never find rest again. This vow held significant weight. For Beerus, a being who cherished sleep, to make such a declaration was no trivial matter. He was undoubtedly recounting what he had genuinely experienced in his dream. With a deep sigh, Whis lamented, well, this is quite the predicament. Although nothing has transpired yet, I find myself already lamenting my father's actions. Could he not have exercised a modicum of restraint? Why must he forge such ties? Now, not only do I have to deal with this, but I have also inadvertently bestowed upon a multitude of angels an uncle figure. When we meet, how shall we address him? Shall we call him by name, risking disrespect? Or shall we refer to him as uncle, leaving our dignity in shambles? How shall I continue to navigate the divine realm? Beerus glanced at Whis with a knowing smile, understanding precisely what thoughts plagued his companion. A new uncle had unexpectedly entered their lives, albeit in a future yet to unfold. However, upon reflection, one cannot help but feel a profound sense of imbalance. The demeanor of an angel is undeniably more elevated than that of a destroyer. After all, when confronted by the Omni King, even a destroyer must bow in respectful reverence. An angel, on the other hand, merely offers a slight nod, which suffices as a gesture of salutation. We should pay a visit to this individual of yours, proposed Beerus with a smile. He had intended to refer to him as your uncle, but fearing that Whis might take offense, he refrained. Whis lifted his eyelids slightly, took a breath, and inquired in a solemn tone, is this individual from our seventh universe? Upon hearing Beerus's words, he immediately deduced the origin of this person. If he belonged to another universe, Beerus would likely not have suggested such a meeting, given the competitive nature among the universes. An uninvited intrusion could certainly provoke discontent. The ease with which Beerus broached the topic indicated that this person was likely from their own universe. Indeed, in the dream, this lad even extended an invitation to the Grand Minister for a casual visit to Earth in the seventh universe, Beerus stated nonchalantly. As he recalled the dream, the imagery became increasingly vivid. But where exactly is this Earth? Whis, do you happen to know? Beerus continued. Whis, now having regained his composure, acknowledged that this matter was beyond his control. Hearing Beerus's inquiry, he shrugged his shoulders and responded with resignation. How would I know? The seventh universe is vast. Who could pinpoint a place called Earth? If that is the case, we may be in trouble, Beerus remarked, crossing his arms and glancing around. He was genuinely intrigued to meet this individual who posed a potential threat to his status. If he could establish a relationship beforehand, it might prove advantageous in the future, providing him with leverage to boast before other destroyers. It is hardly troublesome. Solutions always outnumber difficulties. Whis countered with a shake of his head. His curiosity regarding this person from Beerus's dream was piqued, and he wished to discern the true nature of someone who could potentially be an ally of the Grand Minister. Upon hearing Whis' comment, Beerus looked up and asked, what solution do you propose? Do you not know numerous individuals throughout the universe? Why not inquire among them? Whis replied with an air of nonchalance. Beerus, being a glutton for culinary delights, had indeed made many acquaintances, but he had also left a trail of destruction in his wake. Whom should I approach? Beerus questioned. Despite his domineering presence across the universe, he spent much of his time in slumber. He had only a vague recollection of some individuals, having met them briefly before returning to sleep for decades or even centuries, often forgetting their faces upon awakening. Hee, Whis chuckled softly. Frieza. Frieza? Beerus's eyes lit up with recognition. How could I have overlooked that rascal? Whis nodded in agreement. His influence spans across vast territories, controlling 70% of the seventh universe. Locating him should yield clarity regarding the whereabouts of Earth. Frieza's dominion over 70% of the universe is largely attributed to the backing of the god of destruction, Beerus. As a deity of annihilation, Beerus's role is to eliminate excess celestial bodies within the cosmos. However, his inherently lazy disposition dissuades him from constant labor, making Frieza his most suitable proxy. With one harboring ambition and the other possessing the means, the two are an impeccable match. Hurry and locate him, Beerus uttered with a languid tone. Without awaiting further instruction, Whis had already employed his staff to probe Frieza's whereabouts. Yet, after an extensive search, not even a trace could be found. Observing Whis's fruitless endeavor in silence, Beerus furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is the matter? Are you unable to find him?" Logically, Frieza had previously interacted with them, given Whis's capabilities. He should have effortlessly established contact with anyone they had encountered. "There appears to be a complication. I have not located him," Whis replied with an air of nonchalance. Deep down, he had likely deduced the answer. What could this mean? Has he concealed himself? Lacking a comprehensive understanding of Whis's abilities, Beerus merely presumed that Whis had failed in his search. Conceal himself? Whis scoffed lightly, shaking his head slowly. Even if he were to flee to another universe, finding him would be a matter of mere moments. Upon hearing this, Beerus raised an eyebrow slightly. Then there are only two possibilities. Whis, maintaining his smile, elaborated. Either he has perished, or he has surpassed my strength and actively evaded my search. Beerus, stroking his chin, murmured, "Perished? How unexpected." He dismissed the latter possibility without a second thought. Surpassing Whis? That was utterly implausible. With Frieza's mediocre prowess, a mere gust from him could obliterate Frieza. Could it be that the formidable being you dreamt of has slain him? Whis suggested with a serene smile. Though Frieza may seem insignificant in their eyes, he remains a formidable entity within Universe 7. Otherwise, even with Beerus's support, he could not have amassed such influence. Lacking capability, he would eventually be vanquished. Beerus pondered for a moment before responding. I cannot rule out that possibility. There are few in Universe 7 capable of dispatching Frieza. Pausing briefly, he continued. Perhaps you should seek out his father. He may possess some clues. King Cold, you say? Understood. Whis nodded and commenced his search. However, after a short while, he was left utterly perplexed. Beerus, observing Whis's silence, grew impatient and questioned, what is happening? Could it be that his father has also succumbed? Whis silently nodded in affirmation. Yes. Beerus, upon receiving this information, felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. He had merely made a casual remark, never anticipating it to hold truth. Refusing to accept such fate, he gritted his teeth and declared, contact his brother, Cooler. I refuse to believe that this entire family could have been eradicated in such a manner. With a resigned nod, Whis began his search for the whereabouts of Cooler. Fortunately, after Frieza and King Cold, he was able to locate Cooler. Lord Beerus has found him, Whis remarked slowly. At the same time, he gently waved his staff, transforming the orb at its pinnacle into a projector that cast an image before Beerus. At that moment, a figure resembling Frieza stood by the window of a spaceship. His expression dark and contemplative. The vast ship was desolate, with only him occupying this section of the cabin. He was none other than Frieza's brother, Cooler. As he squinted in thought, a voice suddenly emerged from behind him. You must be Cooler. Upon hearing the voice, Cooler's pupils dilated sharply. His ship was impenetrable, guarded by layers of formidable soldiers. How could anyone have approached him unnoticed? He dared not hesitate, swiftly turning around and demanding, Who are you? As he focused his gaze, he was startled to find Beerus's holographic image standing behind him, his eyes impassively fixed on Cooler. Initially taken aback, Cooler felt a chill run down his spine. Lord Beerus? Beerus regarded him coolly and casually remarked, Ah, it's me. Just then, urgent footsteps echoed outside the cabin. Knock, knock, knock. A voice called out, King Cooler, are you all right? Cooler swallowed hard, steadying his nerves before softly commanding towards the door, I am fine. Leave me be. No one is to approach without my orders. Yes, came the high-pitched reply, followed by a swift retreat that left the corridor empty. The guards had been startled by Cooler's shout, fearing something was amiss. After hearing them depart, Cooler took a deep breath and, with a beaming smile, addressed Beerus with utmost respect. Lord Beerus, what brings you here? Chapter 66. The Northern Galaxy. I merely came to see how things are, Beerus replied nonchalantly. He and Cooler were old acquaintances. After all, as a god of destruction, it was essential to be familiar with the universe's powerful figures. By the way, I have a question for you, Beerus continued. Cooler, with an expression of deference, replied earnestly, please, go ahead. As long as I am aware, I shall speak freely and fully. Beerus observed Cooler's demeanor, nodding in satisfaction. This fellow seemed more agreeable than Frieza. You are aware that Frieza and King Cold are dead, correct? Beerus stated flatly, devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing this inquiry, Cooler's brow furrowed slightly, and he promptly nodded. Yes, Lord Beerus, I am aware of this matter. Do you know who was responsible? Beerus inquired with indifference. His concern was not for Frieza's fate, but rather to glean information before addressing the more pressing issue at hand. Indeed, Cooler affirmed, according to those who escaped, it was a human from Earth who killed them. I am currently assembling my forces, preparing to march forth. Oh, is that so? Beerus nodded, but just as he was about to continue his inquiry, a thought seemed to strike him. Wait, what did you say? Gula noticed the usually indifferent Beerus suddenly becoming animated, which took him by surprise. Fearing he might have misspoken, he quickly whispered, I am currently assembling my forces. Preparing to march forth. No, that's not the phrase, the one before that. Beerus shook his head, appearing somewhat anxious. Gula, perplexed by Beerus's reaction, continued. According to those who escaped, it was a human from Earth who killed the god of destruction. Upon hearing the word Earth, Beerus looked at Whis and slowly nodded. It seems our previous analysis was correct. Frieza and his father must have been slain by the person from your dreams. Whis remarked to Beerus with an air of calmness. When one seeks, they often find without effort. A slight smile crept upon Beerus's lips. He had intended to inquire about the fate of Earth, but it appeared that was no longer necessary. Just as they were engrossed in discussion, a voice echoed from across. Lord Beerus, are you still listening? Lord Beerus? Gula repeated softly, increasingly anxious. He was uncertain where he might have erred in his words. If there was indeed a mistake, it would be dire. Although he was a formidable being in the cosmos, he felt utterly insignificant before Beerus. If the latter wished to eliminate him, a mere flick of a finger would suffice. After a moment, Beerus's apparition began to speak. I am listening. I was just conversing with Whis. Gula breathed a silent sigh of relief upon hearing Beerus's response. He dared not provoke Beerus, for he had not yet lived enough. During Frieza's reign, he refrained from contending for territory primarily due to Frieza's backing from Beerus. Do you have any other commands? Gula inquired cautiously. Beerus nodded and stated calmly, with Frieza deceased, his position shall be assumed by you. Gula rejoiced at this news. He had long coveted Frieza's domain. Even in death, he had not dared to stake a claim, largely due to Beerus's presence. Now that the principal had spoken, he could finally consolidate Frieza's remnants. He could also savor what it meant to be a ruler of the cosmos. Thank you, Lord Beerus. I am willing to serve you. Facing fire and water without hesitation, Gula said with his head bowed, brimming with excitement. However, before he could finish, Beerus impatiently interrupted. Enough of that. Such words are unnecessary. He had long since grown immune to such flattery. It seemed Frieza had once uttered similar sentiments. Gula, recognizing the cue, promptly fell silent, his gaze fervently fixed upon Beerus. His face alight with barely contained joy. One final matter, Beerus raised a finger and said indifferently, Whis and I need to accompany you to Earth. Gula gasped in surprise. He anticipated Beerus's desire to join him on the journey to Earth. What do you mean by that? Wait here. We shall arrive shortly. Beerus admonished with a hint of annoyance. Yes. Guldo promptly bowed his head, although his eyes began to dart about. What business did Beerus have on Earth? Did he have relatives there? No, that couldn't be right. He had never heard of such a thing. Should this operation be called off? As he continued to ponder these thoughts, Beerus' ethereal image had already vanished. In the realm of destruction, Whis, let us depart. Beerus commanded his companion. Indeed. Whis replied with a gentle nod, tapping his staff against the polished floor. In an instant, their forms blurred and then disappeared from the realm of destruction. Approximately a minute later, Beerus and Whis materialized in the vastness of space, surrounded by colossal spaceships, the domain of Guldo's army. Whis, where are we? Beerus inquired, surveying the surroundings. Although he was aware that they were above Guldo's forces, the specific galaxy eluded him. After some contemplation, Whis replied, "We are at the edge of the Milky Way galaxy. To be precise, the periphery of the northern galaxy." "Oh, it has been quite some time since I last visited," Beerus mused, then questioned, "That cockroach manages this area, does he not?" "Cockroach?" Whis echoed, perplexed, as he was unaware of any such creature. Observing Whis' bewilderment, Beerus replied nonchalantly, "The North Kai." "The North Kai?" Whis briefly faltered, then recalled the figure of the North Kai, recognizing some resemblance. He then chuckled softly. Beerus shook his head in resignation and continued, "This area should not have been under Goldo's jurisdiction previously. How did he end up here?" After a moment of laughter, Whis, still somewhat amused, explained, "Did he not mention going to Earth? Perhaps that Earth lies within the Milky Way?" "That makes sense." Beerus nodded, then instructed Whis, "Let us proceed inside. You may inquire with that cockroach later." With a chuckle, Whis could not contain his laughter upon hearing the term cockroach, yet he remembered Beerus' instructions. After detecting Goldo's energy, he waved his staff, and their figures vanished. When they reappeared, they found themselves in Goldo's solitary chamber. Chapter 67. Inquiry. In the spacious chamber, Goldo was alone. When he slowly lifted his head and noticed Beerus' ethereal form had vanished, he finally exhaled in relief. "Phew, that was close. He has finally left," Goldo said, wiping the sweat from his brow, still shaken. Though his strength surpassed Frieza's, it was still far from sufficient against Beerus. However, just as he began to relax, two figures materialized out of thin air. Goldo gazed at the two figures, his pupils trembling slightly, and immediately lowered his head. "Lord Beerus, you arrived so swiftly." He had not anticipated Beerus' promptness. Scarcely had 2 minutes passed since their previous conversation. "Indeed, I have arrived." Beerus responded with indifference, before calmly inquiring, "Where exactly are we now?" Gula hastily replied, "I report to you, Lord Beerus, we are at the edge of the North Galaxy. We shall reach the outskirts of the Milky Way in a few days." It had taken him several years to arrive at this location. After all, his previous territory was quite distant from here. Had it not been for the sudden demise of Frieza and Cooler, he might never have ventured into this realm. Beerus nodded slightly and continued, "You mentioned Earth. Is it located within the Milky Way?" Gula promptly affirmed, "Indeed, Lord Beerus. Earth is situated in the solar system of the North Galaxy. According to Frieza's returning subordinates, it is merely a low-level planet." Upon hearing this, Beerus exchanged a glance with Whis. Their suspicions were confirmed. Earth indeed lay within this star system. However, the characterization of Earth as a low-level planet took him aback somewhat. Beerus winked at Whis, who understood and nodded slightly. They had previously discussed the prospect of inquiring about that cockroach. Whis immediately began to communicate telepathically with the North Kai. Meanwhile, Beerus continued to probe for details about Earth. "You assert that Earth is merely a low-level planet. How did your brother and father meet their demise there?" Gula leaned closer, slowly recounting the information he had gathered. His brother had initially been defeated by a Super Saiyan on Namek and was later transformed into a cyborg, only to be vanquished on Earth by a mysterious individual. "Super Saiyans?" Beerus replied, somewhat surprised, and said in a low voice, "Did I not instruct Frieza to eliminate them all?" A flicker of disdain crossed Gula's eyes as he slowly responded, "My foolish brother did not eradicate all the Super Saiyans. To my knowledge, the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta, is alive and well on Earth. Furthermore, the Saiyan who first defeated Frieza was not a native of planet Vegeta, but had been sent to Earth long ago. He harbored a lingering grievance that Frieza had failed to annihilate all the Saiyans, still chastising him as a fool to this day. Had it not been for Vegeta's decision to serve Frieza, perhaps many subsequent events would not have transpired. In fact, had Vegeta not invaded Earth, Goku would never have sought the Dragon Balls on Namek to resurrect his companions. It is conceivable that Goku would still be an ordinary Saiyan with only a few hundred battle power, and the first defeat of Frieza would never have occurred. "Oh, I see," Beerus said nonchalantly. Although the notion that Saiyans can transform to augment their strength was astonishing, it had yet to reach a level of significance in his eyes. He was certain that the individual he dreamed of was not a Saiyan. Thus, it must be the mysterious person Gula had mentioned, who had suddenly appeared. "When can we arrive at Earth?" Beerus glanced at him and inquired. Gula respectfully replied, "It will take approximately 1 week." Upon hearing this, Beerus furrowed his brow and expressed his dissatisfaction, questioning, "Why such a delay?" Goldo, upon hearing Beerus's words, instinctively recoiled and cautiously replied, "Lord Beerus, we too wish to hasten our journey, but the speed of this spaceship indeed necessitates such a duration. Our Legion possesses the pinnacle of technological advancement in the entire universe. A week to reach Earth is remarkably swift by any civilization standards. Beerus, however, held a different perspective. In his usual travels, he never relied on a spaceship. He was always accompanied by Whis. Regardless of how far he ventured, even traversing the seventh universe, it never took him a day. All right, I understand. Beerus waved his hand dismissively, his impatience evident. He did not necessarily need to journey alongside Guldo. His choice to do so stemmed from Guldo's considerable strength. Beerus intended to gauge the prowess of the formidable individual on Earth. As for why he did not confront this individual himself, it was because he was uncertain of their true capabilities. Should they prove overwhelmingly powerful and defeat him, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Conversely, if they were too weak and he inadvertently ended their life, it would represent a significant loss for the seventh universe. Regardless, as long as they did not encroach upon his position, it would be prudent to establish a rapport, potentially securing an ally for the future. Moreover, he could utilize this opportunity to temper Whis' arrogance, making it a win-win situation. Noticing that Beerus bore no ire towards him, Guldo mustered his courage to inquire. Might I ask, Lord Beerus, what brings you to Earth? Beerus cast a fleeting glance at Guldo upon hearing his question. Guldo broke into a cold sweat, hastily lowering his gaze, too intimidated to meet Beerus's eyes. Regardless of my intentions, once you arrive on Earth, proceed as you see fit. I shall not intervene. Beerus replied in a somber tone. Understood. Guldo responded promptly. With the god of destruction's assurance, he felt emboldened. His only concern was that should Beerus's business on Earth pose any inconvenience to him, he might inadvertently provoke Beerus's wrath, resulting in his own demise, a risk not worth taking. After their exchange, a profound silence enveloped the spacious cabin. Observing Beerus' silence, Guldo wisely refrained from speaking further. After a while, Whis, who had been silent, broke the stillness. Lord Beerus, I have already consulted King Kai of the North, Whis said with a gentle smile. Oh, Beerus raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What did that fellow have to say? He, Whis chuckled lightly before continuing. It seems this seemingly inconspicuous Earth harbors hidden talents. One individual, in particular, should align perfectly with your search. Initially, he had held a preconceived notion that Earth was a primitive planet of little significance. However, after conversing with King Kai, he realized his misjudgment. Although Earth was classified as a low-level planet, it effectively concentrated a significant portion of the elite combatants of the seventh universe. Chapter 68. King Kai, who could it be? Surely not those two scions. I have no interest in them. They are not the individuals I seek. Beerus remarked with an air of indifference. Whis chuckled and shook his head, saying, Of course not. It is someone who has emerged unexpectedly. Someone who has suddenly appeared? Beerus felt a flicker of curiosity. Indeed, Whis nodded, smiling as he continued. This individual is named Leelin. According to the description from the North Kai, he has indeed surfaced over the past 2 years. Upon reviewing Leelin's actions on Earth, it seems he is the person from your dreams. Does he possess any particular qualities? Beerus inquired nonchalantly. The person from your dreams is remarkably formidable, capable of threatening your position and on familiar terms with the Grand Priest. Even if he is not as powerful now as he may become in the future, he should be quite formidable. Is he truly just slightly stronger than the average person? Beerus frowned, clearly dissatisfied with this answer. He was acutely aware that his universe ranked second to last among the 12 in terms of combat prowess. The individual he sought should possess power comparable to that of Frieza and his kin. Moreover, according to Gula's description, this person was the one who defeated Frieza and his father. Surely, his strength could not merely be slightly above that of ordinary beings. Doubts began to surface in Beerus's mind regarding whether Whis had erred in identifying this individual. Observing the displeasure on Beerus's face, Whis continued his explanation. This young man, upon his arrival, effortlessly dispatched Frieza with a single move. King Cold fared slightly better, but he only managed to endure 2 attacks. Recently, it has been reported that he led Earth's warriors to vanquish a formidable monster. In terms of strength, he indeed ranks slightly above the average. Upon hearing this, Beerus shot Whis a glare. You dare to call that merely slightly above average? Are you not aware of the level of our 7th universe? Gula stood by, astonished. He had initially believed that Frieza and his father had perished after a fierce battle, only to discover they had been eliminated with such ease. A sense of trepidation began to creep into his mind. Although his strength surpassed theirs, he could not claim to be capable of such effortless dispatching. Furthermore, it seemed that the god of destruction was intent on seeking this individual. Beerus, however, paid no heed to Gula's thoughts. The mention of Leelin's considerable strength piqued his interest. If all went as expected, this individual would indeed be the one he sought. His power seems adequate. Yet I must see him for myself, Beerus declared, his hands clasped behind him. Set course at full speed. Yes, Lord Beerus, Whis replied with a gentle smile, tapping his staff against the floor of the ship's cabin. Suddenly, the main vessel surged forward as if entering a transit tunnel, swiftly departing from the larger fleet. On Earth, on a small island amidst the vast ocean, a magnificent castle, exuding grandeur, had been constructed over the course of several days. The waves lapped gently against the shore, the sun shone brightly, enveloping everything in a pleasant warmth. On the beach stood two sun loungers, where Leelin and number 18 reclined, savoring the scent of the sea breeze and the caress of sunlight. After spending several days together, their bond had grown increasingly intimate. Although they had yet to cross the final threshold, Leelin was confident that with the passage of a few more days, and given the current trajectory of their relationship, number 18 would inevitably be won over. When that time came, the scene before him would no longer feature just the two of them. It was likely that a third would join them. As Leelin basked in this idyllic moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Leelin, are you there? I am King Kai, can you hear me? At the end of Snake Way, on King Kai's planet, a stout figure with two antennae appeared, visibly anxious. Initially taken aback, Leelin assumed it was the system communicating, but upon closer listening, he realized it was not. King Kai, I am here. What is the matter? Leelin inquired with curiosity. This was the first time he had engaged in conversation with King Kai since arriving in this world, and he wondered if there was some significant event about to unfold. According to his recollections, after defeating Cell, the emergence of Majin Buu would follow. However, that was still several years away. Could it be that events were accelerating? Number 18, lounging beside Leelin, noticed his sudden outburst and removed her sunglasses to gaze at him. Sensing he was conversing with someone, she refrained from interrupting. As she observed quietly, Leelin unexpectedly leaped up, exclaiming loudly, startling her. What did you say? The god of destruction? What does he want? Leelin stood frozen in disbelief. Number 18 quickly rose, confused by Leelin's mention of the god of destruction. However, witnessing his panicked demeanor sparked concern within her. On the other end, King Kai raised his hands in exasperation. The god of destruction has come to find you. As for the reason, I do not know. After a brief pause, he curiously inquired, by the way, do you know the name of the god of destruction? King Kai was intrigued, given that it appeared Leelin had never ventured beyond Earth. Compared to other regions of the universe, the Milky Way was somewhat isolated, and few were aware of the god of destruction, Beerus. When is the god of destruction arriving? Leelin pressed, avoiding the question. Noticing Leelin's reluctance to respond, King Kai chose not to pursue the matter further and replied slowly, it should be shortly. Since you are aware of the god of destruction's name, you must also recognize his power. Remember, answer truthfully to any questions posed. Do not provoke a conflict. Otherwise, not just Earth, but the entire galaxy could face utter devastation. After delivering this grave warning, King Kai abruptly severed the connection. On King Kai's planet, he exhaled deeply, having never anticipated that Beerus, the god of destruction, would make an unexpected visit to Earth. This revelation caught him off guard. Fortunately, Leelin was not one to act recklessly. He hoped that his words would bear some weight in the impending situation. As the sovereign of the Northern Galaxy, his only recourse was to silently pray within his heart for Earth. After severing the signal, Leelin's countenance shifted dramatically, and his mind began to stir. According to the typical narrative, Beerus should not have made his appearance so soon. His direct approach toward Leelin left him uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. After all, his current prowess was utterly insufficient in the presence of a god of destruction. Leelin, what's wrong? Is something amiss? The 18th android gazed at him with concern. In the face of Cell, this man could maintain his composure, yet now, she discerned a hint of anxiety etched upon his features. Chapter 69. The reunion scene. Upon hearing the 18th's voice, Leelin regained his composure. Noticing her worried expression, he forced a semblance of a smile and replied, It's nothing. I have a matter to attend to shortly. Why don't you go find the 16th android for now? Since leaving the Capsule Corporation, the 16th had sought out Goku. After a skirmish, Goku emerged victorious with ease. Acknowledging his inferiority, The 16th refrained from further conflict and returned to the Capsule Corporation to assist Bulma with her research. The 18th pouted, her brow furrowing. You're trying to send me away, aren't you? I heard what you said. Who is the god of destruction? Why do you want me to leave? Is there danger lurking? Her intelligence was evident. With a fleeting thought, she realized something was amiss in Leelin's words. Typically so composed, his current anxiety indicated that something significant was about to unfold. Sighing in resignation, Leelin lamented his uncertainty about whether Beerus's arrival on Earth was fortuitous or ominous. Should a confrontation arise, he would undoubtedly meet his doom. His own demise mattered little, but the safety of the 18th was paramount. He wished to shield his beloved from peril. If at all possible, it was best for her to distance herself from this place. The god of destruction was the mightiest deity in the cosmos, tasked with the role of obliteration. Leelin gradually unveiled Beerus's identity and origins, aiming to convey the gravity of the situation to the 18th. As anticipated, her mouth parted slightly in astonishment at his account. She had never conceived of such a formidable entity existing in the world. Observing her astonished expression, Leelin paused before continuing. Thus, you must comprehend the extent of the peril. While he is yet to arrive, you must hasten to leave this place. After absorbing Leelin's narrative, the 18th slowly closed her open mouth, her gaze unwavering as she looked at him. No, if that is the case, then I cannot leave. I shall face the danger alongside you. Upon hearing her declaration, Leelin slapped his forehead in exasperation. The level of danger posed by Beerus could not be mitigated by merely adding another person to the equation. His desire to send the 18th away was a protective measure. Should he fall, she could utilize the Dragon Balls to revive him. Just days prior, Dandy had restored the Dragon Balls on Earth, resurrecting those who had fallen to Cell. If two bewildered souls were to perish here, unnoticed and unacknowledged, their corpses would decay without a single gaze cast upon them. The North Kai has been ever vigilant over Earth. He should be aware of this. Yet, in the face of Beerus, would he dare to resurrect the two of them without permission? It is quite possible that they would be destined to wander the path to the underworld as mere spouses. Leelin opened his mouth, intending to voice these thoughts, but before he could utter a sound, a massive spaceship materialized in the resplendent sky. Oh no, it seems the moment has arrived. Leelin lifted his gaze skyward, murmuring to himself. Android 18 also looked up, fixated on the colossal vessel. However, what puzzled Leelin was that, in his recollection, Beerus was supposed to appear alongside Whis, without any reliance on such a craft. Moreover, within this spaceship, there existed an abundance of energy signatures. Though none were formidable in his presence, the uppermost layer emitted a relatively strong aura, one that, while not overwhelmingly powerful, could still be managed by Android 18. Aside from that, he could sense no other potent energies. Of course, he understood that both Beerus and the Angel Whis possessed no discernible aura. Even in battle, they emitted no energy. Perhaps this is an ability unique to the gods? Oh, so that is Leelin, Whis remarked nonchalantly, gazing downwards. Beerus lifted his eyes, scrutinizing Leelin closely, then shut his eyes to recall the figure from his dreams. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and spoke with conviction. Indeed, he is exactly as I envisioned. Leelin's form and visage perfectly aligned with the image in his mind. Excluding the possibility of mere resemblance, it must be him. Whis observed Leelin below and nodded slightly. Based solely on appearance, he truly was quite distinguished. Leelin's visage had undergone systematic enhancement, rendering it flawless. The height of his nose, the proportion of his eyes, the symmetry of his physique, all so exquisite that even the most skilled surgeon could not achieve such results. Noticing Whis's approving demeanor, Beerus smirked mischievously. It seems you are rather pleased with your future nephew. Upon hearing this, Whis's previously serene smile vanished in an instant as he cast a languid glance to the side. Beerus, witnessing this, felt a twinge of apprehension, sensing that misfortune may be looming. Indeed, in the next moment, Whis opened his mouth and spoke slowly. Lord Beerus, as your teacher, it is said that once a teacher, always a father. If this individual standing below is my uncle, what should you call him? Beerus furrowed his brow, rendered speechless by the retort. Though he sought to formulate a rebuttal, he found himself at a loss for words. Whis, not intending to let him off easily, continued with a calm demeanor. Surely, addressing him as grandfather or elder would not be too much to ask. Instantly, Beerus's expression darkened, taken aback by Whis's sharp wit. As the discussion unfolded, one could not help but wonder how a grandfather had emerged from it all. Gula stood respectfully behind the two, initially perplexed by their conversation. However, upon hearing the illustrious name of Beerus, he was instantly revitalized. To his astonishment, it appeared that there truly existed a relative of Beerus on Earth, and one of seniority no less. A spark of inspiration ignited within Gula, prompting him to step forward with an ingratiating tone and propose, "Lord Beerus, since your esteemed grandfather is below, shall we not invite the elder to join us? We are about to embark on our mission, lest we tarnish the elder's vision." His flattery was boundless, yet unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently placed himself in a precarious situation. Giggling uncontrollably, Whis was the first to react, his laughter echoing throughout the chamber. Beerus turned rigidly, his gaze laced with an unmistakable desire to kill. Gula felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight, as he trembled inwardly, fearing for his life. "Do you wish to perish?" Beerus enunciated each word with palpable menace, his voice emerging as if forced through clenched teeth. The temperature in the chamber plummeted, enveloping them in an icy chill. Chapter 70. Testing the waters. Gula's knees quaked, and beads of cold sweat cascaded down his body. He buried his head in his chest, too frightened to meet Beerus's gaze. "Humph." Beerus scoffed disdainfully. Under different circumstances, he would have dispatched Gula without a second thought. However, given the present necessity, he would spare the man's life for the time being. "Very well, Lord Beerus." Whis gradually composed himself, suggesting, "Shall we descend to meet this individual? While we have indeed encountered them, we remain uncertain of their capabilities. As deities, both he and Beerus possessed heightened sensitivity to energy. Yet from Leelin, they sensed not a trace of aura. The girl accompanying him exhibited the same peculiar absence, which was quite baffling. With a frosty glare directed at Whis, Beerus replied indifferently, "There is no rush. Let us first test the waters." He then turned his icy gaze toward Gula. The latter gulped, understanding that his previous attempt at flattery had backfired, and thus refrained from speaking further. Beerus coldly commanded, "Send everyone down to attack the young man." "Yes." Gula dared not utter another word, promptly activating the device on his wrist to dispatch all subordinates aboard the ship. Their singular objective was clear, to assault the young man on the island below. As the crew aboard the vessel remained oblivious to the unfolding situation, the hatch creaked open. Leelin furrowed his brow, observing the ship overhead. He had been curious about the prolonged silence, but now the hatch had unexpectedly swung open. He and Android 18 immediately adopted a heightened state of alert upon witnessing the sudden revelation of the entrance. With a rush, a throng of individuals poured out from the ship. Their appearances varied greatly, each clad in a uniform battle suit, their faces obscured by detection devices. Upon observing the peculiar attire of the individuals before him, Leelin felt a subtle stir within his heart. Was this not the garb of Frieza's army? Could these individuals indeed be associated with Frieza? Number 18, with a grave expression, scrutinized the figures soaring towards them and furrowed her brow, inquiring, among this group, "Who is the god of destruction? They appear rather unimpressive." Leelin slowly shook his head, asserting that none of them were. He was well acquainted with the visage of a god of destruction, and these individuals bore no resemblance to Beerus. Moreover, Beerus was known for his haughty demeanor, unlikely to accompany a ragtag assembly. The throng in the sky resembled a swarm of locusts, obscuring the sun. They had received orders to unleash their full might upon the young man below. Numerous individuals activated their scouters, eager to gauge the opponent's combat prowess. After all, summoning everyone to engage indicated that the adversary must be formidable. It was prudent to assess the situation before taking action. However, as they beheld the numbers displayed before them, their expressions morphed into one of bewilderment. "Zero? This lad's combat power is zero." A universe inhabitant muttered to himself, glancing at his companions. "Mine shows zero as well. I initially thought my scouter was malfunctioning, yet it seems you are in the same predicament," another replied. In a moment, those who had activated their scouters began to converse animatedly. Here they were, an imposing multitude, set to confront an ordinary individual with a combat power of zero. What a farcical scenario. Initially, they regarded Leelin with a measure of seriousness. Given their king's command for all to mobilize, they had anticipated encountering a formidable foe, yet this was the outcome? Almost universally, the expressions directed at Leelin shifted to one of disdain. Yet, one of the subordinates remarked wickedly, "That girl beside him is rather pleasing to the eye." "Indeed. Quite striking. Are you interested?" responded those surrounding him, wiping drool from their lips with a lewd grin. After all, their opponent was merely an ordinary person devoid of combat capability. When the time came to descend, he would be at their mercy. Meanwhile, aboard the spaceship, Beerus observed with growing dissatisfaction as Guldo's subordinates remained motionless in the air. I commanded you to attack. Why do you linger idly? Do my words hold no weight? Hearing Beerus's pronouncement, Guldo hastily initiated communication through his scouter, inwardly berating his subordinates for their incompetence. What on earth are you doing? Did I not instruct you to engage with full force? Can you not comprehend? Guldo was also beginning to feel a surge of anger. Yet he dared not unleash it upon Beerus and could only vent his frustrations upon his subordinates. Almost simultaneously, the group received Guldo's thunderous command. They found themselves perplexed by the order. After all, their opponent was merely a commoner. Why rally together and attack with full force? Nevertheless, despite their confusion, they dared not disobey. Charge! One individual shouted, albeit with a lackadaisical tone. The others shook their heads in resignation and followed suit. However, their pace was sluggish, as they understood that their opponent, being an ordinary person, would not require an accelerated speed. Gliding through the air with an unhurried grace, she proceeded to eliminate her adversaries with equal leisure. They were utterly incapable of evading her onslaught. Number 18 gazed skyward, sighing as she mused, what a ragtag group has emerged from who knows where. Her prowess rendered these individuals as inconsequential as children before an adult. Shall you take action? Number 18 inquired, turning to her side. Leelin slowly shook his head, urging her, you handle it, eliminate them all at once. His mind was in disarray as he pondered the intentions of the god of destruction. In truth, he remained uncertain whether the god of destruction was even aboard this vessel. Within the ship, only the presence of a single individual lingered, the rest were imperceptible to him. Of course, the god of destruction could not be sensed through mere energy. This uncertainty allowed Leelin to harbor a glimmer of hope that these intruders were not sent by Beerus, but rather remnants of Frieza's forces, seeking vengeance for their fallen king, foolishly attempting to invade Earth. No. As this thought crossed his mind, Leelin fervently shook his head. The ship had materialized out of thin air, and prior to its arrival, he had detected no energy signatures. Moreover, the location of its appearance seemed too coincidental. Directly above him, at that moment, Number 18 had already engaged the opposing army. She observed the figures descending from the sky and summoned a golden wave of energy with a flick of her wrist, transforming it into a sweeping arc aimed at her airborne foes. What? Panic surged through their ranks. Just moments prior, their scans had revealed no combat capability. How could she unleash such a formidable attack? Although they were oblivious to the concept of energy, the terrifying force contained within that golden arc was palpable. Most could not react in time, colliding headfirst with the onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. Their bodies erupted in midair like fireworks, disintegrating in an instant. Those at the rear, witnessing their comrades' helpless demise, halted in their tracks and turned to flee. Yet, their flight speed paled in comparison to the velocity of Number 18's assault. The golden arc enveloped them almost instantaneously. Bang, bang, bang. Dark clouds billowed as they perished without even a scream, reduced to mere remnants. In less than a second, Gula's advance forces were utterly obliterated. Observing this from the highest chamber of the ship, Gula's eyes widened in disbelief. My army has been annihilated by a mere girl, he exclaimed incredulously, unable to fathom how such a feat was accomplished. His scanners had detected no energy fluctuations. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances. Whis remarked slowly, this young lady is certainly no ordinary individual. She must be a cyborg. Beerus replied nonchalantly, despite not sensing any energy from Number 18. He could, however, perceive the continuous flow of energy emanating from within her. Indeed, Whis nodded thoughtfully. Before the 18th made her move, she had already sensed something amiss. It appears that there are indeed some remarkable individuals on Earth. The extraordinary power contained within the 18th could not possibly be inherent. Such an extent of strength could only be achieved through artificial enhancement. Gula, overhearing their conversation, felt a flicker of intrigue. Enhanced beings? Could they possess such formidable capabilities? To be candid, he found himself somewhat captivated by the notion. However, as he pondered, the arc in the sky expanded rapidly, its velocity increasing, poised to descend upon their vessel. My lords, what ought we to do? That attack has yet to dissipate. Gula exclaimed, alarmed. He certainly did not wish to meet an untimely end upon his arrival to Earth. Meanwhile, Beerus exhibited an air of nonchalance, appearing utterly unconcerned. Whis, wielding his staff, made a gentle sweep. Suddenly, a verdant barrier materialized around the spacecraft. The 18th's assault struck the shield, but instead of the anticipated clash and explosion, the golden arc disintegrated at the moment of contact, transforming into golden specks that gradually evaporated into the atmosphere. Gula exhaled in relief upon witnessing the attack neutralized. His own strength was only slightly superior to that of Frieza and Cooler, but not by much. At this juncture, he would have been no match for the 18th. Had her previous strike landed on him, he would have emerged severely injured, if not worse. On the ground, the 18th initially felt a sense of superiority, seeing her attack obliterate a significant number of adversaries, dismissing Leelin's concerns as an overreaction. Deities of destruction seemed trivial in her eyes. Yet, upon witnessing the miraculous dissolution of her assault, she was genuinely astonished. Her previous strike, while not her full strength, had certainly carried a considerable force. Thus, it became evident that her opponent possessed some remarkable capabilities. Sighing in resignation, Leelin recognized the barrier as Whis' doing. It was clear that their adversaries had truly arrived, and there would be no evading them today. Just moments ago, he had contemplated the possibility of using instantaneous movement to escape with the 18th, but this notion was promptly extinguished upon this revelation. With Whis present, he feared that he might be immobilized before even attempting to teleport. Even if he did manage to escape, Whis could simply reverse time with a tap of his staff, forcing him to return. "What shall we do now, Leelin?" the 18th inquired, furrowing her brow. Grasping her hand, Leelin endeavored to maintain his composure. "Fear not. Stand behind me. No one shall harm you." His words had a calming effect, alleviating some of the 18th's unease, though worry still lingered in her gaze. Leelin was devoid of any strategies and could only confront the situation head-on. Besides, perhaps their presence was fortuitous? He repeatedly reassured himself, envisioning a favorable outcome as the spacecraft continued its course. Weiss observed the two individuals below, his mind racing with unspoken thoughts. Without turning, he addressed Beerus, "My Lord Beerus. Should we make our presence known?" Beerus, with his hands clasped behind his back, replied nonchalantly, "There is no rush. I wish to witness the young one's prowess. It is unfortunate that the girl was the one to strike just now." His curiosity regarding Leelin intensified. The young girl, despite exuding no discernible aura, harbored boundless energy within her. At Beerus's level of divinity, such subtleties were perceptible. However, Leelin presented a stark contrast. This young man, too, lacked an outward aura, yet the energy within him was astonishingly subdued, as tranquil as still waters. Such a level of restraint could rival that of a destroyer god. "What do you wish to do next?" Weiss inquired with a smile. Without a moment's hesitation, Beerus pointed at Gula, commanding, "You, go down and test your strength against that young man." Gula, taken aback, wore a forced and unattractive smile. "Given his ferocity, are you suggesting I attack him? That would be tantamount to courting death." "My Lord Beerus, you must see that my abilities are limited. The girl is already formidable, not to mention the one beside her. Perhaps you should handle this yourself?" Gula stuttered, his voice trailing off in the final words. Upon hearing this, Beerus's brow furrowed dangerously, and he coldly retorted, "Me? What need do I have of you then?" Gula felt the weight of Beerus's gaze, stifling his breath. Yet, the memory of his subordinate's recent defeat kept him from accepting this daunting task. Sensing Gula's silence, Beerus's eyes glinted with a hint of coldness as he remained indifferent, saying, "Do not worry. I expect you to take over Frieza's duties. Besides, with Weiss here, I will ensure your safety at a critical moment." "Why, yes," Gula reluctantly acquiesced. Though his head hung low, his peripheral vision catching the glint of murderous intent in Beerus's eyes. If he failed to comply, he might well face death. With a heavy heart, Gula opened the hatch and stepped outside. A coward without courage, Beerus scoffed disdainfully. Weiss shot him a sidelong glance, gently querying, "Would you like me to intervene on his behalf?" With a derisive chuckle, Beerus shook his head. "If this lad complies, perhaps I may spare his life. For now, let us see what he is capable of." As Gula ventured further from the ship, each step was accompanied by a barrage of curses directed at Beerus in his mind. "Damn it! Why must you force me to act? Why not step in yourself?" He was already devising strategies for survival. Though he maintained an outward demeanor of respect, he was not foolish. He discerned Beerus's dissatisfaction. There was a looming possibility that he could be struck down, and Beerus would not lift a finger to save him. He needed to contemplate how best to escape his fate. Chapter 72. Why must I suffer for your family's affairs? Leelin waited quietly on the ground, a sense of confusion brewing within him. He pondered why, after such a lengthy interval, no one had yet emerged. Restlessness began to take hold of him. Neither leaving nor staying felt right to him. At that moment, his mind was abuzz with thoughts. As he noticed that no one had yet emerged, he silently resolved to wait just 10 more seconds. If they did not appear by then, he would take his leave. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he began counting down. Just as he was about to commence his countdown, a figure emerged from the spacecraft. Android 18 was the first to notice and urgently tugged at Leelin's sleeve, exclaiming, "Look, is that the god of destruction?" Leelin, turning to gaze upon the newcomer, slightly raised his eyebrows. Wasn't that cooler? He recognized the face, which bore a resemblance to Frieza's, and immediately confirmed the identity of the individual. Though not a character from the official storyline, Leelin still had some recollection of Cooler. Cooler? Who is that? 18 inquired, puzzled. Leelin fixed his gaze firmly upon him, poised to explain, but before he could utter a word, Cooler spoke first. "You are the one who killed Frieza and my father?" Upon hearing this, Leelin narrowed his eyes. He could sense that Cooler's strength was only marginally greater than Frieza's. With such power, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the blow from Android 18 just moments ago. Cooler felt a chill under Leelin's scrutinizing gaze. His earlier bravado was merely a fade, a desperate attempt to assert himself. "Yes, and what do you intend to do about it?" Leelin replied nonchalantly. To be frank, he held little concern for such minor characters. His primary worry lay with Beerus lurking behind him. Cooler swallowed hard, the calm demeanor of his opponent amplifying his anxiety. Although it was not an overwhelming aura of intimidation, the psychological tension was far more daunting. "Then do you dare to battle me?" Cooler mustered his courage, speaking with an air of bravado, his expression reflecting an unwavering confidence. Yet, the beads of sweat forming on his brow betrayed his true state. Android 18, irritated by Cooler's audacious claims, sensed his weakness. She was confident that with a mere flick of her wrist, she could easily dispatch him. What audacity to challenge Leelin with such feeble strength. Without waiting for Leelin's response, 18 interjected, "Do you really think Leelin needs to step in for you? I can handle you myself." Upon seeing 18 stepping forward, Cooler's pupils dilated in alarm. The image of his subordinates being annihilated lingered vividly in his mind. "Humph, I do not strike women." Cooler averted his gaze to Leelin, stating, "If you are a man, then fight me." He recalled Beerus' orders to engage in combat with this young man. He had devised a plan. Should the opponent accept the challenge, he would find a way to escape unscathed. 18 cast a dispassionate glance at him, recognizing some unexpected resolve in his demeanor. Leelin approached, placing a reassuring hand on 18's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Leave this to me." "All right." 18 nodded in agreement, stepping back quietly. With her retreat, Leelin shifted his stance and gradually ascended into the air. Beerus and Whis exchanged astonished glances. "Whis, have you discerned what is happening?" Beerus exclaimed in disbelief. Whis furrowed his brow and slowly shook his head. Even before Leelin made a move, he had already captivated their attention. The fact that Leelin could soar into the air necessitated the use of his internal energy. Yet, both of them were fixated on him, utterly oblivious to any fluctuations in energy. Neither from the surface nor within did they detect the slightest ripple. How is this lad achieving such a feat? It is utterly astounding, Whis mused, stroking his chin and shaking his head repeatedly. This was the first time he had encountered an inexplicable phenomenon. Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus appeared even more astonished. If even Whis could not elucidate it, it seemed this young man truly possessed something extraordinary. They could only wait and see if any clues would emerge once the battle commenced. Both widened their eyes, keenly focused. In midair, Leelin and Gula locked eyes, the impending battle palpable. A bead of sweat trickled down Gula's cheek, his breath becoming increasingly rapid. That, Leelin began suddenly. Gula visibly trembled, his entire being taut with tension. Leelin offered a calm smile, noticing the other's nervousness. "You need not fear. I merely wish to ask you something." Gula, grappling with immense psychological pressure, tremulously inquired, What is it?" He was reluctant to engage in further conversation, as each passing second felt like torment. It would be far better to act swiftly and find relief. "Nothing much," Leelin replied nonchalantly. "I just wanted to inquire whether Lord Beerus is aboard that spaceship behind you." Gula was momentarily taken aback before quickly realizing that it seemed Beerus and this young man were unfamiliar with one another. It made sense. If they were acquainted, there would be no need for him to risk his life. However, He was perplexed by their earlier discussion regarding some grandfather. Gula's mind was racing. Yet he maintained a facade of composure as he explained, "Indeed, Lord Beerus is up there." Upon confirming this, Leelin's smile dimmed slightly as he continued to question. "You seek me for revenge, but what business does Lord Beerus have with me? I cannot fathom that Beerus would be so idle as to pursue me alongside Gula simply for a mere Frieza." Gula hesitated, his face betraying uncertainty. After a moment, he cautiously replied, "I do not know why Lord Beerus seeks you. However, I overheard him speaking with Whis, and it seemed you were some kind of grandfather to him." Coughing violently, Leelin nearly choked on his own saliva. What a startling revelation. When did I become Beerus's grandfather? Are you jesting? Yet, observing Gula's expression, it seemed unlikely that he was lying. Moreover, even if he were fabricating, it was far too absurd to be believable. When did I become Beerus's grandfather? Do not speak such nonsense. After a fit of coughing, Leelin finally managed to regain his composure. Gula expressed his dissatisfaction upon hearing this, questioning, "You ask me? I ask who is going. Why must your family affairs cause me suffering? Who am I to seek justice from?" Leelin listened to this heartfelt complaint, each word imbued with sincerity. Yet, he found himself increasingly perplexed. He wished to continue his inquiry, but Gula interrupted him, saying, "Enough with the rambling. I do not know the rest either. When he comes out, you can ask him yourself. Hurry up, I cannot wait any longer." Chapter 73. The birth of an actor. Beerus observed the two below, incessantly chattering away, feeling a surge of irritation. Were they going to fight or merely converse? How could they engage in dialogue for so long? The spaceship they occupied boasted excellent soundproofing, coupled with the considerable distance between them and their soft-spoken voices. Even someone as powerful as Beerus could not overhear their discussion. Whis, of course, had also not heard them, casually remarked, "Perhaps they are merely posturing. After all, a little bravado before a fight can enhance one's spirit." Is that so? Beerus thought skeptically. Did these two truly appear to be posturing? Gula's cowardly demeanor suggested he was on the verge of losing control. How could one grow weaker through such antics? In the air below, Leelin noted Gula's eagerness to engage in battle and shook his head in resignation, pondering why the other was so impatient. Could it be that he missed his brother and father, yearning to join them? Well then, since you are intent on courting death, do not blame me for being ruthless. Leelin replied coolly. Though Gula was far from his match, he was still here seeking vengeance, warranting caution. Oomph. Gula feigned bravado with a scoff, beckoning Leelin with a dismissive gesture. "Come on, I will let you strike first." Leelin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Something felt amiss with Gula. What audacity did he possess to provoke him? Allowing himself to strike first, was this some kind of jest? Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it further. Since the opponent had invited him to act first, he would not hold back any longer. "Prepare yourself," Leelin declared, instantly assuming a combat stance. However, before he could make a move, Gula's eyes widened in shock, and he let out a piercing scream. It was as if he had suffered a tremendous blow, and he was sent hurtling backward. Boom! His body crashed into a mountain, shattering it to pieces before finally coming to a halt. Gula tilted his head, mouth agape, incredulously surveying the scene before him. After a prolonged moment, he regained his senses, gazing at his hands in bewilderment. What just happened? When did I become so formidable? Leelin murmured to himself, astonished. He had not even struck. He had merely posed, and yet Gula had been sent flying. Had his strength truly escalated to such heights? Beerus, standing inside the spaceship, was utterly bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. What a surprise. Have I underestimated this young man? In battle, one must at least engage physically. Yet this individual has not even made a move, and his opponent has already been sent flying. What immense strength must one possess to achieve such a feat? Hiss. Whis inhaled sharply, his gaze fixed intently on Leelin. He could confirm that the young man had not struck a blow. However, in the next moment, when he turned his attention back to Gula, the latter was already airborne. The speed of the exchange was so swift that even he could not discern the actions taken, which spoke volumes about Gula's formidable prowess. The three individuals present wore expressions of utter bewilderment. No, including the fallen android 18, there were 4 faces of confusion. Unbeknownst to them, Gula was already chuckling softly. This was a performance of his own orchestration. His exceptional acting skills were so convincing that he nearly believed his own ruse. After a brief interval, Leelin meticulously reflected on the events and affirmed that he had indeed not lifted a finger. Suddenly, he recalled Gula's earlier impatience urging him to engage. He glanced up at the spaceship hovering above, and the pieces began to fall into place. Oh, so this fellow was merely staging a charade, playing the role of a challenger to Beerus, Leelin mused inwardly. It was likely that Beerus had instructed Gula to test him. Perhaps the sight of Android 18's previous attack had instilled a sense of trepidation in him, robbing him of his combat spirit, which led to the recent theatrics. Leelin's intellect was remarkably sharp, although Gula's performance was strikingly realistic. He had managed to deduce the underlying truth. After all, he possessed a clear understanding of his own capabilities and whether he had exerted any force. Despite not having done anything, his opponent appeared grievously wounded as he soared away. This could only imply one thing. It was all an act orchestrated by Gula. Leelin's ability to analyze the situation stemmed from his first-hand experience. Within the spaceship, Beerus and Whis held a different perspective. From their vantage point, Leelin appeared rather formidable. Silent in his assault, he seemed to strike lethally without a trace, perfectly encapsulating the scene they had just witnessed. They exchanged glances, initially contemplating an introduction to Leelin following Gula's anticipated defeat. However, the chamber fell into an uneasy silence, with no one daring to suggest proceeding downward. After a period of contemplation, Whis sensed that remaining idle was unwise. "Lord Beerus, what shall we do now? He is waiting below. Should we not descend?" Upon hearing Whis delegate the decision to him, Beerus found himself at a loss. The individual below certainly did not seem easy to confront. The level of strength displayed suggested that he had long surpassed Beerus himself, who knew if he possessed the capability to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Grand Minister. The prospect of descending and encountering unforeseen peril, potentially leading to a glorious demise, was daunting. "Whis, since we have not made our presence known, perhaps we should simply depart," Beerus proposed softly. Whis, upon hearing this, silently nodded in agreement. If feasible, he too wished to leave, having encountered far too many inexplicable occurrences today. The sentiment remains unchanged. People often harbor a certain trepidation towards the unknown. Previously, he was able to present himself with an air of nonchalance and composure before the world. This was attributed to his extensive lifespan and vast experiences, combined with his formidable strength which left little capable of astonishing him. However, today was different. What Leelin had brought forth could no longer be described merely as surprise. It was sheer shock. "Lord Beerus, this might not be prudent," Whis remarked. Before Beerus could inquire further, Whis continued, "The North Kai might have already disclosed your presence here to that young man. It is possible that the North Kai is currently observing this location. If you were to depart now, it could lead to ridicule in the realm of the gods." Beerus furrowed his brow and responded in a frosty tone, "Does that old fool dare?" Whis shook his head. The North Kai would not speak out of turn, but the Kaiashans certainly would. Your personal visit to Earth is such a significant matter that the North Kai would undoubtedly inform the Kaiashan. At that point, it could adversely affect your reputation. He chose not to elaborate further, allowing Beerus to ponder the implications. After all, as an angel, it was his duty to uphold the dignity of the god of destruction. A few words of criticism in front of the Omni King could be overlooked, for it would be considered merely a report. However, hearing unfavorable rumors about a god of destruction would signify a dereliction of duty on his part. Upon hearing these words, Beerus's frown deepened. Whis continued, "Look at that young man standing there. He has not yet departed, clearly waiting for you." Beerus quickly lifted his gaze, and indeed, although Leelin had landed on the ground, his eyes remained fixed on the spacecraft, hesitating to leave. In truth, it was not that Leelin was unwilling to depart. Rather, he felt too apprehensive to do so. If given the chance, he would have long since made his escape. Sighing resignedly, Beerus said slowly, "Then let us descend and see him. Whis, remember to protect me." Whis, feeling somewhat awkward, offered a nervous smile and replied, "Understood." He too felt a surge of anxiety, for the power of the individual below was likely comparable to that of his own father. Even if he were to risk everything, he doubted he could ensure safety. Nevertheless, he recalled Beerus mentioning in a dream that they would need to meet the Omni King in the future. Since that event had yet to transpire, it was improbable that they would encounter danger. Thus, with hearts filled with apprehension, the two slowly descended from the spacecraft. Leelin, upon spotting the familiar figures, felt a sudden tightening in his chest, silently murmuring, "They've arrived." Both parties were exceedingly tense, apprehensive of the potential threat the other might pose. Soon, Beerus and Whis landed on the ground where Leelin stood. Android 18, with her large, curious eyes, scrutinized the unfamiliar and enigmatic duo. Beerus felt somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze, as if he were a mere spectacle to be observed. He was about to chastise her, but restrained himself, mindful of the mysterious Leelin. Thus, neither party spoke. Leelin observed the silence of the other, and although he found it peculiar, he understood the principle of remaining motionless when faced with an unmoving adversary. Since they chose not to speak, he too maintained his silence. Weiss, observing Leelin's composed demeanor, secretly nodded in approval. This young man was indeed extraordinary. Even in the presence of two, he remained unflustered. Truly, he exhibited the aura of a formidable individual. Had Leelin been privy to Weiss's thoughts, he might have laughed aloud, for he was simply too intimidated to utter a word, far from the impressive figure Weiss envisioned. After an indeterminate period of silence, it became evident that such stillness could not persist indefinitely. Clearing his throat, Weiss broke the silence and spoke first. "You must be Mr. Leelin, correct?" Upon hearing the address, Leelin's eyelids flickered. Could it be? Such courtesy? Mr. Leelin? The use of you was quite formal. Could it be that they were employing a strategy of diplomacy before conflict? Though he entertained such thoughts, he maintained his composure and nodded. He recognized that in moments like this, such considerations were futile. Preserving his dignity might allow him to exit with some semblance of grace. Weiss smiled amiably and continued, "I have long admired your esteemed name. Meeting you today, it is clear that you are indeed a rare talent among men." Leelin, while outwardly composed, felt a tempest of confusion within. "Long admired my name? My current prowess barely exceeds that of a Super Saiyan 3. Such a level of strength should be insignificant in the eyes of Weiss and the god of destruction. What could warrant such admiration?" Though perplexed, he chose to keep his thoughts to himself, as he was still unaware of their purpose in visiting. Beerus, standing nearby, rolled his eyes at Weiss's flattering demeanor. "How could I not notice? This fellow is quite adept at sycophancy, yet I have never witnessed him flatter me. Might I inquire, Weiss and Lord Beerus, what brings you here from afar?" Leelin asked directly. Weiss and Beerus exchanged glances, confirming their suspicions that Leelin was indeed aware of their identities. Weiss maintained his geniality, stating, "It is merely that we have heard of a remarkable talent emerging from Universe 7, and we came to see for ourselves." Leelin, upon hearing this, felt even more bewildered. "To see me? While I consider myself rather exceptional, I cannot believe these two have traveled such a distance merely to observe me." Nevertheless, conceding to their words, Leelin responded, "Oh, I see. Have you seen enough?" Both Weiss and Beerus nodded in unison. "If that is the case, you may take your leave," Leelin replied coolly. If matters were as simple as this, they should have no further business and could promptly depart. Upon hearing Leelin's dismissal, Beerus did not react with anger. Rather, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He quickly signaled to Weiss that it was time to go. However, Weiss shook his head, indicating that they should remain patient, as he had an important matter to address. Beerus felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, but held his tongue. Weiss disregarded his dissatisfaction and smiled as he began to speak. "Mr. Leelin, please do not be anxious. I believe there is another matter to discuss." A sense of foreboding settled in Leelin's heart. Indeed, he had anticipated this. He knew that these two individuals had not come to Earth merely for a casual visit. However, he remained uncertain whether the forthcoming events would be favorable or unfavorable. If they were advantageous, he would accept them with open arms. If they were detrimental, he would also acquiesce, for in the presence of such eminent figures, one had little room for choice. "What is it?" "Please, go ahead," Leelin replied slowly, forcing himself to maintain a demeanor of composure despite his inner trepidation. Upon hearing Leelin's words, Weiss's lips curved into a broad smile, genuine in its warmth. "Mr. Leelin, I sense that our temperaments and dispositions are remarkably similar. We are like kindred spirits. Why not seize this opportunity to forge a brotherly bond today?" At this, Leelin could no longer contain himself, jolting in surprise. "Good heavens! What manner of arrangement is this? A brotherhood? Are we to enact a wuxia drama? How old are you? I could be your ancestor." He paused, incredulous. "And what is your motive in wanting to be my brother? What merit do I possess to deserve such an honor?" Weiss's reasoning was straightforward. "In the future, you intend to bond with my father, thus becoming my uncle. So, I propose we establish our bond now, and you shall be considered my brother. Consequently, in my father's presence, you will be the junior. Surely, such a scenario will not arise again in the future?" Beerus, witnessing Weiss's antics, could hardly contain his astonishment. He longed to exclaim, "Is this truly permissible?" Noticing that Leelin remained silent and visibly shaken, Weiss quickly added, "Of course, I understand this may come as a surprise. However, I genuinely wish to form this bond with you. Naturally, since this is my proposal, you shall take the role of elder brother. Chapter 75. What is this all about? Upon hearing this, Leelin felt dizzy and struggled to maintain his footing. Fortunately, he was in a state of utter bewilderment. Observing Leelin's continued silence and slightly distressed expression, Weiss grew increasingly anxious. Surely, he will not refuse. Is he truly determined to become my uncle? Leelin's mind was in disarray, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. Weiss wished to acknowledge him as an older brother? What a ludicrous notion. Mr. Leelin, do you agree or disagree? Weiss inquired, urgency creeping into his voice. Even if you do not consent, you ought to provide a response. This prompted Leelin to regain his composure. Indeed, now was not the time for contemplation, but rather for making a decision. He lifted his gaze and cast a brief glance at Weiss. Seeing Leelin's attention turn toward him, Weiss beamed brightly. Leelin shivered slightly, then shook his head. Wait a moment, I need some time to think. Having spoken, he grasped the hand of number 18 and turned to walk towards the castle in the distance. Soon, their figures vanished from Weiss's sight. Beerus, noticing that Lin had temporarily departed, immediately tugged at Weiss's garment and exclaimed, Weiss, your strategy is truly remarkable. In a mere moment, you've transformed an uncle into a brother. What a skillful maneuver. As he spoke, he gave a thumbs up. Indeed, after such a long existence, the old fox's intellect was sharp. Weiss sighed helplessly. I had no choice. We have yet to ascertain whether the individual would even agree. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned to Beerus with a mischievous grin. Lord Beerus, should this person consent, you would consequently find yourself benefiting as well. Beerus, momentarily taken aback, inquired curiously, what benefit would I gain? Weiss chuckled and shook his head. If he becomes my brother, would you not then be obligated to address him as uncle or master uncle? Clearly, that would elevate your status. Wouldn't that be quite a boon? Upon hearing this, Beerus's eyes widened in realization. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed plausible. However, as a formidable god of destruction, he could not simply bow to another. Weiss, do not forget, although you have taught me and are my master in essence, you are an angel and my servant. I am the god of destruction, and my status surpasses yours. Moreover, Corinne is your brother. Would he dare ask me to call him master uncle? And the grand priest is your father. Would he have the audacity to demand I call him grandfather? Beerus declared with righteous conviction, his mind racing with examples. Nonetheless, the truth remained that, within the realm of deities, although the god of destruction may not possess the highest strength, his status was undeniably significant. Their appointments and fates were directly overseen by the Omni King. Regardless of how powerful an angel might be, they could only file reports and would not dare openly oppose a god of destruction. Even the Grand Priest would address him with utmost respect, calling him Lord Beerus. Weiss, listening to Beerus's grandiloquent discourse, nodded with a smile. He found the points made to be quite valid, though he seemed to overlook a crucial detail. Lord Beerus, the individuals you mentioned are all angels of the divine realm, whose status is indeed inferior to yours, and thus, they would naturally refrain from overstepping. However, Lin is different. He is not of the divine realm and will not engage in discussions of status. There is no need for him to adhere to any of the divine realm's protocols. According to strict hierarchy, you would indeed have to address him as Master Uncle, Weiss explained with a faint smile. He and Beerus enjoyed their playful banter. Upon hearing Weiss's words, Beerus sought to retort but found himself at a loss. Indeed, Lin was not a being of the divine realm. Weiss's status as his servant was solely in accordance with divine regulations. Very well, I shall cease this discussion, Beerus conceded, realizing he could not win the argument, and chose not to continue the quarrel. Weiss maintained his smile, as if he had never spoken a word. Continuing to deliver his sharp remarks, Oh, Lord Beerus, please do offer some guidance when Leelin emerges. After all, being called uncle is certainly more favorable than being addressed as grandfather. Beerus, his face flushed with irritation, found himself at a loss for words. Weiss recognized that he had sufficiently vexed Beerus. Should the banter persist, it might provoke a serious outburst. So he wisely chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, within the castle, Leelin stumbled into the room and collapsed onto the floor, appearing as if in a trance. Mumbling to himself, My heavens, Weiss wants me to be his brother. Witnessing this scene, Android 18 looked somewhat bewildered and hurried over to assist Leelin. She had been listening closely, comprehending every word, yet found herself utterly confused, unable to piece together the context. My dear, if you truly do not wish to accept, Simply tell him so. After all, he is not a destroyer. She consoled him gently. Previously, she had learned from Leelin that the destroyer was named Beerus. The individual who had introduced himself was Whis, while the one beside him was indeed the destroyer. It seemed likely that Whis was merely a subordinate. Leelin turned to her, his expression dazed, and stated, "He is indeed not the destroyer, but he is the master of the destroyer." Android 18's eyes widened slightly at this revelation. The master of a destroyer must possess extraordinary power. Leelin took a deep breath and continued, "Not just extraordinary, but terrifying. The destroyer is already a formidable entity, and Whis can subdue him with a single move. He is truly a being of unparalleled caliber." Android 18 was left incredulous. Could there truly be someone so powerful in existence? However, she quickly focused on the crux of the matter. But if this person is so formidable, why would he want to acknowledge you as his brother? Leelin shrugged helplessly. How should I know? To be honest, I am still trying to wrap my head around it. I was enjoying a peaceful life on this little island with my wife, and suddenly, an angel appears with the destroyer, claiming he wants me to be his brother. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Furrowing her brow, Android 18 then relaxed slightly and advised Leelin, "If it's beyond your comprehension, then perhaps it's best not to dwell on it. If he wishes for you to be his brother, then so be it." Upon hearing this, Leelin's expression shifted. There was indeed some merit to her words. Pondering this matter endlessly would yield no answers. Perhaps it was simply a quirk of his penchant for recognizing brothers everywhere. Unfortunately, the original narrative offered no detailed accounts. At this juncture, there were no alternatives left, so he resolved to accept this newfound little brother. After all, Leelin mused, stroking his chin, "If I have Whis as my brother, who would dare challenge me in the future? Aside from a few deities, I could traverse this world with impunity. If any issues arise, I could simply call upon my little brother to resolve them." In another realm, on King Kai's planet, the North Kai was fervently dabbing at his face with a handkerchief, attempting to wipe away the incessant sweat. Yet, no matter how much he wiped, the perspiration seemed relentless, refusing to cease. What is truly unfolding here? The North King has been observing everything on Earth, and his level of bewilderment is no less than that of Leelin. He also has an agreement with Android 18, leaving him in a state of disarray. Chapter 76. You misunderstood. The North King understands that this matter is beyond his control. No matter how absurd the information he has received may seem, he still needs to report to the god of destruction. On Earth, Leelin took Android 18 by the hand and stepped outside once more. He had grown increasingly excited, and although he had yet to grasp the entire situation, upon reflection, it might very well be a fortuitous turn of events. After all, it was an angel who desired to address him as brother. As Weiss saw Leelin approaching slowly, a warm smile spread across his face. "Mr. Leelin, have you made a decision?" he inquired eagerly. Leelin nodded slightly, his own smile radiant as he replied, "Though the circumstances are rather sudden, I have given it serious thought, and I would be honored to be your brother." Weiss lowered his head in delight, exclaiming, "Wonderful! From this day forth, we shall be brothers." "Lee, oh no, big brother. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call on your younger brother." Upon finishing his words, a flash of white light enveloped Weiss, and a similar glow emanated from Leelin. It seemed that from this moment on, they had forged an unbreakable bond. Leelin murmured to himself, contemplating the significance of this connection. Observing Leelin's puzzled expression, Weiss offered an explanation. "This is my ability. In the future, you need only call for me in your heart, and I will be there. It also serves to affirm our unyielding relationship." "Oh, I see." Leelin nodded thoughtfully. This would indeed be quite convenient. If he required assistance or encountered formidable foes, he could simply summon Weiss to handle the situation. Considering that they were now akin to brothers, Leelin felt it was appropriate to pose a question without reservation. "I must ask, dear brother Weiss, why do you wish to forge this bond with me?" Weiss's expression momentarily froze as he contemplated whether to reveal the dream that Beerus had shared with him. He glanced at Beerus, for the god of destruction's approval was necessary. Beerus, appearing unconcerned, replied nonchalantly, "If he wishes to know, then you may tell him." Having received Beerus's consent, Weiss turned to Leelin and gradually recounted the details of the prophetic dream. Leelin listened with astonishment. Though he anticipated great accomplishments in his future, the notion of surpassing the god of destruction and standing shoulder to shoulder with the Grand Minister elicited an involuntary gasp from him. "Are you truly so sensitive? Will I genuinely attain such heights?" Leelin couldn't help but question, fearing that if his future did not mirror Beerus's vision, it would betray their expectations. Upon hearing Leelin's words, Whis and Beerus exchanged a moment of surprise. Beerus was the first to speak, remarking, "Your current achievements are quite impressive. Without even making a move, you can send someone flying, leaving even deities of destruction and angels perplexed. Such an accomplishment is nearly unparalleled throughout the cosmos." Leelin furrowed his brow. While his accomplishments were indeed noteworthy, they seemed insufficient in the presence of these two remarkable beings. Nevertheless, he nodded slowly, acknowledging the year and more it had taken him to rise from an ordinary individual to his current status. His achievements were undeniably exceptional. Seeing Leelin fall silent, Whis, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Brother, to what level has your power ascended? I cannot discern it." Taken aback, Leelin felt a slight flush on his cheeks. "If you are asking that, I find it quite difficult to articulate. Indeed, I too am curious. Do share with us," Beerus urged, his excitement apparent. After all, he was a part of the seventh universe, and such prowess could be showcased before other universes in the future. Clearing his throat, Leelin felt increasingly embarrassed. While his strength might command respect on Earth, in the eyes of these two, it was hardly significant. Whis, sensing Leelin's discomfort, gently asked, "Brother, is it inconvenient to disclose?" He understood that some powerful beings preferred not to emphasize their strengths in the presence of others. Yet, now that they were brothers, could they still be considered outsiders? Gazing into their expectant eyes, Leelin decided against withholding the truth. After all, they had confided in him about their prophetic dreams. So what was there to hide? As Whis' brother, his relatively modest strength was inconsequential. "There is nothing inconvenient about sharing. It's just that my abilities are truly negligible in comparison to yours," he replied with a resigned smile. He recalled how Beerus had once confronted King Kai, effortlessly dispatching Goku, who was in his Super Saiyan 3 form, with a mere flick of his finger, rendering him powerless. Given Leelin's current situation, he suspected he would fare no better in a confrontation. Whis and Beerus simultaneously expressed their confusion. "What does that mean? Are you being humble? Brother, how could your strength possibly be inferior to ours? Do not jest. We witnessed your battle with Gula from the ship," Whis said, leaning closer with a grin. He found it hard to believe that Leelin's power could be less than his, or even Beerus's. The vivid memories of the battle were still fresh in their minds. Leelin observed their incredulous expressions and realized they had misunderstood him. It seemed they had mistaken him for an unparalleled powerhouse. "So, this is why they differ from my recollections," Leelin mused silently. Although it might be amusing to maintain this misconception, he pondered the implications of doing so. However, there inevitably comes a day when the truth is unveiled. It is perhaps best to clarify matters. "Gentlemen, I assure you I am not jesting. I remain perplexed by the enigma that is Gula. It is quite plausible that he orchestrated this entire charade himself, and initially, I too was ensnared in his ruse," Leelin earnestly explained. He bore no fear of inciting the ire of these two individuals. After all, Whis had already proclaimed himself as his elder brother. And how could one dare to undermine their superior? Furthermore, their assumptions were entirely unfounded. He had not misled them in any way. Upon hearing this, Beerus furrowed his brow and solemnly remarked, "So, the situation is not as we presumed?" Leelin nodded earnestly, confirming, "Indeed, it appears you have misunderstood." Whis found himself momentarily dumbfounded. Had he overthought the matter? Had he mistakenly revered one whose prowess paled in comparison to his own as a brother? Chapter 77. Regret abounds. Whis' face twitched slightly as he clung to a shred of hope and inquired, "What is your current level of strength?" Leelin, upon hearing Whis' question regarding his own prowess, though it seemed insignificant, proudly declared, "To be frank, in this universe, aside from you and Lord Beerus, I doubt anyone could rival me." His assertion was not an exaggeration. Although the formidable Majin Buu would manifest in the future, he could confidently proclaim himself invincible at present. Whis felt somewhat reassured by this statement. "In comparison to Lord Beerus, can you defeat him?" Upon hearing this, Beerus felt a flicker of dissatisfaction. "What does that imply? I am the god of destruction. How can I be compared to anyone?" Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, for he too was curious about the true extent of Leelin's strength. Leelin hesitated for a moment before slowly responding. "In comparison to Lord Beerus, I would say there remains a slight disparity." "A slight disparity? That shouldn't pose a significant issue," Whis murmured. Beerus was taken aback, scrutinizing Leelin, pondering whether this young man was indeed as formidable as he claimed, merely a fraction behind himself. Leelin paused before continuing. Under normal circumstances, Lord Beerus could likely extinguish me with just a flick of his finger. Weiss was utterly flabbergasted by this revelation, his mouth agape, feeling as if the very blood within him were about to erupt. Beerus, initially stunned, soon erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. Weiss, his countenance darkened, chose not to engage in banter with Beerus. After all, reality was far from his previous imaginings, and he was undoubtedly vexed to the utmost degree. This irritation swiftly morphed into a flicker of indignation, as he berated himself for his naivety, having cowered in fear for so long, only to discover that the individual before him was but an insignificant insect. Beerus, observing Weiss's troubled expression, found his smile growing ever more radiant. He never anticipated that the astute Weiss would suffer such a defeat here, one that could not be rectified. Weiss trembled, pointing a quivering finger at Leelin. However, after much deliberation, he failed to articulate his thoughts. Deep down, he yearned to unleash a torrent of expletives, to seize Leelin by the collar and demand an explanation. With a mere finger, he could easily extinguish your life. How could you dare to claim there is only a slight disparity? His initial intention was to approach Leelin and forge a brotherly bond, thus circumventing any future awkwardness. Nevertheless, his original plan was to assume the role of the elder brother while relegating Leelin to that of a younger sibling. To his dismay, the tables had turned, and he found himself in the subordinate role. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, Leelin, pulling 18 along, hastily retreated a couple of steps. Brother, you aren't having second thoughts, are you? At that moment, it was wise to maintain a distance from him. Although Weiss appeared amiable, who could predict his actions in such circumstances? What if he resorted to extreme measures, silencing him for good? Sighing helplessly, Weiss addressed Leelin. You needn't worry. We angels are known for our integrity. 1 is 1, and 2 is 2. This misfortune is mine for not conducting a thorough investigation. However, since the words have been spoken, you shall remain my brother. Upon hearing this, Leelin let out a sigh of relief. He feared that the other party might not take the situation lightly. A reversal of their agreement would be trivial. But to preserve his own dignity and risk being eliminated would yield unfavorable consequences. Come now, Weiss, must you speak with such righteousness? Interjected Beerus with a sardonic tone. He was well aware that Weiss had already established a connection with the lad using his divine power, akin to an oath. Should he retract his words, he would face dire repercussions. Weiss shot him a glare and retorted, Lord Beerus, might I ask you to refrain from speaking? Humph. Beerus replied smugly, well, you have brought this upon yourself by constantly provoking me. Now, if you dare to insult me again, I shall turn this lad against you. Furthermore, I shall spread the word across other universes. Imagine what your brethren would think. Weiss found himself at a loss for words. Though he typically maintained his composure, he still held a sense of pride. Should this matter become public, he would be the subject of ridicule. Brother Weiss, calm down. Did you not say I would one day rival the Grand Minister? Leelin stepped forward, offering a comforting smile. I may be somewhat weak now, but in the future, when you call me brother, it will be more than sufficient. Truth be told, the idea of calling someone younger and less powerful than himself brother was something he could scarcely accept. Perhaps not at all. Silence. Weiss growled vehemently. He yearned to strike down the insolent figure before him with his scepter. Is this even comparable? Are you truly oblivious to your current strength? Until now, I have always referred to you as brother. How can I maintain my standing in the divine realm if this gets out? Upon hearing Weiss's somewhat irate remarks, Leelin promptly fell silent, a hint of dejection apparent on his face. In the depths of his heart, he muttered to himself, pondering how it was that the fiery temperament was directed at him. Just moments ago, it was he who had shamelessly insisted that he become his brother. Now, aware of his inferior strength, he could barely muster the courtesy to address him as brother. Upon hearing Leelin's words, Beerus was unexpectedly pleased. This young man was increasingly to his liking. He began to contemplate whether to take him to the divine realm for proper training, perhaps to summon him occasionally to vex Whis, thereby alleviating his own frustrations. In a buoyant mood, Beerus, no longer apprehensive, wrapped an arm around Leelin's neck and exclaimed, You have quite the audacity, just now. You made me so fearful that I dared not speak loudly. Leelin, feeling wronged, thought to himself that he had been equally intimidated. It was they who had misjudged the situation. However, he was curious about one thing. Why is it that I cannot sense your energy? Beerus, intrigued, continued his inquiries. The crux of the matter lay in their inability to perceive Leelin's true strength, which had led to this misunderstanding. Lord Beerus, might you loosen your grip? Leelin gestured towards his neck, indicating that he was having difficulty breathing. Recognizing that he had applied too much force, Beerus promptly released him. As Leelin rubbed his neck and twisted it slightly, he silently scoffed at the notion of not being detectable. If I were to, say, release a flatulence, would you then be able to sense it? Naturally, such thoughts remained unspoken. Regarding your earlier comment, it is likely my unique constitution that renders my energy undetectable. Leelin replied with a blend of humility and confidence. Oh, Beerus raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is there truly such a phenomenon? He had lived for an extensive duration and had never encountered such a peculiarity. Whis, have you ever heard of this? He turned to inquire of his companion. Whis, still mired in his own thoughts, had not been paying attention to their conversation. How could he possibly provide an answer? Noticing Whis's silence, Beerus ceased his questioning, feeling somewhat foolish for pursuing it further. However, suddenly, Whis seemed to have an epiphany, scanning the surroundings with renewed interest. Seeing this, Leelin approached enthusiastically, asking, Brother, what are you searching for? I am familiar with this place. I can assist you. Regardless of whether Whis had come to terms with this newfound identity, Leelin adapted swiftly, recognizing the advantage of having such a powerful brother. Whis, upon encountering him, felt a sudden headache and immediately issued a warning, stating, If you wish to call me that in private, so be it. But should you do so in front of other deities, do not expect me to be courteous. Leelin nodded earnestly in response to Whis's serious demeanor. After a brief pause, Whis's gaze narrowed as he turned towards the distant mountain that had been shattered. With a slow motion of his staff, the debris began to levitate. In the midst of the rubble, Gula, feigning unconsciousness, suddenly felt his body being pulled against his will, floating alongside the stones. Beerus observed the ascending figures and cast a sidelong glance at Whis, contemplating that it seemed this fellow was preparing to settle the score. Ultimately, the current predicament can be attributed primarily to the machinations of Gula, aside from the overthinking of the two individuals involved. Had it not been for his engagement in match-fixing, leading to their erroneous judgments, the situation would not have escalated to this point. What is unfolding here? Gula tightly shut his eyes, feigning death. Yet his mind remained alert and active. Suddenly, a clear voice resonated in his ears. How much longer do you intend to maintain this charade? Gula's heart raced. It seemed his ruse had been uncovered. Coughing violently, he expelled copious amounts of purple blood. He struggled to open his eyelids, appearing as if he were a gravely wounded individual on the brink of death. Gasping for breath, he weakly uttered, Where am I? Is this hell? Beerus and Leelin could not suppress their laughter upon witnessing his continued pretense. Weiss approached him slowly, stating in a calm manner, This is not hell. Oh, that's a relief. Gula feigned a sigh of relief. However, the next statement left him frozen, as if struck by lightning. But you shall soon find out. Weiss spoke with an emotionless tone. This time, he was genuinely enraged. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he could not solely blame others. The crux of the matter lay in his own misjudgment. Nevertheless, he felt the need to instill some fear in the one responsible for his error. After all, as an angel, he was prohibited from interfering with the lives and deaths of others. Beerus slowly approached, kicked Gula, and coldly remarked, Still not getting up? Are you truly waiting for your descent into hell? He understood that Weiss would not take action, but he was different. As the god of destruction, he bore the heavy responsibility of annihilation. To suggest that he could not eliminate a mere mortal was absurd. He could even obliterate entire star systems. Before the Omni King, he would merely be commended for diligently fulfilling his duties. Gula, seized by fear, immediately abandoned his act and sprang to his feet. It must be said that he had indeed been quite ruthless with himself. His performance had been so convincing precisely because he was genuinely injured. Lord Beerus, I. Gula lowered his head, scarcely daring to speak above a whisper. He had initially believed he could deceive them, only to discover his ruse had been unmasked. He wondered if his exceptional acting skills had not sufficed. Get in your spaceship and leave. Beerus commanded coldly. In truth, had anyone attempted to fool him, that individual would find even 1,000 lives insufficient for his wrath. However, Gula was still needed to assume Frieza's position, for Beerus had no desire to frequently rise from his slumber for work. Thus, he begrudgingly decided to endure some discomfort for Weiss's sake. Gula questioned whether he had misheard. Yet seeing that Beerus showed no inclination to strike, he fell to his knees, bowing fervently and expressing his gratitude. Thus, Gula departed Earth aboard his spaceship. Weiss, let us take our leave as well, Beerus said casually. Today, time on Earth has been excessively squandered. He is now beginning to feel a bit drowsy. Whis still harbors some reluctance about this matter. It is not that he is petty or lacks generosity. Rather, throughout history, has any angel ever engaged in such deeds? If this were to leak out, he would find it impossible to maintain his dignity. No, Whis suddenly exclaimed. Beerus was startled, gazing at Whis, uncertain of his intentions. Whis pointed at Leelin and calmly declared, "You shall accompany us." Leelin, taken aback by the sudden mention of his name, responded with confusion. However, before he could inquire further, Android 18, unable to remain passive, immediately stepped in front of Leelin, demanding, "On what grounds should he follow you?" Beerus tugged at Whis's sleeve and whispered, "Whis, perhaps that is enough." Having known Whis for a considerable time, he regarded him as both mentor and friend. He genuinely feared that Whis might act out of line, leading to an undesirable conclusion. Moreover, Beerus held a favorable impression of Leelin, possibly due to Leelin's rejection of the God of Destruction position offered by the Omni King in a dream, which had evoked a sense of gratitude within him. "Lord Beerus, I am well aware of my intentions," Whis replied nonchalantly. He understood his responsibilities and, having already utilized divine powers to forge a connection with Leelin, would never jeopardize his own foundation or future. After addressing Beerus, Whis turned to Leelin, saying, "The reason I wish for you to accompany me is to engage in training together." He then glanced at Android 18, adding, "Of course. If you wish to join as well, you are most welcome." Without waiting for their agreement, he waved his staff toward the void, causing their bodies to begin floating uncontrollably. The surrounding scenery transformed rapidly, as if they were traversing a temporal passage. Whis intended this to enhance Leelin's strength. After all, he did not wish to address someone significantly weaker than himself as brother. Chapter 79. Minor injuries. Leelin observed the ever-changing landscape beside him, his mind filled with bewilderment. Whom had he offended? Life had been going well, and now he found himself forcibly departing. In a short while, under Whis's guidance, they traversed countless celestial bodies and arrived at the center of the seventh universe, the realm of the gods of destruction. "We have arrived," Whis announced calmly. The group gradually descended into a breathtaking paradise. The sky was adorned with innumerable twinkling stars, and even the surrounding air was sweet and fragrant. "This place is rather nice," Android 18 remarked, her previously furrowed brow now relaxing. She had anticipated that Whis would lead them to some desolate and inhospitable location, only to find herself in such a splendid environment. Hearing Android 18's praise, Beerus chuckled with pride. "How could my residence be anything less than exceptional? This environment is unmatched throughout the entire universe." Leelin surveyed his surroundings and nodded silently. To be honest, this place was indeed quite pleasant. The temperature and humidity were exceptionally conducive to habitation, especially for Beerus, who had a penchant for indulgence. It was said that he once commanded Frieza to annihilate planet Vegeta over a mere pillow. "Since Whis has brought you here, you may stay," Beerus declared. "Just remember, do not disturb my rest. Otherwise, I shall be quite displeased. The consequences of my wrath are severe." He warned the two, for he was not fond of having guests linger in his presence. After all, he cherished his slumber, and no one appreciated being interrupted during their sleep. However, as Whis had brought them, and he found this young man somewhat agreeable, he allowed them to remain. Android 18 was still admiring the scenery when she heard Beerus's words and felt slightly irked, as if he believed she was eager to be here. Contemplating this, she was on the verge of confronting him. Sensing her irritation, Leelin quickly stepped forward to restrain her. One must bow their head under a roof, after all. It was prudent to endure for now. He could always use instant transmission to leave whenever he chose. Upon noticing Leelin's gesture of disapproval, 18 huffed, turning her head away in silence. Beerus cast a nonchalant glance at the pair, and seeing no objections, chose not to elaborate further. He clapped his hands and yawned. "Whis, I leave them in your care." With that, Beerus turned and strode toward the palace without a backward glance. Whis regarded Leelin with a calm demeanor. He had remained silent, contemplating how to best train Leelin moving forward. Leelin felt somewhat unnerved under Whis's scrutinizing gaze, shivering slightly as he said, "Brother, could you please stop looking at me like that? It's rather frightening." Whis, however, paid no heed to his words, maintaining his piercing gaze. After what felt like an eternity, Whis spoke to Leelin in a measured tone. "Now, unleash your full power and attack me." Leelin hesitated momentarily, feeling the inappropriateness of the request. He was not afraid of injuring Whis. Rather, he feared that Whis might inadvertently harm him in return. What is inappropriate about it? It's quite normal for brothers to spar, is it not? Besides, you don't think I brought you here for mere amusement, do you? Whis replied coolly. He had previously stated that he needed to assist Leelin in honing his skills. To aid in Leelin's development, he first needed to gauge his strength. Truthfully, he was still unaware of the full extent of Leelin's abilities. Leelin was taken aback by Wiss's words, but quickly regained his composure, nodding in agreement. All right, I understand. After all, he was not going anywhere soon. It would be beneficial to spar with Wiss. Given his own potential, engaging in battle might significantly enhance his power. Without further ado, Leelin instantly appeared before Wiss, raising his right hand and launching a punch towards him. As Weiss observed Leelin raise his right arm to launch an attack, his expression remained unchanged. He deftly sidestepped Leelin's assault, evading it with grace. A resounding crash echoed as Leelin's fist struck the ground behind Weiss, creating a small crater. Weiss cast a sidelong glance and remarked nonchalantly, "Your speed is abysmal, and your power is mediocre at best." Leelin, unfazed by Weiss's assessment, had anticipated this outcome. However, this did not deter him from pressing his offensive. He swiftly pivoted, launching his right leg with tremendous force. With a thunderous boom, an overwhelming energy erupted from the tip of Leelin's foot, shattering the earth beneath him. The ground trembled. Trees splintered, and debris flew in all directions. Leelin hurtled toward Weiss like a cannonball. Weiss acknowledged the approaching figure with a slight nod, noting the impressive momentum. Yet as he spoke, Leelin's fist was already on its way. Unhurriedly, Weiss raised his staff to meet the incoming strike. With a dull thud, Leelin's attack collided with the staff, but it was as ineffective as a stone cast into the ocean, causing not the slightest ripple. Weiss remained unperturbed and calmly continued. Combat is not merely about destruction, it requires finesse. Following this, a powerful rebounding force emanated from the staff. Swoosh! Leelin was propelled backward as if launched by a slingshot, skidding several hundred meters across the ground before finally coming to a halt. The earth beneath him was gouged deeply. Leelin, number 18, cried out in concern as she rushed forward. Ouch, that hurts like hell, Leelin grimaced, wincing in pain. This was the first time he had endured such a beating since arriving in this world. His body bore numerous abrasions, and his clothing was tattered. Leelin, are you all right? Number 18 hurriedly helped him up, her voice laced with worry. Leelin gritted his teeth against the pain, managing a weak smile. I'm fine. Just a few superficial injuries. Really? Number 18 asked skeptically, glancing at the blood covering him. How could it possibly be just superficial injuries? It is indeed true. Weiss interjected as he descended, providing an explanation for Leelin. I exercised restraint in my attack. Given Leelin's displayed abilities, these injuries are merely superficial. Upon realizing who it was, number 18 instinctively positioned herself protectively behind Leelin, her demeanor alert and wary. Leelin gently patted her shoulder and reassured, it's all right. Weiss means no harm. If he had intended to hurt me, he could have done so just now. Chapter 80. My talent is exceptional. Despite the lingering worry in number 18's eyes, she silently stepped back. Weiss regarded Leelin's disheveled appearance with a slight nod. While his current prowess was lacking, his character seemed commendable. However, as he noted the injuries adorning Leelin's body, a sense of astonishment began to well within him. The young man's wounds have begun to heal? At this moment, the abrasions on Leelin's skin started to recover at a visibly rapid pace. Is this fellow truly human? A sense of doubt crept into Weiss's mind. He had never witnessed a human from any planet exhibit such remarkable regenerative abilities. Leelin exhaled deeply and, with a calm demeanor, addressed Weiss. Let us continue, Weiss. He remained oblivious to the changes in his injuries, only feeling that the pain was no longer as intense as it had been initially. His desire to continue fighting stemmed from the realization that the energy within him had significantly increased following their brief but intense battle. It seemed that the fastest way to enhance one's strength was through combat, especially when facing a formidable opponent, as the rate of energy growth was astonishingly swift. Weiss observed Leelin assuming an offensive stance and shook his head with a smile. Recognizing that the achievements the young man would attain in the future would not be mere luck. Since you are prepared, feel free to attack, Weiss said with a gentle smile. All right. Hearing Weiss's words, Leelin smiled slightly and transformed into a streak of light, charging towards him. Weiss made slight adjustments, responding with the same intensity as before. Bang! Bang! Leelin unleashed one punch after another, each strike accompanied by a resounding sonic boom, exuding tremendous power. Weiss's expression shifted slightly, realizing with alarm that the force of Leelin's punches was now even greater and faster than before. In a moment of distraction, he failed to notice a fierce wind rushing towards his face. Weiss quickly brandished his staff, conjuring a transparent barrier around himself. Boom! Leelin's fist struck the solid shield. Crack! Simultaneously, a crisp sound of bone fracturing resonated. Leelin's lips quivered slightly as excruciating pain surged from his hand throughout his body. Tears welled in his eyes. His hand had bent and fractured. This agony was akin to an ordinary person exerting all their strength to strike the ground with a fist. Not only did his hand throb, but his entire forearm began to swell and redden. Seeing this, Weiss hastily lowered the barrier. However, Leelin's hand remained suspended in midair. He dared not move, for any motion would unleash waves of searing pain. Thud! Weiss tapped the ground with his staff, and in an instant, a bright light enveloped Leelin's entire arm. A refreshing, cool sensation coursed through it. Shortly thereafter, the pain subsided significantly, allowing Leelin to gradually lower his arm. Your punching speed has suddenly increased, and the force has also intensified, Weiss inquired, noticing that Leelin's expression had improved. He could not detect the energy within Leelin's body, thus unable to ascertain whether he had initially held back or if there was another explanation. Leelin slowly moved his arm, furrowing his brow as he replied, "Perhaps it is due to my exceptional talent. I can enhance my strength through combat." He did not conceal this fact, knowing that with just a few days of observation, one could discern the truth behind his ability to grow stronger through fighting. Let alone a formidable being like Weiss. Perhaps after exchanging a few more rounds, the truth would become apparent. Thus, there is no necessity to conceal this matter. Upon hearing this, Weiss's eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue. The notion that combat could enhance one's strength? Such a remarkable talent. Why then bother with a convoluted training regimen? One could simply engage in relentless battles from dawn until dusk. Excellent. Weiss nodded, smiling as he remarked, "It seems your potential for future achievements is not a mere coincidence. Given such talent, it appears to be an inevitability." Leelin cast a casual glance in his direction, choosing not to respond. After all, he himself possessed top-tier talent. His future accomplishments would undoubtedly be significant. Did he truly need Weiss to affirm this? As Weiss observed the swelling in Leelin's arm begin to subside, he continued, "I must say, your recovery ability is rather enviable." Leelin had been oblivious to this until Weiss pointed it out. The pain in his arm had already diminished significantly, allowing him to move freely once more. Leelin replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. Perhaps it's merely part of my talent." In truth, he had not been particularly aware of this phenomenon. Since arriving in this world, he had not sustained injuries until today, and thus had never experienced such extraordinary capabilities. Weiss regarded Leelin with increasing satisfaction. Aside from the fact that he was his brother, everything else about him was commendable. Given this, "I shall now announce the training plan moving forward," Weiss declared, opening his mouth to speak. Leelin perked up, attentively listening. "Considering your talent, the training will be quite straightforward. It involves continuous combat with me," Weiss explained slowly. After glancing at Leelin, he added, "Bear in mind, it's continuous combat. Only when you surpass Lord Beerus can we cease." Leelin had no objections to the first part, but felt a disquieting sense of unease at the latter. "Wait a moment, Weiss," he interjected hastily. "Are you saying I must fight you incessantly until I surpass Lord Beerus?" Weiss merely smiled and nodded in affirmation. "What about my sleep?" Leelin's expression soured. "Even in battle, one must have time to rest. Surely, one cannot train day and night without the chance to sleep. Say goodbye to your dreams from now on." Weiss replied calmly, clearly indicating his intent for perpetual combat, leaving no time for rest or sleep in the future. Upon hearing this, Leelin was immediately discontent. He had planned to use instant transmission under the cover of night to return to Earth with Android 18. Now, with no time for rest, that plan was thwarted. "But I still need to eat," Leelin protested. In response, Weiss conjured a small pouch out of thin air and tossed it to Leelin. Curiously, Leelin opened it, and upon seeing its contents, his expression turned to one of despair. "You must be familiar with the senza beans? I acquired some from the Karen sage during my visit to Earth many years ago. Initially, I believed that these miraculous beans would no longer be of use. Yet it appears they still hold value," explained Weiss with a hint of indifference. Leelin shook the cloth bag in his hand, noting that these celestial beans would suffice for no more than 2 months. Weiss seemed to perceive Leelin's thoughts and continued, "Do not worry. I have reserved a portion as seeds. In just a couple of days, we will have plenty more." Chapter 81. The commencement of training. Upon seeing this, Leelin felt an overwhelming urge to kneel. The preparations seemed excessively thorough, leaving him no avenue for retreat. He had discerned that once he commenced combat with Whis, there would be no cessation until he attained a level akin to that of Beerus. However, I still need to sleep when I am fatigued. What if I were to suffer a sudden demise? Leelin insisted. In truth, as he uttered these words, his desire to escape was secondary. As a normal individual, sleep was an essential respite. Even with his enhanced physical condition, prolonged wakefulness posed a risk of sudden death. Whis chuckled and shook his head. As I mentioned, you can bid farewell to your dreams from now on. With a flourish of his staff, Leelin felt as though a tempest had swept through his mind. It was as if he had been infused with a stimulant, abruptly awakening him to a heightened state of alertness. Leelin, overwhelmed by the surge of energy, attempted to articulate further but found himself at a loss for words. Whis had seemingly anticipated every detail. Is there anything else you wish to express? Whis inquired further. Leelin pondered briefly. He was not opposed to Whis's method of training. It was merely that such an approach was unbearable for anyone. Might I be allowed a day to recuperate? I need to adjust my mindset. I would prefer to commence training tomorrow, he tentatively requested. He could not endure such a lifestyle. If he could secure just one day's respite, he would flee with no 18 under the cover of night and vanish on earth. Whis considered his request and deemed it reasonable. Today has already been quite eventful. A brief adjustment is indeed warranted. Very well, I shall permit you a day to prepare, Whis replied with understanding. A subtle smile crept onto Leelin's lips, indicating that his strategy had succeeded. However, in the next instant, his smile froze upon his face. With a single wave of his hand, Whis conjured a transparent barrier above them. As the barrier completely enclosed the space, the surrounding cacophony vanished in an instant. After executing this action, Whis turned to Leelin, stating, I have taken this measure to prevent your escape. I trust you do not mind? Leelin's mind was filled with expletives as he forced a strained smile, knowing full well that Whis did not trust him. What are you talking about, my good sir? How could I ever doubt your intentions? Despite his reassurances, another barrier manifested in the sky, seemingly out of fear that Leelin might attempt to flee at the slightest opportunity. Leelin's face twitched with irritation. Alas, he sighed, resigning himself to his fate. Subsequently, he posed the final question, where shall we reside? Whis pondered for a moment, and then rays of light emerged in a spacious clearing. Whoosh! These beams sliced through the air in rapid succession. In an instant, massive stones appeared to come alive, arranging themselves in an orderly fashion. Before long, a grand castle materialized before the gathering. Is this my home? Leelin remarked in confusion, gazing at the familiar structure. Whis nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, I took the liberty of constructing it in the style of your residence. He added, rest well, and remember to rise early for your training tomorrow. With that final remark, Whis vanished into thin air. Leelin, watching Whis's departure, shook his head in resignation. Turning to the now present number 18, he said apologetically, my dear, I'm afraid we may be stuck in this wretched place for a while. Number 18 shook her head with a smile, responding thoughtfully, it's all right. As long as you are here, it matters not where we are. Leelin smiled in understanding. Hand in hand, they stepped into their familiar yet strange abode. The following morning, Leelin awoke early, eagerly awaiting Whis's arrival. After a night of contemplation, he had arrived at a resolution. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since leaving was no longer an option, he decided to focus on his training. Once he attained the level of a destroyer god, he would naturally find a way to depart. Furthermore, this was an opportunity to enhance his abilities, engaging in combat with Whis, an experience many would envy. With this perspective, it seemed a fortuitous turn of events. Number 18 rested beneath a nearby tree, ensuring that Leelin remained within her line of sight at all times, for she feared for his safety. Just then, Whis reappeared from the air, much like he had the previous day. Good morning, brother. Leelin greeted with a smile. Whis, surprised to find Leelin already present, nodded in approval. Excellent, a promising student indeed. If Lord Beerus had possessed your enthusiasm during his time, his achievements would surely have surpassed what they are now. Leelin felt a bit speechless upon hearing Whis's words. What do you mean by promising student? Is everyone these days so pragmatic? Back when I was unaware of their strength, I referred to them as brother. Now, when training together, I'm merely a student. Truly, this society is quite practical. Are you prepared? Whis inquired with a gentle smile. Leelin stretched his neck and replied casually, let's talk, if I weren't ready. I wouldn't be here waiting for you. Very well, let us commence, Weiss began, but before he could finish his sentence, Leelin's body surged forward like a bolt of lightning. Weiss chuckled lightly. His combat experience was unparalleled when Beerus employed this very tactic. He was far more adept than Leelin currently was. Weiss displayed a remarkable composure as he soared gracefully into the air. Leelin darted beneath him, showcasing a slight improvement in speed, yet it remained insufficient. Floating in midair, Weiss nonchalantly remarked. Leelin, regaining his balance in an instant, propelled himself off the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air, akin to a rocket launch, charging directly towards Weiss. With a flurry of punches, Leelin unleashed a barrage of seemingly chaotic blows, each one potentially lethal. For an ordinary opponent, a single strike would likely suffice to bring them down. However, Weiss was different. Although Leelin's fists came at him with astonishing velocity, his body melded seamlessly with the surrounding air, swaying like a leaf in the wind. The two figures danced from the sky to the ground and back again. Leelin's relentless assault appeared fierce, yet he continuously struck nothing but air. Weiss eluded each attack, his movements fluid and devoid of any unnecessary action, resembling a dancer in mid-flight. In this context, Leelin's onslaught appeared clumsy and rigid. Chapter 82. A flourishing spring. Leelin's efforts yielded no substantive results. His phantom-like punches landed solely upon the air surrounding Weiss. Realizing that Leelin's attacks had reached their peak, Weiss ceased his evasive maneuvers and prepared to counter. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of muffled thuds echoed as Leelin, battered and bruised, fell to the ground. Ouch! He clutched his face, grimacing in anguish. As the saying goes, one should not strike the face. Yet Weiss had done precisely that. Number 18, leaning against a great tree, felt a surge of anxiety upon witnessing Leelin's fall, prompting her to rise in alarm. She had been anxiously watching over him, fearing for his safety. However, when she saw him rise once more, a sigh of relief escaped her lips, and she settled back down beside the tree. Weiss, next time you attack me, could you please refrain from targeting my face? Leelin expressed his discontent. Although he now had a partner and was less concerned about his appearance, no one wishes to walk the streets with a disfigured visage. Hee. Weiss chuckled softly, replying, Very well, I shall be mindful next time. With Weiss's assurance, Leelin rallied his spirits and charged forward once more. Hiya. The rain of attacks resumed. Weiss remained agile, dodging effortlessly. Meanwhile, he mused silently. It seems this fellow was truthful. Indeed, fighting enhances one's strength. The intensity and speed of Leelin's assaults had markedly improved compared to earlier. Nonetheless, the outcome remained unchanged. Bang, bang, bang. Another series of muffled thuds echoed as Leelin was once again sent sprawling. Number 18 felt a slight tightening in her chest, yet having witnessed the previous incident, she maintained her composure. As she observed Leelin rise once more, the weight of worry lifted from her heart. Hiya. After Leelin rose to his feet, he charged forward to continue his assault. Over time, his strength began to experience an explosive enhancement. Although he was repeatedly sent flying, Weiss never exerted excessive force, merely inflicting minor injuries. These slight wounds, given his extraordinary physique, would soon heal. At this point, Number 18 had also grown accustomed to the situation, as Leelin consistently managed to stand upright again, alleviating any concerns. Days passed, and thus, the two had been training for 3 days. Ugh, I can't go on any longer. Let us take a break. Weiss, Leelin said, bending over and waving his hands. For 3 consecutive days, he had fought without rest, not once closing his eyes or enjoying a proper meal. Didn't we agree that we wouldn't rest until we surpassed Lord Beerus? Weiss observed him with an air of calm, his demeanor unchanged from 3 days prior. Upon hearing this, Leelin was on the verge of tears. He was utterly exhausted, and if this continued, he feared he might lose his sanity. It's not that I can't persist, but Weiss, our physiques are not the same. I need rest. Leelin lamented. If he possessed the resilience of an angel, he wouldn't be pleading for a break. Continuously pushing himself like this might not harm his body, but it could very well disrupt his mental state. Oh, I see. I understand, Weiss replied indifferently. He then waved his hand, casting a radiant light over Leelin. In an instant, the fatigue and drowsiness that had enveloped him vanished. As Leelin experienced a refreshing clarity in his mind, he, on the brink of collapse, clutched his hair and exclaimed, My dear brother, it's not just fatigue or sleepiness. I need mental relaxation. Do you comprehend? His current state resembled that of a factory worker in his past life, trapped in the monotonous grind of repetitive tasks. While short durations might be bearable, prolonged exposure could lead to significant issues. Even after work, no amount of sleep or food could compensate for that, as it was not a physical ailment, but a psychological torment. Whis, observing the anguish etched on Leelin's face, slowly nodded. In these 3 days, Leelin's progress had been remarkably rapid, far exceeding Whis's expectations. There was no need for such rigorous training methods. Very well, you may rest for a day. We shall continue tomorrow, Whis stated calmly. With that, he vanished from sight, leaving the area. Sighing heavily, Leelin slumped to the ground. Number 18 rushed over, concerned. Are you all right? Although she had been by his side throughout these days, her presence was confined to daylight, as she returned alone at night to rest. After all, there was little for her to do here. It's nothing. Let's head back, Leelin said, feigning a relaxed demeanor as he waved his hand. Number 18 nodded, supporting Leelin as they slowly made their way back to their residence. Upon entering the room, Leelin lay down on the bed without uttering a word. For some inexplicable reason, although he did not feel sleepy, he immensely relished the sensation of lying on the bed. It was indeed true what they say. Running is not as good as walking. Walking is not as good as standing. Standing is not as good as sitting. And sitting is not as good as lying down. After a brief moment of repose, Leelin noticed that number 18 remained standing and did not leave. With a mischievous smile, he remarked, "Look at how hard I've been working. Why not come and comfort me a little?" Number 18, being quite perceptive, immediately grasped the underlying meaning of his words. A blush quickly crept onto her cheeks, and she shyly nodded in response. "Really?" Leelin exclaimed, his eyes widening, suddenly filled with energy as he jumped up. Throughout their time together, they had never crossed this particular boundary. To his surprise, this jest had been met with agreement. What a delightful twist of fate. Number 18 replied in a barely audible voice. Despite their long acquaintance, this topic still made her feel exceedingly bashful. The reason she acquiesced to Leelin's request this time was primarily due to her deep affection for him. After spending so much time together, she was also curious about what such an experience would feel like. With her affirmative answer, Leelin could hardly contain his excitement as he approached her. He paused for a moment to reflect. Despite his joy, he felt a sense of urgency. However, he deemed it more appropriate to be gentle. He opened his arms and embraced her tenderly. The two shared a kiss, gradually shifting onto the large bed behind them. In an instant, the temperature in the room escalated, evoking the vibrant ambience of spring. Chapter 83. 3 years later, approximately an hour later, the once fervent sounds within the spacious room gradually dissipated, replaced by the gentle rhythm of their breathing. The two lay sprawled on the soft bed, their bodies glistening with sweat, akin to having just emerged from a refreshing bath. "Darling, when do you think we can leave this place?" Number 18 inquired softly, resting her head on Leelin's chest. Although the scenery here was beautiful and quite suitable for dwelling, the atmosphere felt rather desolate, devoid of any semblance of human warmth. Leelin held number 18 close with one arm, gently caressing her smooth back, a wave of emotions washing over him, accompanied by a sense of guilt. "Don't worry, my dear. It won't be long before we can return," he said tenderly, planting a kiss on her forehead. He resolved in his heart to diligently cultivate his abilities, striving to break through to the level of a destroyer, determined to spare number 18 any distress or unhappiness. Number 18 nodded slightly. Leelin closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment before opening them again, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "My dear, since it's still early, why don't we indulge in another round?" Upon hearing this, number 18 was momentarily taken aback, not yet able to fully comprehend the situation. Leelin, like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, seized the moment. Number 18 intended to voice something, but Leelin's lips swiftly silenced her. The night had only just begun, and after enduring extensive training, Leelin was brimming with an unsettling vitality. Throughout the night, the two engaged in a fervent exchange, losing count of the blissful moments shared. As dawn broke the following morning, their nocturnal escapade finally came to an end. Number 18, utterly exhausted, lay languidly on the bed, her mind drifting into slumber before long. Leelin, having experienced a release of pent-up energy, felt an unprecedented sense of refreshment. Aside from a slight ache in his lower back, everything else felt quite splendid. He chuckled softly to himself, contemplating awakening the slumbering number 18 to find a more comfortable spot for rest. The bed had become rather disheveled after their night of activity, and remaining in such a state would surely be uncomfortable. However, he hesitated to disturb her, opting instead to tenderly cover her with a blanket before quietly exiting the room. Leelin made his way alone to the training field, watching as the sun gradually ascended above the horizon. Suddenly, the figure of Weiss appeared beside him like a specter. Spotting Weiss, Leelin greeted him with a cheerful, "Good morning, Weiss." Although he felt a hint of weariness in his body after the previous night's exertions, his spirit was undeniably invigorated. "Morning," Weiss replied with a calm demeanor. Yet, upon noticing the prominent dark circles under Leelin's eyes, he curiously inquired, "What happened to your eyes? Did you not sleep?" Leelin, with a playful smile, nodded and then mysteriously shook his head. To claim he had slept would be somewhat true, for he had indeed spent the night engaged in fervent activity. Conversely, to assert he had not slept at all was also accurate, albeit with a different connotation. Naturally, he had no intention of elaborating on this to Weiss. "You need not concern yourself with that," Leelin remarked with a grin. Weiss regarded him with mild curiosity, but chose not to press further, stating, "Then let us commence today's training." With that, he beckoned Leelin to approach. "Hold on," Leelin responded, not rushing into action, and continued with a playful tone. "Weiss, could you perform that fatigue-relieving technique you used on me yesterday once more?" Weiss raised an eyebrow at Leelin's request, questioning, "What for? You appear to be in good spirits." Indeed, Leelin's demeanor was notably more optimistic than the previous day. Despite the two prominent dark circles under his eyes, they should not hinder his training. "My spirit is indeed quite buoyant, but my body feels somewhat drained, as though it has been completely depleted," Leelin explained with a grin. As he absorbed Leelin's words, Weiss quickly grasped the meaning behind his request. Eyes glimmering with a hint of meaning, gazed at Leelin, who appeared to be suffering from pronounced dark circles. "Ah, I see, you intend to utilize my abilities like a stimulant, do you?" Weiss remarked with a serene demeanor. Leelin awkwardly chuckled, dismissing any notion of stimulants, insisting he merely sought superior cultivation. Upon hearing this, Weiss furrowed his brow slightly and then, with a resigned shake of his head, reflected on his envy for Leelin. Despite having lived to this point, he had yet to experience the sensation Leelin encountered the previous night. Weiss chose not to elaborate further, instead waving his hand, causing a burst of light to envelop Leelin, restoring his physique to its state from the previous day. Excellent. Leelin felt the emptiness dissipate, his condition reaching its zenith. After a few light jumps, he turned to Weiss, declaring, "Brother, prepare yourself." In a flash, he transformed into a streak of dark lightning, charging towards Weiss. As if in a customary sparring session, Weiss elegantly evaded Leelin's strikes. Their battles continued, typically comprising 3 days of relentless training followed by a night for Leelin to recuperate. Thus, days turned into years, and 3 years swiftly passed. On this particular day, Leelin unleashed his full potential against Weiss. With a fierce roar, an unmatched force reverberated through the air. Leelin's silhouette darted like a shadowy bolt of lightning, his speed reaching an alarming peak. With a single stride that resembled instantaneous movement, he launched a punch that sliced through the air with a howling wind. Weiss was momentarily taken aback. Over these 3 years, he had witnessed Leelin's strength ascend like a rocket. Now, he found himself unable to evade with the same composure and grace as before. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as Leelin and Weiss collided, the former recoiling while the latter stood steadfast. Leelin's complexion paled, a surge of energy swirling within him as blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth. Weiss stepped forward, the ground beneath him cracking as he propelled himself like a released arrow. Leelin, heart racing, clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the urge to expel more blood, and with a fierce shout, charged at his opponent. Their fists collided, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated in the air. Leelin was sent flying 10 meters backward, yet Weiss remained unyielding, standing firm like a mountain. Chapter 84, Audacious Thoughts Cough. Leelin lay sprawled on the ground, blood gushing forth in torrents. The lush green grass was instantly stained a deep crimson. Number 18 watched, her heart aching at the sight. However, unlike previous instances, she refrained from rushing over to check on Leelin, as such occurrences had become commonplace in recent months. She had grown accustomed to it, reassured by the presence of healing beings in Leelin's possession, knowing he would ultimately be all right. Indeed, after lying on the ground and expelling several mouthfuls of blood, Leelin, a sense of disorientation began to envelop him, prompting him to swiftly retrieve a mystical bean from his pocket and place it in his mouth. The instant the bean was consumed, a warm current surged throughout his body. Exhaling deeply, Leelin regained his footing. At that moment, Whis approached him, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Are you all right?" Over the course of their 3 years together, the rapport between them had blossomed into a harmonious bond. This transformation was largely attributed to Leelin's astonishingly rapid progress, which had far surpassed Whis' expectations. "I'm fine, thank you," Leelin replied with a smile, equally astonished by the surge of power manifesting within him. His current strength had escalated to levels several dozen times greater than when he first arrived. After a brief moment of meditation, he addressed Whis, "Shall we continue?" To his surprise, Whis did not nod in agreement as usual. Instead, he gently shook his head. With a hint of confusion, Leelin asked, "What is it, Whis? Shouldn't it still be too early for my break?" Whis chuckled softly, looking at Leelin as he said, "Your strength has now surpassed that of Lord Beerus. You may leave." Upon hearing this, Leelin raised an eyebrow, incredulous. "So soon? I have already surpassed Beerus?" He questioned in disbelief. "Is this true? In just 3 years, I have outstripped Lord Beerus?" He recalled the immense power of Beerus. Even Son Goku in his Super Saiyan blue form was no match for him. Whis nodded calmly, offering a detailed explanation. "Indeed, you need not doubt. As Beerus's mentor, I am acutely aware of his capabilities. While Lord Beerus is formidable, he would struggle against even my casual strike. Though your training has been brief, your rapid advancement has compelled me to engage with you more earnestly. By this measure, your strength has indeed eclipsed that of Lord Beerus by a considerable margin." Leelin felt a flicker of astonishment within him. Could he truly be so formidable? However, as he pondered Whis' words, he sensed an underlying tone that suggested Whis was subtly praising his prowess. Whis, observing Leelin, suddenly conceived an amusing plan. With a smile, he proposed, "Would you like to test your strength?" Leelin's heart raced at this suggestion, and he eagerly asked, "How shall I test it?" His training under Whis had made him forget the taste of victory, as he often found himself on the receiving end of Whis' relentless training. "Huh," Whis chuckled softly, gesturing toward the grand palace ahead. "It's simple. Summon Lord Beerus and engage him in battle." Leelin glanced back at the magnificent palace. After swallowing hard, he hesitated. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? If what you say is true, I might indeed stand a chance against him. However, within Beerus resides the essence of destruction. If he were to succumb to a fit of rage, utilizing that destructive energy against himself, what would happen then?" Whis, perceiving the doubts in Lin's heart, smiled and reassured him, "Rest assured, Lord Beerus's destructive energy is ineffective against you." "What?" Lin exclaimed in astonishment. He was acutely aware of his unique constitution, a result of the system's bestowed talents. Yet, it had never been indicated that the destructive energy would have no effect on him. "Whis, are you jesting with me?" Lin inquired suspiciously. The god of destruction is a sovereign of the universe. Beyond his formidable strength, his most relied upon asset is the energy of destruction. "I am not jesting. Let me be frank with you. 3 years ago, when we first met, I attempted to probe your body with the divine power of an angel," Whis explained slowly. Upon hearing this, Lin perked up, listening intently. "However, my attempts were thwarted. I could not penetrate your being in any way. Over these 3 years, although I have been aiding your strength, I have continuously sought to understand your physique with angelic power. The outcome, however, has been far from satisfactory. Your body appears to be beyond the reach of this world, impervious to divine inquiry," Whis elaborated in one breath, revealing that apart from fighting alongside Lin, he had been trying to comprehend Lin's unique constitution. Lin was taken aback by this revelation. He had not anticipated that Whis had been testing him all along. Yet, he felt more awe for the system's might. This situation must be related to the first stage of his talent, which redefined the strength of his physical form. Initially, he believed it merely altered his appearance and enhanced his physique. Little did he know that it not only concealed his aura, but also enabled him to evade divine means. To him, what he once perceived as the least useful talent had now manifested as the most formidable. "Nevertheless, your angelic power should differ from Lord Beerus's destructive energy, should it not?" Lin voiced his final concern. Whis' angelic power resembles a force of creation, while Beerus's destructive energy is, quite literally, the annihilation of all matter. They are fundamentally distinct. The ineffectiveness of Whis' power does not imply that Beerus's will yield the same result. "Indeed," Whis nodded slightly, responding thoughtfully, "you are correct. Our powers are fundamentally different. However, The precedence of angelic power supersedes that of destructive energy. Were it otherwise, some temperamental gods of destruction would have long since obliterated their angels. As he spoke, Whis seemed to recall his early days instructing Beerus. This being, inherently lazy and unruly, had more than once contemplated eradicating Whis with his destructive energy. Yet, regrettably for him, upon discovering that it bore no effect, he obediently devoted himself to his training. Upon reflecting on this, he let out a resigned smile. The power of the angels holds no sway over you, and the destructive energy is even less effective. Upon hearing Whis' words, Leelin felt a slight sense of relief. However, a daring thought crossed his mind. Whis, does the power of the Omni King have any effect on me? Chapter 85. The Wrath of Beerus. The battle. Whis' smile gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression. In truth, he had never considered this question before. Well, it should be effective, Whis replied after a moment of contemplation. The abilities of the Omni King are indeed formidable. With a mere wave of his hand, he could erase the entirety of the universe. Throughout existence, there has never been a soul immune to the power of the Omni King. Oh, is that so? Leelin murmured, not feeling disappointed in the slightest, merely seeking clarification. Seeing that their conversation had reached a natural conclusion, Whis spoke up. If you are prepared, I shall summon Lord Beerus. Leelin nodded slightly. Although Whis had indicated that his power now surpassed that of Beerus, he was still quite eager to test it in a real battle. Thud, thud, thud. Just as the last words left his lips, Whis struck the ground 3 times with the staff in his hand. Boom. In an instant, thunder rumbled, and the earth began to tremble violently, akin to the waves of the sea, one after another. Leelin stood firm, swaying with the ground beneath him, astonished by the display of Whis' unfathomable strength. Merely tapping the ground had elicited such a tremendous reaction, and most impressively, the earth quaked without sustaining even the slightest damage. The control over such power left Leelin in awe. Within the palace, Beerus lay comfortably on his plush bed, snoring loudly, drooling as he slept. Suddenly, the palace began to shake. The soft bed seemed to transform into a trampoline, causing Beerus's body to bounce and roll about. Groggy, he opened his eyes, disoriented from the commotion. What is happening? Is sleep no longer allowed? He grumbled, thoroughly irritated. He despised being disturbed while resting. Anyone daring to do so would face dire consequences. Rising and sitting up in bed, the shaking did not cease. His body trembled with each bounce. You Whis. Beerus growled through gritted teeth. It was clear that only Whis could create such a commotion in the realm of destruction, causing the very ground to quake. Humph. Beerus scoffed. After dressing himself in a huff, he stormed out of the palace. Meanwhile, the tremors began to subside, gradually returning to a state of calm. Outside the palace, Whis sensed that Beerus had awakened, observing the palace with an air of tranquility. Whis. Beerus shouted in indignation. In the blink of an eye, his figure appeared before Whis. As he spoke, he was about to strike. Unfortunately for him, Whis deftly evaded, causing his punch to miss its mark. Lord Beerus, you've just awakened. There's no need for such fury, Whis said lightly, stepping back a few paces. Upon hearing Whis' words, rather than calming down, Beerus' anger intensified. His sharp eyes, bloodshot with rage, were filled with a murderous impulse that swirled in his heart. Why did you wake me? I demand an explanation. Beerus growled, suppressing his fury. He was aware that he could not defeat Whis, but that did not diminish his ire. Feigning innocence, Whis shrugged. Lord Beerus, do not wrongfully accuse me. It was that young man who urged me to awaken you. He gestured toward Leelin, who stood beside him. Leelin's heart sank upon hearing this. What do you mean I urged you? Wasn't it you who said to have Beerus assess me? How had the responsibility shifted onto him? Indeed, upon hearing Whis' words, Beerus' anger grew even more pronounced. He turned his gaze towards Leelin, a chilling murderous intent enveloping the air around them. Lord Beerus, please let me explain. It's not what it seems. Leelin hastily waved his hands, eager to defend himself. However, Beerus cut him off, coldly stating, Boy, do you seek death? Leelin found himself in a ludicrous situation, questioning how he had become embroiled in this turmoil. Why had Whis not clarified, redirecting the wrath toward him? Lord Beerus, allow me to explain. Leelin implored desperately. Yet, Beerus was not in a mood to listen. He simply wished to vent his anger. Huh. He scoffed, his voice low. Rest assured, if you survive, I shall entertain your defense. Upon hearing this threatening remark, Leelin's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could utter another word, Beerus' attack was upon him. A purple orb brimming with destructive energy entered his line of sight. Leelin had no time to utter further words and hurriedly sought to evade. Whoosh! Although the orb traveled at great speed, Leelin narrowly dodged it. Bang! The orb collided with the castle where Leelin and Android 18 resided. Contrary to expectations, there was no explosion. Rather, the moment the castle was struck, the surrounding space began to warp dramatically. In the next second, the magnificent structure transformed into a myriad of purple light particles. Damn it! My home has been demolished again, Leelin exclaimed, turning to witness the devastation behind him. His mind rife with curses. His earthly home had already been obliterated by Android 17's blast, and now, Whis had constructed a castle in the divine realm, which had just been reduced to nothingness. Android 18, watching her residence of 3 years being destroyed, felt an overwhelming sense of discontent. After all, having lived there for 3 years, she had come to regard it as her home. It was only natural to feel attached. Now, in an instant, her home had vanished. There was no way to feel pleased about that. Leelin, take him down. On the 18th, a layer of frost adorned her exquisite visage as she spoke with indignation. Upon hearing the command from the 18th, Leelin steeled his resolve. After all, Weiss had asserted that his strength had far surpassed that of Beerus. So what was there to fear? With this thought in mind, his body transformed into a streak of meteor, hurtling towards Beerus. The latter, surprised to see his attack evaded, felt a fleeting astonishment. Just moments ago, his strike had been a sudden assault, executed with remarkable speed, something that an ordinary individual would find impossible to escape. However, this astonishment dissipated quickly, and he dismissed it from his mind. Hearing the 18th taunt him to let Leelin strike, and seeing Leelin charge towards him, a hint of disdain surfaced within him. Strike me? Beerus sneered, his tone dripping with arrogance. Let us see if you possess the capability. He was, after all, the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Apart from Weiss, was there anyone capable of inflicting harm upon him? With that, he spread his slender arms wide, addressing the approaching Leelin, declaring, if you can make me take even one step back, I shall concede this battle effortlessly. Boom. Leelin's iron fist landed mercilessly upon his face, abruptly interrupting his subsequent words. How could this be possible? Beerus's visage contorted grotesquely as he was struck, saliva flying from his mouth. After rolling on the ground 17 or 18 times, he finally came to a halt. He could scarcely fathom that Leelin's punch could possess such weight. Not only had it shaken his form, but it had also sent him tumbling. Well done, Leelin, the 18th exclaimed, her fist raised in jubilation. Leelin flashed her a thumbs up, his face beaming with a radiant smile. He too had not anticipated that he could so easily send Beerus flying. It seemed Weiss was indeed correct. His strength had surpassed that of Beerus. Although he had only landed a single strike, he had gained a preliminary understanding of his current power. Meanwhile, Beerus lay upon the ground, furiously grasping at the earth beside him. How could this be? Leelin had now slowly approached him, his expression tinged with a hint of remorse as he said, I apologize, Lord Beerus. I had no idea my strength was so formidable. I may have exerted a bit too much force. Upon hearing Leelin's words, Beerus's rage intensified. To his ears, those words sounded like a provocation, sharp as a needle. He was a god of destruction. After all, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? You insolent fool. Do not let your triumph lead you to arrogance. Beerus bellowed, rising to his feet in an instant. With a swift motion of his hand, a purple energy sphere materialized, hurtling towards Leelin. Aware of his own strength, just as Weiss had surmised, Leelin faced the destructive energy sphere without fear. Remaining unperturbed, he steadied his breath. As the attack neared him, he slightly shifted his body. With a powerful flick of his right hand, he sent the energy sphere soaring away. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as an energy sphere struck a distant planet in the heavens. In an instant, the celestial body transformed into a cloud of purple dust, vanishing into the void. What? Upon witnessing this scene, Beerus was taken aback. He had employed destructive energy. How could it be so effortlessly repelled? Lin, observing the spectacle, felt a flicker of joy within. It seemed that Whis had spoken the truth. Destructive energy held no sway over him. Lord Beerus, do you wish to continue? Lin inquired calmly. With an understanding of his own strength, he no longer felt fear. Should Beerus persist in his relentless pursuit, he would not shy away, for with power came confidence. Young man, do not let your pride cloud your judgment, Beerus retorted with a fierce glare. A surge of purple flames erupted from his form, casting the surroundings in a deep violet hue. Whis remarked, raising his gaze, murmuring to himself, It appears Lord Beerus is serious now. As Lin felt the turbulent energy swirling around him, astonishment filled his heart. Truly, as a god of destruction, if this were not the realm of destruction, such intensity could likely obliterate a planet. In that case, I shall not hold back, Lin thought to himself. Huh. A deep, resonant shout reverberated through the air. A white aura surged upward, seemingly solidifying as it intertwined with the purple energy. In an instant, the dark violet tones brightened considerably. Is this Lin's aura? How extraordinary. Whis observed, marveling at Lin's unleashed energy for the first time. Given Lin's unique constitution, Whis had never been able to sense his energy unless Lin intentionally released it. Beerus, with fiery red glints in his eyes, gazed at Lin's aura, astonishment washing over him. He had not anticipated such formidable energy emanating from this individual. A sense of trepidation began to stir within Beerus. Nevertheless, as a god of destruction and sovereign of a universe, retreat was not an option, nor was surrender. Resolving to engage in battle, he steeled himself. Lord Beerus, please make your move, Lin said with a smile, gesturing invitingly. Humph. Beerus scoffed defiantly. He then lunged forward. A streak of purple light racing toward Lin. Lin smiled nonchalantly, pivoting gracefully to meet him with a punch. Bang! An unparalleled force erupted from the center of their collision, reverberating through the very fabric of space. After their fists met, both warriors stepped back, creating distance between them before launching into another assault, their speed markedly heightened. Although both moved with incredible swiftness, Lin maintained his composed and carefree demeanor throughout the encounter. On the other side, Beerus wore an unusually serious expression, his gaze fixed intently on Leelin, showing not a hint of complacency. Leelin's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Bang! 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 The dull sounds reverberated throughout the battlefield as the two exchanged several blows. These moves were rather ordinary, lacking in any embellishments. They were purely a contest of strength, speed, and power. With a sudden impact, after trading a punch, Beerus could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body traced a parabolic arc through the air before crashing onto the ground several dozen meters away. Thud! His back struck the earth with a resounding thump, the purple glow surrounding him vanishing as his aura gradually extinguished. The dark purple light that had filled the space dissipated, restoring it to its original hue. Exhaling slowly, Leelin released the white aura enveloping him. This battle had proven to be far easier than he had anticipated, as he had yet to unleash his full potential. While Beerus seemed to have reached his limits, perhaps this was the result of 3 years of relentless training under the devil's tutelage. Lying on the ground, Beerus continued to bleed profusely. Whis arrived at his side just in time, sweeping his body to cast a special healing light upon him. Goodness! When did this kid become so formidable? Beerus slowly rose to his feet, clutching his chest and gritting his teeth as he spoke. Upon standing, he displayed no signs of the anticipated rage, but instead, a face full of complaints as he muttered incessantly. After completing his task, Whis, with an expression of calm detachment, replied when, "It was while you were asleep." His actions were not solely aimed at gauging Leelin's abilities, but also served as a subtle admonition to Beerus, who, since becoming the god of destruction, had scarcely trained. His strength had stagnated, primarily because no one in the universe posed a threat to him. If he continued to neglect his training, the position of god of destruction might eventually be usurped. Chapter 87. The end. Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus scratched his head and quietly inquired, "How long did I sleep?" He was unaware of the duration of his slumber. It felt like mere moments had passed between closing and opening his eyes. By his estimation, the power Leelin had achieved must have taken him several hundred years of cultivation. Beerus glanced at Leelin, who was affectionately interacting with Android 18, and shook his head slightly. No, this kid clearly didn't use his full strength against me. At this rate, it could very well be thousands of years. Ahem. Whis, noticing Beerus's momentary distraction, cleared his throat and said casually, 3 years. I knew it. I can't believe I actually slept for that long. Beerus nodded slowly. The next moment, before he could finish his thought, he sensed something was amiss. He dug into his ears, wanting to confirm. Whis, did you just say how long I slept? 3 years. Is there a problem? With an expressionless demeanor, Whis responded. After waiting for an answer, Beerus widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, What? 3 years? Are you jesting with me, Whis? Or am I still dreaming, unable to awaken? It was no wonder he was taken aback. The news was indeed hard to fathom. In merely 3 years, one had surpassed a god of destruction. Not only was this unheard of in the 7th universe, but it would likely be met with disbelief across all 12 universes. Leelin, having overheard Beerus's outcry, approached them slowly. With a slight bow, he spoke politely, "My apologies. Lord Beerus, I may have been a bit forceful just now. Please do not hold it against me." Upon seeing Leelin's approach, Beerus paid no heed to his apology. Suddenly, he grasped Leelin's shoulders firmly, his gaze piercing, and demanded, "Boy, tell me, how long have you trained with Whis?" Leelin was startled by Beerus's sudden movement, momentarily suspecting a potential attack. However, upon realizing no harm was intended, he exhaled in relief. 3 years, Lord Beerus. Did Whis not inform you?" He replied calmly. Admittedly, while these 3 years had led to significant growth, they were also a period he wished to forget. Each day felt like an eternity. Fortunately, he had Android 18 by his side to keep him grounded. Without her, his spirit would surely have shattered. Upon hearing Leelin's words, Beerus's grip on his shoulders gradually loosened, his expression becoming blank. Observing Beerus's silence, Leelin, though curious, refrained from asking questions. After what felt like an eternity, Beerus finally spoke. "How did you train? Why have you managed to surpass me in just 3 years?" It was evident he still struggled to accept this reality. According to Leelin's initial claims, he could defeat Beerus with a mere finger, yet now, after 3 years, everything had changed. Is 3 years really such a short time? Leelin pondered, scratching his head. That's 3 years, 1,095 days, 26, 280 hours. Whis approached him and remarked, "It isn't particularly short. But no one has ever witnessed someone attain power surpassing a god of destruction in such a brief span." Hearing such praise, Leelin smiled bashfully. He would never forget whose influence had led him to this point. Turning to Whis, he expressed, "I owe it all to you, Whis. Without your guidance, I doubt I would have reached my current level." Whis, delighted by Leelin's words, covered his mouth and chuckled softly. Beerus, unable to tolerate the mutual flattery, interjected, "Are you two finished? I'm still trying to comprehend this situation." He had been peacefully resting, only to be mocked, then struck, and now subjected to their boasting. Could anyone be more unfortunate than him? Hearing Beerus's voice, the two fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. "Do not be so smug, for there will come a day when I shall reclaim the justice of today," Beerus declared to Leelin, his voice steady. He dared not further provoke his anger, as he recognized that he could not contend with either of the two present. Whis, upon hearing Beerus's bold proclamation, nodded slightly, indicating that a little provocation could indeed be quite effective. "Well," Leelin replied succinctly, a teasing tone in his voice, "I can only hope that day does not linger too long." Beerus, unfazed by this remark, merely shook his head in indifference. Whis then addressed Leelin, advising, "Do not underestimate Lord Beerus. His innate talent is truly remarkable." "Oh." Leelin raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. He understood that anyone who ascended to the role of god of destruction was no ordinary being. Each one was a genius in their respective universes, gradually achieving their esteemed positions. Among the pantheon of gods of destruction, Lord Beerus's talent stood out, indeed ranking among the finest, if not the best. It was merely his notorious laziness that hindered him from honing his abilities, as he had seldom engaged in training. If Lord Beerus were to devote himself to training, it would take but half a month for him to surpass you and leave you far behind, Whis explained with a faint smile. In truth, Beerus's talent could be deemed unparalleled. Were it not for his intrinsic nature, had he committed to rigorous training from the outset, surpassing Whis would not have been an impossible feat, alas. This individual was excessively slothful, spending 9/10 of his life in slumber. A sense of pride washed over Beerus's face as he heard Whis extolling his virtues, prompting him to boast, "Am I truly that exceptional? One must remain humble, of course." Leelin, taken aback, acknowledged his own strength. The notion that Beerus could eclipse him in merely half a month was astounding, especially as he recalled his own earlier musings about 3 years being a lengthy period. An awkward smile crept onto his face. "What was with your astonishment earlier, Lord Beerus?" Leelin could not help but inquire, silently pondering whether the god was merely feigning surprise. "I was merely astonished to think that you could surpass me so effortlessly." It took a moment to fully grasp, Beerus explained nonchalantly. In his mind, he had anticipated that it would take several hundred, if not 1,000 years, for anyone to surpass him. Little did he know that just 3 years of training would yield such results. The unexpected nature of it left him astonished. After a brief exchange, as their conversation dwindled, Beerus yawned and prepared to resume his slumber. After all, the matter of training could be postponed. There was no urgency to address it immediately. Besides, based on his prophetic dreams, he foresaw that Leelin would eventually surpass him, merely a matter of time. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief and comfortably settled in for more rest. Whis, however, could only shake his head in resignation at the situation. It appears that Leelin's attempts to persuade were utterly ineffective, yielding only a minuscule result. He had no intention of lingering any longer and prepared to return to Earth. After all, there were no dwellings left here, rendering sleep impossible. Frankly, having spent 3 years in this place, the prospect of leaving suddenly stirred a sense of reluctance within him, particularly regarding Whis, from whom he had acquired all his prowess. He yearned to express his gratitude, yet Whis seemed to lack for nothing. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up Leelin's mind. Whis, would you care to join me on Earth? There are myriad delicacies to savor, and I would be delighted to host you. After all, we are like brothers. Chapter 88. A bucket of expired instant noodles indeed. Upon the mention of gourmet delights, Whis's expression shifted subtly, a glimmer of yearning evident in his eyes. At that very moment, Beerus halted his advance, turning around and swiftly closing the distance to Leelin in a few strides. Is what you say true? Are there culinary treasures on Earth? Beerus inquired with urgent curiosity. Despite his tendency to slumber, his passion for exquisite food remained unabated. If delectable dishes awaited him, he would willingly forego his precious sleeping hours. Absolutely. And the variety is boundless. Each day offers a different flavor to relish. Moreover, the portions are generous, allowing you to indulge as much as you desire. Leelin replied with a gentle smile. His assertion was not an exaggeration. Indeed, the culinary wonders of the human realm were countless. Every ingredient could be transformed into dozens, if not hundreds, of delightful variations. Upon hearing this, Beerus swallowed hard, his appetite piqued. Having lived for so many years, he had tasted an innumerable array of dishes. The notion of daily indulgence in diverse flavors, accompanied by ample servings, was tantalizing. No one had ever dared to boast so boldly in his presence. You must understand, my standards for cuisine are exceedingly high, Beerus remarked, his voice somewhat muffled as he continued to swallow in anticipation. The mere thought of delectable food had ignited a longing within him. Even if the food turned out to be subpar, he felt compelled to give it a try. Rest assured, I assure you, you shall not be disappointed, Leelin replied with a calm demeanor. He recalled that neither Beerus nor Whis had ever experienced true culinary luxury. Even a simple bowl of instant noodles paired with a sausage would suffice to satisfy their cravings. Seeing Leelin's earnest declaration, Beerus found himself unable to resist the allure of food. Whis? He glanced sideways to inquire. Whis, hearing this, nodded slowly. Leelin's words had stirred his own appetite, which rivaled that of Beerus. Since you are so graciously insistent, we shall reluctantly accompany you on this journey, Whis responded, maintaining his elegant composure and attempting to appear modest. Leelin smiled joyfully upon witnessing both of them accept his invitation. His motivation for the gesture stemmed not from any ulterior motive, but rather from a desire to express his gratitude for Whis's guidance. Although it is hardly surprising, for those who have never savored exquisite delicacies, it is a coveted experience. Well then, let us depart, Leelin said with a gentle smile, simultaneously taking the hand of number 18 and moving to stand beside Whis. With a flourish of Whis's staff, the four figures transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors and vanished from the realm of destruction. Approximately 5 minutes later, their silhouettes materialized on Earth, precisely at the same location they had occupied 3 years prior, the very island where Leelin and number 18 resided. The four descended slowly, welcoming the invigorating sea breeze that greeted them. Ah, we are finally back. It feels so familiar, Leelin exclaimed, extending his arms wide as the wind enveloped him. Number 18 followed closely, her heart brimming with nostalgia. Although the surroundings lacked the breathtaking beauty of the realm of destruction, it was home, and overall, quite pleasant. Hey, Leelin, what about the gourmet food you mentioned? Beerus exclaimed impatiently upon landing, eager for a taste. Yes, Leelin, do hurry and present it, Whis chimed in, equally unable to contain his excitement for a delectable meal. Observing their eagerness, Leelin offered an awkward smile and leaned closer to number 18, whispering, Do we have anything to eat at home? None left, she replied with a resigned shake of her head. We didn't have much when we left, and we didn't get a chance to shop. Their daily meals were modest, and they typically procured only enough food to last until the next purchase. Although their island was secluded, their strength allowed them to make quick trips and return swiftly. Noticing the ravenous glints in Beerus and Whis' eyes, Leelin inquired further, "Do we have instant noodles?" Number 18 raised an eyebrow slightly, nodding as she replied, "You don't mean to serve them instant noodles, do you?" Leelin chuckled and walked towards Beerus and Whis. "Gentlemen, I have prepared something for you. Please follow me." As he escorted number 18 toward their home, Whis and Beerus exchanged puzzled glances. "You haven't even entered yet, and claim everything is ready. Surely, you aren't trying to deceive us?" With skeptical gazes, they followed Leelin into the castle. Creak. As the grand door swung open, a cloud of dust billowed forth. Leelin quickly waved his hand. After 3 years of abandonment, it was no wonder the place had gathered dust. The floors, walls, and tables were all coated with a thick layer of grime. Upon entering, Whis frowned deeply. Thud, thud. He tapped the ground with his staff. Suddenly, a refreshing breeze swept through, instantly clearing away the dust. The floors, tables, and every nook and cranny were left spotless. Remarkable, Leelin marveled at the transformed room, his heart swelling with admiration. Reflecting inwardly, one wonders when one might possess such remarkable abilities. Beerus sauntered leisurely to the couch and plopped down with a languid demeanor. He then lazily inquired, "Leelin, where's the food? Hurry and bring it out." Despite his seemingly lethargic exterior, his tone brimmed with an insatiable yearning for sustenance. Whis, ever attentive, positioned himself behind Beerus, his gaze fixed intently on Leelin. "Very well, no problem. It will be ready shortly," Leelin replied, promptly instructing Android 18, "Boil some water." With a resigned smile, Android 18 remarked, "You went through so much trouble to bring him all this way just to treat him to instant noodles. You truly are something." Suddenly recalling that these noodles had been stored for 3 years and were likely past their expiration, she nonetheless proceeded to the kitchen to fulfill the request. As for any potential consequences of consuming expired noodles, it seemed improbable, considering the prowess of these two. Surely, they could handle a mere bowl of outdated instant noodles. After much anticipation, Leelin emerged, carrying 2 buckets of adequately steeped braised beef noodles, placing them on the coffee table before the couch. Beerus and Whis' eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing them. Though the lids remained intact, the enticing aroma wafting through the air had already made their mouths water. Beerus reached for the noodles eagerly, but Leelin gently halted him with a smile, saying, "Lord Beerus, please be patient for just 2 more minutes. They will taste even better." Chapter 89, an unexpected turn of events. Upon hearing this, Beerus, though impatient, complied and waited. Whis, unable to contain himself any longer, tossed aside his staff and cradled the steaming bucket of braised beef noodles in his hands. "Ah, the fragrance is divine," Whis exclaimed, inhaling deeply. Beerus incessantly swallowed, his hands fidgeting restlessly, his nose twitching as it absorbed the delectable scent. Observing their eager anticipation, Leelin chuckled softly before finally declaring, "All right, you may eat now." At his signal, the two eagerly lifted the lids. "Ah, it looks absolutely splendid," Whis exclaimed. Beerus, however, had no time to admire the presentation. He seized a fork and eagerly plunged it into the noodles, coated in a layer of red oil, and brought it to his mouth. "Delicious," he exclaimed between bites, his taste buds thoroughly tantalized. Witnessing Beerus's ecstatic expression, Whis hurriedly grabbed a fork and began to indulge as well. In that spacious room, the sounds of slurping noodles echoed incessantly, accompanied by the occasional murmurs of satisfaction, creating an atmosphere of sheer enjoyment. To an outsider, one might easily misconstrue their fervor as something altogether different. Android 18 observed the two, utterly transfixed by their voracious consumption. She nudged Leelin, who wore a bemused expression, and whispered, "Have these two truly never eaten before? They seem to revel in even expired noodles. They've likely eaten before, but perhaps their previous meals were not quite as delightful," Leelin replied with a smile, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the duo. For countless eons, the divine being had never savored true delicacies, a rather lamentable situation indeed. In no time, the two individuals devoured a bucket of instant noodles, leaving not a drop of broth behind. "Ah, how delightful!" Beerus licked his lips, savoring the moment. Whis sighed contentedly, remarking, "Truly exquisite. If I could indulge in such delights daily, I would embrace death without regret." He had never tasted anything so delectable, feeling as if his long existence had been devoid of fulfillment. Leelin, is there any more of this?" Beerus gestured towards his empty container, still hungry for more. Whis gazed at him with eager eyes, exclaiming, "Yes, is there more? This little bit is hardly sufficient." Clearly, The single bucket had not quenched their appetites. A few more would suffice. Upon hearing their words, Leelin chuckled and shook his head. Disappointment flickered in their eyes. Such exquisite flavors were indeed a rare find, likely requiring immense effort to create. Instant noodles are merely a prelude to culinary delights, Leelin explained slowly. In his past life, he often indulged in instant noodles and had considerable insight into them. This is merely a fast food product, suitable for quelling hunger momentarily. Overindulgence leads to a rather greasy experience. Upon hearing this, Beerus and Whiss's eyes sparkled with excitement. Leelin, are you suggesting there exists something even more delicious? Beerus exclaimed, shaking his empty container eagerly. Indeed, Leelin nodded, smiling. As I mentioned, the world is replete with delectable options, and they are abundant. Where is it? Bring it forth at once, Whis urged, his usual composure replaced by fervor. Patience, my friends. I have none here. Let us venture into the city for a feast. Leelin proposed cheerfully. He truly had nothing else to offer, or he would not have resorted to instant noodles for their hospitality. Very well. As long as it is delicious, I shall go anywhere, Beerus responded, his empty container cast aside. Today he felt no hint of fatigue, only a longing for exquisite cuisine. However, before they could set off, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Boom, boom. The intense tremors caused the very island they occupied to shake. Waves crashed relentlessly against the shore. What is happening? Number 18 exclaimed, leaping into Leelin's embrace. She feared that Cell had returned, for such disturbances could only signal great upheaval. Leelin attuned himself to the energy around him and, after a moment, sensed two familiar auras thousands of miles away. Wait, is that Goku and Vegeta? Leelin, after a moment's reflection, instantly discerned the identities of the two auras. Although 3 years had elapsed, rendering their energies somewhat unfamiliar, he accurately identified them nonetheless. Oh, Vegeta? Beerus's mind stirred as he inquired of Leelin, is it the son of King Vegeta, the Saiyan? Upon hearing the question, Leelin turned to him and slowly nodded. As someone with first-hand experience, he was well aware of the grievances between Beerus and King Vegeta. It was he who had played a pivotal role in the destruction of planet Vegeta. Once his suspicions were confirmed, Beerus let out a cold snort and remarked indifferently, that fool Frieza truly knows how to botch things. If he were still alive, I would not have spared him. He had already learned of Vegeta's existence from Gula long before, but at that time, he had not paid it much mind. Now that fate had brought them together, he was inclined to meet this once young acquaintance. Who was the individual currently battling Vegeta? Beerus continued to question Leelin, sensing that Vegeta's aura was exceptionally formidable. Although it did not seem particularly impressive to him, such power was already among the elite in the universe. However, what astonished him further was that the fighter engaged with Vegeta appeared to possess an aura even stronger than Vegeta's. According to his knowledge, Earth was a low-tier planet and should not harbor such formidable beings. Son Goku, originally named Kakarot, is also a Saiyan. However, he has lived on Earth since childhood and initially believed himself to be human, Leelin explained with calmness. There was nothing to conceal, after all. He was addressing the god of destruction from Universe 7, who could effortlessly investigate anyone's identity. Humph. Beerus scoffed lightly. It seems this race has considerable potential, having produced two such remarkable individuals. Meanwhile, Leelin furrowed his brow in contemplation, curious as to how Son Goku and Vegeta had come to blows. If it were merely a sparring session, the intensity of their auras seemed excessively ferocious, akin to a desperate battle. Chapter 90, Majin Buu. Could it be Majin Buu? Leelin pondered silently. He recalled that the saga of Majin Buu followed the events involving Cell, having resided in this world for several years. The details of the plot were somewhat hazy in his memory. Majin Buu should appear 7 or 8 years after Cell's demise. However, whether it was 7 or 8 years, only a little over 3 years had passed. Shaking his head, Leelin concluded that the plot must have altered. It was possible that Majin Buu had emerged prematurely. Lord Beerus, would you like to go and take a look? Whis inquired calmly, momentarily suppressing his craving for delicacies due to the sudden disturbance. Resuming his composure, he grasped his staff once more, appearing as serene as ever. Humph, there's no rush. I shall first indulge in a hearty meal, Beerus declared, unfazed by the developments. His primary purpose for visiting Earth was to feast. Although other matters had arisen, he remained cognizant of priorities. Whis nodded with a faint smile, finding it quite agreeable. He was concerned that Beerus might wish to observe the proceedings, potentially delaying his enjoyment of the culinary delights. After all, he was an angel, and Beerus was a god of destruction. Any unfolding events would naturally revolve around the latter. Leelin cast a resigned glance at them and sighed internally. At such a critical juncture, they still had the leisure to indulge in feasting. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable, as these two could be considered the mightiest beings in the entire seventh universe. What calamity could possibly fluster them? Let us proceed, Leelin, Beerus said as he approached and patted his shoulder. We shall first savor the delicacies, and the main spectacle can wait. Indeed, Weiss concurred with a nod. Leelin, smiling, opened his hands towards Android 18 in his embrace and said, "Come, let us go and have something to eat." Android 18 nodded faintly in agreement. They had been in the realm of the god of destruction, and they were eager to sample the food of Earth. After such a lengthy period, their sustenance had consisted solely of the magical beans. Now, back on Earth, witnessing how Beerus and Weiss relished instant noodles so heartily, Leelin found himself yearning for the flavors of gourmet cuisine. Once they reached a consensus, Weiss verified the location of the nearest city inhabited by people. In a flash, the four of them vanished from the hall. Moments later, they materialized in a bustling city, their sudden appearance attracting significant attention. Unfazed by the curious gazes, they proceeded onward. After a brief stroll, they finally located a restaurant. "All right, this will do. It appears quite substantial," Leelin remarked, glancing upward. One by one, they made their way into the establishment. To avoid unwarranted attention, they specifically requested a private room. The waiter, holding the menu, invited them to place their orders. After a brief perusal, Leelin waved his hand grandly and declared, "No need for staples. Bring forth one of each dish listed." The waiter was taken aback, having never witnessed such an extravagant order before. However, adhering to the principle that the customer is always right, he complied with Leelin's request. They sipped on complimentary tea while awaiting their meal. Even the free tea left Weiss and Beerus in awe, prompting them to expound upon the insights of life. As the pace of service was rather slow, the two seized the opportunity to indulge, requesting one pot of tea after another, almost as if they intended to reclaim their initial investment through sheer consumption. Leelin felt a twinge of embarrassment and covered his face slightly. Dining with these two was quite the ordeal. He almost wished to feign ignorance of their acquaintance. How utterly mortifying. Nevertheless, he turned his gaze toward the window, for the energy fluctuations outside were growing increasingly intense. It appeared that this confrontation was far from a mere sparring match. This city was already quite distant from the epicenter of their battle, yet even from here, he could feel a subtle tremor beneath his feet. "I wonder how the battle is faring," Leelin murmured to himself. He was not genuinely concerned for them. He merely wished to ascertain the cause of their altercation. Surely, it could not have been over a woman. After all, in the normal course of events, the only instance of such fierce combat between Sun Wukong and Vegeta occurred during the confrontation with Majin Buu. In other instances, any skirmish could at most be deemed a friendly spar, never escalating to such an overwhelming intensity. Approximately 10 minutes later, the dishes Leelin had ordered began to arrive one after another. Vados and Beerus, upon seeing the colorful array of various dishes, were almost overwhelmed by the visual feast. Disregarding any dining etiquette, they began to indulge heartily. "Let us partake as well," Leelin suggested softly. He and Android 18 did not have large appetites, usually consuming only a modest amount during meals. However, this time, perhaps due to nostalgia for Earth's cuisine, they found themselves eating at a pace rivaling that of Beerus himself. Yet, after about half an hour, Leelin and Android 18 conceded defeat. Their bellies had begun to swell, and they could eat no more. In contrast, Vados and Beerus appeared unfazed, their stomachs seemingly constructed from some otherworldly material, akin to black holes. The table was overflowing with plates, yet a mere glance revealed them to be entirely empty. Fortunately, the dishes continued to arrive, with the waitstaff efficiently clearing away the numerous empty plates. Leelin let out a satisfied burp, patting his belly contentedly. Just as they were savoring their delightful meal, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently, a mushroom cloud slowly rising. The restaurant's windows shattered, and debris rained down from the ceiling. "Damn it! Can't one enjoy a meal in peace?" Beerus growled, watching fragments fall into his soup, his dining mood utterly shattered. Vados, elegantly wiping the remnants from his mouth, remarked, "Lord Beerus, perhaps it is time to cease. You have consumed quite enough today." Beerus, displeased by this comment, retorted, "Do not play coy with me. At least 2/3 of that feast has already found its way to your stomach." Amidst their bickering, a profoundly malevolent aura erupted in the sky. Leelin, gazing out the window, found himself momentarily entranced. This energy was unfamiliar to him, yet it was vast and overwhelmingly sinister. If he was not mistaken, it could only belong to Majin Buu. Alongside this dark presence, he sensed a sacred energy, albeit one that paled in comparison to that of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, or even Majin Buu. Vados and Beerus evidently sensed this energy as well. They ceased their quarrel and exchanged glances. Ah, it seems our visit today was not in vain. The Supreme Kai is indeed on Earth. How intriguing, Beerus muttered, his tone tinged with a hint of disdain. Chapter 91. The battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Leelin suddenly recalled the presence of the Kaioshin in the saga of Majin Buu. Indeed, this divine aura emanated from him. Beerus casually wiped his mouth with the tablecloth and remarked indifferently, "Let us proceed to take a look." Leelin nodded eagerly, having been unable to contain his anticipation. Were it not for awaiting their arrival, he would have already employed instant transmission to reach the location. After all, meals could be savored at any time, yet performances were not always available for viewing. If he were to miss it, there would be no encore. With the Kaioshin having descended upon Earth, it seemed a significant crisis was at hand. Whis, with a serene smile, reminded, "Lord Beerus, do take heed, should the Kaioshin perish. You shall follow suit." At this point, Whis feigned sorrow, squeezing out a few artificial tears, seemingly filled with reluctance. "Silence!" Beerus barked, his voice booming. Were it not for the palpable energy of the Kaioshin, he would not concern himself with earthly trivialities. His greatest fear was that this fool might suddenly meet his demise, dragging him down with him. After scolding, he stood to depart. "Whis, let us move swiftly," Beerus instructed, positioning himself beside Whis. Whis appeared unperturbed, as if the matter bore no significance to him. With a smile, he turned to Leelin and inquired, "After consuming such a feast, shall we not settle the bill?" Leelin chuckled helplessly at this remark. This fellow seemed unfazed, genuinely wishing to hasten Beerus's departure. He glanced around the now deserted restaurant. Aside from them, not a soul remained. "I believe it is unnecessary," Leelin replied with a wry smile. In any case, he had no money. Even if the staff had not fled, he could not afford the bill. At worst, he could have Whis conjure some currency later. "Oh, in that case, I am relieved," Whis nodded, speaking leisurely. "I detest owing others. If it can be avoided, all the better." Leelin, covering his face, agreed. "You are absolutely right. Just look at our companion here, who appears close to losing his composure." Meanwhile, Beerus's forehead was veined with anger, cursing inwardly. Whis seemed intent on aggravating him. The joy of indulging in delightful cuisine had evaporated without a trace. "Are you not moving?" Beerus shouted in frustration. Observing Beerus in a state of exasperation, Whis chuckled and nodded. With a grand gesture, he declared, "Let us go." In an instant, their figures transformed into beams of light. In the following moment, they found themselves atop a mountain on the battlefield. Leelin gazed in astonishment at Whis's display of power. This speed rivaled his instant transmission. However, considering the vast distance from the god of destruction's realm to Earth had taken merely 5 minutes, this shorter distance was traversed in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. The battlefield reverberated with the incessant sounds of collision as the Earth fissured into a vast chasm. Clouds of dust rose in waves, and majestic mountains gradually crumbled. In midair, two figures danced like phantoms, engaged in a relentless battle. "Vegeta is truly not holding back," Leelin muttered, observing the intense skirmish. The combatant facing Vegeta was none other than Son Goku, and the clash between them was nothing short of cataclysmic. Vegeta unleashed lethal strikes, while Goku deftly parried, both appearing evenly matched. However, with Leelin's current strength, he could discern that this equilibrium was merely temporary. Son Goku had yet to unleash his full potential, holding back in this confrontation against Vegeta. To his surprise, Vegeta had grown remarkably fast, his power having significantly advanced. Beerus scrutinized the aerial duel, offering a nonchalant comment. Although he acknowledged Vegeta's progress, a hint of disdain lingered in his expression, for his own strength vastly surpassed that of the two fighters below. "What is that on Vegeta's forehead?" Number 18 inquired curiously. After a moment's observation, she noticed a peculiar letter emblazoned on Vegeta's brow. Upon hearing this, Beerus also perceived the mark. "Hey Whis, what is that?" Beerus asked. Despite their recent quarrel, years of familiarity had fostered a comfortable rapport between them. "If I am not mistaken, it is likely Babiti's magic. However, the specifics elude me. as he is far too weak to warrant my attention, was replied coolly. To him, the notion of magic before his eyes seemed as absurd as a warrior brandishing a great sword before Guan Yu. The mark upon Vegeta's head was presumably a spell for controlling individuals. With a mere flick of his finger, he could easily erase it. Oh, Beerus acknowledged, dismissing it from his thoughts. The battle raged on, fervent and fiery. At that moment, Beerus casually uttered 2 words. It's here. Whis nodded slightly. Number 18, puzzled, tugged at Leelin and asked, what is here? Leelin smiled gently, sensing the approaching divine aura. The Supreme Kai is coming. No, he is already here. As he spoke, a shooting star streaked across the sky, and a diminutive figure with an unusual appearance descended into the heart of the fray. This was none other than the Supreme Kai, who had recently arrived on Earth. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Majin Buu has been resurrected, and Gohan has already fallen. We do not yet know his fate. The Supreme Kai gasped, urgently calling out to the combatants in the sky. His attire was tattered, and his body bore numerous wounds, completely devoid of any semblance of divine majesty. Alas, despite the volume of his voice, the 2 battling warriors remained oblivious to his plea, as if oblivious to the chaos. The intensity of the confrontation escalated. You too, have you not heard? Cease this at once. The Supreme Kai's face flushed with indignation. Despite their formidable powers, these 2 were preoccupied with battling each other instead of focusing on the enemy. What a disgrace. Lord Beerus regarded the Supreme Kai with disdain. As a deity overseeing an entire universe, he could not even manage a pair of monkeys. Truly a blemish upon the divine realm, a tarnish upon his own reputation. Listening to Lord Beerus, Leelin discerned that he was preparing to intervene personally. With his hands clasped behind his back, Beerus nonchalantly cleared his throat. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The sound reverberated through the space like thunder, startling the Supreme Kai, who momentarily froze in surprise. The 2 combatants in midair halted their skirmish, their expressions grave as they glanced downward. Chapter 92, The Manifestation of Truth. What was that sound? Son Goku inquired, furrowing his brow as he sensed the surrounding energy. Vegeta shook his head, too preoccupied to continue the fight. He began to attune to the energy around them, but aside from the malevolent presence encroaching upon them, he sensed nothing else. The recent commotion must have occurred very close by. How could he not perceive it? Vegeta questioned with a furrowed brow. Moreover, he felt an unsettling familiarity with the sound, as if it had echoed from a distant memory, yet he could not recall from where. At that moment, the 2 combatants set aside their quarrel, noticing the Supreme Kai descending slowly beside them. Supreme Kai, did you hear that sound? Son Goku asked earnestly. Though Vegeta's mark remained, he was gradually regaining his composure, his gaze fixed intently on the Supreme Kai, eager for insight. I did hear it, but I cannot ascertain its origin. The Supreme Kai replied, his brow knitted in thought. He too found the sound somewhat familiar, as if it had resonated in his past. However, its brevity rendered it impossible to identify its source. Humph! Vegeta scoffed arrogantly, declaring, who dares to put on such a show before me? Come forth, if you have the courage. His desire for battle overshadowed all else. Anyone daring to play tricks before him should be prepared to face his wrath. Huh, Vegeta, after all these years, your skills may have waned, but your temper has certainly intensified, a chilling voice suddenly echoed in their ears. In the blink of an eye, 4 figures materialized before them. Upon seeing Leelin, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, then his gaze shifted to the 2 figures beside him. When his eyes fell upon the purple visage, his pupils dilated in shock. Beerus, Vegeta stammered, and simultaneously, the mark upon his forehead vanished. Upon witnessing the scene, Leelin raised an eyebrow slightly, pondering to himself, does Vegeta truly harbor such fear of Beerus? The control mark of Babidi has seemingly been intimidated away. The Kaioshin observed Beerus with an expression of incredulity. He had not anticipated the god of destruction would set foot on Earth. Yet, this astonishment was fleeting, swiftly replaced by a glimmer of joy. Beerus's arrival was fortuitous. With him present, Majin Buu was of little consequence. Meanwhile, Son Goku, scratching his head in confusion, wondered what Beerus was. However, upon spotting Leelin, he joyfully approached, exclaiming, long time no see. Leelin. Indeed, long time no see, Goku. Leelin responded with a smile. Having vanished for 3 years, during that interval, Son Goku had sought him out on numerous occasions, eager to train together. Unfortunately, after days of searching, he had found no trace of him. To their surprise, they found themselves reunited today. As the two engaged in pleasantries, Beerus had already circled Vegeta twice. What did you just say? You wished for me to come out, did you? Beerus stated indifferently, well, I am here now. What do you intend to do about it? Vegeta was now drenched in cold sweat, rooted to the spot, unable to muster a single movement. Just moments ago, he had been vociferous. Now, not even a whimper escaped him. Swallowing hard, Vegeta nervously said, I apologize, I did not realize it was you, Lord Beerus. The instant those words left his lips, Son Goku was taken aback, turning quickly to regard him, questioning whether he had misheard. What had Vegeta just uttered? Apologize? You, Lord? It was difficult to fathom that such words would emerge from the mouth of the typically arrogant Vegeta. Leelin, who is this individual? It seems Vegeta is genuinely intimidated by him. Son Goku whispered to Leelin, covering his mouth. Having spent several years alongside Vegeta, he had never witnessed such a timid demeanor. This individual's status is quite remarkable. He is the god of destruction, the most formidable being in the entire universe. Leelin explained with a smile. Son Goku gasped, his mouth agape, the most powerful being in the universe? I had no idea his influence was so vast. A god of destruction? That title certainly implies a divine nature. Whis, listening to their conversation, remained silent with a smile. Excluding himself, Beerus could only be considered the second most powerful entity in the universe. How formidable can he truly be? Son Goku blinked, continuing to inquire, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, suggesting he harbored further thoughts. After reflecting on Son Goku's question, Leelin considered the matter briefly. The power of Super Saiyan 3, one that had been mastered for many years, was effortlessly overcome by Beerus with a mere finger. As for the current Son Goku, it was uncertain whether he had even attained the strength of Super Saiyan 3. In all likelihood, a mere breath from him would be your end. Leelin provided a rather candid assessment. What? A breath would bring about my demise. Is it truly that exaggerated? Upon hearing this, Son Goku's eyes widened in disbelief. Before Leelin could explain, the Supreme Kai approached. The god of destruction, Beerus, governs destruction, regardless of his strength. The destructive energy within him could annihilate all matter in the universe. The Supreme Kai smiled as he elaborated, experiencing an overwhelming sense of reassurance. With Beerus present, he no longer feared the menace of Majin Buu. He was utterly untroubled by the prospect of Beerus remaining inactive, for their fates were intertwined. Should he perish, Beerus would not survive either. Long time no see, Whis, he said with a smile, glancing at Whis beside him. Whis responded with a cheerful smile, indeed. It has been a while, Lord Supreme Kai. Goku, astonished by Beerus's power, tugged at Leelin's attire after overhearing the conversation between Whis and the Supreme Kai, and inquired, Who is this? He's the teacher of Lord Beerus, my little brother, Leelin explained with a grin. Upon hearing their exchange, Whis shook his head in resignation. However, he did not correct them, as Leelin's statement was indeed factual. Furthermore, his power had surpassed that of Beerus, so allowing him to boast was inconsequential. What? Goku felt as though he had been utterly shattered by the day's revelations. This individual was the teacher of the god of destruction? And more astonishingly, he was Leelin's little brother? What did that even mean? However, upon hearing Leelin's words, the Supreme Kai's expression darkened, and he warned Leelin sternly, Young man, you must not speak carelessly. Whis is an angel of the divine realm. How could he be your little brother? Be cautious of inviting divine retribution. Chapter 93. A single strike to defeat Majin Buu. Upon hearing the Supreme Kai's reprimand, Leelin shrugged helplessly. Whis observed Leelin's demeanor and smiled calmly. He then slowly addressed the Supreme Kai. Lord Supreme Kai, Leelin has not spoken incorrectly. I am indeed his brother, and he is also my elder brother. The Supreme Kai displayed an incredulous expression upon hearing Whis's explanation. What is going on here? Whis, the son of the Grand Minister, was nominally a servant of the god of destruction, yet in reality, he served as a supervisor, overseeing the work of the god of destruction, along with the Supreme Kai. But how had an elder brother suddenly appeared in the equation? Did the North Supreme Kai not inform you about the events that transpired on Earth 3 years ago? Whis inquired with perplexity. The North Supreme Kai was an aide to the Supreme Kai, and logically, any significant occurrence should have been reported immediately. Oh, it was during that time. The Supreme Kai seemed to recall, his expression becoming peculiar. I assumed the North Supreme Kai was speaking nonsense and paid no heed, never imagining it to be true. Reflecting on the past 3 years, he remembered the North Supreme Kai reporting that Whis had acknowledged a human from Earth as his brother. He had dismissed it outright, and had even scolded him harshly. Over time, he had forgotten, only to discover that it was indeed true. My apologies, it was my mistake. The Supreme Kai quickly acknowledged, bowing his head to Leelin. After all, to be recognized as Whis' brother likely indicated exceptional qualities. Such a person is certainly not one that can be offended by a mere Kaishin. Perhaps he is the illegitimate son of the Grand Supreme Kai? During his journeys on Earth, he fell deeply in love with a beautiful human maiden at first sight. However, due to his prestigious status, he refrained from pursuing a relationship. Yet, this maiden bore him a child. Upon discovering this, the Grand Supreme Kai felt a sense of responsibility towards the mother and child, and under the guise of this, he swore brotherhood with him, thus naturally becoming a family. Indeed, this reasoning is sound. It seems to be the case, esteemed Kaishin, Leelin remarked with a smile, waving his hand dismissively, deeming it a trivial matter not worthy of further contemplation. However, had he known the musings swirling in the Kaishin's mind, he would have certainly admired his imaginative prowess. Meanwhile, Beerus continued to circle around Vegeta. You, my child, have always been this way, just like your father. Had he shown me a modicum of humility, he might have avoided the fate of planetary destruction. Beerus incessantly lectured, resembling a mentor admonishing a wayward pupil. Cold sweat dripped from Vegeta as he internally berated. Was my father not humble enough when he was utterly bewildered by your presence? Nevertheless, from Beerus's words, he gleaned that the destruction of planet Vegeta was not merely due to Frieza's fear of the Saiyans, but there was also Beerus' shadow lurking behind it. Yet, these were ancient grievances, and he had no desire to delve into them further. Moreover, even if he wished to pursue the matter, it would require the capability to do so. You see, I have made a rare trip to Earth, and while not enjoying a good meal is one thing, being berated by you is quite another. What do you propose we do about today's events? Beerus coldly addressed him, stepping closer. Vegeta's expression darkened considerably. Though he harbored a fear of Beerus, being lectured for such an extended period would test the patience of even a clay idol. As a child, he had encountered Beerus once, when he was young and weak. Now, however, he had transformed into a Super Saiyan in its second form. Perhaps, Beerus' strength was now inferior to his own. With this thought, courage surged within him, and he lifted his chin, meeting Beerus' gaze. What? Do you wish to fight me? Beerus regarded him with a calm demeanor. Suddenly, a malevolent energy streaked across the sky. The Kaishin quickly turned to the heavens and shouted to Beerus, Lord Beerus. Majin Buu is coming. Humph. Beerus scoffed at the announcement, a disdainful smile curling his lips. With a casual motion, he unleashed a ki blast behind him. At that moment, Babidi had managed to placate Majin Buu, who was flying towards the group. Spotting the Kaishin in the sky, he called out, Quick, eliminate him. Despite the presence of several unfamiliar faces, as long as Majin Buu was there, he feared no one. Unfortunately, before he could reach his destination, a purple energy sphere came hurtling towards him. Majin Buu blinked his small eyes, preparing to catch it with his hands. However, the moment he came into contact with the energy sphere, regret washed over him. Majin Buu let out a piercing scream. Subsequently, his plump body began to contort. What was happening? Babidi, still trying to comprehend the situation, found himself twisting along with Buu. No. Babidi sensed his life force gradually waning, desperately shouting in despair. He had painstakingly resurrected Majin Buu and managed to bend him to his will. Yet, the current circumstances were far from his expectations. Accompanied by two whales, the figures of one large and one small gradually transformed into specks of light. Majin Buu and Babidi met their demise beneath a casual energy wave unleashed by Beerus. How astonishing! Son Goku stood dumbfounded. He could sense Buu's energy, which was undoubtedly superior to his own. Yet, such a formidable being was effortlessly vanquished in a single blow. The Kaishin, witnessing his nightmare dissipate, excitedly raised a fist. Truly, the god of destruction is formidable. His heart swelled with immense relief. With Majin Buu's demise, he would no longer face any threats. He could finally put aside his worries for his own safety. Leelin observed quietly from the side. This outcome had long been anticipated. After all, Beerus' strength was overwhelming for a mere Majin Buu. Now, it was time to deal with you. Beerus retracted his hand, placing it behind him, speaking with nonchalance. Vegeta stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene, his throat involuntarily swallowing. Reflecting on his earlier thoughts, he realized how foolish they had been. How could he ever hope to contend with Beerus? Truly reckless. Lord Beerus, I beg your forgiveness. I meant no offense. Vegeta bowed his head, beads of sweat cascading down his face like rain. Son Goku, captivated by such formidable power, disregarded everything else and charged forward. Hey, Goku, what are you doing? The Kaioshin quickly inquired, a sense of foreboding rising within him. This fool, could it be he intends to challenge Beerus? Chapter 94. His brother Leelin observed Son Goku's frantic demeanor, sensing something. This guy truly seemed eager to confront the god of destruction. Hee. This person is rather intriguing, remarked Whis with a faint smile. The Kaioshin was now at the peak of anxiety. Son Goku was truly a source of worry. Although their acquaintance was brief, they had fought alongside each other before. Whis, perhaps you could speak to Lord Beerus and implore him not to kill Goku. He is merely a bit too combative, the Kaioshin said nervously to Whis. As the Kaioshin of Universe 7, he had to consider the implications for his universe. A warrior as powerful as Son Goku would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset in the future. Such a person, if to perish at the hands of Beerus, would indeed be a lamentable fate. Fear not, Whis replied with a serene smile, slowly adding, although Lord Beerus is a god of destruction, his destruction is confined solely to planets. Unless provoked, Lord Beerus would not act to take a life. Having served as Beerus's guardian angel for an extensive period, I have come to understand his temperament and disposition quite thoroughly. Hearing this, Leelin pondered momentarily and nodded slowly. It seems true, Beerus has never directly killed anyone, except perhaps during his encounter with Black Goku and Zamasu. In all other instances, there have been no such occurrences. Meanwhile, as Vegeta was drenched in cold sweat, uncertain of how to proceed, Son Goku rushed fervently before Beerus, positioning himself protectively in front of Vegeta. With a clap of his hands, he boldly proclaimed, Lord Beerus, might you engage in battle with me? His expression was one of utmost sincerity. It was the first time he had encountered someone of such formidable strength. To forego the chance to spar would indeed be a great regret. This fool, Vegeta inwardly cursed upon hearing Goku's words. Does he wish to court death? Has he not witnessed how effortlessly Beerus obliterated Majin Buu? Does he not have a sense of his own limitations? Beerus slightly furrowed his brow. It was the first time he had encountered someone eager for combat with him. In the past, those who had merely heard of his reputation, let alone fought him, were often too frightened to even stand their ground. Indeed, Vegeta, who had kept his head down, served as a prime example of this. Is it permissible? Son Goku cautiously inquired again upon noticing Beerus's silence. Nearby, the Supreme Kai helplessly covered his face. Although he could not hear Goku's words, he could infer the nature of his request from his posture. Are you not afraid of death? Beerus inquired, gazing at Son Goku with a dispassionate tone. Surprisingly, he did not express anger toward this audacious individual. Taken aback by Beerus's words, Son Goku scratched his head and replied, Why would I die? Is it not merely a friendly spar? It must be noted that while Son Goku occasionally exhibited remarkable intelligence, more often than not, he was entirely oblivious. Enough. Vegeta could no longer tolerate the situation and forcefully shoved Son Goku aside. You are not worthy of challenging Lord Beerus. Step aside. Son Goku, slightly dissatisfied, immediately began to argue with Vegeta. I know how powerful he is. It's precisely because of that I wish to challenge him. Oh. Beerus observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. It appeared that he was beginning to reassess his view of Vegeta. This fellow did not seem to be as selfish as he had initially presumed. Remnants of a kind nature still lingered within him. Enough of your bickering. Beerus's voice resonated with authority, silencing them both. The two fell into an instant silence, with Sun Wukong gazing intensely at him, while Vegeta's eyes reflected a hint of unease. Beerus cast a casual glance at the pair and remarked that a battle was simply out of the question. What? Why is that? Sun Wukong expressed his disappointment. After all, it was a rare occasion to encounter a worthy opponent, only to find that combat was not an option. The thought was more disheartening than death itself. Vegeta, on the other hand, sighed in relief. After all, he and Sun Wukong were comrades in arms. If this fighting companion were to perish, the future would hold little excitement. Moreover, he felt fortunate that Beerus's gaze did not carry the ominous aura of malice it once did. It seemed considerably subdued now. However, I can find you an opponent, Beerus stated, directing his attention to Sun Wukong. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong momentarily froze, then uncertainly inquired, Are you referring to your master? He remembered that Leelin had mentioned a tall figure wielding a scepter was Beerus's mentor, whose name he believed was Whis. What a delight! If Beerus is already so formidable, His master must be heavenly powerful. Beerus, upon hearing this, slowly shook his head and replied nonchalantly, "It's his brother." His brother? Sun Wukong blinked in surprise, suddenly recalling something. "Is it Leelin?" "Indeed." Beerus nodded. Vegeta, standing nearby, was utterly bewildered. What did this all mean? Who was Beerus's teacher? Was it that individual who accompanied him? And how did his brother become Leelin? The connection seemed utterly chaotic. Can Leelin handle this? Sun Wukong questioned skeptically. It was not that he underestimated Leelin. Rather, during the past 3 years, Leelin's strength had surged remarkably. He had ascended not only to the second stage of Super Saiyan, but had also reached the third stage. During his previous battle with Vegeta, he had refrained from using his full power. Why not? We'll find out once we engage. Beerus replied with indifference. With a swift motion, he vanished before the two of them. In the next moment, he appeared beside Leelin, Whis, and the Kaioshin. Not playing anymore, Lord Beerus? Whis inquired, approaching him with a gentle smile. Yes, Beerus responded coolly, then addressed Leelin. Go meet them, especially that one. I sense tremendous potential in him. These individuals were indeed talents of the 7th universe, and even if they provoked him, it wouldn't warrant their complete annihilation nor the destruction of this planet. He had finally discovered a culinary paradise. What would he feast upon if it were to be obliterated? Very well, just watch, Leelin replied with a smile. Then swiftly transformed to stand before Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Is this one capable? Wukong and the others are quite formidable. The Kaioshin murmured to himself as he observed Leelin in the distance, reflecting on the impressive title of Whis' brother. However, the true extent of his power remains a mystery to all. Chapter 95. After such a prolonged absence from battle, it seems you have much to say. Close that foul mouth of yours, you disgraceful wretch. Beerus admonished the Kaioshin without reservation. As a deity of the divine realm, it was shameful that he had nearly been defeated. His feeble combat prowess was an affront to the dignity of the divine order. What did you say? I am a disgrace. Then why not kill me? The Kaioshin retorted defiantly. Though he was weak, he believed himself to be of equal rank. If they were indeed equals, why should he be subjected to such arrogance? Beerus glared, astonished that someone dared to challenge him. It had been years since he had encountered such insolence. Do you not understand how you ascended to the position of Kaioshin? Beerus inquired, his brow furrowing with intensity. Humph, the Kaioshin scoffed. I earned my title through hard work. Surely, you did not grant it to me. Whis, please enlighten him, Beerus said, dismissing the Kaioshin with a turn of his head, focusing instead on the battlefield. The Kaioshin simmered with indignation. It was his own merit that brought him here. How could Beerus suggest otherwise? My Lord Kaioshin, do not take offense. Lord Beerus simply enjoys a good argument. It is best to overlook it, Whis said with a smile. What did he mean by that? The Kaioshin asked, still unsatisfied. That was a matter from many years ago, Whis explained calmly, recounting the incident in which the previous Kaioshin had offended Beerus, leading to his suppression. What? The Kaioshin exclaimed, clearly unaware of this event. Beerus turned, speaking coolly, if you dare to defy me again, you shall join that old fool. The Kaioshin seethed at such brazen arrogance, but dared not speak further, fearing his own suppression. Having only just vanquished the villainous Majin Buu, he had yet to enjoy a moment's peace. I merely intended to advise you. After all, Goku's strength is formidable, the Kaioshin muttered after much contemplation. He had witnessed the prowess of both Goku and Vegeta. Aside from the gods of destruction, they could undoubtedly reign supreme across the cosmos. Whis chuckled lightly, then casually remarked, Leelin's power surpasses that of Lord Beerus. Surpasses Beerus. The Kaioshin's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape, as if to swallow an egg whole. In his understanding, the gods of destruction were the pinnacle of strength in the universe, second only to the angels. To be informed that someone exceeded even a god of destruction was utterly preposterous. Humph. Beerus scoffed, crossing his arms, clearly displeased by Whis' revelation. The Kaioshin, witnessing such a prideful demeanor from Beerus without any rebuttal, unconsciously swallowed hard. He never anticipated that beneath this seemingly unremarkable exterior lay such immense power. When he turned his gaze towards Leelin, his eyes were already filled with astonishment. On the battlefield, Leelin wore a serene smile as he regarded the two before him. Vegeta, seeing that his opponent had shifted to Leelin, felt a sudden sense of relief wash over him. A confident grin reappeared on his face. While he was not the one to initiate the challenge, he was eager to test his mettle. Kakarot, leave this one to me, Vegeta declared grandly, clearly underestimating Leelin. After years of rigorous training, He had already attained the second transformation of a Super Saiyan. Comparing his current strength, he realized it had surpassed what he had possessed during Leelin's battle with Cell. Hey, what is the meaning of this? I was the one who issued the challenge, so I should go first, Goku retorted, displeased. It was always the same. Whenever faced with a formidable opponent, Vegeta would jump at the chance to intervene. It doesn't matter who said what, but the opponent must be mine, Vegeta asserted nonchalantly. Stretching his body, Goku immediately objected, shooting back. Then why didn't you say that when Beerus was here just now? Vegeta's movements suddenly froze mid-air, clearly struck by the truth in Goku's words. Upon reflection, it seemed to imply that he was someone who preyed on the weak while fearing the strong. What do you mean by that, Kakarot? Vegeta asked darkly, his expression suggesting a desire for a showdown between the two. Goku, undaunted, stood tall and replied, "It's just what it sounds like." Boom. A golden aura erupted from Vegeta, crackling with electricity, unmistakably signaling his transformation into the second stage of Super Saiyan. TCH. Goku stepped forward, his hair standing on end, his own electrical energy matching Vegeta's intensity. His blue eyes ignited with fierce determination. Previously cautious of Majin Buu. Now that Buu had been vanquished, they were free to engage in a full-scale battle. Sighing, Leelin observed the tension between the two and shook his head in resignation. He then addressed them both. Enough of this quarrel, you two should face me together. He had discerned that they clearly underestimated him, believing his strength was still akin to that during his battle with Cell. Upon hearing Leelin's words, they paused their standoff. You want us both to attack? You truly are arrogant. Vegeta scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Goku, though hesitant, felt compelled to explain, Leelin, don't overestimate yourself. You must sense our strength. While I acknowledge that you have certainly improved over these 3 years, it's best not to push yourself too hard. Very well, I shall not contest any further. Let Vegeta challenge you first. With that, he withdrew from the competition, returning to his normal state and stepping aside. He was acutely aware of his own strength as well as Vegeta's. Together, they were nearly unbeatable. To avoid injuring Leelin, he had to temporarily suppress his desire for battle. Upon hearing Goku's words, Leelin couldn't help but chuckle. Did these two truly consider themselves weaklings? Or were they overly confident in their abilities? Very well then. Leelin shook his head helplessly. It seemed they had forgotten the terror of being dominated by him after such a long time without a fight. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for Vegeta to come forth and attack. Chapter 96. The chasm of disparity. Vegeta's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Leelin's words. It seemed he recalled the previous instances where Leelin had dealt him repeated blows. Relying on mere words, Vegeta scoffed, his tone deepening. Since you bring it up, let us settle old grievances alongside new ones. With that, he wasted no time, launching himself like a golden flash of light, hurtling towards Leelin. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a fist cleaved through the air, crackling with electricity as it aimed directly at Leelin. Bang! The sound of collision reverberated as the punch struck Leelin's face. However, his body remained as still as a statue, not wavering in the slightest. What? Vegeta was taken aback. Although he hadn't exerted his full strength, the force of his punch was substantial enough to pulverize mountains. Yet, why did it seem to have no effect on Leelin whatsoever? Leelin yawned lazily, remarking, put some effort into it. Seeing Leelin's nonchalant demeanor ignited a surge of fury within Vegeta. Do not get too full of yourself. Bang, bang, bang. A series of punches rained down upon Leelin. Yet, aside from producing a cacophony, these attacks failed to inflict even the slightest harm. Leelin regarded him coolly and slowly stated, "Is this the culmination of your training over the past 3 years?" Vegeta's temples bulged with rage upon hearing Leelin's taunt. Such words of humiliation cut deeper than any physical blow. If this were the case, I can only offer you 4 words. Utterly hopeless. Leelin spoke with a calm detachment. Damn it. Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Those 4 words pierced his heart profoundly. After 3 years of relentless training, his sole aim had been to surpass Leelin and Kakarot. When he learned that Kakarot's power had eclipsed his own, he willingly succumbed to Babbidi's control, striving to enhance his strength and earn the right to battle Kakarot. Now, a self-proclaimed surpasser had emerged, ruthlessly striking at his already fragile psyche, pushing him further into madness. With a furious roar, he summoned all his might. Each punch was delivered with full force, relentlessly aimed at Leelin. However, for Leelin, these attacks were hardly more effective than mere tickling. Sun Wukong stood by, at a loss for words, feeling a deep sense of shame for his earlier remarks. Leelin's prowess remained formidable, indeed, even more so than before. Regardless of how much he and his companions trained or improved, it was likely that in Leelin's eyes, they were all insignificant. "Go die?" Vegeta exclaimed, witnessing the futility of his strikes. In an instant, a radiant orb of energy materialized in his hand. Boom! A powerful energy wave struck Leelin squarely on the head from point-blank range. The searing heat and swirling dust expanded outward, enveloping the surroundings. After unleashing his attack, Vegeta swiftly retreated, panting heavily. Did it work? Sun Wukong inquired curiously, not implying that the goal was to defeat Leelin, but rather whether it had compelled him to move at all. He had already discerned that Vegeta's assault had failed to inflict any damage on Leelin. If it could merely provoke the slightest movement from him, that would be deemed a success. As the dust began to settle, Leelin's figure remained steadfast. What? How is this possible? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated the vast discrepancy between his abilities and Leelin's. His attacks had proven utterly ineffective, leaving him engulfed in a sense of defeat. He could not accept that despite his relentless training, a considerable chasm still existed between himself and Leelin. On the other side, Beerus observed the demoralized Vegeta and remarked nonchalantly, "Is this all there is? How dreadfully dull." He felt a sense of relief that he had refrained from intervening. Otherwise, a careless strike could have resulted in the demise of these two formidable warriors, thus wasting valuable power. Impressive, truly impressive. Having this individual among us is indeed a blessing for our seventh universe, the Kaioshin reflected. He glanced at Beerus's grim and menacing visage, muttering to himself, "If only this person were our destroyer." Beerus turned abruptly to face him, his expression darkening as he issued a stern warning. "If you wish to accompany that old fool, I can arrange for you to join him right now." Upon hearing this, the Kaioshin quickly recoiled, merely having voiced his genuine feelings. Unbeknownst to him, their presence alongside Leelin stemmed from Beerus's dream, where he envisioned his position being usurped by this young man. The Kaioshin's mention of this matter was akin to poking a sleeping tiger. Vegeta, now utterly devoid of fighting spirit, found no enjoyment in combat when every attack proved futile. "Get up and continue, both of you. Attack together," Leelin urged impatiently. "On my side, I have yet to make a move. You may strike at your leisure, but it could lead to a loss of spirit. Truly, you are something else." Sun Wukong stepped forward, patting Vegeta on the shoulder. "Now just watch me. You?" Vegeta snapped back to reality, his gaze meeting Sun Wukong's confident smile, which brought a hint of disdain to his face. He had intended to say that their powers were nearly equal, and he questioned how much stronger Wukong could actually be. However, he refrained from voicing this thought, fearing that Wukong might indeed have a hidden card up his sleeve. After all, who wants to be humiliated only to find it difficult to maintain their presence on Earth? "Finally, it's your turn, Wukong," Leelin remarked, noticing Sun Wukong's approach. A flicker of interest crossing his face. The plot had certainly accelerated. He wondered if Wukong could still transform into Super Saiyan 3, like the original Majin Buu saga. "You are impressive, Leelin. I never expected you to become this strong in such a short span of time," Sun Wukong said with a smile as he walked. "Thank you," Leelin replied with a grin. It was indeed fortunate that his strength had grown so significantly, coinciding with his encounters with Beerus and others. Had he followed his usual training pace, he would only have progressed slightly beyond the Super Saiyan 3 threshold. "However, my strength will undoubtedly astonish you," Sun Wukong stated with an air of ease. Chapter 97. Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wukong. Leelin observed Wukong's confident demeanor and thought to himself. It seemed quite likely that this fellow had already reached the Super Saiyan 3 level. If that were the case, Wukong's innate talent was indeed formidable. "Is that so? I find myself rather anticipating this," Leelin said with calm poise. Despite expressing anticipation, he did not take it too seriously. Although the power of Super Saiyan 3 far surpassed that of Super Saiyan 2, it made little difference in the face of Leelin's current abilities. "Heh," Sun Wukong chuckled lightly. Then, an astonishing aura erupted from him. "Huh." With a fierce roar, a golden light shot skyward. His muscles instantly became more defined. His hair transformed into a brilliant gold, and his light green pupils fixed their gaze upon Leelin. Lightning crackled around him, isolating the surrounding air. He had clearly assumed the form of Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta, watching from the sidelines, slowly shook his head, devoid of confidence. Facing Leelin, he saw no glimmer of hope for victory. Wukong's current state bore no difference from his own. Even if he were to engage, the outcome would likely be equally disheartening. However, in the next moment, the heavens shifted dramatically and debris from the ground began to levitate. At a height of 2 or 3 meters above the ground, it instantly disintegrated into dust. What is happening? Vegeta, drawn by this phenomenon, quickly turned his gaze to Sun Wukong. There, he beheld Wukong enveloped in radiant golden light. An illumination so dazzling it was blinding. Huh! Sun Wukong opened his mouth wide, veins bulging on his forehead, his cries resonating throughout the cosmos. In an instant, his fury escalated to an unimaginable degree. A sudden bolt of golden lightning cleaved through the sky. The commanding shouts fell silent. Sun Wukong's hair abruptly lengthened, cascading down to his waist. Subtle changes began to manifest on his face, as his eyebrows vanished in that moment. The crackling lightning that coiled around the golden flames dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming aura. Kakarot, that fellow, can actually transform, Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. He had always believed that even if he were weaker than Sun Wukong, the disparity was negligible, almost inconsequential. However, at this moment, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. The magnitude of this aura surpassed his own capabilities, placing them in entirely different realms. He was not alone in his astonishment. Not far away, the Supreme Kai was equally taken aback by Sun Wukong's display. Impressive. The Saiyan's innate talent is truly terrifying, the Supreme Kai murmured. This visit to Earth had indeed broadened his horizons. This boy is quite remarkable, Beerus unexpectedly praised. Though his tone seemed casual, to receive such commendation was a testament to Sun Wukong's formidable prowess. Indeed, from a human perspective, this is an extraordinary gift. Whis nodded in agreement, speaking in a calm manner. And what of Leelin? Beerus inquired, glancing at him. Leelin is also human, and a true earthling at that. In terms of innate talent, I doubt anyone could surpass him. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Whis shot him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, from a human standpoint. That individual is not quite human. His unique physiology renders divine power incapable of sensing his aura. Each battle he engages in results in significant enhancement. This is not merely human. Even gods would find it unattainable on the battlefield. How about it, Leelin? Are you frightened? Sun Wukong asked with a smile, his transformed visage exuding a devilish charm. If one were unfamiliar with him, they might mistake him for a villain. One thing is for certain. I didn't expect your rate of advancement to be so swift, Leelin remarked nonchalantly. In just 3 years, he had not only transcended to the Super Saiyan 2 level, but had now ascended to Super Saiyan 3. Fortuitously, his training with Whis in the God of Destruction's realm had ensured that his own strength was merely slightly above that of Sun Wukong. Yet, there was one concern. Sun Wukong mused, slightly furrowing his brow. This enhancement was indeed monumental. Vegeta, sensing the aura emanating from Sun Wukong, felt a bitter pang in his heart. Despite his relentless training, it seemed he remained the weakest among them. Without any warning, Sun Wukong materialized before Leelin. Take this, he exclaimed, unwilling to grant Leelin any time to react, and threw a punch. The impact resounded as his fist struck Leelin's face, creating a thunderous noise. The ground beneath them instantly crumbled, forming a colossal crater. They did not plunge down, but floated in midair. Indeed, I am beginning to feel something, Leelin remarked with a faint smile. Sun Wukong slowly withdrew his fist, astonishment etched across his face. His attack had seemingly no effect on Leelin. Come, continue. Leelin beckoned, opening his arms to invite further strikes. For 2 or 3 seconds, Sun Wukong stood in shock, but soon his expression turned serious. Observing Leelin with his arms wide open and showing no defensive stance, he decided to forego any pleasantries. Bang, bang, bang. A series of iron fists landed upon Leelin's body. Each punch left a profound mark in the air. Yet even these fists capable of distorting space had no impact on him. His body was like a rock, while Sun Wukong's attacks fell like raindrops. No matter how large the raindrops, they could not shake the steadfast boulder. This must be a trick, Sun Wukong thought, increasingly alarmed. His all-out assaults left him drenched in sweat. Upon witnessing this scene, Vegeta was filled with terror. Is this still human? Not even Kakarot's formidable attacks could inflict a scratch. However, after a moment of panic, he felt slightly relieved. It appeared that he was not the only one in an awkward position. Even if Kakarot had surpassed him, he remained powerless before Leelin. It is time to end this, Wukong. I must take action, Leelin stated calmly, as this sparring held no significance. His strength utterly overshadowed theirs. Upon hearing Leelin's words, Sun Wukong hastily ceased his assault, placing his hands defensively before him. Should he initiate an attack, he would either perish or be severely injured. Boom. In an instant, a powerful shockwave erupted from Leelin, shattering Sun Wukong's defenses. His arms seemed uncontrollable, unable to stay fixed in front of him, leaving him to endure the fierce onslaught. Sun Wukong felt as though his blood and organs were being relentlessly compressed. Before long, a trickle of blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth. Thunderous booms echoed as he could no longer withstand the intense pressure, reverting from his Super Saiyan form and crashing heavily into a mountain. Chapter 98. The requests of two individuals. This energy is truly astonishing. Vegeta felt the energy in the air, his heart filled with shock. Sun Wukong had now reverted from his Super Saiyan form. Although he had sustained some injuries, they were not overly severe, and he could still manage to stand. However, the astonishment within him far outweighed the pain of his wounds. The sheer force emanating from Leelin had propelled him away. This disparity was not something that could be bridged by one or two realms. Impressive, indeed. No wonder he is Whis' brother. He truly possesses extraordinary power, the Supreme Kai remarked, swallowing hard, his face a mask of awe. At last, he had witnessed what power surpassing that of a god of destruction looked like. Such prowess, even if he were to cultivate for several centuries, would remain unattainable. After all, innate talent and potential are fixed. At long last, it has concluded. This lad, Leelin, is exceedingly slow, remarked Beerus while picking his nose. Heh. Vados chuckled softly before adding, since it is finished, let us proceed. After all, we must have Leelin treat us to a meal shortly. With that, he soared ahead, lost in his thoughts. Hey, Vados, wait for me. Beerus trailed behind, eager not to fall behind. Meanwhile, Android 18 observed the two flying away and chose not to linger any longer. On another front, Goku stumbled back, muttering complaints about his pain. Ouch, that hurts. Leelin smiled faintly at Goku's grimacing face. The previous battle had concluded rather swiftly. In truth, had it persisted, Goku would have been able to further enhance his combat prowess. After all, he still had the Kaioken technique at his disposal. Combining Super Saiyan with Kaioken would undoubtedly elevate his power to another tier. Are you alright? Leelin inquired with a smile. Goku shook his head, a pained smile crossing his face. He had trained diligently up to this point, believing he had surpassed Leelin, only to discover that the gap between them had not only failed to close, but had widened instead. It was truly disheartening. Leelin, how on earth do you train? It's utterly inhuman, Goku curiously asked, clutching his chest. Vegeta, overhearing the question, promptly approached. At that moment, Vados and the others arrived. Leelin pointed at Vados and said, thanks to him, I have been able to train effectively over the past 3 years. Upon hearing Leelin speak of him, Vados politely nodded with a smile. Goku and Vegeta's eyes lit up, their minds beginning to devise plans. If Leelin could become so powerful under Vados' guidance, surely they would not lag behind. Hey, is it done yet? I'm starving. Beerus's impatient voice echoed from behind. Vegeta, sensing an opportunity, approached with a smile. All right, Lord Beerus. What are you up to? Beerus questioned, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with Vegeta's obsequious demeanor. To be honest, not only Beerus, but even Leelin felt a twinge of discomfort at Vegeta's behavior. Is this truly our once proud Saiyan Prince? How has he come to this? Lord Beerus, are you not hungry? Come dine at my home. I would be delighted to host you, Vegeta said with a face full of eagerness. Beerus, observing his sycophantic manner, chose not to engage further. After a consensus was reached, the group decided to head to the Capsule Corporation. The Kaioshin, having seen that all matters on Earth were resolved, returned to the Kaioshin realm, not wishing to share a meal with Beerus. Naturally, Beerus had no particular reaction to his departure. The group gathered at Bulma's home. After enduring a prolonged battle, Sun Wukong found himself ravenously hungry. Upon seeing the food laid out on the dining table, he cast aside all pretenses and began to eat voraciously. Whis and Beerus, not to be outdone, immediately set about plundering the dishes before them. Leelin and Android 18, having already dined, chose not to join the fray, instead opting to lounge on the sofa and idly watch television. In a surprising departure from his usual demeanor, Vegeta busied himself in the kitchen, bustling about like a dedicated housewife. Noticing the plates emptying, he promptly returned to the table with a fresh serving. The meal continued for over an hour, and when it came to dining prowess, The trio of Whis, Beerus, and Sun Wukong displayed astonishing capabilities, devouring an entire table's worth of food with remarkable efficiency, complemented by several large jugs of tea and fruit juice. Once satiated, Whis prepared to escort Beerus away, contemplating future visits to this splendid planet Earth during their leisure. However, just as they were about to depart, Vegeta suddenly appeared before them. "What is it? Do you have further business?" Beerus inquired nonchalantly, having grown somewhat fond of Vegeta in light of the shared meal. With a beaming smile, Vegeta eagerly asked, "Might I come to train with you?" He had been bustling about so much that he hadn't had a single bite to eat, all for this moment, still wearing his apron. "Train with me?" Beerus raised an eyebrow, bemused. "So, you were waiting for me all along." Vegeta maintained his cheerful facade, feeling a twinge of envy at Leelin's newfound strength. He was determined to surpass not just Leelin but also Kakarot, which would suffice for his ambitions. Sun Wukong, who had been lying still after his meal, sprang to life at the mention of training in the realm of the gods. "I want to go too. I want to go," he exclaimed, rushing toward Beerus with an excited expression. He had indeed been contemplating training in the Destroyer realm, but was unsure how to broach the subject. Now that Vegeta had voiced the idea, he could not allow Vegeta to seize the opportunity alone. "I brought it up first. You can go away," Vegeta retorted, his irritation palpable. He had set aside his pride for the sake of strength, and he was not about to let anyone intrude on his aspirations. "It doesn't matter who mentioned it. I am going regardless," Sun Wukong replied, nonchalantly resting his hands behind his head. Such an opportunity for training might only arise once in a lifetime. He could never let it slip away, as the thought of doing so would be more painful than death itself. Vegeta, upon hearing this, was instantly engulfed in fury once more. The two resumed their endless bickering. Beerus furrowed his brow and glanced at Whis. "What do you think?" Though they were addressing him, he resolved not to intervene in the matter of their training. After all, there are far more pressing matters at hand, namely, the pursuit of slumber. Thus, in the end, it is undoubtedly Whis who will accompany these two fellows in their playful endeavors. "You may decide as you wish. I am indifferent," Whis remarked with a casual shrug. He did not shy away from imparting knowledge to others. After all, spending time alone in the realm of destruction could become rather tedious. The prospect of having a few more companions would undoubtedly delight him. Chapter 99. The resurgence of Frieza. Beerus observed Whis' nonchalance and found himself equally unconcerned. Nurturing a few talents in the 7th universe would be of no detriment. "Enough of your bickering. I grant you both permission to enter the realm of destruction for training," Beerus declared in a deep voice. Upon hearing his consent, Goku and Vegeta's faces instantly illuminated with excitement. They had initially anticipated great difficulty in obtaining this approval, but it came about with surprising ease. However, let me issue a warning first. Beerus, with his hands clasped behind his back and his eyes narrowed, continued, "Should you disturb my slumber, I will not hesitate to take drastic measures. Furthermore, upon entering the realm of destruction, you will not only train but also be required to perform menial tasks. Whis will provide you with specific assignments, and if you have no objections, let us proceed together." The two exchanged glances, fully aware of the rarity of this opportunity and daring not to voice any dissent. They fervently nodded in agreement, willing to endure even the most unpleasant tasks as long as they could train. "Very well," Beerus acknowledged with a slight nod. Seeing that everyone was prepared, Whis intended to take his leave. He glanced at the seemingly bored Leelin and Android 18 seated on the sofa. "Leelin, we are returning now. Will you join us in the realm of destruction?" Whis inquired. Leelin smiled and shook his head. "I shall pass. I wish to enjoy some tranquility here on Earth." After 3 years of rigorous training, he had not spent quality time with Android 18, and he yearned to carve out moments for them to relish together on Earth. Then, "Farewell," he said, and with a tap of his staff upon the ground, the 4 figures vanished, embarking towards the realm of destruction. After bidding farewell to the departing group, Leelin and Bulma chose not to intrude further. He and Android 18 returned to their residence. As seasons changed and years passed, 5 years swiftly elapsed. During this time, Goku and Vegeta remained steadfast in their training within the realm of destruction. Occasionally, they accompanied Whis back to Earth to reunite with family and friends. Meanwhile, Leelin and Android 18 reveled in a tranquil life on an island, savoring the serenity. Over the span of these 5 years, they welcomed a beautiful daughter into their lives, a child of remarkable charm. Leelin often took her on adventures across the seas, indulging in joys that eluded many children. Yet, when this little one was first born, the novice parents, Leelin and Android 18 found themselves somewhat overwhelmed. If only their child were like those of ordinary families. It might have been easier. This little creature is rather extraordinary. From the moment of birth, it could scale walls and leap with remarkable agility. While other children merely require a diaper change, this one necessitates a more adventurous approach, as if it were defying gravity. On the 18th, this child was bestowed the name Leelin, for it possessed an innate aura of uniqueness from the very beginning. Its features bore a resemblance to Leelin, with golden hair and azure eyes akin to those of the 18th. The union of these two individuals resulted in a child imbued with an extraordinary essence. Today unfolds as an unremarkable day. Leelin takes his daughter on a leisurely exploration across the vast ocean, reveling in the tranquility and freedom of life. Suddenly, the previously radiant sky dims ominously, heralding the arrival of thunderous roars and dark clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Startled, Leelin instinctively seeks refuge in her father's embrace. Leelin gently reassures her while casting his gaze toward a particular direction. Could it be the Dragon Balls? He muses uncertainly, for such celestial phenomena cannot simply be attributed to natural weather patterns. The only plausible explanation would be the intervention of someone wielding the Dragon Balls. Who could it be? Leelin ponders, furrowing his brow. Given that the Dragon Balls are scattered across the globe, it is exceedingly challenging for an ordinary person to gather them all. Unless aided by a Dragon Ball radar, which has always been under Bulma's guardianship and is unlikely to be used without exceptional circumstances. As he contemplates this, the darkness dissipates, and light once again bathes the Earth. A spacecraft emerges from the atmosphere at an astonishing velocity, soaring into the depths of outer space. Leelin squints, his keen eyes catching sight of the vessel. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. Could it be the minions of Frieza? He murmurs to himself. Yet, such speculation remains unverified. Shaking his head, he decides to dismiss the thought, for uncertainty breeds futility. Even if it is indeed Frieza, what can he do? Although his strength is developing at a sluggish pace, it would be improbable for anyone in the cosmos to pose a threat to him. With this realization, he cradles Leelin and returns to his abode. 3 days later, within the boundless darkness of space, a colossal spaceship is illuminated by a blinding flash of light. The entire vessel trembles under the influence of energy waves, almost ceasing its operation. Lord Frieza, you have finally been resurrected, exclaims a round-faced dwarf, his expression a mixture of excitement and anxiety as he gazes at the revived Frieza. Crack, crack. Frieza stretches his neck, producing an audible sound of cracking joints. Observing his restored form and then glancing at the unfamiliar figure before him, he inquires, "Who are you?" The round-faced individual, clearly anxious, responds, "Lord Frieza, my name is Sorb. I am your subordinate and currently serve as the Chief of Staff for the Frieza Force, temporarily managing the organization." He is the very individual who, 3 days prior, utilized the Dragon Balls on Earth with the sole purpose of resurrecting the Frieza standing before him. It appears I have a faint recollection, Frieza responded indifferently. Although it was this individual before him who had resurrected him, his cold and ruthless nature would never allow him to utter words of gratitude. Perhaps in the next moment, he might even declare, "In appreciation for reviving me, I shall send you to hell for a visit." Such acts of ingratitude were not at all surprising for him. What has become of the Frieza Force? Frieza inquired, casting his gaze upon the cosmos beyond the cabin. Having been deceased for such an extended period, he surmised that his army had likely disbanded into disarray. "Frieza, please, do not mention the Frieza Force," Sobel lamented, tears streaming down his face upon hearing Frieza's query regarding the army. Frieza furrowed his brow, his tail swaying restlessly behind him. "Speak," he commanded, uttering the word with an icy tone. "Why yes," Sobel stammered, ceasing his faux tears, and slowly continued. "The Frieza Force has been seized by your brother, King Cooler. The organization has now been officially renamed the Cooler Force. Those of us who were once part of the Frieza Force have either perished or fled. Those who remain are merely exiles scattered across distant star systems." With a resounding crack, Frieza's tail struck the floor, causing it to splinter with a web of fissures. "Cooler? Who grants him such audacity?" Frieza's tone grew ominous. Their family had typically maintained a strict separation, and to his dismay, he found that during his absence, his beloved brother had encroached upon his dominion. Given his temperament, encountering such a situation would usually prompt him to reassemble his forces and retaliate. However, it is said that this is under the directive of the god of destruction, Beerus, Sobel added cautiously, observing Frieza's reaction. Beerus. Frieza was taken aback by this revelation, clearly not anticipating such an answer. If Cooler had unlawfully claimed his territory, he could have sought retribution. In extreme circumstances, he might even resort to force. Yet, if this was indeed Beerus's command, he would need to reconsider his approach. Lord Frieza, what shall our next course of action be? Sobel asked tentatively, noting Frieza's prolonged silence. Frieza's brow remained tightly furrowed, his irritation at the urgency palpable. Sensing the tension, Sobel promptly fell silent, his anxiety gradually mounting. After a protracted pause, Frieza finally spoke. Since my brother has occupied my territory, it is only natural that I reclaim it. His expression remained impassive. He had resolved that even if he had to personally address this matter, Beerus would likely not intervene. That is splendid news, Sobel exhaled in relief. After years of living in the shadows of the universe, their stalwart leader had returned, allowing them to stand tall once more. However, King Frieza, your brother's power has significantly transcended past levels. I worry that you may find this concerning, Sorbet continued to advise. In this period, Gula's strength has surged remarkably. It is rumored throughout the universe that apart from the gods of destruction, no one stands a chance against him. Hee. Frieza let out a cold chuckle. Our frost demon lineage possesses an extraordinarily high aptitude for training, especially his brother, whose innate talent surpasses even my own. Nevertheless, this does not imply that Frieza would cower before him. I am not suggesting an immediate confrontation. Grant me approximately 4 months for training, and I shall undergo a transformation. Frieza declared with unwavering confidence. His ambitions extend beyond Gula. Once he resolves matters with Gula, he intends to journey to Earth and exact revenge upon the one who once obliterated him. In the realm of the gods of destruction, Son Goku and Vegeta have been diligently training. Whis, with ease, has been guiding their efforts. 5 years of relentless practice have led to remarkable advancements in their abilities, enhancing not only their power but also honing their combat techniques to perfection. Bang! Bang! Whis gently tapped the heads of the two warriors, producing muted thuds. Goku and Vegeta felt dizzy and collapsed onto the ground, clutching their heads. Ouch, that hurts. Goku grimaced, feeling a bump forming on his head, voicing his complaints. Vegeta was not faring much better, but chose to suppress his grievances. Is that so? Can we continue? Whis inquired with a calm smile directed at the two seated figures. Throughout this period, he has not only accompanied them in training, but has also ventured to Earth, indulging in a plethora of culinary delights. After 5 continuous years of savoring Earth's cuisine, each experience brings a refreshing novelty. Of course, we shall continue, Vegeta resolutely declared as he rose, unwilling to appear inferior before Goku. After all, he is determined to surpass him. I can too, Goku insisted, unwilling to lag behind. Thus, after a brief respite, they resumed their battle, with Whis eagerly accompanying them. While their training speed may not rival that of Leelin, they certainly stand out among the average. 4 months later, deep within the cosmos, a brilliant light flashed. Countless celestial bodies detonated, illuminating the dark expanse of space as if it were midday. Two figures clashed in a relentless confrontation. The sound of thunderous explosions reverberated throughout the void. Boom! A ki blast powerful enough to tear through space was unleashed. One figure was sent hurtling backward in disarray. How is it, brother? Do you wish to continue? Frieza inquired indifferently, gazing at the battle-worn Gula before him. He now radiated a golden aura, his power reaching a terrifying zenith. You have become remarkably strong, Gula gasped, astonished. Frieza's ability to resurrect has surpassed all of his expectations. Upon his resurrection, he effortlessly defeated him, which was nothing short of astonishing. Huh? Frieza scoffed. Is this not a perfectly normal occurrence? In truth, he had possessed the potential to become this powerful long ago. It was merely his fear of being unable to control his own strength that had hindered his training. Now, after 4 months of development, he had fully unleashed his potential. Since I have been bested by you, I have no further words to say. The Legion and territory are yours once more. Gula responded with a calm demeanor, unperturbed by the outcome. In reality, his concerns were futile, as he could not surpass the current Frieza. Given a bit of time, he would undoubtedly match Frieza's strength. However, the present circumstances were not favorable. You are quite astute, Frieza remarked coolly. Though they were blood brothers, there existed no fraternal bond between them. Should the other dare to prattle on, he might as well send him on his way. Nevertheless, since the other had shown prudence, he would refrain from taking action. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Gula stated solemnly. Having ruled the seventh universe for so many years, he had grown weary of the life of a cosmic sovereign. Returning to be a local ruler should suffice. Do as you please, Frieza replied nonchalantly, adding, I intend to travel to Earth to deal with the one who killed me. If you are not opposed, you may observe. He had reclaimed his power, and now the focus shifted entirely to vengeance. This desire had consumed his thoughts from the moment of his death to his resurrection. Now, he was on the cusp of realization. If someone were present to witness, it would undoubtedly bring him greater satisfaction. Huh. Gula chuckled derisively, then stated, no need for that. I shall not intrude on your spectacle. He was well aware of the identity of the one who had slain Frieza, a being whom even Beerus would treat with utmost respect. The notion that someone like Frieza could seek revenge was nothing short of a delusion. He referred to Leelin, whose impression lingered on from his first visit to Earth. Chapter 101. The reunion of Earth's inhabitants having spoken, Gula transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the boundless depths of space. What a pity. Frieza murmured to himself as he watched Gula depart. He believed his strength was formidable enough. The individual on Earth was certainly no match for him. When the time came, he would ensure that this person met a gruesome fate, a fitting outlet for the suffering he had endured in hell. Time passed swiftly. Since the summoning of the dragon, Earth had remained tranquil. Leelin continued to explore every corner of Earth with his daughter, cherishing the rare gift of leisure. Leelin, come to eat. Android 18 called out from the entrance, wielding a spatula in one hand as she raised her voice. Upon hearing the news, Leelin took Leelin home, and they began their meal. The three of them gathered around the table, savoring the delicious dishes, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by an overwhelming aura. It was unmistakably Frieza. Leelin set down his bowl and glanced out the window. Frieza? Are you saying that Frieza has arrived? Inquired number 18 with curiosity. She was only familiar with Frieza's notorious name and had never encountered him in person. Leelin nodded slowly. He was confident in his perception. It was indeed Frieza. But didn't you kill him long ago? Number 18 continued to question. He must have been resurrected. This presence is immense. It seems he has come prepared, Leelin remarked with a faint smile. It appeared that while the narrative had shifted in part, it still adhered to its general trajectory. Are you going to confront him? Number 18 asked, furrowing her brow. Frieza had likely come specifically for Leelin. After all, it was Leelin who had ended his life before, and now he had returned to Earth seeking vengeance. Yes, Leelin replied calmly. He had no choice. No one on Earth could match Frieza's power. Goku and Vegeta were both training in the God of Destruction's realm and would not return anytime soon. If Frieza could not find him, he might unleash his madness upon the Earth, which would be disastrous. While Leelin could survive in space, he had a wife and daughter to protect. He could not allow them to be harmed. Thus he had to ensure Frieza met his end once more. Be careful, number 18 said with a hint of concern. Though she trusted Leelin's abilities, her heart could not help but feel anxious for her beloved. Leelin smiled gently and kissed her forehead reassuringly. Don't worry. He's not a cause for concern. With that, he turned and vanished before her eyes using instant transmission. Number 18 sighed and resumed her meal at the table. Meanwhile, Leelin arrived ahead of time at the location where Frieza was preparing to land. At that moment, the powerful beings across Earth simultaneously sensed the suffocating aura. They instinctively rushed towards Leelin's position. Shortly after, familiar faces appeared in Leelin's view. Piccolo descended beside him, observing, looks like you're here quite early. He smiled, having assumed that someone as composed as Leelin would only involve himself in dire situations. It seems he had mistaken. Leelin had been waiting all along. I had no choice. If I don't come, who else can handle this? Leelin shrugged helplessly. If it were possible, he truly wished to avoid the current predicament. But if he delayed in addressing it, waiting for Goku or Vegeta, it might be too late. With a chuckle, Piccolo stroked his chin, awkwardly laughing a couple of times. Although he was reluctant to admit it, what was said was indeed the truth. On Earth, in the absence of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, when faced with a formidable foe, there truly was no one capable of confronting them aside from Leelin. It was rather lamentable to reflect upon. Once upon a time, he too was among the ranks of the strongest. Who would have imagined that, as time progressed, his cultivation talent would increasingly falter? During their conversation, a procession of familiar faces began to arrive. Son Gohan, Yamchu, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and even Master Roshi made their way to this location. It seemed they too had been intimidated by Frieza's overwhelming presence. Everyone is here. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Leelin. Son Gohan greeted each of them with a smile. Leelin gazed at the current state of Son Gohan with a touch of regret. Due to Majin Buu being eliminated prematurely, he was unable to train under the Kaioshin and attain the mystic form as depicted in the original story. Originally possessing a potential that exceeded Goku's, he found himself stagnating. Of course, Leelin merely pondered idly. After all, even if Majin Buu had not been vanquished early, given Son Gohan's current lifestyle, a decline in his powers was inevitable. I was here long ago. Seeing you puts my mind at ease, Krillin remarked as he rubbed his bald head. He had been worried about Frieza's return and the inability to stop him, but it appeared he had been overly concerned. Huh, it's been a while, Krillin. Leelin responded amicably. In fact, Android 16 had also accompanied them, having spent his time at the Capsule Corporation assisting Bulma. Is 18 doing well? 16 inquired with a smile, displaying genuine concern for 18 as a fellow android. However, the two had seen little of each other since the Cell Games. Similarly, there was 17, who had reportedly ventured into a vast forest to protect wildlife. She's doing quite well, Leelin replied with a gentle smile. Indeed, 16 nodded slightly. Upon seeing Leelin, everyone felt a renewed sense of reassurance. Their mood lightened considerably, dispelling the tension that had accompanied their arrival. And the atmosphere transformed into one of ease and camaraderie, devoid of the foreboding emotions typical before a battle. Look, just as they were conversing, Leelin gazed upward. The others followed his gaze to the sky. Sure enough, a colossal spaceship, accompanied by numerous smaller crafts, majestically entered their line of sight. My goodness! Quite a crowd has arrived, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment as he looked at the ships above. Merely a show of force, these individuals are no match for you, Leelin remarked, shaking his head while internally critiquing Frieza. If he sought vengeance, why bring so many along? The scene was indeed quite grand. In Chapter 102, titled Golden Frieza, Leelin, unwilling to delay matters, raised his hand slightly, unleashing a surge of golden light that soared into the heavens. Frieza, seated within his spacecraft, suddenly sensed an impending threat from below, causing him to be momentarily startled. Without a second thought, he unleashed his formidable aura, as if his skin had been coated in gold. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted, resembling the crackling of firecrackers. The sky was ablaze as the golden light unleashed by Leelin accurately struck all the spacecraft. The occupants within had no time to escape, and before they could even utter a cry of despair, they were reduced to ashes. The once mighty army was annihilated in an instant. In the air, only the transformed Frieza floated alone, a solitary figure. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the spectacle unfolding above. Countless energies vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye, leaving only Frieza's overwhelming aura swirling in the sky. We came here merely to spectate. We are of no assistance, Piccolo remarked with a wry smile. He had long recognized the reality of the situation, yet witnessing Leelin's might firsthand was still profoundly shocking to him. What's wrong with watching a show? I quite enjoy it, Krillin replied, his demeanor relaxed. He had come to terms with the fact that such high-level battles were beyond his reach. At present, without the need to fight or face life-threatening danger, he could witness a splendid performance. What could be more delightful? Tianjinhan, Yamcha, and the others nodded in agreement. They fully concurred with Krillin's perspective, recognizing their inability to contribute. It was far better to appreciate a free spectacle. Leelin maintained a smile, his gaze fixed on Frieza in the sky. Frieza, gritting his teeth, glared fiercely at Leelin. He had brought so many warriors, intent on conquering Earth and exterminating its inhabitants. To his astonishment, those who had accompanied him were eradicated even before they set foot on the planet. Such a turn of events fueled his wrath. Stop staring and come down. Don't think I wouldn't recognize you just because you've changed your appearance. Leelin gestured for him to descend. Frieza, seething with anger at Leelin's words, felt insulted. He had toiled tirelessly, honing his abilities to attain such immense power, only to be dismissed as merely having changed his skin. Gradually, Frieza descended, striving to maintain his composure, suppressing the fury within. At last, we meet again, Frieza said coldly, his gaze towards Leelin sharp as a serpent's fang. He yearned to strike down the one who had subjected him to torment. Since we've met, take a good look at your surroundings, for soon, you may not have another chance, Leelin said with a subtle smile, his expression calm and composed. Arrogance. Frieza finally could no longer contain himself, his voice a low, furious growl. Had he truly become so powerful that his adversary could not perceive it? How dare you speak so arrogantly in my presence? What is the matter? Are you anxious? If so, then hurry up and let me witness whether you have truly grown stronger. A more radiant smile spread across Leelin's face. Drink. Frieza roared, charging towards Leelin. Thud, thud, thud. A flurry of punches and kicks rained down upon Leelin, producing a cacophony of sound. Leelin frowned slightly, feeling the pain coursing through his body. It appeared he had underestimated Frieza in this state. After landing several blows, Frieza quickly distanced himself, astonished beyond measure. How is this possible? Why did my attacks have no effect? Frieza pondered silently. Though his recent assault wasn't executed with full power, it would have annihilated an ordinary opponent countless times over. I admit, I misjudged you. You now merit my full effort. Leelin shrugged and spoke with a hint of seriousness. Upon hearing this, Frieza paused momentarily before realization dawned upon him. This fellow seems to be insinuating that I am a mere dog. You bastard, don't get carried away. Frieza, infuriated, unleashed a burst of speed. A bolt of golden lightning, accompanied by waves of force, surged toward Leelin. Leelin's form flickered slightly, effortlessly evading the attack. Frieza, quick to react, adjusted his stance and retaliated with a punch. Crack! Leelin caught Frieza's fist, squeezing tightly, and with a resounding crunch, he shattered it. Ow! A pain scream erupted from Frieza's lips, the intense agony causing beads of cold sweat to form. It was as if his very essence was being stripped away. Let go of me. Frieza cried out, his voice laced with desperation. Very well, Leelin replied coolly. Thud, thud, thud. With a powerful kick, he sent Frieza soaring. Each strike to Frieza's chest sent him crashing against the cliffside, only to slide down and finally land on the ground. Leelin followed swiftly, delivering a kick to his abdomen, propelling him several meters away. Thud! He fell, coughing up blood. This decisive blow rendered Frieza utterly devoid of combat capability. His golden skin vanished, revealing a body marred with scars and a deathly pallor. What brings you here? Is living not sufficient? Must you come seeking death once more? Leelin approached slowly, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Frieza, gazing at Leelin's advance, was overtaken by dread. Regret flooded him. Why had he provoked this monster? As he had said, after such a hard-fought resurrection, why not simply choose to live peacefully? Please, don't kill me. I swear I will never dare again. Frieza pleaded earnestly, praying for a safe departure from this place, desperate to avoid returning to that hellish existence. For him, it was an excruciating torment. Alas, had I known this day would come, would I have acted differently? Leelin lamented, then continued. I would appreciate it if you could convey a message. Upon hearing the first part, Frieza felt as though his heart had plummeted to the depths. Yet, upon hearing the latter part about delivering a message, hope surged within him. Could it be that this fellow would spare my life? Very well, I shall comply. Frieza nodded eagerly and inquired, Whom shall I message, and what shall I say? Please extend my regards to your father, Leelin replied with an air of indifference. With that, he abruptly stomped his foot, and Frieza was propelled into the air. In that instant, a wave of energy surged forth behind him. No. Frieza gazed at the expanding light wave before him, filled with regret. Boom. With a deafening explosion, Frieza's form was shattered once more. Thus, the once great cosmic emperor was vanquished by Leelin for the second time. Chapter 103. Why don't you two engage in battle? Clapping his hands lightly, Leelin observed the dissipating remnants of Frieza, his heart devoid of any tumult. The onlookers on Earth, witnessing the swift conclusion of the battle, bore expressions of disbelief. They had anticipated a titanic struggle, yet it had ended so abruptly. Simultaneously, they were once again awed by Leelin's display of might. Remarkably powerful. I cannot fathom how this individual trains, Tien Shinhan remarked with resignation. As a fellow Earthling, I feel a tinge of shame. Krillin sighed as he regarded Leelin. Goku and Vegeta's rapid training could be attributed to their Saiyan heritage as a warrior race. However, Leelin, being an Earthling, exhibited an even more extraordinary pace in his training. It truly leaves one questioning whether they belong to the same species. I knew I shouldn't have meddled in this affair. Even if I couldn't be of assistance, I didn't even witness how the battle concluded. Truly, one must concede to the passage of age, Master Roshi mused, leaning on his cane and shaking his head. In that moment, the crowd on Earth was filled with myriad sentiments. Suddenly, two figures appeared before them. Leelin sensed the sudden surge of energy and swiftly turned to look. The two figures were none other than Son Goku and Vegeta. As soon as Goku arrived, he shouted loudly, "Where's Frieza? I wish to engage him in a battle of 300 rounds." "Hush now, don't be so loud. He may not even be here yet," Vegeta replied, scanning the area and finding no sign of Frieza. This time, they had come to Earth without Beerus and Whis accompanying them. Instead, Son Goku had used instant transmission to arrive. As for how they knew Frieza was coming to Earth, it was naturally Whis who had informed them. Whis possesses the ability to sense any call for him throughout the universe. When Cooler was driven away by Frieza, he immediately contacted Whis. Thus Goku and Vegeta were made aware of the situation. Since Beerus was currently asleep, Whis could not leave his side. Decidedly, Son Wukong utilized instant transmission to whisk Vegeta to Earth. After their prolonged training, they were eager to ascertain the extent of their current prowess. Indeed, Son Wukong cheerfully remarked. Upon turning, he noticed that the inhabitants of Earth had already gathered. "So, everyone has arrived," he said with a smile. The others appeared exceedingly awkward. Could they truly be so easily overlooked? "You two are back." Leelin suddenly appeared beside Son Wukong, grinning. Leelin had come as well, and Son Wukong's joy was palpable upon seeing him. He continued to inquire, "Are you here to eliminate Frieza too? However, I must inform you that Frieza is mine. You mustn't intervene." Leelin chuckled and shook his head. "Apologies, Wukong, but I've already taken action. If you wish to confront Frieza, you might have to seek him in the underworld." To be frank, even though the two had arrived early, he felt uneasy in trusting Frieza's fate to Wukong, especially since Whis had yet to join them today. To ensure absolute certainty, he felt compelled to handle it himself. Son Wukong, being somewhat lenient and lacking in ruthless decisiveness, could easily be swayed by Frieza's pleas for mercy. If Frieza were to beg for his life, he might seize the opportunity to annihilate Earth. After all, his family and children were still on the planet. Without Whis, there would be no means to reverse time and start afresh. How could this be? Son Wukong lamented, grasping his hair in frustration, wishing he could tear it all out. The outcome was incredibly hard for him to accept. Humph. Vegeta was equally distressed. He had come with great enthusiasm, even debating with Wukong about who would strike first. Little did they know, their rivalry had been in vain, as Frieza had already been dealt with. "Do not lose heart. You still have Whis, right? Let my brother train with you. I shall take my leave," Leelin remarked, indifferent to their sentiments. He was merely aware that if he lingered any longer, his meal would soon grow cold. "Wait," Vegeta interjected. Leelin halted, casting a nonchalant glance in his direction. What could this fellow want? Was he seeking trouble with Frieza, or perhaps with him? Under Leelin's gaze, Vegeta instinctively lowered his head. Although they had battled in the God of Destruction's realm, it had predominantly been a one-sided thrashing. They relished combat. Yet that did not imply they enjoyed being beaten. "I was wondering, could I fight you just once?" Vegeta murmured, a stark contrast to his usual bravado. Son Wukong's eyes lit up. Indeed, though Frieza had been vanquished, Leelin remained, and his strength far surpassed that of Frieza. Why not allow him to be their sparring partner? "Absolutely not, I refuse," Leelin countered without a moment's hesitation, shaking his head. He had no time to indulge these two in their games. If all went according to plan, they should soon be able to transform into their Super Saiyan blue forms. Although it would be relatively effortless for him to handle them now, it would still require a modicum of exertion, a notion he detests profoundly. This was not his disposition in the past. Perhaps the years of leisure have altered his character. Alas, how disheartening. The fervor that once ignited Son Wukong has been extinguished once more. He yearns for a spirited battle, yet it seems so elusive. Observing the despondent expressions of the two, Leelin furrowed his brow slightly. "Since you both ardently desire combat, why not engage in a duel with one another?" he inquired with curiosity. They were, after all, natural adversaries. However, ever since they ascended to the realm of Super Blue, their encounters had become infrequent. With a fitting opponent right before them, why expend such effort watching others? Leelin's words struck a chord. The two suddenly realized that despite their extensive training, they had yet to spar against each other. "Indeed, that makes sense," exclaimed Son Wukong, his eyes wide as he smacked his forehead. "It seems quite reasonable," Vegeta concurred, nodding in agreement. At this moment, their eyes brimmed with fierce determination as they regarded one another. "That's the spirit. Just battle amongst yourselves and leave me out of it," Leelin thought, nodding inwardly. "Kakarot, while your observations hold merit, you are still no match for me," Vegeta proclaimed with a tone of arrogance, clearly attempting to establish dominance. "Oh really? Have you ever bested me in combat? Retorted Sun Wukong, unflinching and quick-witted. It appeared that the mere mention of battle elevated his intellect exponentially. Vegeta, clearly rattled by this retort, darkened in countenance and replied, "Very well, let us see today who possesses the greater prowess after all these years." With that, he vanished in an instant, charging forward. Not one to remain idle, Sun Wukong unleashed his energy and surged to meet him. The clash commenced with a series of resounding impacts, shaking the very earth beneath them as they officially engaged in combat. Meanwhile, Leelin had, unbeknownst to anyone, departed the scene. On Earth, onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, questioning why these two warriors had begun battling instead of confronting Frieza. Chapter 104. A long-awaited battle as days passed. Leelin reveled in the joys of life. Perhaps sensing that he could no longer afford to languish idly, he resolved to elevate his own strength. Today, he unexpectedly ventured to the God of Destruction's realm, wishing to train with Whis. Upon his arrival, he discovered that Sun Wukong and Vegeta were already engaged in training with Whis. The fierce battle they had waged on Earth had reverberated through the very fabric of the ground. Although Leelin had not witnessed it firsthand, he could discern the intensity of their power through the energy fluctuations. Initially, the two had been testing each other, but eventually, they began to escalate their strengths, gradually reaching their zenith. In order to prevent a catastrophic clash from ravaging the Earth, the confrontation between the two individuals primarily unfolded in the skies. Nevertheless, even so, the surrounding area became fragmented. The ultimate outcome remained uncertain. Perhaps Sun Wukong held the upper hand. As the battle drew to a close, it was evident that Sun Wukong's energy was more enduring. Today, they continued their training, both clad in oversized and peculiar attire, moving sluggishly as they launched their attacks on Whis. "Huh? Who?" they shouted in unison, assaulting Whis from either side. However, just as they were about to strike, Whis sprang upward. The weight of their cumbersome garments hindered their footing, causing them to collide with one another. With a resounding thud, they were left dazed. Whis chuckled and shook his head, then gracefully drifted over to Leelin. "What brings you here?" he inquired with a gentle smile. It was worth noting that this fellow seldom visited without a significant reason. Since the last time he departed, he had not returned in several years. Leelin chuckled, rubbing his nose. "It's been dreadfully dull at home. I thought I'd come to exchange a few moves with you." During this period, aside from spending time with his wife and children, he had scarcely practiced at all. He felt as if his bones were on the verge of rusting. Oh. After indulging in a life of ease, returning to serious training is no simple task, Whis remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, Leelin possessed considerable talent. However, without diligent practice, it would ultimately wither away. Beerus exemplified this, having proclaimed his intent to train ever since Leelin's last victory over him. Yet he had taken no action and now lay in bed, sound asleep, unresponsive to calls. "I doubt I could endure the training regimen we had before," Leelin said with a wry smile. It seemed as if time had circled back to the days when he first arrived in the realm of destruction. It was through relentless battles that he had forged his current strength. Yet, to continue in such a manner would not be so easily attainable. Once one settles into comfort, it becomes challenging to embrace the hardships of the past. Whis nodded and gestured towards the still prostrate Sun Wukong and Vegeta, suggesting, "Would you not consider donning such training attire? It would be beneficial for your improvement." "There's no need for that. A friendly spar will suffice without such complications." Leelin waved his hand dismissively, fully aware of his own capabilities. Wearing weighted clothing would not greatly aid him. He simply needed to engage in constant combat to steadily enhance his strength. "Very well," Whis replied calmly. Without waiting for a signal to begin, Leelin instantly closed the distance. Boom. Their collision reverberated through the air as Whis effortlessly blocked Leelin's punch with one hand. Leelin crossed his arms, a powerful shockwave emanating from his limbs, rippling outward. In that fleeting moment, the surrounding flora swayed in the gusts of energy unleashed, thanks to the fact that this plant thrives in the divine realm. Had it been on Earth, it would have likely been uprooted long ago. It seems that although you have squandered quite a bit of time, your prowess has not diminished. In fact, it appears to have increased somewhat, Whis remarked with a relaxed expression. Such an impressive attack, while remarkable, is still insufficient in the face of his overwhelming presence. In an instant, a force even more formidable than that emanating from Leelin materialized around him, resulting in a tense standoff in midair. "Hiss, you are still as formidable as ever," Leelin gasped, struggling to speak as the oppressive aura exerted by Whis weighed heavily upon him. nearly robbing him of breath. The commotion around them was considerable. On the ground, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta regained their composure. Vegeta looked up and saw Whis engaged in combat with Leelin. Eagerly, he attempted to rise to witness the spectacle, only to find Sun Wukong pinning him down. "Kakarot, get off me at once," Vegeta bellowed. The clash between Leelin and Whis was a battle of elite warriors. Such a scene was a rare sight, and missing it would surely lead to lifelong regret. Moreover, witnessing a duel among such formidable opponents, even from the sidelines, would yield invaluable insights. "Don't rush me. I'm anxious too, but this attire is simply too cumbersome." Sun Wukong also wished to rise quickly and observe the battle. Yet the weight of his clothing made it difficult to stand. After a brief moment, the two finally managed to rise unsteadily to their feet. Once standing, they gazed upward, their eyes filled with astonishment. "Who?" Leelin exhaled deeply. Whis' relentless pressure had begun to make him sweat, and sensing the urgency, he swiftly retreated from the confrontation. If this continued, he feared he would be unable to endure. As he distanced himself, the weight on him diminished significantly. With a sudden burst of speed, he lunged forward once more. A powerful straight punch surged toward Whis. Whis merely tilted his body slightly, effortlessly evading the strike. Then, with a subtle knee thrust, he struck Leelin's abdomen directly. Ugh! Leelin winced in pain, quickly retaliating with another punch aimed at Whis' neck. Unfazed, Whis positioned his staff nonchalantly to the side. Clang! The metallic sound resonated through the air. Leelin felt as though his arm had struck solid steel. Excruciating pain coursing through his bones. Suppressing the agony, he rapidly unleashed several more punches. Whis continued to evade with ease, occasionally countering with strikes of his own. Leelin's strength surpassed that of the two individuals who had remained with him for years. He dared not let his guard down. A misstep would lead to humiliation. "How fast? I can barely keep up." Sun Wukong rubbed his eyes, his pupils darting back and forth. Vegeta's eyes too began to feel strained. The movements of these two individuals were exceedingly swift, rendering many actions imperceptible. Chapter 105. The Tenfold Kaioken, a mysterious visitor. Bang! Bang! Leelin exchanged several blows with Whis. Yet he could not gain the upper hand. With a gentle flick of his staff, Whis unleashed a tremendous force, propelling Leelin several dozen meters away. Gasping for breath, Leelin worked diligently to restore his stamina. Observing this, Whis chuckled. "What's the matter? Can't hold on any longer?" Leelin wiped the sweat from his brow and replied nonchalantly, "It's still too early for that." Now that the battle had reached this stage, there was no need for him to hold back any longer. "Let us go." Leelin slightly parted his lips, and a white aura erupted from his body. "Oh, is that all?" Whis murmured to himself. Sensing the immense energy surrounding him, he shook his head slightly. Merely releasing one's aura does not enhance combat power. In the next moment, Leelin's aura began to transform. In an instant, the white energy shifted to a vibrant crimson, enveloping his entire being. Whis raised an eyebrow, observing the aura now emanating from Leelin. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Sun Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment, and he blurted out 3 words, "Kaioken." Leelin's current state bore an uncanny resemblance to the Kaioken technique he wielded. "Tenfold Kaioken," Leelin shouted aloud, as the crimson light surged skyward, painting the heavens in a blood-red hue. "Indeed, it is the Kaioken," Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. This technique was undoubtedly his signature move, one he had painstakingly mastered during his time with King Kai. The question lingered, why was Leelin able to employ it now? And why had he initiated with the tenfold version? "Oh, so it is this technique. Quite intriguing," Whis remarked, his demeanor shifting as he recognized the tenfold surge of Leelin's energy, prompting him to regard Leelin with greater seriousness. Leelin had indeed amplified his power tenfold. If all went according to plan, he now possessed the capability to contend with Whis. I mastered this technique long ago. However, the foes on Earth were never formidable enough to compel me to utilize it," Leelin stated, his expression serious as the turbulent energy within him began to spiral, the strain gradually intensifying. "Then why didn't we witness you employing this technique during our previous training sessions?" Whis inquired with curiosity. If he had unleashed this move earlier, perhaps he could have graduated ahead of schedule, for a technique capable of instantly augmenting one's strength tenfold was truly extraordinary. "The strain this technique places on the body is immense. During training, I felt it unnecessary," Leelin explained slowly, continuing. The reason I am employing it now is primarily to ascertain my true limits. I have long desired to test this ability, but regrettably, most individuals did not push me to such extremes. Now, amidst my battle with Weiss, I shall reveal the full extent of my power. The Kaioken technique was not something he had learned specifically from the Kai. Rather, it was a skill he had devised during his earlier training sessions alongside Sun Wukong. At that time, Leelin was not as formidable as he is now, and Sun Wukong was also no weakling. They used to spar with great vigor. Even though Sun Wukong had once demonstrated this move in front of him, Leelin had quickly grasped its principles and methods. Since that is the case, I shall engage you in a serious battle, Weiss remarked gravely, tightening his grip on his staff. The current Leelin was no laughing matter. A single misstep could indeed lead to his downfall. With a faint smile, Leelin moved, and the surrounding space seemed on the verge of collapse. In an instant, he had appeared before Weiss. Boom. The two struck each other with a powerful punch, causing the fabric of space to warp. Visible fissures began to appear. Without pausing for breath after the clash, Leelin executed a side kick aimed at Weiss's flank. Weiss, recognizing the incredible speed of the attack, could not evade it in time and hastily erected a transparent barrier around him. Crack! Leelin's leg connected with the barrier, which shattered like glass, leaving numerous cracks in its wake. Impressive, Weiss thought to himself, astonished. His barrier was indeed supposed to be unbreakable. Even for an angel, breaching it was no simple task. But it's not over yet, Leelin muttered, launching a fist that obliterated the barrier, causing it to vanish into the air. Weiss's pupils constricted, his expression shifting. But he quickly regained his composure, darting away to create distance. Leelin followed closely behind, not granting him a moment's respite. The two figures streaked through the air like shooting stars, leaving trails in their wake. Leelin's fists rained down relentlessly, while Weiss maintained razor-sharp focus, perfectly parrying each blow. Boom! They descended from the sky to the ground, the earth beneath them cracking under the force of their battle, their shoes sinking deep into the soil. Is this for real? Vegeta exclaimed, his jaw agape. Sun Wukong wore a look of astonishment, realizing the vast chasm between their abilities and Leelin's. Even if they were to train for 100 years, they might never reach this level. I didn't expect this kid to be so impressive, pushing Weiss to such extremes. A voice came from behind them. They turned to find Beerus had approached them unnoticed. Lord Beerus, how did you awaken? Sun Wukong inquired curiously. Beerus shot him a glance, observing the earth-shattering duel unfolding before him, and remarked, with this commotion, I'd like to see you sleep. The entire God of Destruction realm is trembling. If not for this unique place, these two would have surely obliterated it. Even if this battle were to take place in the vastness of space, it would undoubtedly tear through several galaxies. Hee, indeed, Sun Wukong chuckled foolishly while scratching his head. After Vegeta called him an idiot, he resumed watching the fierce clash before them. Is someone approaching? Beerus murmured to himself with a slight furrow of his brow. This is his domain, and he would be the first to sense any intruders. Sure enough, the next moment, two figures suddenly appeared in the God of Destruction's realm. However, as soon as they landed, they were met with a violent shockwave. After all, they were amidst a tumultuous battle, and any unprepared individual would undoubtedly be swept away by the surrounding turbulence. What is happening? A portly figure, somewhat resembling Beerus, shouted just before being whisked away by the shockwave. The other figure, a woman with a high ponytail wielding a staff akin to Weiss's, suddenly paled, bracing herself against the nearby pressure. She quickly erected a barrier around herself to withstand the onslaught of the storm. Chapter 106. Kampa and Vados. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Beerus realized it was his estranged brother. He couldn't help but stifle a laugh as he witnessed his brother being swept away by the tempest, crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. Oh, sister has arrived? Weiss raised an eyebrow, not even turning around, already aware of who had come. Sister? Leelin was momentarily taken aback, pondering who Weiss's sister could be. Yet, in that instant, Weiss seized the opportunity. A flash of white light flickered, and a sacred, inviolable power enveloped Leelin. Gasp! Leelin coughed up a mouthful of blood as his internal energy spiraled out of control, rampaging within him. Realizing his body was failing him, he dared not continue the fight. He hastily dispelled the Kaioken times 10, the crimson aura dissipating. The oppressive, dark red hue of the God of Destruction's realm faded, returning to its normal state. The moment Leelin released the Kaioken, he felt his body grow weak. Dizziness overtook him, and nausea surged within, compelling him to expel everything from his stomach. Overwhelmed by extreme fatigue, his body went numb, and he began to plunge uncontrollably toward the ground. With a resounding thud, Leelin crashed heavily onto the surface, blood continuing to pour from his mouth. The storm within the god of destruction's realm subsided, restoring its former tranquility. Whis exhaled deeply, having not engaged in such a taxing battle for quite some time. After a brief adjustment, his expression returned to normal. In an instant, he appeared before his sister, Vados, the guardian angel of Universe 6. Vados gazed at Leelin, who lay incapacitated on the ground, her mind slowly drifting. Was the recent chaos caused by this individual battling Whis? Thump, thump, thump. Noticing his sister's lack of response, Whis knocked on the barrier before her. Vados snapped back to reality, waving her hand to lower the surrounding shield. Sister, it has been quite some time since we last met. What brings you to my abode today? Whis inquired with a smile, addressing Beerus. He and Beerus shared a relatively close bond, as the 7th universe and the 6th universe were mirror universes, filled with numerous similarities. Even their respective gods of destruction were siblings. Though their encounters were infrequent, they certainly occurred more often than those between other angels. It seemed that Beerus did not hear Whis's words. She pointed towards the figure of Leelin, still resting upon the ground, and asked, Whis, were you just battling him? Indeed, Whis responded candidly, glancing back. Beerus was, after all, family, and there was little to conceal. Furthermore, it was evident that Beerus had observed something significant to pose such a query. What is the origin of this young man? How could he possibly create such a commotion alongside you? Beerus asked incredulously. Despite receiving Whis's response, she still found it hard to believe. The strength of angels was well known. When they sparred with the gods of destruction, they seldom caused such disturbances. Indeed, before any considerable uproar could arise, the god of destruction had already been subdued by the angel. His name is Leelin, and I believe I have mentioned him to you before. Whis explained with a gentle smile. Meanwhile, Beerus had approached his brother, Kampa. Their relationship could be described as adversarial, with each harboring a deep-seated disdain for the other. At that moment, Kampa had risen to his feet, only to find Beerus's smug visage blocking his path. You scoundrel! How dare you ambush me? Kampa glared fiercely at Beerus, evidently believing that the recent upheaval was a result of Beerus's underhanded tactics. Beerus, gazing at his foolish brother, shrugged his shoulders in exasperation. Kampa, I never imagined you would remain so dim-witted. How could I possibly ambush you without prior knowledge of your arrival? Beerus replied nonchalantly. He had no intention of causing chaos in the realm of the gods of destruction, for if the Omni King were to arrive and misunderstand the situation, he would surely face obliteration. Who are you, then? Are you still trying to blame Whis? Kampa clearly did not believe Beerus's words. His previously pleasant demeanor had been entirely shattered. Given his temperament, he was determined to hold someone accountable for this incident. Congratulations, you are correct. It is indeed Whis. Beerus's lips curled into a smirk as he spoke. Do not attempt to deceive me with your nonsense. Whis is an angel and would never engage in such actions. Kampa clenched his fists, vocally challenging Beerus. Angels are indeed servants of the gods of destruction, and while they may occasionally strike against their own protectors, they would never dare to act against the gods of destruction from other universes. I see that you have come seeking trouble today, haven't you? A spark of anger ignited within Beerus at these words. He had already stated that he was not responsible. Yet Kampa insisted on placing the blame squarely upon his shoulders, a burden no one could endure, especially given his already contentious relationship with Kampa. You think I am here to stir up trouble? Very well, you may consider me as someone looking for trouble, he declared, swinging his robust arm and launching a massive fist towards Beerus. Humph! Beerus scoffed disdainfully, effortlessly deflecting the blow, and thus commenced their fierce battle. Meanwhile, Leelin was barely clinging to consciousness, his head spinning and vision blurred. Were it not for his unique physique and rapid recovery abilities, he would have likely succumbed to unconsciousness long ago. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta arrived at his side. The former cast a concerned glance at Leelin and promptly retrieved a senzu bean to feed him. In contrast, the latter remained indifferent, having suffered considerable defeats at Leelin's hands. Despite his shock at Leelin's power, witnessing him gravely injured on the ground strangely elicited a sense of satisfaction within him. Upon consuming the senzu bean, Leelin felt revitalized, springing back to his feet. That was truly perilous. I ought to refrain from using the Kaioken in the future, he remarked, taking a deep breath, reflecting on the ordeal. The side effects of the Kaioken were indeed overwhelming. While it felt akin to being on a stimulant during use, the subsequent pain endured by the body was far worse than death itself. At this juncture, he couldn't help but admire Sun Wukong. He recalled how Sun Wukong had managed to amplify the Kaioken to 20 times its normal power. It was almost unfathomable how he endured such agony. Leelin, when did you learn my Kaioken? Your usage of it was remarkably powerful. Sun Wukong inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. This technique had been his signature move in his earlier days, but since his transformation into a Super Saiyan, its use had dwindled. The Kaioken significantly enhances one's base combat power, which, after his transformation, seemed rather redundant and accompanied by substantial drawbacks. Unless one could elevate their base combat prowess, the benefits of the Kaioken were minimal. I observed you using it once and then deduced how to employ it myself, Leelin replied with a faint smile. You learned it just by watching me? That's quite extraordinary. Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes wide with amazement as he inadvertently praised Leelin. First, it was instant transmission, and now the Kaioken. He even began to suspect that Leelin could master anything just by glancing at it. There's no need for such astonishment. It's not particularly difficult to learn, Leelin waved off, though this statement seemed to apply only to him. For others, it was merely a case of listening and learning. Vegeta chuckled softly, having grown considerably wiser and less arrogant. He understood that such claims should not be taken at face value, recognizing that people are inherently different, especially Leelin, from whom he no longer felt the desire to surpass. His current aspirations have been entirely placed upon Kakarot. In comparison to surpassing Leelin, defeating him seems a more feasible endeavor. But why is the power of your Kaioken so immense? When I employ it, even at 20 times the multiplier, the enhancement feels negligible, Son Goku inquired, scratching his head. Leelin pondered for a moment before responding. My understanding is that the Kaioken only amplifies one's base combat power. When you transform into a Super Saiyan, you have already received a significant boost. Activating the Kaioken merely enhances your foundational strength. Under the influence of the Super Saiyan form, your power has escalated by hundreds of times. Given this premise, even if your base strength is amplified 20-fold, you may not perceive a substantial difference. He articulated his interpretation. Essentially, there is no distinction between Super Saiyan and Kaioken. Both serve to augment one's capabilities. However, the Super Saiyan transformation derives from bloodline strength, while Kaioken falls within the realm of martial arts. The former offers a more potent enhancement without adverse effects, whereas the latter comes with considerable drawbacks. So that's how it is. It seems the Kaioken has been neglected, Son Goku sighed. If I were to enhance it 20-fold on top of Super Saiyan Blue, I might not fare worse than Leelin did moments ago. Not quite. When you train with Whis, aren't you primarily engaging in standard combat? Leelin observed. You're right. Son Goku nodded in agreement. Then there's no issue. As your foundational strength increases, even though the Kaioken still amplifies based on base power, the enhancement will undoubtedly be more pronounced than before, Leelin stated gradually. That makes sense. Son Goku exclaimed, grinning foolishly. He realized he should have arrived at this conclusion himself. Yet his reflexes during casual conversation were somewhat sluggish. In the heat of battle, he might have grasped this insight sooner. Meanwhile, Whis and Bados were engrossed in a discussion regarding Leelin. Oh, so this person is the brother you mentioned. Bados remarked with a hint of teasing in her tone. When Whis first relayed this information, she was astonished, thinking he had lost his mind. Having seen him today, she realized he indeed possessed remarkable qualities. Being a brother is certainly preferable to being an uncle, Whis said with a wry smile, glancing at Bados. I've sacrificed one of my own. Yet you all seem to have gained an advantage. Bados frowned slightly at his words. What do you mean by saying we've gained an advantage? However, after some contemplation, she recognized the validity of his point. If the prophecy from Beerus's dream were to come true, she would indeed have to address him as uncle. Well, such a decision is somewhat acceptable, Bados replied nonchalantly. Just as the two were preparing to continue their conversation, the space around them suddenly filled with an energy imbued with the essence of destruction. The expressions on the faces of Whis and Bados shifted dramatically. Hastily, he turned to search for his deity of destruction. Bang, bang, bang. The two had officially engaged in combat. Their moves were quite elementary, merely exchanging punches and kicks upon one another. Yet, such seemingly simple maneuvers filled the atmosphere with cataclysmic energy, threatening to collapse the very fabric of space itself. Leelin and his companions quickly turned their attention to the scene, for the sheer magnitude of this energy was enough to capture their interest. Although it lacked the overwhelming presence of Leelin's confrontation with Whis, this force was imbued with a sense of devastation, akin to an assault from a lower dimension. The invisible space around them was riddled with intangible purple fissures. "Stop!" Both Whis and Beerus shouted in unison. They swiftly appeared beside the combatants, each grasping one by the nape of their necks, forcibly separating them. The expressions on their faces were far from pleasant. "Lord Beerus, how could you engage in battle with Lord Kampa in under a minute?" Whis remarked with irritation. The divine realm has clear regulations prohibiting battles among deities of destruction, as such conflicts could potentially trigger a catastrophic collapse on a cosmic scale or even obliterate the entire universe. "Let go of me, Whis. I must teach this fool a lesson today," Beerus retorted defiantly, continuing to kick outward in a futile attempt to land a few more blows for relief. Whis dared not relent. Allowing a skirmish between deities of destruction was a grave offense, punishable by demotion at best or complete annihilation at worst, though she remained silent. The countenance of Vados was equally grim, realizing how close they had come to a calamitous mistake. "Vados, don't hold me back. I must eradicate him." Kampa's tone was still assertive, oblivious to Vados's troubled expression. Hearing this, Vados felt a surge of anger. She firmly grasped Kampa by the nape and raised him high before forcefully slamming him down toward the ground. Thud! The impact reverberated throughout the entire domain of destruction. "Are you finished yet?" Vados glared coldly at the prostrate Kampa. She had no desire to jeopardize her own life unnecessarily. Though angels typically maintained a placid demeanor, it did not imply they were unafraid of death. Should an unforeseen calamity arise, her own existence could very well be at stake. Kampa, dazed from the fall, though not suffering any substantial harm, instinctively retracted his neck. Unlike Beerus, he harbored a genuine fear of his angelic counterpart. Any misstep on his part would invite a barrage of unrelenting criticism. "All right, I understand," Kampa muttered softly, his earlier bravado dissipating entirely, resembling a docile kitten. Chapter 108. What kind of culinary delight is this? Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances at this spectacle. "Leelin, who are these two?" Goku inquired in a hushed tone. Leelin remarked casually that, judging by the attire of these two individuals, they must be a god of destruction and an angel from another universe. Gulp. Sun Wukong swallowed hard. Is that woman also an angel? He had previously thought that angels were all as approachable as Whis. He never expected the one he encountered today to be so fierce. It seems that women can be like this too. Through this incident, he recalled his own Chi-Chi, who appeared to be quite similar. The gods of destruction from both sides, accompanied by their respective angels, squatted on the ground, beginning to reflect on their mistakes. Both parties believed they were blameless, but as the moment of introspection lengthened, they gradually began to calm down. At this juncture, Leelin, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta found themselves in the most awkward position. They stood there, unsure of how to proceed. Initiating conversation in such a context seemed inappropriate, while leaving outright might appear disrespectful. Fortunately, Beerus had mostly calmed down by this time and stood up. "Lord Beerus," Whis said with a furrowed brow, speaking in a grave tone. Beerus slowly waved his hand. "I am fine now, Whis." After saying this, he walked straight ahead, in an effort to prevent any further incidents. Whis had no choice but to follow. Zampa, seeing Beerus approaching, immediately stood up. Bardos fixed her gaze on him, prepared to eliminate any hint of aggression should he have any intentions of striking. She quickly planned to escort him away from Universe 7. "What do you want?" Zampa inquired expressionlessly as Beerus reached him. Beerus felt displeased by Zampa's retort, but he restrained himself and replied, "It is you who has suddenly appeared in my territory. What do you want?" Only then did Zampa realize he had not come to confront Beerus, but rather for another matter. It was all this fellow's fault for leaving him so flustered. "It's nothing much. I recently discovered a delicious delicacy and merely wish to share it with you," Zampa said nonchalantly. His purpose for visiting today was to showcase the culinary find. He had come with such enthusiasm, yet here he was feeling rather gloomy. "Humph. Do you truly have such good intentions?" Beerus scoffed. "To want me to broaden my horizons is merely a pretext to show off, isn't it? Bringing delicacies knowing I enjoy food is quite evidently a provocation." Zampa was about to retort, but before he could utter a word, he was interrupted by a voice behind him. "Lord Beerus, Lord Zampa means well. The taste is indeed remarkable, and you should give it a try," Bardos said with a beaming smile. These two were conversing without any sense of decorum, and now they were discussing food. One could only anticipate that their conversation might escalate into another argument. Rather than wait for that to happen, Zampa decided it was best to interject himself. Although he felt disheartened that Bardos had taken his words, he dared not express his frustration. "Well then, I shall indulge you this once," Beerus said, casually picking his nose with an air of indifference. Having grown accustomed to the delectable cuisine of Earth, he has become particularly discerning. He cannot fathom that Kampa could discover food more exquisite than that found on Earth. Observing Beerus's nonchalant demeanor, he felt a surge of discontent but restrained himself from expressing it, secretly mocking, "Just wait, you shall see how I will make you regret this." "Lord Beerus, might we not be invited to sit?" suggested Vados with a smile. Beerus shook his head in exasperation. It was indeed a hassle to have to enter for a meal. The food they brought from Earth was always consumed on the spot, for such delightful fare could not wait to be savored within a restaurant. "Then let us proceed," Beerus replied coolly, leading the way to his palace, with Kampa and Vados closely following. Whis glanced back at the three still awkwardly standing, chuckling. "You three should join us as well." With that, he gracefully made his way forward. Lin did not hesitate, trailing right behind him, while Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance before slowly following suit. Upon reaching the dining hall where Beerus was to feast, Kampa and Beerus sat facing each other. Beerus propped his chin on one hand, the fingertips of the other drumming on the table. "What is it? Bring it forth," he said nonchalantly. "Heh," Kampa scoffed, then instructed Vados beside him. "Present it. Let this fellow witness true culinary marvels." Vados nodded slightly, and with a gentle wave of her staff, a box materialized from thin air. The onlookers gazed curiously as the box slowly opened, revealing several oval-shaped green eggs. The eggs floated gracefully, drifting into the hands of Kampa and Beerus. "Behold, this is the exquisite delicacy I have procured, something you will never have tasted in your lifetime," Kampa declared, proudly holding the egg. Beerus squinted at the egg, feeling it was rather unremarkable. Then, with a flash of purple light, the shell shattered, vanishing without a trace. Beerus stared at the smooth egg white, finding it even more ordinary. "Do take a bite. I assure you it will astonish you." Kampa's expression brightened. He had gone to great lengths to find these eggs, hoping to deflate Beerus's arrogance today. Beerus scrutinized the egg for a while before finally taking a slow bite and chewing. With a gulp, he sighed and remarked to Whis, "This egg is rather mundane. It pales in comparison to Earth's cuisine." Whis chuckled and shook his head. He had indulged in countless delicacies over the years, developing his own insights into culinary delights. Though he had not tasted this egg, its appearance alone suggested it was lacking. Observing Beerus's dismissive attitude, Kampa noted how he tossed aside the unfinished egg, seemingly devoid of interest. "Beerus, do not feign indifference. Do not think I am unaware that you are merely preserving your pride by claiming it is unappetizing," Kampa proclaimed, convinced he had seen through Beerus's facade. Beerus observed Kampa's naive demeanor and remarked to Whis, "Prepare 2 bowls of instant noodles for him, so he may experience true delicacy." "Instant noodles?" Kampa murmured, evidently unfamiliar with the dish. Meanwhile, Vados frequently cast her gaze toward Leelin, seemingly attempting to fathom his essence. Leelin, perceptive to her scrutiny, acknowledged her with a polite nod. Given the current atmosphere, he surmised the imminent events. Shortly, the battle between Universe 7 and Universe 6 was set to unfold. Chapter 109. The establishment of the match. Upon hearing the arrangements, was promptly set to work. 3 minutes later, 2 steaming bowls of instant noodles were served, one for Kampa and the other for Vados. "Come now, indulge yourselves. This humble fare surpasses your meager delicacies," Beerus declared, tapping the table with a tone of indifference. Kampa and Vados gazed at their bowls, inhaling the enticing aroma. Their appetites ignited. They eagerly lifted their bowls and devoured the noodles without a care for decorum. The portion was modest, and Kampa nearly finished in just a few bites, savoring the broth with a hearty gulp. "Delicious, absolutely exquisite. How can something be this good?" Kampa exclaimed, staring in astonishment at the empty bowl in his hands. Given Beerus's assertion that this was merely a trivial dish, he mused that there must be even more delectable offerings to discover. Alas, there is no planet in the universe quite like Earth. To indulge in such culinary delights daily can indeed be a burden, Beerus remarked to Whis, his words laced with pride. Upon hearing the mention of Earth again, curiosity flickered within Kampa. "Vados, surely we must have an Earth as well. Let us search," he urged his companion. After tasting the instant noodles, Vados wasted no time in her quest. However, the outcome was rather disappointing. A vision was suddenly projected within the crystal sphere, revealing the state of Earth in Universe 6. Unlike the vibrant blue planet of Universe 7, this Earth appeared a deep brown, devoid of any signs of life, presenting a picture of decay. The inhabitants of this planet have perished entirely due to war, Lord Kampa. Vados lamented, shaking her head in regret. It seemed that Universe 6 was not so fortunate to enjoy daily feasts. This is inconceivable, Kampa exclaimed, rising abruptly. Gazing at the dismal image in the crystal sphere, he felt utterly disheartened. Competitive by nature, he desired to possess what Beerus had, or even something superior. Suddenly, he noticed Leelin standing beside Goku and Vegeta, and a plan began to form in his mind. Beerus, would you dare to engage in a combat match? With the victor claiming ownership of Earth? Kampa declared, his voice steady and resolute. Beerus appeared momentarily taken aback, pondering whether this individual was indeed unhinged. After all, Earth was inherently his domain. Listening to his words suggested a blatant attempt at usurpation, which elicited a hearty laugh from him, albeit laced with a hint of derision. In a combat tournament, do you think you can stand a chance with that rotund physique of yours? Beerus mocked, chuckling as he did so. While gods of destruction were forbidden from engaging in battle without prior authorization, if arranged in advance, such skirmishes could proceed under the vigilant oversight of angels, ensuring no complications arose. Upon hearing this, Kampa's indignation boiled over, causing his entire frame to tremble with fury. He pointed an accusatory finger at Beerus, retorting, "Look at you, so emaciated and frail. How dare you criticize me?" Following this exchange, both individuals leapt onto the table, poised to clash. Ahem. The angels accompanying them quickly interjected upon witnessing the unfolding drama. Beerus and Kampa exchanged glances with their respective angels, displaying a commendable restraint by refraining from engaging in conflict. "Humph," Kampa scoffed, addressing Beerus. "This contest is not merely between us. Rather, we shall identify the finest warriors from our respective universes to compete." Goku, standing aside, was immediately invigorated by the prospect of a tournament, eager to test his mettle against formidable opponents from other universes. Beerus, arms crossed and maintaining a stoic demeanor, regarded him with indifference. "Why would I agree to compete with you? What benefit would it serve me?" "Quite a few," Kampa replied, gradually descending from the table. "If your universe triumphs, I shall present you with the collected Super Dragon Balls. Conversely, should we emerge victorious, you must relinquish Earth." Goku's excitement escalated with each word, yearning for Beerus to acquiesce without delay. Beerus, casting a glance at Kampa, then at Lin, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. "Very well, I accept your challenge," he stated nonchalantly, though internally reveling in the foolishness of Kampa. Unbeknownst to them, their side merely needed to enlist Lin to secure victory. Unless Kampa could shamelessly persuade the Angel Vados to join the fray, the outcome was bound to be a decisive one-sided affair. Kampa, upon hearing Beerus's agreement, could not suppress his self-satisfaction, seemingly convinced of his assured victory. Alas, Vados sighed, fully aware of Lin's capabilities. However, the moment Kampa proposed the contest, he had already sealed his fate. "Vados, cease your lamentations and promptly secure a venue for the match," Kampa urged, furrowing his brow. "Do you not see that they have fallen into our trap?" The foolish Beerus has so readily agreed. With a sense of resignation, Vados complied. After a brief interval, she spoke. "At the border between Universe 7 and Universe 6 lies an unnamed star. The competition can be held there." "Excellent, excellent," Kampa exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. "Shall we set the match for 5 days hence? That works, does it not?" he continued. Beerus chuckled softly and shook his head. He certainly had no objections. Not only could the event be held in 5 days, but he would also have no qualms if it were to take place immediately. With the time and venue established, the participants began to formulate the rules. Goku and Vegeta were also involved, and the stipulations bore a striking resemblance to those of the World Martial Arts Tournament. There were few demands regarding the rules from either side, and within a mere 2 or 3 minutes, everything was settled. After the deliberation, Kampa and Beerus departed to seek out the strongest fighters from their respective universes. Once Kampa and the others left, Goku exclaimed with exuberance, "Lord Beerus, I want to compete. Let me participate." Vegeta, not wanting to be outdone, chimed in, "I want to join as well." This was a cosmic-level tournament, perhaps a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. These two were inherently battle-hungry, How could they possibly abstain? I've decided that Leelin can compete alone. We need not involve so many, Beerus remarked languidly. The rules stipulated that each universe would send 5 formidable warriors to participate. However, Beerus believed this to be unnecessarily complicated, as he was not inclined to worry about the selection process. Simply sending Leelin to face all 5 opponents would suffice, direct, effective, and uncomplicated, if absolutely necessary. Even Kampa could step into the fray, but what difference would that make? No way. Goku and Vegeta exclaimed in unison. They exchanged glances before turning their attention back to Beerus. If Leelin were to fight alone, what would they do for fun? Just as Beerus had surmised. No matter how powerful the fighters from Universe 6 might be, they would be unable to defeat Leelin, not even Kampa himself. Unless their guardian angel, Whis, were to participate, which was, of course, out of the question. Lord Beerus, please reconsider. I implore you, Goku said, clasping his hands together earnestly. He was exceedingly eager for this competition, and the prospect of clashing with warriors from other universes filled him with exhilaration. Beerus's insistence on having Leelin compete alone was undeniably dousing his enthusiasm. Indeed, Lord Beerus, we could serve as the vanguard. Should the opposing team harbor any nefarious schemes, we could thwart them early on, Vegeta interjected. In truth, he was at a loss for words. The notion of any deceptive tactics against Leelin was laughable. Under the overwhelming might of absolute strength, any plot would appear utterly foolish. You two are quite the chatterboxes, Beerus frowned, then turned to Leelin. What are your thoughts? After all, this individual was the foundation of his confidence, and he had yet to solicit Leelin's opinion. If Leelin were to disagree, he would indeed have to rely on these two. I have no objections. Let Goku and Vegeta participate, Leelin shrugged nonchalantly. He was not particularly invested in this competition, even feeling that his involvement might be somewhat unfair. However, with nothing else to occupy his time, he might as well join in on the fun. Regarding Sun Wukong and Vegeta, if they wish to participate, let them do so. It is merely a guaranteed victory for both, nothing of great significance. Very well, replied Beerus with a slight nod. Since Leelin has stated it thus, you two may join. Beerus addressed them with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and Vegeta could hardly contain their joy, exuberantly bouncing around the god of destruction's realm. However, do not get too carried away. This is merely a chance for you to join the festivities. Do not delude yourselves into thinking you are the main characters, Beerus added. Yet, in their excitement, the two failed to heed Beerus's last admonition. They were already lost in daydreams about the formidable opponents they would face in 5 days. Sighing in resignation, Beerus gazed at the duo. Lord Beerus, there are still 2 more spots to fill. Whom do you intend to select? Whis inquired with a smile. Beerus shot him a glance and replied nonchalantly, 3 participants are sufficient. Why require more? Whis nodded in agreement, recognizing that he had merely been making a casual inquiry. Observing that he had no further business at hand, Leelin decided to depart and return to Earth. As he took his leave, he reminded Beerus and Whis to remember him in 5 days. In the boundless darkness of the universe, a streak of light zipped past. Bardoss, whom do you think I should choose? Kampa mused, stroking his chin, seemingly contemplating his options. Lord Kampa, none of the candidates you select would be suitable. I suggest we concede outright, Bardoss sighed. Kampa furrowed his brow slightly, displeased, thinking Bardoss was jesting. This is no time for jokes. Please help me think of someone who can participate. I am not jesting, Lord Kampa. There exists a remarkably powerful individual on the opposing side, with strength comparable to Whis. Bardoss explained. She was referring to Leelin, who Whis had once mentioned was exceptionally unique, possessing an aura that could not be sensed like that of an angel. Bardoss, do you take me for a fool? Kampa initially appeared startled by this revelation, then expressed his discontent. A being with strength akin to Whis. What nonsense is this? If such a person exists, why are they not a god of destruction? Lord Kampa, I speak the truth. The shock we experienced upon arriving in the God of Destruction realm was a result of his battle with Whis, Bardoss explained patiently. Though such claims were indeed difficult to believe, the truth remained unchanged. Kampa, growing visibly impatient, furrowed his brow and muttered under his breath. You haven't been bribed by Beerus or his ilk, have you? To advocate for them so fervently? Forget it. I will find someone myself. With that, he turned away, no longer regarding Bardoss. Realizing that Kampa was impervious to reason, Bardoss ceased her attempts to persuade him and quickened her pace to continue their journey. It is merely a competition. After all, there is nothing of substantial consequence to lose. The Super Dragon Balls are simply items they have collected. If we lose, we lose. 5 days will swiftly pass. On this day, Whis and Beerus arrived at the small island where Leelin resided, accompanied by Son Goku and Vegeta. The two of them had not left the God of Destruction's realm for several days, dedicating themselves to relentless training. Although they would not lose the match with Leelin's support, who would not wish to showcase their prowess on the battlefield. Are we leaving now? Leelin inquired, observing Whis and Beerus, along with the poised Goku and Vegeta. Whis shook his head and waved his staff, conjuring a massive transparent rectangular structure that resembled a modest dwelling. This abode was quite expansive, comparable in size to Leelin's castle. To ensure fairness and transparency in this competition, both parties may bring their family members and the deities from their respective universes, Whis explained with a gentle smile. At that moment, two figures, one tall and one short, appeared, the Supreme Kai and Jebbet. After all, this was a battle between two universes, and as the overseer of the universe, the Supreme Kai certainly needed to witness the event. Indeed, this is quite agreeable. Leelin nodded thoughtfully, then called for Android 18 and his daughter. After all, how could one pass up such a splendid opportunity to travel beyond the universe? After a brief wait, Son Goku notified the formidable warriors on Earth. Familiar faces like Piccolo, Tien, and Krillin gathered, along with Goku's and Vegeta's families. That should suffice. Let us depart, Whis stated calmly. With a wave of his staff, a bright light emanated, and the transparent room vanished. In the next moment, everyone found themselves within it, propelled outward into the universe at an astonishing speed. Chapter 111. Arrival at the competition venue soon. Under Whis's guidance, they reached the nameless star. Surrounding them was an eerie silence, devoid of any star systems, with several massive Dragon Balls orbiting the nameless star. These Dragon Balls are indeed colossal, Son Goku remarked, gazing at the magnificent orbs. Others echoed his sentiments, marveling not only at the size of the Dragon Balls, but also at the cosmic scenery. For some, this was their first venture beyond their world. Thus, everything appeared novel and enchanting. It seems we have arrived. Let us descend, Whis addressed Beerus beside him. Beerus nodded slightly, and the group began their gradual descent. The planet before them was red and barren, devoid of any vegetation. As they approached, they discerned a vast competition arena laid out on the surface, with a few scattered individuals, likely participants from Universe 6. Whis led the group down onto this desolate planet, where not even a blade of grass could be found. Then, it gradually soared to the very center of the arena, and the transparent cover was instantly lifted. The crowd gazed in wonder at everything before them. The formidable warriors of the 6th universe, who had been prepared and seated nearby, cast curious glances at the inhabitants of the 7th universe. Upon seeing Beerus and his entourage, Kampa immediately flew over. However, before he could reach them entirely, he heard Beerus's scathing voice. Huh, Kampa, this setup is truly unsightly. It's hard to bear. Beerus scoffed. The arena had been arranged in the center of the venue, with a colossal photograph of Kampa prominently displayed at the front. Yet, the audience seating appeared rather shabby. The seats were made of hard stone, lacking even a simple cushion. After all, we have traversed the cosmos to compete, and this arrangement is somewhat lacking in sophistication, remarked Trunks, who, despite his youth, enjoyed a rather privileged lifestyle. Normally, he would not voice such opinions during a typical competition, but this was a cosmic-level battle. It bore an unsettling resemblance to a village brawl. Upon hearing Trunks' comment, Beerus cast an approving glance at him. This young lad was quite impressive, surpassing his father in taste. Kampa had now arrived and was visibly displeased by the criticisms directed at his meticulously arranged venue. You know nothing. What is wrong with it? Why don't you try it yourselves? Kampa retorted indignantly, adding, if you can't win, just admit it. Don't concoct excuses. Should you lose, you won't blame the venue, will you? Surely not. TCH. Beerus was disinclined to engage in a war of words. He merely articulated his thoughts. Then he glanced at Whis, who understood the implication. With a flick of his staff toward the observation platform, it suddenly vanished, replaced by two circular floating platforms in midair. Now see, this is what professionalism looks like, Beerus remarked nonchalantly. Kampa observed the transformation, noting the newfound grandeur. He refrained from further argument, instead vowing silently. When the competition begins, I shall show you all. After some minor interludes, they proceeded with the competition according to the established rules. However, much to everyone's astonishment, the 7th universe had only dispatched 3 participants. Moreover, he recognized them as the same individuals he had encountered during his visit to Beerus. It was just that he had not paid them much heed at the time. Beerus, is your universe so feeble that you can't even muster 5 contestants? Kampa seized the opportunity to mock. After all, having an extra participant would significantly enhance the odds of victory, and it was evident that Beerus had not been able to recruit many strong contenders. This realization bolstered Kampa's confidence. What of it? Against your universe's lot. I originally intended to send only one, Beerus replied in a casual tone. However, these words immediately incited discontent among the 6th universe. Are we, a multitude, merely trash? Were it not for your status as a god of destruction, we would have already confronted you. Kampa glanced at the participants of the competition, Son Goku and Vegeta. Nodding slightly. Although both suppressed their auras, he could still sense that their strength was commendable. Yet, to his surprise, when his gaze fell upon Leelin, he discovered that he emanated no energy whatsoever. This phenomenon could arise from only 2 possibilities. Either he was an angel or a god of destruction, or he was merely an ordinary person, devoid of any combat prowess, hence untraceable. Oh, so that is the case. Kampa revealed a mysterious smile. Observing Beerus's calm demeanor, he mused that this fellow couldn't even muster 3 participants, let alone 5, and had resorted to sending a mere ordinary person as a stand-in. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the first to take the stage would likely be the other 2. With this realization, his spirits soared. He felt victory was assured. He then glanced at Beerus, who remained unfazed. Humph, still putting on airs. Once he loses, I shall strip that facade away. I do hope you do not lose too embarrassingly, Kampa chuckled, convinced he had seen through everything. He then led his team to the observation platform, preparing for the official commencement of the match. Beerus raised an eyebrow, perplexed that Kampa was not angered. This was uncharacteristic of him. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought as his own team ascended to their respective observation platform. Standing atop the stage, Beerus looked down and, without turning, coolly instructed, Leelin, you may go ahead and eliminate them all at once. However, before Leelin could respond, Son Goku and Vegeta objected vehemently. Wait a minute, if Leelin goes first, what difference does it make? It's as if I'm merely here to participate in the written exam. Especially Goku, who had toiled through the written test just to pass, now felt aggrieved at the thought of being sidelined. Lord Beerus, this is unacceptable, Goku hastily exclaimed. He could not articulate exactly what was amiss. After all, this was a competition, and it was vital to ensure victory by deploying their strongest fighter. Vegeta, noticing Goku's inability to articulate his discontent, swiftly added, we have all made the effort to come here. It would be reasonable to afford them some respect. Consider this, if we go first, they might still harbor a glimmer of hope. Just when they believe they have a chance, we can send Leelin in to extinguish that spark. The transition from hope to despair, it's a delightful thought, and they shall certainly be disheartened. The eyes of the crowd instantly converged upon Vegeta. You have quite the devious mind, don't you? Beerus remarked with a nonchalant tone. However, upon reflection, what Vegeta articulated seems quite sensible, allowing them a moment of pride. Only for Leelin to step in and conclude the matter would undoubtedly render Kampa's final expression utterly captivating. Indeed, let us proceed thus. Beerus nodded affirmatively. A look of joy illuminated Vegeta's countenance, as it appeared that his past endeavors with Frieza were not in vain. Such a nefarious idea has proven to be remarkably useful. Next, it was a matter of determining who between himself and Goku would take the stage first. They resolved to employ a more scientific method, rock, paper, scissors. On the side of Universe 6, Kampa surveyed the assembly seated before him, his gaze settling on a large yellow bear. Bardamo, you are up for the first match, Kampa declared with an indifferent tone. The great yellow bear nodded and slowly rose, then leaped directly from the stands, landing squarely in the arena. Go, Bardamo. Cheering from the stands, Kaba encouraged his comrade. Rock, paper, scissors, rock, paper, scissors. Splendid, Vegeta, I shall take the lead. Finally, Goku and Vegeta concluded their game of chance. TCH, though Vegeta felt somewhat disgruntled, he accepted his defeat and allowed Goku to take the stage first. Goku, without hesitation, bounded onto the arena. The initial contenders were now prepared. With the referee's command, the battle between Universe 7 and Universe 6 officially commenced. Meanwhile, Leelin sat in his seat, idly observing the match. If Goku were to refrain from recklessness and exercise caution, he could undoubtedly win the contest single-handedly. In truth, there was little need for him to participate, as aside from one hit, None of the opponents appeared particularly formidable. Indeed, as the match unfolded, Goku refrained from unleashing his full might. He did not even transform into a Super Saiyan, opting instead to engage in a series of punches and evasive maneuvers. "What is Kakarot doing?" Vegeta remarked with dissatisfaction, lacking the patience to watch another fight unfold. Goku continued his assault on Bardamo, yet it seemed his strikes held little effect on the yellow bear, who relentlessly charged at him. However, Goku displayed remarkable agility, granting him no opportunity. The two remained locked in a stalemate for a duration, until Goku executed a sliding tackle, seizing Bardamo's legs and forcefully tossing him out of the ring. With a resounding crash, Bardamo was eliminated, securing the first victory for Universe 7. "Well done, Goku." A resounding cheer erupted from the stands of Universe 7. Beerus nodded in satisfaction, surprised to witness the young warrior's capability in defeating an adversary. Meanwhile, Kampa's face darkened with frustration as his initial confidence waned with this unfavorable start. "What are you still doing lying there? Get up," Kampa bellowed at the fallen Bardamo, then began to select the next participant to enter the fray. "You step forward." Xiangpa pointed to a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to Frieza. This individual was named Frost. Upon hearing Xiangpa's command, he descended from the stands without hesitation. Goku scrutinized this person, intrigued by his striking similarity to Frieza. "Greetings. I look forward to our battle. Please be gentle," Frost courteously greeted him. Goku was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such politeness from this character. But he soon smiled and nodded in return. Leelin observed Frost as he entered the arena, pondering to himself. This fellow seemed to possess a reputation in the 6th universe that far surpassed Frieza's. Allegedly, he was a great philanthropist, aiding many small and impoverished planets. However, Leelin was acutely aware that this individual's heart was darker than Frieza's. The guise of a philanthropist was merely a mask for his true nature. "Let us begin," Goku said with a grin. Having never engaged Frieza in combat on Earth, he was eager to experience what this Frieza of the 6th universe was like. With that, the two commenced their duel. They exchanged tentative blows, and Goku found himself knocked to the ground. Nonetheless, he brushed off his clothes, seemingly unfazed. "All right, you may transform into your final form," Goku said with a calm smile. Frost was slightly taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, surprised that Goku was aware of his ability to transform. He had never revealed his other forms before anyone. "How do you know my secret?" he inquired, perplexed. "Because in our universe, there is someone who looks just like you," Goku explained with tranquility. "Ah, I see," Frost nodded. Then, a purple glow enveloped him. His body began to swell, and his head elongated backward, taking on an odd and alien appearance. "Is this your final form?" Goku asked, puzzled. Frost shook his head, clarifying that this was not his ultimate form. Unlike Frieza, he lacked one transformation. This form was akin to Frieza's 3rd form, which served as his second. "Not quite. But I believe this form will suffice to contend with you," Frost replied with a smile. With that, he lunged forward with a sudden burst of speed. Goku maintained his normal state during the skirmish. The two exchanged blows, but it was evident that Goku's combat prowess exceeded Frost's by a considerable margin. Throughout the encounter, Goku consistently held the upper hand. With a resounding clash, the two connected fists, sending Frost staggering backward several paces, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "You are surprisingly formidable," Frost remarked, astonished. In this form, he had never encountered anyone in their universe who could best him. Yet here he was, feeling utterly outmatched before Goku. With a confident smile, Sun Wukong continued, "You should transform quickly, otherwise, you stand no chance against me." Frost nodded, realizing that to achieve victory, he had no choice but to change forms once more. A radiant glow enveloped him, and his massive physique vanished, transforming into a bald form identical to that of Frieza. Apart from the difference in color, there was hardly any distinction. "Now that's more like it," Sun Wukong remarked, nodding in approval. At that moment, golden light flickered around him, and his hair changed color, emanating an unparalleled aura as he entered the state of a Super Saiyan. Chapter 113. The peculiar defeat. Frost was taken aback upon witnessing Sun Wukong's transformation. It was unexpected that his opponent could also change forms. Despite his surprise, a sinister smile crept onto his lips. After both had transformed and exchanged compliments, they launched their attacks. However, Frost appeared noticeably fatigued. Although his power had significantly increased with the transformation, he was still no match for Sun Wukong. After a few exchanges, he was already struggling. "Damn it, give it your all. If you lose, Just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Kampa raged from the stands. These fighters were the elite of his sixth universe, and consecutive losses would tarnish his reputation. How could he hold his head high in front of other gods of destruction? Frost was finding it increasingly difficult to cope, sweat dripping from his brow, while Sun Wukong seemed to gain strength with each moment. His demeanor relaxed as if he had ample energy left to spare. It seemed he would have to resort to that technique. With a steely resolve, Frost's true nature emerged. Bang! The two clashed mid-air, producing a thunderous sound. Frost was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he managed to regain his balance and did not fall off the stage. Sun Wukong remained stationary, unfazed, while the punch he delivered was powerful. Defeating him would not be an easy task. Just as he prepared to conclude the battle, a sudden dizziness overcame him. Seizing the opportunity, Frost closed the distance and delivered a swift kick, sending Sun Wukong tumbling off the stage. Boom! Sun Wukong crashed heavily onto the ground, still in a state of utter bewilderment, unable to comprehend how he had lost. Why had he suddenly felt dizzy a moment ago? In this moment of adversity, true feelings were revealed. Chi-Chi rushed forward without hesitation. Despite frequently scolding Sun Wukong, seeing him injured stirred her into action. Well done, Frost! Kampa exclaimed, elated by the unexpected victory, casting a triumphant glance toward Beerus. Beerus, witnessing this turn of events, seethed with anger. With a fierce grind of his teeth, he exclaimed at Sun Wukong, "What on earth is wrong with you? You can't even handle such rubbish?" He was utterly speechless with frustration, feeling he had embarrassingly lost face. "Beerus, mind your words. Losing is losing. Why resort to personal attacks?" Kampa interjected, though a smug expression graced his face. Beerus was genuinely incensed, considering Wukong's prowess. Frost was indeed nothing but trash. Yet, despite this, the young man had still lost, and in a rather bewildering manner. On the arena, Frost appeared remarkably composed. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong tumble off the stage, he rushed down with courtesy to check on his opponent's injuries. Sun Wukong, noticing the opponent's martial ethics, scratched his head and chuckled foolishly, entirely oblivious to the fact that he had been ambushed leading to his defeat. "Vegeta, it's your turn." Beerus barked in anger. Without hesitation, Vegeta leaped from the stands, not forgetting to mock Sun Wukong with, "Hurry up. If you can't deal with such a weakling, what good are you?" Ashamed, Sun Wukong lowered his head and returned to the stands, inevitably facing a reprimand from Beerus upon his return. To be honest, his loss felt incredibly unjust. He had not fully unleashed the power of the Super Saiyan, with transformations like Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, and Super Saiyan Blue still untested, leaving him filled with regret. Kampa observed the arrival of another contender on the stage, silently contemplating that this must be Beerus's last fighter, with only one opponent lacking combat strength remaining. Once this foe was dispatched, victory in the match would be assured. Unexpectedly, the situation unfolded with such ease that it led him to fantasize about being surrounded by a bounty of delicacies. "Frost, give it your all and defeat him," Kampa shouted loudly. On the stage, Vegeta and Frost locked eyes. As he beheld this being who bore an uncanny resemblance to Frieza, a wave of disdain surged within Vegeta. "If you wish to avoid injury, I suggest you step down promptly," he remarked coolly, not regarding Frost as a threat. Frost paused briefly, then replied with a smile. "How can you be so certain I will lose without giving it a try?" With that, he resolved to employ the same tactic as before. "Humph," Vegeta scoffed, his body glowing with golden light as his hair transformed to yellow, entering the Super Saiyan state. However, due to the absence of Galactic Patrol Officer Gak, no one discerned Frost's deceit. Vegeta simply assumed that Sun Wukong's loss had stemmed from carelessness. Leelin, aware of Frost's scheme, chose to remain silent and not expose him. The match officially commenced. Bang, bang, bang. The two began an intense exchange of blows. Vegeta's strikes were evidently far more ferocious than those of Sun Wukong. Frost could only hastily defend himself, nearly being knocked off the stage on several occasions. "This bastard is so fierce," Frost thought, astonished, consistently adopting a passive defense. It rendered him nearly devoid of opportunities to strike. At present, he has ceased defending altogether, instead frantically evading on the stage. "Well done, Vegeta. Just like that, eliminate him," Beerus exclaimed, waving his hand in excitement. How could someone of such caliber possibly rival Goku and Vegeta? Mere luck had favored this individual earlier. Kampa's expression darkened, losing the arrogance he had just displayed. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Both fighters' expressions underwent a complete transformation. Vegeta received a punch from Frost, one that was neither painful nor debilitating. Just as he prepared to retaliate, darkness enveloped him. Suddenly, a kick sent him flying off the stage. What? Both gods of destruction sprang to their feet. Kampa, initially taken aback, then erupted into a fit of laughter. Well executed. Bravo, he exclaimed. What is going on, you imbecile? Beerus retorted, barely able to contain his fury. Not only was he astonished, but even those observing from the sidelines were equally bewildered. How could Vegeta have lost so suddenly? This was utterly inconceivable. Yet, regardless of the improbability, the fact remained. Vegeta had been defeated, an undeniable truth that could not be altered. Confusion filled Vegeta's eyes. He bore the same dazed expression as Goku moments prior. How could the battle have turned so drastically? However, the competition had concluded, and he could only return to the stands, dejected. Beerus, glaring at Vegeta, could no longer contain himself and unleashed a torrent of scorn upon them both. After all this time training under my guidance, have you two turned into complete failures? You spoke of giving your opponent a glimmer of hope, but is this truly hope? It appears you're merely offering them warmth. I begin to wonder if you are traitors. Chapter 114. Playing with Fire. Goku and Vegeta stood there, thoroughly chastised. Both lowered their heads in silence, too ashamed to utter a word. After all, a defeat is a defeat. They dared not speak further lest they exacerbate their humiliation. Lord Beerus, please calm down, Whis interjected, attempting to pacify the situation. As someone who had consistently trained Goku and Vegeta, he understood their true potential. They would not have fallen so easily without a compelling reason. You two go away. Your mere presence vexes me, Beerus seethed upon hearing Whis's words. After enduring a scathing reprimand, Goku and Vegeta felt rather disheartened, sulking off to a corner. Fortunately, they still had Leelin. As long as he remained, their chances of victory persisted. Though Goku and Vegeta had been harshly criticized, it was clear to Beerus that they possessed considerable strength. There was no way they could lose so inexplicably, especially without even unleashing their most powerful techniques. Leelin, are you alright? When Beerus conversed with Leelin, his demeanor exhibited a notable improvement. Nevertheless, his expression remained laden with concern. The other party was undeniably peculiar, and he feared that Leelin might also suffer a disastrous downfall. Fear not, Lord Beerus. I shall take action with confidence, Leelin replied coolly. He was acutely aware of how Frost had managed to defeat both Son Goku and Vegeta, as long as he kept his distance from him and exercised caution. That despicable method of combat would not inflict harm upon him. Upon hearing Leelin's assurance, Beerus finally felt a sense of relief. Leelin's strength was growing increasingly formidable, and it was likely that he could handle the situation with ease. The emergence of this young man should not pose any significant issues. However, he was still apprehensive about the possibility of an unexpected defeat. If Leelin were to lose, it would be a substantial blow to his own standing. He and Kampa had always been at odds, and causing embarrassment to the other was their greatest source of amusement. Now, not only would he lose face, but if Leelin were to falter, he might also jeopardize his position. Kampa, situated in his own section of the arena, was filled with an overwhelming sense of delight, akin to a spring breeze urging a galloping steed. Upon witnessing Beerus still conversing with that seemingly powerless individual, he couldn't help but taunt. Beerus, why not simply have him surrender now? Coming up here would only mean admitting defeat. Should he happen to perish in the process, do not hold us accountable. Kampa's cruel mockery elicited great amusement from the inhabitants of Universe 6, who recalled Beerus's prior remarks about his companions being a bunch of worthless beings. With only 3 participants remaining from the opposing side, and 2 already eliminated, how could they not relish this moment? Close your foul mouth. Soon you will regret uttering those words, Beerus bellowed. Is that so? How about we raise the stakes a bit more? Are you daring enough? Kampa provocatively challenged. Bardoss, who had remained silent until now, was taken aback by Kampa's proposal to increase the wager. Lord Kampa, you mustn't. Bardoss urgently interjected. Kampa's expression darkened slightly. Disregarding Bardoss's words, given the favorable circumstances, why not raise the stakes? He began to suspect that Bardoss might have been swayed by the opposition, ever since their return. She had been insisting that there was someone exceptionally formidable on the other side. Could it be that this formidable individual was the one devoid of any prowess? Very well, how shall we proceed? Beerus, incensed by the provocation, readily acquiesced to Kampa's proposition. After all, with Leelin on his side, as long as he maintained his composure, victory was assured. Kampa, surprised by Beerus's agreement, momentarily paused. He had only intended to provoke his opponent, never anticipating that Beerus would truly comply. Since an agreement had been reached, he would not hold back. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "Let it be thus. The losing party shall bow 3 times in submission to the winners. What say you?" With a sly smile, Kampa glanced at the 3 remaining contestants on his side and added, "This includes their respective participants." A frustrated Bados slapped her forehead in disbelief. The sight of Kampa, the god of destruction, bowing before the formidable warriors of Universe 6 to pay respects to Universe 7 was truly a spectacle to behold. She found herself at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. Yet as she observed Kampa reveling in the moment, she hesitated to continue her counsel. The members of Universe 6 began to fidget restlessly. Goodness, this was quite the gamble. Even Hit, who had been seated with arms crossed and eyes closed, opened his eyes. This was no trivial matter. He was the renowned assassin of Universe 6. If he were to lose and bow before them, it would be an immense humiliation, tarnishing his reputation and deterring others from seeking his services. Lord Kampa, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Gabe stood up, his voice laced with hesitation. Although he considered himself the weakest among them, he still held on to his pride. Now, it seemed, he was wagering that pride away, a dangerous gamble indeed. "Get back, aren't you men?" Kampa exclaimed, recalling how Beerus had previously berated them, calling them worthless. "Can you really tolerate this? Let them bow to you and surrender. Wouldn't that feel satisfying?" Kampa lamented passionately. He then pointed at the lone figure of Leelin across from them, declaring, "There is but one person left. Do you truly feel incapable of defeating him?" Hit quickly assessed the last member opposite them. After sensing his aura, he frowned slightly, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Gabe also glanced up, perceiving the individual as rather ordinary, seemingly just an average person. "You all sense it, right? This is the true embodiment of mediocrity. If you fear even such a weakling, rest assured, I shall be the first to eliminate you once the competition concludes." Kampa stated with unwavering confidence. He believed this wager would be too audacious for Beerus to accept. Yet, regardless, he envisioned not only winning the tournament and claiming Earth, but also diminishing this young man's prestige. What a delightful prospect. Only Bados stood by, shaking her head in resignation. She had attempted to warn them numerous times about the presence of an incredibly powerful adversary. Alas, Kampa refused to heed her counsel. It seemed only through suffering the consequences would he come to understand her words. "Fine, it's settled." Without a moment's hesitation, Beerus readily agreed. The members of Universe 7 were taken aback, particularly Goku and Vegeta, who had assumed they were no longer involved. Upon hearing the wager, they immediately rose to their feet. This was no trivial affair. To lose and then bow to their opponents would severely compromise their standing in the universe. Kampa had not anticipated Beerus's swift agreement, leaving him somewhat flustered. He began to contemplate, could this last contender truly possess a power rivaling that of an angel? He cautiously probed once more, only to discover that this individual exuded not the slightest hint of an aura. "Ah, how ostentatious. Do you truly believe I would be intimidated by you? Since you wish to bow, so be it. Let this be our resolution," remarked Xiang Pa with disdain. "It is entrusted to you," whispered Beerus, casting a languid glance at Leelin. Leelin nodded slowly, initially feeling at ease. However, upon the establishment of this wager, an overwhelming pressure suddenly enveloped him. Was Xiang Pa truly audacious enough to propose such terms? To bow and defeat as a collective? Beerus was equally bold, unafraid of the possibility of failure. Leelin found himself envisioning the scene of Beerus leading them in submission should they lose. No, absolutely not. He shook his head vigorously, dispelling that thought. Chapter 115. How did it conclude? With that thought in mind, Leelin leaped onto the arena, his gaze indifferent as he regarded Frost, fully attuned to his optimal state. Frost observed him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "It appears you are the last one remaining. Perhaps you should concede?" He discerned that the individual before him bore no trace of cultivation. As a philanthropist, he understood that striking down an opponent in public would tarnish his reputation. "Concede? Do you believe yourself worthy of such a privilege?" Leelin replied coolly. A flicker of irritation crossed Frost's countenance at Leelin's words. If he was to be so ungrateful, he would not hesitate to be unmerciful. On the spectator's stand, Xiang Pa was in a state of extreme exhilaration. "Frost, muster your strength and vanquish him," he shouted excitedly. He had not anticipated that this match would proceed so smoothly. Not only could he claim the Earth, But he could also humiliate Beerus splendidly. The thought alone was exhilarating. Leelin feigned indifference to the exchange on stage, as if he had not heard a word. In the 7th universe's viewing area, tension reached a fever pitch, particularly for Vegeta and Son Goku, who felt as though their fates rested in the hands of others. Of course, their lack of confidence in Leelin was not the issue. The stakes were simply too high, and even the most steadfast confidence could not quell their concerns. Leelin, you must give it your all. This prince does not wish to kneel before anyone. Vegeta clenched his fists, silently cheering for Leelin. Son Goku's expression was equally grave. The matter at hand was one of dignity, and he could not afford to smile. Amidst the varied expressions and anxious thoughts of the onlookers, Leelin's calm voice resonated from below. Individuals from the 6th universe, you may all come forth. The sooner you engage, the sooner this will conclude. His demeanor was impassive, and his tone unruffled. Though the words may not have sounded imposing, their essence was undeniably audacious. Upon hearing this, Beerus was instantly stirred with excitement. Indeed, it is none other than Leelin, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. As he articulates, what does the opponent's prowess amount to in his presence? What is there to fear? Ultimately, it is Leelin who shall triumph in the contest. However, this arrogance did not compel them to take him seriously. Rather, Xiangpa burst into laughter, clutching his belly. Ha ha ha, have you lost your mind, boy? Let us join forces. And only after you have vanquished Frost can we discuss further, he mockingly retorted. Gaby on the stage could only shake his head in resignation. As it appeared the opponent had truly reached a desperate state. Hit had already closed his eyes, astonished that after his arduous journey, he had encountered nothing but those with lofty ambitions, yet lacking in skill. Magetta, a robot, was capable of understanding Leelin's words. His large hands rested comfortably behind his head, akin to an audience member enjoying a performance. Lord Xiangpa, I am indeed offering you an opportunity. All of you together might catch me off guard, perhaps even harbor a glimmer of hope for victory, Leelin remarked with a serene smile. In truth, his humility was quite remarkable. Even if they united their efforts, there existed no semblance of a chance for success. Utterly arrogant, Xiangpa scoffed, continuing, Frost, eliminate him. I tire of hearing this brat's drivel. Leave it to me, Lord Xiangpa, Frost replied with a smile, his expression turning cold as he cast a venomous glance at Leelin. In the previous 2 rounds, he had merely endured a barrage of attacks, employing various tactics to secure victory. Now, facing this boy, he relished the opportunity to stretch his muscles and savor the thrill of combat. Satisfied with Frost's fierce demeanor, Xiangpa shot a glance at the still posturing Leelin before turning to find a seat, eager to enjoy the spectacle of Bylus's inevitable defeat. However, before he could settle down, Gaby suddenly stood up. Xiangpa's attention was instantly drawn to his movement. What are you doing? Just watch. Why stand up suddenly? He snapped, irritated. With victory so close at hand, such antics betrayed the composure expected of a victor. Lord Xiangpa, you must look. Gaby trembled, pointing towards the stage, his eyes wide with disbelief. Xiangpa, puzzled, followed Gaby's gaze, which seemed directed at the arena. His heart leaped with joy. Could it be that the match had concluded? Had Frost swiftly eliminated that boy? However, upon reflection, it was reasonable. The boy was merely an ordinary person, and with a mere flick of Frost's hand, he would be finished. It would not be surprising for the outcome to be so swift. Well done, Frost, Xiangpa instinctively exclaimed, but the arena fell silent. Only Leelin stood there, remarkably composed. His gaze descended, revealing Frost lying beneath the stage, his features grotesquely distorted, presenting a most pitiful sight. What is this situation? How did we lose? Zampa rubbed his eyes in disbelief and remarked. According to his expectations, Frost should have easily dealt with this young man. Yet, how did it come to this? Well done, Leelin. Beerus raised his hand and exclaimed loudly. After being suppressed for 2 rounds, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Sun Wukong and Vegeta suddenly relaxed. Thankfully, Leelin had secured the victory. With this opponent defeated, their psychological burden was naturally alleviated. Zampa could no longer sit still. He seized Gaber's collar and demanded, "Tell me, what on earth is going on?" Spittle sprayed across Gaber's face, prompting him to wipe it off. Sitting nearby, the indifferent Hit finally opened his eyes, observing the furious Zampa. I don't know. It was just a blink, and Mr. Frost ended up like this," Gaber stammered. Although he had been watching the arena intently, he truly had no idea how Frost was eliminated. Not only he, But even the observing Kais had failed to grasp the situation. What nonsense! What were you doing? Zampa yelled angrily, tossing Gaber to the ground. He discreetly scanned the area for Beerus, his heart sinking. Could it be that what was previously said was indeed true? Chapter 116. Opportunities are rare. I shall grant a second chance impossible. This cannot be. Zampa quickly refuted. This young man appeared merely ordinary. How could he be so formidable? There must be some mistake. He must have employed some unseen means to achieve this. Yes, that must be it. Zampa consoled himself internally. Suddenly, he remembered the wager he had set. If his side lost, he would have to bow 3 times to the opposing team. Others might endure it, but he, as a proud god of destruction, could not bear such humiliation. Megiddo, you will take the next match. Hear me. You must win. Losing is not an option. Or I shall dismantle you. Zampa threatened fiercely. He now only hoped that Frost's defeat was merely an accident and not a result of this young man's true strength. Megiddo's eyes sparkled momentarily, indicating his determination to fulfill the task. Subsequently, his massive iron frame leaped down, crashing onto the arena. The ground trembled violently. Frost, who had been thrown beneath the stage, was instantly propelled upwards. This impact seemed to awaken him somewhat. He touched his somewhat dazed head, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. What happened to me? Frost muttered in confusion. He only remembered Leelin's figure shifting slightly, followed by a gust of wind rushing towards him. After that, everything was a blur. He found himself waking up beneath the stage. What are you still dawdling for? Get up here immediately, you disgraceful fool. Zampa scolded Frost with dissatisfaction. Despite his victory over 2 opponents, in Xiangpa's eyes, losing even a single match relegates one to the realm of the inept. Especially now, when he naively regards Leelin as an ordinary individual. What could be more humiliating than being defeated by someone devoid of combat prowess? In truth, Xiangpa harbors doubts about the opponent's true nature. Even if Frost stood motionless, the adversary would likely find themselves at a loss. Humph. Frost let out a cold snort, clearly agitated. Having suffered an ambiguous defeat, he now faced unwarranted reprimand. No one would take such treatment lightly. After all, he had once risked his life for Xiangpa and contributed to the 6th universe. How could he be treated like a mere dog? Yet, he lacked the courage to voice these grievances, instead flying to the stands with a face full of resentment. Upon finding a seat, he sat down with evident dissatisfaction. Xiangpa observed the 2 below, contemplating a redesign of the arena to ensure absolute certainty. In an instant, he found himself hovering directly above the stage. Seeing Xiangpa take action, Bardos promptly followed suit. With a flourish of his hands, the semicircular transparent barrier above the arena vanished, replaced by a smaller square shield. I hereby declare a modification of the competition rules. The contestants are confined to this designated area, and any contact with the protective barrier will result in a loss. Xiangpa announced coolly, though it was evident to discerning eyes that his words were aimed squarely at Leelin. Before Leelin could respond, Beerus intervened, storming forward with Whis. The 2 confronting Xiangpa midair. What is the meaning of this, Xiangpa? Are you unable to play fair? Changing the rules on a whim? Beerus expressed his discontent. Isn't this blatant targeting? How can there be fairness in such a match? If I remain silent, how can I maintain my authority in the universe? The clamor from the 7th universe's camp was considerable. 18 frowned, muttering softly, what a disgrace. Resorting to underhanded tactics for victory, such a person is unworthy of being a god of destruction. Indeed, it is utterly shameless, Bulma added. Over the years, the bond between the 2 women had grown strong, especially in their shared experiences of motherhood, leading to an unspoken camaraderie. Mom, don't be upset. Dad is the strongest. He will definitely win. Leelin chirped innocently, her adoration for her father evident, as in her eyes, he was invincible. Exactly. What Leelin says is true, 18 said, affectionately ruffling her hair. It wasn't just in the eyes of this little girl that Leelin was seen as unbeatable among the multitude of the 7th universe. Nearly everyone believed that he was the most formidable being. Regardless of how the rules shifted, as long as it remained a battle, he would surely emerge victorious. The argument above the arena persisted. Beerus made it abundantly clear that he would not accept the sudden alteration of the rules. Kampa, however, wore a confident expression. If you refuse, then we shall declare you the losers. No need for kneeling or bowing. Earth will belong to our 6th universe. Beside them, Vados finally spoke up, now striving to secure greater advantages for Kampa. Kampa initially frowned, but soon relaxed, silently acknowledging that his guardian angel had finally taken a decisive action on his behalf. Are you out of your mind? No, I cannot accept this, Beerus exclaimed, his eyes wide and his face flushed as he argued vehemently. Determined to seek justice for his side, Kampa merely smiled in silence. After all, he was the host, and the final interpretation rested with him. If there was dissent, they would be declared the losers as per the rules. As the two continued their heated debate, Leelin sighed while observing from above. Lord Beerus, please cease this quarrel. It truly is a waste of time. Allow me to handle this matter, he stated calmly. He found the incessant bickering exhausting and wished for a resolution through action whenever possible. Beerus glanced at Leelin's composed demeanor and, with a resigned nod, acquiesced. The arrangement of the venue might indeed harbor some devious schemes. Do be cautious, he advised before casting a cold glance at Kampa and departing. Kampa, however, regarded Leelin with a grave expression, increasingly uneasy as he sensed that this young man might cause him great embarrassment today. Leelin looked up at Kampa, smiling as he addressed him. Lord Kampa, have you considered my proposal? Consider what? Kampa inquired in a low voice. Allow your team to join the fray. Opportunities are scarce. And I am offering you a second chance now. If you decline, the next opportunity may not be as favorable, Leelin replied with a gentle smile, seemingly undeterred by the presence of the god of destruction. Chapter 117. Endure my strike, and I shall concede. Kampa felt an intense anger at such audacious words. This young man was even more infuriating and arrogant than that scoundrel Beerus. He could hardly believe that, having won by mere luck once, they could possibly secure a second victory. Prepare to bow, Kampa retorted with a menacing remark before turning to leave. Only Leelin and the robot Magetta remained on the field. As the match commenced, Magetta clenched his fists, ready to confront Leelin. You worthless scrap. I suggest you step down. You are not worthy of my effort, Leelin said with a calm smile. He understood this opponent's weakness, his fragile pride. A mere taunt could easily unsettle him. Indeed, Magetta, who had raised his hand with fierce intent, instantly lowered it, his expression turning to one of grievance. Observing the scene, it appeared as if he were saying, this person called me worthless, sob sob sob. I am not worthless, quickly leave. For the worthless have no right to stand on this stage. Leelin intensified his ridicule, continuously repeating the phrase worthless. Yet, it was precisely this phrase that drove Magetta to an unbearable state. Without regard for his dignity, he rushed off the stage, crouching below with his face buried in his hands, weeping. Sometimes, battles are simply this straightforward, lamented Leelin, shaking his head. The audience, particularly Xiangpa, was left dumbfounded, furiously shouting at those around him, what is happening? Can anyone tell me what the hell is going on? He had meticulously constructed an appropriately sized arena for Magada's strength, only for him to descend the moment he arrived, ready to enjoy the spectacle. The feeling was akin to swallowing several dead flies. What on earth is happening? This is hysterical. Can anyone explain this to me? Beside him, Beerus echoed similar sentiments. Yet his mood was remarkably buoyant as he could not help but burst into laughter. Xiangpa had labored for such a long time, and yet the event concluded before it even began. Truly, it was a situation that could elicit uncontrollable laughter. Leelin is indeed formidable. He doesn't even need to lift a finger. With just a few words, he has vanquished his opponent, Vegeta remarked sincerely, beginning to genuinely admire Leelin. It seemed utterly ridiculous to think he had once considered opposing him. Such a person, whether in the past, present, or future, would always remain an object of reverence for mere mortals. The more he watched, the more he felt a sense of shame. He had set Leelin as his target, but it appeared he had aimed too high. Sun Wukong agreed, though his tone was tinged with resignation. He aspired to surpass Leelin. Yet the simplicity of the exchange indicated that he still had a long way to go, both in strength and in understanding. Magetta, come back up here, you useless thing. If you do not provide an explanation, I will dismantle you, Xiangpa exclaimed, now utterly furious. If he had lost, he could have claimed that he was simply outmatched. But to concede without a fight was intolerable. He demanded an explanation. Bardamus, go fetch him for me, Xiangpa commanded, pointing at the large bear. The bear scratched his head and then flew down, exerting tremendous effort to drag Magetta back up. What is going on? Xiangpa glared at Magetta, questioning him loudly. Beep beep beep, dee dee dee. Magetta relayed a series of frequencies. Xiangpa seemed to comprehend this language, and upon hearing it, his eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly believe that this individual had been brought to tears by mere words. Thus, he chose to forfeit. Upon realizing this, Xiangpa was engulfed in a profound sense of despair. Upon reflection, it seems that Beerus may have spoken the truth. The individuals he summoned are indeed of little worth. In a moment of despair, he inadvertently spotted Gabe and bellowed, "What are you staring at? Get down there and compete." Startled, Gabe was rendered speechless and promptly soared down to the arena. Kampa, shaking his head in resignation, muttered, "Another worthless one." He then turned his gaze towards the stoic Hit. Fortunately, not all was lost. Kampa silently contemplated. He still possessed Hit, a formidable ace, whose mastery of the time-skip technique was nothing short of extraordinary. Now, should he be able to unleash his full potential, their chances of victory remained quite favorable. Moreover, the contender in the arena had yet to demonstrate any genuine prowess. Perhaps Gabe could indeed defeat him. In the arena, Leelin observed the diminutive figure that had jumped onto the stage. Why not concede? It would be a swift end and a relief, Leelin remarked nonchalantly. Gabe, a scion from the 6th universe, was unlike Son Goku and his companions. He could not transform into a Super Saiyan. Swallowing nervously, Gabe contemplated surrendering but feared that Kampa would not spare him if he did. He recalled that the losing universe would be compelled to bow and pay respects to the victor. Despite his weakness, he could never bring himself to perform such an act. Enough chatter. We haven't even fought yet. How can you assume I will lose? Gabe replied anxiously, already assuming a combat stance. In the stands of the 7th universe, Son Goku and Vegeta, intrigued by the arrival of a fellow scion from the opposing side, moved closer to observe their kin. He looks rather short, even smaller than Vegeta. Son Goku murmured to himself. Vegeta, overhearing this, bristled with indignation. What do you mean by smaller than me? Though I may not be tall, my physique is undeniably robust. Kakarot, if you cannot speak wisely, kindly remain silent. No one considers you mute, Vegeta retorted, irked by jokes about his height. It seemed to him that Son Goku was not joking, but rather speaking from the heart. Realizing Vegeta had approached him, Son Goku offered a sheepish grin. Back in the arena, Leelin observed his opponent's readiness and spoke with a calm demeanor. Very well. As he extended a finger, he continued, "If you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall concede. What do you think?" His words exuded an unparalleled aura of dominance. The members of the 6th universe were taken aback by his audacity. How presumptuous to claim he would concede after just one blow. Was he overconfident in his abilities? Or was he simply a fool? Chapter 118. Beyond doubt, one strike? This boy is exceedingly arrogant. Kampa seethed at Leelin's brazen attitude. Gab, teach him a lesson. Xiangpa shouted loudly from below the stage. He stubbornly believed that Leelin was merely an ordinary person devoid of combat prowess, possessing only a modicum of miraculous power. With a bit of caution, he was certain of victory. Humph. Beerus scoffed disdainfully. Even now, Xiangpa failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Leelin's strength surpassed anything he could fathom. Not even the elite fighters of the 6th universe stood a chance against him. Even if Beerus himself, the god of destruction of the 6th universe, were to intervene, he would be no match for Leelin. Son Wukong and Vegeta were also riveted. As the opponent was a scion, sharing their lineage, they were keen to witness whether he could endure even a single exchange with Leelin. Mr. Leelin, isn't it a bit presumptuous to claim you need only one move? Gab frowned. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Recognizing himself as the weakest in the 6th universe, surely he could withstand at least one strike, couldn't he? Heh. Leelin chuckled softly, then replied, "One strike is already sufficient. If I were to unleash more, I fear for your life." He did not believe that a scion who could not even transform into a Super Saiyan could withstand his attack. Even Son Wukong or Vegeta in their super blue forms might struggle to endure his full power. How would one know without trying? Gab's gaze sharpened, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Though he was humble, being looked down upon kindled a flicker of anger within him. "Come, I shall allow you to attack first. I will stand here and not retaliate," Leelin stated calmly. He regarded Gab as a decent individual and, if possible, did not wish to injure him. Since Gab was unwilling to back down, Leelin was more than willing to provide him with an opportunity to showcase his abilities. In a flash, Gab no longer held back, appearing right before Leelin. Bang, bang, bang. His slender arms unleashed a powerful barrage upon Leelin, yet he remained utterly unmoved, as if impervious to the onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. Gab intensified his efforts, unleashing his energy, but the outcome remained unchanged. His fists struck Leelin as if they were hammering against an unyielding wall. Not only did he fail to topple his opponent, but his hands also began to throb with pain. How is this possible? Xiangpa could no longer remain seated, springing to his feet. According to his earlier assumptions, if Leelin were truly an ordinary person devoid of energy, Gab's attacks should have overwhelmed him. However, the scene unfolding before him far exceeded his expectations. Not only did Leelin withstand the blows, but he appeared entirely unfazed. At that moment, Shite also widened his eyes in disbelief, mirroring Xiangpa's thoughts. He could not fathom how someone seemingly devoid of any energy could endure such relentless attacks. As a premier assassin, he momentarily sensed the palpable danger emanating from Leelin. This individual was far from being as simple as he appeared, Hit murmured to himself. The outcome of the match had become glaringly apparent. Gabe was destined to suffer a severe defeat. However, he pondered the potential outcome should he confront Leelin himself. Bados, what on earth is happening? Xiangpa suddenly recalled the neglected angel. Bados approached Xiangpa, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, "My lord Xiangpa, I have already warned you about this individual. Enough, you needn't elaborate. If it echoes your previous statements, I shall remain steadfast in my disbelief," Xiangpa interjected, dismissing her words outright. The ghostly whispers of an angel's power were the last things he wished to entertain. Why would a mere human possess the capability to cultivate such strength, rivaling that of an angel? One must question the basis of this. To be frank, he wasn't entirely skeptical, but rather reluctant to accept the truth. For if this were indeed the case, defeat for his side would be inevitable. The thought of bowing before Beerus after such a loss sent shivers down his spine. Since you refuse to believe, I shall refrain from further discourse. Let the outcome of the match serve as your revelation, or should you doubt, you may verify it personally once the contest concludes, Bados retorted, her temper flaring. From the very beginning, she had attempted to counsel him, but Xiangpa's obstinacy was proving excessive. It seemed he needed to witness a significant defeat before he would heed the advice of others. Having said her piece, she took a seat off to the side. It appeared that today, Xiangpa needed to see the result for himself before he would be satisfied. Xiangpa furrowed his brow and redirected his gaze back to the arena. There. Gabe was launching punches and kicks at Leelin, yet rather than inflicting damage, he only succeeded in exhausting himself. The disparity was astonishing. Vegeta shook his head in resignation. He had encountered such an awkward predicament before, but never anticipated witnessing it in someone else. Why doesn't this kid transform into a Super Saiyan? He wondered aloud. While such a transformation might not guarantee victory, it was worth a try. Goku furrowed his brow, reflecting on the situation. In truth, he had anticipated this outcome long ago. He merely wished to observe the level of mastery that the Saiyans from this universe could achieve, yet regrettably, this individual remained in his base form. Perhaps he simply cannot transform, Whis remarked with a gentle smile. What? Goku and Vegeta exclaimed in unison, astonished. To them, the notion of transforming into a Super Saiyan was a commonplace skill, as accessible as breathing. My son was able to transform at such a young age. How could this kid not manage such a simple feat? Goku scratched his head in confusion. It is indeed possible. The developmental trajectories of the two universes differ, Beerus interjected, rarely engaging in conversation. It may be that victory is within reach, allowing for a moment of tranquility in the mind. If you were to consider the developmental trajectory of the opposing universe, you might find that this young man pales in comparison, Beerus continued to elucidate. Goku and Vegeta remained somewhat perplexed, unaware of the intricacies of such developmental issues. They only understood that if a Saiyan could not transform into a Super Saiyan, they were deemed worthless. Chapter 119. Kabo. At this moment, Kabo was drenched in sweat and breathless, never having realized that engaging in combat could be so exhausting. Can you still muster some strength? Leelin asked him nonchalantly. Kabo swallowed hard, hurriedly stepping back a few paces. He now comprehended the sheer terror of this individual's power. No matter how hard he exerted himself, he could not even force Leelin to retreat a single step, let alone entertain thoughts of defeating him. It appears this is futile, Leelin remarked coolly, beginning to advance slowly. As Kabo watched Leelin approach, fear gripped his heart. Wait, I concede. He attempted to declare his surrender, yet before he could utter the word surrender, Leelin had already begun his assault, launching a punch. Boom. A resounding sonic explosion erupted. The force of the punch whistling through the air with tremendous might, creating a powerful turbulence that reverberated across the arena. Kappa sought to evade the blow, but the overwhelming force rendered his body immobile. Bang! With a dull thud, darkness engulfed Kappa's vision as he spat blood, sent hurtling off the stage, crashing heavily below. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Indeed, a single strike had sufficed. In reality, it could hardly be classified as a technique. It was merely a straightforward punch that had knocked Kappa out of the ring. Another defeat for the sixth universe. Impossible. This cannot be, Kappa exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could not fathom that such a display was genuine. This young man exuded no discernible aura, yet he had created such an uproar. On the side of the seventh universe, cheers erupted upon witnessing Leelin's effortless victory. They knew that with Leelin's prowess, dealing with such minor opponents was child's play. Well done, Leelin. Seize the moment and clinch the match. Beerus encouraged with a smile, casting a triumphant glance at Kappa. The positions of the two had completely reversed. Was this not entirely expected? There was nothing remarkable about it. Indeed, Lord Beerus, Whis remarked calmly. After all, Leelin is a product of your training. It brings me great joy to witness him excel in this inter-universal contest. True enough, yet it is regrettable that in critical moments, we can only rely on Leelin. This is indeed a sorrow for our seventh universe, Beerus nodded, unconsciously glancing at Goku and Vegeta. Although the two did not catch Beerus's gaze, they discerned the underlying sentiment in his words. Though the two individuals wished to dispute their reliability, the truth remained that defeat was defeat, and they could only bow their heads in shame. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Whis's face. These two seemed to be products of his own tutelage, yet the disparity between them appeared rather vast. Kappa, at that moment, was akin to an ant on a hot skillet, pacing restlessly on the stand. He realized he had but one last contender left, Hit. As the trump card of Universe 6, his prowess was beyond question. However, Kappa's confidence had waned considerably. An overwhelming fear consumed him, dreading the prospect of Hit's potential defeat. The thought of kneeling before Beerus was more unbearable than death itself. Regret gnawed at Kappa. He lamented his reckless boasting and his foolish bets. Originally, losing meant forfeiting the Super Dragon Balls, but now, if defeat were to befall him, it would be a grave disgrace. Lord Kappa, may I take the stage? Hit stood, approaching Kappa, his curiosity about the fighter on the battlefield intensifying. He pondered the outcome of their confrontation with uncertainty. Can you prevail? Kappa managed to utter with great difficulty. The stakes were too high for him to bear. The sight of Beerus flaunting his dominance before him was almost intolerable, despite his reluctance to accept it. The fighter below did indeed seem to possess the strength to rival an angel, as Bados had suggested. I will do my best, Hit replied hesitantly. Feeling a lack of conviction, he understood that should he falter, their entire faction would be doomed. The wager proposed by Kappa was etched clearly in his mind. Their entire team would have to bow and pay respects to the opposing side. Bearing the title of the universe's foremost assassin, he could never accept such a humiliating fate, even if it meant his demise. I tell you, it is not merely an effort, it is imperative. If you dare to lose, I shall end you. Kappa bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the venue. His urgency was palpable, and the spittle flew as he spoke. Understood, Hit replied, wiping his face dry before soaring towards the arena. Huh. He's anxious, he's anxious. Kappa is in a panic. Beerus reveled in the unfolding drama, his excitement amplifying with Kappa's agitation. Their long-standing rivalry was characterized by a constant exchange of victories, yet today, Beerus was poised for a definitive triumph, something he had not relished in many years. Lord Beerus, do not rejoice too soon, Whis remarked casually, then turned his gaze to Hit. This individual possesses a notable reputation. Hit, the #1 assassin of Universe 6. Upon hearing the word #1, Goku and Vegeta's interest peaked, but upon laying eyes on Hit, a glimmer of disappointment crossed their features. Whis, have you made an error? This individual appears rather unremarkable, Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. He could sense Hit's aura, which, though formidable, did not seem overly strong. If such a person could claim the title of the foremost assassin, one could only imagine the chaos they would unleash upon Universe 6. Vegeta, too, frowned at Whis, pondering how this seemingly unexceptional figure had garnered such high praise. To my knowledge, this individual possesses a unique technique known as the time skip. It allows him to halt time, during which others are rendered immobile while he can attack at will. Do you not find that impressive? Whis explained nonchalantly. He inherently possesses the ability to manipulate time and is quite sensitive to its nuances. Hit, as I have heard from his sister, Bardos, is formidable. If one cannot counter his time skip, they may very well become his plaything, ultimately tortured to death. Chapter 120. Time skip. Upon hearing Whis' explanation, the others began to grasp the situation. This seemingly plain individual indeed held some extraordinary capabilities. The power to control time is truly fearsome, Sun Wukong remarked, nodding in agreement. If a person is frozen in time, unable to act, while their opponent moves freely, does that not render one a mere lamb to the slaughter? Surely, Leelin cannot be defeated, Vegeta expressed his concern. Even someone as strong as Leelin appears to lack a countermeasure against time manipulation. It is important to note that losing would require him to bow his head, and as a prince of the Saiyans, such a proud heart would never allow for such humiliation. Rest assured, such a technique would be utterly ineffective against the two of you. However, when it comes to Leelin, the outcome remains uncertain. The user of the time skip finds their ability ineffective if their opponent's power vastly exceeds their own. In other words, it may work, but it cannot influence someone of significantly greater strength, Beerus interjected, building upon Whis' explanation. Even if Sun Wukong and Vegeta entered the fray unscathed, facing this opponent would likely lead to their elimination. Fortunately, they still have Leelin, whose strength undoubtedly surpasses that of Hit. Thus, the time skip should pose no threat to him. Oh, I did not expect Lord Beerus to be so well informed about this. Whis had intended to intimidate Beerus. Leelin's immense power renders the time skip ineffective against him. He chuckled. I have lived long enough to possess a modicum of insight, Beerus replied nonchalantly, absent-mindedly picking his nose. His primary concern at the moment was how to relish Kampa's forthcoming reverence. Moreover, he was apprehensive about whether Kampa might suddenly renege on their agreement. Kampa's expression darkened at that moment. The instant Hit stepped onto the stage, he had made a resolute decision. Under no circumstances would he kneel before Beerus, as that would be utterly disgraceful. Although the wager was his proposal, failing to adhere to it would merely tarnish his reputation as a renegade. It is certainly more cost-effective than bowing in person. At worst, after a defeat, I can have Bardos swiftly escort me away from this place. As for the participants from Universe 6, their fate is no longer my concern. They can only wish for their own good fortune. If they do not mind the humiliation, they can kneel boldly on the arena. Leelin observed the impassive Hit with calm composure. Hit, with his hands tucked deep in his pockets, projected an aura of cold indifference. So, how do you wish to proceed? Leelin inquired nonchalantly. He was aware that Hit was adept in the art of instant transmission, yet he felt no fear of such abilities. Let us commence directly. Hit withdrew his hands from his pockets, adopting a somewhat defensive stance. Very well. I too wish to resolve this battle swiftly, Leelin responded with a placid demeanor. Following his words, he beckoned with his fingers, inviting Hit to make the first move. With a sharp gaze, Hit focused on Leelin's form and in an instant, appeared right before him. A powerful punch landed squarely on Leelin's face. However, the outcome was no different from that of the previous encounter with Gabe. Leelin remained steadfast, showing no signs of faltering. Hit unleashed his inner energy, a purple aura surging forth. A flurry of relentless attacks ensued, yet they yielded little effect. Hit felt a twinge of surprise within. The strength of Leelin's body was beyond what he could shake. Even with his instant transmission, his strikes bore no fruit. How monotonous. Employing the same technique again and again, Leelin remarked with exasperation. Since his power had grown, he felt his opponents had become increasingly feeble. As soon as he finished speaking, Leelin extended his hand, preparing to counterattack. Upon noticing Leelin's intention, Hit swiftly activated his instant transmission. In a fleeting moment, the world dimmed, and Leelin sensed a brief delay in his response. However, he quickly regained his composure, while Hit found himself propelled several dozen meters away. Is this instant transmission? It indeed possesses a certain flair, Leelin mused. Such a technique can eliminate foes without a trace, making it perfectly suited for an assassin. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could he learn this move? If given even a mere second, he could seamlessly unleash all his techniques in succession. Beads of cold sweat formed on Hit's brow. Although the previous assault had not drained much of his stamina, Leelin's recent action was truly intimidating. Despite his timely use of instant transmission, he still felt the sting of Leelin's palm. Come on, continue, Leelin called, zeroing in on Hit's position. With a swift movement, he launched himself forward once more. Hit's pupils constricted as he watched Leelin's figure and hastily employed instant transmission again. narrowly evading the incoming strike. Leelin gazed at the now retreating Hit, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He had deliberately slowed his pace, allowing Hit to dodge successfully. Had he exerted his full strength, Hit would have had no opportunity to utilize instant transmission at all. He would be directly thrown off the stage. It was simply terrifying. As he had no opportunity to strike back, Hit felt despair for the first time. His time skip ability granted him a mere 0.1 seconds of pause, enough to counter any foe and then retreat from the battlefield. However, against Leelin, that fleeting moment proved utterly insufficient. After barely evading an attack, the time freeze came to an end, leaving no chance for retaliation. Continue, Leelin said with a smile, charging forward once more. Hit continued to utilize his time skip technique to evade. Leelin, perceiving the fluctuations of energy within Hit each time he activated his ability, began to grasp certain aspects. Yet this understanding was far from complete. Leelin relentlessly attacked, forcing Hit to rely on his time skip to dodge. A once formidable assassination skill had been reduced to a desperate means of survival. Damn it, Hit gritted his teeth. Just as he landed, gasping for breath, another wave of assaults surged toward him, granting him no respite. The time skip was employed repeatedly. In the stands, both the 7th universe and the 6th universe watched the battle on the stage, feeling somewhat bewildered. Their cultivation levels prevented them from discerning how Leelin moved, let alone how Hit dodged. They could only perceive the fleeting silhouettes of the two combatants on the stage, reminiscent of a film stuttering through frames. The scene shifted abruptly, as if the camera had changed angles. This phenomenon persisted for nearly half an hour. Hit was panting heavily, while Leelin appeared to possess a vast reserve of energy. Ah, so that's how it is. Leelin seemed to have an epiphany, nodding with a smile. Chapter 121. Leelin's time skip. Beerus yawned, expressing his boredom. What is that kid Leelin doing? Why isn't he finishing the battle quickly? He was eager to enjoy Kampa's worship after his victory, but now his mood had soured. Whis, observing intently, seemed to have grasped something. Kampa, watching the two figures flicker on stage, felt a sense of inner turmoil. Can this end soon? I want to leave as soon as possible. The prolonged stalemate was truly nerve-wracking. In truth, if he wished to escape, he could do so at any moment. However, with the ongoing stalemate on the stage, a sliver of hope lingered in his heart. If Hit were to win, wouldn't leaving now be a great loss? On the stage, Hit gasped for air, sweat streaming down his face. The frequent use of his time skip had begun to take a toll on his stamina. If this continued, he wouldn't just lose the battle, he might very well collapse from exhaustion. Are you done already? Leelin said calmly. He had developed a general understanding of the time skip ability. Though it was not yet profound, with a bit more practical application, he felt he would grasp it completely. Hit was still gasping for breath, his heart weighed down by the gravity of Leelin's words. This adversary was one he could not hope to defeat. The odds were stacked entirely against him. Indeed, you are formidable. However, if you wish to vanquish me, it may not be as effortless as you presume. Hit remarked in a low voice, perhaps due to the prolonged assault from Leelin, which had failed to inflict any substantial harm. He mistakenly believed that Leelin was also at a loss against his time flash technique. TSK. Do you not realize that I have yet to exert my full strength? Leelin replied nonchalantly. What? Hit was momentarily taken aback, but his expression quickly returned to normal. He assumed that Leelin was merely bluffing. If he could easily subdue him, why prolong the encounter? If I were to unleash my full power, your time flash would be utterly ineffective against me, Leelin asserted dismissively. He had already discerned that Hit's technique was indeed impressive, yet it bore no efficacy against someone whose strength far surpassed his own. He had been holding back intentionally, keen to learn this skill. Mastering it would undoubtedly ease his future confrontations. Very well, then come and test your claim, Hit retorted, unfazed. Although his stamina was at its limit, he still had enough energy to execute a few more time flashes. The notion that he could be defeated within those attempts was nothing short of folly. With a faint smile, Leelin appeared to transcend the constraints of time itself. In an instant, he materialized before Hit, gently tapping him with a finger. As time resumed its flow, Hit's body was sent hurtling backward, blood gushing from his mouth. The situation in the arena took a drastic turn. Hit was unexpectedly launched away, blood spilling forth. The spectators in the stands rose abruptly in astonishment. What just happened? Sun Wukong exclaimed in disbelief. He had not seen any movement from Leelin. It was as if, in a mere moment, he had simply appeared before Hit. Could the speed be so astonishing? Vegeta could scarcely believe his eyes. Although he too had previously struggled to catch Leelin's movements, the trajectory had been somewhat discernible. Yet this time, not only were the actions obscured, but even the path taken was invisible. No one had witnessed how Height had sustained his injuries. Whis, what is going on? Beerus asked, equally perplexed. He had just sensed a disconnection from reality, and in that fleeting instant, the dynamics of the battle had shifted dramatically. An idea began to form in his mind, though he remained uncertain as he turned to Whis for clarification. Time paused for but a moment. Whis replied, his gaze fixed on Leelin, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. If I am not mistaken, Leelin has mastered the time flash technique. This was his assessment. He himself possessed the ability to manipulate time, extending beyond mere pausing. It was a far more intricate mastery. Time can indeed be rewound to 3 minutes prior. Thus, he possesses a profound awareness of the recent temporal delay. This young man is truly remarkable. He has managed to master such a skill. Beerus remarked with admiration. The power of time is a gift bestowed upon a select few by nature. Such individuals are exceedingly rare. Others cultivate this ability through diligent practice, a category that, while more populous, still remains extraordinarily scarce, particularly in the case of Leelin, who has never deliberately honed the laws of time. Merely having observed a few instances, he is able to wield such power, a phenomenon unparalleled throughout history. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, overhearing the conversation between Beerus and Whis, were enveloped in an indescribable astonishment. They have come to realize the stark disparity between themselves and Leelin. It is not a matter of insufficient diligence in their training or a lack of formidable mentors. Rather, it is their inherent talent that falls short. They are already significantly behind in the realm of innate ability. The adage hard work can compensate for lack of talent no longer suffices to bridge the chasm between them. In the stands of the 6th universe, Kappa blinked repeatedly, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Vados, what is happening? How did it suddenly transform like this? He turned to Vados with a mix of confusion and concern. However, Vados, still irked, chose to ignore him, her gaze fixed ahead, disregarding his presence. Yet, even she was deeply astonished. She had not anticipated that Leelin was not only exceptionally powerful, but also possessed an extraordinary capacity for learning. Having merely observed a few techniques, he could execute them flawlessly. Kampa, seeing Vados's indifference, helplessly redirected his attention back to the arena. At that moment, the most astonished of all was not anyone else, but Hit, who lay on the stage, slowly rising. As the practitioner of the technique, he recognized precisely which move Leelin had just employed. How could you use time skip? Hit stammered, his voice trembling. He had endured considerable hardship to master this technique, sacrificing much of his own strength in the process. Yet now, his once prized ability had been wielded so effortlessly by another. The feelings swirling within him were beyond the comprehension of others. It's not particularly difficult. What is there that cannot be learned? Leelin remarked with curiosity. Time skip is merely a form of martial arts. Anyone can learn it. Having acquired it, what is there to be astonished by? Why don't you give it a try? Hit felt an urge to vomit blood upon hearing these words, as the technique he had painstakingly perfected seemed trivialized by Leelin's casual dismissal. All right, you needn't be surprised. Since you've mastered it, I shall not trouble you further, Leelin said nonchalantly. He then executed time skip once more, appearing instantly before Hit. With a resounding thud, Leelin delivered a punch, causing Hit to cough up a copious amount of blood before collapsing helplessly onto the arena, devoid of combat capability. Thus, the contest between the 6th and 7th universes has reached its conclusion, culminating in a resounding victory for the 7th universe. Hooray! What splendid news! We have triumphed. A wave of exhilaration erupted from the stands of the 7th universe, for the match has ended in their favor. It is only natural to rejoice in such moments. At this juncture, Beerus felt a genuine sense of relief wash over him. The joy swelling within him could no longer be contained, manifesting vividly upon his countenance. Leelin, splendid work. Truly, you are a powerhouse of our 7th universe. Beerus raised his arms high, overwhelmed with elation. Although he had anticipated the outcome, the actual moment of victory was undeniably thrilling. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at the opposing Kampa, who was now drenched in sweat from anxiety. Vados, we must make haste, Kampa urged urgently. In such a dire moment, fleeing was the only option. He certainly wished to avoid kneeling before Beerus. Vados, seemingly oblivious to his distress, merely shot him a dispassionate glance and remained silent. In retrospect, the time to flee was long past. She had already issued countless warnings. And this instance would simply serve as a lesson. Vados, are you listening? We need to run. Kampa escalated his urgency, raising his voice. Run? Beerus had already approached him. Disdain written across his face. Where do you intend to escape to? Beerus had anticipated Kampa's change of heart and had promptly summoned Whis to hasten his arrival. To his astonishment, upon his arrival, he indeed overheard Kampa's intentions to abscond. What the devil are you doing here? Kampa said, a hint of guilt in his tone. I have come to await your submission and prostration before me. Beerus replied coolly, hands clasped behind his back. He had finally obtained an opportunity to subdue Kampa's arrogance. There was no way he would let this chance slip away. Today, he intended to thoroughly humiliate this rival, ensuring that Kampa would think twice before daring to act brazenly in his presence again. Hearing these words, Kampa instinctively retreated a few steps. Regret consumed him. He cursed himself for his reckless words that had led to such an embarrassing predicament. He wished he could slap himself for his indiscretion. Why the silence? You set the terms for the match and the wager. Are you now backing out? Beerus remarked, observing Kampa's prolonged silence with a tone that was neither here nor there. He did not genuinely expect Kampa to kneel. Even if Kampa agreed, Vados would certainly not acquiesce. His purpose in voicing this was to exert pressure and belittle this fellow. Beerus, what arrogance do you possess? It was not you who won the match. What is there for you to gloat about? Kampa retorted, frustration evident in his voice, uttering a statement devoid of reason. Oh. Beerus was momentarily taken aback, a foolish grin spreading across his face as he shook his head. It is true that I did not win the match. However, Leelin is from my 7th universe, and your 6th universe has undeniably lost to us. This should be beyond dispute, wouldn't you agree? Beerus now gazed at Kampa as if he were a fool. Since it was clear that making him kneel was impossible, it would be more advantageous to take the opportunity to further humiliate him, ensuring that he would always be unable to hold his head high in the future. Very well. Since you are so unconvinced by your defeat, why not spar with Leelin for a few rounds? What do you think? Beerus remarked nonchalantly, seemingly wishing to leverage Leelin's power to humiliate Kampa further. It was now up to this young man to demonstrate whether he possessed the courage to accept the challenge. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Kampa hesitated slightly. He was tempted to say, let us give it a try. However, he had come to believe that Leelin truly possessed the power of an angel. It was well known that an angel's strength far surpassed that of a destroyer. Even if he were to confront him, the odds of victory were non-existent. Would he not simply be inviting his own humiliation in the end? Observing Kampa's indecision, Beerus decided to intensify his pressure. With Vados present, it was certain she would not allow Kampa to suffer humiliation. How about this? You can descend and spar with Leelin, and regardless of the outcome, the wager will be rendered void. What do you say? Beerus said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Kampa felt a flicker of joy within him. Yet, recalling Vados's earlier assertion that this young man possessed angelic power, his confidence quickly waned. Although nullifying the wager would undoubtedly benefit him, he was acutely aware of his inability to defeat Leelin. Should he lose, the humiliation he would endure would not differ significantly from his current predicament. Look at you. Even if you disregard your own dignity and kneel before me, do the warriors of your 6th universe share such a lack of pride? They still possess their self-respect. Feeling his words lacked sufficient impact, Beerus intensified his rhetoric. Kampa glanced at Kaba, Frost, and the others, and indeed, they were all watching him with eager anticipation. Go on, Lord Kampa. You are the destroyer. If you step forward, you shall undoubtedly prevail, Kaba declared with excitement. Indeed, my esteemed Lord Destroyer, your brilliance illuminates the entire universe. Such a minor skirmish should pose no challenge for you. Frost began to sing praises. Their thoughts were simple. They would never kneel, no matter what. They were all top-tier warriors in the universe. How could they endure such disgrace? To them, Beerus was now a benevolent figure, offering them an excellent opportunity to avoid humiliation. Should Kampa refuse, he would lose all credibility as a destroyer. Whether he could maintain his position in the future would be in question. Very well, we accept, Vados stated, rising to her feet with a cold voice. At this moment, if she did not interject, Kampa would truly lose his composure. Yet even with her words, Kampa's situation was not significantly improved. Vados, why do you? Kampa sighed helplessly. He is acutely aware of his own capabilities. Should his opponent truly possess angelic power, he would likely be incapacitated in a single blow. However, there is a condition that Bardos has yet to articulate. Chapter 123. A new round of combat. Beerus frowned, expressing his irritation at the numerous stipulations presented while granting them an opportunity. Nevertheless, he refrained from interrupting Bardos, permitting her to continue. The battle between the two sides should be restrained. After all, it is a contest against the god of destruction, which holds profound significance. Both Whis and I will observe the entire affair, Bardos stated with a calm demeanor. Beerus pondered for a moment and found no fault in her words. Giving a slight nod, he understood that the notions of restraint and significance were mere pretenses, primarily motivated by a desire to prevent Kampa from being humiliated by Leelin. The last statement clearly implied that she would intervene if necessary. Very well, I have no objections. Let us proceed as such, Beerus replied slowly. In any case, he would not emerge from the match at a disadvantage, and it remained to be seen how much face Leelin could reclaim for himself. With that, he departed, returning to the viewing stand of Universe 7. Upon seeing Beerus and the others leave, Kampa shook his head with a wry smile, saying, Bardos, keep a close watch. Don't let me be too embarrassed. Rest assured, Lord Kampa, Bardos replied coolly. In truth, she wished to express that had she known it would come to this, she might have acted differently. She would remain vigilant during the battle, ready to intervene at the slightest indication of Kampa's impending defeat, thus preserving his dignity while avoiding loss. In the viewing stand of Universe 7, Goku idly rested his head in his hands. Lord Beerus, the match should be concluded by now, right? According to the rules, everyone from Universe 6 has been defeated by Leelin. There is no need to prolong this any further. We should return to our training, after witnessing Leelin's prowess. Our desire to improve has been reignited. What is the rush? There are still more spectacles to unfold, Beerus remarked, casting a disinterested glance in his direction. More spectacles? What more could there possibly be? The match has already ended, Goku queried softly, observing the spectators who, after their cheers, had begun to engage in idle chatter. Some were napping, others playing cards. The scene resembled that of an event that had already concluded. Hearing Goku's question, Beerus shook his head in resignation, but chose not to provide an explanation. Lord Beerus has arranged for a battle between Leelin and the god of destruction, Whis said with a gentle smile. Really? Goku exclaimed in surprise, having thought the event was over and that he could return home for dinner. No one had anticipated that the grand finale was yet to come. A duel between Leelin and the god of destruction promised to be an exhilarating spectacle. Vegeta's expression shifted to one of excitement upon hearing this news. However, as he contemplated Leelin's formidable strength, his enthusiasm was tempered. Oh, I hope that Leelin will grant us a brief opportunity and not conclude the event too swiftly. Otherwise, we shall witness nothing, and the competition will end prematurely. Vegeta lamented. Perhaps this is the lament of the weak. Not only is one unable to engage in battle, but when merely observing, one cannot discern the situation due to insufficient strength. Indeed, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Leelin's prowess far surpasses that of a god of destruction. He is capable of exchanging blows with Whis, should he unleash his full power from the outset. The opposing god of destruction would likely be unable to withstand even a single strike. Whis, overhearing their conversation, chuckled and shook his head. Leelin is unlikely to exert his full strength. His ability to reach the combat level of an angel is entirely due to the enhancement of the Kaioken tenfold. Based on my understanding of that lad, ever since our last battle, he would not readily resort to that technique again, Whis remarked with a smile. After all, Leelin's foundational combat strength already exceeds that of a god of destruction. There is no need for him to employ the Kaioken to amplify his power. That is reassuring. Indeed, Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully. If that is the case, it would be splendid. They will be able to witness the battle between Leelin and the god of destruction in its entirety. Whis, enough idle chatter. Have you spoken to Leelin about this matter? Beerus reminded nonchalantly. The two had made their decision impulsively, yet the individual below still gazed up in confusion. Oh, I almost forgot. No matter, I shall inform him, Whis replied with a gentle smile. With a swift turn, he materialized beside Leelin. Leelin, looking bewildered, stared at Whis. He had been waiting on the arena for quite some time, yet had not received any announcement regarding the conclusion of the competition. Upon seeing Whis arrive, he quickly approached and inquired, What is it, Whis? The match should have concluded by now, should it not? Logically, it should have ended, after all. It was the last competitor from Universe 6. Defeating him would signify victory for Universe 7. Yes, the formal competition has indeed concluded, Whis replied with a serene smile. Leelin was left in a haze. What did Whis mean by the formal competition being over? He curiously pressed, "Are there further contests to follow?" Whis nodded with a smile, then slowly began to elucidate the matter to Leelin. At that moment, Bardos descended gracefully from the stands of Universe 6, accompanied by Compa. After a brief medical intervention, Hit, who lay on the arena, regained consciousness and silently floated to the stands. "Oh, I see. Well, it would be interesting to engage with the gods of destruction from other universes, as I am eager to experience that sensation," Leelin replied with a smile. He had no objections to battling Compa. After all, he had just mastered the instant transmission technique, and Hit had proven to be rather fragile, leaving him with little opportunity to fully demonstrate his abilities. Now, with Compa as a new opponent, he could adequately test his skills. "If you have no objections, then that is splendid," Whis said with a smile, then quietly retreated to the front of the arena. On the other side, Bados was offering encouragement to Xiangpa. "Do not fear, my lord Xiangpa. This fellow's fundamental strength is comparable to that of a god of destruction," Bados quietly assured. "Weiss has just informed me that he will not employ any skills to enhance his combat abilities. Therefore, during your battle, do not succumb to excessive psychological pressure. Fight boldly and without reservation." Xiangpa, upon hearing Bados's words, managed a wry smile and nodded. Fortunately, Bados was by his side for this match, and she would swiftly intervene if necessary. After arranging all matters, Bados retreated to the front of the arena, standing shoulder to shoulder with Weiss. On the stage, Leelin and Xiangpa exchanged glances. "My lord Xiangpa, I concede," Leelin said, unsure of how to greet him, and offered a slight bow. Xiangpa, his expression stiff, nodded in response. Suddenly, Leelin lunged forward, delivering a punch directly at Xiangpa. Xiangpa's eyes widened in surprise as he hastily prepared to defend himself. A heavy thud echoed throughout the venue. After absorbing the blow, Xiangpa staggered backward, his short legs struggling to regain stability. Internally, he cursed Bados. How can this be considered comparable to the strength of a god of destruction? It feels like he is on an entirely different level. Chapter 124. The enraged Xiangpa. Yet, at that moment, he had no alternative but to press on. Gritting his teeth, Xiangpa unleashed a dark purple aura that enveloped the surroundings, leaving the spectators in awe of the overwhelming energy emanating from the god of destruction. "Is this the aura of a god of destruction? Truly fearsome," Frost exclaimed, astonished at witnessing such power for the first time. Gaby's eyes widened in shock. Was this the strength of a god of destruction? It was truly remarkable. However, what astonished them even more was Leelin. In the face of such formidable energy, he remained unfazed, indicating that his own prowess must be of an equally terrifying magnitude. Impressive. This duel with a god of destruction promises to be intriguing. Leelin mused silently, acknowledging the intensity of Xiangpa's aura. At this level of strength, ordinary combatants could no longer satisfy Leelin's desire for battle. Often, a single strike could decide the outcome. Yet, gods of destruction were different. They inherently possessed immense strength. Even if Leelin's power surpassed theirs, overcoming them would not be a matter of merely one or two strikes. "Come," Xiangpa bellowed, his energy peaking. Given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to fight with all he had, reassured by Bados's presence. After his roar, his body moved like lightning, striking at Leelin with the force of thunder. "Bring it on," Leelin replied calmly. In an instant, he activated his skill, freezing time at that moment. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly approached Xiangpa and pointed a finger. Boom. As the time-skip technique dissipated, Xianpa's fist had yet to descend upon Leelin. A sudden pain pierced his chest, forcing him to stagger several steps backward. What just transpired? Xianpa gazed incredulously at Leelin, gradually realizing that this resembled Hit's time-skip technique. Yet, what astonished him was how this young man had mastered such a skill. He understood that as long as one's power overwhelmingly surpassed that of an opponent, one could counter the time-skip. However, his strength was far from sufficient to overpower Leelin. In fact, it was considerably weaker. "Come on, Lord Xianpa, continue," Leelin said with a faint smile. He did not strike with full force, as he had finally found a worthy sparring partner. It would be regrettable to injure him and thus terminate the match, leaving no chance for a rematch. "Don't let it go to your head, kid," Xianpa retorted, his brow furrowing. With a surge of energy, he charged at Leelin once more. Leelin smiled calmly, activating the time skip again. Xianpa's body froze midair, and Leelin unleashed a punch that landed squarely on his face. Moments later, as the time skip ended, Xianpa staggered back a few steps. Leelin nodded in satisfaction. He was becoming increasingly adept at utilizing the time skip technique. However, the duration he could control time was still far from the elusive 0.1 seconds. With his current strength, he could only approach his foe and deliver a punch before the time suspension concluded. He did not need to pause for too long. Achieving hit 0.1 seconds would suffice. At that speed, he could execute all the techniques he had mastered within that brief interval. Damn it, you! Xianpa growled fiercely. Though Leelin's strikes were not particularly forceful, they were profoundly humiliating. After all, he was a formidable destroyer of worlds, and it had been ages since anyone had struck him like this. The suddenness of this assault was difficult for him to accept. In a flash, he closed the distance to Leelin. Leelin regarded him calmly, activating the time skip once more, and delivered a kick to Xianpa's abdomen. This time, Xianpa had not even launched an attack before being sent reeling by Leelin's strike. Witnessing this, Weiss and Bardos exchanged disapproving glances. Sister, it seems Lord Xianpa will soon be unable to endure, Weiss remarked with a gentle smile. I am well aware of that, Bardos replied coolly, devoid of any emotion. In truth, she felt a twinge of jealousy. Why could Weiss's universe produce such talent, while theirs lacked? The ability to learn a powerful technique like the time skip with just a glance was remarkable enough, coupled with his formidable strength, given time. This young man might even usurp the throne of the Omni King. However, it was premature to speculate on such matters, as the Omni King's power was staggeringly formidable. Replacing him remained a distant fantasy. On the arena, the battle raged on. Rather than a true contest, it resembled a one-sided thrashing, with Xianpa enduring the onslaught of Leelin's time skip, completely at a loss for how to counter it. Do not speak of battle. Even the mere touch would be a stroke of luck. You scoundrel, is this the only tactic you possess? Xiangpa wiped away the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he could no longer endure the humiliation. Initially, he held a modicum of fear towards Leelin, but being toyed with so persistently ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. Not at all, Master Xiangpa. This is merely a technique I have just acquired. Employing other methods might place you in peril, Leelin explained innocently. He had been exceedingly cautious during his attacks, deliberately avoiding critical areas. Had he unleashed his full power, the outcome would have been settled long ago. In the stands, both the audience from the 7th universe and the 6th universe involuntarily twitched at Leelin's words. While it sounded as if he were expressing concern for others, it still felt rather audacious when directed at a god of destruction. Enough with the condescension. Xiangpa spat out a mouthful of blood, his tone laced with venom. With that, destructive energy surged within him. If conventional methods would not suffice to eliminate this insolent youth, he would resort to unleashing destructive energy for his annihilation. 2 orbs of purple energy coalesced in his hands. Leelin frowned, observing Xiangpa's actions without a hint of trepidation. Since Master Xiangpa disapproves, I shall refrain from using the instant transmission technique, he remarked nonchalantly. Xiangpa let out a cold laugh, convinced that Leelin's statement stemmed from fear upon witnessing the destructive energy he was generating. You shall pay for the punishment I have endured. The price shall be death. He growled, as the energy in his hands continued to swell, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Those witnessing this scene felt their very souls quiver. The sheer magnitude of the energy was terrifying. A mere brush could lead to obliteration. Chapter 125. Futility. Bardos observed the destructive energy in Xiangpa's hands, her brow slightly furrowing. She glanced back at Whis, only to find him calm and composed. Whis, will you not intervene? Bardos inquired. Destructive energy was not to be trifled with. It could annihilate any matter in the universe. Even if Leelin were immensely powerful, he could not withstand such energy. Sister, do remain calm. Leelin is one of our universe's own. I am well aware of his capabilities, Whis replied serenely. This is merely destructive energy. Lord Beerus has encountered it before. Bardos raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Wiss's confidence. Could it be that this young man truly possessed the strength to endure destructive energy? If so, it would be nothing short of astonishing. Such power belonged to a god of destruction. If that were the case, this individual's prowess and innate talent would surpass that of a deity. In the stands, nearly everyone held their breath in anticipation. The oppressive force was overwhelming, and it was their first encounter with the terrifying power of destruction. Can Leelin withstand it? Vegeta questioned with a hint of skepticism. While he unconditionally trusted Leelin's strength, the current situation was markedly different. Their opponent was shamelessly wielding destructive energy. I don't know. Perhaps not, Goku said, furrowing his brow in uncertainty. After all, no matter how formidable Leelin might be, he remained immortal. To withstand destructive energy seemed improbable. What should we do? Is that fellow in danger? Krillin expressed his concern. In contrast, Android 18 appeared remarkably unfazed, showing no signs of worry. She had witnessed the battle between Leelin and Beerus in the realm of the gods of destruction. At that time, Beerus's destructive energy had no effect on Leelin whatsoever. Thus, she felt assured that Kampa would not pose any threat to him. Vados should be nearby. There shouldn't be any issues, Goku said nervously. The expressions of the others gradually shifted to one of gravity. For they had not witnessed the clash between Leelin and Beerus, instinctively believing that Leelin could not endure the assault of destructive energy. Beerus observed the group's fervent discussions, finding no need to clarify anything. He knew that Leelin would be fine. Explaining it could inadvertently reveal his own defeat. In the stands of Universe 6, Hit, bearing his injuries, gazed at the unfolding scene, shaking his head in resignation. What a pity, such a powerful adversary. And he is about to meet his end. He greatly admired Leelin's insight. For over the years, Leelin had been the first to defeat him. Little did he expect that this individual was on the brink of leaving this world. Of course, everything has its chance. If only Leelin could employ his instant transmission to evade this attack, he might survive. Ah, such a remarkable individual. I truly hope the angel will intervene, Cab lamented. It was his first encounter with someone so formidable, and if possible, he genuinely wished for nothing to happen to him. Frost, however, appeared indifferent, even harboring a hint of excitement. Although he masqueraded as a philanthropist, his true nature was quite ruthless. Witnessing the imminent demise of the one who had previously bested him filled him with delight. On the arena, Leelin regarded the cornered Kampa with a resigned shake of his head. Lord Kampa, it's futile, he stated calmly. Kampa blinked in surprise, then furrowed his brow tightly. Demanding, what did you say? The energy in his hands swelled increasingly, and the fluctuations in the air grew more violent, accompanied by reverberating tremors. I said it's futile. Destructive energy cannot extinguish me, Leelin reiterated, exasperated. Rather than resorting to such tactics, it would be far more honorable to engage in a proper battle. After all, one's own body possesses immunity to this so-called destructive energy. Ha! Upon hearing Leelin's words, Kampa erupted into a fit of wild laughter. Were it not for the violet energy sphere he had conjured in his hand, he would have doubled over, laughing heartily. Are you not a bit overly confident? You believe destructive energy has no effect on you? Who do you think you are? The Omni King? Kampa laughed until tears nearly streamed down his face. It was his first encounter with such a fool, audacious enough to make such claims. He found himself questioning whether this lad had been so intimidated by the destructive energy that he uttered such nonsense. Otherwise, he simply could not fathom what had instilled such confidence in him. Then come and give it a try, Leelin replied nonchalantly. If others did not believe him, what could he do? He was genuinely immune to destructive energy. He had tested it years ago with Beerus. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. Kampa declared with a fierce gaze. He had wielded the destructive energy merely to intimidate Leelin. Otherwise, he would not have spent such an extensive amount of time gathering it. However, he was caught off guard, realizing he had failed to scare this lad. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for the angel was nearby. If Whis did not wish for the seventh universe to lose a talent, he might intervene at a critical moment. In that case, Kampa would secure victory in this contest, albeit with minimal glory, but he would still preserve some dignity. Whoosh! With that thought, Kampa released the two energy spheres from his grasp, his gaze discreetly assessing Whis below. Yet, upon observing Whis's serene smile, devoid of any intention to intervene, he felt a flicker of alarm. Could it be that Whis was indifferent to this lad's fate? With that thought, he quickly glanced back at Leelin, only to find the young man standing still, not moving an inch. If that is the case, then perish. Kampa was baffled as to why the two displayed no reaction. However, he was certain that being struck by destructive energy would spell the end. Yet, an unexpected scene unfolded. The violet energy spheres struck Leelin's body, but the moment they made contact, they transformed into violet light particles, dissipating into the air. Leelin merely waved his hand lightly, dispersing the remaining light points. How could this be possible? Kampa's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief as he stared at the unfolding scene. Deeply astonished, He could not comprehend how this was happening with destructive energy, as if it were mere child's play. Slap. He even struck his own chubby face hard to confirm that this was not an illusion. Chapter 126. The conclusion of the great battle. The audience was left in a state of shock. How could the destructive energy have no effect at all, dissipating upon contact with Leelin? Lord Beerus, what is happening? Son Goku's eyes brimmed with astonishment. Beerus remarked nonchalantly, indicating that he had anticipated the outcome long ago. Perhaps it was due to Leelin's unique constitution, which seemed to grant him immunity to destructive energy, Beerus explained calmly. Upon hearing this, the onlookers expressed their astonishment, wondering why they lacked such a constitution. How could this be? Hick could hardly believe his eyes. After all, this was a god of destruction, a sovereign of the universe. The destructive energy unleashed had been effortlessly countered by an ordinary human. Gabe was nearly gasping for breath, completely overwhelmed by the revelation. Beside him, Vados was taken aback, realizing that the destructive energy had no effect whatsoever. This young man was indeed a peculiar anomaly. Weiss, just who is this individual? Vados could no longer restrain her curiosity and inquired. Weiss, responding with a gentle smile, remarked, according to my investigations, he appears to be an ordinary earthling. An earthling? Vados frowned. Are the talents of earthlings so formidable? Was it not said that Earth is a low-level planet? Weiss seemed to perceive his sister's skepticism and continued. Perhaps he is an exceptionally unique earthling. After all, with so many beings in the universe, it is not unusual to encounter one or two who are extraordinary. Vados shook her head at Weiss's explanation. This seems rather too exceptional, does it not? To withstand the destructive energy of a god of destruction. On the arena, Leelin regarded the astonished Kampa with a placid expression. Kampa, do you wish to continue testing? Upon hearing Leelin's words, Kampa was jolted from his stupor, hastily shaking his head to confirm that he was not dreaming. What on earth is happening? Kampa struggled to comprehend how his destructive energy had been so effortlessly neutralized. Simultaneously, he wondered if this young man was a prominent figure from the divine realm or if the Omni King was deliberately masquerading to toy with him. Lord Kampa, do not linger in confusion. If you do not take action, I shall, Leelin stated coolly. You have had your turn, it is now my time. Without granting Kampa any opportunity to react, Leelin instantaneously appeared before him. Boom. With an explosive punch, he aimed directly at Kampa's face. Kampa, still dazed, was taken aback by Leelin's sudden assault and quickly raised his hands to defend himself. Bang! The energies of both collided violently, causing the arena to begin collapsing. A shockwave radiated outward from their epicenter, expanding in all directions. The spectators' platform began to sway precariously, becoming increasingly unstable. My heavens, what a commotion! Krillin exclaimed, witnessing the storm unleashed by such a high-level battle for the first time. He struggled to maintain his balance, while some of the weaker individuals had already fallen to the ground. On the arena, Kampa was laboriously defending himself, his purple aura flaring up. Damn it, how can he be so strong? Kampa gritted his teeth. He has finally come to understand why Leelin possesses the power to challenge the gods. With such strength, a tenfold enhancement would indeed render him capable of battling the angels. It appears that Vados never deceived me. Rather, I was the one blinded by my own desires and misconceptions. Boom. Leelin struck again with a powerful punch. Kampa's expression began to shift dramatically, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. This is bad. Lord Kampa is in danger. Upon witnessing this scene, Vados felt that the battle could not continue any longer. Observing the blood at the corner of Kampa's mouth, Leelin wisely restrained his strength. Swiftly retreating to a corner of the arena, Kampa felt the weight pressing down on him dissipate instantaneously. The heaviness in his chest began to fade. He exhaled deeply, his legs trembling. Below, Vados let out a slow sigh of relief after witnessing the event. Her gaze towards Leelin softened considerably. It seems this young man understands the importance of moderation and knows when to withdraw. Such young individuals are indeed rare these days. Lord Kampa, do you wish to continue? Leelin inquired with a calm smile. If he desired, he could easily end Kampa's life at any moment. However, he had no intention of doing so. For Kampa was a god of destruction, a deity of the divine realm. To slay him could lead to complications. Furthermore, he recalled that at this moment, the Omni King was likely observing from a hidden corner. Should he continue his onslaught, Vados would undoubtedly intervene, and it was likely that the Omni King would disapprove as well. Upon hearing Leelin's words, Kampa shook his head with a bitter smile, His illustrious reputation was tarnished today. I concede. It was with great difficulty that he uttered those 3 words. From ancient times to the present, he would likely be remembered as the first god of destruction to be defeated by a human. Such news would surely invite ridicule from others, and the universe would undoubtedly be abuzz with the revelation. Yet, he understood that this was not the time for bravado. Defeat is defeat, and even if he harbored resentment, it was a consequence of his own actions. As expected, upon hearing Kampa's concession, a wave of astonishment erupted from both the stands of Universe 7 and Universe 6. Particularly among the gods of destruction from both universes, they gazed incredulously at Leelin and the despondent Kampa seated on the ground. This was a god of destruction, an invincible entity in the cosmos, now conceding to a mere human. Moreover, the most elated among them was undoubtedly the god of destruction from Universe 7. Leelin truly is remarkable, a prodigy of our Universe 7. He exclaimed, his excitement palpable. As a representative of Universe 7, he could now boast about this accomplishment whenever he encountered other gods of destruction. Billis regarded him with disdain. This kid seems to have reached his limits. Leelin defeating Kampa has nothing to do with him. Filled with exuberance, as if he had consumed 2 hot delicacies, Beerus exclaimed, "Well done, Leelin. You truly excelled." After having dismissed Kampa, the joy within him could no longer be contained. He spoke as he hurried down the stands, heading towards Leelin, deliberately slowing his pace to savor the dejected expression on Kampa's face. With a resounding clap, Beerus approached Leelin and patted him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Excellent work, Leelin." Today, he had finally vented his frustrations. He was determined to embellish the events of the day and spread the word across other universes, ensuring that every destroyer knew of the remarkable talent nurtured in Universe 7, capable of challenging any deity in existence. The thought made Beerus burst into hearty laughter, his pride radiating through each booming chuckle, echoing with unabashed joy. Kampa, with his head hung low, listened to Beerus' raucous laughter, wishing fervently to silence him. Yet, as the vanquished, especially having faced defeat twice, he lacked the confidence to assert himself any further. In the stands of Universe 6, Kaba gazed at the defeated Kampa, incredulously murmuring, "Did Lord Kampa really lose?" Hit responded surprisingly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Self-proclaimed as the foremost assassin of Universe 6, he believed few could rival him even in other universes. However, today he had encountered someone extraordinary, someone who rendered him feeling utterly powerless. Leelin had attained a level of prowess that placed him above all, and Hit could only watch as the gap between them widened. "This is truly an eye-opener," Frost remarked, astonished. He had never anticipated that the mighty destroyer, who often flaunted his strength before him, would fall so easily, resembling a defeated hound. He even envisioned what it would be like to possess such formidable power, contemplating whether he could usurp the current destroyer. After all, reigning supreme was far more gratifying than living under the shadow of another. Below the stands, Beerus continued to revel in his triumph, oblivious to the sentiments of those around him. "Lord Beerus, perhaps it is time to temper your exuberance," Whis suggested, stepping forward with a hint of exasperation. While he understood Beerus's elation, he believed it unnecessary to maintain such a raucous display of laughter. "Whis, do not concern yourself with me. I have been a destroyer for a lifetime. What harm is there in a little laughter?" Beerus retorted, completely unfazed, his boisterous mirth filling the nameless star. Whis shook his head in resignation. Meanwhile, Leelin observed his surroundings with an air of calm, anticipating the imminent arrival of the Omni King. As if on cue, a radiant light streaked across the arena, and 3 figures materialized at its center. 2 slender, tall beings stood on either side, resembling elongated pencil tips. In the center stood a charming creature, adorned with an expression of profound wisdom, albeit with a rather diminutive stature. Just as the saying goes, "Speak of the devil and he shall appear, the king of all truly arrived." Leelin raised an eyebrow, silently pondering. Whis and Beerus instantly recognized the presence of the king of all. "Lord Beerus, please refrain from smiling. The king of all has arrived." Whis gently nudged Beerus, whispering, "Huh, the king of all. Do not jest with me. I am currently in high spirits." Beerus waved his hand dismissively, shaking his head. The king's astute gaze swept over the assembled crowd. Hearing Beerus's hearty laughter, he calmly remarked, "Beerus, it seems you are in quite a jovial mood today." A voice thundered in Beerus's ear like a clap of thunder, causing his smile to vanish instantaneously. replaced by an expression of sheer terror. Turning to face the arena's center, he found the King of All gazing at him with a benevolent demeanor. Lord King of All. Sweat poured down Beerus's face like large beads as he hurriedly approached, performing a perfectly executed 90-degree bow. However, given the angle of his head, it seemed he was bending far more than just 90 degrees. Lord King of All, what brings you here? Beads of sweat cascaded down Beerus's forehead. At that moment, his heart raced with anxiety, for this being was the sovereign of the 12 universes. A moment's negligence could result in his sudden obliteration. What? The King of All. Kampa, standing at the edge of the arena, caught wind of the commotion. He quickly regained his composure and glanced over, his eyes landing on the diminutive figure of the King of All and his two tall, slender attendants, with Beerus before him. Looking utterly terrified, Kampa, momentarily forgetting his earlier despondency, scrambled towards Beerus, performing a similar 90-degree bow. Lord King of All, I apologize for not welcoming you properly, Kampa said, his voice tinged with anxiety. The King of All was a rare sight. Each encounter typically heralded significant events. He recalled the last time the king played hide-and-seek with the 12 gods of destruction, during which Beerus, opting for a nap, remained unfound, nearly leading to the annihilation of all 12 universes in the king's frustration. Thankfully, the other gods intervened, along with the angels' persuasion, saving them from certain doom. Consequently, Beerus's reputation among the gods of destruction was far from favorable. At that moment, the two angels, Whis and Beerus, approached the two gods of destruction from behind, nodding slightly towards the king. Lord King of All, how have you been lately? Whis inquired with a gentle smile. The King of All responded in a somewhat childlike tone. It is indeed rare to see you out and about, Lord King of All, Beerus added in a respectful tone. The king replied once more. Meanwhile, the Kaioshin in the stands could no longer remain seated. He hurriedly dashed down, not daring to utter too many words, and directly knelt before the King of All. With a touch of intrigue, Leelin observed the crowd before him, reflecting silently on the hierarchy among the gods. It became abundantly clear that the Kaioshin were on par with the destroyers. However, upon encountering the Omni King, the proper gesture was one of kneeling, whereas the destroyers merely bowed. Though the angels were said to be servants of the destroyers, they required no formal greeting in the presence of the Omni King, offering only a slight nod and a few courteous words as acknowledgement. Your Excellency, what brings you here today? Whis inquired with a gentle smile, fully aware that the Omni King seldom left his divine palace. Typically, he would delegate matters to the Grand Priest unless something of great significance compelled him to appear in person. Nothing particular, just taking a stroll, the Omni King replied with a smile, then turned his gaze towards the two destroyers. The tournament you organized was truly remarkable. I witnessed it all. Both Beerus and Kampa were taken aback, surprised that the Omni King had been attentive to the match. Kampa felt a surge of anxiety at this realization. Did it mean the Omni King had seen him being defeated? What if he reacted in anger and stripped him of his position for losing to a mere human? However, the Omni King seemed unfazed by the situation. He continued with a cheerful demeanor. While your tournament was indeed thrilling, do not neglect your primary duties. A shiver ran down the spines of Beerus and Kampa. Their responsibility was to eradicate the superfluous planets within the universe, and the Omni King, akin to a supervisor, had now broached the topic of their work, something they found rather difficult to address, especially since both of them were quite adept at slacking off during their shifts. Oh, Your Excellency, I wouldn't even know where to begin if you hadn't mentioned it, Beerus lamented, as I seem to spend most of my days in slumber, rarely attending to my duties. The number of planets accumulating is quite substantial. Whis sighed, conveying a sense of disappointment in their lack of diligence. Upon hearing this, Beerus felt a wave of distress wash over him, mentally cursing Whis for not defending him, and instead, seemingly adding insult to injury. Your Excellency, Kampa, on the other hand, does not sleep much. However, he has a penchant for indulgence, and if this continues, he may become unrecognizably plump. Babidi feigned a sorrowful expression, eager to share the grievances regarding the destroyers. Kampa, hearing this, felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. The pressure on him was already immense, and Babidi's words only heightened his anxiety. Oh, is that so? The Omni King regarded them with a thoughtful expression, then slowly suggested, perhaps we should consider replacing the two of you. Ah! Both Beerus and Kampa exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening in shock. Their positions were irreplaceable. If the destroyers were to be swapped, it would only lead to their demise, for a universe could not harbor two destroyers simultaneously. The words of the Omni King undoubtedly conveyed a stark message. You may as well perish. How could this not instill terror in them? With a chuckle, the Omni King observed the expressions of the two individuals and playfully remarked, "Just kidding." Upon hearing this, the two gradually exhaled a sigh of relief. The Omni King, with a beaming smile, gazed at them, and suddenly, a peculiar light flickered in his eyes. Having watched your match, I found it quite intriguing. How about we invite the other 12 universes to compete together next time? What do you think? He inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Beerus and Kampa exchanged subtle glances, their expressions shifting slightly. At that moment, they dared not speak recklessly. The Omni King's suggestion of a universal competition was no trivial matter. Originally, there had been 15 universes, but following a previous competition, 3 universes were obliterated by the Omni King's decree. Now, with another competition on the horizon, they refrained from offering any suggestions, fully aware that the stakes of the Omni King's endeavors were exceedingly high. Whis and Beerus exchanged knowing looks, seemingly aware of something beyond the ordinary. After all, having a father of such high status meant access to certain information would be effortless. Never mind. Asking you is likely futile, the Omni King remarked, shaking his head in mild exasperation as he turned his gaze towards the corner of the arena where Leelin stood, the corners of his mouth curving upward slightly. Leelin sensed the Omni King's attention directed towards him and felt a weight settle in his heart. He did not wish to become the center of attention, as his prowess could easily surpass most. Yet before the Omni King, he dared not be overly audacious, for with a mere wave of his hand, the Omni King could annihilate the entire universe. He felt somewhat insignificant in comparison. That fellow over there, Leelin, correct? What are your thoughts on my earlier statement? The Omni King inquired with a gentle smile while pointing at Leelin. Now, it was inevitable. The Omni King had singled him out, leaving Leelin no room to evade the spotlight. All eyes in the arena converged upon him. Whis and Beerus turned simultaneously to look at him, while Beerus gestured for him to approach quickly. With a resigned shake of his head, Leelin acknowledged the situation. The little fool had a good memory, remembering his name. Reluctantly, he stepped forward. As he approached, however, the 2 guards beside the Omni King suddenly dove underground, only to re-emerge and position themselves in front of Leelin. Furrowing his brow, Leelin regarded the 2 guards with scrutiny. Withdraw, the Omni King commanded them calmly. Without uttering a word, the guards complied, retreating to the sides like an elevator door opening. The Omni King regarded Leelin with curiosity, his diminutive form abruptly soaring into the air, circling around Leelin as if to observe him from every angle. You are quite remarkable, having even defeated Kampa, the Omni King remarked as he gradually descended before Leelin, still wearing a gentle smile. Leelin nodded slightly, a mere stroke of luck. He understood the principle that too many words can lead to misfortune, and thus chose to remain taciturn. What are your thoughts on my recent proposal? The Omni King inquired with a smile, believing his idea to be most intriguing and perfectly aligned with forthcoming plans. The true purpose of hosting this competition was not as it appeared. The number of universes was overwhelming, and he sought to eradicate those with lesser power. However, the decision was not easily made, for each universe held its own value. Annihilating any would be inappropriate. If a competition could determine the weakest, it would be ideal. Well, I have no objections. Since you find it interesting, my lord, let us proceed with the tournament, Leelin replied nonchalantly. He was aware that this tournament would likely evolve into the Tournament of Power, primarily aimed at identifying and eliminating the weaker universes, leaving only the strongest behind. Naturally, not all universes would participate. A few higher-tiered ones would be exempt from the competition. If memory served him correctly, 8 universes would compete, each selecting 10 participants, culminating in a chaotic battle of 80 warriors. The Omni King felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him upon hearing Leelin's response. It aligned perfectly with his desires. Then it settled. I shall consider the date and rules upon my return, he declared with a grin. Suddenly, he inquired, by the way, Leelin, are you interested in the position of God of Destruction? If possible, I would like you to succeed Beerus as the God of Destruction of the 7th universe. Upon hearing this, Beerus felt a jolt in his heart. The scene from his prophetic dream resurfaced, and he swallowed hard, anxiously gazing at Leelin, hoping fervently that his prophetic vision would not lead him astray. I sincerely hope Leelin responds as he did in my dream, he thought. Chapter 129. Gathering the Dragon Balls. Summoning the dragon. When Kampa heard this, His expression shifted from shock to a smirk of schadenfreude, recalling Beerus's earlier smugness, even allowing himself a covert chuckle. Was this not the very definition of joy turning to sorrow? No, my lord. I am too accustomed to freedom to consider the role of god of destruction, Leelin stated calmly, arriving at his conclusion without a moment's hesitation. Accepting such a position would mean submitting to the Omni King's authority, with life and death resting in another's hands. With a wife and children to consider, he would never allow such a fate to befall him. Oh, what a pity, the Omni King remarked, shaking his head with a smile. At this moment, Beerus quietly exhaled in relief. He did not yearn for the position. He simply understood that if a new god of destruction were to emerge, his own existence would be in jeopardy. He had yet to savor life fully and would not willingly exit the stage of history. Kappa, upon hearing Leelin's response, displayed an expression of regret even more profound than that of the Omni King. However, the decision rests in the hands of another, leaving no room for one's own voice. Very well, let it be as such. I have no further matters to attend to. When the competition is to be held, I shall inform you all. The Omni King, after speaking, cast a lingering gaze upon Leelin. We bid you farewell, Omni King. Both Beerus and Kappa bowed in unison. Whis and Beerus nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The Kaioshin from both sides had remained prostrate on the ground, their heads bowed throughout the encounter. The Omni King nodded, and his two attendants each grasped one of his hands. In an instant, their figures transformed into a spectrum of radiant light, vanishing from the sight of the assembly. Upon the departure of the Omni King, a collective sigh of relief resonated through the crowd, revealing the immense pressure they had been under, now finally released. Beerus and Kappa gradually lifted their heads, while the Kaioshin finally rose to their feet. Bardos, let us depart. Kappa addressed his companion. He had initially intended to utter a formidable remark, asserting that this competition was merely a warm-up, and that when the Omni King hosted the tournament, he would surely reclaim his dignity from today. However, upon noticing the calm demeanor of Leelin beside him, he swallowed his words. Alas, with his presence, it appears that the other universes hold no hope of victory. Take care, I shall not see you off, Beerus said with a smirk directed at Kappa. Although the appearance of the Omni King had been met with some turbulence, it did not hinder his audacity before Kappa. Humph. Kappa scoffed in response. Bardos shook her head in resignation and waved her hand. Their figures vanished, reappearing in the stands of Universe 6. With another motion, everyone from Universe 6 simultaneously disappeared from the planet. On the side of Universe 7, upon witnessing the departure of Universe 6, they descended onto the arena, bombarding one another with inquiries about the recent events. Whis elucidated the nature of the Omni King and briefly mentioned the upcoming grand tournament to be held across the universes. Upon hearing this, Son Goku and Vegeta's expressions brightened considerably. They had evidently not fought to their fullest potential, and the prospect of participating in a universal competition was exhilarating. Now that the match has concluded, let us take our leave, Beerus instructed Whis nonchalantly. In the next moment, Whis tapped his staff against the ground. They were once again encased in a transparent, immense structure, which swiftly ascended, departing from the Crimson Planet. As the group gazed at the enormous Dragon Balls surrounding the nameless star, Son Goku scratched his head in curiosity, exclaiming, Lord Beerus, there are only 6 Super Dragon Balls here. The Dragon Balls must be gathered in sets of 7 to be of any use, with only 6. Acquiring them would be futile. Beerus smiled serenely. Whis, wielding his staff, directed it toward the nameless star, unleashing a wave of azure energy from its tip. Instantly, the surface of the nameless star began to fissure dramatically. Golden rays of light burst forth from the fissures, causing the entire planet to shatter into fragments. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the breathtaking spectacle before them. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated as the nameless star erupted into chaos. Surrounding debris was instantly transformed into dust, drifting through the vast expanse of space. Before them appeared a colossal Dragon Ball. To their astonishment, the nameless star was, in fact, the final Dragon Ball. Vegeta remarked in disbelief, realizing that their recent battleground had been situated upon this very Dragon Ball. Fortunately, the Super Dragon Ball was sufficiently immense, akin to a planet itself. What shall we wish for next? Bulma inquired, her curiosity piqued. On Earth, upon finding a Dragon Ball, one simply needed to utter the phrase, "Come forth, Shenron," to summon the dragon and fulfill their desires. However, on planet Namek, the invocation required the local tongue. Now, how would they summon the dragon from this Super Dragon Ball? It likely requires the language of the divine, Beerus mused. Likely? Bulma questioned, her confusion evident. Beerus cast her a brief glance and replied, devoid of expression. This is my first time making a wish. I have no experience. After speaking, he gave Whis a brief directive. Whis began to chant in an incomprehensible tongue before the gigantic Dragon Ball. Suddenly, the Dragon Balls exhibited a peculiar reaction. The 7 orbs began to shimmer, illuminating the area with a brilliant glow. The Super Dragon Ball commenced its rotation, and then a blinding light erupted. The crowd shielded their eyes as a massive golden dragon emerged. The surrounding cosmic expanse trembled as countless planets were swallowed whole by the beast. The spectators were left in utter astonishment, for the dragon's size was truly colossal, rivaling that of an entire galaxy. The dragon inhaled deeply, and the crowd found themselves drawn into its maw. A dark void unfolded before them, as if they had entered an entirely different realm within the dragon's body. Eventually, they seemed to reach the end of their journey and came to a halt. Before them materialized a minuscule golden dragon, reduced to an infinitesimal size. This is the core of the Super Shenron, Whis addressed Beerus calmly. You may now articulate your wish. Beerus furrowed his brow in contemplation. The victory of this tournament was primarily attributed to Leelin's prowess. He turned to Leelin and asked, do you have any wish you wish to fulfill? You are the key contributor to our success. Leelin was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Beerus would offer him the opportunity to make a wish. All eyes turned to him. Curiosity piqued regarding what desires such a formidable individual would choose to express. Chapter 130. What wish awaits? The dragon possessed immense power, capable of restoring a universe obliterated by the Omni King. However, Leelin himself harbored no particular desires to realize. Nevertheless, he pondered for a moment before stepping forward to whisper softly in Beerus's ear. Suddenly, Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at him. You truly dare to dream, he remarked. The crowd, noticing Beerus's expression, erupted into speculation about the wish that could astonish him so profoundly. What kind of wish had Leelin made that enveloped the situation in such mystery? Whispered quietly, as if to keep it a secret. Would this wish ever come to fruition? Leelin looked at him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he inquired. Beerus furrowed his brow, shaking his head without a moment's hesitation. Do not entertain such thoughts. It is unattainable. Perhaps consider another wish. Leelin seemed to have anticipated this response and appeared unfazed by the disappointment. He merely shrugged, expressing a sense of resignation. If that is the case, then I have no wish left. Observing the indifference of the lad, Beerus let out a small sigh. If this wish were indeed realizable, they, the gods of destruction, would have long since employed the super dragon to fulfill it. Noticing Leelin's lack of further wishes, he ceased to press the matter. Slowly, he parted his lips and began to chant incantations that were incomprehensible to the onlookers. Suddenly, the dragon was enveloped in a radiant golden light, its crimson eyes emanating an intense brilliance. In an instant, the crowd began to retreat at an alarming pace. Before long, they found themselves outside the confines of the super dragon's corporeal form. The colossal dragon coiled in the cosmos, and with a sudden burst of golden light, its body transformed into countless twinkling stars. The planets previously consumed within its being now dispersed in all directions, reminiscent of a miniature cosmic explosion. 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of a planet, congregated and, in a mere heartbeat, scattered across the vast expanse of the universe. Soon, the cosmos returned to its former darkness. Lord Beerus, what wish have you made? Goku inquired with curiosity. The others were equally intrigued, unable to comprehend the divine language, thus oblivious to Beerus's wish. Shoo, it's a secret. Beerus replied with a jovial smile. Leelin cast a brief glance at him. If his assumptions were correct, this fellow's wish likely mirrored that of the original narrative, reviving the Earth of the 6th universe. Despite their differences, both he and Kampa, though sharp-tongued, had softer hearts and would lend a hand when possible. Of course, it was also plausible that at such a level of existence, one might truly find themselves devoid of desires, and thus, he simply chose to perform a good deed without ulterior motives. Seeing Beerus's reticence, the crowd resigned themselves to silence. What was the wish Leelin mentioned to you? You appeared rather surprised, Vegeta pressed on. His interest in Beerus's wish had waned, now solely focused on what kind of wish a person as formidable as Leelin might make. Beerus hesitated momentarily. The anticipation in the crowd's gaze suggested they were genuinely eager to know. You should inquire with him directly, Beerus finally said after much contemplation. It wasn't that he intended to keep secrets. Rather, this wish was something he dared not disclose openly. If it were to reach the ears of others, it could have repercussions for him. The crowd felt a tinge of disappointment, yet their curiosity intensified. What wish could be so formidable that even Beerus dared not utter it? In an instant, Sun Wukong approached Leelin, gripping his garments and inquiring fervently. Cease your questioning. The wish is unattainable, and voicing it holds no significance. Even if you were to ask me, I would remain silent, Leelin replied with an air of nonchalance, choosing to keep his own wish shrouded in mystery. Observing this, the others were engulfed in profound disappointment, their anticipation tightly bound by uncertainty. However, as much as they yearned to uncover Leelin's secret, they lacked the ability to compel him to reveal it. On the other side of the cosmos, the swift-moving Bados and Kampa abruptly halted in the void of space. What troubles you, Bados? Kampa inquired despondently, still reeling from the day's unsettling events. Lord Kampa, take a look at this, Bados replied, raising her staff. At its pinnacle, a crystal orb displayed the image of the sixth universe's solar system. Suddenly, a desolate, ochre planet blossomed with vitality. The entire sphere was enveloped in azure, hinting at the emergence of life. Is this Earth? Kampa questioned uncertainly. Indeed, Bados affirmed with a nod. This planet was their Earth in the sixth universe, now reborn, teeming with new life. Is this the handiwork of Beerus? Kampa murmured, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In the seventh universe, the group had returned to Earth. After relishing a delightful meal, Whis and Beerus departed. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, having spent a prolonged period away from Earth, felt a longing for their families and resolved to reside on the planet for a while. Leelin, accompanied by Android 18 and his daughter, also took his leave. In the realm of destruction, Whis, upon arriving, could scarcely contain his curiosity. Lord Beerus, what wish did Leelin express to you? He inquired eagerly. Though he had been intrigued earlier, the presence of others had restrained his inquiry. Now, within the confines of their domain, he felt free to ask. Beerus, recognizing Whis as an ally, decided to divulge the truth. Leelin wishes to possess the ability to erase all existence, akin to the Omni King, he stated languidly, revealing the nature of the wish that had taken him aback. Whis stood in stunned silence at this revelation, gradually regaining his composure. Truly, he is audacious. Leelin dares to dream big, he mused. If such a desire were feasible, we, as destroyers, would have long since acted upon it, Beerus remarked coolly. Oh, Whis raised an eyebrow, teasingly suggesting, it seems, Lord Beerus, that you harbor aspirations of supplanting the Omni King. Hush, be silent. Beerus quickly admonished, glancing around warily. Such words were perilous and could lead to dire consequences. The Omni King is akin to a master, while the gods of destruction serve as their subordinates. Should the master become aware that one of their subordinates harbors ambitions to usurp their position, it is unlikely that favorable outcomes will ensue. Such thoughts are merely fleeting, reflecting their profound fear of the Omni King. These sentiments must remain undisclosed. Chapter 131. An uproar from all sides on Earth. Tranquility had returned after a prolonged absence. Sun Wukong and Vegeta frequently ventured to the God of Destruction's realm for training. During this period, they encountered a crisis involving extraterrestrial beings, which they adeptly resolved. Meanwhile, Leelin remained at home, dedicating himself to solitary cultivation. At his level of strength, suitable adversaries were scarce. Although Whis served as a commendable training partner, he was often preoccupied with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, leaving Leelin with no opportunity to engage him in combat. Currently, his progress had stagnated, despite training alone. His improvements were minimal, causing him considerable distress. While Earth enjoyed a period of calm, the cosmos erupted in excitement. News of Leelin's victory over the god of destruction Kampa from Universe 6 spread like wildfire, leaving numerous universes astounded. Have you heard? Kampa from Universe 6 was utterly defeated by a mere human. I knew it. I've heard that Kampa has remained in the god of destruction's realm, too frightened to emerge. Is that true? But he is a god of destruction. Surely it cannot be mere gossip? Gossip? If it were merely rumors, why wouldn't Kampa come forth to refute them? Ultimately, he lost. These whispers began to circulate across the various universes. One spoke to 10, 10 to 100, and soon, an increasing number of beings became aware of the event. In no time, the cosmos was abuzz with tales of Leelin. Individuals possessing even a modicum of strength recognized the reputation of Leelin from Universe 7. His renown and the attention he garnered reached unprecedented heights. Ultimately, these rumors reached the ears of the gods of destruction across the universes. Upon verification, they found that these were not mere fabrications but indeed verifiable events. Universe 11. Interesting. He managed to defeat Kampa. This Leelin is quite remarkable, remarked the god of destruction, Vermaud, as he sat upon a rock, his head bowed in contemplation. His visage, resembling that of a clown, bore an unsettling appearance. Universe 4. The god of destruction Katra effortlessly obliterated a planet, watching the vibrant fireworks explode before him, his expression darkening. What a worthless being Kampa is, unable to even contend with a human, Katra scoffed. His relationship with Beerus had always been fraught with enmity, their rivalry akin to fire and water. The emergence of such a formidable individual in his universe compelled him to take notice. Universe 10. In the realm of the gods of destruction, a being with a pink body, elongated nose, and large ears emerged. This was the god of destruction, Rumshur from Universe 10. How infuriating that such a person exists in this world. Ramsey raised his nose in astonishment and exclaimed. Although the power of Kampa is not the highest among the gods of destruction, those who attain such a position generally possess similar strength. The notion that someone could actually defeat him suggests that this individual named Leelin poses a threat to the majority of the gods of destruction. Discussions regarding Leelin erupted across various universes. Under normal circumstances, they would remain indifferent to such matters. However, they had not only received news of Leelin's victory over Kampa, but also heard that the Omni King was to host a grand tournament across the universe. With a being as formidable as Leelin in existence, what was the point of competing? They might as well award the championship to the seventh universe outright. From what I understand, this tournament may not be so straightforward, remarked Meruz, the angel of Universe 11. She was a female angel with twin tails, her delicate face strikingly beautiful. Has any tournament hosted by the Omni King ever been simple? Meruz continued. If the tournament proceeded as in previous years, Universe 11 would undoubtedly rank highly. Yet, the sudden emergence of Leelin compelled them to reassess their position. What is your perspective on Leelin? Meruz inquired. She narrowed her eyes and nodded slowly, acknowledging that the rumors surrounding this individual were likely not without merit. Possessing the power to vanquish a god of destruction, his participation would certainly deliver a devastating blow to the other universes. His appearance was akin to a game changer. If he were to compete, the other universes could forget about vying for the top position. I am asking how you propose we address this situation, Meruz said, frowning. She did not believe that Jiren or Topo from her universe could contend with this individual, although their strength was nearly on par with that of a god of destruction. Proximity does not equate to surpassing. As long as they had not reached that level, there would still be a significant gap in their abilities. I have no viable solutions either. However, since the date of the tournament has yet to be determined, we could convey this situation to the Omni King. Meruz articulated her thoughts. Ultimately, the tournament was organized by the Omni King, and consulting him on this matter would undoubtedly be the most prudent course of action. Meruz nodded slowly. At this juncture, there was little choice but to proceed in this manner. The sentiments of the other universes mirrored those of Meruz. They believed that while hosting the tournament posed no issue, Leelin must be disqualified. If he were to participate, the other universes would stand no chance whatsoever. Who could predict the consequences of losing? Regardless of the aftermath, it was a burden they could not bear. On Earth, Leelin remained oblivious to the rumors circulating in the universe. His focus was solely on his cultivation. Although he had already attained considerable strength, encountering the Omni King had instilled in him an intangible pressure. He yearned to grow stronger, to become the sovereign of the entire universe. As he pondered how to enhance his strength, a familiar yet faint aura suddenly manifested on Earth. Leelin, with his eyes closed, silently attuned himself to this presence. Although subtle, this energy felt remarkably recognizable. Trunks. Leelin uttered the name as he opened his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that this timeline coincided with the events surrounding Black Goku. In his recollection, this Black Goku wreaked havoc in the future, possessing formidable strength. Most notably, he was seemingly immortal, growing stronger with each blow he received. Suddenly, an idea struck Leelin. Given the immense power of this Black Goku, could he serve as a training partner? However, after further reflection, he gently shook his head, deeming the plan too perilous. This Black Goku was, after all, the manifestation of the deranged Zamasu, a madman with an indomitable spirit, and Leelin could not guarantee control over him. At that moment, two more auras appeared on Earth. Goku and Vegeta, having trained in the realm of the gods of destruction, arrived on the scene. Chapter 132. Future Trunks following the sensed energy. Leelin swiftly utilized instant transmission, arriving directly at the Capsule Corporation. Whis and Beerus had already brought Goku and Vegeta to this location. Leelin, you've arrived. Whis greeted with a gentle smile. Indeed, Leelin replied with a calm nod. Upon noticing Leelin's presence, everyone turned their attention back to Trunks, who lay on the bed, his clothing tattered and his face marred by the scars of battle. His aura was significantly diminished, and he appeared on the brink of death. Vegeta, witnessing his future son in such a pitiful state, felt a pang of sorrow. He quickly retrieved a Senza bean from his possession and placed it into Trunks' mouth. As Trunks consumed the bean, his energy surged back to life, and his tightly shut eyes began to flutter open. Are you all right, Trunks? Goku inquired, leaning closer with concern. Upon seeing Goku's face, Trunks' pupils trembled. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang up and swung a fist at Goku. Goku swiftly dodged, grasping Trunks' arm. Everyone present, aside from Leelin, was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. What had prompted Trunks to attack Goku? His expression was fierce, as if he wished to eliminate the figure before him. Goku, equally bewildered, wondered why he was being targeted despite having done nothing. Trunks, Vegeta called out, his voice low and grave. Yet, Trunks' eyes remained filled with hatred, deaf to the words of others. Just then, Bulma approached from behind and delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. What do you think you're doing? You little brat? We saved you, not to have you go insane. Bulma scolded without hesitation. She recognized that this was her future son. Thus she exhibited no semblance of leniency. At this moment, Trunks finally reacted, the anger and hatred in his eyes dissipating. Observing the bewildered face of son Wukong before him, he hastily apologized. I'm sorry, Uncle Wukong. I thought I was in my own timeline. Haha, it's all right, son Wukong chuckled, scratching the back of his head in a carefree manner. Trunks gazed at the amiable Wukong and bowed deeply as a gesture of his contrition. Pray tell, Trunks, have you encountered some trouble this time? Bulma, standing behind him, inquired softly. If there were no issues, Trunks would not have arrived here, indicating that some significant trouble must have arisen in the future. Upon hearing Bulma's voice, Trunks quickly turned to look. Tears began to well up in his eyes, and he collapsed into Bulma's embrace. The onlookers exchanged glances, realizing that Trunks must indeed be facing grave difficulties. Otherwise, his emotions would not have surged so dramatically. However, they refrained from pressing him with questions, opting to grant him some time to regain his composure. Leelin, what is the situation with him? Beerus prodded Leelin for clarification. Having been on Earth for some time, he had seemingly never encountered this individual. Oh, his name is Trunks. The child of Bulma and Vegeta, hailing from the future, Leelin explained with a gentle smile. Oh, Beerus raised an eyebrow slightly, glancing at Whis, who also wore a furrowed brow, seemingly deep in thought. At this juncture, Trunks had likely finished venting his emotions and regained his calm. He turned to see Leelin. Mr. Leelin, you are here too. It's truly wonderful to see you again, Trunks exclaimed with delight. In his heart, Leelin held a significant place. As the one who had shone brilliantly during the Cell Games, he was his invincible idol. It's been a while, Trunks, Leelin responded with a smile. The gathering in the room continued to swell, and at this point, Piccolo and Krillin arrived as well. Observing the cramped space, they all decided to move outside to the plaza. In the plaza, the time machine that Trunks had arrived in was prominently displayed. Beerus took a glance at the contraption and spoke first. This must be your time-traveling machine, correct? Trunks paused momentarily, for he did not recognize Beerus and Whis, and thus was unaware of their identities. Are you not aware that time travel is prohibited in this world? Beerus remarked with a somewhat stern tone. The group appeared taken aback, clearly unaware of such a regulation. Manipulating time is illegal. Time must flow in a singular direction. If one were to reverse and alter the past, even the act of plucking a flower could alter history. The consequences could be dire, potentially leading to the destruction of planets, which is why even deities impose strict bans on time travel. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Whis began to elucidate. His expression grave. The two individuals rendered Trunks somewhat bewildered. Listening to their words, it seemed as though he had traversed through time and space, committing an egregious error. The expression on his face shifted to one of tension. Bulma hastily pulled him aside to explain. That being is the god of destruction, the most powerful deity in the universe. Ah, Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. In his future world, he had never encountered a god of destruction. No wonder he felt an otherworldly aura emanating from this being. It turned out he was a deity. Trunks muttered in shock. Beerus, overhearing Trunks' complimentary remarks, felt quite pleased. He hadn't expected this young man to possess such eloquence. However, the next moment left him utterly dumbfounded. Trunks rushed over and, with a thud, knelt before Whis, exclaiming, "Respected deity, I beg your forgiveness. I was unaware that time travel is unlawful. Please pardon my ignorance." Beerus widened his eyes, awkwardly gesturing to himself, as if to say, "Young man, you've mistaken your deity. I am the god of destruction." Whis, feeling somewhat embarrassed, pointed aside and said, "I am the servant of the god of destruction. He is the true god of destruction." Bulma also approached, pointing to Beerus. "Silly boy, this is the god of destruction." Realizing his blunder, Trunks swiftly turned to Beerus and fervently implored, "Dear God, please forgive my lack of discernment. Pardon my transgressions." He bowed repeatedly, appearing exceedingly fearful of the divine presence. Beerus felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Did he not resemble a deity? How could Whis be mistaken for the god of destruction? It seemed he needed to instill some fear in this young man, to convey that a god's dignity must not be trifled with. Before he could speak, however, Leelin interjected, "All right, Trunks, Lord Beerus will not take offense. Now, do share what troubles you encountered in the future," Leelin said with a gentle smile. Following this, he offered Beerus a smile. Witnessing this scene, Beerus could only shake his head helplessly and refrain from further comment. Chapter 133, Black Goku emerges. Everyone was quite curious about Trunks' future encounters. After all, the most significant threat in the future world, the artificial beings, should have been eradicated by now. Was it the emergence of Majin Buu? Vegeta, as his father, was the first to speak. At this moment, Bulma had already entered Trunks' time machine, eager to observe the fruits of her future research. The last time Trunks visited, she hadn't taken the opportunity to examine it properly. "No, it's not Majin Buu," Trunks replied solemnly. In the future, with the aid of the Supreme Kai, he had successfully eliminated Babidi and his crew, thus preventing the emergence of Majin Buu. "Oh, then what is it?" Son Goku inquired with curiosity. If it wasn't Majin Buu, then the troubled Earth ought not to face any crisis. After all, they had not encountered any significant threats since the demise of Majin Buu. Trunks cast a deep glance at Son Goku before slowly elucidating the situation. He was a person who bore an uncanny resemblance to Uncle Wukong. Upon his arrival, he began to wreak havoc upon the Earth, leading to the demise of many, including mothers. At this point, Trunks felt tears welling in his eyes. He then deeply bowed to Son Wukong, explaining that this was precisely why he initially intended to confront Uncle Wukong. "I am saddened," Trunks lamented, upon hearing that the future Bulma had been slain. A surge of anger welled up within Vegeta. "You scoundrel, did you escape here all alone?" Vegeta bellowed, his pride as a Saiyan allowing for no tolerance of cowardice. His fury was also fueled by the loss of Bulma. Leelin listened to Trunks' tale and sighed helplessly. The future was indeed a harsh reality for Trunks, as he bore the weight of everything alone. "Forgive me, my abilities are limited, and I am no match for that individual. Therefore, I wish to ask everyone to return to the future with me and defeat him." Trunks spoke softly, his head lowered. He had exerted considerable effort, yet still found himself outmatched. Seeking help at this juncture was a last resort. "Humph," Vegeta scoffed. However, the prospect of confronting another version of Kakarot in the future piqued his interest. "All right, let us defeat this alternate version of myself in the future." Yet, Son Wukong scratched his head, finding the scenario somewhat peculiar. His curiosity was piqued as to how there could be someone who looked exactly like him in the future. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned about the specifics. As long as there was a battle to be fought, he was content. "By the way, Trunks, shall we engage in a spar? I wish to gauge the strength of that future counterpart," Son Wukong said slowly. "Certainly." Trunks nodded earnestly, unwilling to engage in a battle unprepared. The two ascended rapidly into the sky. Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 2 without hesitation. Observing Trunks' stance, Son Wukong also shifted into Super Saiyan 2. In an instant, the earth was engulfed in fierce winds, and the ground trembled violently. "If these two continue this way, the earth will surely be destroyed," Whis remarked, shaking his head in resignation. With a gentle wave of his hand, a protective barrier materialized around them. Immediately, the external chaos subsided, restoring tranquility to the earth as the two commenced their battle. Thunderous roars echoed through the sky. Trunks unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, catching Sun Wukong slightly off guard. Trunks released a powerful energy wave, sending Sun Wukong crashing against the barrier. "Oh, I see. Your progress has been quite impressive," Sun Wukong said with a faint smile. Trunks shook his head slightly, feeling that such strength was still insufficient. In the future, I would be easily overwhelmed by him. At that moment, Trunks also felt a flicker of disappointment. If Sun Wukong retained such strength, then venturing into the future would hold little significance, wouldn't it? He mused quietly to himself. "What if I were to do this?" he whispered. Suddenly, his aura surged dramatically, and his hair began to grow wildly. The eyebrows on his face vanished as he transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 3. "Is this satisfactory?" Sun Wukong asked with a faint smile. Trunks gazed at him in astonishment, taken aback by Sun Wukong's transformation. "Very well, I shall not hold back," Trunks replied with a confident grin, drawing his sword and striking at Sun Wukong. Unfazed, Sun Wukong charged forward to meet the blade head-on. Moments later, he effortlessly caught Trunks's sword with a mere fingertip, then flicked him aside, delivering a punch that sent him crashing into the ground. Trunks was swiftly defeated. "How does my strength measure up now?" Sun Wukong inquired curiously. Having landed gracefully, Trunks slowly rose to his feet. Wukong had indeed spared him, merely inflicting some superficial wounds. Trunks contemplated Sun Wukong's words before slowly shaking his head. "It seems it still won't suffice. That person from the future possesses strength akin to yours, yet he is exceedingly peculiar. With each battle, his combat prowess increases. Initially, he was no match for me, but as we fought, the gap in our abilities widened significantly." Sun Wukong expressed mild surprise, intrigued by this revelation. "How can we contend with such an opponent? The more he battles, the stronger he becomes. It's as if he possesses a cheat." At that moment, Beerus and Whis lounged in their chairs, sipping juice and listening to the conversation. Upon hearing about the future adversary's escalating strength, they exchanged glances. "Doesn't this sound reminiscent of Leelin?" Beerus remarked to Whis. In his memory, Leelin was the epitome of a warrior who grew stronger through combat. Whis nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the resemblance in this particular aspect. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, and a massive rift tore through the fabric of space. From within, a figure emerged, identical to Sun Wukong, save for the all-black attire. Dark Wukong surveyed the scene below, spotting the god of destruction Beerus, the angel Whis, and both Vegeta and Sun Wukong. His gaze lingered on Leelin, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, clearly fixating on him for an extended moment. Chapter 134. The true and false Monkey King. Leelin noticed the intensity of that gaze and furrowed his brow slightly. He was well aware of the true identity of this individual, yet he had not anticipated being acknowledged by him. Could it be that he would have some connection to him in the future? The group stared in awe at the sudden appearance of Dark Wukong in the sky. "Lord Beerus, this individual possesses a time-space ring." Whis held a glass of juice and spoke softly. Beerus, reclining lazily in his chair, appeared unconcerned, pondering the origin of the time ring, which only the Supreme Kai possessed. They were not particularly anxious about the unfolding events, as this individual hailed from the future and would not significantly impact their world. Even if there were repercussions, they would likely be trivial. With Beerus present, any potential threat could be effortlessly obliterated with a mere wave of destructive energy. "Trunks, so this is where you've been hiding." Black Goku sneered as he gazed down at Trunks. Upon seeing his sworn enemy, Trunks' eyes blazed with fury, a burning desire to eliminate him at that very moment. However, someone preemptively soared into the fray, Son Goku. Observing an adversary who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, excitement surged within him. "Who are you? Why do you look just like me?" Son Goku inquired, his voice steady yet curious. Black Goku merely smirked, a malevolent grin spreading across his face, and refrained from answering. Instead, he conjured a sphere of golden energy in his hand. With a swift motion, he unleashed it towards Son Goku. Reacting quickly, Son Goku shielded himself against the sudden assault. The explosion of light resonated in the air, propelling him several hundred meters away. Although the attack was visually impressive, its power was somewhat lacking. Suddenly, Son Goku surged forward, dispersing the surrounding dust. The form of Super Saiyan 2 manifested before them. In an instant, he charged at Black Goku, launching a fierce offensive. Unfazed, Black Goku retaliated, the pair engaging in a fierce aerial clash. Abruptly, Son Goku landed a powerful punch, sending Black Goku flying. Simultaneously, he gathered several energy waves in his hands and unleashed them. The long-forgotten Prince's fighting style was once again on display. However, as the assault concluded, Black Goku stood unscathed, a look of exhilaration crossing his face. Yes, just like that. I feel my power surging. Black Goku mused aloud before darting towards Son Goku, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. The two continued their fierce battle in the sky, with onlookers captivated by the spectacle. This guy's energy feels peculiar, Beerus remarked, sensing something amiss. Whis nodded silently beside him. Having noticed the unusual aura that seemed not to belong to a typical human, but rather resembled that of a deity. Just as their battle intensified, a dark mass suddenly appeared in the sky, exuding immense gravitational force that ensnared Black Goku. At the moment he was pulled into the dark void, he spotted the time machine resting below and unleashed a wave of energy, striking it with precision. Boom! The time machine erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, disintegrating into countless fragments. At that moment, Black Goku was irrevocably drawn into the void, and the dark expanse vanished. The sky once again returned to its serene blue hue. Trunks gazed despondently at his time machine, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. How infuriating! He struck the ground with a clenched fist, feeling a profound sense of guilt towards the people of the future. His intention to summon reinforcements had ended in futility. The saviors had not arrived. And now the time machine lay in ruins. The more he pondered, the heavier his heart felt. However, Bulma brought forth a glimmer of hope. She waved her notebook, which contained the principles of time machine construction. Furthermore, she recalled that she possessed another time machine, the one used by Cell, though it was presently inoperable. Repairing it would require time. Yet, this revelation ignited a spark of hope within Trunks. As long as he could return to the future, he was willing to wait, no matter how long it took. The individual they had encountered emanated an aura reminiscent of the Kaioshin, yet curiously, none of the previous Kaioshins bore any resemblance to Goku. At that moment, Whis addressed the gathering with deliberation. Leelin, feeling rather bored, yearned to interject that the mysterious figure was Zamasu, and that they could simply seek him out. However, he refrained, knowing he could not adequately explain his knowledge. Questions like "how do you know?" would surely arise. Whis and Beerus engaged in a discussion, concluding that the energy emanating from Black Goku bore a striking similarity to that of a trainee Kaioshin from Universe 10. Driven by the desire for answers, they resolved to meet this trainee Kaioshin. "I want to go too," exclaimed Son Goku eagerly. Upon encountering someone who bore his likeness, he naturally sought to uncover the truth. Beerus was about to decline when Leelin approached. "Please take me along. I wish to witness this for myself," he stated calmly. He sensed that Black Goku regarded him with an air of familiarity, which piqued his curiosity about Zamasu. Leelin intended to observe silently, eager to discover how Black Goku had noticed him, for without revealing his energy, he would blend in as an ordinary individual, unnoticed by all. Unbeknownst to Leelin, his reputation had already spread like wildfire across the multiverse, including Universe 10. "Oh, what a predicament you are," Beerus sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. He nodded slightly at Whis before addressing the group. "You may accompany us, but speak little." Leelin nodded in agreement, having resolved to remain a mere observer, striving to maintain silence. Although Son Goku also nodded, his nature made it unlikely he would remain quiet. If things went awry, he might well unleash his fury upon Zamasu. Especially now that Black Goku had made his appearance, such an encounter was undoubtedly destined to unfold. Thus, with a flash of brilliance, the crowd departed without hesitation, leaving Earth behind and venturing into the vastness of the cosmos. Along the way, Whis addressed Leelin and Sun Wukong, stating, "Zamasu is the most gifted apprentice Kaioshin of the 10th universe in recorded history. If all proceeds as expected, he shall undoubtedly be the next Kaioshin." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong expressed great excitement, eager to meet him at once. Chapter 135. Zamasu in the realm of the Kaioshin of the 10th universe. The entirely green Zamasu prepared a cup of tea and presented it to the current Kaioshin, Gaosu. "Ah, quite delightful," Gaosu remarked after sipping the tea, clearly pleased. "The tea brewed by one with a pure heart is indeed exceptional," he praised Zamasu with a smile. Zamasu nodded in acknowledgement, taking a seat opposite Gaosu. "Now, do you understand the mission of the Kaioshin?" Gaosu inquired slowly while enjoying his tea. "Yes, Master Gawasu. Zamasu responded with a measured nod. However, suddenly, a shift occurred in his gaze, revealing a hint of indifference. But do humanity truly deserve our protection? After observing them for many years, I find they are either at war or on the brink of initiating one. Ultimately, they tend towards destruction. So I believe it would be better for me to bring an end to their existence directly, Zamasu stated calmly. Gawasu's body trembled slightly as he stood up, pacing slowly within the Kaioshin realm, with Zamasu trailing behind him. Zamasu, your thoughts are exceedingly perilous. Our mission as Kaioshin is to nurture and safeguard life within the universe. The notion of terminating their existence is the concern of the destroyers, not our duty, Gawasu said earnestly. Having served as Kaioshin for many years, he understood Zamasu's mindset all too well. Day after day, year after year, witnessing the cyclical history of humanity, one could easily develop a strong aversion towards them if one's mindset was not sound. But does our endeavor truly hold significance? Zamasu retorted defiantly. He was weary of engaging in what he perceived as futile tasks, finding it tedious to observe a species so engrossed in conflict and lacking ambition. Deep down, he harbored a disdain for humanity. Zamasu, we must remain aware of our position. Your understanding of humanity is insufficient. There are, in fact, remarkable individuals among them, Gawasu replied, maintaining his composure. Is that so? Zamasu said softly, clearly skeptical of Gawasu's assertion. Gawasu sighed and continued, you must have heard the recent rumors circulating throughout the universe. Have you not? Are you referring to? Zamasu raised an eyebrow in inquiry. The rumor that the destroyer of the sixth universe, Kampa, was defeated by a human from Earth. The one who overcame Kampa is an utterly ordinary human. You say that if our 10th universe has protected humanity for so long and managed to cultivate such an individual, then even if we were to guard them for a lifetime, it would be worthwhile, Gavas remarked with a faint smile. Zamas furrowed his brow and slowly responded, but aren't those merely rumors? He had certainly heard the whispers circulating within the cosmos. However, upon learning that it was a human who had defeated a god of destruction, he immediately dismissed the tale as mere fabrication. A human defeating a deity, let alone a god of destruction, what nonsense is that? Who told you it was merely a rumor? Nothing arises from nothing. That human is named Leelin. I have already confirmed this with the Supreme Kai of the sixth universe. This rumor is undeniably true. Leelin defeated Zampa with remarkable ease. Gavas conveyed all the information he had gathered to Zamas. Upon hearing these words, Zamas stood frozen in place, his mind flooded with disbelief, for in his understanding, such a feat was utterly impossible. At that moment, several figures suddenly descended from the sky. Gavas looked up and realized it was the god of destruction from the seventh universe. However, before he could greet them, one figure rushed towards him. You must be the strongest Supreme Kai of the 10th universe. May I witness your strength? Son Goku approached Zamas with great eagerness, completely disregarding the earlier instructions. Wow. Though it seems your physique could use some improvement, Son Goku remarked, even going so far as to touch Zamas's arm. This action ignited Zamas's fury, who already harbored a deep disdain for humans. How dare this ignorant mortal lay hands upon a deity? If you seek death, I can oblige, Zamas retorted coldly, his tone laced with menace. Zamas, Gavas called out, sensing the tension escalating. Yet, Zamas remained unfazed, his gaze locked onto Son Goku. The two exchanged glances, an invisible pressure radiating outward. You have no place to speak here, Beerus said, yanking Son Goku by the ear and tossing him aside. Instantly, the tense atmosphere dissipated. Zamas suddenly came to his senses, recognizing the presence of Lord Beerus, and promptly lowered his head in humility. Lord Beerus, what brings you to my humble abode? Gavas glanced at Zamas before courteously addressing Beerus. Weiss, please explain the situation to them. Beerus gestured to Weiss. Weiss stepped forward and recounted the rumors they had encountered, primarily focusing on the individual they had met, who wore the Supreme Kai's time ring, thus prompting their inquiry about the potential loss of the 10th universe's ring. Leelin stood silently behind Beerus, quietly observing Zamas, who, despite bowing his head, emanated an unmistakable chill from his eyes. He is quite a formidable character. It is a pity he is a Kaioshin, Lin pondered silently. Upon hearing about the matter, Gawasu immediately returned to retrieve the box containing the time-space rings. The loss of the time-space ring is a significant issue, one that cannot be taken lightly. Lord Beerus, please take a look. The time-space rings are all here. Nothing is missing, Gawasu declared as he opened the box for Beerus and wished to inspect. Hmm, that is rather peculiar, Whis mused, stroking his chin. If the time-space ring from Universe 10 has not been lost, then from where did the ring belonging to the future Black come? At that moment, Goku was incessantly pestering Zamasu, urging him to engage in combat. Naturally, Zamasu refused. As a noble deity, how could he stoop to compete with a mere human? Zamasu, you should indulge him in a match, Gowasu suggested, observing Zamasu's stubbornness. Given Zamasu's considerable bias against humans, perhaps this encounter would not be entirely detrimental. Chapter 136, A Lack of Respect TCH. Zamasu seemed somewhat disdainful. He believed a mere human could not possibly be formidable. After all, he was a noble god. And even the strongest human was but an insignificant insect. Upon hearing this, Goku's spirit soared, and he quickly began his warm-up exercises. Zamasu, do remember to show some restraint. Just go easy on him, Gowasu instructed Zamasu. Zamasu nodded indifferently. However, at that moment, Beerus interjected nonchalantly, there is no need to hold back. Zamasu was taken aback and glanced at Beerus. What did you say? You cannot be serious. Gowasu exclaimed in astonishment. Although he did not harbor the same deep-seated animosity towards humans as Zamasu, allowing a human to challenge a god without holding back seemed tantamount to courting death. Certainly not. Beerus replied calmly. He then addressed Zamasu, insisting, you must give it your all, otherwise he may perish. Beerus had some understanding of Goku's strength. Having trained in the realm of destruction for an extended period, no matter how powerful a Kaioshin may be, they could not possibly rival him. I understand, Zamasu replied coolly. Yet he still underestimated Goku, believing Beerus's words to be mere bluster. In that case, I shall not hold back, Goku chuckled with a grin. Drawing from his experience with the Dark Goku, he immediately transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form. A golden aura crackled with electricity as he launched himself toward Zamasu. Zamasu, unfazed, calmly observed him, effortlessly sidestepping and employing a technique of using force against force. He raised his hand in preparation to strike Goku's neck with a knife hand attack. Goku abruptly halted, twisting around and unleashing a ki blast at point-blank range. Zamasu felt a sinking sensation in his heart as he instantly released his energy, bracing himself to withstand Goku's assault. Feeling the energy emanating from Zamasu, Sun Wukong realized it was strikingly identical to that of Black Goku. No longer hesitating, he charged forward with ferocity, delivering a powerful punch. Zamasu raised his hand to intercept, but he grossly underestimated Sun Wukong's strength. The blow was so forceful that it sent him staggering backward. Is this the power of a mere human? Zamasu pondered in disbelief. In his perception, humans were frail, ignorant beings, blissfully unaware of their own limitations. Yet, this individual was shattering his understanding. The battle raged on as Sun Wukong unleashed the full might of his Super Saiyan form. In an instant, he drove Zamasu back repeatedly. Zamasu Gazef looked on in astonishment. His jaw agape. With wide eyes, he beheld the fist-swinging Wukong, his heart overwhelmed by shock. Could a human possess such extraordinary strength? Just then, as he remained in a daze, Sun Wukong's fist collided with his face, sending Zamasu hurtling to the ground. Sun Wukong followed with another punch, but at the last moment, he halted it just before making contact. It seems I'm not that strong after all, Sun Wukong mused with a hint of frustration. Infuriated by these words, Zamasu, despite his anger, extended his hand to accept Wukong's offer to help him up. However, Zamasu appeared ungrateful, gathering energy in his palm, preparing to retaliate. Gazef, sensing Zamasu's intent, shouted to him, snapping Zamasu back to reality. He then lowered his head, grasped Sun Wukong's hand, and slowly rose to his feet, though his conviction began to crumble. I never imagined a human could wield such formidable power, Gazef reflected to himself. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He realized he did not yet know this human's name. Lord Beerus, could this be the legendary Leelin? The one who vanquished Lord Kampa? Gazef inquired, pointing at Sun Wukong with curiosity. In his mind, the only human capable of defeating a god was the one who had bested the god of destruction. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Leelin raised an eyebrow. Was news of his victory over Kampa spreading this quickly? Even the Supreme Kai of Universe 10 was aware. Unbeknownst to him, the tale of his triumph had transcended not just Universe 10, but all 12 universes. Beings of considerable strength were discussing his exploits, while only those dwelling in remote, disconnected corners of Earth remained oblivious. Zamasu paused momentarily, gazing at the smiling Sun Wukong before him. Inwardly, he mused. Is this the human who has triumphed over a god of destruction? If that is the case, perhaps my defeat is not so disgraceful after all, considering he has bested a deity. However, he found it exceedingly difficult to accept that humans possessed such formidable power. Before Beerus could begin his explanation, Son Goku waved his hands and approached with a smile, repeatedly asserting, "It's not me, not me." He then halted beside Leelin, patting him on the shoulder, declaring, "This is the one who defeated the god of destruction, Leelin. Please do not misconstrue. Are you truly Leelin?" Guas inquired with a puzzled expression. To him, this young man appeared remarkably ordinary, devoid of any discernible aura. Although strikingly handsome, one might easily overlook his presence if not deliberately focused. Zama's also turned to gaze intently at Leelin. "Indeed, that is I," Leelin replied, furrowing his brow and nodding slightly. He had initially wished to remain in the background, quietly observing. Yet, unexpectedly, the attention had shifted directly to him. "Yes, he is Leelin, the human who vanquished Kampa," Beerus stated nonchalantly. As for the widespread dissemination of the news regarding Leelin's triumph over Kampa, it was entirely orchestrated by him, as he would not allow any opportunity to undermine Kampa's arrogance to slip by. "Ah, I see, my apologies," Guas remarked politely, astonished that the young man he had previously overlooked was, in fact, a true powerhouse. "Not at all," Leelin replied coolly, wishing to curtail further conversation, for he had already discerned the reason behind Zama's keen interest in him. It was likely due to the events unfolding at present that had captured his attention. Chapter 137. Leelin's thought Zama's was secretly astonished. He could not discern what was so exceptional about this human. The absence of any aura yet capable of defeating the god of destruction of Universe 6, Kampa, was truly astonishing. Zama's, observe this young friend. He appears so ordinary, yet possesses the strength to defeat a god of destruction. This is the human you have underestimated. I hope you can alter your perception moving forward. Guas earnestly conveyed to Zama's, seemingly seeking to use Leelin to impress upon Zama's the need for a change in perspective. "Master, I stand corrected," Zama's humbly replied, lowering his head. Nevertheless, a palpable disdain lingered in his gaze. Beerus, overhearing Guas's remarks, nearly erupted in laughter. "Ordinary? A being devoid of any aura capable of defeating a god of destruction. Would you truly label that as ordinary? Enough with the lectures, old man. Since your time ring is still intact, we shall take our leave," Beerus stated calmly. "Very well," Guas nodded, addressing the group. "Lord Beerus, take care." "Indeed," Beerus responded softly, and then Whis led them away, vanishing from the realm of the Kais. After Beerus and his company departed, Guas took Zama's for a stroll around the realm of the Kais. Zama's obediently followed behind him. "Zama's, I trust you now possess a renewed understanding of humanity?" Gawasi spoke tirelessly, hoping fervently that Zamasu could alter his stubborn beliefs. After all, he was the apprentice Supreme Kai, the next heir to his legacy. "Indeed, humanity is remarkable," Zamasu murmured, though his words belied a growing prejudice against humans, especially after witnessing the formidable power of Son Goku and the existence of Leelin. He believed that such immense strength ought to belong solely to the divine. The possession of such power by mortals, in his view, was nothing short of sacrilege. "You understand? I am quite gratified," Gawasi replied with a smile, adding, "Now, do prepare me another cup of tea." As he spoke, he returned to his seat. Meanwhile, Zamasu began to prepare the tea set, yet this time, the brew appeared increasingly murky. In the boundless depths of space, Whis guided them through the cosmos. "It must be him, right, Whis?" Beerus inquired, sensing that Zamasu's aura was strikingly identical to that of the Black Goku. While a person's aura may bear similarities, it could never be perfectly identical. Thus, it stood to reason that the Black Goku and Zamasu were indeed one and the same. "Yes, based on the aura. That seems to be the case," Whis nodded in agreement. However, the reason behind Zamasu assuming Goku's appearance remained unclear. "What are your thoughts, Leelin?" Whis turned to him. Leelin had been quietly observing, speaking very little. Whis sought to glean any new insights from him. "Yes, this Zamasu should indeed be that Black Goku." "I concur with your assessment," Leelin replied slowly, sharing some of his insights. "However, Zamasu's strength does not align with that of the future counterpart. He bears an identical visage to Goku, which leads me to a hypothesis, though I am uncertain of its validity." Leelin's words piqued the interest of Whis and Beerus. "What is this hypothesis? Pray tell," Beerus inquired with curiosity, while Whis also turned his attention to Leelin. Son Goku wasted no time and leaned closer to Leelin. The future Black Goku is indeed Zamasu. But could it be that he is not the Zamasu of this timeline, but rather from another dimension? Perhaps he has experienced the recent events in that timeline, witnessed Goku's incredible power, and through some means, transformed into a being identical to Goku. Then, utilizing the time ring, he traversed to the future timeline, Leelin explained with calm clarity, summarizing his understanding. In truth, when he had watched this narrative unfold in a previous life, it had left him somewhat bewildered. Nonetheless, amidst the confusion, one truth remained clear. Thus, the future incarnation of Black Goku is indeed Zamasu, albeit a version from an alternate timeline, one who was not vanquished by Beerus, but instead murdered his mentor and seized the time ring. Leelin's words suddenly awakened a realization in Whis and Beerus. If analyzed in such a manner, it indeed holds some validity. Beerus inhaled deeply, sensing the absence of issues. This perspective could certainly elucidate the current predicament. Whis stroked his chin, a contemplative expression emerging in his eyes. "Ah, so that is how it is," Goku remarked, patting his head. Yet, in the next breath, he continued, "But why do I find it so difficult to comprehend?" Hee. Leelin replied with a faint smile, "It is perfectly normal not to understand." From a divine perspective, while watching anime in his previous life, he had felt somewhat bewildered. Much less so now, being enmeshed in the situation. Had it not been for his foresight, he would likely be as lost as Goku. Not grasping the concept is inconsequential. We merely need to recognize that this individual is our adversary. Once the time machine is repaired, we shall venture into the future to eliminate him. Leelin continued with a serene smile. "Oh, so that is the case, then I comprehend. To eradicate my future self, that simplifies matters considerably," Goku said with a cheerful grin. Leelin shook his head in resignation. Simple? Perhaps not. According to the information he possessed, the future Black Goku is endowed with immortality. To annihilate him, one would require at least the destructive energy of a god of destruction or the erasure ability of the Omni King. Otherwise, this foe will only grow stronger with each encounter. By the way, Lord Beerus, will you accompany us? Goku inquired curiously. Lord Beerus will not be joining, as previously stated. Traversing time is a grave offense. You may deliberate about your future endeavors before us, and we shall turn a blind eye. As a god of destruction, Beerus cannot traverse time to other timelines, Whis explained with a gentle smile. Oh, I see, Goku replied, scratching the back of his head slowly. Chapter 138. Journey to the future world. Leelin and Goku had returned to Earth, while Whis and Beerus made their way back to the realm of destruction. Bulma was still engaged in repairing the time machine. After all, such a device is of intricate precision, rendering repairs quite challenging. Leelin temporarily returned home, as the restoration of the time machine would require some time. Trunks, on the other hand, was relishing a period of comfort in this timeline. During this time, he had a friendly competition with Vegeta, showcasing a father-son bond. The outcome was predictable. The peak Super Saiyan 2 Trunks was no match for Vegeta, who could transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Simultaneously, he learned from Vegeta that Goku could also achieve the Super Saiyan Blue transformation. This revelation greatly inspired Trunks, for such power could easily overpower the future Black Goku. As long as they could venture into the future, they would surely eradicate Black Goku. In truth, these matters were merely the beginning. Vegeta gazed at Trunks, who was half kneeling on the ground after being defeated, and spoke in a calm tone. Oh, Trunks replied, somewhat perplexed. This strength is indeed formidable. How can it be regarded as nothing? Could it be that after all these years, his father had transformed from his formerly proud demeanor to one of such humility? Noticing the confusion etched on Trunks' face, Vegeta explained lightly, Mr. Lin's power far surpasses ours. Mr. Lin? Trunks murmured to himself, as memories of their battles alongside Lin against Cell flooded back to him. In those days, with Lin by their side, no crisis seemed insurmountable. So, how strong is Mr. Lin now? Trunks inquired curiously after a moment of reflection. Back then, Lin's strength was already profound. Now, it was likely even more terrifying. However, he could not fully grasp the extent of that terror in his mind. His power has already eclipsed that of the god of destruction. Even if Kakarot and I joined forces, we would not stand a chance against him. If he were to fight with all his might, I doubt we could withstand even a single blow, Vegeta stated solemnly. The memory of the last tournament between Universe 7 and Universe 6 was still vivid in his mind. Defeating the god of destruction, Kampa, had been astonishingly easy. Furthermore, when employing the Kaioken, he could even engage in combat with the angel, Whis. What? Trunks gasped, his mouth agape in astonishment. He had always believed that Lin, no matter how strong, could only defeat his father. To learn that even his father and Uncle Goku together could not match Lin was beyond his expectations. What astonished him even more was Vegeta's final remark, that if Lin unleashed his full power, they would be unable to withstand even a single attack. There is hope for the future. There is hope for the future, Trunks murmured to himself as he regained his composure, tears welling in his eyes. He couldn't help but recall the question that had initially brought him here. Why, in his timeline, was there no one like Lin? Why was it so unfair? As time passed, Bulma worked tirelessly at Capsule Corporation to repair the time machine. Finally, one morning, she succeeded. Upon hearing the news, Goku immediately rushed to inform Lin. The two of them employed instant transmission to arrive at Capsule Corporation simultaneously. Mr. Lin, you have arrived, Trunks exclaimed warmly upon seeing Lin, who had disappeared for several days. His heart brimmed with boundless admiration for Lin. If he could accompany him to the future, the people there would be saved. As for Vegeta and Goku, their importance paled in comparison to Lin's. Indeed, Lin replied with a slight nod, feeling a touch of curiosity about Trunks' unusual admiration towards him that day. Though he is fully aware of his own handsomeness, it is primarily acknowledged in the context of women. He possesses no interest whatsoever in men. Thus, as the time machine activated, the four individuals entered together. It must be said that the space within was rather cramped, with four burly men inside. It was evidently a tight fit. Leelin, let it be known that if we encounter an adversary this time, you are not to engage. Sun Wukong stated firmly to Leelin. Indeed, just leave this fellow to me. We cannot afford to let you intervene and deprive us of our chance to fight. Vegeta wholeheartedly concurred with Sun Wukong's declaration. They had not experienced a satisfying battle in quite some time, and this adversary must not be so easily vanquished by Leelin. At the very least, they wished to relish the thrill of combat before handing the matter over to him. Rest assured, whether or not I can eliminate him remains to be seen, Leelin replied nonchalantly. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged puzzled glances, with Trunks also appearing somewhat astonished. Why say such a thing? Vegeta inquired, perplexed. After all, Leelin had previously triumphed over a god of destruction. Could it be that the future's Black Wukong was even more formidable? Mr. Leelin, there won't be any issues, will there? Trunks turned to Leelin, his concern evident. Having come all this way for assistance, Leelin's words had momentarily shaken his confidence. Indeed, is that individual truly stronger than you? Sun Wukong asked, equally curious. They had sensed that person's energy before, and it did not seem overwhelmingly powerful. The uncertainty of Leelin's statement during such a critical moment was indeed worrisome. It's nothing. I just have a feeling that matters may not be so straightforward, Leelin replied with a smile, though inwardly he contemplated that the future individual was, after all, immortal. No matter how great his own power was, he could not bring about that person's demise. Fortunately, he had prepared for contingencies. Over the past 3 days, he had not simply remained idle at home. During this time, he had visited Master Roshi on Kame House and effortlessly learned a sealing technique known as the Demon Seal Wave. It is worth noting that this skill is remarkably potent. Even Zamasu would find himself confined to a coffin if caught by it. Having learned from the lessons of the original tale, he had equipped himself with numerous small vials, eschewing traditional sealing containers like jars or rice cookers. These vials were inscribed with various peculiar runes. Should the moment of crisis arise, he would utilize the Demon Seal Wave to ensnare Zamasu. The time machine had been activated, and shortly thereafter, they arrived in a ravaged future world. However, no sooner had they disembarked from the time machine than they came under attack. Chapter 139, A Tragic Future Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Several projectiles hurtled toward them. Trunks immediately drew his sword and slashed at the incoming missiles. Boom, boom, boom. A shell detonated mid-air, releasing a plume of smoke. The group of humans who had launched the projectile halted their assault upon witnessing Trunks ascend into the sky. Do not panic, for I have returned, bringing reinforcements, Trunks proclaimed as he gracefully descended, addressing the ambushers below. Suddenly, 2 soldiers clad in combat uniforms sprang to their feet and sprinted towards Trunks and his companions. We apologize. We mistook you for that fiend, one of them said, scratching his head in contrition. Ah, no worries, no worries. Goku waved his hand dismissively, chuckling amiably. However, After making their apologies, the soldiers quickly approached Goku, their gazes fixed intently upon him. The resemblance between Goku and the malevolent entity of this world was striking, which explained their initial misjudgment. Goku, feeling somewhat awkward, offered a sheepish grin, aware that his current appearance bore the visage of a villain. Thus, under the guidance of these two soldiers, the group made their way to the underground refuge where humanity had sought shelter. Alas, what a tragic sight! Leelin mused silently as he walked, taking in the desolate remnants of what had once been. The future held no semblance of grandeur. Complete structures were nowhere to be found. Even the underground sanctuary they entered was stark and austere, filled with children and the elderly, while the majority of the able-bodied adults bore various disabilities. It is Trunks who has returned. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and a throng of individuals surged forward to behold their revered hero. Trunks was their leader. Without him, humanity might have faced extinction long ago, particularly the children, who gazed upon Trunks with the awe reserved for their idol, had found a beacon of hope in him throughout their struggles against the androids and the darkness that followed. Yet, upon catching sight of Goku, a flicker of fear ignited within them, prompting them to retreat hastily. "I am not him," Goku stammered, pointing to himself in a somewhat sheepish manner. Fortunately, Trunks offered some clarification, which eased the crowd's trepidation, though they still maintained a respectful distance from Goku. The assembly continued their silent procession forward until Trunks encountered his beloved Mai. Overcome with joy, they embraced, tears of happiness streaming down their faces. As Trunks had thought her lost to him forever. "How wonderful, Trunks, you have finally returned," Mai exclaimed with unbridled joy. Yet, she swiftly brought to light the pressing difficulties they faced, namely, their dwindling food supplies. Despite the remaining human population being so few, they lacked the capacity to venture out in search of sustenance. "Fear not," Vegeta interjected, producing a versatile capsule. With a resounding pop, an abundance of provisions appeared before them, followed by the swift release of another capsule. The space was filled to the brim with everyday items. Upon encountering the dazzling array of delectable food, the individuals could no longer suppress the impulses within them. Approaching the feast, they began to devour the food voraciously. It was exquisite, truly delightful. Oh, it had been far too long since they had tasted such scrumptious fare. Was this what we once savored? How blissful it felt. Many expressed their sentiments while eating, and some were so moved that tears streamed down their faces. They had endured countless hardships, compounded by the existence of artificial beings and the present circumstances. They had scarcely experienced a few years of tranquility. Daily survival was fraught with peril, and even the simple act of securing a meal had become a luxury. Alas, this world was indeed a harsh place. Even someone as carefree as Sun Wukong could not help but voice such thoughts. This only underscored the dire living conditions of the future world. However, while he was lost in contemplation, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure squatting in a corner, relishing the food with great enthusiasm. Approaching cautiously, he scrutinized the figure and suddenly recognized him. "Akirabai, is that you? You're still alive?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Leelin's gaze was drawn to the commotion. After a brief assessment, he too recognized the individual. "Of course, I am not dead," Akirabai responded, visibly excited upon seeing the familiar Wukong. He then added with a tinge of sadness that he had been residing in Corinta all along, during the era of artificial beings. He and the cat sage had been on the brink of collapse. In the end, only a single magical being remained, which the cat sage had given to him, allowing him to survive until now. As he recounted his tale, those nearby teased him lightly, jesting that he excelled only in eating. In this apocalyptic world, those who managed to survive in such a manner were not easily extinguished. After some idle chatter, the group organized themselves and prepared to confront Black Wukong. They emerged from their underground refuge. "Let me speak first. This fellow is mine to handle, and you are all forbidden from intervening," Vegeta declared, arms crossed and a serious expression on his face. "What? Why is that?" Sun Wukong responded, somewhat unwilling. He even proposed to decide who would take action through a game of rock, paper, scissors. "No way. This person is definitely mine," Vegeta firmly rejected. Nearby, Trunks and Xiao Wu looked on in astonishment. "We're going into battle, not on a leisurely trip. Why is there no sense of urgency?" Yet, the more relaxed they appeared, the more Vegeta felt reassured, believing they could surely vanquish that demon. Leelin observed them quietly, but a weight settled in his heart. For among all these people, he alone understood that Black Wukong could not be eradicated, regardless of the strength brought against him. Moreover, there were two Zamasus in this world, one with Wukong's appearance and the other in his original form. The threat posed by the original Zamasu was minimal. It was Black Wukong who truly represented a significant challenge. Very well, then, let us see what you are capable of, Sun Wukong remarked, shaking his head in resignation. The four individuals prepared to make their move, one of them suddenly leaping into the air, rushing towards the lair of Black Wukong. Everyone, we must give it our all, shouted Xiao Wu from the ground, her voice echoing as the four vanished into the distance. Meanwhile, Black Wukong hovered in the sky, gazing upon the city he had ravaged, a sense of triumph swelling within him. Beneath him lay a desolate wasteland, the sky shrouded in gloom. My beloved Earth, at last, I have eradicated this nest of vermin. Ha! He cackled with delight. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot up into the heavens not far from him. Chapter 140, Vegeta and Black Wukong Boom. The golden radiance erupted in the air. Black Wukong's attention was instantly drawn to it, sensing several auras nearby. Vegeta, what are you up to? Sun Wukong inquired curiously. This golden wave was indeed unleashed by Vegeta. You're such a fool, Vegeta replied, shaking his head in exasperation. He had no desire to converse with someone of Sun Wukong's intellect. Sun Wukong frowned, feeling somewhat disgruntled. He had merely been curious. Wukong, what Vegeta is attempting to do is lure the enemy to us, saving us the trouble of searching for them, Leelin explained with a sigh. It seemed that in this world, the only way to elevate Sun Wukong's intelligence was through combat. In ordinary circumstances, he often appeared a step behind others. Oh, so that's how it is, Sun Wukong said, scratching his head in realization. You dolt, Vegeta muttered under his breath. Unable to fathom how someone as foolish as Sun Wukong had managed to cultivate to such a level, even surpassing his own strength. As expected, upon noticing the golden wave, Black Wukong hastily approached. I didn't anticipate it would truly be you, he remarked, somewhat surprised. He had believed he had destroyed the time machine. Yet these individuals had somehow returned to the future, truly unfathomable. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fixed on Leelin, who also noticed him, narrowing his eyes and staring intently. Allow me to handle you, Vegeta sneered, giving a thumbs up to himself. Then, a formidable aura erupted from him, his hair turning a brilliant blue. The surrounding energy shifted to blue as well, transforming into the super blue form. It appeared he intended to seize this opportunity to swiftly defeat his opponent. Black Wukong regarded Vegeta with a wicked smile, seemingly unfazed by the power Vegeta had unleashed. For he alone understood that he was now invincible. No matter how formidable the opponent, they could not inflict harm upon him. Clapping his hands, Black Wukong praised, impressive, to unleash such formidable strength. With that, he swiftly appeared before Vegeta. Let me witness the extent of your abilities. The expression on Black Goku's face was exceedingly sinister, sending a chill down the spine of those who beheld it. Vegeta promptly retreated to the side, slightly curling his lip in disdain. He sensed that this individual was making his inaugural appearance in their timeline and, evidently, had honed his prowess significantly over the passage of time. Very well, you exude confidence. Yet such bravado holds no weight in my presence, Vegeta scoffed. In an instant, he propelled himself forward, appearing before Black Goku in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. Vegeta roared, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Black Goku. The air reverberated with muffled thuds as Vegeta's fists, like phantoms, delivered an onslaught of attacks with astonishing speed. Black Goku found himself momentarily overwhelmed, shielding his body with his arms while being forced to retreat. With each strike, Vegeta's ferocity intensified, shattering Black Goku's defenses. A barrage of chaotic punches followed by a powerful kick sent Black Goku reeling, seemingly devoid of any means to retaliate. Boom. A ki blast hurled Black Goku to the ground, leaving him sprawled in a starfish position. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta pressed his advantage, materializing before him. Thud, thud, thud. Each blow from his heavy fists landed with increasing force. The very ground beneath them fractured under the assault, and turbulent winds swirled through the air. Vegeta's attacks escalated in fervor, as if he intended to pulverize Black Goku into mere fragments. Yet, despite enduring the relentless onslaught, Black Goku wore a disturbingly enigmatic smile at the corner of his mouth. Upon witnessing this grin, Vegeta instinctively retreated, creating distance between them. Quite impressive indeed. Black Goku slowly rose to his feet, brushing off the dust as if unaffected. Vegeta felt a shiver run down his spine, grappling with disbelief. He was acutely aware of the tremendous force behind his recent strikes. Under normal circumstances, even a fighter of comparable strength would be incapacitated after sustaining such punishment. Yet, the reality remained that Black Goku appeared utterly unscathed. In the next instant, Black Goku initiated his counterattack, vanishing and reappearing before Vegeta in an instant. With a resounding thud, a kick sent Vegeta flying. The pain radiating from his abdomen left him astounded, and he struggled to stabilize himself, preventing further retreat. How could he have grown so formidable? A look of incredulity filled Vegeta's eyes. Trunks had previously asserted that Black Goku's strength was at most that of a Super Saiyan 3. Yet, having attained Super Saiyan Blue, he believed himself to be several tiers above the Super Saiyan 3. Now, however, something felt amiss. This individual's energy had evidently escalated. Leelin, who had been silently observing, finally spoke. Goku and Trunks turned to regard him. Simultaneously, a palpable energy emanated from Black Goku, significantly stronger than before. What could be the reason for this? Son Goku inquired curiously, glancing at Leelin. Trunks also looked at him with eager anticipation, for he had encountered Black Goku numerous times and was equally intrigued. Initially, Trunks found it relatively easy to combat Black Goku, but as time progressed, he increasingly found himself outmatched. Even the current Vegeta struggled to keep up. The specifics, however, required further observation. Leelin refrained from providing them with an answer, merely suggesting that they continue to watch. At that moment, Black Goku suddenly turned to Leelin and sneered, "Then let me give you something to observe." With that, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. The energy in the surrounding environment began to swirl around his being. Huh! Black Goku suddenly roared towards the heavens, his form radiating an eerie glow. The already overcast sky was abruptly illuminated by flashes of lightning. His eyes widened as a dark red beam shot skyward. Vegeta gasped in disbelief, watching in astonishment. Son Goku and Trunks were equally shocked. Among them, only Leelin maintained a semblance of composure. "What do you think of this form? Does it suit your tastes?" Black Goku's hair now stood upright, transformed into a vibrant pink hue. Chapter 141. Are you the one who can be destroyed? Son Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks were utterly astonished by Black Goku's transformation. Although the hair color differed, it was unmistakably the state of a Super Saiyan. They had anticipated many possibilities, but this was not one of them. "I call this form Super Saiyan Pink. What do you think? Does it meet your expectations?" Black Goku proclaimed with an air of arrogance. He cast a glance at Leelin and noted his unperturbed demeanor. Internally, he marveled at the composure of a human who had defeated a god of destruction. "Humph!" Vegeta snorted, then propelled himself into the air, launching a punch, only for Black Goku to evade it effortlessly. In an instant, Black Goku attacked from behind Vegeta. Quick to react, Vegeta countered the assault, pivoting to strike back at Black Goku. However, just as he was about to land his blow, Black Goku conjured a shimmering blade in his hand. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced through Vegeta's chest. How is this possible? Vegeta stared in disbelief at the wound. He never anticipated that he would be so swiftly subdued. "Humph! Why would it be impossible?" Black Goku chuckled mockingly. Casting a fleeting glance at the individuals below, I swiftly drew forth my radiant blade, declaring, "You are merely an appetizer." Blood gushed forth from Vegeta's chest, and the vibrant blue hue of his aura dissipated, leaving his hair in its natural state. With a resounding thud, Vegeta plummeted from the skies, crashing heavily onto the ground. Fortunately, his aura remained intact. He was merely injured, which assuaged the concerns of Goku and Trunks, who were not overly anxious. How could he have grown so powerful? Trunks pondered in astonishment. He had initially believed that his father, in his Super Saiyan Blue form, would easily vanquish Black Goku. However, it was evident that the situation was far more complex than anticipated. Suspended in the air, Black Goku's unwavering gaze was fixed upon Leelin, his fleeting expression of seriousness indicating that, among all present, only Leelin posed a true threat to him. Yet, it was not Leelin who took the next step onto the battlefield, but rather Goku. Witnessing his dear friend being struck down ignited a fierce anger within him. Instantly transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, he charged directly at Black Goku. "Heh, Goku, very well," Black Goku remarked with an indifferent smile, seemingly dismissive of Goku's presence. Without exchanging many words, Goku lunged forward to engage him. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan Rose, Black Goku's strength surged dramatically. Goku's situation mirrored that of Vegeta, as he too was swiftly overpowered and fell to the ground. Coughing violently, Goku lay on the earth, acutely aware that Black Goku's power had now eclipsed his own. "Uncle Goku!" Trunks shouted in alarm. Just then, a flash of white light illuminated the sky as the original skin version of Zamasu descended from above. This Zamasu belonged to this timeline. Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks stood in stunned silence, having believed that Black Goku was Zamasu, only to be confronted with yet another manifestation of him. At that moment, Zamasu cast a languid glance at the gathered individuals. Suddenly, beams of light erupted from the hands of both Zamasus, unleashing energy blasts toward the ground below. In that critical moment, Leelin intervened. With a swift motion, he positioned himself before the others and effortlessly deflected the energy blasts to either side. "Mr. Leelin," Trunks exclaimed with fervor, elated to witness Leelin's intervention. As long as Leelin was in action, he was confident that the impending threat could be neutralized. With a flick of his wrist, Leelin launched another energy wave aimed squarely at Zamasu. Observing this, Black Goku's lips curled into a slight smile. Zamasu remained stationary, allowing the energy wave to engulf him. A thunderous explosion erupted, filling the air with smoke. However, as the haze dissipated, Leelin furrowed his brow in concern. Zamasu's aura had not vanished. To his astonishment, Zamasu stood unscathed amidst the remnants of the explosion. "What is happening?" Leelin mused, a hint of surprise evident in his demeanor. In theory, defeating Zamas should be an effortless endeavor. Black Goku, noticing the perplexity on Leelin's face, scoffed and explained. "It's futile, Leelin. I am aware of your strength, but this Zamas is immortal." Zamas brushed off the dust from his attire. "So, you are Leelin. A pleasure to meet you. I am Zamas of this world, yet I am intrigued as to why your presence is absent here." With an indifferent gaze, Zamas regarded Leelin. Initially, he was unaware of Leelin's identity until the transformed Black Goku arrived in his timeline, revealing that there was once a formidable being capable of confronting a god of destruction. Upon hearing these words, Leelin slightly raised an eyebrow, clearly not surprised by the revelation of Zamas's immortality. Instead, he realized his memory had faltered. He had believed that Black Goku was the immortal one. It seemed that his prolonged stay in this world had caused a mix-up regarding their abilities. "Ah, I see. So, that means you are the one who can indeed be killed?" Leelin remarked nonchalantly to the hovering Black Goku. After realizing his mistake, he felt a sense of relief, as this made matters considerably easier. Zamas was the immortal being, while Black Goku had exchanged bodies with Sun Wukong, enhancing the Saiyant's passive abilities to grow stronger with each blow received. Consequently, this no longer appeared daunting. Upon reflection, one could deduce that a person who could grow stronger merely by enduring attacks and remained immortal was a formidable opponent. However, thankfully, these qualities were non-threatening in this context. The immortal Zamas was rather weak and posed no real danger, while Black Goku, despite his strength, fell short before Leelin. Black Goku's heart raced upon hearing Leelin's words, and he felt an inexplicable chill at the murderous intent reflected in Leelin's gaze. "How dare you, a mere human, act so arrogantly?" Black Goku retorted, clearly incensed by Leelin's dismissive demeanor. Chapter 142. Is that all? Allow me to witness the power capable of defeating a god of destruction. With that, Black Goku conjured the previously manifested blade of light and aimed it at Leelin below. Leelin, maintaining a calm demeanor, regarded the incoming attack with a hint of disdain. Boom! With a single punch, his fist collided with the blade of light, resulting in a resounding explosion that sent sand swirling around them. The blade shattered instantaneously, and Black Goku was propelled backward by the force of the blast. Observing the destruction of the blade, Black Goku's expression shifted slightly. "Is your attack somewhat lacking?" Leelin remarked, shaking his head with contempt as he surveyed the scene before him. Upon hearing Leelin's words, Black Goku's countenance changed dramatically. Such unparalleled power was indeed awe-inspiring. The immortal Zamas, witnessing the setback of Black Void, conjured a blade of light in his hand and struck towards Lin. "Humph." Observing Zamas's assault, Lin let out a cold huff, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight in an instant. Zamas's expression shifted dramatically as he scanned the spot where Lin had disappeared. Where is he? How could he move so swiftly? It felt as though Lin had evaporated without a trace. "Hey, what are you looking at?" A voice emerged from behind Zamas. He turned abruptly, only to find Lin's indifferent gaze fixed intently upon him. When did he arrive behind me? Zama's was overwhelmed with shock, realizing he had failed to detect Lin's approach. Unfortunately, his unvoiced question found no answer. What awaited him was Lin's iron-fisted blow. Bang! The punch struck Zama's squarely in the face, distorting his features. His body, propelled like a bullet, crashed into the ground. Boom! The violent impact sent tremors through the earth, causing it to rumble. Yet, remarkably, Zama's emerged unscathed. Gritting his teeth, he rose again, his eyes aflame with fury as he glared at Lin. Lin, noting Zama's intact condition, silently shook his head. This immortal body is truly troublesome. A single punch failed to inflict any harm, not even a scratch. It is quite bewildering how these two wretches possess such audacity. Lin frowned, derisively mocking them. In this realm, their tyrannical behavior stemmed solely from having slain the Kaioshin, resulting in the destruction of the gods of destruction. That foolish Zeno remains oblivious, as his subordinates scatter while he remains in ignorance. Otherwise, no god of destruction would permit their arrogance to flourish so unchecked. How infuriating! Black Void clenched his fists, his anger intensifying. Zama's was no better off. They were deities, now mocked by a mere human. I am a god, the sovereign of this world, not some worthless scum. Black Void roared. He had never endured such humiliation in this realm. Being berated by a human only exacerbated his already warped psyche. After declaring this, he manifested another blade of light in his hand and attacked Lin once more. Meanwhile, Zama's fury reached its zenith. He propelled himself upward, charging towards Lin in midair. The two deities, one above and one below, sought to encircle Lin in a combined assault. Heh! Lin scoffed derisively. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from him, radiating outward in all directions. The two Zamas, now caught in a turbulent maelstrom, began to tremble as their speed diminished significantly. Fear gripped their hearts as they struggled to breathe under the weight of the overwhelming presence. At that moment, they had drawn near to Lin's position. Two individuals, suppressing their astonishment, commenced their assault against him. Two violet blades of light slashed towards Leelin from the left and right. Leelin, however, remained unperturbed, evading gracefully and composedly in midair. Despite the incessant flailing of their blades, their efforts proved futile, unable to touch Leelin even once. On the ground, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had taken a moment to recover, gathering around Trunks as they observed the aerial battle. Mr. Leelin remains formidable, managing to face two opponents alone. Trunks gazed in disbelief at the conflict above. After witnessing Sun Wukong and Vegeta being easily defeated, he had initially thought all hope was lost. Yet, against all odds, it was Leelin who emerged to turn the tide. The disparity in skill was so vast that it seemed as if battling the two was akin to sparring with children. Shall we join the fray? Sun Wukong murmured, clutching his chest. Vegeta, upon hearing this, slowly shook his head, sensing that their intervention was unnecessary. The situation seemed to be well in hand, with Leelin seemingly capable of managing it all alone. In the sky, the chaotic melee raged on. Leelin maintained the upper hand, while Black Goku and Zama's faced a daunting struggle, appearing increasingly beleaguered. You coward, do you only know how to flee? Black Goku spat in frustration. His repeated failed assaults had soured his mood to its nadir. He yearned to land even a single hit on Leelin, hoping to demonstrate that the gap in their abilities was not as insurmountable as it appeared. Oh, very well, Leelin replied nonchalantly, then hovered midair. Seizing the opportunity, Black Goku and Zama's launched their attacks without hesitation. Two blades of light hurtled towards Leelin's form. Bang! A muffled sound reverberated as their strikes connected with Leelin. However, to their astonishment, the attacks seemed to have no effect. They could not penetrate his form, akin to a knife striking solid stone. This cannot be. Black Goku exclaimed in shock. His attack, he believed, could cleave a planet in two, let alone harm a mere human. Is that all you've got? Leelin frowned, acknowledging that while their strikes were formidable, they still fell short of his capabilities. After all, his physical resilience had transcended the realm of ordinary attacks. Stop underestimating me. Black Goku bellowed, his blade of light expanding in intensity. He raised it high, striking down at Leelin like a bolt of purple lightning. Yet, Leelin vanished from sight in the blink of an eye, leaving Black Goku bewildered. His strike, unable to be halted, descended upon Zama's instead. With a swift slice, Zama's was cleaved in two. Chapter 143. Perhaps I was born special. Excellent work. Trunks cheered, raising his hand in triumph. What do you call this? An unfortunate mishap for our teammate. This was all too effortless, far too casual. Vegeta shook his head in resignation, expressing deep envy for the power that Leelin now wielded, effortlessly dealing with adversaries as if they were mere trifles, completely toying with them. Don't celebrate too soon. Look over there, he said, as Sun Wukong, initially filled with excitement, soon sensed something amiss and quickly pointed at Zamasu. Although Zamasu had been cleaved in two, he did not perish immediately. Instead, he began to reassemble, his wounds slowly mending, even the cuts on his garments disappearing. Can he really survive this? Trunks remarked incredulously. They were reminded of Black Wukong's earlier assertion that Zamasu was immortal, yet they had not anticipated such extremity, being severed in half and still reviving. After his restoration, Zamasu exhibited little in the way of emotion, for he understood that he was beyond death, no matter how potently Lin might be. It was of no consequence to him. With a swift motion, he ascended back into the sky, joining Black Wukong. This presence has vanished. We can no longer track our target, Zamasu said calmly to Black Wukong beside him. Nodding slowly, Black Wukong added, "It seems this individual can also manipulate time. Just now, I distinctly felt time momentarily stall. Being a Supreme Kai, he possessed a certain sensitivity to temporal fluctuations. What shall we do?" Zamasu inquired, furrowing his brow. This was the first time since their collaboration that they encountered such a formidable dilemma. At that moment, Leelin appeared before them, his presence jarring. Their gazes locked onto him, hearts racing with trepidation, particularly for Black Wukong, who, unlike Zamasu, was not immortal. He merely possessed a passive ability to grow stronger from blows received. Yet, the Leelin before him transcended all his comprehension. He feared that before he could elevate himself to an equal standing, he would be slain. Leelin regarded them with a calm demeanor, his mind awash with thoughts. He found himself somewhat reluctant to kill Black Wukong. Instead, he desired him as a sparring partner to augment his own strength. As for the immortal Zamasu, his existence seemed unnecessary. "Ah, Zamasu," Leelin remarked nonchalantly. Both Black Wukong and Zamasu jolted, uncertain of whom Leelin was addressing. "I mean you," Leelin clarified, pointing at Black Wukong, who furrowed his brow in confusion, anxious about the intent behind this address. "If my guess is correct, you must have exchanged bodies with Wukong," Leelin stated with an air of nonchalance, though he had already discerned the truth in his heart. Indeed, upon hearing this, Black Wukong exhibited a flicker of surprise. He did not reveal to Leelin the origins of his body. However, why does the other party now seem to know? Seeing that Black Wukong remained silent, Leelin took it as an acknowledgement. "I am genuinely curious. Why did you wish to exchange bodies with Sun Wukong after witnessing his power? Yet, why did you not choose to exchange bodies with me instead?" Leelin slowly articulated his doubts. Logically, he had traveled to the 10th universe with Sun Wukong, and Zamasu was familiar with him. Yet, why did he still choose to swap bodies with Sun Wukong? It is worth noting that his current body possesses immense potential. Upon realizing that his secret had been unveiled, Black Wukong decided to cease his concealment. With a slow exhale, he remarked, "You truly are remarkable. You even know of my body exchange with Sun Wukong. At times, I genuinely question whether you are indeed from this world." After uttering this, he cast a profound glance at Leelin. A slight heaviness settled in Leelin's heart. What did this statement imply? Could it be that his identity as a traveler had already been discerned? "After you left, I eliminated that old fool, Gavas. Subsequently, through the Super Dragon Balls, I wished to exchange bodies with Sun Wukong. Indeed, initially, I intended to exchange your body," Black Wukong said, pausing momentarily before continuing. "However, the dragon informed me that in my timeline, you do not exist, hence the exchange was impossible. Do you have any idea how shocked I was upon learning this? A person who evidently exists in reality, yet the dragon claimed there was no such individual. Ultimately, I desired a body akin to yours. Nevertheless, the dragon was simply incapable of fulfilling this wish, as it exceeded its capabilities. It is truly absurd that the Super Dragon Balls, which can resurrect entire universes, are unable to replicate a mere human. Thus, I had no choice but to settle for the next best option, to exchange bodies with Sun Wukong." Listening to Black Wukong's narrative, Leelin nodded slowly. "So, this is how it is. It appears that his body is indeed extraordinary, to the extent that even the Super Dragon could not successfully replicate it. Yet, the absurdity did not end there. After exchanging bodies with Sun Wukong, I inquired about you on Earth. only to find that no one had ever heard of you. The legends surrounding you in the universe had also vanished. The conflict between the 7th and 6th universes still persisted, with the 7th universe emerging victorious. However, you alone seemed to have left no trace. As if you had never set foot in that world at all, Black Wukong said in a somber tone. He was genuinely eager to unravel this mystery. What made one mere human so exceptional? Leelin furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding slowly. Regarding this matter, I am also at a loss. Perhaps some individuals are simply born extraordinary. It is beyond our control. After all, how he arrived in this world remains an enigma. As for the reason behind his disappearance in the realm of Black Goku, it remains an enigma. Nevertheless, he is well aware that he is currently thriving in his existence, unconcerned with the affairs of alternate dimensions for the time being. Nonsense. What makes you, a mere human, so special? Black Goku vehemently refuted Leelin's assertion. In his perspective, only deities like himself are inherently unique and exceptional. Indeed, what significance does a mere insect hold to be so audacious? Zamasu chimed in, his demeanor excessively arrogant, perhaps emboldened by his immortal nature. Do you not possess the strength to defeat a god of destruction? Come, let me witness your prowess. In my life, Zamasu declared, arms outstretched, his disdain palpable, inciting a desire in others to silence him. Upon hearing Zamasu's taunt, Leelin's brow furrowed tightly. Zamasu, noticing Leelin's frown yet rendered speechless, escalated his provocations, asserting that trash remains trash, no matter how formidable a human's power. They are merely a more powerful form of refuse. Hearing another version of himself articulate such sentiments brought an inexplicable satisfaction to Black Goku. Had he not been wary of Leelin's strength, fearing a swift defeat, he would have relished the opportunity to express such thoughts himself. Annoying, Leelin remarked with calm indifference. Zamasu sneered coldly. If you find me so bothersome, then come and kill me. Stop merely flapping your gums. It serves no purpose. Trunks, Goku, and Vegeta, stationed below, seethed with indignation at Zamasu's words, yearning to confront him directly, yet their grievous injuries rendered them powerless to act. They could only watch as Zamasu reveled in his arrogance before them. I cannot kill you, Leelin stated matter-of-factly, his form gradually descending to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Black Goku assumed Leelin was retreating, fearing further combat. What's this? Afraid to fight? Are you preparing to flee? Black Goku scoffed, perceiving Leelin's actions as a sign of weakness, doubting how he had managed to vanquish a god of destruction. Fleeing is not the intention. I have prepared a rather special gift for you. Leelin landed softly, producing a small vial from his person. My apologies, it should be referred to as an urn. He corrected himself after examining the small container. Trunks and the others were drawn to Leelin's actions, puzzled as to his intentions. They watched as he uncorked the vial and gently placed it on the ground. Have you lost your mind? Zamasu observed Leelin's actions with bewilderment, utterly clueless about his purpose. Regardless of what he was planning, Zamasu was convinced that no one could ever bring about his demise. Thus, his expression remains unabashedly defiant. He even turns to the adjacent Black Goku and quips, you don't suppose he truly defeated the god of destruction, do you? In this timeline, there is entirely no trace of a person named Leelin. Consequently, the news of vanquishing the god of destruction eludes him. I cannot be certain, he admits, after all. In my own timeline, such rumors circulated throughout the cosmos. However, thereafter, news of this individual ceased entirely. It was as if everyone had experienced a collective memory lapse, forgetting all details about him. Black Goku, stroking his chin, furrows his brow and remarks, to be honest, I have never witnessed the spectacle of him defeating the god of destruction. Yet, I overheard Guava's mentioning it. It seems to hold some truth. Zamasu chuckles derisively. It appears your memories may be in disarray. Just look at that cowardly lad. Humans, after all, are merely parasites that bully the weak and cower before the strong. Despite my currently diminished power, what can he do to me? Zamasu has completely abandoned his inhibitions. The fear of Leelin's formidable strength has evaporated. For he reasons that he is, after all, immortal. No one can slay him. Thus, what relevance does the strength of others hold? What is he up to? Black Goku observes Leelin on the ground, hands transformed into palms, directing his attention towards Zamasu. What else? He likely cannot bear it any longer and intends to strike at me. Zamasu replies with a chuckle, then spreads his arms wide, a visage of utter relaxation on his face. Come now, Unleash your most formidable attack. Exert your full strength, and do not hold back on my account. Zamasu closes his eyes, gazing up at the somber sky, exuding unparalleled confidence. Heh, Leelin smiles faintly. Demon Seal Wave. Suddenly, he cries out, sending forth a spiraling green energy wave towards Zamasu. Son Goku is taken aback, exclaiming, "Is that the Demon Seal Wave?" Trunks and Vegeta, however, appear somewhat perplexed, evidently hearing the term for the first time. "Uncle Goku, what is the Demon Seal Wave?" Trunks inquires with curiosity. Although he senses no significant power emanating from the wave, it is evident that Leelin's execution of it holds a certain distinction. The Demon Seal Wave is a sealing technique, originally devised to combat Piccolo, Son Goku explains slowly. As if his thoughts drift back to a youthful era, he vaguely recalls the World Martial Arts Tournament of Yore, where old Kami attempted the Demon Seal Wave against Piccolo, only to be cunningly thwarted by the latter, resulting in old Kami's own entrapment within a small bottle. That technique of his? I expected something far more formidable. Vegeta scoffs. How could Piccolo's technique possibly contend against these two? What power does Piccolo possess compared to them? Why on earth is Leelin resorting to such a feeble tactic? In the sky, Black Goku watches the energy wave with a sense of quiet astonishment. This is unexpected. How can this energy wave feel utterly devoid of any offensive power? The spiral-shaped green energy wave advanced with remarkable speed, reaching Zamasu in an instant. Thud. Upon impact, Zamasu was struck by the energy wave, yet there was no explosion. Instead, he found himself encircled by the green energy. Then, an eerie scene unfolded. Zamasu's body was drawn downstream, flowing against the spiraling light wave. He was immobilized, as though being absorbed. "What is this?" Zamasu exclaimed in astonishment. He attempted to break free, but the immense allure of the sealing wave rendered him incapable of utilizing his own techniques. It felt as though the power within him had been sealed away. "Help me, please." The arrogance he once possessed had vanished. His form twisted like that of a maggot, his eyes filled with terror. Black Goku observed the dire situation and had already gathered a sphere of light in his hand, directing it towards Leelin. "Ha." Leelin replied with a calm smile, manipulating the sealing wave. Time flash. In an instant, time froze, and the surrounding space ceased its movement. Yet, the sealing wave continued its operation. The moment the time flash was undone, Zamasu was drawn into the vial. As time resumed, Leelin rushed forward to seal the vial's opening. With a swift motion, he sent the energy wave flying. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed from afar. The immortal Zamasu was thus sealed away by Leelin. Chapter 145. Leelin and Black Goku. Leelin placed the small vial into his pocket. Trunks and Vegeta, witnessing the scene, were utterly astounded. Was Zamasu so easily dealt with by Leelin? Could it be done this way? Trunks murmured, his eyes opened wide in awe. This display from Leelin had once again broadened his horizons. He began to contemplate that once this crisis was averted, he must seek Leelin's guidance on this technique. If he could master it, he would no longer fear formidable foes. If he could fight, he would. If not, he would simply seal them away with the sealing wave. Wouldn't that render him invincible? Wow, is this technique truly that powerful? Vegeta exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that such a seemingly mundane technique, originally devised to counter Piccolo, could yield such extraordinary results here. Goku, who had long been perceptive of the situation, smiled and remarked, "I knew this technique would be effective." Leelin's choice to employ it indicates his complete confidence in its success. His admiration for Leelin grew immensely. This individual always managed to turn peril into opportunity at critical moments. Despite Leelin's formidable strength, the revelation of Zamasu's immortality still cast a shadow of despair over them. Who could contend with an immortal being? Now, the answer emerged. Leelin could handle it, as steadfast as ever. In the heavens, the dark Goku gazed upon the ceiling of Zamasu in this world, utterly shaken. How could this be possible? Black Wukong stood in astonishment, utterly bewildered. He had believed he had attained immortality and vanquished all the destroyers. With Zamasu by his side, they would reign supreme in this world. Yet, to his dismay, that invincible presence vanished in an instant. In a flash, Leelin soared from the ground, appearing before him. Observing Black Wukong's confused expression, he sneered, "What is the matter? Is this your surprise? Did you not hold humanity in contempt? Allow me to enlighten you. That technique I just employed was developed by an exceedingly ordinary human many years ago. You claim to be great gods, yet you cannot contend with a mere human's technique? Leelin spoke without reservation. He had realized that the combination of the magic sealing wave and instant transmission was indeed a formidable skill. With these two techniques at his disposal, few could rival him, save for the Destroyers and the Omni King, who possessed the power to obliterate all existence. A humble sealing vessel would be effortlessly destroyed by them. However, upon grasping this truth, Leelin felt no desire to eliminate him. "You bastard," Black Wukong cursed, his purple aura erupting violently as he lunged at Leelin. Once again, Leelin made his move, but this time, he restrained his full power, opting to match his fighting strength with Black Wukong. He had reached a bottleneck in his quest for strength and sought to enhance his abilities through this battle. Bang, bang, bang. The two soon became entangled in a fierce clash. The sky, shrouded in dark clouds, rumbled with thunder. Humph. Black Wukong thought as he noticed Leelin refraining from unleashing his full might. A surge of elation coursed through him, coupled with an inner scorn for Leelin's perceived foolishness. As long as he continued to fight, he could steadily grow stronger, perhaps even surpass Leelin in the end. With this thought, his aura became increasingly frenzied. The golden lightning crackled ominously in the sky as the two battled fiercely, their surroundings shattered by the force of their conflict. The chaotic currents swirled like razor blades through the air. What a terrifying display of power. "Who is stronger?" Trunks exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. This was his first encounter with such a grand scale of combat. "Uft, that's obvious. Leelin is undoubtedly stronger," Vegeta remarked, observing the clash in the sky. Goku nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Although the energies radiating from both combatants were indeed astonishing, it was clear that Leelin was not exerting himself to the fullest. Before long, Black Wukong was battered and breathless, his body marred with wounds, while Leelin remained composed and unfazed. "This should not be your true strength. Why do you not confront me with all you have?" Black Wukong realized that Leelin had been holding back. The initial display of power had clearly surpassed his own, yet now, their strengths seemed evenly matched. Or perhaps Leelin was only marginally above him. "Oh, are you in such a hurry to perish?" Leelin raised an eyebrow and inquired, then continued, "However, I have yet to fully enjoy myself, so I have no immediate intention of ending your life." Hearing this, Black Wukong was momentarily taken aback, his expression swiftly transforming into one of profound anger. To think that this battle, which he regarded merely as a game, would be met with such arrogance from his opponent. "Heh, I hope you do not come to regret your words in the end," Black Wukong retorted with a cold smirk. Though he bore numerous wounds from their recent skirmish, his aura had intensified significantly, and its augmentation was remarkably swift. With a few more exchanges, he might just surpass Leelin in strength. "Regret?" Leelin replied, surprised. Then calmly stated, "Not even this pitiful creature could provoke regret within me." He was well aware that Black Wukong's combat prowess had indeed escalated. Yet he too had not been idle. Moreover, he possessed the temporal flash and the demon sealing wave. Even if he were to falter, he had ample time to seal his adversary. "Scoundrel!" Black Wukong seethed with mounting fury upon hearing Leelin's words. Suddenly, a blade of light manifested in his hand, further unleashing his aura. In an instant, that blade enlarged and transformed into a colossal scythe, radiating a chilling purple light that threatened to suffocate. His power had evidently surged once more. "Incredible!" Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. He had come to realize that this individual seemed to grow stronger the longer he fought and endured punishment. In the sky, the two resumed their fierce confrontation, their formidable auras causing the very earth to tremble. With each sweep of Black Wukong's scythe, space itself was rent asunder, leaving deep gashes in its wake. Leelin, on the other hand, elevated his own energy, maintaining a state of suppression. Despite the terrifying nature of Black Wukong's assaults, they failed to land a single strike on Leelin. Instead, Leelin skillfully exploited openings, landing increasingly powerful blows upon his foe. Before long, Black Wukong's visage was marred with bruises and numerous wounds. "Ah!" he roared in frustration, the intensity of his aura swelling once more. The surrounding air vibrated violently, creating visible ripples that expanded wide and far, accompanied by a resonant hum. The ground began to crack, and vast swathes of urban ruins were sent soaring. The entire world seemed to be on the brink of apocalypse. Chapter 146. You all should return. I need to cultivate witnessing this overwhelming force. Trunks and the others were struck with alarm. As Black Wukong grew fiercer and his aura intensified, Trunks shouted urgently, "Mr. Leelin, please resolve this quickly. The earth cannot endure much longer. The land began to fracture in large chunks, while the very fabric of space trembled violently, the sky alight with thunder and lightning. If their battle continued unabated, the earth might very well face annihilation. Leelin surveyed the apocalyptic scene around him and murmured to himself, "Understood." He gazed at the menacing Black Goku, whose aura was steadily surging. In the blink of an eye, Black Goku had turned and found himself hovering above him. What? Black Goku looked up at Leelin, his heart gripped by a sudden dread. A chilling smirk escaped Leelin's lips as he clenched his fists and forcefully struck downward towards Black Goku's head. With a resounding thud, Black Goku was sent reeling. His aura significantly diminished. He plummeted heavily towards the ground, creating a vast crater upon impact. In an instant, Leelin teleported to stand before Trunks and the others. "You should return and inform Beerus and the others of the situation here. Black Goku is Zamasu. Ensure that they eliminate the Zamasu from our timeline." "I shall remain in this timeline to train with him," Leelin declared. After uttering these words, he utilized his teleportation once more, reappearing within the deep crater. Still reeling from Leelin's powerful blow, Black Goku had yet to regain his composure. Leelin seized his hair and swiftly propelled them both into the cosmos beyond Earth. He resolved not to squander such an excellent training partner and aimed to extract every ounce of value from him. With a whoosh, Leelin's figure transformed into a shooting star, vanishing from Earth. The planet returned to tranquility, possibly due to Zamasu's departure. The once overcast sky was suddenly pierced by a ray of sunlight. Soon, the clouds dispersed, and the world resumed its rightful daylight. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, bewildered. Had the future crisis been resolved? Regardless, their presence here now seemed futile, for Leelin had already alleviated the world's peril. "Let us return," Vegeta said with a resigned shake of his head. He had witnessed Zamasu's formidable power and felt his own inadequacy. Although the adversary had been significantly enhanced, it did not excuse his own weakness. He needed to return and continue his training. "Yes, let us head back. Leelin should be able to handle things here," Goku replied, nodding slowly. This encounter had deeply impacted him. It was difficult to fathom how they would have tackled this crisis without Leelin's intervention. Consequently, he resolved to train diligently to narrow the gap between himself and Leelin. "Allow me to escort you," Trunks offered in response. He then retrieved a time machine from his capsule. The three of them boarded the time machine and returned to the past. They found themselves at the Capsule Corporation, where Beerus and Whis were indulging in food and drink, coincidentally encountering the returning trio. Goku and Vegeta recounted the events of the future, confirming that Zamasu was indeed the Black Goku. He had allied with the Zamasu of their future, plunging that world into chaos and despair. Vegeta and his companions immediately set off, preparing to journey to the 10th universe to eradicate Zamas from this realm. To prevent the dire circumstances of the future from recurring in this world, Trunks bid farewell to everyone, stating, "I'll leave this to you. I will return to await Mr. Leelin, and once he returns, I shall escort him here." He then re-entered the time machine, returning to the future timeline. In the future world, amidst the boundless darkness of space, two figures clashed with the fury of thunder and lightning. The sound of colossal explosions reverberated continuously, as the surrounding planets trembled in response to this overwhelming energy. Each planet burst forth like brilliant fireworks, illuminating the cosmos in sporadic displays. Bang, bang, bang. The fists of the two combatants collided in the vastness of space, each impact resonating with a violent force. The surrounding space contorted with each blow, generating immense shockwaves that radiated outward, causing tremors across all nearby celestial bodies. Boom. Leelin and Black Goku engaged in a fierce battle among the stars. Beams of light intertwined, painting vivid scenes in the cosmic expanse with every exchange, each encounter unleashing tremendous shockwaves. Suddenly, Black Goku appeared unable to withstand the relentless assault. A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips, floating slowly in the vacuum of space. Why are you so powerful?" he uttered in frustration. He and Leelin had been battling for a month in space. He had believed that through his passive skills, he would grow stronger and ultimately defeat Leelin. However, reality had not unfolded as he had envisioned. Indeed, he had become exceedingly powerful, reaching a level that was almost unfathomable. Yet, Leelin's strength seemed to be an endless abyss. Every time Black Goku unleashed a greater force, Leelin responded with an even more formidable power. This cycle continued, rendering the outcomes now akin to those from a month prior on Earth. Because, like you, my strength grows with each battle, Leelin explained, taking out a senzu bean and chewing it. For the past month, he had relied on these beans to restore his stamina. In contrast, Black Goku was left battered and bruised, devoid of any means for recovery, his once pristine black attire now tattered and torn. What? Is it truly so? Black Goku exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and despair crossing his features. If this were the case, even if he continued to fight, he would never match Leelin's prowess. Yet, what plunged him deeper into despair was Leelin's next statement. However, our paths diverge. Your strength increases through suffering, while I merely need to remain in combat to enhance my abilities. After a month of observation, I have also discerned that your growth seems to lag behind my own. Leelin calmly elucidated. Impossible. This cannot be. You are lying. Black Goku's demeanor shifted to one of madness. He refused to accept that a human could transform into something so grotesquely powerful. According to his estimation, his current strength had far surpassed that of the god of destruction. Yet, the individual before him remained impervious to his attempts to vanquish him, a reality he found utterly intolerable. To possess such formidable power, yet still be subjected to defeat, would be unbearable for anyone. Chapter 147. Eradicating Black Goku. All right, let's not lose our composure. We must press on, Leelin said, waving his hand with impatience. He was not entirely satisfied with his own progress. In his mind, his regular strength should be comparable to that of an angel, which would suffice. Ah! Black Goku shouted, then charged at him like a lunatic. Boom, boom, boom. A resounding cacophony echoed through the dark cosmos once more. The space around them was continuously torn apart, and the surrounding planets were reduced to mere fireworks amidst the battle. Thus, a month swiftly passed. During this time, Leelin and Black Goku engaged in cataclysmic confrontations. The Kaioshin and gods of destruction of this realm had been annihilated. Otherwise, they would have surely attracted a multitude of divine onlookers. Bang! After exchanging a punch, Black Goku staggered backward, crashing through several planets before finally coming to a halt. The area around them was littered with the remnants of shattered celestial bodies. This strength should be about right, Leelin mused, glancing at his palm. He sensed that his current power was akin to what he had achieved previously with the tenfold Kaioken, perhaps even exceeding it. As Black Goku's strength had been steadily increasing over the past 2 months, enhancing Leelin's own capabilities in their battles. Huffing heavily, Black Goku's eyes were bloodshot, and his overall demeanor reflected utter exhaustion. They had fought relentlessly for 2 months, and his attire had long since been obliterated. There was not a single intact patch of skin left on his body. Unlike Leelin, he lacked the luxury of senzu beans to replenish his vitality. At this moment, both physically and mentally, he was on the brink of collapse. Damn it, you bastard! He cursed, despite his dire state. Truly pitiful, Leelin sighed, shaking his head in resignation. He resolved to cease the battle. Although he had been the one delivering the blows, even he found it increasingly difficult to continue. His stamina remained ample, yet he teetered on the edge of mental exhaustion. To spare us both further torment, I shall grant you a swift end, Leelin stated slowly. Adopting an offensive stance, Black Goku slowly raised his head, a dismissive smirk playing on his lips. Is that all you've got? Despite his waning mental state, his intellect was intact. His current strength, if measured against the time before the gods vanished, would have been sufficient to dominate the divine realm. As the gods of destruction were far from his match, even angels would require considerable effort to conquer him. Thus it is likely that Leelin's task would not be an easy one. Indeed, Leelin remarked with an air of calmness. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura emanated from his being, illuminating the dark expanse of the universe with a glimmer of brilliance. Subsequently, the hue of his white energy transformed into a fierce crimson. Tenfold Kaioken, activate. A resounding explosion erupted, as the blazing red flames illuminated the entirety of cosmic space. The searing intensity of the crimson flames was enough to instill a sense of dread in the hearts of onlookers. Black Goku's eyes widened in astonishment upon witnessing this spectacle. For Leelin's energy had surged tenfold. Is such a feat truly attainable by a mere mortal? Doubts began to creep into Black Goku's mind. For the magnitude of this power was utterly terrifying. He realized that Leelin was no ordinary individual. Farewell, Zamasu, Leelin said with an unperturbed demeanor. He then brought his hands together, and a brilliant white light emanated forth, gathering immense energy in his grasp. No! Black Goku cried out in desperation, turning to flee. He was unwilling to meet his demise. He had yet to fulfill his aspirations and wished to relish this world devoid of humanity. Unfortunately, Leelin would not permit his escape. The instant transmission technique was activated once more, and time itself seemed to freeze in that fleeting moment. Black Goku felt the stalling of time and abruptly turned back, only to behold the wave of white light approaching him. No! He shouted again, but his body was swiftly engulfed by the radiant light. The explosion of blinding brilliance erupted, collapsing a significant portion of the galaxy in an instant. The dark universe was illuminated as if it were in the midst of perpetual daylight. The aftermath of the cataclysm birthed a violent tempest throughout the cosmos. It is over, Leelin murmured to himself as he sensed the disappearance of Black Goku's presence. He then tuned into the energy emanating from Earth, and in a flash, he departed from that place, returning to Earth. Upon his arrival, he found that the planet was already in the process of reconstruction. Vast expanses of rubble were being cleared, and the faces of the populace shone with smiles filled with hope for the future. Trunks, like the ordinary citizens of Earth, was diligently working to rebuild their world. Trunks! Leelin called out loudly. Hearing the familiar voice, Trunks turned around in haste. Mr. Leelin, he exclaimed, rushing towards him. Has that guy been dealt with? He inquired uncertainly, for Black Goku had posed a significant threat to their world. He needed confirmation. If the threat had not been eradicated, their hardships would not yet be over. Yes, it has been resolved, Leelin replied with a smile. That is splendid news, Trunks declared, clenching his fists in joy. It seemed that this crisis had finally been averted, and they no longer had to live in fear. Mr. Leelin, are you returning now? Trunks asked him. Leelin nodded slowly, affirming that after such a prolonged stay, he yearned to return home and see his family. You have done a tremendous service for this world. You cannot simply depart, Trunks suggested softly. Let us treat you well. Why not enjoy a couple of days here before you leave? That might not be appropriate. I would prefer to return sooner, Leelin replied with a smile. Having been away for 2 months, he was anxious to know how his wife and child were faring. Indeed, he understood that despite his 2-month absence, by utilizing the time machine, he could traverse back to just 2 days after his departure, making it seem as though he had only been gone for a brief moment. Very well, Trunks conceded upon realizing Leelin's reluctance to linger, and he retrieved the time machine to escort Leelin back to the past. After bidding farewell, Trunks returned to his own timeline, while Leelin headed straight home, eager to reunite with his family. Meanwhile, a tempest brewed across the multiverse. On this day, the gods of destruction from 11 universes convened at the Grand Zeno's palace. Chapter 148, The Grand Zeno's Summons. Goku and his companions brought news from the future. Beerus and Whis immediately set off to identify the vulnerabilities in Zamis's timeline, which Beerus swiftly eradicated using his destructive energy. On Earth, Leelin reclined on the beach, basking in the radiant sunlight. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared. It was Whis and Beerus. Recognizing his old acquaintances, Leelin warmly approached them. Ah, Lord Beerus. Whis, what brings you to my humble abode? He greeted cheerfully. Typically, their visits were to the Capsule Corporation, conveniently located near the city, where they could indulge in delectable cuisine. Despite the picturesque scenery of Leelin's location, it was relatively desolate, with only his family residing there. Nothing much, but the Grand Zeno has summoned you, Whis replied with a calm smile. Beerus regarded Leelin with a rather displeased expression. The Grand Zeno? Leelin furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, what could that little fool want with me? Upon hearing this, Beerus quickly covered Leelin's mouth, glaring at him. Mind your words. Whis looked slightly taken aback, amused by Leelin's description of the Grand Zeno, which he found rather apartment. My apologies, Leelin said, removing Beerus's hand. He continued, inwardly pondering how they could hear such remarks. What business does the Grand Zeno have with me? Leelin inquired with curiosity, aware that the upcoming events would likely revolve around the Tournament of Power. At this moment, he anticipated no significant occurrences. Why the sudden summons? Leelin inquired, perplexed. Is it regarding the intergalactic competition? Whis replied with an air of nonchalance. Leelin's curiosity deepened. If there's a competition, then let it be. Why summon me? I will attend and compete as promised. Upon learning of your participation, the gods of destruction from various universes have expressed their discontent, flocking to the Omni King to seek clarification. Beerus interjected, continuing Whis's explanation. In truth, the notion irked him. What should have been a straightforward contest was now shrouded in uncertainty due to those meddlesome beings. So why call upon me? You could deliberate amongst yourselves, couldn't you? Leelin scratched his head, bemused. Ultimately, whether he participated or not was of little concern to him. With his current prowess, he found those opponents rather unimpressive. Even if he chose to compete, it would merely be a matter of overwhelming victory, devoid of any challenge. However, you are the principal party involved, and the Omni King wishes to ascertain your perspective, was clarified with calm composure. While the discontent of one or two gods of destruction may be inconsequential, the fact that all 11 are present necessitates a discussion regarding the event. Very well, I have no objections. When do we depart? Leelin shrugged, resigned. It appeared that sometimes, possessing great power was not entirely advantageous. It could incite jealousy and lead to considerable troubles. Now, Whis replied, tapping his staff upon the ground. In an instant, the three of them vanished, heading towards the Omni King's palace. Such haste, Leelin remarked, observing Whis's actions with confusion. At least allow me to bid farewell to my wife and child. Departing so abruptly might make one think I've gone missing. Urgency is paramount. As it is the command of the Omni King, Beerus replied with an exasperated shake of his head. Suddenly recalling something, he paused and turned to Leelin with a serious expression. When we arrive at the Omni King's presence, refrain from speaking indiscriminately. That comment you made earlier about the little something must not be uttered again. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in dire straits. Beerus's warning was stern. Should Leelin dare to call the Omni King a little fool, their fates would be sealed. A mere spark from the other gods of destruction could spell disaster for the seventh universe. Understood, Leelin replied, his demeanor unruffled. Then, a thought struck him. There was an unresolved matter at hand. He rummaged through his belongings for a while before producing a small vial. Lord Beerus, this contains Zamasu from the future. He attained immortality through a wish granted by the Super Dragon. I am unable to eradicate him and may require your assistance, Leelin stated, handing the vial to Beerus with measured words. It was prudent to eliminate such a pathological entity swiftly, lest he be inadvertently released to wreak further havoc. Ugh, what a bother, Beerus grumbled, grasping the vial. In this realm, we have already vanquished one Zamasu, and now we must contend with another. It seems as though I am merely the one tasked with handling refuse. As he spoke, a flash of purple light flickered from Beerus's hand. The small vial instantly contorted, transforming into shimmering motes before vanishing from his grasp. The trio moved with remarkable swiftness. In no time at all, they arrived before the Grand King's temple, where the High Priest had been awaiting them for quite some time at the entrance. Whis, Lord Beerus, you have finally arrived, the High Priest remarked with a smile. Greetings, High Priest, Whis replied respectfully, nodding slightly. Although the individual before him was his father, decorum must still be observed, particularly in the presence of the Grand King's temple, which was far from private matters. Indeed, Beerus responded nonchalantly. While the High Priest held a prestigious position, he was not Beerus's direct superior, thus rendering excessive politeness unnecessary. As destroyers, they reserved their courtesy solely for the Grand King. With others, a sense of detachment sufficed. The High Priest, unfazed by Beerus's demeanor, nodded with a smile, acknowledging the greeting. This must be Leelin, he said, directing his gaze towards the individual standing next to them. Yes, Your Excellency, Leelin replied with a gentle smile. He remained exceedingly respectful towards this formidable being from the divine realm. Despite his own considerable strength, he dared not act presumptuously in the presence of such a powerful entity. Well then, now that everyone is present, please come in, the High Priest said to the trio with a warm smile, gesturing for them to enter as he proceeded to lead the way. Beerus, Whis, and Leelin followed closely behind, walking slowly across the smooth floor towards the innermost hall. High Priest, what do those individuals truly intend? Beerus inquired, his footsteps echoing down the expansive corridor. I am not entirely certain of the intentions of the various destroyers, but the specifics will ultimately be determined by the Grand King, the High Priest replied without turning, his tone gentle. Humph, Beerus scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at him. Who does not know the High Priest's esteemed position in the divine hierarchy? He is the Grand King's closest confidant, consulted on every matter. If he were unaware of the Grand King's plans, it would indeed be suspicious. After approximately 3 minutes of walking, they arrived before an ancient, imposing door imbued with a sense of sanctity. Here we are, before the Grand King. Do not forget your manners, the High Priest remarked gravely, turning his head with a serious expression. Of course, Whis replied with a smile, acknowledging that as an angel, he had few formalities to uphold, and thus would not behave discourteously. At most, he would merely offer a greeting. Gulp. Beerus swallowed hard. Though they had been engaged in light-hearted banter moments ago, the imminent encounter with the Grand King inevitably stirred a sense of unease within him, not merely apprehension but a hint of trepidation. In the vast expanse of the multiverse, who would not tremble at the thought of the omnipotent king of all, capable of annihilating them with but a mere gesture? Understood. Beerus nodded solemnly. Leelin remained silent, uncertain of the proper etiquette to observe. Fortunately, the Grand Minister did not seem to pay him particular attention. He turned his body and waved a hand gently. The grand doors slowly swung open, revealing a brilliant light, and then the doors fully parted. The King of All sat high above, his expression obscured from view. Below, the gods of destruction from various universes stood on either side, their gazes fixated on the opening doors. Please, the Grand Minister gestured invitingly towards the three. With a heart full of trepidation, Beerus stepped into the hall, followed closely by Whis and Leelin, whose expressions remained remarkably relaxed. Humph. Upon recognizing Beerus, the gods of destruction flanking the sides emitted disdainful scoffs. Their collective demeanor toward Beerus was far from amiable, and his arrival elicited no warm reception. However, their glances were not solely directed at Beerus. They also noted Leelin trailing behind him. Is this the one named Leelin? The god of destruction from the first universe, Ewan, inquired of the angelic attendant, Makarita. Makarita shot him an irritated glance and muttered, I've never seen him before. How would I know? But since he was brought by Whis, it must be him. Not only they, but even the other gods of destruction began to murmur amongst themselves. Why does this person lack any discernible aura? Ewan remarked, his diminutive frame adorned with dark, bristly hair and 2 large eyes. I have no idea, replied the angel Avamo, a chubby figure, regarding the aura-less Leelin with equal curiosity. Humph, he is not bad-looking, commented the god of destruction from the second universe, Hellas, who was the sole female among them, exuding confidence about her own beauty, though in reality, it was rather unremarkable. The guardian angel Hellas remarked coolly, from what I recall, those capable of besting a god of destruction ought to be brawny, muscular warriors. This lad, however we meet again, the god of destruction from the sixth universe, Champa, sneered. His memory of their last encounter still fresh, having trained diligently since then, now confident in his superior strength. Is this the individual from the seventh universe? He appears rather ordinary, remarked the god of destruction, Ligil, his form resembling that of an orange fox. Ligil, do not be deceived by appearances. That was precisely the folly of Lord Champa back then, Corin cautioned gravely, his expression serious. He is the brother of Whis and possesses some understanding of Leelin. He knows that this individual is far more complex than he appears on the surface. Whis gazes at the nearby gods, who are whispering among themselves, and internally sighs, affirming that it is indeed Leelin, whose mere presence ignites discussions among the crowd. Clearly, these beings hold the tournament hosted by the Omni King in high regard. Otherwise, they would not have made such a grand effort to gather here. Silence among the gods. The high priest spoke calmly, having mysteriously appeared upon the platform. His gaze swept lightly over the god of destruction and the angels below, prompting the murmurs to cease instantaneously. At that moment, Beerus approached the base of the platform, each step feeling like an eternity under the immense pressure exerted by the Omni King. Greetings, Lord Omni King, Beerus bowed deeply, speaking with reverence as beads of sweat glimmered on his brow. Greetings, Lord Omni King, Whis added with a smile and a nod. Let us dispense with formalities. The Omni King's voice rang with a charming timbre. Beerus gradually rose from his bow, while Leelin, standing at the back, maintained an expression of sincerity, neither bowing nor uttering a word. This behavior immediately stirred discontent among the other gods. However, the Omni King, seated at the high throne, seemed unfazed by it. Leelin, we meet again, the Omni King said, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Lord Omni King, it is a pleasure to see you again. Leelin replied with a nod and a slight smile. Upon finishing his statement, the Omni King gestured to the high priest before him. The high priest, understanding the cue, nodded and descended to the ground. Esteemed gods, now that Leelin has arrived, you may reiterate your requests. It just so happens that the god of destruction from Universe 7 is also present. The high priest surveyed the gods of destruction standing on either side. The gods exchanged glances, and seeing no one stepping forward, the god of destruction from Universe 1, Ewan, decided to take the initiative. High Priest, our request is as stated earlier. We have no objection to the tournament hosted by the Omni King, but this individual must not participate. Ewan pointed at Leelin, addressing the High Priest slowly. If Leelin possesses the strength of a god of destruction, what is left for us to compete? Moreover, we have heard from Beerus that this fellow not only wields the power of a god of destruction, but also possesses abilities rivaling those of an angel. Allowing him to compete would be tantamount to a dimensional assault, rendering any competition meaningless. Indeed, High Priest, this is unfair to the participating universes. The god of destruction from Universe 5, Yarrick, chimed in. Precisely. If this individual competes, there would be no need for a tournament. We might as well award the championship to Universe 7 outright, proclaimed Ligil from Universe 8. While such a stance may seem unjust to Universe 7, the notion of this competition becomes utterly devoid of significance. The god of destruction from the 12th universe, Jinx, remarked that the 4 universes in question were flourishing exceptionally well, arguably the strongest among the 12. Their diligent efforts were aimed at distinguishing themselves among the 12. In contrast, Beerus was lackadaisical, indulging in pleasure without earnest effort. If Leelin were to participate in the contest, would it not be their 7th universe that would shine? This notion left the diligent gods of destruction feeling quite aggrieved. Moreover, they were unaware of the dire consequences that awaited the losing side. Indeed, there is some merit to your argument, the Grand Minister said with a slight nod. Additionally, allow me to inform you that the Omni King has decreed that the universe belonging to the losing side will face erasure. Please brace yourselves for this eventuality, he continued. The gods of destruction were taken aback by this news. It appeared their suspicions were correct. The cost of defeat was indeed exceedingly grave. The prospect of outright annihilation was no trivial matter. The 4 gods of destruction who had just spoken became increasingly agitated. Grand Minister, this absolutely forbids him from competing. One exclaimed. Indeed, if that is the case, let the Omni King obliterate us directly, another added. Precisely, there is no need for a contest. We might as well await our demise, they echoed in unison around the Grand Minister. Beerus's expression darkened at this revelation. If the losing side were to be obliterated, that would mean his own demise. Yet, these individuals continued to impede Leelin's participation, which was utterly unacceptable. However, before Beerus could voice his thoughts, the Grand Minister gazed at the assembled gods of destruction and recited quietly, 1st universe, 5th universe, 8th universe, 12th universe. These were the universes that had just been vociferous in their discourse. Upon hearing their names, they were momentarily taken aback. What did this signify? Could it be that their fervent protests had drawn the Grand Minister's ire? Oh, I almost forgot to mention. The Grand Minister continued with a serene smile directed at the 4 individuals. The 1st universe, 5th universe, 8th universe, and 12th universe, due to their superior overall strength, are exempt from this competition and need not participate. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the gods of destruction Ewan, Yarrick, Ligil, and Jinx transformed into sheer delight. They hurriedly approached the Omni King and bowed deeply. Thank you, Omni King, they exclaimed in unison. They then returned to their respective positions, exhilarated by the news of their exemption. This meant their universe would not be compelled to compete, thus sparing them from annihilation. As for whether Leelin would participate, it was of no concern to them. Do you wish to continue with your previous proposal? The 4 gods exchanged glances. Continue? What nonsense. What does the competition matter to us? Are we not mere spectators? One coughed. No, we shall not continue. The atmosphere had grown rather somber, prompting the 1st universe's Ewan to step outside for a brief respite. He spoke with a subtle smile, clearly still in awe from recent events. Oh dear, how could the Grand Priest be so lacking in wit? Can't he sense a jest? Chuckled Yarrick from the 5th universe, waving his hand dismissively. As long as I am not compelled to compete, I shall accept any terms. Regarding the affairs of other universes, not even the god of destruction may intervene. As a formidable warrior of the 7th universe, Leelin naturally possessed the right to participate. I fail to see what there is to dispute, remarked Ligil, his satisfaction evident. I concur, rules are rules. Those who are able to compete must be prepared to face defeat. One cannot lose their spirit simply because the opponent is formidable. Jean spoke with an air of nonchalance, embodying the demeanor of a sage. His expression was serene, untroubled by the turmoil around him. The remaining 8 universes were rendered speechless by this display. They had witnessed audacity before, but never such brazen audacity. Just moments ago, it was these four who had been the loudest in their calls. Yet now they adopted a stance of lofty virtue. Had it not been for their provocation, the other 7 universes would not have gathered in the King's temple at all. Now, upon hearing that they were exempt from competition, they transformed into paragons of virtue, leaving the gods of destruction feeling somewhat out of place. Beerus cast a scornful glance at the representatives of the 4 universes, questioning how such dubious characters had managed to cultivate their universes to such strength. Was it merely through shamelessness? If that were the case, he would willingly sacrifice his own dignity. The Grand Priest turned his gaze toward the remaining universes that were required to compete. Is there anything more to address? He inquired. Grand Priest, I stand firm in my original stance. Leelin must not be allowed to participate, Zampa declared, stepping forward and casting a disdainful glance at the 4 exempt gods of destruction. He had not anticipated that a being of such stature could so readily alter their position. I share Zampa's sentiment, said Wymite, emerging with a calm demeanor. He was convinced that without Leelin in the competition, their universe would emerge victorious. For aside from the 4 exempt universes, their 11th universe possessed the strongest overall capabilities. I cannot agree, Beerus interjected, raising his voice. Leelin is our universe's trump card. If he were to be banned, what would become of us? The competition was designed for the strongest of each universe to compete. Why must Leelin be singled out for exclusion? Very well, let us put it to a vote, suggested Ketla, Beerus's archrival, stepping forward. After all, this competition would result in the elimination of the losing party, necessitating careful consideration, particularly given his already tenuous relationship with Beerus. You are foolish. Voting for a decision as if I am an imbecile, Lord Beerus exclaimed in a fit of rage. I implore you, Lord Beerus. Let us engage in discourse without resorting to insults. The female god of destruction, Helles, interjected calmly. Thus, amidst the discussion, Lord Beerus began to exchange heated words with the other 7 gods of destruction, resulting in a cacophony throughout the Grand Zeno's palace, spurred by the matter concerning Leelin. Chapter 151. A few words. Leelin listened to their quarrel, feeling as though his head would burst. Was it truly necessary for a mere participation in the tournament of power to escalate into such chaos? While he was aware of his own strength, it seemed excessive for them to be this fearful. The 4 exempt universes observed the turmoil with an air of detachment, as Lord Beerus faced off against the 7 others. Enough, my esteemed colleagues, cease your clamor, the Grand Priest pronounced in a grave tone, recognizing that without intervention, the situation might devolve into physical conflict. However, it appeared his words fell on deaf ears, as none responded, continuing their tirade. The Grand Priest, seeing his admonition ignored, could only shake his head in resignation. If you persist in this uproar, Lord Zeno will surely be displeased. With no other recourse, he invoked the name of the Grand Zeno. Instantly, upon hearing Zeno's name, the gods of destruction fell silent, the effect immediate. They exchanged glances of defiance, yet soon donned expressions of humility as they regarded the Grand Zeno seated above them. At that moment, Zeno observed the squabbling deities with mild amusement, finding their antics quite entertaining. You shall continue. The Grand Zeno began to speak. The gods of destruction perked up, ready to heed his directive. Carry on. He tilted his head, expressing a hint of dissatisfaction. Excuse me? The gods of destruction displayed looks of confusion at this pronouncement. Continue. Continue what? Continue hurling insults? That seems rather inappropriate. Though the Grand Zeno had spoken, they understood the concept of moderation. After all, the raucous behavior displayed in the Grand Zeno's palace was unbecoming and starkly contrasted their exalted image. Cough, cough. The Grand Priest cleared his throat and elucidated. What Lord Zeno means is for you to continue your discussion, not to persist in your quarrels, and certainly not to resort to physical confrontation. He understood the essence of the Grand Zeno's intent, yet could only explain it thus. After all, this was the realm of gods, not the mortal plane. One cannot simply interpret Zeno's words as a suggestion to engage in combat, declaring that the victor's word be law. Oh, so that is his meaning. Indeed, that is correct, the Grand Zeno remarked, his wise gaze briefly faltering before he spoke slowly. Upon hearing the words of the Omni-King, the deities bowed their heads in agreement. They subsequently engaged in a remarkably amicable discussion. However, the central topic remained the prohibition of Leelin from participating. Beerus steadfastly maintained that forbidding Leelin from competing was an unjust decision, and he would not acquiesce to such an idea. Leelin, standing amidst their clamor, felt a headache brewing. Why was he, the focal point of this discourse, not being consulted for his thoughts? As the arguments threatened to escalate once more, Leelin reluctantly interjected, "Esteemed ones, might I have a moment of your attention?" The destruction gods from various universes turned their gazes towards him, though their expressions bore a hint of disdain. Despite Leelin's formidable prowess, he remained, by virtue of status, the least significant presence in the Omni King's temple. "What gives you the right to speak here, boy?" remarked the alluring and imperious Wymide, her lips curving disdainfully. "Do not presume that defeating Kampa places you on equal footing with us. You are still far from it." Ramses, with his elongated nose, shook his head contemptuously. "What do you mean by that, Ramses?" Kampa was the first to bristle at the insult. Being vanquished by Leelin was a profound humiliation. Though he had been utterly overpowered, to have this laid bare was a slight to his dignity. "I mean it quite literally," Ramses replied nonchalantly, harboring no respect for Kampa, who had been bested by a mere human, a significant disgrace for a god of destruction. As for the claim made by Beerus regarding Leelin's strength rivaling that of an angel, they remained skeptical, knowing that Beerus's guardian angel, Whis, could very well be disseminating false information to preserve his own god's honor. "Handsome young man, it would be best not to interrupt our discussion," Hellas teased, casting a playful glance at Leelin. "If you do, I might just become quite upset." Quietly, Katran narrowed his eyes and stated ominously, "If we eliminate this fellow, perhaps we would be free of such troubles." He and Beerus were at odds, and the demise of his rival's foremost champion would bring him immense satisfaction. "Katran, your propensity for violence is excessive. Killing at a whim is not the way of a god. We should strive to influence humanity through words," interjected Sidra, the god of destruction from Universe 9. His guardian angel, Mojito, shook his head in exasperation at these words. Sidra, though rugged in appearance, did not embody the typical demeanor of a god of destruction. He was exceedingly gentle, contrasting sharply with the ruthlessness of the Supreme Kai. This divergence in their natures contributed to their universe ranking first among the 12 universes. Hearing the derisive words of the gods of destruction, Leelin felt a twinge of annoyance within. "You deny me the opportunity to compete and silence my voice. So, it seems that everything is dictated by you? I wonder, who do you think you are? You mere insignificant beings dare to challenge me?" Leelin's gaze sharpened as he cast a nonchalant glance at the gods of destruction before him. His strength, having significantly increased through his training with Black Wukong, now made him fearless even in the presence of angels. Indeed, he had surpassed any god of destruction or angel present. "Do you wish for death? You insolent brat. Whom do you dare call insignificant?" The words of the god of destruction Beerus resonated with satisfaction upon hearing Leelin's retort. He clapped his hands and declared, "Well said. Leelin, these fellows are nothing but a bunch of insignificant creatures. Unable to compete, all they do is squawk." Suddenly, the aura of the 7 gods of destruction erupted, filling the space with an oppressive pressure that felt suffocating. The other 4 gods of destruction seemed to relish the unfolding drama, their minds racing with anticipation, whispering to themselves, "A fight is about to break out. Hurry, let us jump in." Chapter 152, Utter Arrogance Silence. The Grand Minister commanded in a hushed tone. His voice seemed to resonate with boundless authority, instantly diminishing the oppressive auras of the gods of destruction. If he did not intervene now, a physical confrontation was imminent. All eyes turned toward him, their anger palpable. "I do not intend to stop you from fighting. However, should anyone choose to throw a punch, do not blame me for responding in kind." The Grand Minister spoke with an unsettling calmness that sent shivers down the spine. While the gods of destruction felt a surge of fury, they complied and closed their mouths. After all, they were within the sanctum of the Omni King, and should a brawl ensue, the Grand Minister would certainly have justifiable grounds to act against them. Though they would not face death, the pain of retribution would be inescapable. "Leelin, what is your intention?" The Grand Minister surveyed the gathering of deities before turning to Leelin with an expression of indifference. His presence was summoned primarily to gauge his thoughts, especially after the gods of destruction had so rudely silenced him. It was inherently unreasonable for these cosmic entities to deny a normal human the chance to compete. Under ordinary circumstances, the Omni King would have instantly dismissed their demands without a second thought. Yet, Leelin was an exceptionally unique individual. Having been called upon to speak, Leelin nodded slightly at the Grand Minister. A flicker of anger surged within him. These gods of destruction were exceedingly domineering. If they feared his strength and sought to bar him from participating, That might be somewhat understandable. However, if one speaks harshly to oneself, then I must apologize. He is indeed a person of temperament and will not allow others to manipulate him at will. Should you treat me with courtesy and respect, perhaps even bow before me a few times and call me grandfather, I might consider abstaining from participating in this competition hosted by the great king. Leelin uttered these words with an utterly calm demeanor. Although his voice was not loud, the content was exceedingly arrogant. For he, at this moment, had begun to feel anger. Possessing strength, he saw no reason to feign cowardice before these individuals. To expect the god of destruction to treat him with deference and respect? To bow to him and call him grandfather? If that were the case, could he truly be called a god of destruction? Young man, you truly seem to be tired of living, remarked Wei Mei, a terrifying expression gracing his countenance. They, as gods of destruction, were revered wherever they went. Now, before the great king, they were being humiliated by a mere human. Not even a normal powerful being could likely endure the words Leelin had just spoken. Such arrogance often leads to a swift demise, Kate La sneered, the threat in his words unmistakable. He had resolved that, once outside the great king's temple, he would seize the opportunity to eliminate this youth. The other gods of destruction were equally incensed. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? The high priest, too, furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, Leelin's words had been rather presumptuous. Yet, at this moment, Beerus felt an immense sense of satisfaction, wishing fervently that those words had come from his own lips. The surrounding angels began to shift their expressions subtly, shaking their heads in silence while continuously transmitting messages to Whis. Is this how he usually acts? As Whis's brother, Corrin immediately reached out telepathically. He was the guardian angel of the god of destruction from Universe 8, and they were one of the 4 exempt universes. He doesn't typically behave this way. Perhaps the words of the god of destruction have provoked him, Whis replied with a wry smile. Now, it seemed, the attention of Universe 7 had peaked. With Leelin's utterance, he had instantly become the target of many. Just as Corrin was about to continue his communication, another angel relayed a message. Whis, what is going on with this fellow? He cannot possibly be one of your pupils, can he? Inquired Makalita, the angel from Universe 11. She had been silently observing the unfolding events and was taken aback by how Leelin had audaciously humiliated so many gods of destruction. This is unjust. I am not responsible for this, Whis lamented silently. Indeed, Leelin was his pupil, but his character was beyond his control. Moreover, the god of destruction had been rather aggressive, even denying them the right to speak. Consider the perspective of Leelin. Such remarks must stem from a person's genuine emotions. Weiss, this situation appears somewhat unfavorable for you. The expression on your father's face seems rather peculiar. Badass hastily conveyed a message. She is acutely aware of Leelin's strength, having witnessed it with her own eyes. It is entirely normal for young individuals to exhibit a bit of personality. However, if it crosses a line, one should brace for significant repercussions. I witnessed it, sister, Weiss explained helplessly. The expression on the high priest's face cannot be described as unpleasant, yet it is exceedingly nuanced, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupy his mind. Meanwhile, the Omni King seated upon the high platform gazed intently at the individuals below. Weiss, are all beings from your universe this formidable? To openly provoke so many gods of destruction, could it be that he has been influenced by Beerus? At that moment, the angel of Universe 10, Kes, also interjected. She serves as the guardian angel of Ramses and appears to be the most diminutive presence on site. Weiss could only manage a wry smile. Gradually, all the angels began to communicate with him, inquiring about this young man's situation. What has caused him to become so audacious? Who instilled such courage in him? Was it you, Weiss, or Beerus? Or is he simply innately this imposing? Before the angels could ascertain the reason, Leelin spoke once more. However, in light of your recent insults, I am resolute in my decision to participate in this competition, Leelin stated with a calm demeanor. As his strength increased, he had initially lost interest in the tournament of power. Yet, the aggressive demeanor of these individuals solidified his determination. He must not only participate, but also eliminate every other contestant. Upon hearing these words, the gods of destruction reacted with widened eyes, glaring at Leelin as if they were ready to devour him whole. Chapter 153, the second match. I see that unless this lad receives a lesson, he remains oblivious to his own limitations. Katra stepped forward, his face etched with ferocity as he regarded Leelin. With that, he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to deal with Leelin. Beerus scoffed disdainfully. He too stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Katra. Although Leelin's power surpassed his own, as the god of destruction of Universe 7, he felt compelled to intervene. Leelin regarded Quitra's menacing expression with a helpless shrug. At this moment, he harbored no fear of any god of destruction, nor even of angels. He merely pondered whether, after activating the tenfold Kaioken, he could contend with the High Priest. The High Priest observed the impending clash between the two and subtly signaled their respective angels. Weiss and Konnik understood immediately and promptly moved to pull their gods of destruction aside. Since the individual in question has clearly expressed his intention to compete, I kindly ask everyone to remain calm while I seek the approval of the Omni King. The Grand Priest spoke with an air of indifference. After casting a sweeping glance over the assembly, he ascended slowly to the high platform. There, he and the Omni King began a discussion. After approximately 5 minutes, it seemed they had reached a conclusion. Standing atop the platform, the Grand Priest announced, "This time, Leelin is permitted to participate in the competition." What? The gods of destruction all displayed expressions of discontent upon hearing this outcome. If Leelin were to compete, they would have no choice but to withdraw and prepare for the aftermath, which seemed the most prudent course of action. Omni King, Grand Priest, we implore you to reconsider. Spoke the god of destruction from Universe 11. Our universe possesses the highest overall strength, excluding the 4 exempt universes. The 7th universe ranks second to last in overall power. To let one individual cause our universe to lose and face annihilation would be utterly unjust. Indeed, Omni King, Grand Priest, please deliberate further, urged Quitella through gritted teeth. He was unwilling to lose the competition or allow his universe to perish. Under such circumstances, they had no chance of victory. Quitella, silence your insolent tongue. Though our overall strength may rank second to last, our peak power is unparalleled. If you doubt that, we can settle it in a one-on-one contest. Bylus retorted immediately, his dissatisfaction palpable. And as for the rest of you, anyone who disagrees can step forward and face me, whether influenced by Leelin or not. Bylus's demeanor had grown exceedingly arrogant. He was ready to confront all the gods of destruction at a moment's notice. Nonetheless, he possessed the confidence to back it up. His talent ranked among the best among the gods of destruction, and with diligent training, few could rival him. The expressions of the other gods of destruction darkened further in response to Bylus's words. Just as they were about to retort, they were interrupted by the Grand Priest. Enough, enough. Let there be no more quarrels. He felt exasperated by their behavior. Could they not simply sit down and discuss matters calmly? Instead, they resorted to insults or prepared to brawl. At their age, they still behaved like children. Yet, with an Omni King as their superior, it was perhaps unsurprising that these gods of destruction exhibited such conduct. Considering the concerns you raised earlier, this competition will be divided into 2 rounds. The Grand Priest stated slowly. A subtle shock coursed through the assembly, as they clearly struggled to grasp the implications of a 2-part format. All eyes were fixed upon him, including Leelin's, who had never heard mention of the tournament being held in 2 stages. In his memory, the Tournament of Power involves 8 universes selecting 10 formidable warriors each, culminating in a chaotic battle royale of 80 participants. The sole survivor emerges as the victor of the Tournament of Power, ensuring the preservation of their respective universe. The Grand Priest elaborated in the initial round. Each of your 8 universes will designate 10 champions who will compete in this grand melee. The universe represented by the last standing warrior shall triumph. This description resonated well with Leelin's memories. However, due to the unique strength of Leelin from Universe 7, he is prohibited from participating in this initial contest. The Grand Priest continued his exposition. At this revelation, the expressions of the gods of destruction brightened considerably, their lips curving into smiles, with one notable exception, Beerus. Upon hearing the Grand Priest's statement, his demeanor soured instantly. Isn't this precisely what these rascals desired? Beerus exclaimed in a tone tinged with urgency. The Grand Priest waved his hand gently, urging him not to fret, for there would be a second match. Upon hearing this, Beerus furrowed his brow slightly, his mouth opening as if to speak, yet no words escaped his lips. He could only fall silent and attentively listen to the Grand Priest's forthcoming words. The second contest will be a clash among the gods of destruction, the Grand Priest announced, hands clasped behind his back as he addressed the audience below. A clash among the gods of destruction? What does that entail? The inquiry sparked a flurry of discussions among the gathered deities, clearly perplexed by the nature of this competition. Leelin's mind stirred with curiosity. Could it be that the gods of destruction would engage in combat amongst themselves? He recalled having seen this event depicted in a manga where Beerus famously battled 11 opponents, thereby solidifying his reputation. However, his disinterest in manga left him unaware of the finer details. The clash among the gods of destruction will involve the gods from your 8 universes fighting together. Since Leelin from Universe 7 cannot participate in the first match, for the second contest, Universe 7 may send both Beerus and Leelin into battle. Should they emerge victorious, they too shall avoid erasure by the Omni King. Thus, rather than a single universe surviving, 2 may remain, the Grand Priest elucidated slowly. Upon hearing this, the gods of destruction began to whisper among themselves. This contest essentially represented an additional opportunity for both Universe 7 and the others. Leelin nodded with a faint smile. This competition indeed piqued his interest, providing him a chance to deliver a sound lesson to these gods of destruction. Chapter 154. One more pretentious than the other, the remaining 7 gods of destruction began to confer quietly. Upon hearing their hushed conversations, Beerus was momentarily taken aback before a smile crept across his face. He shared Leelin's sentiments, having long desired to teach these insufferable gods a lesson. To everyone's astonishment, both the Omni King and the Grand Priest bestowed this opportunity upon them. Just as the other destroyers were engaged in hushed whispers, a calm voice suddenly resonated through the air. Is this the Destroyer Tournament? It seems devoid of any pressure. Our Universe 7 is undoubtedly destined for victory, Beerus remarked nonchalantly. Although his tone was composed, the volume amplified several-fold, ensuring that every individual present could hear him clearly. With both himself and Leelin in the fray, their opponents would surely be at a disadvantage, with no pressure whatsoever. This match felt akin to a gift being handed to them. Upon hearing Beerus's audacious declaration, the other destroyers turned to glare at him. What nonsense are you spouting, Beerus? Quitella retorted, his eyes wide with indignation. Beerus's words blatantly disregarded their prowess. Do you truly believe that you two are guaranteed victors? Be cautious, for you may very well be the first to be eliminated, Ramushi scoffed. As fellow destroyers, the disparities in their strengths were negligible. Beerus's comments were nothing short of a provocation. Those who merely relied on verbal bravado often faced the most devastating defeats. Wamida regarded him with a placid gaze. Excluding the 4 exempt universes, their universe was undoubtedly the strongest among the 8 present. The victory in the first round was already within their grasp. As for the second round, while he dared not claim it was assured, he possessed ample confidence. Ultimately, their Universe 11 might even emerge as dual champions. Beerus is all talk, Xiangpa derided with a sneer. Tsich, Beerus cast a disdainful glance at them, unwilling to engage in any rebuttal. Deep down, he was convinced of his impending triumph, not from his own strength, but from Leelin's. After all, possessing the power of an angel made defeating their opponents a mere triviality. However, just because he chose silence did not mean Leelin felt the same. With a single step forward, he surveyed all the destroyers present with an indifferent gaze. Dealing with you lot does not require Lord Beerus to intervene. One of me is more than sufficient, Leelin stated calmly. What? A multitude of destroyers and angels widened their eyes in disbelief. Leelin's words were audacious beyond measure. Yet, the true audacity was yet to come. Leelin respectfully addressed the Grand Priest. I humbly request that you convey to Lord Omni King that for the second round of the Destroyer Tournament, our Universe 7 requires only 1 participant, myself. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the arena, for what Leelin uttered was even more brazen than Beerus's earlier remarks. It was not merely a dismissal of their capabilities. It was a blatant affront to their dignity, as if he had cast their honor to the ground and spat upon it. Were it not for the presence of the Omni King, this band of deities of destruction would likely have slain Leelin on the spot. Such insolence, such arrogance, truly infuriating. Lord Ramsay roared, nostrils flaring as he gazed skyward. Calm yourself, Lord Ramsay, the angel Crix said, furrowing her brow in an attempt to soothe him. Casting a disapproving glance at Leelin, she found herself questioning whether this young man was indeed of sound mind. Throughout history, who has dared to so brazenly belittle the deities of destruction? Macarlita, do not hinder me. I shall not rest until this insolent wretch is dealt with. The fury in Wamy's eyes seemed ready to erupt. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Who among these lowly beings would dare utter such words in his presence? Sighing helplessly, Macarlita replied, I am not stopping you, Wamy. If you wish to confront him, do so. After all, the Omni King is here. Hearing this, Wei relented. For in the presence of the Omni King, they dared not be overly bold. Should they provoke his wrath, they might not leave this arena alive. Upon hearing Leelin's words, the High Priest's brow furrowed even deeper. To be frank, in his many years of divine service, he had never encountered such an audacious human. Leelin, are you certain? The High Priest asked solemnly. This competition was no trifling matter. A loss would result in obliteration by the Omni King. I am certain, Leelin replied, a composed smile gracing his face, brimming with confidence. After all, how could he possibly lack the strength to confront mere deities of destruction? If he were incapable of such feats, how could he boast so boldly? The High Priest, taken aback by Leelin's unwavering confidence, turned to Beerus. Lord Beerus, do you concur with Leelin's proposal? After all, in Universe 7, your word is law. Any decision must be made with your input. Ah, is that so? Beerus replied nonchalantly. He was well aware of Leelin's prowess and felt no concern about a potential defeat. While he harbored a desire to personally engage and subdue this group of insolent beings, allowing Leelin to face them would undoubtedly serve as a more profound blow to their arrogance. Let us heed Leelin's counsel. Frankly, there is no necessity for me to intervene with such trivial opponents, Beerus stated calmly to the High Priest. Indeed, as he uttered these words, the surrounding deities glared at him with fury, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Such audacity was utterly intolerable, whether it was Beerus or Leelin. Their words increasingly crossed the line, utterly disregarding the deities of destruction around them. The High Priest, hearing Beerus's remarks, could only shake his head in resignation. These two truly had a knack for grandstanding. High Priest, allow me to teach them a lesson. I can no longer endure their insolence. Just as the High Priest was about to respond, Katras stepped forth, for he and Beerus had always been arch-rivals. As I gaze upon my adversary, accompanied by those from my universe, a profound displeasure settles within me. Should I refrain from taking action, the pent-up frustration in my heart may become unmanageable. Indeed, the Grand Priest, these two individuals are exceedingly arrogant. Ramses stepped forth, his rosy visage flushed with indignation, clearly incensed by the words of Leelin and Beerus. None among us harbors a desire other than to chastise them both. Chapter 155, Doubt indeed. When have we, the esteemed gods of destruction, ever been subjected to such disrespect? It is imperative that we teach them a lesson. Otherwise, how shall we maintain order in the cosmos? A cacophony of voices erupted, all unanimously advocating for a reprimand to be administered to Beerus and Leelin. After all, their insolence has provoked even the most insignificant beings. We are gods of destruction, not mere trifles. Clearly, their emotions have reached a boiling point. If a confrontation does not occur today, it is likely that their return will be marred by discontent. And even if they refrain from action now, verbal altercations will inevitably ensue post-departure, potentially escalating into physical conflict. The Grand Priest finds himself in a quandary, for this is his first encounter with such a situation. In the past, these gods of destruction have never dared to create such a ruckus within the confines of the Omni King's palace. Today, however, it is evident that they have been thoroughly provoked by Beerus and Leelin, casting aside their usual reverence for the Omni King. If they do not release this pent-up rage today, they may not live to see the day of the tournament, instead seeking vengeance upon the seventh universe. Please wait momentarily. I must consult with the Omni King. The Grand Priest addressed the assembly of gods with a measured tone. After all, this matter does not fall solely within his jurisdiction. He is, at best, a servant and steward to the Omni King, required to seek approval for any actions taken. However, Lord Beerus, I have already conveyed your prior request to the Omni King. Consequently, in the forthcoming battle among the gods of destruction, it shall be Leelin from the seventh universe who competes alone. The Grand Priest spoke to Beerus and Leelin with a hint of disdain. He, too, found their bravado hard to tolerate. While the other gods of destruction may have made unreasonable demands, the audacity displayed by these two was simply excessive. Having insulted so many of their peers, having uttered his words, he turned away to seek the counsel of the Omni King. Upon witnessing this, Beerus slightly raised an eyebrow. How swiftly he acquiesced. The disdain for us was almost palpable on his visage. Just wait and see. Soon, I shall make you regret your insolence. Katras sneered at Leelin. He was well aware of Beerus's formidable strength, yet the audacity of this young man, having just defeated a Kampa, was truly remarkable. If one does not impart a lesson, will they not find themselves later subjected to indignities? Do not act impulsively. They possess the prowess of angels. Are you truly their adversaries? Rumsey declared, addressing those around him, his tone laced with disdain and mockery. Clearly, he regarded this matter as mere bluster from others. Oh, I must say, if that is indeed the case, I would genuinely be terrified, Hellas remarked with a smirk, her words dripping with sarcasm. Although she admired Leelin's appearance, the insult directed at her was enough to provoke anyone's ire. Do not underestimate them. They undoubtedly have their support. Otherwise, how could they have defeated Xiangpa? Wei Mei lazily noted, simultaneously delivering a final jab at Xiangpa. At that moment, Xiangpa's face turned an ashen hue, as if he had endured a barrage of humiliation from both Leelin and Beerus. Now, ridiculed by his peers, he found himself in the most dismal predicament, unable to refute any of it. The truth of his defeat to Leelin was undeniable, leaving him with no ground for defense. Do not revel in your triumphs. They indeed possess the strength of angels, Xiangpa retorted coldly. Though he harbored disdain for Beerus and Leelin, he found himself even more irked by these gods of destruction, who treated him with such contempt, dragging him out merely to belittle him. Xiangpa, must you continue to spout nonsense? A loss is a loss. What need is there for such excuses? Katra interjected with palpable discontent. He had little patience for those who could not accept defeat. A loss should stand as it is, without elevating the opponent to unfounded heights or legitimizing one's shortcomings with excuses. Indeed, Xiangpa, if you possess the strength of an angel, why not ascend to their ranks? Hellas shook her head, finding the notion of a mere mortal wielding angelic power rather absurd. The other gods of destruction expressed their own scorn towards Xiangpa, having reached a consensus that he simply could not bear defeat. Upon hearing their remarks, Xiangpa's frustration boiled over. He felt utterly trapped, caught between scorn from all sides. Bardos, are you certain Leelin possesses the strength of an angel? He turned to Bardos, who stood behind him. It was she who had first conveyed this notion to him on the day of the competition, yet he regretted not heeding her warning, for it had led to his current plight. Yet, reflecting on his last defeat, he recalled not witnessing Leelin employ powers that rivaled those of an angel. His previous battle had been a total annihilation, devoid of any display of angelic might. Bardos, observing Xiangpa besieged by so many, offered a wry smile and nodded. She found herself questioning why she was still fixated on this issue, having witnessed everything clearly during their last encounter. There was no room for error, as even Whis had confirmed it. Seeing Bardos nod in affirmation only added to Xiangpa's exasperation. The numerous destroyers shook their heads in disdain, well aware that Bardos is the guardian angel of the seventh universe. To uphold the dignity of the destroyers, it is not uncommon for them to utter falsehoods. However, upon witnessing Bardos nod in affirmation, the angels behind these destroyers could no longer contain their curiosity. Although they had heard whispers of this matter, the veracity remained uncertain. With Bardos herself acknowledging it, their vigilance heightened, and they began to inundate Whis with a fresh barrage of inquiries. Is this true, Whis? Does that boy Leelin truly possess powers comparable to an angel's? Surely, this news cannot be false, can it? Is that boy's strength truly so formidable? Such questions surged like a tidal wave toward Whis. It wasn't just the 7 participating universes. Even the angels from the 4 exempt universes began to seek his confirmation. After all, the notion of a human wielding angelic power is undeniably astonishing. Were it not for Whis' deliberate inquiry, they would have dismissed it outright as mere gossip. Whis, feeling overwhelmed by the cacophony of voices in his mind, found himself at a loss for words. He had little desire to elaborate further, for such explanations would be cumbersome. Thus, he chose to respond uniformly. Can't you see for yourselves whether he possesses angelic powers? Would you believe me if I said he does? This reply left the assembly of angels momentarily dumbfounded. Was this the same calm and composed Whis they knew? How had he suddenly become so irritable? Or was it merely the temperament of those from the 7th universe? Meanwhile, the verbal sparring among the destroyers continued, while Leelin remained silent, for Beerus had taken it upon himself to engage fully. He unleashed a torrent of words, sparing no one in his retorts. Given that they had yet to receive any directives from the Omni King, their greatest recourse was to hurl insults at each other, with no one daring to strike first. However, this verbal conflict persisted for merely 10 minutes. After exchanging a knowing nod with the Omni King, the Grand Priest slowly made his way to the forefront of the platform. Upon seeing the Grand Priestess' presence, all the destroyers fell silent, and even the angels turned their attention toward him. What does the Omni King say? Quitella was the first to speak, unable to tolerate the arrogance displayed by Beerus and Leelin. If given the chance, he was eager to teach them a lesson. The Grand Priest nodded slowly, surveying the assembled deities before he spoke. The Omni King has stated that if you wish to fight, you may proceed. Excellent, Quitella exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. With this announcement, he could finally set about teaching those two a proper lesson. The faces of the other gods of destruction also radiated with joy, interspersed with a hint of excitement. After all, they had just been vehemently berating their opponents, and their tempers had flared to a boiling point. It was only fitting for the gods of destruction to resolve matters through combat. However, the god of destruction from Universe 7, Beerus, and Leelin, could only challenge one of them. As for who that would be, they could deliberate amongst themselves. The Grand Minister spoke calmly to the assembly below. Upon hearing this, the gods of destruction momentarily paused, taken aback. Only one challenge. Their dissatisfaction was palpable. After all, the two adversaries before them had been so audacious. They yearned to confront both together. The notion of being limited to a single opponent felt rather unsatisfactory. Furthermore, your side may also send forth only one participant. The Grand Minister observed the murmuring gods of destruction and spoke again. This statement elicited less reaction, as it was understood that if the opposing side could only send one fighter, it would be unreasonable for all 7 of them to engage simultaneously. However, just as this thought settled, Leelin's voice echoed through the air. Grand Minister, there's no need for such formality. Let them all come at once. What of it? His tone remained unperturbed, yet to the ears of others, it sounded brazen. What did you say? Quitra's forehead pulsed with veins, his anger boiling over. He was genuinely furious, wishing for nothing more than to see this insolent individual torn to shreds. The other gods of destruction were equally incensed, and even the surrounding angels furrowed their brows in discontent, their displeasure evident upon their faces. They simply could not fathom Leelin's audacity in challenging all the gods of destruction. Not only the opposing gods and angels, but even Whis and Beerus were taken aback. Leelin's words were indeed shocking. 7 gods of destruction. Though they were aware of Leelin's power, derived from the Kaioken, its duration was limited, and should the gods employ a strategy of delay, he would find himself at a loss. Leelin, cease your provocations, the Grand Minister stated coolly. He had grown increasingly displeased with Leelin. While the lad was indeed exceptional, his words bordered on arrogance. It was common for youth to be somewhat brash, yet one should not be devoid of any restraint. Grand Minister, I am not provoking anyone, Leelin replied, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. He then added, I merely speak the truth. I have assessed my strength, and even if all the gods of destruction united, they would not stand a chance against me. His expression was earnest, devoid of any semblance of jest, for he possessed an unwavering confidence in his abilities. His current strength has surpassed that of many angels. If he were to activate the tenfold Kaioken, he could effortlessly annihilate the 12 gods of destruction. The 4 gods of destruction from exempt universes, who were previously mere spectators, now bore expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that their entertainment would involve them directly. Well, young man, you certainly have guts. Grand Minister, I've come to a decision. I shall teach this boy a lesson, Katala declared, pointing at Leelin without a moment's hesitation. The other gods of destruction voiced no objections. Initially, they had intended to reprimand Beerus for his incessant banter, but it now appeared that this brash youth was the most audacious of them all. If they did not eliminate him, the news would spread, and all beings in the universe would mock them mercilessly. Very well, the Grand Minister replied nonchalantly. As a radiant white light enveloped him, the surrounding space began to warp instantaneously. In a heartbeat, the ground beneath them transformed, transporting them to an endless expanse. After all, battles among gods of destruction wield tremendous power. If conducted on a typical planet, it could be obliterated in mere moments. On the other side, 2 attendants held the hands of the Omni King, who floated gracefully in midair. A seat materialized out of nowhere, allowing him to sit quietly and observe the unfolding scene below. The Grand Minister gestured once more, and a transparent barrier arose, delineating a vast arena. You may commence your battle at any time, he announced to Leelin and the assembly of gods of destruction. Grand Minister, have you truly considered not allowing all the gods of destruction to join forces? Leelin inquired again, addressing the Grand Minister. Facing only one god of destruction seemed far too trivial, lacking any real challenge. Upon hearing this, the Grand Minister shot him a glare and replied curtly, "First, defeat your opponent before discussing anything further." Chapter 157. Why not join forces? Leelin shook his head in resignation. With a slight leap, he entered the barrier. At that moment, Whis sidled up to Beerus, and the two began to whisper furtively. "Lord Beerus, you and Leelin were rather audacious just now. This is not advisable." Whis spoke softly, as a multitude of angels had pointed out this very issue. To outsiders, it might have seemed as though he, as an angel, had instilled such arrogance in them. Arrogant? I feel it's still not enough, Beerus mused. Stroking his chin, he perceived his remarks as mere banter with the other gods of destruction, devoid of any overt arrogance. However, Leelin was undeniably audacious, boldly challenging all the gods of destruction to unite against him, a display of guts not previously witnessed. Is that not sufficient? Look at those gods of destruction over there. They must be gnashing their teeth in frustration, Whis remarked with a furrowed brow. I had expected a harmonious discussion today, yet it has devolved into this current predicament. Humph. It's simply a testament to their inadequacy, Beerus scoffed. If they possessed true strength, they wouldn't dare utter such words. Observe the king of all and the grand priest. No one dares to ridicule them. It is precisely because of their overwhelming power that such mockery is unthinkable. Why would anyone insult their opponents? It is only because these gods of destruction are too weak. Surely, we cannot stifle the truth. Despite this, Whis suggested, however, once Leelin returns, he ought to temper his words. Challenging a single god of destruction may be a trivial matter, but to challenge all of them together borders on hubris. After all, if all the gods of destruction band together to exhaust him, once his Kaioken X10 is lifted, he would be left vulnerable. Whis spoke to Leelin with a hint of detachment, unaware that Leelin's power had dramatically escalated. Even if Whis himself were to intervene, he would be easily subdued by Leelin, let alone the mere gods of destruction. Indeed, there is some merit to your words. Ever since this boy returned from the future, he seems to have transformed, exuding a newfound confidence, Beerus said, arms crossed. If he possesses genuine strength, it can indeed be called confidence, Whis replied, shaking his head. However, if he lacks such strength, it merely becomes arrogance. Leelin is my most exceptional disciple. I naturally hope he does not reveal too much brilliance too soon. After all, these gods of destruction are not to be underestimated. A moment of carelessness could lead to dire consequences. You speak wisely, Beerus acknowledged with a nod. The distinction between confidence and arrogance is substantial. In this world, those with strength may be viewed as audacious, while those without it are deemed arrogant. If Leelin were to overhear their musings about him, he would undoubtedly find it amusing. What they perceived as confidence and arrogance was merely him speaking the truth. Why has society become so intolerant of honesty? Meanwhile, the gods of destruction began deliberating on who would confront Leelin. Katra was resolute, having intended from the outset to teach Leelin a lesson. The match was his proposal to the Grand Priest, and naturally, he intended to be the one to challenge him. However, the other gods of destruction appeared less inclined to agree, as they too felt a surge of anger and were eager to impart a lesson to this young imp. Leave this boy to me. None of you are permitted to intervene, Whis interjected, his impatience evident. The series of provocations had ignited a deep-seated fury within him. Now, an opportunity has arisen that he certainly does not wish to squander. Step aside. This one is mine, and I intend to demonstrate my prowess, declared Ramses unabashedly. Waymay was equally incensed, feeling a surge of anger within. If he did not teach this boy a lesson, where would his dignity reside? You all can leave. This one is mine, Hyles asserted vehemently. Though a woman, her strength was formidable. She could not fathom how a mere boy could possibly match her as a destroyer of worlds. Hey, what are you all up to? This boy is my target, and I propose this contest. If anyone is to compete, it should be me. Ketla glared at the other destroyers. He had waited eagerly for this moment of retribution. There was no way he would relinquish it easily, for that would be akin to jesting with him. Thus, before a battle could commence, the destroyers found themselves embroiled in a dispute, arguing over who would face the boy. They were unwilling to let go of this rare opportunity for vengeance. At this juncture, Xiangpa remained silent. Previously, he had endured ridicule from his peers and wished to distance himself from their antics. Moreover, he possessed unwavering confidence in Leelin's angelic prowess. He merely hoped that Leelin would unleash his might and adequately discipline these destroyers, for then, the laughter would no longer be directed solely at him. Leelin stood upon the arena, observing the squabbling destroyers below, shaking his head in resignation. He was acutely aware that his strength far surpassed theirs. Was it truly necessary to argue over who would take the first turn? All right. If you are all uncertain about who should go, then let us have you all come at once. I must admit, this is becoming rather tiresome, Leelin remarked calmly. Dealing with these individuals posed no challenge for him. Even if they all attacked together, they would not pose a threat. As the bickering continued, the destroyers grew increasingly exasperated upon hearing Leelin's words. They had not anticipated that even at this juncture, he would possess such audacity to provoke them. Did this boy not realize that calamity was imminent? Frustrated, Ketla was unwilling to engage in further futile debate with the other destroyers. Prolonging the argument would only embolden the boy further. In an instant, he leapt onto the arena. And the others, upon witnessing this, realized it was too late to intervene. The high priest breathed a sigh of relief as Ketla ascended the stage. After such a prolonged delay, it seemed the battle could finally commence. Chapter 158, The Clash with Ketla. He waved his hand, signaling the start of the confrontation. A colossal semicircular barrier suddenly illuminated, becoming extraordinarily formidable. In the seventh universe, Leelin was set to confront the god of destruction, Katra, from the fourth universe. The two combatants were prepared, ready to commence at any moment. The Grand Priest, observing the two within the barrier, spoke with an air of indifference. He then ascended into the sky, standing in the void and surveying the arena below. In the arena, Katra and Leelin locked eyes. "Brat, watch how I teach you a lesson." Katra growled menacingly, having awaited this moment for a considerable time. Ever since Leelin had uttered his first taunt, Katra had been anticipating this encounter, eager to unleash his wrath upon the detestable young man before him. "Is it just you?" Leelin remarked nonchalantly as he scanned his surroundings. Truth be told, he found little interest in facing a mere god of destruction. Such beings could be vanquished in a single blow, offering him no opportunity to truly showcase his prowess. "Do you really think I need so many to deal with you?" Katra bellowed in fury, his patience wearing thin. How dare this impudent youth speak so arrogantly? Although the entire arena was sealed off, their voices resonated clearly within. The expressions of the surrounding gods of destruction had remained grim since the outset. "Katra, stop the chatter and teach him a lesson," Wei Mei urged, fists clenched in anger. "Make him pay. I want to see this brat perish here." Long Mushi roared, his mouth agape. The angels behind them observed the rage of their respective gods of destruction, shaking their heads in resignation. "Did you hear that? Many wish for your demise, brat. It seems you shall find it difficult to leave here alive today," Katra sneered. Leelin, shaking his head in resignation, waved his hand dismissively. "Come, I'll allow you to strike 3 times first. If I were to make a move, I fear you wouldn't get the chance to act." He did not perceive his stance as arrogant, for he spoke nothing but the truth. It perplexed him why these individuals displayed such fury. Was it truly shameful to acknowledge one's own inadequacies? "Haha, you've got guts, kid." Katra chuckled in disbelief, nodding at Leelin. "Letting me have 3 strikes? That's the funniest joke I've heard." The gods of destruction below ceased their outcries. Recognizing that this youth was merely a lunatic, a fool, they had no desire to engage with a madman, preferring instead to let Katra handle him. "Enough with the banter. Come at me," Leelin said, frowning with impatience. "Why all the chatter for a mere skirmish? In the end, you'll be felled in a single strike. If you seek death, then I shall oblige," Katra declared with a cruel smile. With that, he vanished from sight, emanating an aura of terrifying might. A fist capable of piercing through dimensions hurtled toward Leelin's face. With this singular move, had it not been within this extraordinary realm, the very celestial bodies surrounding would have surely crumbled. "Die!" Ketla bellowed, his gaze infused with unparalleled ferocity. An overwhelming aura of destruction coalesced around his fist. Indeed, were any formidable being in the cosmos to face this punch, they would be utterly shattered, reduced to mere specks of violet starlight. Alas, Leelin shook his head in resignation, subtly shifting his body to effortlessly evade this onslaught. Though the punch was cataclysmic, its might formidable, it fell short in the presence of his prowess. Boom! Ketla's fist struck the smooth floor of the arena, crafted by the high priest, resulting in a web of cracks radiating outward. Had this occurred on a planetary scale, the celestial body would have been obliterated. "What?" Ketla exclaimed, glancing back in disbelief after his punch missed. He had not anticipated such an outcome. Ah, The surrounding gods of destruction displayed expressions of astonishment. They discerned that, though Ketla had not unleashed his full strength, he had exerted at least 80% of his power. Both speed and force were impeccable. Any ordinary individual would have been unable to dodge. Yet, this young man not only evaded the blow but did so with remarkable ease. Such a result compelled them to reassess Leelin's capabilities. Ah, it seems this young man has indeed made progress, Beerus remarked with a nonchalant smile, hands clasped behind his back. While he might not have been astonished merely by the evasion of Ketla's attack, the effortless manner in which Leelin achieved it did elicit a measure of admiration. Indeed, had this been in the past, he would have likely dodged the strike. But achieving such ease without employing the flash step technique was an impressive feat. Whis nodded slowly, acknowledging, "It appears I may have underestimated this young lad. In the past days, I presumed his strength had stagnated, yet it is evident he has not remained idle." In the arena, Ketla, undeterred by his failed strike, swiftly recalibrated his mindset. A thunderous roar erupted from him, unleashing a terrifying surge of destructive energy. The surrounding barriers shimmered with rippling waves, indicating the influence of his power on the High Priest's constructs. "Young man, consider your previous escape a stroke of luck. Now, brace yourself for my true punch." Ketla's eyes reddened, clearly elevating his aura to its zenith, radiating a ferocious energy. In an instant, he transformed into a bolt of yellow lightning, hurtling towards Leelin. In the blink of an eye, a sphere of violet energy coalesced in his hand. Whoosh! The energy sphere was released, hurtling towards Leelin with astonishing swiftness. He possessed unwavering confidence, convinced that his move was utterly unavoidable for his opponent. Once struck, the adversary would vanish from this world. He was determined to make the impudent youth understand that offending a destroyer meant only one fate: death. However, in the next moment, a shocking event unfolded before all present. The energy sphere, brimming with destructive force and seemingly impossible to evade, was narrowly dodged by Leelin, who leaned back just in time, letting it graze the tip of his nose. Boom! The violet energy sphere erupted against the energy shield, causing the entire arena to tremble. "This cannot be possible," Ketla murmured. The speed of his attack had reached its pinnacle. There was no reason to believe it could miss. "Second move, Lord Ketla," Leelin stated nonchalantly, extending 2 fingers. Upon hearing such calm words from Leelin, those around him were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. Now, upon hearing his words, they no longer perceived him as overly arrogant. It seemed he indeed had the merit to be so. "Wow, Leelin appears rather formidable," the Omni King remarked from his seat. Observing the battle below, a hint of awe escaping his lips. It was known that the destroyers under his command could defeat any opponent with a mere strike. Yet, now someone had so effortlessly evaded Ketla's assault. This kid truly has some skills, the Grand Priest mused, momentarily taken aback. Initially, he thought Leelin's claim of allowing 3 moves was rather presumptuous, but now he realized he had misjudged him. Below, the onlooking destroyers widened their eyes in disbelief. Did he really evade that so easily? A stunned Wei Mei exclaimed. Leelin's recent evasion seemed quite ordinary, merely a lean back, albeit with considerable exaggeration. Yet, such a simple act had allowed him to escape Ketla's attack. Is this a dream? Hyles gasped, astonished. Just moments ago, she had believed the battle was nearing its end, but now the situation had shifted dramatically. Could Leelin truly possess such terrifying prowess? Is this guy really that powerful? Ramusi mumbled, utterly dumbfounded. Though aware that this individual possessed the strength of a destroyer, Ketla's strike was evidently executed with full force. Even with such power, evading it so effortlessly seemed implausible. If he were in that position, he would certainly not have managed to dodge. Xiang Pa, however, did not express excessive astonishment. Instead, he coldly observed the surrounding destroyers, as if to say, "Do you see? This is the opponent I once faced. Did you not claim I was worthless? If you are so formidable, why are you in this predicament? Or are you all just as inept as I?" Though he harbored these thoughts, he remained silent. Yet, he was genuinely astonished. When he first faced Leelin, the latter managed to evade his attacks effortlessly, but that was due to the use of the time skip technique. Now, however, Leelin was not employing that ability, yet he was still able to dodge with such ease. It seemed this young man had made significant advancements in his strength. How could this be possible? Ketla stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. His most powerful attack had failed to reach Leelin, which was completely contrary to his expectations. Ketla, Leelin softly called out as he noticed the opponent's dazed expression. Upon hearing Leelin's voice, Ketla slowly lifted his gaze to meet his. You still have one move left, Leelin reminded him calmly. He had promised to allow Ketla 3 strikes, and that promise would be honored, neither more nor less. Damn it, Ketla thought, feeling a surge of indignation as he observed Leelin's indifferent demeanor. He believed he had been insulted by this human. The more composed Leelin appeared, the angrier Ketla became. Kid, is dodging your only skill? Ketla exclaimed, his frustration mounting. He thought of Leelin as merely someone with slightly enhanced speed. If only he could land a hit, he would ensure that Leelin would be left either dead or severely injured. That statement sounded somewhat familiar to Leelin, who casually cleared his ears. In truth, it mattered little whether he dodged or not. With the power of a destroyer god, inflicting harm upon him was no simple feat. Let me ask you this. Do you dare to stand and face me like a man? Ketla said in a deep voice, feeling utterly at a loss against Leelin. He realized that even if he were to throw 100 punches, he would never land a blow on him. Since you say so, then come at me. I will stand still for your final attack, Leelin declared, spreading his arms wide in an unconcerned manner. Ketla smirked at Leelin's acquiescence. Believing that his scheme had worked, he perceived Leelin as a simpleton, a brute who had easily fallen for his provocation. Below the arena, Beerus furrowed his brow upon hearing their exchange. Is Leelin being overly presumptuous this time? He pondered aloud. It was crucial to remember that Ketla was a destroyer god. Even if Leelin's strength surpassed that of a destroyer, standing still to endure a blow would undoubtedly result in serious injury. Moreover, from the looks of it, he seemed to have no intention of employing the tenfold Kaioken. Indeed, if Leelin intends to withstand Ketla's strike relying solely on his normal strength, it may prove to be quite perilous, Whis remarked. Having previously sparred with Leelin, he understood that the young man could achieve the angelic state through the Kaioken technique. However, attempting to endure a destroyer god's attack while in his normal state was indeed a risky endeavor. Upon recalling the initial confrontation with Paka, he had yet to exhibit the audacity of remaining stationary. Alas, I had mistakenly believed this fellow to possess remarkable prowess. It appears I was gravely mistaken. He is indeed a consummate fool. The astonishment in Wei Mei's eyes dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming disdain. What irked him most was this type of individual who, bolstered by a modicum of strength, becomes utterly arrogant. Clearly, he perceived Leelin to be such a person. TSK, it seems the battle is nearing its conclusion, remarked Ramsey, clicking his tongue. Initially, he had thought the opponent possessed genuine strength. However, it was now evident that while the opponent did possess power, his intellect seemed rather lacking. The high priest felt a weight in his heart. He recognized that Leelin's strength was formidable. In a one-on-one clash with the god of destruction, victory should come easily. Yet, standing idly by and allowing oneself to be attacked was decidedly unwise. On the arena, well done, my boy. I never imagined you would dare accept this challenge. I am truly impressed. Katala sneered. Despite uttering words of admiration, his eyes revealed profound contempt. What use is great strength if one's intellect is lacking? Indeed, he not only directed his disdain towards Leelin, but also subtly disparaged the Omni King. Enough with the idle chatter. If you wish to fight, then let us proceed swiftly. I grant you 3 opportunities to strike, not to engage in trivial conversation. Leelin urged impatiently. He resolved that in future battles, he would never allow his adversary such liberties. This exchange was yielding minimal technique, but abundant prattle. Chapter 160. Is it the end? Haha. How brazen to be so arrogant when death looms near, Katala coldly mused. At this juncture, he remained thoroughly confident in his strength. He firmly believed that should he vanquish this young adversary, the latter would surely perish at his hands. Even if he did not die, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. Then I shall not hold back, Katala declared, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, an aura once more coalesced around him. The destructive energy capable of obliterating a star system was gathered at his core, intertwined with a vast and relentless formidable presence. 2 more fearsome violet beams coalesced in his hands. The entire arena trembled under the influence of this aura, quaking violently. It seemed Katala was indeed prepared to go all out. He truly has reached his limit, Wei Mei murmured to himself. As a fellow god of destruction, he could keenly sense the terrifying nature of this technique. With this maneuver, Katala was channeling all his strength. Even if he were to unleash it, it would leave him greatly weakened, significantly diminishing his combat capability. It appears Katala has been driven to desperation. Such overwhelming energy unleashed upon that young man will likely leave him utterly obliterated. What a pity, Hellas remarked with a hint of regret on his face. What a dashing and formidable young man he is. Alas, his intellect seems insufficient, and he is soon to be reduced to mere dust. Humph, witnessing this surge of power. That lad must be trembling in fear now, remarked Ramsay with disdain. If his opponent possessed any wisdom, he would still have time to flee. The true concern lies in the moment when the attack is upon him, for then escape would be utterly futile. Hiss. It appears that Quitella has indeed been pushed to his limits, murmured Beerus, feeling a chill as he sensed the terrifying energy. He genuinely worried whether Leelin could withstand it. His only hope was that Leelin would not be too obstinate. The instant Quitella launched his strike, he should make a hasty retreat. In such a scenario, he might only be disturbed by the residual waves and not suffer significant harm. On the arena, Quitella's aura continued to ascend relentlessly. The entire barrier was suffused with a brutal violet glow. At last, this energy reached its zenith, coalescing into a singular, colossal energy sphere, imbued with an aura of unfathomable terror. You shall meet your demise. Quitella bellowed suddenly, hurling the immense purple energy towards Leelin. Leelin stood across from him, idly picking his nose. As he slightly sensed the energy sphere's aura, disappointment washed over him, and he shook his head. After making me wait all this time, is this the extent of your attack? He muttered to himself in exasperation. Faced with such a powerful strike, he felt no desire to retaliate, let alone assume any defensive posture. Such action seemed entirely unnecessary. Fool, Quitella sneered inwardly, observing Leelin's lack of any escape or defensive maneuvers. It seemed he had overestimated his opponent, who could not even perceive the might contained within his attack. This individual was destined to meet his end today, allowing Quitella to redeem the infinite disgrace of the gods of destruction. Boom! The energy sphere engulfed Leelin's form. Upon contact, the unleashed force nearly shattered the entire space, causing tremors that reverberated throughout. Fortunately, this arena and the surrounding barriers had been meticulously arranged by the Grand Minister himself. Nevertheless, the surrounding space emitted a low, vibrating hum, as if mourning the presence of such overwhelming energy. In an instant, the violet light soared into the heavens, illuminating the barrier with blinding intensity, rendering the interior scene utterly obscured by the dazzling purple brilliance. As Leelin's aura became imperceptible, those on the outside remained oblivious to whether he was alive or dead. However, they held little hope for his survival. What a pity, the seventh universe has lost a promising talent, Ramsay remarked with a hint of regret in his tone, though a smirk lingered on his face, for the absence of a rival was indeed a cause for celebration. This is the fate of arrogance. Waymay shook his head and remarked, the only regret is that this individual was not dealt with by his own hand. Simultaneously, he resolved within himself that upon returning to his own universe, he must impose strict restraints on the formidable beings within it, ensuring not to repeat the mistakes of this fool. Such a pity, such a loss, for such a powerful individual to meet his end in this manner, Hyles lamented, though the smile upon his face betrayed no semblance of sorrow. Is Leelin truly dead? Xiang Pa inquired, skepticism lacing his words. The one who had once brought him endless troubles and humiliation, just like that, had perished? Truthfully, he found it hard to accept, and a surge of resentment brewed within him, silently cursing Leelin for not standing in the way during their battle. Now, having fallen to another's hand, how could he possibly redeem his own honor? The other four gods of destruction from the exempt universes shook their heads in derision. Though they were not participants in the contest, Leelin had previously mocked them. Little did they expect that in the blink of an eye, he would find himself in such dire straits. The angels, on the other hand, wore expressions of deep regret. It was their first encounter with a young man as gifted and powerful as Leelin, and they were taken aback by his untimely demise. Some angels discreetly messaged Whis, urging him to remain composed and not to grieve excessively, for the days ahead were still long. After all, they could always nurture another. However, it was imperative to ensure that along with strength, moral education was not neglected. Upon hearing these words, Whis felt an urge to curse, yet, considering they were family, he refrained from doing so. Nonetheless, he had already condemned Leelin to death in his heart. If only the lad had employed the tenfold king's fist to defend himself, perhaps he might have had a chance at survival. Now, however, he harbored no hope for Leelin's continuation. Damn it! Beerus clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with rage. He observed Whis' face filled with regret and instinctively believed that Leelin was indeed finished. He had never anticipated that Leelin would not even attempt to dodge. It was sheer foolishness. Chapter 161. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? Ha ha ha, have you seen my might? Ketra, enveloped in a whirlpool of purple light, laughed triumphantly. Although he could not see Leelin's figure, he was certain that after enduring his strike, the latter was as good as dead. Ha ha ha, cough, cough. It seemed his laughter was too boisterous, or perhaps the earlier assault had drained his energy, for Ketra began to cough violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, even so, it did not diminish the pride etched on his face. Beerus and Whis stood at the edge of the stage, their expressions laden with bitterness. Listening to Ketlana's shrill laughter, an uncomfortable sensation welled up within me. The other destroyers, including the angels, exhibited a range of expressions, yet overall, their faces bore a relaxed demeanor, with some even displaying mocking postures. However, in the next instant, Ketlana's smile gradually faded, becoming frozen in place. Her eyes widened and her mouth slightly agape. She appeared utterly astonished. What on earth is happening? Ketlana exclaimed in disbelief. As the purple light slowly dissipated, Leelin stood unwaveringly in place. This is impossible, Ketlana shouted in astonishment, retreating several steps as her expression transformed into one of sheer terror, akin to that of an ordinary person encountering a ghost. The spectators below the arena were drawn in by her cries, their gazes converging on the stage. Almost simultaneously, their eyes widened in disbelief, their faces reflecting utter incredulity. As the light completely vanished, Leelin remained unscathed, his attire intact, his expression calm, seemingly untouched by any harm. Observing this scene, the high priest's expression grew increasingly nuanced. Good heavens, this young man is entirely unharmed? He pondered in astonishment. In his estimation, Leelin should have perished. Yet here he was, not only alive but completely unscathed, a truly bewildering revelation. Lord Ketlana, 3 moves have passed. It is now my turn to strike, Leelin said nonchalantly. He then twisted his neck and cracked the joints in his body. Do not come any closer, Ketlana cried out in terror. She had exhausted her strength for defense. And even if she had the will, she feared she could not withstand her opponent. However, no sooner had she spoken than Leelin's figure closed the distance between them. With a resounding thud, Leelin delivered a powerful kick to her abdomen. Ah, Ketlana gasped, the immense force nearly causing her eyes to bulge as she expelled a torrent of blood. Her body was sent hurtling backward. Thud! She crashed against the barrier, her internal organs sustaining severe damage. The very section of the barrier that she struck, established by the high priest himself, bore a crack, a testament to the severity of Ketlana's injury and the terrifying might of Leelin. Boom! After colliding with the barrier, Ketlana was rebounded and fell heavily to the ground. Darkness enveloped her vision as she succumbed to unconsciousness, her breath weakening to a perilous extent, as if she might draw her last breath at any moment. Gulp! Below the stage, a destroyer swallowed hard, unsure of who among them had made the sound. Observing the expressions of these individuals, their faces were suffused with astonishment. Leelin, as a mere mortal, had astonishingly withstood the full force of a god of destruction's strike unscathed. Not only that, but he also managed to defeat his opponent with a single move. Such events, throughout history, are truly unprecedented and unimaginable. Beyond their shock, their faces betrayed no other emotions that could articulate their current sentiments. The Grand Overseer, standing at the pinnacle, exhaled a sigh of relief. He waved his hand, signaling the removal of the barriers surrounding the arena. Ketral's guardian angel, Konik, hurried forward to attend to his god of destruction. Remarkably, Leelin demonstrated extraordinary prowess, rendering Ketral incapable of matching him. The Omni King, brimming with excitement, waved his hand. He relished the spectacle of combat, showing no signs of resentment towards Leelin despite Ketral being his subordinate. It seemed he was still yearning for more, as though the display had not satisfied his craving for entertainment. Alas, too weak, truly too weak, Leelin remarked, shaking his head in resignation. Though his voice was soft, it resonated clearly in the ears of the gathered crowd. This time, however, no one dared to retort, for they suddenly realized that Leelin's earlier claims were indeed substantiated. He was not arrogant. He was merely speaking the truth. Well done, Leelin. You are truly formidable, exclaimed Beerus, his excitement palpable as the shadows of doubt dissipated from his face. He had initially believed Leelin was doomed, only to discover that not only had he survived, but he thrived against all odds, a most unexpected turn of events. Whis, too, exhaled slowly, having felt a tightening in his chest at the moment Leelin was struck, fearing for the young man's fate. Clearly, he had underestimated Leelin's recent progress, which had evidently been quite significant. He had just calculated Ketral's attack, even for angels. Mitigating such an assault, while manageable, would require some effort. Yet, Leelin had faced it head-on without any apparent preparation, as if his inherent strength had surpassed that of the angels themselves. Among the gods of destruction, a profound silence enveloped them. They had acknowledged Leelin's strength, yet they had not anticipated it to be of such outrageous magnitude. Esteemed lords, is there anyone else who wishes to step forward and test their mettle? Leelin inquired calmly, regarding the gods of destruction below. The once boisterous deities, upon hearing his words, lowered their heads in unison. Who could possibly contend with such power? Even the mightiest strike from a god of destruction had proven ineffective against him. Should they choose to confront him, they would likely fare no better than Ketral. It was prudent to remain silent, lest they risk their very lives in vain. What's the matter? Has everyone suddenly lost their voices? Weren't you all quite fierce just a moment ago? Leelin spoke in a deep, resonant voice. The words exchanged below during his recent battle resonated clearly in his ears. Chapter 162. I seem to have seen these destruction gods somewhere before. Among them were those who hoped for his demise right here. They had boasted loudly moments ago, but now fell silent, which was quite contemptible. Upon hearing Leelin's words, the destruction gods' hearts burned with indignation. However, they lacked the courage to retort. After all, the fate of Ketla loomed over them, and they dared not continue their bravado. With such a demeanor, how did you come to be destruction gods? Have you lost even this modicum of courage? Leelin began to ridicule. After blustering for so long, they now resembled frightened turtles. The destruction gods below felt their faces flush with rage, yet none dared to speak. It was not only the destruction gods who were rendered mute, even the angels present, observing Leelin's demeanor, bore expressions of grave concern. It was not merely that he had defeated Ketla that unsettled them. Rather, his performance was nothing short of astonishing. Ketla's full-force strike would have required them to employ certain skills to withstand, yet the strength exhibited by this individual was terrifyingly formidable. Many angels began to ponder whether this young man might indeed possess celestial powers or had already surpassed them. Leelin sighed resignedly, speaking slowly. Since no one dares to challenge me, so be it. I advise you not to partake in the upcoming melee among the destruction gods. After all, it would merely end in defeat. Why bother? He shook his head and smiled with a sense of resignation as he gradually descended from the stage. The high priest, observing this scene from above, could only manage a wry smile. Today marked perhaps the most humiliating day for this group of destruction gods, subdued by a mere earthling, leaving them all speechless. If word of this were to spread, it would undoubtedly stir a tremendous uproar throughout the cosmos. Contemplating this, the high priest waved his hand slightly, and the surrounding scene transformed, returning them to the hall of the Omni King. Having received healing from his angelic companions, Ketla was now able to open his eyes. However, upon seeing Leelin, a chill ran through him. Ladies and gentlemen, is that all for today? Is there anything else anyone wishes to address? The high priest inquired from his elevated platform, surveying the gathering below. They were originally supposed to discuss the match, but with the matter resolved and divided into two events. The high priest now believed that even if the second melee were to occur, the destruction gods would likely still not emerge victorious. The destruction gods exchanged glances, rendered speechless. They had come to understand Leelin's prowess, and engaging him in battle would undoubtedly be tantamount to courting death. Now, their sole hope rests upon focusing on the first match. Compared to the chaos of the second battle with the gods of destruction, this initial contest appears significantly less formidable. After all, they no longer need to confront the monstrous anomaly that is Leelin. However, they are indeed fortunate to have convened to discuss Leelin's participation. Had the event proceeded as usual, placing Leelin, the beast, into the first match among the fierce clashes of the universe's strongest warriors would have rendered victory utterly unattainable. The carnage he would unleash would be nothing short of catastrophic. They could hardly perceive any glimmer of hope for success. The grand priest observed the silence among the deities and, with a resigned shake of his head, continued to speak. If there are no objections, let us prepare promptly. I shall inform you of the competition's timing in due course. Once he had concluded his remarks, all the gods of destruction felt an overwhelming sense of relief as they approached the Omni King to bid farewell, hastily departing as if in flight from a calamity, not daring to cast a glance at Leelin, fearful that a mere gaze might provoke an attack. The other 4 exempt universes, however, maintained a composed demeanor. Having witnessed Leelin's power, their attitude towards him had shifted to one of considerable respect. After exchanging pleasantries with the Omni King and the Grand Priest, they too took their leave. In that fleeting moment, the entire Omni King's palace was left with only Beerus, Whis, and Leelin from Universe 7. As Beerus stepped forward, preparing to take his leave, the Grand Priest called out to them. No need to rush. Leelin, the Omni King has something to discuss with you. Please come forward. The Grand Priest addressed Leelin with calm authority. Beerus was momentarily taken aback, clearly unaware of the reason the Omni King sought Leelin. Leelin also felt a profound sense of curiosity. Could it be that his recent display had drawn the Omni King's ire, prompting this summons to potentially eliminate him? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Yet, being in the presence of the Omni King, escape was not an option. After all, he had been in the right during previous events. If expressing the truth could incite discontent, then he was at a loss. Very well. Leelin nodded slightly and ascended gracefully into the air. Guided by the Grand Priest, he approached the Omni King with measured steps. The Grand Priest, after bringing Leelin forward, quietly withdrew to the side. Your Majesty, Leelin acknowledged with a slight nod. The Omni King smiled as he floated before Leelin. Leelin, your performance was truly remarkable, he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. He had just witnessed, for the first time, one of his gods of destruction being utterly overwhelmed by a mere human. Oh, Your Majesty, you flatter me, Leelin replied with a modest smile, aware of the vast chasm of strength that separated him from the Omni King. How could he dare to claim superiority in the presence of such a formidable being? Previously, I suggested that you assumed the role of the god of destruction. The Omni King spoke slowly. However, before he could finish his statement, he was interrupted by Leelin. I apologize, Your Excellency, but I truly have no interest in the position of god of destruction, so please refrain from continuing, Leelin replied with a faint smile. Is it a jest? If I were to become the god of destruction, my fate would lie in the hands of others, and I certainly do not wish for that. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis stood quietly below the platform, patiently awaiting the outcome of the conversation between the Omni King and Leelin. Although they could not hear their discussion at that moment, Beerus felt an odd sense of familiarity with the scene unfolding before him. Whis, I can't shake the feeling that I have witnessed this scenario somewhere before, Beerus murmured to Whis beside him. Whis cast a disapproving glance at him and retorted. Your Excellency has visited the Omni King's palace before. Surely you have seen it. Beerus shook his head and suddenly widened his eyes, as if a realization had struck him. Tugging at Whis's garment, he exclaimed, I recall now. I have seen this scene in a dream. It resembles the moment when the Grand Minister was to acknowledge Leelin as his brother. Chapter 163. The Enforcer? Ah? What? Whis responded, slightly taken aback. After all these years, how could such a thing still be relevant? He had believed that such occurrences were a thing of the past. However, after Beerus's remark, it seemed that the dreamlike scenario was indeed poised to unfold once more. Meanwhile, the Omni King waved his small hand, signaling that he had not yet finished speaking and requested patience before any refusals. Leelin felt a surge of curiosity but chose to remain silent, preparing to hear what the Omni King had to say next. Since you have no interest in the position of God of Destruction, I would like to propose that you become the enforcer of the divine realm. What do you think? The Omni King suggested with a smile. Leelin was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend what an enforcer entailed. Did such a position even exist within the divine realm? Moreover, he was unclear about the responsibilities associated with this role. Your Excellency, what exactly is an enforcer? Leelin directly posed his question. If it was akin to the god of destruction, he had no interest whatsoever. However, if it were something different yet still appealing, he might consider it. Grand Minister, could you kindly elucidate for him? The Omni King gently requested of the Grand Minister nearby. The Grand Minister nodded with a smile and approached Leelin. Curiosity etched on his face. Leelin listened intently as the Grand Minister explained. The Enforcer is a position responsible for overseeing the gods of the divine realm, wielding significant power and possessing the authority to act post facto. Should any god of destruction or angel neglect their duties, the Enforcer is empowered to impose penalties upon them. The Grand Minister smiled as he spoke to Leelin. while secretly contemplating the importance the Omni King placed on this individual named Leelin. It was noteworthy that the status of enforcer was comparable to that of the Grand Minister himself, and it had been many years since such a position had been established within the divine realm. However, it appears that the sovereign of all wishes to make an exception today by appointing a human to the position of enforcer. Upon hearing this, Leelin's mouth slightly agape expressed his astonishment. He had not anticipated that this individual was, in fact, the enforcer. The title of Overseer of the Gods sounded rather impressive. However, it necessitated a certain level of strength. Without such prowess, overseeing would be exceedingly challenging, yet Leelin possessed precisely that capability. What, then, must I do? Leelin inquired slowly, addressing the High Judge. Although the title of Overseer of the Gods was alluring, he was not one to relish unnecessary complications. Should the responsibilities prove cumbersome, he would decline the role. The High Judge offered no clarification on this matter. Rather, his gaze shifted to the sovereign of all. You need not concern yourself with much. During your leisure, merely traverse the various universes. Should any destruction god show a lack of diligence, you may impart a proper lesson to them, the sovereign of all explained to Leelin with a smile. Having observed Leelin's remarkable prowess in the recent battle, he realized that Leelin's capabilities were extraordinary, arguably surpassing even that of the angels. Such a talent was essential for him, and the divine realm was in dire need of individuals like Leelin. It would be a tremendous loss if such a person could not be utilized. Leelin nodded slightly. If that were the case, this position seemed rather appealing. In terms of both prestige and authority, it represented an excellent opportunity for him. What about the upcoming Destruction God melee? Am I still required to participate? Leelin continued nonchalantly. If he were indeed the enforcer, would it not be unfair to contend alongside those destruction gods? Following the recent battle, he felt little anticipation for the second round. Even if all the destruction gods banded together, they would not stand a chance against him. Of course you must participate. Why would you not? The sovereign of all replied with a smile, eagerly anticipating the event. His excitement had been palpable during Leelin's confrontation with Ketral. If Leelin were to face all the destruction gods, the spectacle would undoubtedly be magnificent. Despite promoting Leelin to the position of enforcer, he wished to witness the contest firsthand. Very well, I understand. Leelin responded indifferently. Let the competition commence. It matters not to me, for victory is assured. He now found himself somewhat intrigued by the angels, curious about the outcome of a confrontation with them. Undoubtedly, in a one-on-one duel, he would emerge victorious. Yet, he wondered how he would fare against multiple angels. What are your thoughts on the role of enforcer? The sovereign of all inquired further, expressing a strong desire for talents like Leelin to join their divine ranks. After all, a human can reach such heights in a short span of cultivation. With further nurturing, the future is undoubtedly boundless. If this position imposes no significant restrictions upon me, then I am willing to accept it. Leelin smiled gently and spoke with an air of calmness. Though this position sounds appealing, he would still decline if it came with numerous limitations. Akin to the roles of the Destroyer God and the Supreme Kai, he had no desire to entrust his fate to another's control. Of course, you remain yourself. You merely acquire the title of enforcer, the Omni King remarked with a slight smile. For a powerhouse like Leelin, the rules of the divine realm would surely not constrain him. If they wished for him to assume this role, they would certainly not impose any sense of limitation upon him. This is the dignity of a strong individual. Anyone in his position would likely have similar expectations. Very well. Then, Lord Omni King, I shall accept this position. Leelin replied, nodding slowly and smiling in affirmation. After all, this title bore no detriment to him. Rather, it would bestow upon him a resounding name, which was a delightful prospect. Moreover, with the title of enforcer, he would no longer feel inferior in status to the arrogant destroyer gods. In fact, should he encounter any dissatisfaction, he could readily vent his frustrations upon them. He resolved to visit the various universes upon his return to oversee their affairs. And should he find any shortcomings, he would not hesitate to exercise his authority as enforcer. Oh, indeed a wise choice. The Omni King nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he returned to his throne, observing Leelin with quiet amusement. Well, I have no further matters at this moment. Great Priest, please escort the enforcer. The Omni King said with a smile. Certainly, Lord Omni King. The Great Priest replied with a courteous nod, gesturing for Leelin to proceed. Congratulations, enforcer, on earning the esteemed recognition of the Omni King at such a young age. The great priest spoke to Leelin with newfound respect, no longer viewing him with the same disdain as before. The young man's prowess had far surpassed his expectations, having effortlessly defeated a destroyer god. From a standpoint of strength, he could likely contend with the angels themselves. Given his youth, with time and cultivation, his potential was indeed limitless, and he might even surpass the great priest himself. "You're too kind, great priest," Leelin responded with a composed demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In truth, he still felt somewhat dazed. Although he had accepted the position, he was quite surprised by the identity of the enforcer. The two companions descended from the high platform. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis observed with mild astonishment as the great priest extended such courtesy towards Leelin. It was worth noting that the great priest's strength ranked among the top 5 across the universe. Apart from the Omni King, I have never witnessed him extending such courtesy to anyone else. Even towards the gods of destruction, he has always maintained a demeanor of indifference. Upon observing this scene, Whis felt a slight sense of foreboding. He pondered whether Lord Beerus's prophetic dream might indeed come to fruition at this moment. The Grand Priest and Lin approached Beerus and Whis. "Allow me to reintroduce you," the Grand Priest said with a smile. Lin has now assumed the role of the Enforcer of the Divine Realm. Enforcer? Both Beerus and Whis were momentarily taken aback, clearly aware of the significance of this title, which had not been mentioned for many years. They were astonished to learn that Lin had become the Enforcer. It is well known that the authority of the Enforcer is immense, placing him on par with the Grand Priest. The nature of Lin's conversation with the Omni King was indeed unexpected, leading to his appointment as the Enforcer of the Divine Realm, a revelation that took them by surprise. "It is merely the favor of the Omni King," Lin replied with a calm smile, addressing them. "Please, do not feel the need to be overly formal. You may call me by my name as you always have." Despite his elevated status, he preferred not to be addressed by a title like the Grand Priest, as it felt somewhat awkward to him. He had a name, after all, and among acquaintances, such formalities felt distant. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, still processing the situation. They had not anticipated such an outcome during their visit to the Omni King's palace, particularly the emergence of an enforcer from Universe 7. The Grand Priest, hearing Lin's words, nodded with a knowing smile. He had come to a new understanding of Lin, realizing that he was not as reckless as he had initially believed. "By the way, Enforcer, may I inquire about something?" The Grand Priest turned to Lin with a smile. Lin raised an eyebrow at the Grand Priest's question, but replied with a grin, "Please, go ahead. What is your current level of strength, Enforcer?" "When you faced the god of destruction Katra earlier, your display of power suggested that you have surpassed the realm of angels," the Grand Priest inquired with a smile. Although he could not sense Lin's energy, the manner in which Lin had acted indicated that his strength likely exceeded that of a guardian angel. Beerus felt a slight shock at the Grand Priest's high appraisal of Lin. It is well known that angels are exceptionally formidable, capable of defeating gods of destruction with a single strike. Yet, the Grand Priest was asserting that Lin had surpassed the angelic level. It is worth noting that Lin had yet to showcase the Kaioken tenfold. If he did, it would be truly terrifying. Whis furrowed his brow as he regarded Lin, already forming his own assessment. Based on Lin's earlier display of power, it was evident that he had indeed surpassed the angels. However, Whis still found himself unable to reach a definitive conclusion. Upon hearing his father's words, it became evident that the truth was near. Leelin pondered momentarily before slowly nodding in agreement. His strength had indeed surpassed that of the angels, a fact that required no concealment. As for accurately assessing his current prowess, Leelin candidly admitted his uncertainty. Although he had outstripped the angels, he was still far from being a match for the Grand Priest. Whether he could wield the power of the tenfold Kaioken in battle remained an enigma, as he had never engaged in combat to make a definitive judgment. "Ah, indeed," the Grand Priest remarked with a faint smile, as if he had anticipated such an outcome. Yet his curiosity was piqued. He wondered how Leelin had cultivated such formidable talent. "Your praise is unwarranted, esteemed Grand Priest. My modest abilities pale in comparison to yours." Leelin responded politely, aware that he should not appear overly arrogant in the presence of such a figure. The Grand Priest nodded in acknowledgement of Leelin's humility, recognizing that the earlier display of pride was merely a reflection of his honesty. Meanwhile, Whis shook his head slightly, astonished at how that naive youth from a few years past had evolved into someone of such caliber. The thought of his father forming a brotherly bond with this individual felt somewhat peculiar. Yet the notion that this person would become his brother also brought him a sense of delight. "Esteemed Grand Priest, I have a proposition, if I may. The Grand Priest continued with a smile, already formulating plans in his mind. Given Leelin's impressive capabilities, it was wise to foster a good relationship with him. After all, he might one day surpass even the Grand Priest himself. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, silently questioning if the moment had arrived. Leelin sensed a shift in the atmosphere, as if he were on the verge of an important revelation. Please, esteemed Grand Priest, do share, Leelin replied, his expression remaining composed as he discreetly observed Whis and Beerus. Their unusual demeanor seemed to affirm his suspicions. Today marks your first day as the Grand Priest. Why not seize this joyous occasion to become brothers? The Grand Priest suggested with a hearty grin. Upon hearing these words, Leelin's expression momentarily faltered. It seemed that Beerus and Whis had broached this topic when they first met him. He recalled how Whis had declared their brotherhood, with himself as the younger brother and Whis as the elder. To think his father would propose the same again. What was this family up to? Well, esteemed Grand Priest, that might be somewhat inappropriate, Leelin pondered, offering an awkward smile. Upon hearing Leelin's words, Whis felt a quiet sense of relief within. It appeared that the outcome had indeed shifted somewhat. His prior efforts had not been in vain. Why? The High Priest inquired with some perplexity. It is well known that countless beings in the universe aspire to become one's brother. To have such a brother is indeed a source of immense power in this world. Yet, the figure before him, Leelin, chose to decline, which took him by surprise. Did Whis not mention this to you? Leelin asked, scratching his head while casting a glance at the smiling Whis beside him. He vividly recalled the moment when they pledged brotherhood, and it seemed they had forged some form of connection, one that should be immutable. If he were to become brothers with the High Priest now, it would undoubtedly create confusion regarding their ranks. How would they address each other in future encounters? While he might not feel awkward, Whis, to a certain extent, could be considered his mentor, and it would certainly be uncomfortable for him. To call him brother felt inappropriate given their father-son dynamic. Conversely, addressing him as father would be even more peculiar. After all, they had previously agreed that Whis would be the elder brother while he remained the younger sibling. And considering Whis' role as his teacher, the entire situation felt rather disconcerting. Indeed, I should have mentioned this matter to you earlier, father, Whis said with a gentle smile towards the High Priest. He had ceased to address him by title, opting instead for the more personal term, indicating that despite his outward calmness, there was an underlying urgency. He had previously informed the High Priest about his brotherhood with Leelin, though he had not divulged the reasons behind it. The High Priest, however, had taken it lightly, recognizing that Whis was of an age to make his own decisions. Oh, you mean the matter regarding your bond with Leelin? The High Priest said, momentarily recalling what Whis had once mentioned. He then shifted his gaze back to Leelin. Meanwhile, Beerus, observing from the sidelines, was merely an onlooker, as this situation bore little relevance to him. He was curious to see how the High Priest would navigate this predicament, and one could not help but notice the glint of amusement in his demeanor. Indeed, High Priest, our relationship stands as it is. If we were to forge another bond, it would create confusion, hence my reluctance, Leelin replied cheerfully. In truth, he did not find the situation particularly troubling, but he wished to spare Whis any embarrassment. Thus, he sought to decline the offer as gracefully as possible. The High Priest furrowed his brow slightly, silently contemplating the matter. At that moment, Whis cast a grateful glance towards Leelin. After all, he still held on to his pride. The thought of Leelin, after all this time, suddenly addressing him as uncle felt unsettling. Despite Leelin now being far beyond him in strength and having attained the position of enforcer, there remained an uncomfortable taste in his heart, a lingering sense of oddity about the entire affair. After all, the actions I previously took, humbling myself, were aimed at preventing the current situation from unfolding. The High Priest pondered for a brief moment before slowly continuing. Regarding this matter, I believe it bears little significance. He smiled at Leelin. Leelin expressed mild astonishment, somewhat perplexed. What do you mean by little significance? Your tone suggests that you are determined to form a brotherhood with me today. A sudden unease surged within Whis, an ominous premonition taking hold. The bond you forge with Whis is your affair. It has no bearing on us. The High Priest's words were startling. Leelin furrowed his brow, intending to articulate further thoughts. However, before he could speak, the High Priest interjected, "We can become brothers. You may call me brother, and I shall call you younger brother. As for how you and Whis address one another, that remains entirely your concern. Each of us shall maintain our own distinctions without impinging upon one another." With this declaration, Leelin found himself speechless, his lips twitching incessantly. He mused inwardly. Your family truly knows how to entertain themselves. Why must you involve me? Am I truly so remarkable? Weiss, on the other hand, was left at a loss for words. It seemed that history was indeed irreversible, as the efforts he had previously exerted appeared to have yielded no effect. Instead, the hierarchy now seemed somewhat chaotic. Beside them, Bylus wore a mischievous grin, barely restraining his laughter, for he found the situation exceedingly amusing. If Weiss were to harass him again, he could readily invoke this incident as leverage. Isn't this rather inappropriate? Leelin remarked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. How can we each maintain our own distinctions? Personally, I have nothing to lose, but won't it be awkward the next time you encounter Weiss? What is inappropriate about this? The high priest gently shook his head, believing there was nothing amiss. After all, at his level of existence, he had long ceased to care for such worldly perceptions. Leelin observed the high priest's resolute demeanor and could only manage a resigned smile. It seemed he had little choice in the matter. He glanced at Weiss, seeking to gauge his thoughts. Weiss's expression bore an indescribable quality. After much internal struggle, feeling Leelin's gaze upon him, he could only nod helplessly. You may proceed as you wish. I can no longer intervene. After all, you two hold the utmost authority here. Very well then, High Priest. Let us keep it simple. From this moment forth, we are brothers. You shall be my elder brother, and I shall be your younger brother. In the future, I shall address you as brother, and you shall call me younger brother, Leelin reluctantly proclaimed. As he spoke, a flash of white light enveloped them, seemingly establishing a unique connection akin to what Weiss had previously experienced. However, this time, it was Leelin who had initiated the bond, yet it produced the same remarkable effect. Such is the way of things. After witnessing the scene, the Grand Priest nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 166, Guiding Work in Other Universes. Thus, Leelin and the Grand Priest completed a simple brotherhood ceremony. The Grand Priest wore an expression of joy, while Leelin bore a look of resignation. Beerus appeared intrigued, and Weiss wore an expression of awkwardness. With a myriad of emotions, they bid farewell to the Grand Priest once more and departed from the Xenos Palace. As for when the upcoming Tournament of Power would be held, that would be communicated at a later date, possibly in a few days or even months. In the boundless darkness of space, Weiss sped through with Beerus and Leelin, like a streak of white light flashing by. Although they had left the Xenos Palace, the expressions on their faces were far from the ease and naturalness they had upon arrival. This was entirely due to the change in Leelin's status. After all, he was now an enforcer, and Beerus could no longer treat him with the same casualness as before. Provoking him might lead to the invocation of the enforcer's authority. If it came to blows, Leelin would find himself powerless, given the higher rank of the latter. Due to the Grand Priest's influence, Weiss wore a stoic expression, uncertain of what to say. My apologies, Weiss began. The Grand Priest's hospitality was difficult to decline. Leelin broke the silence. As the three of them remained in an uncomfortable stasis, each hesitant to speak. Weiss chuckled lightly before continuing. It's all right, Leelin. This is not primarily your issue. It's something my father encountered, and I certainly did not foresee this occurrence. As an angel, he maintained a tranquil demeanor, refusing to let this situation evoke anger or sadness. However, he still felt somewhat disheartened, as Leelin was, in fact, now of a higher standing. Particularly after the Grand Priest's statement about addressing matters independently, it seemed rather absurd. Well, that is good to hear, Leelin responded calmly. Having known each other for several years, he did not wish for any rift to arise from this situation. By the way, I haven't congratulated you on your new role as the enforcer of the Divine Realm. Weiss continued to smile at Leelin. He was genuinely surprised, as he never anticipated that Zeno would hold Leelin in such high regard, entrusting him with the position of enforcer. It was worth noting that this role held significant power, equal to that of the Grand Priest, and had remained vacant due to the lack of a suitable candidate. Little did he expect that Leelin's visit to Zeno's palace would yield such an unexpected outcome. Indeed, Leelin, congratulations on becoming the esteemed enforcer. I truly did not foresee this, Beerus remarked with a hint of astonishment. People often say that life is unpredictable, and only now did he truly grasp the meaning of that sentiment. If Leelin were to adopt the demeanor of an enforcer before me, I would indeed have to respectfully address him as Sir. Thank you, Leelin replied with a serene smile, gesturing dismissively. From now on, you may address me as you wish. Do not let my title create a distance between us. He regarded Weiss and Beerus as his friends and had no intention of assuming an authoritative role in their presence. Should their relationship become strained, rekindling it would prove to be an arduous task. Rest assured, you know me well enough. I am indifferent to such formalities, Beerus chuckled, visibly at ease upon hearing Leelin's words. Leelin nodded with a smile, relieved that he no longer had to worry about such matters. However, Leelin, you are now an enforcer. During your leisure, you ought to fulfill your responsibilities, Weiss interjected softly, not turning around. This caught Beerus's attention, and a mischievous smile gradually crept across his face. Indeed, Leelin, now that you are an enforcer, it would be beneficial to traverse other universes occasionally and execute your duties, Beerus remarked with a hint of mischief. He was particularly eager to witness the expressions of the other gods of destruction upon learning of Leelin's new status, especially those who had once ridiculed and looked down upon him. The prospect of their reactions upon receiving such news would undoubtedly be entertaining. Rest assured, I shall make time for a visit. After all, overseeing the gods of destruction is now part of my responsibilities, and I will diligently fulfill my obligations. Leelin replied with a cold smirk. He was a person who held grudges. He vividly recalled the arrogance of those gods of destruction during their time at the Omni King's palace. Those memories were still fresh in his mind, and now that he had gained power, he would not let them off easily. He had already decided to spend some time resting on Earth before embarking on a journey to visit these gods of destruction. If they treated him well, all would be fine, but if they displeased him, then they would face his wrath. Thus, with great swiftness, Weiss and Beerus returned to the realm of the gods of destruction, while Leelin made his way back to Earth. He spent approximately a month there, feeling that he had sufficiently recuperated. He then resolved to traverse the various universes, intending to guide and inspect the work of the gods of destruction. Rather than merely overseeing their tasks, this journey was, in essence, a means of retribution. After bidding farewell to his hometown, friends, and family, he utilized instant transmission to arrive at the realm of the gods of destruction, though he was unaware of the locations of other universes, which made instant transmission to those places impossible. Thus, his purpose for this visit was to request Whis to accompany him. After all, Whis was an angel, possessing profound knowledge of the coordinates of the 12 universes. Entrusting him to lead the way was indeed the most fitting choice. As Leelin had nearly completed his preparations, Whis cheerfully remarked, "All right, we can set off now. Hey, wait for me. I want to go too." Just as they were about to embark, Beerus rushed to their side in a flurry. He had spent an entire month waiting in the realm of destruction and, surprisingly for one who was naturally lethargic, had refrained from sleeping. This day was one he had eagerly anticipated, wishing to witness the expressions of his colleagues upon encountering Leelin. Chapter 167. Fear and Trepidation. Lord Beerus, are you going as well? If so, we must consult with the Grand Minister. Whis smiled as he addressed Beerus. It is imperative to note that gods of destruction are not permitted to leave their universe without a compelling reason, and even if they do, their absence cannot be prolonged, lest it disrupt their duties. Beerus, however, waved dismissively, eager to partake in this rare spectacle, regardless of the circumstances. He gazed at Leelin with a pitiful expression. "Esteemed Grand Minister, may I leave the 7th universe? I wish to accompany you to observe the workings of the other universes." Beerus spoke with a smile, his tone laced with a hint of jest. "Didn't Lord Beerus say to address you as you wish? Calling you Grand Minister makes me feel somewhat uncomfortable." Leelin replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. He preferred to interact with them as an ordinary individual rather than being distanced by his official title. "It was merely a jest," Beerus chuckled in response, his gaze still intensely fixed on Leelin. After all, as a Grand Minister, Leelin possessed the authority to grant permission for Beerus to leave his current universe. Whether or not he could accompany Leelin to other universes rested solely on his word. "Very well, if Lord Beerus wishes to join, then he may come along," Leelin replied nonchalantly. Perhaps this was the privilege of high authority, where even pressing matters could be resolved with a mere statement. Beerus beamed at Leelin's words. "So, Leelin, which universe shall we visit first?" Whis responded with a gentle smile. After all, each of the 12 universes was vast in its own right. Should they venture to another universe, it was essential to select a target first. The choice of which universe to explore next lay entirely in Leelin's hands. Leelin pondered, stroking his chin before slowly declaring, "Let us first journey to Universe Keetra." Upon finishing his statement, a mischievous smile crept onto his face. Although he had previously dealt with this individual, he felt it was still insufficiently satisfying, for this was the very person who had once scorned him the most vehemently. At one point, he even contemplated ending his own life. If he was to leave, it was certain he would first take action. How splendid! Beerus exclaimed with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. He and Katra were the least compatible of companions. Naturally, upon hearing that Lin intended to visit their universe first, he felt a surge of delight. Today, he sought nothing more than to relish the feeling of wielding power over him, to assert his dominance in front of Lin. The fourth universe, Weiss murmured to himself, while silently mourning for Katra. Having just returned from the King of All's palace, where he had been thoroughly beaten, it seemed Lin was now poised to further torment him. Perhaps this was what they meant by the early bird getting the worm. Had Katra not been the most vociferous, Lin might not have sought him out first. Very well, let us embark, Weiss said with a calm smile. Thud! He gently tapped the ground with his staff, and the three of them transformed into orbs of light, swiftly soaring towards the fourth universe. Meanwhile, across the various universes, news of Lin's appointment as the enforcer of the divine realm spread like a tempest, sweeping through the entire pantheon. Both the Kais and the gods of destruction had received word, courtesy of the Grand Minister. After all, with Lin being a newcomer to his post, few were familiar with him, and it was prudent for them to be informed to avoid offending him and facing dire consequences. Yet, given the current circumstances, they might still find themselves in a precarious position. In Universe 11, the god of destruction, Vermouth, paced back and forth amidst the ruins of his realm, his face etched with worry. The anxiety coursing through him rendered him irritable. Why on earth did the King of All choose that lad? How could he appoint him as the enforcer? If this is the case, won't my good days be over? Vermouth mused anxiously. He vividly recalled berating Lin during his time in the King of All's palace, showing him no mercy and completely dismissing him as a worthless being. Yet now, to his astonishment, that very lad had transformed into the enforcer of the divine realm. Do not fret, Lord Vermouth, the angelic guardian, Margarita said with a gentle smile. How can I not be anxious? What if that boy seeks revenge? Vermouth replied, filled with trepidation. The enforcer, with his high authority, could punish the gods of destruction without needing to consult the King of All. Margarita waved her hand dismissively. Lord Vermouth, it is not us, it is you. I have not wronged that lad. She appeared entirely detached from the unfolding drama. In truth, she found herself somewhat fond of him. It was the first time in the divine realm that someone so young had been appointed as an enforcer. Margarita, why are you still making light of the situation? Quickly, offer me some advice on what I should do next. If that fellow were to come and seek revenge, how should I respond? Waymeda felt as restless as an ant on a hot pan, fearing that in the next moment, Leelin would personally come knocking at his door. Alas, it is of no consequence. Even when the law enforcers carry out their duties, they must be grounded in reason and evidence. If there are no grounds, then trouble from a god of destruction cannot be tolerated, Margarita reassured him. This situation can only be explained in such a manner. After all, if he truly did come knocking, they would find themselves at a loss for solutions. Who could forget that he is now a law enforcer, a position far superior to theirs, leaving them with no right to speak? Sigh, let us hope for the best. It is to be feared that when that fellow arrives, he will nitpick at every little flaw. Who could withstand that? Waymeda lamented helplessly. He was now engulfed in deep regret, wishing he had never provoked Leelin in the first place. Had he not initiated the confrontation, he would not be in such a state of anxiety now. In the realm of destruction within the 10th universe, Lord Runxi shared a similar sentiment. Ever since he caught wind of Leelin's ascension to the role of law enforcer, a sense of unease had taken root in his heart. He feared that at any moment, Leelin might arrive at his doorstep, armed with the authority of his new position, ready to deliver a lesson. Chapter 168. Reactions from all sides. Kess, what should I do? Runxi spoke with a distracted air. His fear of Leelin had reached unprecedented heights. Had it not been for the law enforcer's title, he would have been indifferent. If that fellow dared to lay a hand on him, he would certainly report the matter. However, times have changed. Now that this individual is a law enforcer, he possesses every justification to punish him. Even without cause, he would fabricate a reason. Lord Runxi, are you concerned about the newly appointed law enforcer? Kess inquired with a furrowed brow. The high priest had already informed them of this development. To be honest, no one anticipated that Leelin would rise to such a position. It was indeed a stroke of extraordinary luck. Indeed, I am now anxious about that fellow. I berated him so harshly. Do you think he might seize the opportunity for revenge? Runxi asked, his worry palpable. This was his foremost concern. Kes hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Based on the boy's audacious demeanor in the king's temple, it was quite probable that he might act on such impulses. In this situation, it is impossible to predict Lord Runxi's fate. I suggest you try to remain at ease. Kes could only offer a futile consolation. Sigh, one reaps what one sows. Runxi let out a long lament. Had he known it would come to this, he would have acted with more restraint from the beginning. It would not be so troublesome now. In the realm of destruction of the second universe, Goddess Helios wore a similarly troubled expression. She had never imagined that the inconspicuous young man from a month ago would soar to prominence, becoming a formidable law enforcer. Upon receiving this news, she found herself unable to eat or sleep, consumed by restlessness. Due to her earlier disrespectful remarks towards Leelin, she is now deeply concerned about potential retaliation from him. Alas, why does this scoundrel always seem to have all the good fortune? The esteemed identity of a law enforcer is indeed a significant honor. Why has it fallen upon him? Hyles feels a profound sense of injustice. My lord Hyles, it would be wise to refrain from complaints and instead contemplate possible strategies for the future, the guardian angel Sava gently advises. Upon receiving the news from the high priest, he was momentarily taken aback, even confirming it multiple times, only to receive the same disheartening outcome, that this young man, Leelin, had indeed become a law enforcer. Meanwhile, in other universes, similar scenarios were unfolding. Some destroyers of worlds felt fortunate that they had not persistently berated Leelin, finding solace in the knowledge that, even if trouble were to come their way, they would not be the first to face it. In the fourth universe's realm of destroyers, Ketla's injuries have healed, and he is diligently training within the realm. Having suffered defeat at the hands of Leelin, he feels a profound sense of humiliation, prompting him to immerse himself in relentless practice, fueled by the desire to reclaim his lost dignity. Although he understands the challenge is great, he remains steadfast in his determination. You wretched scoundrel, just you wait. One day, I shall defeat you and make you kneel before me, Ketla mutters in anger during his training. After all, losing to a mere human, albeit a powerful one, is a source of great shame in the eyes of a destroyer. His guardian angel, Konik, paces anxiously nearby, having yet to reveal the news of Leelin's ascension to law enforcer to Ketla. Given Ketla's current state of mind and his still recovering injuries, Konik fears that delivering this information might send him into a frenzy. Thus, he remains at a loss for how to broach the subject. Konik, why are you pacing back and forth? Ketla inquires, noticing his angel's unusual behavior. Typically, angels are composed and serene. However, Konik's current demeanor starkly contrasts with this norm. Ketla senses a palpable tension from his angel, as if something is being concealed from him. There are indeed matters at hand, but I am uncertain how to convey them to you. Konik hesitantly replies, rubbing his hands together, grappling with the weight of the information. Just speak plainly. What could be so difficult? Ketla responds impatiently. He detests those who act mysteriously before him, preferring straightforwardness without hesitation. As a destroyer, he believes he can handle whatever news may come. Sigh. Konik let out a resigned sigh, and then spoke slowly. Very well, Lord Ketla. I shall inform you of the matter at hand, but I implore you to remain composed. He could only phrase it this way to prepare Ketla mentally, for what was to follow might very well leave him so astonished that he could faint. Ketla, however, dismissed his concern nonchalantly, retorting, just speak plainly. What could possibly be so significant? Just as Konik was about to respond, a beam of white light descended from the god of destruction's realm. Both men were instantly captivated by this radiant phenomenon, recognizing that someone had intruded upon their territory. As the light gradually faded, three figures emerged, Leelin, Whis, and Beerus. After a journey of several minutes, they had finally arrived at the god of destruction's domain in Universe 4. By sheer coincidence, they encountered Ketla and Konik. Upon seeing the trio, Ketla momentarily froze, only to have a look of fury rapidly spread across his face. You scoundrels! This is the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 4. Who permitted you to trespass here? Ketla exclaimed, his anger palpable. A month had passed, and he had continuously lived in the shadow of Leelin. Now, fate had brought them face to face once more, an irony not lost on him. His gaze remained fixed on Leelin. Whis and Beerus stood rooted to the spot, astonished by Ketla's words. Has this fellow lost his senses? Is he unaware of Leelin's current status? They thought. After all, Leelin was now a bona fide enforcer. To be insulted in such a manner was akin to insulting the king of all himself. Konic's expression changed dramatically upon hearing Ketla's outburst. He rushed over to cover Ketla's mouth. "Lord Ketla, exercise caution," he whispered urgently in his ear. "The stature of this individual has changed significantly. We cannot afford to insult him so recklessly." Chapter 169. A complete turnaround caution? Ketla incredulously glanced back at Konic. "I am a god of destruction. What consequence is there in reprimanding those who invade my domain?" The notion that he should be advised to exercise restraint struck him as absurd. Before Konic could elaborate further, Beerus interjected. Clearing his throat softly, he addressed Ketla. "Ketla, my friend, it appears that during this month apart, you have grown quite bold, even daring to speak ill of this esteemed individual. In the past, such remarks might have been brushed aside, but times have changed. Leelin is now an enforcer. You were already seeking trouble, and now you have conveniently provided us with a reason to confront you." Ketla's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. He pondered. Have I not merely suffered defeat at his hands once? I acknowledge that I am no match for Leelin, yet my identity as a god of destruction remains intact. Should he dare to exploit his strength to belittle me, it is not merely my acceptance that he should consider. If this were reported to Lord Quan Wang, these individuals would likely be in deep trouble. Humph, who does he think he is? Keitra scoffed, asserting, "I can insult whomever I please. Can you really be so brazen in my territory?" He could hardly believe that anyone would dare challenge him on his own ground. If necessary, he thought, he would have Konic report this matter. In due time, Lord Quan and the High Priest would pass judgment. Beerus stood frozen, pondering how this young man could be so audacious, seemingly unaware that Leelin was already a law enforcer. Did he not fear for his life? This question lingered in his mind. Whis was equally taken aback. He had assumed that upon encountering Leelin, the others would speak to him with utmost respect and cordiality. Yet, their immediate outburst of insults was entirely unexpected. Even Leelin was somewhat astonished by the current circumstances, which deviated drastically from his expectations. He had anticipated a respectful reception, but the reality was starkly different, prompting him to question whether his status as a law enforcer was merely a facade. Far less esteemed than he had believed, which emboldened this individual to brazenly insult him. "Konic, have you yet informed Lord Keitra of this matter?" Whis inquired curiously. After all, if Keitra were to learn of Leelin's identity as a law enforcer, he ought to adopt a different demeanor, unless he were reckless enough to disregard his own safety. It was also possible that Konic had not yet disclosed this information, leading Keitra to mistakenly perceive Leelin as merely an ordinary human. "Huh," Konic replied, offering a wry smile before shaking his head slowly. He had indeed intended to inform Keitra, but the arrival of these individuals had left him with no opportunity to convey the news. Keitra, now intrigued, turned to Konic with a perplexed expression. "Konic, what did Whis just mention? Is it related to this young man?" he asked, pointing in Leelin's direction. Unable to fathom what could possibly warrant such audacity from Leelin and Beerus in his domain. "Indeed, Lord Keitra," Konic nodded helplessly, moving closer to whisper in his ear. After a minute had passed, Keitra's eyes widened in disbelief, cold sweat cascading down his brow. "You cannot be jesting with me," he exclaimed, swallowing hard. His voice tinged with incredulity and a hint of panic. The news Konic had just shared was so astonishing that he found it difficult to process. "I would never deceive you, Lord Keitra," Konic replied, resigned to the gravity of the situation. He anticipated such an outcome. Had he known earlier, he would have expressed his thoughts sooner, thus avoiding the present awkward predicament. Now, Quitella had already berated the enforcer, leaving uncertainty about the repercussions to come. The enforcer? Truly deceptive, Quitella mused in astonishment, clearly struggling to comprehend the incredulous revelation. He could never have imagined that an ordinary human could ascend to the esteemed position of an enforcer in the divine realm. The recollection of his recent outburst against this individual sent a chill down his spine. "Ah, Quitella, you truly possess remarkable audacity, for the first time in many years. I find myself in awe of your courage to scold the enforcer directly," remarked Beerus, who was idly picking his nose. His words, though seemingly admiring, carried an unmistakable undertone of amusement at the unfolding spectacle. At this moment, Quitella could no longer afford to retort Beerus. He swiftly turned to Leelin, his previously fierce demeanor now replaced by a rigid smile. "Ah, it turns out you are the esteemed enforcer. I must apologize for my earlier lack of discernment," Quitella said. striving to adopt a more amicable tone, fully aware of the enforcer's significant authority. He understood that his earlier insolence could easily lead to dire consequences if the enforcer chose to hold a grudge. "Oh," Leelin observed as Quitella's expression shifted like a chameleon, his heart secretly marveling at the revelation. It seemed he had underestimated the enforcer's prestigious status. "Well, let it be forgotten. Ignorance is excusable," Leelin added with a slight smile, radiating a sense of magnanimity. Upon hearing Leelin's words, Quitella felt a quiet sigh of relief. Regardless of whether he truly respected Leelin's authority as the enforcer, he knew he had to feign deference. Even if he had to act, it would be with an expression of utmost sincerity and humility. "Thank you for your gracious forgiveness, esteemed enforcer," Quitella said, bowing his head in reverence. His demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation of 180 degrees. Though reluctant, he recognized the necessity of adhering to decorum. "By the way, have your injuries healed?" Leelin inquired with a casual smile. Quitella was momentarily taken aback, evidently unsure of the intent behind Leelin's question regarding his recovery. Nevertheless, he replied as usual, "Thank you, esteemed enforcer, for your concern. After a month of rest, I am nearly fully recovered." "Well, in that case, I am relieved," Leelin nodded, maintaining a cheerful demeanor. Chapter 170. The Deceitful Leader. At this moment, Leelin exhibited the mannerisms of a concerned leader, his face perpetually adorned with a smile. However, upon closer inspection, one might detect a hint of ulterior motives behind those expressions. Quitella found himself bewildered by the inquiry regarding his health. What business did it hold for Leelin? Why inquire about such matters in idle times? Though he harbored such thoughts, he dared not articulate them. "Well, since your injuries have mostly healed, how about we exchange a few more moves?" Leelin inquired with a beaming smile. "What?" Keitra was taken aback, clearly surprised by Leelin's unexpected proposal. Engaging him in combat seemed utterly reckless. Upon hearing these words, a frown creased his forehead. "Isn't that rather inappropriate, Your Honor?" Keitra said with a forced smile. Setting aside whether he could defeat Leelin, the latter's status alone rendered him hesitant to engage. Moreover, the painful lesson from their previous encounter still lingered in his memory. To go through that ordeal again would mean another month confined to bed. Who would willingly seek such torment? "Not at all, not at all. My primary purpose here is to assess the strength of the destroyers, as it is essential for me, as a law enforcement officer, to have a solid understanding of the gods' capabilities. Wouldn't you agree?" Leelin replied nonchalantly. The determination etched on his face indicated that evasion was no longer an option. Keitra's countenance fell. Assessing strength? More like an act of retaliation. Hadn't he already showcased his power back at the King of All's palace? Realizing he could not escape this confrontation, Keitra steeled himself and said, "Very well then. I implore you, Your Honor, to show some mercy and keep it light." "Rest assured, I shall," Leelin responded with a radiant smile. With that, the two began to exchange blows. The realm of destruction erupted in thunderous chaos, a tempestuous energy enveloping the surroundings. Within a mere 10 seconds, Keitra was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. He skidded for dozens of meters across the hard earth, carving a deep trench into the resilient grass, appearing thoroughly disheveled, with a hint of blood at the corner of his mouth. Coughing, Keitra felt a tightness in his chest and abruptly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. It seemed he had sustained further injuries, this time with severe internal damage. Recovery would undoubtedly take several days. Clapping his hands and brushing off the dust from his clothes, Leelin gazed at Keitra's disheveled figure with immense satisfaction. During their duel, he had purposely held back considerably. Had he not been cautious, it was entirely possible that Keitra could have been killed outright. Yet, he was, after all, the destroyer of the fourth universe. Leelin was merely there to supervise and inspect. He had no intention of causing fatal harm. Such an act would be excessively brutal and quite contrary to his nature. Indeed, quite a tragic sight, Beerus remarked, stifling a chuckle as he observed Keitra's pitiful state, feeling an overwhelming sense of delight at the spectacle. He could no longer resist the urge to observe the other gods of destruction across the cosmos. Accompanying Leelin today was undoubtedly a wise choice. Offering a free spectacle, why not enjoy it? Alas, witnessing Beerus's gleeful demeanor, Whis could only shake his head in resignation. It seemed that the reputation of their seventh universe had diminished further in the eyes of the other realms. Although they dared not provoke Leelin, it was evident that Beerus would encounter his share of troubles in the future. "Conic," Leelin said with a gentle smile. Konik, unable to check on Quitra's injuries, hurriedly approached Leelin. Your Excellency, please give your orders. Konik displayed an extraordinary level of courtesy, even showing a hint of respect. After all, the Lawkeeper supervises the duties of the gods, and this included overseeing the angels alongside the gods of destruction. Thus, he felt compelled to treat Leelin with utmost reverence. Oh, it's nothing. Quitra has indeed improved somewhat in strength, but it is still far from sufficient. You must provide him with further guidance, Leelin spoke earnestly, akin to an elder advising a junior. In truth, his demeanor was a classic example of someone who benefits from a situation while feigning innocence. After inflicting such injuries, an explanation was simply required. Yes, Your Excellency, Konik replied with a resigned smile. He understood all too well the weight of authority. One must heed the words of those in higher positions. Additionally, be aware that Quitra will require time to recuperate. However, do not allow this to impede the work of the universe. Should there be any disruption, I will be quite displeased. If I am displeased, it could lead to further complications, Leelin continued, his tone calm yet firm. Of course, I will ensure that Lord Quitra does not delay any duties within the universe. Konik promptly nodded in agreement. He had now grasped the essence of a heartless overseer. Even in such a state, the focus remained on work. Although Leelin was not technically a boss, he certainly held a position of leadership, one that could not escape the label of a harsh superior. Well then, we have no further matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave for now, Leelin stated nonchalantly. He observed that the situation had been resolved satisfactorily and was not inclined to linger. There were still 10 other universes to visit, and it was impractical to delay in one place for too long, as that would hinder efficiency. Farewell, Your Excellency, Konik said, bowing slightly. Leelin walked over to Whis' side and remarked, Whis, let us depart swiftly for the next realm. Whis nodded, waving his staff and instantly transporting Leelin and Beerus away from the realm of the fourth universe. Phew, Konik exhaled slowly. Only after confirming their departure did he dare to raise his head. Without delay, he turned and hurried to check on Quitra's condition. Simultaneously, he began to establish contact with angels from various universes, informing them that Leelin was preparing for reckoning after the autumn. They were to exercise utmost caution and avoid offending him at all costs. Otherwise, should they provide him with a pretext, he would not hesitate to take action. His approach had to be flawless, perfect beyond perfection, so that no excuse could be found for his retaliation. Chapter 171, The 11th Universe Leelin. To which universe do you intend to venture next? Whis inquired as they glided gracefully through the cosmos. He was consumed by a singular thought. Their group seemed destined to challenge the strongest entities across the multiverse. The affairs of the fourth universe had been resolved. The question now was which unfortunate universe would be next to suffer. After a moment of contemplation, Leelin replied, I shall set my sights on the universe that resembles a clown. He recalled how audaciously this individual had boasted, and he had initially desired to teach him a lesson, only for the opportunity to slip away. Now that he had finally seized the chance, he could not let it slip once more. However, he found himself at a loss for the clown's name, though the image was vividly etched in his mind. Clown? Whis paused momentarily. You must mean that fellow, Vermoud. Beerus interjected, picking at his nose languidly. Given the clownish appearance, it was clear whom Leelin referred to. Ah, that would be in the 11th universe. Whis nodded slowly before promptly redirecting their course towards that universe. The strength ranking of this universe was notably high, aside from the 4 exempt universes. The 11th was among the most formidable. Leelin, once you arrive there, you must teach that Vermoud a proper lesson, Beerus advised, his tone earnest. Why? Leelin felt a flicker of curiosity. The 11th universe had limited interactions with the 7th, and he wondered why Beerus had specifically urged him. Although he was already inclined to deal with Vermoud, he was eager to understand the underlying reason. Ah, it is nothing significant, primarily. Lord Beerus harbors a tinge of jealousy towards their universe, Whis elaborated gently. Humph. Beerus crossed his arms, offering no rebuttal, merely letting out a disdainful grunt. Whis' observation rang true. Indeed, he felt a pang of envy towards the 11th universe. The prowess and advancement of the 11th universe were remarkable, if all went as anticipated. The first match in the tournament organized by the Omni King would likely see their universe emerge victorious, Whis explained with a subtle smile. Leelin nodded slightly, having a clear understanding of this matter. He recalled that, in the original narrative, the members of the opposing team were formidable, especially one named Jiren, who had effortlessly toyed with Goku and Vegeta. Had it not been for the narrative's need to weaken him, victory would undoubtedly have belonged to the 11th universe. This would have been acceptable, but the troubling part was that this individual consistently looked down upon the 7th universe. Beerus, with a palpable sense of indignation, exclaimed that his universe was merely ranked slightly lower. Why, then, must others regard him with such arrogance upon their every encounter? In terms of individual prowess, no one across the 12 universes could rival Beerus. What is the status of our universe, my lord? He remarked, implying it was unnecessary to elaborate on their position as second to last. How could anyone take them seriously? Whis, however, remained unfazed, noting that the achievements of the opposing universe were attributed solely to the diligent efforts of their god of destruction and the effective collaboration with the Supreme Kai. Leelin, observing the quarrel between the two, shook his head in resignation. These two were certainly restless, even at such a critical moment. Nevertheless, he recalled that Whis' assertions were indeed accurate. The guardian angel of the opposing universe, Margarita, was a formidable woman, though stunningly beautiful. Both their god of destruction and Supreme Kai held her in considerable fear. It was precisely for this reason that the 11th universe had flourished under her guidance. As Whis led them toward the 11th universe, the other universes were in an uproar, having received a communication from the 4th universe's conic. They had learned of Leelin's impending visit to oversee their operations. While it was labeled as guidance, everyone was acutely aware that he was essentially seeking trouble. Yet, they could do nothing but greet him with forced smiles, internally lamenting why the Omni King had bestowed such a high position upon this individual, seemingly intent on their downfall. Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken, for if they were to encounter the Omni King, they might find themselves showering him with flattery, praising his discerning eye. Within the realm of the god of destruction in the 11th universe, the deity, Vermin, was in a state of utter dismay, perspiration beading on his brow. Margarita, what should I do? That lad is bound to come knocking, he anxiously inquired of the angel at his side. He vividly recalled the time he had vehemently berated Leelin in the Omni King's palace. Following such an incident, it was only logical that Leelin would seek retribution. Do not fret, Lord Vermin, Margarita replied, her brow furrowed. She, too, had been taken aback by the news. However, with Leelin now established as the enforcer, it was a fait accompli, impossible to alter. How can I not be anxious? What if he comes to confront me? Vermin voiced his concerns, fully aware that trouble was imminent. The anxiety of waiting for one's fate was the most unbearable of feelings. Even if he is the enforcer, he cannot strike indiscriminately. There must be just cause, Margarita reassured him. Our universe is highly developed, with exceptional task efficiency and outstanding results. If we treat him well, he shall have no reason to trouble you. She could hardly believe that a newly appointed enforcer could act with such audacity, given her own universe's remarkable achievements. She found it inconceivable that he would dare to cause her any trouble. Indeed, her reasoning was sound. Upon hearing these words, Weimei nodded slowly in agreement. She then swiftly began to issue orders, instructing her team to prepare their territory promptly, ideally arranging a welcome ceremony. Moreover, she commanded that the fine wines and exquisite delicacies she had been preparing for years be brought forth. They were determined to execute everything flawlessly. After issuing these commands, she and her angels busied themselves with preparations. She was convinced that her heartfelt welcome would dissuade him from seeking revenge for the insults she had previously hurled at him. However, she could only comfort herself silently, unaware of the outcome. Just as these thoughts occupied her mind, a brilliant white light descended. Leelin, Weiss, and Beerus arrived in the god of destruction realm of Universe 11. Lost in thought, Weimei failed to watch where she was going and collided directly with Leelin, sending her tumbling to the ground with a loud thud. Who is the blind fool? Weimei muttered, rubbing her head and cursing under her breath. However, when she regained her composure and looked up, the words she had intended to unleash were swallowed back. For standing before her were none other than Leelin and Beerus. It has been quite some time, Lord Weimei, Leelin said, his expression warm and friendly. One could easily mistake them for longtime friends. Seeing Leelin, Weimei hastily rose to her feet, her face radiating unparalleled respect. Whether genuine or not, her demeanor appeared sincere. Oh, it is the esteemed enforcer. Please forgive my lack of proper greeting, Weimei said with a smile plastered across her face. She dared not act presumptuously in Leelin's presence, especially after her recent conversation with Margarita, where she had been cautioned against revealing any weaknesses. At that moment, her guardian angel, Margarita, also noticed the scene unfolding and, disregarding her prior tasks, flew over. "Esteemed enforcer, you have arrived," Margarita stated, maintaining a respectful demeanor. "Indeed," Leelin replied softly, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. "I have not come with any particular directives today. As you are aware, I am the newly appointed enforcer, and I need to inspect the operations across various universes. Should I find any discrepancies, I will address them directly and impose minor penalties. This is something you must understand." Upon hearing this, Wei Mei and Margarita exchanged glances, a flicker of confidence evident in their eyes. While they could not guarantee everything else, they could proudly assert that the duties of a god of destruction in their universe were executed exceptionally well, undoubtedly surpassing those of other universes. "Your Honor, you need not worry about this matter. The efficiency of our Universe 11 is indeed well recognized throughout the cosmos." Without uttering a word, the angel Margarita confidently asserted this. She routinely assists the god of destruction and the Supreme Kai in their duties, thus possessing a profound understanding of their work. Therefore, if Leelin seeks to provoke an issue here, it may not be as simple as he anticipates. "Ah, is that so?" Leelin replied nonchalantly. He had come specifically to stir trouble. Regardless of how exemplary their work may be, he was determined to find an excuse to confront this character, Wymeet. "Very well. I shall refrain from discussing work for the moment," Leelin said slowly, gesturing dismissively at Wymeet. "Allow me to test the extent of your prowess as a god of destruction." He wasted no time, directly addressing the matter at hand. Wymeet and Margarita felt a sudden tension. They had not expected Leelin to be so straightforward and impatient, directly revealing his intention to engage in combat. "My lord, there is truly no need to test my strength. I am comparable to Katra. If you can subdue him, it would be exceedingly simple to deal with me," Wymeet said with a bitter smile. He was well aware that confronting Leelin would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, his strategy was to avoid conflict whenever possible. If he refrained from initiating an attack, how could the other party justify their actions? Moreover, he had committed no wrongdoing, leaving no valid reason for Leelin to strike. "Ah, I see," Leelin responded, contemplating Wymeet's words, which seemed somewhat reasonable. Although he was the enforcer, some level of rationale was indeed necessary. One could not simply resort to violence without justification when the other party was unwilling to engage in battle. "In light of this, let us consider it your punishment," Leelin mused thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Margarita's brow furrowed slightly. She began to feel sympathy for Wymeet, believing that this individual was being excessively unreasonable. After all, he had done nothing wrong. Why should he be punished? "No, no, no, Your Honor, I believe I have committed no offense," Wymeet quickly interjected, eager to defend himself. He had remained dutifully within the realm of the god of destruction, completing his tasks admirably, yet he had done nothing to warrant such punishment. "Surely, there must be some justification for this. Are you certain you have done nothing wrong?" "Please reconsider," Leelin replied with an impassive expression, finding the other party rather lacking in awareness. It was evident that he had come to create trouble. Standing there passively and enduring a beating would suffice. Why must he conjure so many excuses? Initially, a minor reprimand might have sufficed. However, should he truly provoke Leelin's ire, the consequences might escalate beyond mere reprimand, potentially leading to severe physical repercussions. "Your Honor, might you be being somewhat unreasonable?" Wymeet urged, diligently performing his duties while remaining within the confines of the god of destruction's realm. "What, pray tell, has he done wrong?" Margarita immediately expressed her discontent, openly standing up for Waymeda. After all, she was the guardian angel of the god of destruction and was bound to uphold his interests at all times. Even if the judge could not find an appropriate reason, she would defend Waymeda, even at the risk of defying authority. She would not allow him to suffer any grievances on his own territory. "Indeed, Your Honor, I have not stepped outside in recent days. Even with your arrival, I have remained dutifully in the realm of the god of destruction. Is it truly a transgression to stay on one's own ground?" Waymeda retorted, his temper flaring. He believed that as long as he had not committed any wrongdoing, he was justified, and he feared no one. Even though Leelin was the enforcer, he ought to be reasonable. Leelin let out a cold chuckle before slowly responding. "Staying on your own territory is certainly not a fault, and for that, you shall not be punished. However, upon my arrival, I heard you utter a curse directed at me. In such cases, when I am in a foul mood, punishment is typically warranted. VES and Beerus nearly burst into laughter upon hearing Leelin's words, thinking how unfortunate Wei Maida was. Even while diligently working and remaining at home, he had managed to find himself in trouble. Upon hearing this, Wei Maida's expression froze. He seemed to recall that when Leelin suddenly appeared, he had bumped into him and had carelessly uttered a curse. Indeed, there was some truth to this claim, and it seemed he was in a precarious situation. Gulping nervously, Wei Maida cautiously inquired, "How is your mood now? What do you think?" Leelin replied nonchalantly, already preparing to warm up. Wei Maida felt a sense of impending doom. It appeared he could not escape his fate today. Makarita, who had just left, was unaware of the situation, but upon seeing Wei Maida's expression, she guessed that he was in trouble. "Do not worry, the enforcer is exceedingly measured in his actions," Beerus said, relishing the misfortune of others. He felt fortunate to be accompanying Leelin, delighted to witness the destruction gods face consequences. Wei Maida shot a cold glare at Beerus, inwardly cursing him for taking delight in his predicament. This was not the time to settle scores with him. The immediate concern was to resolve the current issue. Given Leelin's demeanor, it seemed a thorough beating was inevitable. "Your Honor, may I discuss something with you?" Wei Maida said anxiously, his emotions a turmoil only he could fully comprehend. It was truly agonizing. Knowing he had done nothing wrong, yet facing such dire consequences felt more unjust than any tale of woe. "Speak," Leelin replied indifferently. "At this juncture, what further demands could there be? It would be far better to simply endure a beating from me. However, I implore you to temper your strikes. You are well aware that my physique cannot withstand even 2 of your punches." Wei Mei, with a bitter smile, remarked on this. At that moment, Keitra had already succumbed to a single blow, unable to withstand the force. Their strengths were comparable, though perhaps Keitra was slightly weaker. If Leelin were to land several blows, it would be uncertain whether he would still draw breath in the end. Regarding this matter, Leelin said nonchalantly. He then offered gentle reassurance. "My esteemed Wei Mei, there is no need for fear. I assure you, my strikes will be measured. While it may be termed punishment, it is merely a mutual exchange of skills, is it not? When the time comes, do not hold back. Exert as much strength as you possess." Upon hearing this, Wei Mei's face contorted into a rather unpleasant smile, and he nodded earnestly. He certainly did not wish to unleash his full strength, should he stand idly by without resistance. One punch could spell his doom. Makarita, overhearing their conversation, let out a resigned sigh. It appeared that even the most meticulous plans could be undermined by unforeseen circumstances. With this thought, she could not help but turn away, though she often adopted a stern demeanor towards Wei Mei. Their lengthy companionship rendered her unable to witness her protected destroyer being struck. Thus, she was left with no choice but to feign ignorance. "Are you prepared?" "I am about to strike," Leelin announced slowly, a sense of impatience evident in his tone. After all, there were several other destroyers awaiting his attention. "Indeed," Wei Mei replied, resignedly nodding. Suddenly, his aura surged dramatically, a torrent of purple energy soaring into the heavens. The surrounding space transformed into a soft hue of lavender. However, before he could fully unleash his power, Leelin had already appeared before him in a flash. With a resounding boom, he unleashed a punch. Wei Mei hurriedly attempted to block it, but upon contact with Leelin's fist, his expression shifted dramatically. The force of the punch was utterly terrifying. The surrounding space began to tremble violently, and the world dimmed momentarily. Vast expanses of grassland in the destroyer realm were uprooted, transforming into barren earth. Moreover, this was not the end. The upheaval of the soil triggered a sandstorm, enveloping the entire destroyer realm. Wow! Wei Mei could not suppress a spurt of blood. Leelin's punch was overwhelmingly powerful, leaving him struggling to withstand it. He now understood Keitra's feelings when confronted by Leelin. Their strengths were simply not on the same scale. How could one possibly defeat such an opponent? With a thunderous crash, tranquility fell over the realm once more. Wei Mei's figure shot backward like a bolt of lightning, propelled away by the sheer force. Leelin stood in place, shaking his head in resignation. This time, he had not exerted his full strength. To his surprise, the opponent was sent flying. He had already restrained much of his power. Yet the adversary proved to be so fragile. With a thunderous crash, Wei Mei slid across the barren ground, covering a distance of over 100 meters, leaving behind a deep gash in the earth. "What a bore! Let us depart," Leelin sighed, turning to Whis beside him. Whis nodded slowly in agreement. Meanwhile, Beerus grinned wickedly as he gazed at the defeated Wei Mei. reveling in a sense of satisfaction that made him feel as if he could forego a decade of sleep for such a thrill. As the yellow sand gradually settled, Wei Mei emerged from the ground, her once vibrant red lips now even more striking, stained by the blood she had coughed up. At that moment, Leelin and his companions silently made their exit. "Are you all right, Lady Wei Mei?" Margarita hurriedly flew over to assess her injuries. As an angel, she felt compelled to check on the well-being of the god of destruction. That last blow had likely inflicted significant harm on Wei Mei. "Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all," Wei Mei grimaced, waving her hand dismissively. However, despite her words, that single punch had surely fractured several of her ribs, and her internal organs were likely injured as well. It would take at least a month for her to recover. "This fellow is truly insufferable," Margarita said, her brows furrowing in discontent. Leelin, abusing his position as the enforcer, resorts to such villainy, claiming to conduct inspections, yet leaving someone in this state. What kind of inspection is that? How will the god of destruction manage affairs in the universe now? Such blatant personal vengeance should not go unchecked. Even if the Omni King remains indifferent, the Grand Priest ought to intervene. Unbeknownst to her, the Grand Priest had already formed a brotherly bond with Leelin. Aside from Whis, no one else was privy to this information. "Margarita, temper your words. I would rather not endure another beating from that fellow," Wei Mei lamented. She then promptly instructed, "Ensure that Jiren and the others train diligently for the upcoming matches. There's no need to worry about the second round of the God of Destruction melee. Securing victory in the first match is our safest bet." Chapter 174. The Eighth Universe in the Boundless Cosmos. Leelin and his companions transformed into a beam of white light, drifting through space. "Leelin, which universe shall we venture to next?" Whis inquired with a gentle smile. In the blink of an eye, they had already vanquished 2 universes. The fate of the next universe remained uncertain. Well, Leelin hesitated slightly at the question. After all, he sensed that challenging the gods of destruction posed little difficulty. Just like with Wei Mei, he hadn't even completed a single punch before she was subdued. It truly lacked excitement. If this continues, to outsiders, it may appear that one is indeed abusing their power over the weaker. "To be honest, I haven't fully contemplated this matter yet," Leelin remarked, shaking his head slightly. Upon hearing this, Beerus wondered how it was possible that the god of destruction had yet to formulate a plan. "Leelin, there's no need to rush. Take your time to ponder," he said nonchalantly. After all, with so many gods of destruction around, it wouldn't be too taxing to confront them one by one. Leelin chuckled and shook his head. Although Beerus relished the unfolding drama, he was beginning to tire of it, especially after the chaotic battle among the gods of destruction during the tournament hosted by the Omni King, where none of them could escape unscathed. Noticing Leelin's apparent disapproval of his suggestion, Beerus's eyes began to dart around mischievously as a new idea struck him. "How about we pay a visit to those exempt universes?" he suggested with a sly smile. The 4 universes in question boasted the highest overall strength among the 12. In both the first and second matches, they remained mere spectators, detached from the fray. Leelin's interest piqued at this notion. Indeed, those 4 universes warranted a visit. Although the inhabitants had not directed excessive insults towards him, the situation, if memory served, was instigated by them. Once they learned their universe was not participating, their attitude underwent a complete transformation, akin to that of a dog's fickle demeanor. Such individuals were the ones Leelin held in the lowest regard. "Very well. We shall proceed to those 4 universes," he declared calmly. Weiss, who had been listening to their conversation, shook his head in resignation. When these 2 get together, it's always a scheme brewing. They probably believe they are untouched by the unfolding events. If they ventured over now, it might just surprise them immensely. "Which universe shall we visit first?" Weiss inquired with a smile. Leelin furrowed his brow, still undecided on a destination. "Let us go to Universe 8, he decided, recalling that the angel Korin there was Weiss's brother. "Logically speaking, that makes him your nephew, doesn't it?" Beerus remarked with a mischievous glint in his eye. Weiss's expression faltered momentarily before he shot a glare at Beerus. This rascal was always so unruly, and now, emboldened by Leelin's presence, he was becoming increasingly audacious. Leelin's interest was piqued further by Beerus's comment. He had little impression of Universe 8, likely due to its minimal involvement in his previous life. "All right, let us set off for Universe 8, he exclaimed, slapping his thigh in determination. Humans are inherently curious about the unknown, and he had yet to fully explore Universe 8. This journey would serve as a delightful excursion. Upon hearing these words, Beerus displayed an expression of excitement. His relationships with the gods of destruction from every universe were not particularly amicable, hence, regardless of which universe Lin chose to visit, he would be quite elated. Alas, Whis let out a resigned sigh, and then set off towards Universe 8. In Universe 8, within the realm of the gods of destruction, the deity Leelin was leisurely reclining on the ground, gazing at the starry sky. Life had been exceedingly comfortable for him lately. Firstly, he had completed his workload, and furthermore, due to the tournament organized by the Omni King, their universe was exempt from participation. This particular circumstance filled him with a profound sense of joy. Lord Leelin. Universe 11 has encountered misfortune. The angel Corrin strolled towards him, speaking in a calm and measured tone. Corrin's demeanor was markedly different from Whis. He was an angel of extreme composure and sternness. Leelin, being an astute god of destruction, thrived in their collaboration, allowing Universe 8 to flourish. Ah, the unpredictability of fate. Who could have anticipated that a mere human would gain the favor of the Omni King and ascend to the esteemed position of enforcer? Leelin shook his head, expressing his thoughts aloud. It is worth noting that just a month ago, while Lin possessed considerable strength, he was merely an ordinary human in status. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he soared to greatness, becoming a figure revered by many. As if that were not enough, the young man had been persistently stirring trouble with the other gods of destruction, which was beginning to become intolerable. Corrin shook his head, his expression serious. If it were merely trouble, that would be one thing, but he has gone so far as to incapacitate them, which is quite excessive. After all, the responsibilities of a god of destruction are immensely burdensome. How can they fulfill their duties under such circumstances? Indeed, Leelin replied with a hint of amusement. Katra and Vamid are certainly having a rough time. Who would have thought that the new official would target them right away? He mused inwardly, reflecting on how those two had been the most boisterous before. Now, they have been met with their reckoning. I suspect there will be other gods of destruction facing misfortune soon. Lord Leelin, who do you think will be next? Corrin inquired, his tone devoid of enthusiasm. Leelin, intrigued by the question, pondered briefly before responding. I suspect he will next visit Universe 10. I recall how fiercely Ramusi berated him. So it is highly likely that they will be next in line. Corrin nodded in agreement. Based on the tendencies exhibited by this young man, a visit to Universe 10 seemed inevitable. What if that young man comes seeking trouble with me? What should I do then? Leelin suddenly broached the thought. Leelin was momentarily taken aback. He had not genuinely contemplated the possibility that the other had just mentioned. Chapter 175, An Unexpected Arrival. Back in the Divine Hall of the All-King, they had maintained an exceedingly low profile. The only misstep had been in the early stages when Gillier had been rather vociferous. However, after the High Priest had declared their exemption from the competition, he had ceased to utter a single word. Logically speaking, even if that young man were akin to a rabid dog, he should not have dared to confront them. Lord Gillier need not worry. Should that young man dare to approach without just cause, I assure you, I will guarantee your honor remains untarnished, Leelin declared with unwavering conviction. He was a man of integrity, believing firmly in right and wrong. If someone were to intentionally seek trouble without provocation, even if they were an enforcer, so what? He would speak his mind without reservation. If that is the case, I can rest easy, Gillier replied slowly. Upon reflection, it made sense. It was indeed unlikely for him to be targeted. He should first deal with those who had offended him the most severely. He merely inquired casually, for if trouble were to truly come knocking, he needed to be prepared. Indeed, Leelin nodded slowly. If the other party arrived, he would graciously welcome them. However, should they come seeking conflict, he would not hold back. He would speak his piece, and if action were required, he would not hesitate. Yet, just as the two were engaged in lively conversation, a sudden beam of white light descended upon the realm of destruction, capturing their attention simultaneously. Gillier's heart skipped a beat, wondering if it was merely a coincidence that his words had summoned this occurrence. Leelin too felt a weight in his chest. He had not even finished speaking when the visitor appeared at their doorstep. He pondered what the purpose of this arrival might be. As the white light gradually dissipated, 3 figures emerged, none other than Leelin and his companions, who had previously decided to come here. Oh, so this is the realm of the 8th universe's god of destruction. It appears quite similar to the others, Leelin remarked, surveying his surroundings with an air of indifference. Gillier recognized the familiar figures and felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Beads of sweat began to form in the palms of his hands. Leelin, what should we do? They have truly come, Gillier asked anxiously. How could they arrive so promptly? Just moments ago, we were conversing. He was equally perplexed, as he believed he had not wronged them in any significant manner, whether by fate or fortune. It seemed illogical for them to have come here. Lord Gillier, do not panic. Remain composed, Leelin urged him gently. He continued in a soft voice. Perhaps they are not here to cause trouble. Let us not lose our footing in a moment of disarray. Although he too felt a twinge of anxiety, he maintained an outward appearance of calmness. He understood that panicking at this moment would yield no benefits. Instead, responding with composure might lead to more favorable outcomes. After all, if the other party truly intended to mobilize their destroyer, he would be the first to step forward in refusal. However, this was contingent upon his side not committing any errors. For as soon as a mistake was made, others would find reasons to provoke. Even if he were to devise a means to assist, it would be futile. Upon hearing Colin's words, Gillier exhaled deeply. He spoke wisely. Maintaining tranquility in such circumstances was indeed essential. Although Leelin's arrival was somewhat unexpected, upholding a demeanor of calmness and grace should be a fundamental quality of a destroyer. Lord Gillier, if you are composed, please go greet him promptly, and do not forget the customary courtesies, Colin remarked with a hint of detachment. Understood, Gillier replied. And the two began to walk steadily towards Leelin. Their previously solemn expressions gradually transformed into a natural ease, and soon, their faces were adorned with smiles. Welcome, esteemed enforcer from afar. It would be remiss not to extend a proper greeting, Gillier exclaimed with a smile. Leelin waved his hand and began to scrutinize the newcomer. This individual resembled a golden-orange fox, with glimmering eyes that betrayed a keen intellect. Greetings, esteemed enforcer, Colin, the guardian angel, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Upon hearing his voice, Leelin returned the gesture with a subtle nod. Meanwhile, Colin and Gillier noticed Vis and Bylus accompanying him. Gillier felt a twinge of resentment at Bylus's arrogant demeanor. Was this insufferable individual flaunting his status beside Leelin? May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, esteemed enforcer? Colin inquired with a calm demeanor. At that moment, Gillier stood quietly to the side, fully aware of the adage that too many words can lead to missteps. It was wise to allow Colin to manage the situation alone. Remaining silent was the most prudent choice. Oh, it's nothing much. I've recently assumed the position of enforcer and wish to inspect the operational status across various universes. Additionally, I hope to familiarize myself with the destroyers, Leelin explained slowly. Oh, I see, Colin feigned surprise. The notion of conducting inspections seemed merely a ruse to deceive the unsuspecting. He recalled the warnings from the 4th and 11th universes. This young man was likely using the guise of an inspection to stir up trouble in other realms. Thus, it was imperative not to give him any leverage. In that case, allow me to escort you, esteemed enforcer, on a brief tour of our universe, Colin suggested calmly. Their universe had earned its status as an exempt realm due to its remarkable efficiency and high completion rates. Many weaker planetary civilizations had been obliterated, and their average combat prowess was particularly outstanding, placing them among the elite. Thus, when Leelin intended to inspect the work, he was utterly unconcerned. This is unnecessary. I have already perused it upon my arrival, and it is indeed quite impressive, Leelin gestured dismissively. His purpose for coming here was not to conduct an inspection, it was merely to stir up trouble. Especially considering that others in the universe were so exceptional, they could be exempt from competition. To inspect his own work would be a futile endeavor. Since the enforcer is not coming, allow me to see you off, as we have nothing of significance to offer, Corin said slowly, making a gesture of invitation. His demeanor remarkably sincere. Leelin felt a slight stir in his heart, contemplating whether this was an attempt to drive him away. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Given his status, it was unreasonable to issue a direct expulsion order. Chapter 176. Verbal duel. Upon hearing these words, not only was Leelin taken aback, but even Weiss and Beerus beside him were subtly stunned. Goodness, Corin truly possessed audacity. Before he could finish his words, he was already seeking to expel a guest. In any other universe, such a notion would be utterly unthinkable. Leelin was momentarily taken aback, but then a sense of joy blossomed within him. He even began to commend Corin, acknowledging his prowess as a guardian angel. Oh, are you preparing to chase me away? Leelin's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke nonchalantly. He had no desire to beat around the bush and spoke directly. No, esteemed enforcer, you misunderstand. How could I dare to expel you? It's just that we are quite busy here and have nothing to offer you. Remaining here serves no purpose, Corrin elucidated calmly, his expression utterly unperturbed. He held no fear of Leelin. He was quite clear that as long as he committed no errors, what could an enforcer do to him? Surely, one could not resort to unreasonable violence. Weiss, your brother certainly possesses quite a personality, Leelin observed, noting the expulsion order being issued before he had even spoken much. I see Leel's universe boasts formidable strength. He must have a sufficiently powerful angel. Beerus remarked to Weiss, subtly mocking him, implying a comparison between their capabilities. Cough, cough. My brother is simply of that disposition, Weiss replied, clearing his throat slowly, choosing not to engage in any argument with Beerus. At that moment, although Leelin and Corrin appeared amiable, it might very well be the calm before the storm. How can it be meaningless? I have yet to seek guidance from Lord Leelin. Do you believe I would leave? Leelin candidly discarded any pretense, declaring outright, I have come seeking trouble. I shall not depart until I have engaged in a confrontation. Upon hearing this, Leelin, whose heart had previously settled, now felt a surge of panic. What did this fellow mean? Was he truly targeting him? Given your remarkable prowess, why seek my counsel? Esteemed judge, such a request seems rather improper. Your esteemed position is of great honor, and consulting with the god of destruction appears to contravene decorum, Corrin remarked with a calm demeanor. He was inherently an upright individual. Leelin's actions had already begun to wear on his patience. Now, trouble had befallen their 8th universe. As a guardian angel, he could not simply stand by idly. If necessary, he would escalate the matter to the Grand Priest or even the Omni King himself. Such matters of decorum hold little significance in my realm. Moreover, why does Lord Rigel remain silent? Shall we presume that the god of destruction of the 8th universe now acts under your authority? Leelin spoke in a remarkably placid tone, akin to an old friend engaged in casual conversation. Yet, his words carried a weight that warranted careful consideration. Although Leelin was not particularly well versed in the laws of the divine realm, he understood that within each universe, the god of destruction held the highest visible authority. Regardless of their strength, angels remained subordinate figures, with every action and decision being dictated by the god of destruction. However, Corrin's recent actions seemed to overshadow this established hierarchy, leading one to mistakenly believe that the 8th universe was governed by him. Esteemed judge, please refrain from speaking nonsense, Corrin replied, a hint of urgency in his voice. Leelin's implication was rather weighty. Angels could never supersede the god of destruction. They were merely aides and overseers. Except in matters directly involving their own god of destruction, they were to maintain absolute neutrality. Judge, do not misunderstand. I simply prefer to remain silent. Corrin merely spoke on my behalf. Rigel interjected to diffuse the tension. Upon hearing Rigel's words, Corrin nodded slightly in acknowledgement, relieved to not be standing alone in this confrontation. As long as the god of destruction clarified the situation, everything would be manageable. Oh, is that so? Leelin smiled faintly, responding, then it follows that Corrin's previous statements truly reflect your sentiments? Rigel hesitated, taken aback. What had Corrin said? Was it those words of dismissal? He could never dare express such sentiments to the esteemed judge, for no god of destruction would have the audacity to expel a judge. No. Esteemed judge, you have misunderstood. That was not my intention. Rigel quickly waved his hands in denial. Witnessing this exchange, Beerus couldn't help but smirk slightly. Leelin's eloquence was truly impressive. He had never noticed it before. Just a few words had left Corrin and Rigel flustered. If he continued speaking, he might very well drown them in his rhetoric. Why is conversing with you all so arduous? Leelin frowned and spoke sternly to Rigel. The young man was not innocent during his time at the Omni King's palace. He was the first to launch an attack. According to Beerus, the reason the Omni King convened the previous meeting was due to the encouragement of the gods of destruction from the exempt universes, inciting participation from other universes. While he himself did not suffer losses and even gained from the situation, this did not hinder his desire for revenge. Leelin found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that today's events would prove so challenging. If he did not clarify the situation, it seemed unlikely he would escape unscathed. Your Honor, do not overstep your bounds, Corrin spoke gravely, unable to contain himself any longer. The entire realm of gods, whether the Grand Priest or the Omni King, had never exhibited such aggressiveness towards the divine beings. This young man, merely a newly appointed enforcer, had thrown the entire universe into chaos. Anyone with a modicum of conscience would likely find this intolerable. Brother, mind your tone, was cautioned, frowning. It was imperative not to offend Leelin at this moment. Aside from being an enforcer, he held another identity, one that could easily render Corinne breathless. How splendid. A confrontation is finally upon us. Beerus remarked with a hint of glee. If not for the presence of others, he might have jumped up to applaud. Upon hearing Whis advise him to watch his tone, Corinne's frustration only intensified. So, this enforcer, belonging to your 7th universe, could act with impunity? All right, dear nephew, I have been waiting for you to say that. Leelin replied with a nod and a faint smile. Since the other party had already warned him against excessive bullying, he felt no obligation to extend any courtesy in return. In terms of both status and strength, he could easily dominate his opponent. Corinne and Legiel were momentarily bewildered by the term dear nephew. Who is your dear nephew? Just because you are an enforcer does not give you the right to take liberties. We have lived for countless years. How old are you to start calling us dear nephew? Your Honor, I respect you, but you cannot insult me in this manner, Corinne said, his expression quite grim. He recognized that the remark was directed at him, especially since he had been the one speaking all along, and Leelin's gaze remained fixed upon him. If it were not aimed at him, there would surely be something amiss. How have I insulted you? I merely spoke the truth, Leelin replied, raising his hands in feigned innocence. His connection with the Grand Priest had been established, allowing for a dialogue among the three of them. However, Corinne was not included in that circle. Had he adopted a more amiable demeanor, Leelin might have referred to him as brother in accordance with Whis' approach. However, if you are ungracious towards yourself, do not blame others. You shall merely become a mere nephew. Cursed wretch, prepare yourself. Colin could no longer contain his fury and muttered under his breath. He then lunged directly in front of Leelin, emanating an overwhelming aura of pressure. Brother, do not act impulsively, Weiss exclaimed, his face paling as he rushed to intervene. Yet, before he could finish his plea, Colin's fist had already struck Leelin. Boom. A powerful force radiated outward as Leelin countered with his own punch. The ground shattered beneath them, and violent gusts of wind swirled around. Who would have thought he would engage with an angel? Beerus remarked, shielding himself as he spoke slowly. He had initially thought that reprimanding Legiel would suffice, but he never anticipated that even the angel Colin would become involved. My brother is far too impulsive. Why could he not let me finish speaking? Weiss lamented. In his mind, Colin was supposed to be an exceptionally composed individual, meticulous and diligent, embodying the essence of intelligence and hard work. Yet today, in the face of Leelin, he displayed an unexpected recklessness. Did you not inform him about Leelin's connection with the Grand Priest? Beerus inquired curiously. It was crucial to note that if Colin were aware of this relationship, he would undoubtedly refrain from further aggression. Leelin's position as enforcer was elevated by the Omni King, and even if Leelin were excessively arrogant, the Omni King would remain silent. Moreover, the Grand Priest was Leelin's elder brother, thus tipping the scales in favor of Leelin, rendering any losses for Colin futile, regardless of whom he reported to. Who would spread such information unnecessarily? Weiss retorted, exasperation evident in his tone. Although the situation was not overtly grave, it certainly lacked honor. The fewer who knew, the better. He had not even informed his own elder brother of this affair. Oh, I see now. That explains everything, Beerus chuckled, shaking his head. Nevertheless, such matters bore no relevance to him, as he was merely an observer, content to watch the unfolding drama. Legiel, on the other hand, was filled with concern. He worried for his angel's well-being and feared that Colin's direct assault might display a lack of respect towards the enforcer. However, after a moment's contemplation, he found solace in the fact that it was the other party who had instigated the insult, making Colin's response entirely reasonable. After all, their side held the moral high ground. Boom, boom, boom. The two continued to exchange blows, and the realm of the destroyers began to splinter. The air was charged with violent energy, wreaking havoc in all directions. The surrounding flora and fauna were reduced to mere dust in an instant, and a massive fissure ripped through the very fabric of space. Haha, this truly is exhilarating, Leelin remarked with a faint smile. The battle with the angels is distinctly different from that with the destroyers. The destroyers merely need to strike a few blows, and the combat is swiftly concluded. However, the angels present a different challenge, as evidenced by the recent exchange of punches. Although their full strength was not unleashed, it marked the commencement of the confrontation. At that moment, Corlin's expression shifted dramatically. despite having known for some time of Leelin's extraordinary prowess. He was astonished to discover that his own full-force assault had left not a trace of impact on him. "Nephew, is that all you can do?" Leelin remarked calmly. The utterance of the word nephew ignited a fierce indignation within Corlin. Concurrently, a divine aura began to emanate from him, calming the surrounding chaotic energies, yet suffused with a stifling purity. "Your Excellency, the Enforcer, I concede your strength, but your incessant insults shall not go unchallenged," Corlin declared through clenched teeth. A blinding radiance enveloped the entire space. "I shall reiterate, I have not insulted you. I merely speak the truth," Leelin replied with composure before adding. "However, let us defer this discussion until after the battle, when Vis can elucidate the matter." With that, a formidable aura erupted from him, causing the surrounding white light to tremble. In that instant, the divine power dimmed significantly. Almost instantaneously, the atmosphere became charged with turbulent energy once more. Rigel watched the duel with trepidation, feeling a sense of helplessness. For this battle was taking place on his home ground. The very earth began to fracture, leaving him to ponder the inevitable reconstruction that would follow their skirmish. "Huh!" Leelin bellowed, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward Corlin. The space he traversed split open, creating a vast rift. "Huh!" Corlin growled in response, his form becoming a streak of light, his divine aura intensifying. The brilliant light of pure power surged toward Leelin. Chapter 178. A resounding victory boom. The two beams of light collided. It was as if the entire realm of destruction had come to a standstill. The very flow of time in the air seemed to pause at that moment. This phenomenon lasted only a second. In the next instant, a powerful aura surged upwards, causing the celestial bodies to tremble until they shattered. The realm of destruction had been reduced to rubble. All edifices lay in ruins, the land barren and desolate. "My home," Rigel cried, covering his face in despair. This was his territory, now devastated beyond recognition, and he had no idea when it might be restored. "Goodness, what immense power!" Beerus exclaimed, marveling at the magnitude of the battle before him. It was his first direct experience of such formidable combat. He was even imagining what it would be like to be at the center of the battle. Surely, he would have been reduced to mere bones by now. Leelin's prowess has indeed surpassed that of the angels by a significant margin, Weiss remarked, shaking his head in resignation. Although he had anticipated this outcome, witnessing it firsthand was still somewhat shocking. He never expected that this young man could make such rapid progress in such a short time. It was truly astonishing. The blinding light continued unabated. While the surrounding scenery became clearer, the center of the energy explosion remained inscrutable. "Weiss, what is the situation inside?" Beerus inquired curiously, turning his head. With his current strength, he could not discern the circumstances within and could only ask Weiss, who was vastly more powerful. As a fellow angel, he should be able to perceive the situation clearly. "The outlook is not optimistic," Weiss replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. He had indeed seen the state of affairs inside, but was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the disparity. "Wait, are you referring to Leelin or Corrin?" Beerus continued to press. Logically, Leelin's current strength was quite extraordinary and should be capable of contending with angels. "Of course, I am speaking of Corrin," Weiss replied tersely. Long ago, during their time in the King's palace, the angels had already recognized Leelin's astonishing power, which had likely long surpassed that of ordinary angels. However, witnessing such a stark contrast after today's battle was still quite breathtaking. "Oh, that is good to hear," Beerus said slowly. Although he relished the idea of seeing the gods of destruction or angels from other universes falter, he also hoped nothing would befall Leelin. Even though Leelin's strength had now greatly eclipsed his own and his status was far more esteemed, Beerus still regarded him as his closest friend, second only to Weiss. If anything unfortunate were to happen, it would deeply sadden him. Weiss cast a disapproving glance at Beerus upon hearing his words. "What do you mean by that is good? The other party is my brother. Is it appropriate for you to say such a thing in my presence?" After a considerable time, the brilliance gradually faded. Leelin and Corrin remained suspended in midair, yet their conditions were markedly different. Leelin appeared composed, exuding a sense of tranquility, with no signs of distress. In stark contrast, Corrin was in a state of disarray. His garments were tattered, he gasped for breath, and his energy fluctuated alarmingly. "My dear nephew, is this all you can muster?" Leelin said calmly. Corrin, panting heavily, felt an intense rage swell within him. How had he become Leelin's nephew? Nonetheless, He couldn't help but marvel at Leelin's formidable strength. It was beyond his expectations. Although he had previously acknowledged Leelin's prowess, the reality surpassed his imagination. However, I never anticipated such remarkable prowess. Engaging in combat with oneself, one appears so composed and unflustered. Your honor, esteemed judge, your status is illustrious and your strength formidable. Yet, why do you persist in verbally belittling me? Colin remarked through clenched teeth, his tone unkind. He had exhausted his strength in their recent confrontation and lacked the energy to continue fighting. The exchanges between masters often unfold with such swiftness and decisiveness. Leelin clicked his tongue and, with an air of indifference, stated, I have already conveyed that I bear no intention of insulting you. I speak only the truth. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with Weiss. With that, he gestured towards Weiss below and called out loudly, Weiss, please come up and clarify this for your brother. Upon hearing this, Weiss shook his head helplessly and ascended directly to stand before Leelin and Colin. As Weiss approached, Leelin gradually descended to the ground. What is the matter, Weiss? Colin inquired, his voice low as he watched Leelin retreat. Sighing resignedly, Weiss began to explain to Colin. Meanwhile, Leelin had taken his position on the barren ground and walked toward the nearby Ligil. Upon noticing Leelin approaching, Ligil felt a surge of anxiety. He had witnessed the earlier battle and knew it was a spectacle beyond his capabilities. Now it is your turn, Ligil, Leelin inquired with a subtle smile. His original intention had been to confront Ligil, but fate had led him to battle the angel Colin instead. Nevertheless, he relished the experience. Please, esteemed judge, Ligil exclaimed, waving his hands nervously. He dared not challenge Leelin, having witnessed the angel nearly falter under his might. With his limited strength, he would surely be dispatched in an instant, and the prospect of facing death in such a manner was daunting. Come now, Ligil, don't be timid. The judge is not overly harsh, Beerus chimed in, grinning mischievously from the sidelines. Compared to the angels, he found delight in witnessing the god of destruction face setbacks. As they were his direct rivals, the sight of his competitors being subdued brought him immense joy. Ligil shot a fierce glare at Beerus before turning back to Leelin with a cordial smile. Esteemed judge, I truly cannot face you. Please spare me the embarrassment. Ligil chuckled, resolute in his decision to avoid combat with Leelin. After all, there was no need to court danger when one could simply live in peace. Very well, I shall let this matter rest, Leelin replied with a slight wave of his hand. Recognizing Ligil's steadfastness, he chose not to press further. After all, having engaged in battle moments ago, he had already satisfied his desire for action. Chapter 179, No Worries in the Skies Above. Weiss and Colin slowly elucidated Leelin's current identity. Brother, Leelin's current identity is not limited to that of a law enforcer. Weiss remarked with a hint of helplessness on his face. To be honest, discussing this matter is rather delicate. Although it pertains to family affairs, the fewer who are aware, the better. However, now that we have reached this point, it is best to be forthright. What do you mean? Colin inquired, somewhat perplexed. What other identity could this fellow possibly possess? If he does, why am I unaware of it? Moreover, regardless of his identity, he cannot be permitted to insult me in such a manner. Does he not fear that I might report this to father? His indignation simmered beneath the surface. After all these years, no one had ever insulted him in such a way, nor had anyone made him feel so utterly humiliated. Upon hearing the mention of father, Weiss's expression grew even more somber. He thought to himself, it would have been better if you hadn't brought him up. Now we have much to discuss. The root of this situation indeed traces back to that esteemed high priest, their father. Brother, do not be hasty. Allow me to explain gradually, Weiss said calmly. Colin, suppressing his impatience, furrowed his brow and gazed intently at Weiss. He wished to understand what had emboldened this individual so, and what other identity he might possess. Our father, the high priest, is this fellow's brother, Weiss stated succinctly, wishing to avoid excessive elaboration. The intricacies of the details were convoluted and could not be conveyed in a brief moment. It was far better to lay bare the identity than to beat around the bush. In other words, this fellow is now the younger brother of our revered father. Weiss continued, his tone tinged with resignation. As for this matter, apart from him, the high priest, and the others involved, Beerus and Leelin, no one else was privy to it. Thus, Colin was the first to learn of this revelation, aside from them. You, what did you say? Weiss, you cannot be jesting with me, Colin asked incredulously, his eyes wide with disbelief. He never anticipated that Weiss would provide such an explanation. After all, This news was astonishingly shocking. Not only he, but anyone else would find it exceedingly difficult to accept at first. I understand that this is hard for you to accept. In truth, my own feelings at that time were even more tumultuous than yours. Yet, the reality is as such, brother. Weiss spread his hands, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. It is worth noting that revealing this information required immense courage. However, given that they were family, the truth would eventually surface. It was better to disclose it now. Yet, the concern lay in the possibility that other deities of destruction might also come to learn of this. Should that occur, the dignity of their angels would be utterly obliterated. Father has acted foolishly. How could he make such a decision? Colin lamented, his head throbbing with the weight of this revelation. Now he understood why Leelin had always referred to him as Big Nephew. It turned out that he truly was his uncle, making such a title entirely appropriate. Yet it left Colin feeling quite strange within. After all, their angel has been living in this world for an indeterminate span of time. Now, asking a young person, who is at most in their 20s, to call someone uncle feels rather peculiar and somewhat uncomfortable. When I first learned of this news, I was even more astonished than you. Yet it is now a reality we must accept with equanimity, Whis murmured softly to his brother. So what am I to do now? Am I truly expected to lower myself and address that young man as uncle? Corin replied, still struggling to come to terms with the shocking revelation. The abrupt shift in how one addresses another, particularly when it pertains to familial hierarchy, is indeed difficult to articulate. No need for concern. That fellow, Leelin, is quite amiable and won't make a fuss over this matter, Whis explained with a gentle smile. Corin furrowed his brow slightly. Truth be told, the young man's demeanor irked him considerably. He could hardly believe that Leelin was as agreeable as was claimed. Just moments ago, he had referred to him as dear nephew with such familiarity. What if he were to repeat that? How would I respond? Do not worry. I shall help you navigate this situation, Whis said slowly. After all, we are family. At such a critical juncture, it is essential to unite. Moreover, Whis did not believe that Leelin was the type to abuse his status. The recent events could very well have been provoked by Corin's own attitude, leading Leelin to assert his superiority, both in strength and hierarchy. Very well, Corin conceded, realizing that remaining aloof was not a viable option. They were, after all, awaited below. Whether as an enforcer or as the brother of their father, his position warranted a degree of humility. As they descended slowly to Leelin's side, Corin felt the weight of the moment. What is the matter? Have you come to an understanding? Leelin inquired nonchalantly, casting a glance at Corin. He had no particular plan in mind. It was merely that this angel had been rather domineering, prompting him to invoke matters of lineage. I have already spoken with my brother, Whis nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Leelin replied coolly, then his gaze settled on Corin. Feeling the intensity of Leelin's stare, Corin instinctively averted his gaze, now hesitant to meet his eyes. Given the revelation of Leelin's true identity, he lacked the courage to look directly at him. It felt awkward. What would he do if Leelin required him to address him in a certain manner? Corin, you understand now that I harbor no intention of insulting you, Leelin said calmly. He had always spoken the truth. It was merely that some chose not to believe him. Indeed, Corin responded with a wry smile, yet he still could not bring himself to meet Leelin's gaze. Uncertain of what to say, and even more so about how to address him in the future. Very well, I trust you understand. I am not one to wield power over others, Leelin remarked with a calm demeanor. After all, the other party was Weiss's brother. A modicum of respect was indeed warranted. Yes, Your Honor, Colin replied with a slight nod, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He had been apprehensive that Leelin might demand he address him as uncle, which would have been quite embarrassing. Now, he felt a burden lifted and had somewhat revised his impression of the law enforcer. Chapter 180. The stir across the universes. I have no further matters to address, so I shall refrain from intruding any longer, Leelin stated nonchalantly. After his encounter with Colin, he felt a tinge of fatigue, not from any physical harm, but rather from a sense of ennui, as the thrill had dissipated. Farewell, Your Honor, Colin said respectfully, lowering his gaze, followed promptly by Leelin echoing the sentiment. Indeed, Leelin acknowledged with a subtle nod. Weiss tapped his staff, causing them to vanish from the realm of destruction. Leelin, which universe do you plan to visit next? Weiss inquired with a gentle smile. Beerus, brimming with anticipation, had never experienced such exhilarating moments before, observing the destruction gods in a manner akin to playful grandchildren. He wished for Leelin to explore more universes, ideally visiting each one in turn. However, Leelin felt no desire to continue his journey through other universes. As he sensed a growing monotony, "Let us return. I find no further enjoyment in wandering," he said, shaking his head slightly. Although the day was not yet over, he felt that he had experienced enough repetition. It was best to patiently await the proper commencement of the tournament of power without seeking unnecessary distractions. "Very well. We shall return," Weiss replied with a smile, accelerating in the direction of the seventh universe. Beerus, however, felt a tinge of disappointment. Having not yet quenched his thirst for spectacle, he longed to witness all the gods of destruction floundering before Leelin. Noticing Beerus's forlorn expression, Leelin reassured him. "Do not be disheartened, Lord Beerus. There remains a match in the tournament hosted by the King of All, a battle among the gods of destruction. You shall see my performance then." Beerus nodded slowly, appreciating Leelin's character. Despite his elevated status, Leelin continued to treat him with unwavering respect, evoking memories of their first encounter. Before long, the trio arrived at the realm of destruction. After conversing for a time, they decided to part ways temporarily. Leelin employed instantaneous teleportation to return to Earth. Remarkably, he had been gone for less than half a day. As the days passed, the time and location for the Tournament of Power remained undetermined. However, a new wave of turmoil swept through the universe. "Have you heard? A new enforcer has been appointed in the Divine Realm." "Oh, you're just finding out? I was aware of it a month ago." This enforcer is no ordinary individual. Upon taking office, he immediately sought trouble with several gods of destruction. "TCH, you're quite behind the times, you know. Even the angels have fallen victim." "Is that for real?" "Absolutely. Such matters do not arise out of thin air. It is said that the enforcer's status is not inferior to that of the Grand Priest, though his strength remains unknown. Anyone who can ascend to the position of enforcer must possess considerable prowess. According to rumors, this enforcer appears to be a brother of the Grand Priest. Could it be? Is that true? That remains uncertain. It seems there are such claims circulating in the universe. Thus, within the various universes, rumors regarding Leelin proliferated. Some even suggested he was a sibling of the Omni King, though the origins of such tales remain unclear. As for the notion of him being a brother to the Grand Priest, while it holds some truth, it is likely a fabrication by others. After all, currently, only Leelin, the Grand Priest, Whis, Beerus, and the beings Korin and Ligil from Universe 8 are privy to this information. Leelin and the Grand Priest would not publicize such matters indiscriminately. Whis would rather keep a low profile, and Beerus has no time for such frivolities. If given the chance, he would prefer to catch up on his sleep. Korin and Ligil would also be unlikely to spread rumors. Therefore, the singular truth is that these tales are likely the product of others' imaginations, albeit clumsily revealing a kernel of truth in the process. At present, Leelin's reputation is soaring throughout the universe. Almost every notable powerhouse has heard the legends surrounding him. Simultaneously, preparations for battle are underway across the various universes. In Universe 6, Hit, upon hearing of these rumors, was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head slightly. This group is truly fearless in their ignorance. Hit does not believe the tales about Leelin circulating in the universe. He recognizes Leelin's strength, yet it is nowhere near as exaggerated as the rumors suggest. Nevertheless, the capability to defeat a god of destruction is indeed within reach. In Universe 11, Jiren, what is your perspective on this matter? Topo inquired, his eyes wide. Jiren, arms crossed, shook his head slightly before speaking, utter nonsense. He will not believe in anything he has not witnessed with his own eyes. No matter how convincing the rumors may be, they will not sway him. He adheres firmly to the principle that seeing is believing. Indeed, it seems that the inhabitants of this universe enjoy spreading wild tales. They dare to speak without restraint, unconcerned about inciting the wrath of the gods of destruction. Remarked Dispo with a sigh. He believes that this individual, named Leelin, possesses a modicum of strength. However, the rumors circulating throughout the cosmos are far from exaggerated. The notion of striking down deities or kicking angels is utterly implausible. Humph. Trappa scoffed softly and clenched his massive hand. It is said that the upcoming tournament organized by the Omni King was his suggestion. One must understand that should a universe lose in this competition, it would face annihilation. Trappa stated with uncontainable fury. His life's creed is to uphold justice. Yet, in his eyes, Leelin's actions embody malevolence. Trappa, I have heard that the tournament organized by the Omni King merely sought his opinion, Tispa gently reminded. though he harbored disdain for the attention-seeking individual. It was essential to delineate responsibility. It was clearly articulated by the god of destruction that this tournament was orchestrated by the Omni King. Why then? Would one hastily cast blame upon another? Tispa, silence yourself, Troppa retorted without courtesy. He continued, when the Omni King solicited his opinion, why did he not refuse? Had he done so, perhaps this predicament could have been averted. Thus, he implicitly consented, leading to the crisis threatening the entire universe. Tispa shook his head in resignation. If one must interpret it this way, then there is nothing more to be said. Just wait. Once we are on the arena, I will ensure that the young man pays the price, Troppa declared through clenched teeth. He is a fervent advocate for peace. Yet the impending tournament compels him to engage in battle. Chapter 181. The overview tournament across the vast expanse of universes, myriad rumors regarding Leelin abound. His identity as a law enforcer is met with skepticism, as the majority remain unconvinced. They find it implausible that an ordinary human could attain such a prestigious position. Some competitors from various universes even assert the necessity of teaching this individual a lesson. In the seventh universe, on Earth, discussions regarding him proliferate throughout the cosmos. Yet, Leelin remains indifferent, oblivious to such matters. Even if he were aware, it would hold no significance for him. Meanwhile, the realm of the gods of destruction is somewhat unsettled. Aside from Goku and Vegeta training within, the Grand Priest has also descended upon this place today. Beerus and Whis promptly emerged to greet him. The Grand Priest regarded the two, along with Goku and Vegeta nearby. What brings you here today? Beerus inquired, curious if it pertained to the tournament. Indeed, the Grand Priest replied with a slight nod. He had come in accordance with the Omni King's decree, confirming the tournament's title as the Tournament of Power. However, his purpose for today was not to announce the actual competition. The Tournament of Power would still require some time. Today, he had come to enlist them in the overview tournament. The Grand Minister could no longer contain his anticipation and desired for you to engage in a contest with the Ninth Universe. Serving as a preliminary for the Tournament of Power, he spoke slowly to elucidate the purpose of this endeavor. Oh, Beerus felt a slight stir within. He had not anticipated that prior to the Tournament of Power, there would be such a comprehensive competition. However, since it was a request from the Grand Zeno, he dared not voice any objections. Quickly gather 3 representatives from your 7th universe. The competition is about to commence, and the other universes are already en route. The Grand Minister continued. This forthcoming event had attracted the attention of numerous universes, eager to witness the prowess of these 2 realms. After all, the impending Tournament of Power was no trivial matter. Furthermore, their only chance of victory lay within this initial contest, as the subsequent battle of the gods of destruction was merely a frivolous affair. They had placed all their hopes on the first match. Understood, I shall attend at once. Beerus promptly replied, recognizing the gravity of the Grand Zeno's command. Goku, Vegeta, you 2 shall compete, he instructed them. Vegeta hesitated slightly, as his wife Bulma was soon to give birth, and he wished to remain by her side. After all, his character had evolved significantly over the years. He felt it imperative to be a family man, unlike Goku, whose carefree nature was well known. I may not be able to go. My wife is about to give birth, Vegeta said slowly. Under normal circumstances, he would have relished the opportunity to engage in such an event. That's of no consequence. Let Whis accompany you. He can simply bring you back afterward, Beerus replied dismissively. He found it difficult to comprehend why humans made childbirth such a complicated affair. Whis can do that? Goku inquired with curiosity. Whis nodded with a smile. Additionally, seek out another strong fighter on Earth, Beerus instructed nonchalantly. His interest in the competition had waned, as his thoughts diverged from those of the other gods of destruction. Winning the first match was of little concern to him. The pivotal factor lay in the second match. However, with the power that Leelin had displayed, victory in the subsequent battle seemed assured. Very well, Lord Beerus, Whis replied with a gentle smile. As for who the third participant would be, it mattered little to him. Having spoken, he turned to depart. Whis, the Grand Minister suddenly interjected. What is it, father? Whis responded with a smile. Do remember to summon my younger brother. As the enforcer, he must be present for this competition, the Grand Minister said with a measured tone. Upon hearing this, Whis's expression shifted to one of awkwardness. He felt no discomfort when alone with the Grand Minister or with Leelin, but the prospect of having both present simultaneously left him feeling exceedingly uneasy. Even feeling somewhat reluctant to speak, it was fortunate that, after entering the divine realm, Formal titles sufficed for address. Yes, Grand Minister, Whis responded. He no longer referred to him as father, hastily correcting himself to avoid any potentially awkward situations. When mentioning Leelin, he would simply address him as the enforcer. After this exchange, Whis departed with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. On the way, Sun Wukong was filled with curiosity. Whis, when did Leelin become an enforcer? He inquired eagerly. Vegeta, equally intrigued, glanced over, especially since he had heard the Grand Minister refer to Leelin as little brother. Were they that close? Clearing his throat, Whis slowly explained, he has long been the enforcer of the divine realm, second only to the Omni King. I cannot elaborate further. It is best if you speak little on matters concerning the divine realm. The fewer who know, the better. He gently sidestepped their inquiries, as delving deeper would only lead to uncomfortable revelations. It sufficed for them to know that Leelin currently held the esteemed position of enforcer in the divine realm. Oh, is that so? Sun Wukong scratched his head, astonished. He never imagined that Leelin had achieved such heights. The title of enforcer sounded incredibly formidable. It's quite thrilling, he exclaimed. Their encounters with Leelin had been infrequent, partly due to his reclusive nature and partly because they had been preoccupied with their own training in the divine realm. How could it not be impressive? His rank is second only to the Omni King. Who else in this world can claim such an achievement? Vegeta shook his head in disbelief. It was astonishing that, after their parting in the future world, within just a few months, Leelin had attained such remarkable accomplishments. Not only did his strength remain unfathomable, but his status had also undergone a dramatic transformation. The trio traveled swiftly, soon arriving at Earth. Whis performed a remarkable technique, manifesting the child from within him. Following this, Sun Wukong intended to seek out another formidable opponent for the competition, while Whis made his way directly to Leelin. Meanwhile, the gods of destruction from various universes, alongside the powerful figures of their own universe, began their journey to the Omni King's palace. Chapter 182. Gathering together, the competition begins. The Omni-View competition? Leelin scratched his head, wearing a perplexed expression. He recalled that such a competition indeed existed. To his surprise, it was still ongoing. Yes, indeed, the Omni-View competition. Whis smiled at Leelin. What relevance does it hold for me? Must I participate? Leelin replied helplessly. This competition was not a formal event. There was no necessity for him to take part. Moreover, if he did join, it would hardly be considered an Omni-View competition. It would simply become a personal exhibition of his prowess. Heh, Whis chuckled softly and remarked, as the enforcer of the divine realm. Your presence at such a competition is indeed essential. However, your participation is unwarranted. It would be rather unfair if you were to compete. Very well, I shall attend. Leelin replied with resignation. He had anticipated a direct commencement of the Tournament of Power, yet was taken aback by the multitude of preparations required beforehand. Little did he know that assuming the role of enforcer would entail such complexities. Had he foreseen this, he might have declined the position. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta arrived, accompanied by another individual, Sun Wukong's son, Sun Gohan. Although the young man had forsaken the path of martial prowess in favor of academia, he still retained considerable fighting capabilities, particularly in comparison to the majority of Earth's inhabitants. Nonetheless, his involvement in the competition would likely be minimal, serving primarily to fulfill the requisite number of participants. Whis, shall we set forth? Sun Wukong exclaimed with palpable excitement. The prospect of engaging with warriors from other universes filled him with eagerness, especially after his previous encounter with the Sixth Universe had left him unsatisfied. The prospect of new battles invigorated him. Vegeta, too, was brimming with enthusiasm. After attending to his domestic affairs, he felt unburdened and ready to unleash his full potential in combat. Very well, let us depart, Whis nodded, his staff gently tapping the ground. A radiant glow enveloped them, and they vanished from the small island. Within a mere 2 minutes, they reappeared in the realm of destruction, where Beerus and the Grand Minister awaited their arrival. The Supreme Kai, having received word of their journey, also made his way to the realm of destruction. For this event was of utmost importance to the honor of the Seventh Universe. They could not afford to be negligent. Witnessing the proceedings firsthand was imperative. Upon seeing Whis, the Supreme Kai and the Elder Supreme Kai exchanged knowing smiles. However, upon spotting Leelin, their expressions shifted to one of astonishment, and they hurried over, bowing deeply. We pay our respects to the esteemed enforcer, they chanted in unison, executing a deep 90-degree bow. Though they did not prostrate themselves as the Omni King might, their sincerity was unmistakable. Clearly, they were aware of Leelin's current status as enforcer, and the rumors circulating throughout the universe compelled them to show him the utmost respect. For the divine realm adhered to its protocols. As the Supreme Kais, it was customary to pay homage upon encountering an enforcer. No need for such formalities, Leelin said with a warm smile, gesturing dismissively. As fellow denizens of the seventh universe, he felt no need to assert any superiority in their presence. The Supreme Kai and the Elder Supreme Kai straightened up, their expressions remaining reverent. However, my heart was filled with profound emotions. I never anticipated that a law enforcer would emerge from the seventh universe. Fortunately, Leelin remained as humble as ever, unaffected by his newfound status. Now that everyone is gathered, let us embark on our journey. Upon noticing the assembly, the Grand Priest waved his hand gently, and in an instant, a flash of white light enveloped us. In the blink of an eye, we found ourselves directly within the palace of the Omni King, where we encountered the contestants from the ninth universe, resembling three wolves. A subtle smile graced Leelin's lips upon recognizing them, as they matched his memories perfectly. However, he had nearly forgotten their names. Simultaneously, the god of destruction from the ninth universe, Sidra, along with the angel Mojito, made their entrance, accompanied by their Supreme Kai. Yet, before anyone could utter a word, the Grand Priest waved his hand once more. Our bodies became uncontrollable, descending from the ground onto a floating platform above. Oh, everyone is here. Leelin, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the familiar faces around him and spoke softly. The gods of destruction, angels, Supreme Kais, and contestants from various universes had gathered together. Not only the 8 participating universes were present, but even the 4 exempt universes had also arrived. The assembly of gods of destruction and angels, upon seeing Leelin's return, felt a sudden constriction in their pupils, especially those who had previously been chastised by him. A sense of unease washed over them, yet in front of the powerful figures of their universe, they refrained from displaying any overt reactions, merely nodding slightly in greeting. Oh, the people from the 7th universe have finally arrived. Is that Leelin? Doesn't he appear as formidable as I expected? TCH, a bunch of pretentious characters. The individuals from the 7th universe seem rather weak. Is there even someone among them devoid of energy? Surely, they haven't failed to gather the necessary participants and are simply filling the ranks. In no time, the spectators from various universes began to murmur among themselves. The gods of destruction naturally overheard the remarks from their universe. They turned their heads sharply, glaring at the naysayers, yet no words were exchanged. This group certainly possessed audacity, daring to speak of the esteemed law enforcer. Ladies and gentlemen, now that everyone is present, the grand tournament is about to commence, with the 9th universe pitted against the 7th. However, let me issue a warning beforehand. This competition is primarily for the Omni King to assess your capabilities. Should you fail to exert yourselves earnestly during the battles, the Omni King may become displeased, and if he is unhappy, your joy will likely be non-existent. The Grand Priest spoke coolly, casting a glance at the positions of the 9th and 7th universes. Both gods of destruction were taken aback. Realizing that this competition was not to be trifled with, they had assumed it would be a casual affair, where victory or defeat mattered little. However, it was now evident that they would need to exert their utmost effort. You 3, have you heard? Beerus spoke sternly to the trio behind him. Yes, Lord Beerus. The 3 replied in unison. There was no need for further explanation. They were determined to give their all in this match. Similarly, the 9th universe was organizing its own preparations, albeit with one notable difference. The god of destruction remained silent, while the Supreme Kai reprimanded them instead. The Grand Minister noted that their arrangements were nearly complete and thus announced, if there are no objections, the match shall officially commence. Please have the first participants from both sides step forward. Who will compete in the first match? Beerus inquired. Vegeta volunteered, striding confidently to the forefront and soaring directly onto the arena. He was unwilling to utter another word. Traditionally, Goku was the first to engage in battle, but this time he seized the initiative and ascended to the stage. Goku attempted to intervene, but it was too late. From the 9th universe emerged a red werewolf named Bazel, known for his agility and proficiency in leg techniques. With both sides prepared, the match was ready to begin. The Grand Minister stepped back from the center of the arena and declared, "Let the battle commence. I advise you to give it your all, otherwise, you might not survive." Bazel chuckled confidently, fully assured of his strength. After all, in the ninth universe, he and his brothers were deemed the strongest. Little did they know that their universe was the weakest among the 12. Dominating their own universe did not guarantee the same success in others. TCH. Vegeta scoffed at him, unimpressed by the caliber of his first opponent. The sight of Bazel provoked a sense of disdain within him. He felt no need to exert his full strength against such an adversary. With that, the two began to exchange blows, their speeds pushed to the limit, creating a spectacle of skillful combat. The sound of their strikes echoed through the arena, bang, bang, bang. Vegeta discerned that Bazel possessed respectable strength, yet in comparison to him, it was woefully inadequate. He wondered why they were even holding a competition with such a universe. He had anticipated a more formidable opponent. Huh, Vegeta bellowed, unleashing a surge of energy that transformed his hair into a brilliant golden hue. Bazel was instantly propelled backward by the overwhelming force. What? So powerful? Bazel gasped, astonished to discover such might within the seventh universe. In his experience, he had faced no rival in his own universe. Even in the grand tournament, one would expect to be invincible. Yet, the current situation diverges starkly from his imagination. Suddenly, in the midst of his reverie, Vegeta landed a swift punch to his abdomen. Gasping, Bazel's eyes widened, his mouth agape, nearly causing his tongue to protrude. That blow had nearly cost him his life. He staggered backward unsteadily, unable to resist collapsing to the ground. Humph, I thought you were formidable, but you are nothing but trash. Vegeta scoffed, clearly dissatisfied with the battle. He remarked that training with Whis was far more engaging. This statement instantly sparked discontent among the various universes who believed the seventh universe had instigated this conflict. They had not anticipated such audacity from the seventh universe even after their victory. Such blatant provocation was rather fitting with their preconceived notions. I know now. You are Leelin, Bazel exclaimed from the ground, trembling as he pointed at Vegeta. He could hardly believe that his own formidable strength could be so easily vanquished. If anyone from the seventh universe could achieve this, it must be Leelin, who had recently been making waves throughout the cosmos. Though skeptical of his ability to defeat a god of destruction, he certainly possessed undeniable prowess. Leelin? Is this brat truly Leelin? Upon hearing Bazel's words, nearly everyone turned their gaze toward Vegeta, evidently identifying him with Leelin. However, their expressions bore an unmistakable hostility. Vegeta, momentarily taken aback by this remark, soon allowed a sly smile to grace his lips. Typically, being mistaken for another would incite his fury, yet for some inexplicable reason, a sense of pride surged within him. To be mistaken for Leelin? Perhaps my strength is commendable after all. Yet, he quickly quelled his inner delight. He did not wish to perpetuate this misunderstanding. After all, he was his own individual. Let me make it clear. My name is Vegeta, he declared loudly, ensuring all present could hear. He then conjured a wave of golden energy and unleashed it. Boom. Bazel was sent crashing off the stage, his body charred, as if engulfed in flames. Vegeta smirked, realizing that the inhabitants of this universe were not particularly remarkable. Defeating an opponent so effortlessly suggested that the others from different universes were unlikely to be much stronger. With a resigned shake of his head, he crossed his arms and gracefully ascended to the stands. Oh, he is not Leelin, came the disappointed murmurs from the powerful beings in the stands. Had this young man been Leelin, they might have been compelled to confront him directly. To his surprise, it was not the case. Nevertheless, it was for the best. If Leelin possessed such strength, there would be no cause for concern. After the conclusion of the first match, the Grand Priest remained silent, patiently awaiting the next contender to be sent forth. Allow me to take the stage for the next bout, Son Gohan said softly as he removed his glasses. It had been quite some time since he last engaged in combat. In the days of Cell and Majin Buu, he had been a formidable force. Yet now, his strength had waned, unable even to maintain his previous prowess. However, perhaps this match would rekindle the thrill of battle he once knew. Very well. Son Goku responded without objection. After all, he was his son, and there was no need for contention. Son Gohan ascended to the arena, on the side of Universe 9. Upon witnessing their comrade's defeat, they swiftly dispatched their second fighter, a wolfman with a coat of vibrant yellow fur, known as Lavanda, who specialized in toxic combat techniques. Chapter 184. The resurgence of Son Gohan. The two stood in silence, their gazes locked. Lavanda remained unperturbed by the earlier defeat, doubting the skill level of his opponents. If they were truly so formidable, their universe would not rank near the bottom. The previous contender must have been their strongest. Once both sides were prepared, the match was ready to commence. The Grand Priest spoke with an indifferent tone, showing little concern for the outcome. As long as Lord Zeno was entertained, all was well. The specifics of victory or defeat were inconsequential in this informal contest. Son Gohan remained composed. Years had passed, yet he found himself once again on familiar battlegrounds. He resolved to seize this match and reclaim the glory of his past. With a shared intensity in their gaze, the fighters charged at one another without a word. The sound of fists colliding echoed through the arena as they engaged in a flurry of strikes. The air crackled with the heat of their combat. Both were remarkably swift, exchanging blows with fervor. After several encounters, Son Gohan assessed Levanda's strength as mediocre. He believed he could defeat him without transforming into a Super Saiyan. With a fierce shout, Son Gohan unleashed a powerful punch, aiming to eliminate his opponent swiftly, unwilling to prolong the skirmish. However, just as his fist approached Levanda's chest, the latter flashed an enigmatic smile. In an agile leap, he evaded Son Gohan's strike, wrapping his legs around Son Gohan's arm. "What?" Son Gohan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as his full-force punch missed its mark. He had anticipated a swift victory, yet he had not expected his effort to be sidestepped. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant as he prepared to launch his next attack. Lavanda opened his mouth wide and exhaled a plume of purple smoke. Sun Wukong felt a sharp sting in his eyes. The burning sensation directly assaulted his fragile vision. Hee. Lavanda chuckled coldly and then leapt to his side. He then expelled another cloud of purple mist from his hands, enveloping them in a swirling haze. Sun Wukong, covering his eyes, found himself unable to see anything. Seizing this opportunity, Lavanda unleashed a flurry of punches. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of muffled impacts reverberated throughout the arena. Unable to perceive his surroundings, Sun Wukong could only passively endure the onslaught. The purple mist had indeed blinded him, and inhaling it further exacerbated his discomfort. On the side of the Ninth Universe, their Kaioshin, witnessing his contestant's overwhelming advantage, could not suppress his glee. He provocatively addressed the Seventh Universe. "Do you see this? This is the might of the Ninth Universe. I advise you to surrender soon and cease your futile resistance." The Kaioshin of the Ninth Universe spoke arrogantly, convinced of his side's imminent victory. He longed to secure a semblance of dignity for his universe in front of the numerous spectators, hoping to demonstrate that his universe was far from the lowest tier and could indeed achieve a higher standing. Leelin, standing in the stands of the Seventh Universe, furrowed his brow upon hearing the taunts from the opposing side. He cast a penetrating gaze in their direction. The Kaioshin, sensing that gaze, felt a chill run down his spine. Although he had never encountered Leelin before, the sheer intensity of his aura rendered him momentarily speechless. "Wukong, hold on. We have senza beans." The Kaioshin of the Seventh Universe quickly shouted to those below. There were no rules against consuming food during the match, and with the restorative properties of the senza beans, he believed they could restore Wukong to normalcy. In the arena, Sun Wukong, upon hearing the Kaioshin's words, called out loudly, "Kaioshin, do not give me senza beans. I want to defeat this guy using my own strength." He understood that this battle was his return to form. To prove he was still the formidable Wukong, he did not wish to rely on external aid to enhance his power. After declaring this, he unleashed his energy, heightening his senses to their utmost. With his eyes tightly shut, he charged toward Lavanda. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a renewed clash. Lavanda felt the strain of the encounter. After all, his strongest asset was his poison technique. Yet this young man remained undeterred, growing ever more tenacious in battle. "Damn it!" Lavanda shouted in frustration. Realizing he could not win through close combat, he resolved to alter his battle strategy. Bang! The two exchanged another powerful blow before swiftly separating. Ravanda seized the opportunity, slowly ascending into the air. Sun Wukong felt his presence above and tilted his head back, eyes closed, gazing at the sky. Suddenly, a wave of light coalesced in Ravanda's hand, hurtling towards Wukong below. Sensing the energy fluctuations around him, Wukong darted left and right to evade the incoming assault. Boom, boom, boom. The arena erupted in a cacophony of explosions. Flames leapt into the sky, shrouding the surroundings in swirling smoke. Wukong felt the toxins within him begin to surge, weighing down his body increasingly. Realizing he could not afford to prolong the battle, he resolved to end it swiftly. Otherwise, he would surely be the one to lose. Huh. Wukong roared, a brilliant golden light enveloping him, his hair transforming to a striking golden hue as he entered the state of a Super Saiyan. He charged skyward. Ravanda, witnessing Wukong's audacity to ascend, wasted no time in retaliating. He gathered more light waves in his hand and launched them at Wukong. However, these attacks proved futile against the empowered Wukong, causing no harm whatsoever. What? Ravanda's heart raced, and an idea sparked in his mind. Observing the increasing purple toxins enveloping Wukong, he decided to unleash a toxic mist, intending to wear him down. A breath of purple mist escaped his lips, enveloping the arena in a dense haze. The air thickened with the potent toxin, which would spell doom for any ordinary individual. Wukong sensed the ominous change around him, but steeled himself against the distractions. Launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Ravanda, simultaneously releasing numerous light waves. Chapter 185, Stalemate. Perhaps hindered by the toxins, Wukong's powerful attacks were systematically neutralized by Ravanda. Didn't he land a hit? Wukong murmured to himself, acutely aware of the mounting toxins within him. The surrounding purple mist was being drawn into his body in large quantities. If he did not resolve the conflict soon, he risked not only losing the match, but potentially his very life. He had never anticipated such cunning from his opponent. Expecting a fair and straightforward battle, he was taken aback by the relentless onslaught of toxins. This unexpected tactic left him at a disadvantage. Haha, boy. You're struggling now, aren't you? Ravanda sneered, clearly observing how Wukong's body was becoming increasingly saturated with purple. The toxins had already eroded much of his face. And if this continued, victory would be inevitable for Ravanda. Wukong's erratic attacks were entirely ineffective against him. As long as he could prolong this engagement, victory would undoubtedly be his. How infuriating. Sun Wukong, filled with reluctance, uttered a single word. At the same time, his energy surged once more as he sought to expel the toxins within him. Regrettably, such efforts proved futile, hastening the invasion of the poison instead. Faced with an unyielding choice, he had but two options: to swiftly conclude the battle or to succumb to exhaustion as the toxins took their toll. Undoubtedly, if given a choice, he would opt for the former. This was not merely his first battle. It was a defining moment, a chance to reclaim his lost glory. He was resolute in his desire not to forfeit this contest. With a determined shout, Sun Wukong's aura intensified, the golden flames surrounding him growing more vibrant. In the absence of sight, he resolved to seize his opponent and force him out of the ring. With that thought, he launched himself into the air, moving with astonishing speed. How swift! Ravanda exclaimed, taken aback by the remarkable velocity of his opponent, which exceeded all his expectations. Yet, he remained akin to a headless fly, darting aimlessly in the center of the arena. Just as he marveled at the display, Sun Wukong appeared at his side in an instant. Here, Sun Wukong sensed the presence of his adversary and lunged forward, aiming to grasp him. However, Ravanda reacted with remarkable quickness, narrowly evading the attack by shifting his body aside. That was close. He panted, relieved that he had avoided capture. Had he been ensnared, the outcome would have diverged significantly from his expectations, for he lacked the strength to escape Sun Wukong's grip. There, Sun Wukong's ears perked up at the sound of Ravanda's voice, enabling him to swiftly deduce his opponent's location. In a flash, he materialized before him. This time, instead of attempting to seize him, he delivered a powerful punch directly to Ravanda's face. The force of Sun Wukong's strike left Ravanda momentarily dazed, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from the pain that radiated across his visage. Before he could regain his composure, Sun Wukong circled behind him and tightly embraced him. "Let go, you scoundrel!" Ravanda exclaimed, feeling the immense strength that held him captive. He desperately struck at Sun Wukong's back, but his efforts proved insignificant, yielding no effect against such overwhelming power. Panting heavily, Sun Wukong felt the exhaustion from the toxins accumulating within him. His ferocity was gradually waning, and his hair returned to its natural hue. He could no longer sustain his Super Saiyan form. "Ah!" he shouted, resolutely deciding to fight to the bitter end, determined to secure victory. With that, he plunged downwards, still holding his opponent tightly. "What are you doing? Let me go!" Ravanda cried out in alarm. Lavanda gazed at the arena, drawing ever closer, his heart gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. Were it merely an ordinary surface, he might not have felt such trepidation. Given his physical prowess, a collision would hardly yield significant repercussions. However, This arena had been meticulously arranged by the Grand Priest himself. To crash headfirst into it would be akin to an average individual plummeting onto concrete, certainly resulting in grave injury. Thus, his panic was entirely warranted. "Ah, no." Lavanda cried out in despair. Though he yearned to break free from Gohan's grasp, his efforts proved futile. A thunderous crash echoed as the two collided forcefully with the ground, sending debris swirling into the air, their auras extinguished simultaneously. After what felt like an eternity, the dust began to settle, revealing a vast crater where the arena once stood. Its surface shattered and fractured. Within the depths of this pit lay Son Gohan and Lavanda, sprawled as if they were lifeless. Yet, a faint trace of vitality lingered about them, suggesting they had not succumbed entirely. Nevertheless, this meager essence was likely insufficient to sustain any further combat. At that moment, battered and besieged by the purple onslaught, Son Gohan trembled as he rose unsteadily to his feet. His body was consumed by the violet hue, even his visage marred by its grasp. Gasping for fresh air, he uttered in a feeble voice, "Yes, I have won." Yet, no sooner had he spoken than he collapsed once more, tumbling back into the chasm. The Grand Priest observed the scene with a slight nod. This bout, he decreed, would be considered a draw. He announced to the cosmos, though Gohan fell last. Both combatants have simultaneously lost their fighting capabilities. Hence, declaring it a draw is the most equitable resolution. The 7th and 9th universes were far from satisfied with this outcome. Beerus contended that since Gohan was the last to fall, victory should have rightfully belonged to them, barring any unforeseen circumstances. However, as the Grand Priest's ruling was final, he had no recourse to alter it, nor to voice his discontent, especially with the Omni King presiding above. The 9th universe also harbored dissatisfaction, not with the Grand Priest's declaration, but rather with their own fighters' failure despite having the upper hand. Truly a significant embarrassment, especially before such a vast audience. Chapter 186. Belgamer. Upon the conclusion of the match, Son Goku swiftly retrieved a Senzu bean and soared onto the arena. He administered the bean to his son, and in an instant, Son Gohan regained his health and rose anew. "Father," Son Gohan spoke with a hint of remorse. He had aspired to claim victory in this contest, never anticipating the arduous nature of the battle. "You performed admirably, Gohan. Leave the rest to me," Son Goku replied with a warm smile. Son Gohan has long ceased to engage in battle. Achieving a stalemate is already the best outcome he could hope for. There is no need for him to strive for more. He merely needs to secure his own victory from this point onward. In the stands, spectators from various universes observed the match between Universe 7 and Universe 9, their expressions largely one of disdain. Is this truly a battle between the last and second to last? How utterly lackluster. It is almost soporific to watch. At this moment, Son Goku stood resolutely on the arena, refusing to step down, for this match was one he intended to face himself. On the side of Universe 9, the final contestant emerged, Bergamo. He is considered the strongest among Universe 9. With both sides prepared, they stood ready to commence the battle, as the Grand Priest calmly announced. Taking the initiative, Son Goku charged forward, and Bergamo met his assault with equal fervor. The two became entangled in combat. However, Son Goku was not exerting his full strength just yet. His habitual inclination was to gauge his opponent first. Conversely, Bergamo showed no such restraint, unleashing his full power against Son Goku. In an instant, Goku felt a hint of pressure. Thankfully, he quickly recalibrated, augmenting his ki and successfully pushing back against Bergamo. The sounds of punches echoed as Son Goku unleashed a flurry of strikes, catching Bergamo somewhat off guard. Yet, rather than display concern, Bergamo arrogantly spread his arms wide, his gaze laced with contempt directed at Son Goku. Son Goku, taken aback by this display, found himself puzzled by his opponent's intentions. "Come on, I won't attack now. Feel free to strike," Bergamo taunted. He possessed a unique technique known as the crushing technique. Any blows landed upon him would grant him energy, simultaneously fortifying his own physique. With each attack directed at him, he felt no fear, only growing strength. "Oh, is that so?" Son Goku scratched his head, contemplating. However, since his adversary had invited such an exchange, he decided to oblige. As soon as the words left his mouth, Son Goku executed an instant transmission and unleashed a barrage of punches upon Bergamo's body. The sound of strikes resonated as Goku's enthusiasm surged. Yet Bergamo remained eerily silent. His abdomen and chest bore the imprints of Son Goku's relentless onslaught. What is happening? Son Goku felt a surge of surprise. After delivering a punch, he swiftly retreated to reassess his opponent, preparing for the next attack. In that fleeting moment, a crimson aura enveloped Bergamo, causing his physique to swell slightly, and the energy within him intensified. Oh, this could be interesting, Son Goku mused. Leelin observed the situation below with a calm demeanor and remarked, "This martial technique resembles that of a future world's Black Wukong. However, it is evidently inferior to the latter. The technique employed by my opponent, while capable of absorbing power for personal use, appears to be temporary and will fade after a while. Furthermore, this individual's physique enlarges, granting him considerable strength, yet his speed is markedly diminished." On the arena, Belgarmo felt a surge of energy coursing through him, filling him with pride. He concentrated this power into his fists and charged directly at Sun Wukong. Sensing impending danger, Sun Wukong leaped away just in time. Boom! The massive fist struck the ground, shattering the seemingly indestructible stone into fragments that scattered across the arena. Has he truly grown this strong? Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished by the sudden increase in his opponent's power. Intrigued, he swiftly reappeared before Belgarmo and unleashed a flurry of punches upon him. Sun Wukong yearned for his adversary to become even stronger, for such a challenge would bring excitement to the fight. Bang! 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 With each blow, Belgarmo's form expanded further. "Your punches lack strength. This is hardly satisfying," he said slowly, delivering an uppercut that sent Sun Wukong flying to the ground. "Huh, did you see that? This is my strength. As long as you continue to attack, my power will only grow. You cannot hope to defeat me," Belgarmo declared triumphantly. His destructive technique rendered him invulnerable across the universe, no matter how powerful the opponent. Sustaining attacks only served to amplify his strength. Thus, victory was assured. "Oh, how delightful. I have long wished to battle someone like you," Sun Wukong replied, rising slowly with a hint of excitement on his face. During his confrontation with Black Wukong in the future world, he and T felt fully engaged. Despite not being his opponent's equal, the desire to contend with an adversary who could continuously enhance their abilities had always lingered in his heart. For such a foe was the most fitting match for him. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong's hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue as he ascended into his Super Saiyan form. He was no longer in a rush to defeat his opponent. Instead, he aimed to assist Belgarmo in augmenting his strength before ultimately overcoming him, for that would provide the true essence of challenge. With that resolve, he charged forward, landing a punch that caught Belgarmo off guard, twisting his features into a grimace of surprise at the unexpected force. The body was on the verge of collapsing to the ground. However, he managed to endure, and upon witnessing Sun Wukong's fierce onslaught, a sense of joy welled up within him. Come on, the more relentless the attacks, the stronger he would become. Chapter 187, Victory. Bang! 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 Sun Wukong's punches grew increasingly ferocious. Bergamo was struck so hard that saliva flew from his mouth. Yet, his heart was filled with elation, for he sensed a continuous stream of power flowing into his being. A crimson glow began to emanate from his body, which was now undergoing further expansion. Ha! It's my turn to strike. Bergamo felt his strength had reached its zenith. He initiated an offensive, his form having swelled considerably. His fists began to shimmer, unleashing formidable energy. Boom! He launched a punch, but Sun Wukong deftly evaded it. The enormous fist created a deep crater in the arena once more. Boom! Boom! After several failed strikes, the stage was pockmarked with craters. Seeing that his opponent possessed significant power, Sun Wukong decided to test his mettle in a head-on collision. He steadied his breath, concentrating all his might into his fists. Bergamo, slightly flustered after missing several punches, noticed his adversary charging towards him and smirked coldly, underestimating him. Boom! The fists of the two collided directly. Bergamo's strength was indeed astonishing. The moment Sun Wukong made contact, he was taken aback. Subsequently, his body was sent flying backwards, akin to a fly being swatted away. Fortunately, Sun Wukong managed to stabilize himself just in time to avoid falling from the stage. Bergamo, sensing his advantage, sought to deny Sun Wukong any respite. Boom! 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 He rapidly conjured a multitude of energy waves and unleashed them towards Sun Wukong. However, despite the magnitude of these attacks, their speed remained disappointingly slow. Having experienced the previous blow, Sun Wukong realized that he could not suppress his opponent's power. Thus, he began to evade in midair, confident that his opponent could not land a hit. Damn it, if you're capable, then don't dodge. Bergamo felt a twinge of anxiety as he saw his attacks fail to connect. If he could not strike his opponent, what was the use of his formidable strength? Sun Wukong, however, was indifferent to this sentiment. The earlier punch had made it clear that his adversary's power far surpassed his own by several folds. Engaging directly would be futile in his current form. Nevertheless, his speed was vastly superior. After all, strength is not solely determined by raw power, but also by swiftness. Sun Wukong circled around Bergamo, skillfully finding openings and occasionally landing a punch. Bang, bang, bang. The formidable fists of Sun Wukong incessantly struck his body. Belgemore now felt a tumult of emotions, akin to a fly buzzing incessantly around him. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong delivered a direct blow to his knee. Ah! Belgemore exclaimed in surprise, his body succumbing to the impact and collapsing to the ground. How infuriating! He shouted, raising his fists in anger. He then rose and confronted Sun Wukong, questioning whether he could do nothing but flee. He found this battle exceedingly frustrating. Had it been a true clash of strength, he would undoubtedly not be outmatched by this young one. However, his opponent was simply too bothersome, offering no chance for a straightforward confrontation. This predicament left him in deep distress. Very well, let us conclude this battle swiftly, Sun Wukong declared, hovering effortlessly in midair, gazing down with a calm demeanor. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from within him. The golden aura surrounding him transformed into a brilliant blue, while his hair shifted to a deep azure. The assembled gods of destruction watched in awe as Sun Wukong's energy manifested. A collective gasp of astonishment arose, for this newfound power was astonishingly potent, imbued with the faint essence of divinity. As Beerus observed the reactions of the gods towards Sun Wukong on the arena, a flicker of pride ignited within him. Did you see that? In my universe, not only have we produced a Lord of Justice, but even an ordinary individual possesses such formidable strength. To label my universe as second to last is nothing short of an insult. The sheer magnitude of this power was astonishing. The Supreme Kai of Universe 9 gazed at the might radiating from Sun Wukong, filled with astonishment, for their universe had never witnessed such a formidable warrior. They never anticipated that Universe 7 could be so fearsome. Truly, it deserved its penultimate ranking, far surpassing their own universe, which languished at the bottom. Remarkable, Belgemore remarked, wiping his brow in surprise. He had not expected this young man to unleash such overwhelming strength. But that is not the end, Sun Wukong murmured from the heights above. He intended to decisively vanquish this opponent in one fell swoop, while showcasing his prowess before the multitude of cosmic elites. 20-fold Kaioken. In an instant, a crimson aura enveloped his blue energy, causing it to surge dramatically. The surrounding space began to tremble ever so slightly in response to this newfound intensity. The blazing aura enveloping him was suffocating in its ferocity. Incredible, Belgemore exclaimed, his eyes wide. This power surpassed him by an unfathomable degree. If circumstances permitted, he would gladly surrender. However, with the Omni King and Grand Priest seated in attendance, he could not be certain of their satisfaction should he choose to yield. If one finds dissatisfaction in their current universe, it seems they may have to exit prematurely, let alone participate in the tournament of power. Kamehameha. With his hands brought together, Sun Wukong emanated a radiant white light. A formidable energy converged within his grasp. Let us put this to the test. At this moment, Belgamo, albeit reluctantly, pressed forward. A surge of crimson aura enveloped his hands, and he too concentrated a vibrant red energy wave. Whoosh, whoosh. The two colored waves of light surged forth instantaneously. Boom. They collided with tremendous force. In that instant, the entire divine realm trembled. Sun Wukong summoned his full strength, forcefully redirecting Belgamo's energy wave back at him. Belgamo, witnessing the colossal energy wave engulfing him, found himself utterly powerless. Ah! A cry of despair escaped him. Boom! A cacophony of explosions resonated from the center of the arena. Sun Wukong gradually descended onto the stage, revealing that he still retained considerable power. Belgamo stood dazed upon the platform, his gaze fixed upon Sun Wukong before he collapsed in defeat. In this bout, Universe 7 emerged victorious. Chapter 188. Topo. Following the match between the two fighters, the Grand Minister proclaimed the conclusion of the contest, declaring Universe 7 the victor. He then proceeded to explain the rules for the forthcoming Tournament of Power. The competition would take place in the void. Each universe was to dispatch 10 warriors to engage in battle within a set time frame. The side with the most remaining fighters would be deemed the victor, while the defeated universes would face immediate erasure. As for the second match, the Grand Minister refrained from announcing it, intending to do so only after the conclusion of the first match, allowing all the gods of destruction and Leelin to join in. Haha, splendid. I have long anticipated this moment. I can hardly wait for it to commence. Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly from the arena. However, his exuberance incited discontent among those around him. What was there to celebrate in such a match? The vanquished would face obliteration. And yet this individual appeared elated? Or was it merely the nature of those from Universe 7, completely disregarding the fates of others? Sun Wukong's words quickly drew ire from many. At that moment, a shadow suddenly leapt onto the stage. Clad in a black cloak, the figure dramatically tore it away, revealing his visage. Leelin lifted his gaze, silently pondering. Is this not Topo from Universe 11? Will he seek to challenge Sun Wukong once more? As depicted in the original narrative, on the arena, Sun Wukong, intrigued by the sudden appearance, inquired, "Who are you?" "Humph." Topo scoffed disdainfully before fixing a fierce glare upon Sun Wukong. He began his introduction, "I am Topo, a warrior from Universe 11. His countenance displayed a fierce scowl, brimming with indignation as he turned his attention toward the Grand Minister. "Great Supreme Kai, may I humbly present a request?" Topo addressed the Supreme Kai directly. The Supreme Kai's expression shifted slightly, uncertain of Topa's intentions. The destroyer god of Universe 11, Vermaud, also felt a stir within. He clearly did not anticipate Topa's sudden outburst in such a setting, especially with both the Supreme Kai and the Omni King present. The Grand Minister was seated in the stands of Universe 7, and Topa's abrupt interruption was rather impolite. However, it was too late to intervene now. He had already charged forward. It would be prudent to see what Topa had to say. As long as it wasn't overly outrageous, the Omni King would likely be lenient. "Very well, proceed," the Supreme Kai replied coolly, curious about Topa's intentions. He had already outlined all the rules and important points of the tournament. If Topa was dissatisfied with his declarations, he would not hold back his displeasure. "I challenge Leelin of Universe 7, Topa proclaimed loudly. Although Goku's earlier remarks were indeed infuriating, they paled in comparison to the true instigator of this competition. Topa's purpose for being here today was to deliver a proper lesson to this instigator, Leelin, the one who had plunged the entire universe into turmoil. Had he not agreed to the Omni King's tournament, they would still be peacefully enjoying their lives in their respective universes, rather than frowning over the impending competition. Therefore, this individual must face the consequences, and the scales of justice would tip in his direction. What? At the utterance of this challenge, all the gods of destruction, Supreme Kais, the Grand Minister, and the angels present were taken aback. They had expected him to propose something or express dissatisfaction, but they were utterly astonished that he would openly provoke the newly appointed Grand Minister, Leelin. Vermaud was rendered speechless, completely bewildered by Topa's audacity. Had he lost his senses to dare provoke that individual? "Topa, do you even comprehend what you are saying?" Vermaud exclaimed, his voice rising in anger. The scene of Leelin decisively overpowering him was still vivid in his memory. Now, openly challenging him would surely provoke a fierce response, given that young man's temperament. Remarkable. The inhabitants of Universe 11 possess quite the courage to challenge even the Grand Minister. Jirer, representing Universe 8, had also arrived without any attendance. As their universe was not participating in the upcoming matches, there was no need to bring his team for observation. He had come merely to witness the spectacle. Initially, he had expected a few tedious battles, but it seemed he was mistaken. Today, an unexpected drama unfolded before him, quite beyond his expectations. He could only wonder what the inhabitants of Universe 11 were thinking by provoking that young man. Angel Colin shook his head in resignation. Just days prior, he had been bested by this young man, and he was acutely aware that he was no match for him, let alone the ordinary powerful beings scattered across the cosmos. It was truly bewildering to ponder which irrational thread this fellow had followed. Furthermore, even if one were to possess confidence in their own abilities, it would be unwise to directly provoke Leelin. After all, that young man now held the esteemed position of enforcer. To challenge him in front of such a multitude of divine beings was reckless. Even should he be publicly vanquished, it would be of little consequence. What a predicament! This was not merely a nuisance for Goku, but a direct affront to me. Leelin was momentarily taken aback and then somewhat at a loss for words. He recalled that, in the original narrative, this Tupo was meant to engage in combat with Sun Wukong. Why had the focus shifted to himself? Moreover, how could it be suggested that he was the architect of this tournament of power? It was, in truth, a request from the Omni King. He had merely acquiesced to the flow of events. Even had he refused, the Omni King would have instituted the competition regardless. What audacity this young man possessed to dare challenge Leelin, Beerus murmured, shaking his head. To provoke him in front of so many gods and the myriad of powerful beings across the universe was a grave misstep. If Leelin were to decline the challenge, his reputation would be irretrievably tarnished. Ah, the audacity of ignorance. Whis chuckled softly, shaking his head in disbelief. The strong beings from other universes, upon witnessing someone daring to challenge this individual named Leelin, instantly became animated. They had long harbored an aversion toward him, although they had never encountered him personally. The whispers circulating throughout the cosmos regarding his exploits had never ceased. Tales of him striking down deities and angels had cast a shadow over the universe, particularly among those who were already formidable in their own right. They could hardly abide such unfounded rumors. They were acutely aware that the Omni King's decision to hold this tournament had been contingent upon Leelin's consent. Had he not agreed, their universe would not face the impending calamity. Thus, these individuals found themselves somewhat gleeful at the prospect of witnessing this Leelin's downfall. Their curiosity was piqued regarding the appearance of this enigmatic figure. In that moment, all eyes converged upon the stands of Universe 7, eager to discern who among them would descend, who indeed was Leelin. However, their anticipation was abruptly quelled by the stern reprimands of their respective destroyer gods. How dare they gaze upon the Enforcer's misfortune? Such insolence was tantamount to courting death. The fate of a few was inconsequential. What truly mattered was avoiding Leelin's wrath afterward, should he choose to exact revenge upon them. Before long, these destroyer gods began to enlighten the powerful beings behind them regarding Leelin's true identity. On the arena, the dignified Wei Mei declared, "You need not concern yourself with me. I am fully aware of my actions." Tupo confidently asserted that he would annihilate this malevolent presence in such a momentous arena. Upon hearing those words, Wei Mei was immediately filled with indignation. "Indeed, Wei Mei, my lord, perhaps you should refrain from intervening and allow Tuo to handle it?" Tispo chimed in, feigning support. He was, in fact, incited by Tuo's enthusiasm and found himself increasingly disapproving of Leelin's actions. If he could strike a blow against this person's arrogance here, it would be all the more satisfying. Jiren stood with arms crossed, offering no response. Clearly, he tacitly approved of Tuo's initiative. He believed that as long as he participated, his universe was destined for victory. As for this fellow named Leelin, he deemed him unworthy of concern. Curiously, however, he pondered just how formidable this individual truly was. "Shut your foul mouth. You know nothing," Wei Mei erupted, unleashing a torrent of verbal abuse upon Tispo. Stunned by this near-roaring outburst, Tispo stood frozen in place. Not only he, but everyone from Universe 11 was taken aback, including Jiren. They had never witnessed such a side of Lord Wei Mei before. To hear him resort to such coarse language was unprecedented. "Lord Wei Mei," Tispo said cautiously, fearful that in his furious state, Wei Mei might erase him from existence in an instant. "Tuo, do you wish for your own demise? Hurry and get down from there," Wei Mei shouted from the platform, his voice laced with fury. Tuo appeared oblivious, his gaze still fixed on the Grand Priest, seeking a response. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong scratched his head, contemplating that this individual seemed to possess even greater resolve than himself. It appeared that his thirst for battle surpassed his own considerably. What manner of existence was Leelin to dare provoke him? Sun Wukong had few whom he admired. But today, he was compelled to add another to that list. Tuo, the candidate destroyer of Universe 11? The Grand Priest remarked, his brow furrowed. It was imperative to note that Leelin currently held the position of enforcer in the divine realm. This audacious individual had the gall to challenge Leelin in front of so many witnesses. "Indeed, my lord," Tuo replied expressionlessly, his demeanor exuding righteousness. He resolved that if the opportunity presented itself today, he would endeavor to eliminate this individual. "Do you understand what position Leelin occupies now?" the Grand Priest inquired, his brows knitted in concern. Leelin was not only the enforcer, but also his half-brother. Such provocation was akin to slapping his face. Were it not for the multitude of onlookers, he might have acted to eliminate Tuo himself. Upon hearing this, Tuo's expression faltered slightly, clearly taken aback. He had heard rumors that this Leelin was the enforcer of the divine realm, but could such tales be true? What identity? Tuo asked, bewildered. The Grand Priest's assertion indicated that Leelin was indeed no ordinary figure. If not handled properly, one might truly become merely a jester in the realm of the divine. Should that be the case, one would find oneself reduced to the status of a mere buffoon. In truth, the audacity to provoke stemmed from a preconceived notion, a misguided belief that Leelin was merely an ordinary human strongman. Assertions of being a law enforcer, of vanquishing destroyers and angels, were nothing but fabrications. It was only with this misconception that he dared to approach with such brazen audacity. However, if Leelin's true identity were authentic, then his own fate would be sealed. Listen well, everyone present, the high priest intoned, his presence solidifying the air around him as he spoke in hushed tones. Leelin of the seventh universe is a law enforcer of our divine realm, holding a rank equal to mine. To provoke him is to provoke me. The high priest's voice resonated far and wide, crystal clear, reaching the ears of all assembled. Upon hearing these words, the powerful beings from various universes were suddenly struck with expressions of astonishment. They had presumed this revelation to be yet another rumor, only to discover the chilling truth. Upon hearing the high priest's declaration, Leelin could only shake his head in resignation. If this Torpo took a disliking to him, was a duel truly the only recourse? As for the current situation, it was evident that everyone was aware of his identity. Leelin, you should go over now, whispered Beerus. What am I supposed to do? Do you expect me to engage in a battle with that Torpo? Leelin inquired, his curiosity piqued. This was an exhibition match, not a personal display of bravado. With his current level of power, defeating a candidate destroyer would be akin to squashing an ant, utterly unfair and devoid of any sense of meaning. It would be best for him to refrain from participation. Leelin, you really should go. Father has already disclosed your identity. Even if you choose not to approach, the high priest will eventually summon you to introduce you to everyone, Whis replied with a gentle smile. In such a setting, as a law enforcer of the divine realm, it was inappropriate for him to remain among them. According to standard protocol, upon his arrival, Leelin should have been standing alongside the Omni King. After the high priest's pronouncement, he surveyed the crowd, seeking any signs of dissent. All heads bowed in submission, including those of the destroyers. After all, neither the high priest nor the law enforcer were beings they could afford to provoke. On the arena, Torpo had buried his head low, too ashamed to raise it. The embarrassment he had caused was profound. It was not merely his own disgrace, but a shame that stained the entire 11th universe. After a thorough inspection, the high priest noted no signs of rebellion, and then smiled gently towards the stands of the 7th universe. Brother, do come forward swiftly. Realizing that the high priest had called for him, Leelin understood that evasion was no longer an option. With a resigned shake of his head, he slowly rose and began to make his way towards the high priest. Originally, I merely intended to observe as a spectator, but it seems fate had other plans. However, upon hearing the title Great Sage, the gathered deities and angels were momentarily taken aback. Goodness, brother? Isn't the title of Supreme Priest a tad too familiar? It certainly evoked a sense of camaraderie among the destroyers and angels. Leelin gradually approached the Supreme Priest, who was familiar to them, thus eliciting no considerable surprise. Yet, the powerful beings from the cosmos behind them were utterly astonished. The first reason being Leelin's remarkably youthful appearance. Of course, that was not the principal cause for their astonishment. What truly left them dumbfounded was the complete absence of any aura emanating from him. In truth, the Supreme Priest, along with the gods of destruction and angels, also possessed no discernible aura, as they were divine beings by nature. However, this Leelin, as far as they were aware, was merely human. How could he possibly wield such an ability? It was indeed perplexing. Disregarding the thoughts of others, Leelin floated gently to face the Supreme Priest. Brother, I thought you wouldn't come out to say a word, the Supreme Priest remarked with a smile. After all, Leelin was the enforcer of the divine realm and held a position here alongside him. He should rightly be standing here as well, had he not been called forth. It seemed he might have intended to feign ignorance until the end. Brother, you know I have little fondness for commotion, Leelin replied with a resigned gesture. Oh, the Supreme Priest raised an eyebrow, then teasingly retorted, just a few days ago, you turned the entire universe upside down, leaving the gods of destruction and angels in unrest. How could one not notice your aversion to chaos? He was well aware of the myriad events transpiring across the cosmos, particularly the incident of severely punishing the gods of destruction and the brutal thrashing of his cherished son, Korin, in the 8th universe. He had learned of it at the earliest opportunity. It was rather unexpected for someone so audacious to now claim a dislike for commotion. Leelin chuckled awkwardly at the Supreme Priest's mention of the incident. His previous actions were merely a means of retaliating against those gods of destruction. In truth, his nature did lean towards a preference for tranquility. While that had been the case once, since his power had grown increasingly formidable, his demeanor had become more nonchalant. Rather than clouded by indifference, it was more a matter of finding certain matters exceedingly tedious, leading him to refrain from excessive discourse. The gods of destruction, angels, and other powerful beings observed the conversation between the Supreme Priest and Leelin, perceiving them as if they were longtime friends. Is this what an enforcer is like? They seemed rather unremarkable, did they not? Indeed, how puzzling it was that someone so young would attain such a prestigious position. Thus, they remained confounded as to why Lord Zeno would confer the role of enforcer upon this individual. Uncertain, truly uncertain, this individual does not appear particularly formidable, and one cannot fathom how he has managed to navigate his way through. Some amongst the crowd began to whisper quietly amongst themselves. Leelin's appearance and physique do not exude strength. In fact, he resembles an ordinary person rather than a figure of power. Many strong individuals carry an air of mystery, yet Leelin seems devoid of such an aura. Furthermore, if that were the only concern, it might be overlooked. However, his physique is not particularly robust either, appearing merely slender. According to their understanding of strength, even if one does not emit a palpable aura, a sturdy build is at least expected, aligning with their psychological expectations. Yet, Leelin seems to fall short in both regards. Have you all finished speaking? If so, kindly silence yourselves. Just as they continued their hushed exchanges, the destroyer god before them turned with a fierce glare. Should those words reach that individual's ears, they would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. It is well known that, aside from the esteemed king of all, Leelin is not someone to be trifled with. His strength is profound and enigmatic, and he occupies the position of enforcer, wielding authority that could easily be employed to discipline them. They certainly did not wish to invite calamity upon themselves due to the careless words of their companions, especially with the upcoming strength tournament on the horizon. Losing personnel at this juncture would be catastrophic. While they did not anticipate victory in the second round of the chaotic melee, they were determined to put forth their utmost effort in the first round, as that was their best chance for success. Upon hearing their destroyer god's admonishment, the crowd fell silent, though they remained internally unconvinced. They believed that Leelin was indeed unremarkable. Until he revealed his true strength, what could his title as enforcer possibly mean? They could afford to feign politeness outwardly while secretly harboring disdain. Amidst their murmurs, the high official in the sky finally spoke. Listen closely, everyone. This is Leelin, the newly appointed enforcer. Leelin listened to the high official with a calm demeanor, having no desire to contest the statement. After all, his position was not something to be ashamed of. There was no need for secrecy. He decided to present himself openly, allowing others to become acquainted with him, thus avoiding future confrontations with the unwise. It would only complicate matters further if he had to intervene personally. The assembly of destroyer gods, angels, and various powerful beings reacted with surprising indifference to this revelation, having already recognized Leelin. However, the next words uttered by the high official ignited the atmosphere with palpable tension. The Grand Priest calmly addressed everyone present, stating that he is, in fact, the brother of the law enforcer. He expressed his hope that there will be no further reckless challenges to the authority of the law enforcer. Although his voice was not particularly loud, each word resonated clearly in the ears of all attendees. Upon hearing this revelation, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Some left in a state of confusion. It was indeed unexpected that this young man was the brother of the Grand Priest, a revelation that caught many off guard. The other attendees seemed to take it in stride, but the angels were left in a state of bewilderment. How had they been unaware of the Grand Priest's newfound brother? Their confusion was compounded by a palpable embarrassment. Among them, Trope, who had been ignored on the stage, found himself in the most awkward position. He had intended to confront and reprimand Leelin, yet now, not only had Leelin firmly established his role as the law enforcer, but he was also the Grand Priestess' brother. In retrospect, Trope's earlier provocations felt utterly foolish. akin to the antics of a jester. What should he do now? Panic set in, and he was drenched in sweat, filled with regret. If he could turn back time, he would certainly refrain from making such a reckless decision. Was it not better to live a quiet life than to court disaster? Law enforcer, will you not say a few words? The Grand Priest inquired after surveying the crowd, turning his gaze toward Leelin. It was indeed inappropriate for the law enforcer of the divine realm to remain silent from the beginning until now. Leelin, feeling helpless, shrugged his shoulders, indicating his uncertainty about what to say. After all, he was a person who cherished peace, and he found it difficult to utter harsh words toward the formidable beings of the universe. Do not be shy. Such gatherings of divine entities are rare. As the newly appointed law enforcer, it would be fitting for you to say a few words, the Grand Priest encouraged gently. After all, Leelin held a status equal to his own. Having just spoken at length, it was only appropriate for Leelin to contribute his own remarks. Perhaps even to admonish the destroyers and powerful beings of the universe, ensuring that others did not perceive him as merely a figurehead. Very well, Leelin replied reluctantly, his mind racing to formulate his thoughts. Soon, he found his words. Everyone, please listen. I am Leelin, a humble law enforcer of the divine realm. His introduction stunned the crowd. The position of a law enforcer was immensely prestigious, second only to the Omni King himself. Yet here he was, referring to himself as merely a humble law enforcer. This was an instance of excessive modesty, bordering on the pretentious. Though the audience recognized this sentiment, they found it inappropriate to voice their thoughts. After all, he is now a law enforcement officer. His word is absolute, leaving no room for dissent. Therefore, in the future, there is no need for anyone to treat me with formality. Simply regard me as an ordinary individual, Leelin continued with a calm smile. The various destroyers and angels, upon hearing his words, could only shake their heads in resignation. His words were pleasant to the ear, yet the reality was far from that. This individual harbored a deep-seated desire for vengeance. To treat him as an ordinary person was a far-fetched notion. Even after being publicly reprimanded in the King's temple, he had sought them out one by one to settle the score. Thus, his words were merely superficial. They dared not take them to heart. However, the powerful figures behind the destroyers had a different perspective. They perceived Leelin's demeanor as a sign of weakness. Is this truly how a law enforcement officer of the divine realm conducts himself? Where is his assertiveness? Has he abandoned all semblance of dignity in his role? Nevertheless, to request that you treat me as an ordinary person does not imply that you may provoke me at will, Leelin stated with a nonchalant tone, his gaze fixed intently on Tuapa below the platform. A jolt of alarm surged through the hearts of the destroyers, realizing that matters were far from straightforward. His earlier words were cloaked in deceit, a warning that should not be taken lightly. Otherwise, they might find themselves unaware of their impending doom. Tuapa, standing upon the arena, sensed the penetrating gaze of Leelin and was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Although this individual exuded no discernible aura, an intangible pressure weighed heavily upon him, as if his very existence could be crushed in an instant. This overwhelming presence startled the powerful beings from various universes who, despite feeling no tangible aura, were acutely aware of a colossal force bearing down upon them, causing the temperature of the space to plummet. Some even found their garments soaked with perspiration. Your Excellency, the law enforcement officer, Tuapa thought he ought to say something. Yet, before he could utter a word, Leelin merely waved his hand, interrupting him. His gaze remained fixed on the stands of the 11th universe. Dear Waymeda, do you have anything to say regarding this matter? Leelin's tone was unremarkable, yet it pierced through the air like a thunderclap, sharp and unsettling. Waymeda realized he could not evade the situation. With trepidation, he flew over, cursing Tuapa in his heart. Had he known better, he would never have brought this fool along. To think that upon arrival, he would be entangled in such a significant predicament. If not handled properly, he would undoubtedly face repercussions today. If this were in the realm of the destroyers, such matters could be overlooked. However, in front of this multitude, if Leelin were to publicly reprimand him, his dignity would be utterly obliterated. Even if victory is achieved in the forthcoming tournament of power, how shall the remaining 4 universes perceive themselves? They still possess a sense of dignity. After all, the esteemed law master, Waymeda, trembled slightly as he spoke, accompanied by his guardian angel, Makalita, whose expression was equally grim. Her discontent did not stem from any offense caused to the law master by Tuapa, but rather from the troubling realization that the Grand Priest and Leelin were brothers. This young man already held a position of considerable power, and now, with the additional connection to the Grand Priest, his status was undeniably elevated. "Your subordinates are quite formidable, Master Waymeda," Leelin remarked coldly. He had no desire to engage in idle conversation with Tuapa, for the disparity in their strength and status was stark. Speaking with him would only diminish his own worth. Leelin was a man who harbored grudges. Since Tuapa was associated with Waymeda, he would simply address the matter with the respective god of destruction. "My apologies, Lawmaster. It is my failure in discipline. I humbly ask for your understanding," Waymeda replied, adopting a notably humble demeanor. In such circumstances, he could only rely on a good attitude in hopes of securing the best possible outcome. "Understanding, you say? Does that imply this matter shall be dismissed?" Leelin arched an eyebrow, his tone nonchalant. Although he was not inclined to provoke conflict, he was equally unafraid of it. If he had chosen to remain silent, that would have been one thing, but now that he had engaged, it was imperative to resolve the issue thoroughly. Tuapo's previous provocation was not something that could simply be brushed aside with a trivial request for understanding. No, Lawmaster, that is not my intention at all," Waymeda hastily clarified, fearful of misinterpretation. At this moment, he could only echo Leelin's sentiments, as it was his own subordinate who initiated the provocation. As for how to handle the situation, he found himself at a loss for an appropriate solution. Eliminating Tuapa outright was not an option he could entertain, given that this individual was a key player in the tournament of power. Such an action would spell significant loss for his universe. Yet, he felt utterly powerless. "Then please, elucidate your intentions. I shall abide by your wishes," Leelin continued, his tone still remarkably composed. His words conveyed a sense of magnanimity, suggesting that although it was Waymeda's subordinate who had instigated the issue, he was willing to leave the resolution in Waymeda's hands. Upon realizing that the responsibility had been placed squarely upon him, Waymeda felt a wave of trepidation. Should he impose a severe punishment, his conscience would weigh heavily. Conversely, if he opted for leniency, he feared inciting Leelin's displeasure. Thus, he found himself at an impasse regarding the appropriate course of action. With a clenched jaw, as if having made an internal resolution, Waymeda finally suggested, "Lawmaster, perhaps we should simply eliminate this individual." He accompanied his words with a gesture resembling the act of cutting one's throat. The meaning here is quite evident. It signifies the intent to eliminate Topo. Topo on the arena was utterly taken aback, not expecting that the deity of destruction he revered would harbor such fear of this law enforcement officer. He had merely provoked with a few words, and that too without full awareness of the situation. Yet, astonishingly, the deity of destruction resolved to eradicate him. It was not only Topo who was stunned. Even the formidable beings from the ninth universe were left in disbelief. They had not anticipated their deity of destruction to act with such decisiveness, contemplating the elimination of Topo, who was not just any individual but the next candidate for the role of deity of destruction. To declare an intention to eliminate him so abruptly seemed rather hasty. This astonishment was not confined to the ninth universe. Even the powerful beings from other universes were taken aback, pondering if this newly appointed law enforcement officer truly possessed such a fearsome demeanor, compelling a deity of destruction to consider the demise of one of their own. Alas, it was regrettable, yet perhaps this was indeed the most prudent course of action, as Xiangpa subtly shook his head, acknowledging the limitations of the situation. Wei's suggestion was indeed the most sensible. "Xiangpa, if it were our universe's individual in question, what would you propose we do?" Bardos inquired with curiosity. Having recently learned that Leelin was her father's brother, she was quite astonished. However, being an angel, she quickly acclimatized to this reality. Observing the unfolding scene, she remained intrigued about how to resolve such a dilemma should it arise within her own faction. Why, without hesitation, one must sever ambitions and sacrifice pawns to safeguard the king, Xiangpa declared resolutely. There was no room for pride in such moments. Mishandling the situation could very well result in an untimely exit before the tournament of power. Furthermore, how could the life of a mere cosmic warrior compare to the dignity of a deity of destruction? If sacrificing them could preserve that dignity, then they would indeed die without regrets. Moreover, they were in the wrong. It was the individual in the arena who had provoked Leelin first. If one were to adopt Leelin's perspective, it was clear that he would not let this transgression go unpunished. Should there be no repercussions for the instigator? How could he establish his standing in the universe moving forward? A collective gasp echoed among the powerful beings of the sixth universe behind Xiangpa upon hearing this declaration. It was unexpected that their deity of destruction would contemplate such a decision. Truly remarkable. It seemed this law enforcement officer, named Leelin, was indeed extraordinary. Simultaneously, similar discussions unfolded across various universes. Nevertheless, the responses from the deities of destruction were surprisingly uniform, aligning closely with Wei's choice. High above in the sky. Upon hearing this proposal, Leelin nodded slightly. Your idea is quite commendable, he remarked slowly, expressing ample affirmation of Wei's stance. Let us act swiftly, Leelin continued. Though he was quite satisfied with this attitude, he was not one to merely speak without action. Since the matter had been raised, he was eager to execute it. Weary of lingering in that place. Very well, Wei slowly stated, clenching his fist. Although he felt a twinge of reluctance, he was surprised that he had to take matters into his own hands this time. It indeed appeared somewhat cruel. However, having defied the esteemed law enforcer, he believed one must face the appropriate consequences. This could be seen as a form of self-inflicted punishment. After uttering these words, he descended onto the arena. Destroyer Lord. Tuapa watched him anxiously. Their dialogue was crystal clear to him from below. Little did he anticipate that today's events would truly stem from his own words. Farewell. Tuapa, Wei thought it unnecessary to say more. Given the circumstances, further words would only deepen his own anguish. Wait, Destroyer Lord. I was wrong. Could you grant me another chance? I truly regret it. Tuapa exclaimed, his eyes filled with panic. He now felt a profound sense of remorse for his provocative actions. Why had he dared to challenge? Now, he faced the grim prospect of losing his very life. Annihilate. Wei raised his hand and slowly uttered. In an instant, Tuapa let out a harrowing scream. Then, a purple light engulfed his body, and the space around him began to warp. His form gradually disintegrated, transforming into a cluster of violet light. With a whoosh, the light slowly dissipated, and Tuapa was no more in this world. Seeing Tuapa vanish, Wei sighed deeply, mourning the loss of a capable ally. It was indeed a heart-wrenching experience. Everyone present felt a shiver run through them upon witnessing this event. Many seeing the destroyer directly eliminate a person for the first time. Such a spectacle would be etched in their memories forever. Simultaneously, they silently resolved never to speak recklessly before that law enforcer again, lest they suffer the same fate. Chapter 193. Assigning personnel. Although Wei felt tremendous sorrow, he needed to report back. With a composed smile, he flew before Leelin. Esteemed law enforcer, do you find this handling appropriate? Wei asked humbly. The powerful beings of the cosmos sighed and shook their heads. It seemed this was the harsh reality of the divine realm, where a life could vanish in an instant. Moreover, the current destroyer had to wear a smiling facade. They wondered when such a fate might befall them. Indeed, Leelin replied with a nod, then slowly said, I merely instructed you to oversee matters, not to kill anyone. Upon hearing this, Wei was left dumbfounded. Why on earth didn't you clarify this earlier? However, given the situation, he felt it inappropriate to voice further complaints and could only endure in silence. Upon hearing this, the Grand Priest nearly burst into laughter. It seemed that Leelin possessed a certain finesse in his manipulation. Clearly, appointing him as a law enforcer would ensure that the deities of destruction and angels across the universe would face challenging times ahead. Despite the confrontation with the law enforcer, even if the latter were magnanimous, as a deity of destruction, I could not let it slide, Wei asserted vehemently. With a life lost, there was no need to pursue the matter further. At this juncture, it would be more prudent to utter some grandiloquent phrases, thereby leaving a favorable impression among the pantheon. Very well, your intentions are noted. However, do remember to restrain your formidable subordinates in the future, lest you find yourself regretting it later. Leelin replied with an air of indifference, expressing no dissent regarding this resolution. After all, the matter had already been settled by Wei. To pursue it further would only come across as overly aggressive. The law enforcer's admonition was indeed valid. Wei maintained an attitude of utmost sincerity, while inwardly vowing that such a situation must never recur. The loss of Tuapa was no trivial matter. He was a premier warrior of the 11th universe, a candidate for destruction. It was indeed too unsatisfactory to have dealt with him in such a manner. Well, since the matter has been resolved, you may return for the time being, the Grand Priest interjected. Upon hearing this, Wei promptly nodded. Yes, Grand Priest. After which, he soared back to the viewing platform of the 11th universe alongside Makalita. The warriors of the 11th universe wore expressions of deep discontent. Tuapa was their most vital companion, and it was unimaginable that he had perished so easily. Wei Maida, perceptive to their grim countenances, opted for silence, as he found himself unable to offer any explanations. In the 7th universe, a fierce determination brewed within Jiren's heart. He resolved that on the day of the Tournament of Strength, he would ensure the complete elimination of all from the 7th universe. Regrettably, it seemed that this individual named Leelin would not participate. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to demonstrate his prowess. The Grand Priest and Leelin floated side by side, reiterating the important details regarding the tournament before dismissing all the participants from the various universes. After all, there were still a few days remaining for them to prepare adequately. Then, everyone may disperse, the Grand Priest declared gently. No sooner had the words left his lips than the angels escorted the deities of destruction away. In an instant, only Leelin and the 7th universe remained in the arena. "Brother, shall I take my leave as well?" Leelin inquired with a smile directed at the Grand Priest. Indeed, the Grand Priest replied with a nod, his expression warm as he added, "All right, you may return for now." He refrained from offering any additional advice regarding the second match to Leelin. Given Leelin's current prowess, there is no need for concern. Participating in this competition is merely a demonstration of dominance. After speaking, Leelin made his way to the viewing platform of the 7th universe. "Lord Beerus, let us return," he stated calmly. Both nodded in agreement. With a wave of his staff, Whis transformed them into a beam of white light, and they departed from the scene. Their destination was not elsewhere, but directly back to the God of Destruction's realm. Before them lay a pressing matter, the selection of participants. The Grand Priest had previously mentioned that each universe must send forth 10 contestants. However, in the 7th universe, aside from Son Goku and Vegeta, and the recently matched Son Gohan, they lacked the requisite number of top-tier warriors. "How shall we arrange the participants?" The Supreme Kai inquired of Beerus with curiosity. This competition was of great significance, one that could determine the fate of their respective universes. Thus, the selection of candidates must be approached with utmost caution. "Oh, you may handle it as you see fit. I shall refrain from involvement," Beerus replied nonchalantly. Aware of the impending second round, he felt no urgency. Ultimately, he was confident that his universe would emerge victorious. "How can you be so irresponsible?" The Supreme Kai retorted, somewhat displeased. Unaware of the second round's existence, he felt a tinge of frustration at Beerus's indifference. In such critical times, the God of Destruction ought to take charge. "Why are you being so tedious? Just gather a few participants at random," Beerus replied with indifference. The Supreme Kai nearly bristled with exasperation, lamenting his misfortune in dealing with this being. However, when he cast his gaze upon Leelin, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. "Indeed, we could have Leelin. Lord Enforcer, participate," he exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances towards Leelin. Goodness, letting Leelin compete? What chance would the other universes stand? What need is there for selection or preparation? Just arrange for our future accordingly. Do not be foolish, Supreme Kai. As the Enforcer, Leelin would not deign to partake in such a trivial competition, Whis remarked with a gentle smile. Battles among the champions of the universes did not necessitate Leelin's involvement. Of course, for the subsequent grand competition, Leelin's participation was assured. Why must it be this way? The Supreme Kai lamented. If Leelin were to compete, victory would be guaranteed, and there would be no need to seek out 10 individuals. One would suffice. Meanwhile, the other universes began to organize their participants with fervor. Chapter 194. The commencement of the Tournament of Power. Nevermind. Let us allow only Son Goku and Vegeta to participate in the battle. Even if they were to face defeat, it would not matter. With my presence, our Universe 7 shall remain unscathed. Leelin spoke with an air of nonchalance. In truth, the Tournament of Power was of little consequence regarding whether or not the 10 formidable warriors would take the field. Ultimately, it would be the strongest among them who would engage in combat, while the rest would merely serve as expendable pawns, rendering their participation unnecessary. His words, however, were tinged with a hint of selfishness, for in order to assemble a complete team of 10, the inclusion of Android 18 was inevitable. He harbored no desire for his beloved wife to enter the fray and risk injury. The thought of her being harmed was unbearable. You are indeed correct. Let us simply have Son Goku and Vegeta participate, Beerus remarked with indifference. After all, they are merely children engaging in trivial skirmishes. The true spectacle will emerge during the second round, the God of Destruction melee. As long as Leelin is present, victory is assured. Yet, might this not be somewhat hasty? The Supreme Kai inquired, a look of concern etched across his face. Other universes place immense significance on this event. Why then? Does it seem so lackadaisical on our part? Is Beerus truly fearless? I find this approach rather agreeable. It alleviates numerous complications, was chimed in, his tone supportive. How could you two? The Supreme Kai furrowed his brow. Initially, he assumed that Leelin and Beerus were merely jesting. But he was taken aback to see even the usually composed Whis partake in such frivolity. Rest assured, my Lord Supreme Kai, as long as I am here, no harm shall befall Universe 7, Leelin declared with unwavering confidence. His motivations were not rooted in nobility. Rather, his family resided within this universe, and he would never allow it to face annihilation. Given that the Grand Minister has spoken thus, I shall have no further concerns, the Supreme Kai replied thoughtfully. After all, Leelin, as the enforcer, had been elevated by the Grand Zeno himself and shared a brotherly bond with the Grand Minister. With his presence, the preservation of Universe 7 seemed plausible. Very well, it is settled then. Son Goku, Vegeta, prepare yourselves accordingly. I shall return with Whis to escort you as the tournament approaches, Beerus concluded with a casual demeanor. The competition was slated to unfold in 2 days within the Void Realm, allowing Son Goku and Vegeta to make only minimal preparations. After all, their participation was not imperative. With that, Beerus concluded the discussion, and the Supreme Kai departed. Son Goku, Vegeta, and Leelin returned to Earth. The 2 days swiftly passed, and on the appointed day, Whis arrived on Earth with Beerus, as the time to embark on their journey to the tournament had arrived. The participants in this competition are solely Son Wukong and Vegeta. However, the audience is quite substantial, as this event pertains to the survival of the entire universe. No one dares to underestimate its significance. Nearly every renowned warrior on Earth intends to attend the event, including Galactic Patrolman Jocko and the Galactic King. Naturally, the Supreme Kai and others are also present. Well, it seems everyone has arrived, so let us commence our journey, Vados stated nonchalantly. Even the long-absent android 18 joined them, not for any other reason than to cheer for Leelin. Although Leelin had not disclosed his participation in the second match to others, he had confided in his wife. After Vados spoke, he waved his staff, and they all vanished from Earth, traversing the cosmos. They soon arrived at the site of the competition, the Null Realm. Meanwhile, various universes had already gathered at the venue. Where shall we sit? Beerus inquired slowly. Right over there. Allow me to guide you. Vados indicated towards a vast grandstand. She then led everyone as they gradually floated to their seats. And beneath them lay a colossal arena. The arena features both flat terrain and slopes, rendering it quite rugged. In this match, any participant who is knocked off the stage will be deemed the loser. Moreover, this venue possesses unique characteristics. Once participants enter, they find themselves in a no-fly zone. Techniques such as flight and levitation become utterly unusable. However, certain exceptional beings equipped with 2 pairs of wings may defy this limitation, leveraging their natural advantages to soar. Gradually, all 8 universes have assembled. The Grand Priest stood upon a floating platform. Now that everyone is present, please step onto the arena. However, as he assessed the number of participants from each universe, he noticed that Universe 7 had only 2 solitary representatives. A slight frown crossed his brow, but then he reconsidered. Their arrangement made sense, as Leelin would likely secure victory in the second match. Thus, there was no need for excessive concern regarding this contest. However, Son Wukong and Vegeta, standing on the arena, held a different perspective. They believed that since they were competitors, securing the championship was imperative. Despite being just 2 in number, their ambitions were far from diminutive. Now that all participants have gathered, I shall refrain from further rambling. The rules of the competition have already been established previously and require no reiteration. The only point to note is that the duration of this match is set for 48 minutes. This grand pillar serves as a chronicle of time. Its gradual disappearance signifies the onset of the match, and once it vanishes entirely, it denotes the conclusion of the contest. Whichever side retains more combatants on the arena shall emerge victorious. Do you comprehend this? The High Priest spoke slowly. The assembled individuals chose not to respond, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Observing their silence, the High Priest declared the commencement of the battle, and subsequently vacated the arena. Boom, boom, boom. Some participants moved with astonishing speed. The very instant the High Priest announced the start of the match, they launched their attacks. The arena was immediately engulfed in a cacophony of explosions. However, at that moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta noticed that the spectators from the surrounding universes regarded them with a peculiar glint in their eyes, which hinted at hostility. Naturally, after the sensational display with Leelin the other day, it was to be expected that they would not look upon us favorably, Vegeta remarked disdainfully, crossing his arms. He paid little mind to their opinions, viewing this gathering as nothing more than a motley crew. Before long, the onlookers ceased their idle gazing and launched their own assaults on Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The two fighters engaged in combat, and soon eliminations began to unfold on the stage. Leelin sat idly in the stands, observing the skirmishes with mild interest. "I shall take a brief respite. Kindly awaken me in 48 minutes, he stated nonchalantly, before finding a vacant spot to recline. The onlookers exchanged exasperated glances at his relaxed demeanor, particularly the Supreme Kai, who found himself harboring a newfound respect for Leelin. Even in such dire circumstances, he possessed the composure to sleep. Truly, a man worthy of being an enforcer. While he slumbered without a care, the spectators had no luxury of rest, for the clashes in the arena were fiercely intense. Such splendid battles would be a shame to miss without close observation. On the stage, Sun Wukong and Vegeta effortlessly dispatched their assailants, indifferent to which universe they hailed from. Their sole objective was to eliminate everyone else aside from their opponents. However, they soon encountered a formidable adversary, Jiren from Universe 11. Unlike the portrayal in the original tale, he did not remain stationary. Instead, he proactively advanced, targeting Sun Wukong and Vegeta. His mission today was to eliminate all fighters from Universe 7. Seeking vengeance for his dear comrade, Toppo. Kakarot appears to be quite strong, Vegeta remarked with a serious tone, his focus sharpening as he sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from Jiren. The sensation was so intense it nearly rendered him breathless. Indeed, this individual is truly extraordinary, Sun Wukong remarked in a low voice. He initially believed he could savor the battle for a moment, only to unexpectedly encounter such a formidable opponent. The seventh universe has sent forth merely 2 combatants? Whether this is arrogance or a reflection of their dwindling numbers remains unclear, Jiren stated calmly. He was unaware of the thoughts of his adversaries, who had chosen to confront him with only 2 fighters. It is crucial to note that the final count of participants would be scrutinized in the competition. With merely 2 combatants, they would inherently be at a disadvantage. However, this may work to their advantage, for they would not have to endure until the competition's conclusion, as he intended to eliminate these 2 individuals himself. "Let us begin," Vegeta declared in a deep voice, suddenly unleashing a formidable aura. A blue flame and his azure hair manifested simultaneously as he charged towards Jiren. Sun Wukong, without hesitation, erupted with his full strength. The two launched a synchronized assault against Jiren with fists and kicks. Yet, their attacks appeared to have little effect. Jiren exhibited an overwhelming capacity for suppression, effortlessly neutralizing their onslaught without even lowering his arms. The warriors from Universe 11 observed their strongest fighters engaging the enemy and prepared to intervene in unison. However, at that moment, Jiren halted them. "No one is permitted to intervene. You shall handle the others. Victory is assured for Universe 11, he stated indifferently to the others, having sensed the considerable strength of these 2 warriors. Yet, he deemed it insufficient in his presence. As anticipated, the very next moment, a series of dull thuds resounded. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were sent hurtling away, both appearing quite disheveled, as if they had sustained severe punishment. Incredible! Sun Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow, acutely aware of the immense power of his opponent, realizing he was no match for him. However, the more daunting the challenge, the more exhilarated he felt. Vegeta gritted his teeth, feeling an overwhelming sense of indignation. Even if his opponent hailed from another universe, such disparity in strength was unacceptable. He recalled that their recent skirmish had been a joint effort with Kakarot, yet they had not only failed to harm Jiren, but had been unceremoniously defeated. For them, this was an utter humiliation, especially with the competition just commencing. If they were to be eliminated so swiftly, it would be a tremendous disgrace. Fueled by adrenaline, Vegeta disregarded the potential ramifications of universal destruction, intent only on demonstrating that he was not to be trifled with. "Ah!" Vegeta bellowed. his energy once again coalescing as he charged at Jiren, this time with a markedly increased frequency of attacks. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong also surged forward, fueled by his indomitable spirit. He understood that facing this opponent alone would undoubtedly lead to defeat. What he required now was to join forces with Vegeta to eliminate their adversary. With so many opponents remaining, he was unwilling to engage solely with this one individual, risking the loss of the entire match. It appeared that this brat, Jiren, possessed considerable prowess. Beerus observed from the stands, remarking with indifference. He recognized that at this moment, Goku and Vegeta were under severe pressure. It was well known that these two warriors possessed extraordinary combat strength, yet they were being simultaneously subdued by a single foe. If nothing unexpected occurred, this individual was likely the most formidable contender present. Are you still in the mood to speak such words? The Kaioshin lamented, shaking his head. What significance did it hold to acknowledge their opponent's strength now? Should both Goku and Vegeta face elimination, it would indeed culminate in an extremely embarrassing outcome. Beerus refrained from responding to the Kaioshin's remarks. He merely sighed slightly regarding the personnel reserves of Universe 11. However, that did not imply he was conceding defeat. After all, Goku and Vegeta had trained diligently in the realm of the gods of destruction, and achieving victory over them was not an easy feat moreover. Even if they were to be vanquished, he still had Leelin, the true pillar of strength. As long as Leelin remained, their side would remain invincible. The fate of the other universes was of no concern to him. Chapter 196. Victory. The battle on the arena persisted, with powerful warriors from various universes continuing to fall from the stage. Unsurprisingly, Universe 11 retained the highest number of participants. The confrontation between Goku, Vegeta, and Jiren was ongoing. Yet the two were finding it increasingly arduous. Jiren's strength was overwhelming, making him the most formidable opponent they had encountered, aside from Leelin. The two warriors were exerting every ounce of their energy, while their adversary seemed to respond with ease. Wow, this guy is impressively strong, Beerus commented nonchalantly from the stands. He had not anticipated the might of this individual named Jiren. Furthermore, the remaining contenders, fighting independently, appeared quite formidable as well. Lord Beerus, have you noticed the disparity this time? Among the 4 exempt universes, should they participate, I fear their experts would not be inferior to this Jiren, Whis stated calmly. He hoped to use this opportunity to remind Beerus to refrain from perpetual slumber and to pay more attention to the development of his universe. The second-to-last ranking in this instance was rather embarrassing. Humph, Beerus replied dismissively, so what? We have Leelin, do they? His demeanor reflected a sense of arrogance. Without Leelin, he would not dare to exhibit such composure. Observing the current situation on the battlefield, one could easily sense the mounting urgency. Meanwhile, in the stands of Universe 11, the god of destruction, with a radiant expression, reveled in the prowess displayed by his warriors. Look at that, Jiren. This is the might of Universe 11, he exclaimed, waving his hand with exuberance. After enduring humiliation before the pantheon of gods in recent days, he finally felt a surge of pride. Given the current circumstances, the probability of victory for Universe 11 appeared exceedingly favorable. The strength of the other universes is not particularly formidable, remarked Margarita. In this arena, our universe stands unparalleled, whether it be Jiren or the others. They find it exceedingly effortless to contend with participants from other universes. As the champions of Universe 11 dominated the battlefield, a sense of trepidation began to envelop the other universes. The stakes were high. A loss here would spell disaster. Initially, they had harbored great confidence in their own representatives. Yet the evident disparity in strength was becoming increasingly apparent. As 45 minutes trickled by, the number of competitors dwindled. Jiren maintained a clear advantage, while Goku and Vegeta struggled, their bodies marred by wounds and their garments tattered. How can he be this formidable? Goku lamented, feeling utterly helpless against such a tenacious adversary. The glimmer of victory seemed all but extinguished, echoing the despair he had previously experienced against Leelin. Is defeat inevitable? Vegeta clenched his fists, a sense of unwillingness in his voice. Despite having already lost one of their key warriors, the question loomed, just how powerful was the opponent? The gap in strength between their universe and Jiren's was insurmountable. This was his first collaboration with Kakarot, yet they found themselves unable to subdue their foe. It's over, Jiren stated coolly. Had he exerted his full strength from the outset, he could have effortlessly eliminated them both. However, he chose to bide his time, intrigued to gauge the extent of their capabilities. Yet, as time wore on, the battle had devolved into futility. Their strength paled in comparison to his. He no longer harbored intentions of expelling them from the arena, opting instead to let time gradually eliminate them. With many warriors still remaining in Universe 11, he felt no concern. Focus on the others. You are no match for me, and I have lost interest in you, Jiren declared, folding his arms and closing his eyes, seemingly in a meditative state. Goku and Vegeta, however, were far from willing to concede defeat. For many years, two individuals have been fiercely competitive. How could they tolerate anyone attempting to show off in their presence? This situation transcended mere desire to engage in conflict. They exchanged glances and nodded, charging forward once more. Leelin observed them with a detached shake of his head, struggling to comprehend the significance of such a battle. It was nothing more than a drain on their stamina. Devoid of any essence of true combat, their strikes became increasingly casual. Time slipped away, second by second, and the number of participants diminished. The once crowded arena had grown sparse. Before long, the 48 minutes elapsed, and the Grand Priest announced the conclusion of the match. He hovered above the arena, surveying the remaining warriors from various universes, and nodded slightly. Son Goku and Vegeta reluctantly ceased their efforts, feeling a mixture of dissatisfaction yet begrudging respect for their formidable opponents. Ultimately, the 11th universe emerged victorious in this contest, as noted by the Grand Priest. The remaining participants were few, yet the 11th universe seemed entirely intact, with only a handful of eliminations. Although the 7th universe had not lost any members, their numbers were diminished due to their earlier sacrifices. Yay! Mei exclaimed joyfully upon hearing the Grand Priest's announcement, realizing her efforts had borne fruit. A sense of pride washed over her as she scanned the faces of the other deities of destruction, noting their discontent. Meanwhile, the eliminated warriors from other universes appeared pallid and despondent. This is the end. How could my illustrious reign culminate in such a manner? What a lamentable fate. I do not wish to perish. What shall I do? Is there anyone to save me? Some of the powerful beings began to wail in despair. Death itself was not the most daunting prospect. Rather, it was the agonizing wait for its arrival. Undoubtedly, they were the pinnacle of strength in their respective universes, capable of shaking the earth with a stomp or summoning rain with a wave. They had yet to fully savor the beauty of life. How could they resign themselves to such an untimely demise? Chapter 197. The Proud Warriors. With the conclusion of the first match, the second contest was set to commence. The Grand Priest stated in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd turned to astonishment. What is happening? There is a second match? They murmured. Indeed, it was not announced beforehand. Was it added last minute? Uncertain, they awaited further clarification from the Grand Priest. Many began to speculate about this unexpected second round, having presumed that the conclusion of the first battle signaled their doom. Even Son Goku and Vegeta, still on the arena, stood momentarily stunned. After a brief moment of shock, they regained their composure, their faces alight with excitement. How wonderful! There's a second match, exclaimed Sun Wukong, clenching his fist. The previous battle with Jiren had left him utterly unsatisfied. Despite being thoroughly overpowered, he yearned to defeat his opponent. Even knowing it was a futile endeavor, he was determined to charge forward and give it a try. Ah, how truly fascinating, Vegeta remarked with a subtle smile. After all, his child had only just been born, and he did not wish for her to leave the world so soon. Moreover, he himself had not yet had his fill of battle, as few could truly best him. Jiren was indeed a rare adversary. The expressions of the powerful beings from Universe 11 standing on the arena were frozen in disbelief. They could not fathom the meaning behind the Grand Priest's words. Did this imply that their previous efforts had been in vain? Or was another match necessary? However, their momentary bewilderment quickly dissipated. Even if they had to fight again, what of it? With the confidence they had gained from their earlier dominance, they believed they could win even if faced with 10 more matches. The warriors from various universes began to engage in discussions about this matter, with some even inquiring of their respective destroyers about what precisely was happening. Yet, the destroyers wore grim expressions. They were aware of the existence of a second match, but questioned its necessity. After all, facing Leelin, victory was beyond their grasp. Some destroyers even patted the warriors behind them, calmly stating, "Prepare yourselves for the inevitable. If the second match proceeds as expected, defeat awaits us once more." In the stands of Universe 7, the crowd had initially anticipated disaster, yet unexpectedly found themselves presented with another chance. This was truly a momentous piece of news for them. The Kaioshin glanced at Beerus beside him, smiling gently as he asked, "Did you know about this all along? Is that why you were so calm during the first match?" Beerus cast him a sidelong glance, offering no reply but merely nodding slightly. He was indeed aware of the second match, as it had been established during their time in the Omni King's palace. However, even with a second match, Wukong and his companions could not consider themselves assured of victory. The Kaioshin's smile gradually faded, revealing his concerns. Having witnessed the power of the other universe's warriors, he realized that his own champions were merely average in comparison. Particularly, the fighters from Universe 11 appeared to be an extraordinary breed, leaving little room for hope of victory. Meanwhile, the Grand Priest, standing at the center of the arena, surveyed the crowd. Of course, the Universe 11, victorious in the first match, shall not need to participate in the upcoming second match, he continued. Simultaneously, it elucidates that the victory of Universe 11 would exempt them from the peril of obliteration. Upon receiving this news, the inhabitants of Universe 11 exhibited expressions of sheer joy. As long as they were spared from erasure, everything else could be discussed. They had gathered here solely to safeguard their universe. Now that their universe had been preserved, their participation in the remaining matches seemed inconsequential. Splendid. The god of destruction, Vermouth, waved his hand in delight. It appeared that everything was proceeding according to his well-laid plans. Aside from the initial loss of a trope, the rest of the strategy had unfolded flawlessly. Viewed in this light, it was indeed quite favorable. After all, having secured victory in the first match, they had no fear of further obliteration. As for the second round, there was no way he would foolishly participate. No one wished to confront that individual, Leelin. He wished to live a few more years and could not afford any missteps at such a critical juncture. However, the more one dwelled on these thoughts, the more complications would arise. At that moment, Jiren on the arena spoke with a different tone. "Your Excellency, we have no objections regarding our victory in the first match. However, we choose to participate in the second." Jiren, arms crossed, spoke with an air of indifference. He was indifferent to the notions of the first and second matches. If it were only the first, he would gladly accept the victory. But if there was a second match, he certainly would not choose to miss it. Upon hearing this, the other universes erupted in astonishment. Jiren's declaration was undeniably audacious. Having already secured victory in the first match, he still wished to compete in the second. However, many began to express their concerns. The strength of their universe was exceedingly formidable. If they participated, would the other competitors stand a chance? Vermouth's eyes widened in disbelief, and he roared towards the arena, "Jiren, do you realize what you are saying?" Internally, he had already berated this fool. The hard-won victory was not subject to alteration. Yet, participation in the second match was absolutely out of the question, as the odds of winning were non-existent. "My Lord of Destruction, I am fully aware of my actions," Jiren replied, tilting his head to face Vermouth in the stands. "Jiren, are you out of your mind? We have already won and need not compete further." Indeed, even if they continued, it would be an exercise in futility. Why waste our time? Would it not be more delightful to sit back and enjoy a splendid show? Even the competitors echoed their sentiments. Having experienced the first match, they were disinclined to continue. After all, being an audience member was undoubtedly far more leisurely than being a participant. "Do you know what our team is called? We are the Pride Troopers. If this name is to be honored, then let us all join together in this second competition. Whether it is the first or the second match, we shall strive for ultimate victory." Chapter 198. What does it have to do with you? Jillian declared with righteous fervor. Their team was indeed called the Proud Team, named so because of their proud and just hearts. If one were to shy away from the second match after faltering in the first, could they still claim to embody pride? Indeed, there is merit in that statement. We are proud. We shall certainly participate in this second contest. Many formidable beings from the 11th universe, influenced by Jillian's words, altered their thoughts and expressed their desire to partake in any upcoming matches. They wished to showcase their pride to the entire universe. Wei Mei felt somewhat speechless at the enthusiasm of his companions. "What does this even have to do with you? The upcoming match is between the gods of destruction," Wei Mei exclaimed in exasperation. They had decisively made their decision. However, if it were just them participating, he would have been indifferent. The crux of the matter was that the next match had nothing to do with them. It was a contest among the gods of destruction, along with an adjudicator. Did they even possess the qualifications to join? Wei Mei's voice resonated throughout the venue, capturing everyone's attention, who turned to their own god of destruction with astonished expressions. Is this how our god of destruction operates? It turns out that the next competition is a battle among the gods of destruction. How intriguing. The gods of destruction from various universes, upon hearing their subordinates' inquiries, could only nod helplessly. After all, this matter could not be concealed for long. It would eventually be revealed, and it was better to acknowledge it directly. There was little concern for pride at this juncture. After all, once this match concluded, they might simply vanish, leaving little room for maintaining appearances. It truly is a battle among the gods of destruction. How wonderful. I never expected to witness such a spectacle in my lifetime. Indeed, if that is the case, it becomes all the more compelling. Even if one were to perish, they would do so without regrets. Many expressed their anticipation, for it was hard to imagine what a confrontation between the gods of destruction would entail. On the arena, Leelin and the others were rendered speechless. They had assumed the forthcoming battle would be among themselves. They were taken aback to discover it had escalated to a confrontation among the gods of destruction. Now, that was genuinely intriguing. My heavens, could it be that Lord Beerus will take action? Son Goku exclaimed with excitement. If that were the case, he could finally enjoy the role of an audience member, refraining from participation. After all, a battle among 8 gods of destruction would undoubtedly captivate everyone's attention. The prospect of such an event unfolding was truly astonishing. Vegeta shook his head in disbelief. He shared the sentiments of others, believing that they would engage in battle once more. It appears that most of his companions were mistaken. Nevertheless, despite the cessation of combat, a flicker of anticipation lingered in his gaze. After all, it must be the first time in years that so many deities have gathered for an extended confrontation. The high priest observed the crowd engrossed in discussion, his expression devoid of emotion. Given that this contest was not announced in advance, such reactions were entirely natural. The grim faces of the destroyers were equally understandable, for this battle was not a mere skirmish among them. It bore a significant variable that cast a shadow over their countenances. In the stands of Universe 7, the Kaioshin regarded Beerus with a hint of skepticism. Do you possess confidence in securing victory? He was well aware of the formidable strength of the destroyers, their exceptional combat aptitude having earned them their titles. Yet, the other destroyers were equally formidable, sharing the same rank. Thus, who could truly claim superiority? Should they falter in this contest, Universe 7 might genuinely face annihilation. Dealing with mere underlings would be a trivial matter, and you shall henceforth cease to question my prowess. Beerus retorted disdainfully. Although he would not partake in this match, he was determined to maintain an air of superiority. The Kaioshin furrowed his brow at Beerus's arrogance, feeling increasingly uneasy as the destroyer's bravado seemed to undermine his own confidence. Typically, those who were truly formidable remained modest, refraining from boasting, yet when the moment arose, they exhibited unmatched prowess. Fear not, esteemed Kaioshin. Lord Beerus ranks among the elite of the destroyers, was interjected with a gentle smile, harboring immense faith in Beerus's abilities. Even if he were to personally compete in this contest, the likelihood of victory would still be substantial. Yet, the Kaioshin remained hesitant, for this was a battle among destroyers, not a trivial affair. There is no but, esteemed Kaioshin. Moreover, Lord Beerus shall not participate. Another contender will take the stage, was clarified with a smile. What? The Kaioshin was momentarily taken aback, clearly perplexed by this revelation. What did it mean that another contender would take the stage? Wasn't it agreed that this would be a battle among the destroyers? Even if there were others, who could guarantee that their status and strength were on par with the destroyers? An unsettling thought suddenly crossed his mind. You cannot possibly intend for me to compete, can you? He inquired nervously. After all, those of equal standing were indeed the Kaioshins themselves. If Beerus were to abstain, would that not compel one to face the challenge head-on? Indeed, if that were the case, why not simply concede and surrender outright? Why would one willingly march to their demise? You? What does this have to do with you? Kindly step aside, Beerus declared bluntly. In such a pivotal moment, it is imperative to allow the strongest to step forth. The strength of the Kaioshin is insufficient to rival the other gods of destruction. Sending him would merely serve as a sacrifice. Is this not my affair? Then who shall participate in this contest? The Kaioshin scratched his head in confusion. Yet inwardly he felt a sense of relief. As long as he was not called upon, all would remain manageable. Just as Whis was preparing to respond, the Grand Minister, standing above the arena, finally began to speak. Chapter 199. Prepare yourselves, gods. For Universe 7, it shall be the esteemed legal officer, Leelin, who will represent us. the Grand Minister announced with an air of detachment. This proclamation immediately sent shockwaves through the crowd. Initially, it was presumed that this contest would solely involve the gods of destruction battling one another. No one anticipated that Leelin would also take part. Nevertheless, many were curious about Leelin's true strength, as none had witnessed him in battle. Consequently, speculation regarding his combat prowess had persisted. Yet, numerous individuals regarded Leelin as a veritable contender, for he was merely an ordinary human, regardless of how diligently he trained. Achieving the status of a god of destruction seemed implausible. Although this was their collective thought, the gods of destruction held a different perspective. They had witnessed Leelin's capabilities firsthand, and thus had never considered the possibility of victory in this contest. They were merely engaged in a futile struggle before their inevitable demise. What? Leelin is the one to fight. The Kaioshin gasped in astonishment, completely unprepared for such an outcome. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Leelin's exceptional prowess made him a far more reliable choice than Beerus. His heart began to race with excitement. Yet, when he turned to gaze at Leelin, he discovered that the fellow was still asleep, showing no signs of pre-battle readiness. Resigned, the Kaioshin approached and gently shook Leelin. Legal officer, it is your turn to compete. Please awaken. Leelin was startled awake by the shaking. Quickly sitting up, rubbing his sleepy eyes, he inquired nonchalantly, "Did we win the match?" According to his recollection, the victorious side in the Tournament of Power should have been Universe 7. However, given the extent to which the narrative had been altered, he was uncertain if the outcome remained the same. "We lost," the Kaioshin replied, somewhat disheartened. The strength displayed in the first match had placed considerable pressure upon him. After all, the penalty for erasure was far too severe for him to bear. Nonetheless, he felt fortunate to have been granted a second opportunity. Thus, the safety of the 7th universe rests solely upon the shoulders of Leelin. Given his capabilities as a law enforcer, it is plausible that he possesses the skills necessary to lead them towards victory. "Oh, I anticipated this," Leelin remarked with a calm demeanor. While it is generally expected that the 7th universe would emerge victorious, such a conclusion is predicated on the standard course of events. After all, only Son Goku and Vegeta are participating in this competition, devoid of any additional allies to assist them. Therefore, their potential defeat would not be surprising. There were no expectations that these two individuals would achieve any notable success. "What is the current situation?" Leelin inquired with curiosity, following the conclusion of the first match. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the second match should commence shortly. It is time for him to take the stage and perform. "The second match is about to begin. Please prepare yourself," Whis turned and said with a smile. Meanwhile, the remaining participants on the arena gradually returned to the stands, as their involvement was now concluded. At this moment, Son Goku and Vegeta also made their way back to the stands, gazing at Leelin with anticipation. "Leelin, you must give it your all. If we lose, we are counting on you," Son Goku said, his fists clenched, exuding excitement with not a trace of fear. After all, this was a battle among gods of destruction, enhanced by Leelin's role as a law enforcer, promising a spectacular display. Vegeta, on the other hand, said nothing, but his intense gaze fixed on Leelin conveyed his own eager anticipation for the forthcoming competition. This could be described as a battle of the deities, and he held unwavering confidence in Leelin's abilities. The Grand Minister observed the departing participants on the arena and began to reorganize the stage. The forthcoming battle was no trivial matter. A moment's negligence could lead to the obliteration of the grand arena. Thus, he reinforced it repeatedly, erecting several formidable barriers to prevent the ensuing combat from affecting the outside populace. "Very well, esteemed gods of destruction and the honorable law enforcer, the arena has been prepared. Please take your positions," the Grand Minister announced after his flurry of activity. In truth, the outcome of this match was almost predetermined. Leelin would undoubtedly possess a significant advantage. However, the powerful beings from other universes held a different perspective. To them, the gods of destruction represented the pinnacle of strength. As long as they could take to the stage, victory was assured. "Go, Lord of Destruction. Victory is within reach. Let us cheer for you." The crowd began to rally behind their respective god of destruction, despite their somber expressions. However, they were bound by circumstance and had no choice but to press forward. Before long, they found themselves on the arena, exchanging resigned glances and shaking their heads in mutual understanding. In the 11th universe, the atmosphere was as still as a mountain, with a serene presence. "Lord Destroyer, Will you not join us? Jiren inquired curiously. It was known that their universe had already secured a victory. Should they clinch a second, their renown would surely soar, possibly even elevating them into the ranks of higher universes. Ahem. The destroyer coughed lightly, internally cursing Jiren 1,000 times. Why was this fool so eager for him to compete? Did he truly wish to witness his humiliation? Yet, such thoughts must remain unspoken. For voicing them would not only diminish his own dignity, but could also hurt the others' feelings. If future matters arose, they might hesitate to lend their assistance. Having already triumphed in the first contest, there was no need to pursue a second. Allowing other universes a chance to thrive was, in itself, an act of righteousness. Though his words were eloquent, they masked a deeper reluctance to participate. Nevertheless, a more dignified excuse was necessary. I see now. It is the noble intentions of Lord Destroyer, Jiren realized, coming to an understanding. He had initially desired to maintain his pride, unaware that the Destroyer had considered the moral implications. It seemed his own obsession had clouded his judgment. He had yet to achieve such enlightenment. On the arena, several destroyers had gathered. Typically, they were the most incompatible of allies, but in this moment, unity was imperative as they strategized against a common adversary, Leelin. His power was formidable, and losing this second match would spell disaster. Thus, for the safety of their universes, they resolved to take a risk. If they could unseat him from the arena, their survival would be assured. They could temporarily ally, assessing their chances for victory. Once Leelin was defeated, they could then determine the victor among themselves. This was their sole path forward, their only strategy. While they fervently debated, Leelin stretched lazily and descended from the stands onto the arena floor. Observing the gathering of destroyers, he felt a sense of resignation. What was there to discuss at this juncture? Surrendering outright was the most prudent course of action. However, if they wished to deliberate, he would grant them a glimmer of hope for victory. After all, what is a person without dreams but a mere fish out of water? Gentlemen, have you concluded your discussions? Leelin spoke with a calm demeanor. The gods quickly regained their focus, having been so engrossed in their conversation that they had failed to notice Leelin's arrival in the arena. Upon seeing him, all the destroyers were momentarily taken aback, then respectfully bowed their heads. Your Honor, the enforcer, they greeted Leelin with deference. Meanwhile, those in the stands who had initially cheered for their destroyers suddenly felt deflated. Here we are, waving our flags in your support, and you are bowing and scraping to someone else. Before the battle has even begun, we've already lost our momentum. There was no need for panic. This fellow was merely leveraging his status to intimidate the gods of destruction. Indeed, once the fighting commences, status will mean nothing. They were convinced that victory would ultimately belong to them. Such discussions unfolded across various universes, as they deemed Leelin to be merely posturing. Should a confrontation arise, surely he would not stand a chance against the gods of destruction. In due course, the high priest acknowledged that all participants had assembled and began to announce. Let the competition commence. There is no time limit, but only one victor shall emerge. The contest will not conclude until a winner is declared. Gradually, one individual floated to the other side, quietly observing the arena. Leelin surveyed his opponents with an air of indifference. To be frank, he held their abilities in low regard. There were 7 of them, and he could dispatch them with just 7 moves. However, he was disinclined to conclude the match hastily. After all, they had made the effort to participate in this contest, and it would be courteous to provide them with a modicum of enjoyment. Shall you strike first? Or shall I? I offer you the opportunity to decide, Leelin stated calmly. Although he was unaware of their prior discussions, it mattered little. No trickery could possibly prevail against him. The gods felt a jolt of realization. It appeared they had underestimated his intentions. He had always intended to face them all in single combat. Their earlier deliberations were rendered utterly irrelevant. Come now, let us expedite this. I do not wish to squander any more time, Leelin continued. Forgive us, they exclaimed, gesturing respectfully before transforming into bolts of lightning that surged toward him. The 7 destroyers moved almost in unison. Yet, despite their remarkable speed, to Leelin, they appeared as sluggish as snails. He made no attempt to evade, for their strikes posed no threat in his eyes. Bang! Bang! Several dull thuds resonated as their attacks found their mark on Leelin. However, as he had anticipated, these strikes bore no effect on him. He stood unmoving, utterly undisturbed. Upon witnessing this, all the gods of destruction felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. Although they had anticipated the outcome, they never imagined the disparity would be so vast. What? A chorus of gasps erupted from the various stands. They simply could not fathom how this individual could withstand the onslaught of the Destroyer Gods. They had presumed that the combined assault of the Destroyer Gods against this Leelin would surely result in a swift annihilation. Yet, despite all calculations, they never expected the difference to be so absurdly pronounced. The unified attack of 7 Destroyer Gods failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Huh, Leelin bellowed. And an overwhelming aura enveloped him. Centered around him, an immense surge of energy radiated forth. In that fleeting moment, the Destroyer Gods beside him were swept away. Huh, Leelin shouted once more, and a tempest surged around him. The 7 Destroyer Gods raised their arms defensively across their chests, but the might of this force was insurmountable. They found themselves momentarily incapable of withstanding it. It is one thing to falter in genuine combat, but to be caught off guard by mere aura? They were unwilling to accept this fate and sought to unleash their own energies in defiance. Yet, as their own forces began to rise, they were instantaneously crushed by Leelin's overwhelming presence. A sense of foreboding stirred within the hearts of many as they witnessed his body gradually retreating. The ground beneath him bore the marks of a long trail etched by his movement. Crack, crack, crack. The intensity of Leelin's aura was astonishing. Even the barrier set by the high priest began to fissure, threatening to shatter at any moment. This fellow is formidable, the high priest remarked in astonishment, realizing that Leelin could dominate all the Destroyer Gods merely through his aura. This revelation shifted the high priest's perception of Leelin's capabilities. He swiftly waved his hand, conjuring a more robust barrier to envelop the arena. After all, security measures must remain vigilant, particularly with the Omni King in attendance. It was imperative to shield him from any disturbances. On the arena, the Destroyer Gods struggled to hold their ground. Yet, even their attempts at resistance proved futile. If Leelin's aura was akin to a roaring inferno, they were but mere sparks in comparison. Chapter 201. A victory of overwhelming might. This Leelin, or rather, the esteemed enforcer, is truly remarkable. Indeed, to overpower all the Destroyer Gods solely through his aura is nothing short of extraordinary. I was mistaken. Some began to doubt their previous understandings. Initially, they believed Leelin merely held a higher status. Who would have thought that his prowess was as terrifying as his rank? Given the current circumstances, victory for this individual seems but a matter of time. Merely relying on sheer momentum, he was able to overpower numerous adversaries. It is difficult to fathom the extent of terror he would unleash should he truly strike. The esteemed judge is indeed formidable, the god of the universe remarked in disbelief. Previously, he was aware of Leelin's extraordinary prowess, yet he never anticipated that it had escalated to such heights. It is noteworthy that he now contends with a god of destruction. Reluctantly acknowledging the truth, it appears that Leelin has ascended to a level akin to that of the Grand Priest. It seems Leelin has made further advancements, sighed Beerus. He was genuinely curious about the nature of this young man's training, or whether he had simply concealed his true strength until now. Beerus, you ought to exert yourself, Whis said with a wry smile. Ever since his defeat at the hands of Leelin, Beerus had been proclaiming the need for rigorous training. Yet, to this day, no signs of such training had emerged. Effort? What effort? Beerus retorted, exasperated. Such a vast disparity cannot be bridged merely by diligence. If effort proves futile, what is the point of training? It would be far better to rest, sleep well, and indulge in whatever one desires. All right, on this occasion, I must concede your point. Whis replied, resigned. The chasm between them and Leelin was so immense that it extinguished any motivation to strive. Given his current abilities, whether the Grand Priest could even rival him remains a tantalizing enigma. As for the Omni King, it must be noted that Leelin has yet to unleash his 20-fold King-S punch. Contemplating this, Whis couldn't help but be astonished. Perhaps Leelin truly possesses the capability to contend with the Omni King, provided the latter refrains from employing his divine powers. Should the Omni King harness his abilities, all hope would be lost, unless Leelin could withstand the erasure force of the Omni King. Yet, is such a feat even possible? Returning to the arena, the 7 gods of destruction were straining to maintain their footing against the overwhelming pressure exerted by Leelin. Their bodies were rendered immobile by the tremendous force and tempest that incessantly assailed them. Alas, one of the gods of destruction could no longer withstand the cataclysmic onslaught. And as he was nearest to the edge of the stage, he was unceremoniously cast down. This unfortunate soul was Kampa, the god of destruction from the 6th universe. The warriors of the sixth universe, witnessing their destroyer being eliminated first, were instantly struck with dread. "Oh, has someone been eliminated?" The Omni King remarked nonchalantly, observing Kampa's descent. With a wave of his diminutive hand, all those from the sixth universe vanished in an instant, their entire realm dissolving into oblivion. The spectators from other universes were taken aback by this spectacle. Could it truly be that they ceased to exist just like that? Indeed. The Omni King is the most fearsome of all. Upon witnessing this scene, the inhabitants of Universe 11 began to secretly express their gratitude for having secured victory in the first match. Otherwise, the outcome of the next match is unlikely to fare better for them. The situation on the arena has completely surpassed their expectations. Even the God of Destruction, who is their most esteemed ally from Universe 11, would likely fare no better if he were to step into the fray. Jiren has just now realized why the God of Destruction was reluctant to participate in the match. It appears that he had foreseen the inevitable outcome. Upon reflection, this decision seems entirely prudent. Entering a battle where the power disparity is insurmountable would indeed be futile. The arena resounded with the anguished cries of the gods of destruction. Several of them, unable to withstand the overwhelming force, were sent tumbling off the stage. The Omni King's small hands began to wave with increasing frequency. Soon, numerous universes began to vanish. Except for the angels, all including the gods of destruction disappeared without a trace. The universes they inhabited were reduced to chaos. This monumental act was merely a fleeting thought from the Omni King. With the final scream echoing away, Leelin began to retract his energy, ceasing to project it outward. Upon witnessing the last universe fall, the Omni King waved his hand once more, leading to its complete disappearance. The Grand Priest suddenly soared above the arena, observing that only Leelin remained. As expected, he nodded in acknowledgement. "I hereby declare the result of this match. Universe 7 emerges victorious," proclaimed the Grand Priest. In truth, whether he announced it or not held little significance, for the entire venue now housed only the solitary spectator from Universe 11. Phew, is it finally over? Wei Mei sighed, a wave of relief washing over him. He had been on edge the entire time. Although seated in the stands, the pressure he felt was no less than that experienced by the other gods of destruction, as his gaze could directly perceive the events unfolding on the arena. The sheer visual impact of such overwhelming dominance was astonishing. "How wonderful! We have triumphed!" The Supreme Kai exclaimed, waving his small hand in joy. At that moment, he finally felt at ease. After all, no one desires an abrupt disappearance without cause. Fortunately, their universe had Leelin. Had it not been for him, they would have shared the fate of the other universes. "Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have been less concerned," Beerus remarked nonchalantly. He had maintained confidence in Leelin throughout, though he had not anticipated that Leelin would achieve victory through such a means, which did surprise him slightly. Is that it?" Son Goku expressed mild disappointment, feeling as though he had not had his fill of excitement. Why were the gods of destruction so easily vanquished? Leelin had scarcely employed any techniques. A mere display of raw power had sufficed to eliminate them from the arena. This indicates that Leelin's strength has grown even more formidable. Indeed, Whis explained with a smile. Currently, Leelin finds himself somewhat reluctant to engage with opponents whose strength pales in comparison to his own, opting instead for the most rudimentary and forceful methods to resolve the conflict. The assembled individuals from the seventh universe nodded in agreement. Chapter 202. The conclusion of the battle. With a vigorous surge of energy, Leelin intensified the flow of his power, causing the space around him to warp and distort like a mosaic. Towering waves crashed forth in relentless succession, sweeping outward in all directions. The imposing aura that enveloped the god of destruction present dissipated without a trace. If they had been a mere flicker of flame moments ago, they now resembled a castaway, adrift amidst the tumultuous seas. A muffled groan resonated through the arena. Though faint, the sound clearly reached Leelin's ears. However, before he could ascertain its source, a series of similar subdued noises echoed forth. The gods of destruction, who had previously battled, seemed unable to withstand the mounting pressure any longer. A subtle smile crept across Leelin's lips. With a thunderous roar, he once again amplified his aura, causing the arena, suspended in midair, to begin its catastrophic collapse. The expressions of the gods of destruction shifted in unison, a look of alarm manifesting on their faces. Even the Grand Minister, positioned atop the protective barrier, appeared utterly astonished. Though he had suspected that Leelin's strength had surpassed his own, experiencing the escalating power firsthand evoked a sense of trepidation. Yet, this was not the time for fear. There was a far more pressing matter at hand. As the arena crumbled, the Grand Minister, as the tournament's overseer, understood the urgency of restoring the platform. With a flick of his wrist, countless specks of light cascaded down upon the shattered arena. The debris, in that moment, seemed to reverse in time, coalescing back into the structure of the platform. However, despite his efforts, the gods of destruction upon the arena could no longer endure. Their energies, already suppressed by Leelin, had vanished entirely. Contrarily, Leelin radiated an inexhaustible aura, as if his power knew no limits. If that were not enough, this energy not only flowed ceaselessly but also possessed a formidable strength that rendered them breathless. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air. The protective barrier of the arena shattered explosively. A colossal wave of energy surged forth, instantly immobilizing the spectators from various universes who found themselves overwhelmed. Many felt the taste of blood at the corners of their mouths. The Grand Minister silently lamented the predicament he faced. The arena had yet to be fully restored when the barrier collapsed once more. For the first time, he felt the burdensome weight of being a referee. Yet, this was not the moment for complaints. After all, the elite from numerous universes still filled the stands. He casually waved his hand, momentarily diverting much of the overwhelming energy. However, the sheer volume of the released aura was staggering. Despite the Grand Priest's efforts to contain it, he found himself unable to exert sufficient control. The angels stationed at the stands, upon witnessing this scene, changed their expressions dramatically. They swiftly began to set up barriers. After all, these were the elite of their respective universes and could not be allowed to perish. Although defeat in the competition would mean their annihilation alongside their universe, that was a concern for after the match. For now, these guardian angels had to diligently fulfill their duties. The guardian angel from Universe 11, Makalita, grimaced as she felt the intensity of the pressure. Even from their distant vantage point, the shock waves were formidable. She, too, struggled to breathe, relieved to be above the arena. Had she been in the center of the stage, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Moreover, the Grand Priest had managed to shield them from most of the impact. Without his intervention, the angels might not have escaped unscathed. Yet, the ordinary warriors below faced dire fates. In an instant, the angels reacted with remarkable speed, erecting protective shields almost instantaneously. The barriers effectively isolated the spectators, and the overwhelming pressure vanished abruptly. Many individuals collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their faces drenched in sweat and blood. It was utterly terrifying. Was this truly a force achievable by mere mortals? How could one not regard such a figure as an enforcer? Many murmured in anxious admiration, simultaneously re-evaluating their perception of this young enforcer. Leelin's aura spread widely, and the stands of Universe 7 were not spared from its might. "This guy is truly fearsome," Son Goku said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a wry smile. He knew it was a futile statement, but at that moment, it was all he could muster. Others had suffered varying degrees of harm. Those weaker than Goku were even facing life-threatening situations. Fortunately, they had senzu beans on hand, and Whis had quickly erected a protective barrier. Otherwise, even if Universe 7 emerged victorious, the cost would have been devastating. Leelin shook his head in resignation, glancing at his own team, most of whom were unscathed, before directing his gaze back to the arena. The battlefield was engulfed in chaos, making it impossible to discern the situation within. With a hint of sympathy, Beerus lamented, "I wonder how those guys are faring." Whis smirked knowingly. It seems the battle has concluded. They, too, could feel the suffocating pressure from their position in the stands. These gods of destruction, formidable as they may be, cannot withstand the overwhelming force. This sentiment is not held solely by Whis. The guardian angels from other universes share the same thoughts. They have all sensed the tremendous explosive power emanating from the recent display. Even angels of their caliber felt discomfort, let alone the gods of destruction themselves. Sighs echoed around them, a collective expression of despair. The angels pondered this, and ordinary mortals were no different in their reflections. At this moment, the powerful beings across the universe began to comprehend the depths of true despair. No one anticipated that the legendary enforcer could be so terrifying. The Grand Priest, standing high above, exhaled slowly. The arena had nearly been restored, and at the same time, barriers were erected. Yet, these actions bore little significance now. Although he had been diligently repairing the arena, he was acutely aware of the situation unfolding below, as Leelin's aura shattered the barriers. The unique presence of the gods of destruction had long since vanished without a trace. Are they all dead? Someone questioned from the stands of one universe. Many spectators gazed at the fallen gods of destruction, their thoughts inevitably drifting to such grim possibilities. After all, these once mighty deities now appeared utterly wretched. Not one of them wore intact garments. Their bodies were smeared with blood. Makarita, the guardian angel of the 11th universe, took a deep breath. Observing the gods of destruction on the arena floor, she concentrated to sense their auras and then sighed in relief, declaring, "No, the gods of destruction are not dead. They have merely sustained grievous injuries, rendering them unable to rise. Their auras are faint, but they still persist. Even beings of angelic stature might mistakenly assume they have perished if they do not sense them carefully." How terrifying, truly terrifying. These are the esteemed gods of destruction. The powerful beings from other universes began to stammer in shock. Jiren let out a wry smile, realizing just how foolish their initial thoughts had been. It was evident that Leelin had not even unleashed a single attack. Merely releasing his aura had subdued all the gods of destruction. Had he actually begun to fight? One could only imagine the scene that would have unfolded. On the side of Universe 7, Beerus looked upon the plight of his colleagues with a resigned sigh. Initially, he had relished the sight of the gods of destruction being subdued by Leelin, but now their suffering invoked a flicker of sympathy within him. Yet, amidst that sympathy, there was also a sense of relief, grateful that Leelin hailed from their Universe 7. Had such a being emerged from another universe, perhaps one of the fallen gods would have been him. Upon the arena, Leelin retracted his breath early, surveying the scattered destroyers 8 lengths away, nodding in satisfaction. His strength had undergone a remarkable transformation, rendering the mere destroyers almost trivial. Just as he was lost in contemplation, a sudden cough interrupted his thoughts. He looked up to see the Grand Priest floating above him, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. He then proclaimed, "I hereby announce that the victor of this power conference, the melee of the destroyers, is the 7th universe." After delivering this news, he nodded once more at Leelin before soaring back to the Omni King, seemingly to report on the proceedings. Leelin stretched languidly, realizing there was nothing further for him to do here, and thus chose to return to the stands of the 7th universe. As he materialized, adoring gazes were immediately directed his way. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and others clamored to inquire about his prowess, with the questions largely revolving around how he attained such formidable strength. Leelin patiently addressed each inquiry, aware that his innate talent was not something the average person could comprehend. Meanwhile, the angels from the other universes began descending from the stands towards the arena, as they were the guardians of their respective destroyers, with their primary duty being to ensure their recovery. The eventual fate of those who were obliterated would be dealt with later. For now, they had to fulfill their responsibilities. Upon hearing the Grand Priest's report, the Omni King nodded slightly. "Well then, aside from the 7th and 11th universes, the rest shall vanish," he declared in his endearing voice, yet devoid of any semblance of cuteness. The recently revived destroyers, upon hearing this news, felt their faces blanch once more, which had just regained a semblance of color. With a wave of his tiny hands, the Omni King unleashed a wave of terrifying power that spread throughout the space. Leelin, feeling this overwhelming aura, could not help but marvel. Was this truly the power of the Omni King? It was indeed daunting. Just as he was still in awe, in less than a second, the destroyers from 7 universes, along with the formidable beings they had brought, vanished entirely. Their angels fell silent, returning to the Grand Priest's side. In that moment, the 7 universes disappeared without a trace, leaving behind an empty void. Gulps echoed as Beerus swallowed hard. The magnitude of this power exuded a significant intimidation for a destroyer like him. "It's over. Everything has finally come to an end," Weiss remarked, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat resembling large grains of bean, dripping down profusely. Turning to glance at those behind him, he noted their grim expressions, clearly shocked into silence. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to express his gratitude to them. Had it not been for their presence, his 11th universe might have shared the same fate as the others. Leelin's countenance grew solemn as he absorbed the entirety of this spectacle. The subsequent narrative closely mirrors that of the original text. As the victor, one is granted the opportunity to make a wish using the Super Dragon Balls. However, an unexpected occurrence has emerged. There are now 2 victors. Nonetheless, the generous Videl graciously relinquished this precious chance to the 7th universe. After all, merely surviving is a tremendous boon in itself. The notion of wishing for anything further had long ceased to be a desire of his. Moreover, the presence of the Grand Minister, a figure of authority, rendered the use of a wish to foster goodwill a most advantageous endeavor. The Grand Minister approached Leelin of the 7th universe with a smile, stating, "Come now. Esteemed Grand Minister, what is your wish? Please, do not hesitate to express it." He completely disregarded the presence of others. In his eyes, only Leelin from the 7th universe held any significance. Upon hearing this, Leelin pondered momentarily before calmly articulating, "Then let all the other universes be revived." This wish left several individuals momentarily stunned, for none had anticipated Leelin would make such a request. There was rationale behind his decision. He understood that, had he not made this wish, the 7th universe itself might face annihilation. Despite his role as a Grand Minister, he harbored fears for his family, who were inhabitants of the 7th universe. The Grand Minister nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his features. He then summoned the Eternal Dragon to commence the wish. 2 months later, the passage of time since the Tournament of Power had elapsed. The outcome was undoubtedly joyous. Individuals from the other universes were revived, and the various gods of destruction would occasionally visit Earth to pay their respects to Leelin. Although he had triumphed over them and inflicted a resounding defeat, he was nonetheless their savior. Additionally, as the esteemed Grand Minister, it was prudent to curry favor with him. Leelin, accompanied by his wife and children, embraced a life of tranquility on a secluded island, free from worldly strife.